Professional System Evaluator Yan Bai presents to you the empirical report on the Naruto transformation system. Initial identity, orphan. Basic attributes, all 4. Charisma, instantly maxed out at 10. System effect, small animals by the roadside greet you kindly. Even the elusive Black Zetsu pauses in your presence. Core gameplay, rely on looks and exceptional social skills to enhance the favorability of prominent figures in the ninja world. Testing warning, Madara may not care for the ninja world but for you alone. Once everyone turns dark, they wish to share the moonlight with you. Conclusion, while combat power increases slowly, the entertainment value and narrative subversion are absolutely worth it. Chapter 1. The Golden Finger Tester. Entering the Naruto world, constructing a tribute panel. Please wait. A tribute panel successfully constructed. Name, Yan Bai. Identity, GM. Testing projects. Ninja Skill Corruption System, completed. Ninja Death God System, completed. Ninja Transformation System, not yet tested. Ninja Dungeon System, not yet tested. Marine Devil System, not yet tested. Note, once testing mode is entered, certain GM privileges will be disabled and all basic attribute values will revert to production settings, which can be improved through training. Please be prepared. Yan Bai finds himself atop a towering tree in a lush, primordial forest, gazing at the half-manifested system panel before him. This is not his first arrival in the Naruto world, in Yan Bai's original world. Individuals bustle through the realities of the day, and during their nightly slumber, they choose a virtual world to experience, embodying their desired simulated lives until awakening. His family is the creator of these holographic simulation game worlds. This Naruto world is one such holographic virtual realm crafted by his kin. The Naruto-themed world has garnered immense popularity among consumers. Some players traverse here, opting for a mundane existence, rising to greatness without spending a dime, while others, more extravagant, prefer to achieve everything in one fell swoop. In essence, those who wish to invest require a system. To cater to the affluent patrons, Yan Bai's relatives have devised countless microtransaction projects, such as the Skill Corruption System, Story Broadcast System, Devil Fruit System, and other monetized systems. Players wishing to flaunt their prowess and experience the system must pay relevant fees to acquire it. The more formidable the system, the steeper the price. Yan Bai's role is to test these fabricated systems and document the experiences in a captivating manner, enticing transmigrators with persuasive advertising. After experiencing the system functions, Yan Bai must also amend any unreasonable flaws and assign clear pricing based on his experiences. Gazing at the row of untested systems, he furrows his brow. When experiencing golden fingers becomes a job, it can indeed be taxing. With deft fingers, he navigates the back-end panel, ultimately resting on the transformation system. Since I have to test it sooner or later, I might as well start with the first one, he murmurs. With a delicate tap, a melodious voice pierces the air. Ding! Your transformation system has been credited. Please check. Yan Bai, expressionless, begins executing commands in the backend system. Loading the new system, updating data attributes. The backend panel materializes into a tangible interface. Name, Yan Bai Shinbai. Identity, orphan, hidden identity, GM. Age, 4. Ninjutsu, 4. Physical, 4. Technique, 4. Testing project, transformation system. Luck, 1. Charisma, 10. Maximum value reached. Return to GM interface. Exit freeze. System evaluation, a strikingly handsome orphan. The narrative of the Naruto world unfolds. The previously still scenery bursts into life. The gentle breeze caressing his face, the fresh air mingling with the scent of grass awakening his senses. Each arrival, Yan Bai finds himself in a different timeline and location. As this is a test, he must adopt the perspective of a transmigrator. The timeline of Naruto requires exploration, as do the system functions and the benefits they confer. Starting from the most basic template, a young child, orphaned, devoid of Sharingan, Byakugan, or even a notable bloodline limit. Following the usual routine, he steadily enhances his abilities while conducting tests. Yan Bai leaps down from the treetop. A new gaming life begins. Silently, he strolls along a shaded path, observing the forest's fauna. Many animals, upon making eye contact with Yan Bai, emit sounds of astonishment and greet him with kindness. A smile graces Yan Bai's face, yet he internally queries the system. What is happening? System, host charisma has reached the maximum value. Yan Bai, puzzled, asks, do all transmigrators start with maxed out charisma upon acquiring this system? System, affirmative. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Bai prepares to alter this setting. However, the system's voice echoes in his mind. Strength is a matter of version. Handsomeness is a lifelong trait. To enhance the immersion of the transmigrator, the system designers emphasize that charisma cannot be modified. Yan Bai scoffs. He had intended to classify this charisma-related feature as a microtransaction, but it seems there is no room for negotiation. If one is handsome, then so be it. If it cannot be changed, then it shall remain. At this moment, Yan Bai realizes that this system amplifies his charm. Regardless of investment, as long as one purchases this system, they will be the most striking figure in the Naruto world from start to finish. Even if one begins inexperienced, they will remain remarkably handsome throughout. Purchasing this system is undoubtedly a worthy investment. Even if the system's functions are lackluster, one can forgive it for the privilege of eternal handsomeness. Suddenly, a rustle disrupts the tranquility. With a swift motion, Yan Bai hears a subtle sound emanating from the trees beside him. A peculiar shadow materializes from among the branches. Yan Bai abruptly halts, narrowing his eyes in vigilance. While the main storyline of this world remains consistent, Yan Bai has tested numerous systems here, and each arrival, even on the same path, may trigger different narratives. This means that each cycle is independent. The figure seems to merely pass by, showing no inclination to linger. However, upon noticing Yan Bai's glance, they exchange a brief look. This is, in fact, a rather ordinary exchange of gazes. A child, intrigued by a nearby sound, instinctively looks over, only to make eye contact with the observed. Typically, in such situations, after a fleeting glance, both parties would divert their gazes and continue on their paths. However, upon recognizing Yan Bai's features, the shadow inexplicably changes direction and, employing some unknown technique, emerges from the ground before him. Yan Bai gazes impassively at the ascending pitcher plant before him, that a being, half black and half white, emerged from the grass. Immediately, Yan Bai beheld the words floating above this peculiar entity's head. Name, Black Zetsu, purple. What luck! Wandering aimlessly, he encountered Black Zetsu. Chapter 2. This system is toxic. Yan Bai gazed at Black Zetsu, speechless. He had traversed this world countless times and was well aware of what Black Zetsu represented. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu possess strikingly different personalities. Yet in essence, there was but one Black Zetsu. White Zetsu was merely a puppet. Regardless, Yan Bai, who had just restored production settings, was quite feeble. Black Zetsu could easily overpower him 100 times over, but a level 0 player without an invincible system had no rights. Currently, Yan Bai was the epitome of a weakling in the world of Naruto. What concerned him was that Black Zetsu had halted upon noticing him. What could be his intent? Black Zetsu scrutinized Yan Bai thoroughly, eventually fixing his gaze upon his visage. Unlike previous encounters, White Zetsu did not exhibit any peculiar tone. Instead, it was Black Zetsu who spoke first. What a beautiful child you are, still carrying the scent of your mother. Yan Bai. Mother? Yan Bai was taken aback by the revelation. Who was Black Zetsu's mother again? Ah, right, his mother was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. Did he possess Kaguya's scent? He had tested this world numerous times and faced Black Zetsu before. Yet this was the first time he had heard such a statement. Could it be that the Yen escape system had bestowed some benefit upon him? Even the formidable antagonist found himself inexplicably drawn to him. This wretched system had finally provided some semblance of value. Upon this realization, Yan Bai's expression changed dramatically, and he discreetly cast a glance at Black Zetsu, inwardly contemplating, could this be a stroke of fortune? This world was a highly flexible virtual realm, as long as one was an adult. Players had numerous choices, whether to be a righteous cannon fodder of Konoha or to defect and flee, all was at their discretion. Should they find themselves disrupting the world's balance, they could simply disconnect and restart. However, the testing was not yet concluded. Disconnecting would only force Yan Bai to start anew, which was quite troublesome. While Yan Bai pondered, Black Zetsu was also deep in thought. As the manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, he had persisted for a millennium solely to resurrect his mother. Now, having found an opportunity for her revival, he was fervently striving toward that goal, paying little heed to trivial matters, until he encountered Yan Bai. This child possesses the same essence as my mother, stirring an inexplicable fondness within me. After merely a glance at Yan Bai, Black Zetsu trembled all over. This child, endowed with beauty akin to his mother, was simply impossible to overlook. Such beauty could hardly exist in this world. This child must be connected to his mother. Who else could surpass her magnificence? Impossible. Unthinkable. This child must indeed be her offspring. Yet this child appeared as a mere ordinary being, devoid of even a trace of chakra. After a moment of contemplation, Black Zetsu concluded that the child had only inherited his mother's beauty. Then, he reasoned, he could do as he pleased with this younger brother. Indeed, no need for questions. Kidnap him first and sort it out later. Black Zetsu stared blankly at Yan Bai, at a loss for words. This frail sibling. How should he make his move? What if he accidentally harmed him? Yan Bai returned to gaze, observing the seemingly deranged individual before him, noticing the strings of text appearing above Black Zetsu's head. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. Affection level has reached 60 points, becoming Black Zetsu's close friend. Yen escapes, special effect triggered. Receive Black Zetsu's unique affection reward. Otsutsuki Bloodline Fusion 1/10. Chakra 0.1 card, 1,000 currency. Yan Bai. What a delightful surprise. He needed to jot this down. Advertising was crucial, lest clients grow impatient. Before long, Black Zetsu's affection level surpassed 100 points, continuing to rise. Upon reaching 100 points, affection level has reached 100 points, becoming Black Zetsu's object of obsession. Yen escapes, special effect triggered. Receive Black Zetsu's unique affection reward. Otsutsuki Bloodline Fusion 2/10. Chakra 1 card, 10,000 currency. Yan Bai heard the long-absent system emit a distorted alarm. Ding. Danger, please adjust your relationship to maintain a healthy balance. Accompanied by this notification, a line of blood-red text appeared in Yan Bai's mind. When an NPC's affection level exceeds 200, that character will undergo a transformation and develop a profound hostility towards the host. Along with this hostility comes extraordinary abilities. The depth of love will directly correlate with the intensity of their murderous intent. After surpassing an affection level of 200, love will turn toxic. The host's past praises of the character will become a special ability granted to them. Yan Bai's lips twitched slightly. This was a rather repulsive design by the system creators regarding affection levels. He must not include this pitfall in his guide. It would be too discouraging. Yet when testing other systems, raising affection levels was exceedingly challenging, often requiring tremendous sacrifices or constant proximity to the subject. Affection was also largely a matter of luck. Moreover, human energy was finite. Each NPC possessed unique preferences and pursuits, making it nearly impossible to be universally liked. Yet now, this system under examination seemed to have accomplished the feat. Previously, his charm was 0, but now it stood at 10. Yan Bai looked skyward, contemplating the utility of this system. As Black Zetsu observed Yan Bai deep in thought, his eyes inexplicably grew misty. He seemed to glimpse his mother, the familiarity growing stronger, even hinting at a blood connection. Affection level 1111. Yan Bai. Although he couldn't comprehend the situation, this inexplicable surge in affection would soon lead Black Zetsu to become enamored to the point of transformation. While Yan Bai contemplated how to diminish this affection, Black Zetsu suddenly turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Then, twisted vines erupted from behind Black Zetsu, ensnaring Yan Bai's small frame. Yan Bai merely caught a fleeting shadow before feeling an abrupt lightness, the scenery around him gradually receding. Black Zetsu cautiously lifted the young Yan Bai and began sprinting deeper into the dense forest. Yan Bai inhaled the earthy scent mingled with grass emanating from Black Zetsu, feeling a tumult of emotions. Could it be that Black Zetsu intended to introduce him to Uchiha Madara? He wondered if this version of Uchiha Madara would also harbor an overwhelming affection for him. Black Zetsu activated his unparalleled escape skills. Whoosh! The fierce wind surged into every orifice of Yan Bai's face. Yan Bai watched helplessly as the scenery whirled past him like the rapidly spinning hands of a clock, disoriented and unable to find his bearings. Yan Bai contemplated that he had just complained about the troublesome nature of the arrival forest. Now, with Black Absolute assisting him in changing locations, it was not an unwelcoming proposition. Furthermore, he need not traverse the distance himself. Utilizing Black Absolute as a steed seemed quite agreeable. Chapter 003. The love of Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu dashed through the primordial forest with Yen, losing track of time and direction. Eventually, Kurizetsu came to a halt and led Yin into a quaint little town. He purchased a steamed bun with the intent of sparking a conversation through the act of sharing food. However, upon receiving the bun, Yin unexpectedly spoke up. "Brother Jew, I just came from my mother. Do you know me?" Kurizetsu's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity, akin to that of an egg yolk. "You mentioned your mother?" He had already surmised the truth. This child radiated the potent aura of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kurizetsu maintained an exterior of calm. Yet Yin noticed the sudden appearance of affection level 111111 above Kurizetsu's head, indicating his mood was less than pleasant. "Yes, my mother knows you are suffering alone out here. So she sent me to keep you company," Yin said, nibbling on the bun while cautiously observing Kurizetsu. The moment those words left his lips, the negative energy above Kurizetsu dissipated. However, it was not long before a new wave of affection level 1111 emerged. Yin was uncertain of what Kurizetsu was concocting in his mind. The system had advised maintaining a healthy relationship. Thus, the affection level should neither be too low nor too high. Therefore, Yin decided to take a new approach. "Brother Jew, if you wish to resurrect your mother, I won't stand in your way. But as you can see, I am too weak to help you. I will support you mentally." Upon hearing Yin mention the resurrection of his mother, Kurizetsu's tension peaked. After all, Kagaya had been sealed by her own son, and Kurizetsu felt a surge of caution. Nevertheless, Yin continued, "Actually, my mother has much to say to you. She just doesn't know how to face you, which is why she sent me to find you." Kurizetsu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What does she want to say?" Realizing he had piqued Kurizetsu's interest, Yin launched into a new round of persuasion. "After being sealed, my mother's soul has gone to another world." Kurizetsu fixed his gaze upon Yin. "Another world?" "Yes. I am the child born to her in that other world," Yin replied, his demeanor unwavering. For all intents and purposes, Kagaya could no longer survive. Thus Yin's words carried weight. It all depended on whether Kurizetsu chose to believe him. Those other worlds are different from this one. They are realms of peace. It's difficult to describe what they are like. Yin feigned a troubled expression and continued, "You have endured much suffering, while mother lives blissfully. She doesn't know how to confront you, and I did not want her to feel burdened, so I requested her to let me come find you." After a moment of silence, Kurizetsu asked, "You specifically came to find me?" "Indeed," Yin nodded vigorously. For a fleeting moment, Kurizetsu contemplated fleeing. However, the hopeful gaze of his younger brother, filled with a pleading innocence, reminded him of his own mother, betrayed by her son. He chose to stay. Yin resumed his storytelling, weaving a fantastical narrative that combined his experiences with those of his parents and sister, transforming them into an intricate tale filled with vivid imagery. Although the plot lacked intensity, it was a stark contrast to the tumultuous life within the ninja world, which was fraught with treachery and violence. In that moment, Kurizetsu found himself engulfed in confusion. Yin had revealed many truths about the ninja world that only Kurizetsu could comprehend, and he found himself believing Yan's words to a degree. Kurizetsu began to understand the sentiment behind Yan's assertion that their mother did not know how to face him, which felt both reasonable and disheartening. Kagaya, indeed, had been cruel, blessing his brother with exceptional talents and beauty, yet leaving Kurizetsu with nothing. As the evening deepened, the skies opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. The relentless rain seemed to echo the sorrow within Kurizetsu's heart, forcing their storytelling session to come to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Kurizetsu's affection level hovered around 60, fluctuating due to the narrative Yin had shared, rather than following a steady incline. For Kurizetsu, rain was not an unusual occurrence. However, witnessing his younger brother drenched in the downpour stirred an unfamiliar sensation of empathy within him. Kurizetsu took control of White Zetsu's form, sheltering his younger brother from the elements. He secured a room for Yin at a hot spring inn, advising him not to wander off before hastily departing. During this time, Yin was not entirely compliant. To test his abilities, he felt compelled to engage in reckless behavior. A day later, having completed his necessary tasks, Kurizetsu eagerly sought out Yin, only to discover him amidst a bustling crowd. "Little Yin, these grilled mushrooms are exquisite. Teach me how to make them, and I will waive your rent for a month," the jovial owner exclaimed, playfully draping an arm around Yan's slender shoulders. Yin blushed shyly and replied, "It's not a secret. Let me tell you what to include. You can procure these ingredients from the herb shop." "Ah, is it that simple? I never would have guessed. How delightful." The owner laughed. "Could we try some new ingredients next time? Little sweet fish should taste delightful as well." That's a splendid idea. I shall try it shortly, the owner agreed. Kurizetsu watched with a melancholic expression as his younger brother chatted amiably with the owner, suddenly feeling a pang of abandonment. Just then, Yen spotted Kurizetsu and waved enthusiastically. "Oh, Nissan, you're back. I was worried about you. You're not hurt, are you?" The owner, having bonded with Yen, approached with a smile upon hearing that Yen's elder brother had arrived. However, upon seeing Kurizetsu's dual-toned visage and the peculiar expression on his face, a wave of discomfort washed over him. "Young man, you and your brother must have much to discuss. I'll be in the kitchen grilling meat. Do come by for a taste later." Yen, obliviously cheerful, nodded, "Thank you, boss." Once the owner departed, Yen hurried to grasp Kurizetsu's hand, only to have it coolly rebuffed. With an unreadable expression, Kurizetsu stated, "I have purchased a house for you just outside this street. You need not stay at the hot spring inn any longer." Yen felt a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Kurizetsu had gone to great lengths to secure a peaceful abode, intending to rescue his brother from his plight, only to find him thriving in this place. What had the owner just said? A month's rent waived? It was clear that his younger brother did not require a burdensome elder brother like him. Kurizetsu felt increasingly superfluous, and it was no wonder that he had suffered for millennia without Kaguya choosing to face him. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. Yen, unaware of Kurizetsu's spiraling thoughts, noticed the persistent affection level 1111 above Kurizetsu's head. With a flicker of inspiration, Yen pulled out a 4-panel comic book from his pocket and tucked it into Kurizetsu's. "Brother, this is what I've drawn over the past few days. It's for you." Kurizetsu halted his inner turmoil and took the book that Yen had thrust into his hands. Yen spoke softly. "I've illustrated some of Mother's daily life. My drawing skills need improvement, so I could only manage this. I apologize." Kurizetsu casually flipped through the pages, soon becoming engrossed in the whimsical content of the 4-panel comic. Although legends of the goddess of the moon do exist in this world, there are remarkably few sculptures or images from ancient times that have survived. Yet, within the words of Yan Bai, the great Otsutsuki Kaguya has come to life. Black Zetsu was immensely thrilled. He adored this gift and turned his gaze back to Yan Bai. He then heard Yan Bai say, "I have also begun to pen my own experiences into a novel. I shall share it with you when it's complete. It should earn a bit of pocket money. Come, let me show you the new house." Black Zetsu tucked the manuscript into his pocket, took Yan Bai's small hand, and led him outside. Chapter 004. Uchiha Madara. Under the reluctant gaze of the landlord, Black Zetsu assisted Yan Bai in vacating the premises. Yan Bai repeatedly assured the landlord that he and his brother had purchased a home in town and that they would be neighbors, promising to visit often, which brought a smile to the landlord's face. Watching a group of tenants bid farewell to Yan Bai at the door, Black Zetsu felt a pang of envy. Why was he not afforded such treatment? Yet, upon looking at Yan Bai, he found it impossible to harbor resentment, caught in a perplexing emotional contradiction. Together, Yan Bai and Black Zetsu arrived at their new abode, a modest, standalone courtyard. Though small, it boasted a master bedroom, kitchen, storage, and a well. Outside the rooms lay a narrow corridor, characteristic of traditional Japanese architecture, which appeared somewhat frail, yet was adequate to shelter against the elements. The courtyard was overgrown with wild grasses, notably duckweed and wild phoenix flowers, thriving under the continuous rain that rendered them glossy. Inwardly, Yan Bai lamented the fragility of Japanese architecture, designed primarily to prevent fatalities during earthquakes due to the lightweight walls. Nevertheless, he smiled outwardly and expressed, "Thank you, brother, for finding me such a serene courtyard. It must have taken considerable effort. I appreciate it." For reasons unknown, upon hearing this simple statement, Black Zetsu felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Thankfully, he was unable to cry. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed with emotion at Yan Bai's mere expression of gratitude. Ever since encountering this troublesome younger brother, Black Zetsu felt as though he was no longer himself. This bothersome sibling possessed an irresistible charm. Thoughtfully, Black Zetsu prepared numerous painting tools for Yan Bai, even clearing the wild grasses from the courtyard and planting vegetables and fruits. Yan Bai needed to test his unique skills, so he ventured out daily at a fixed time. The townsfolk were captivated by Yan Bai's beauty, and they couldn't help but shower him with kindness and goodwill. Their fondness for him also resulted in numerous gifts. Once an individual's affection reached 60 points, they could offer him increased chakra capacity and various rewards. However, since the townspeople were merely ordinary folk, Their gifts primarily comprised everyday necessities. Yan Bai found himself residing in a previously unnoticed, unfamiliar town. Each day, he cultivated relationships with the residents while painting and writing novels at home, eagerly awaiting Black Zetsu's return. Life was tranquil and peaceful for several months. Knock, knock, knock. Having just finished fertilizing the vegetables in the courtyard, Yan Bai heard a knock at the door and called out, "Coming." He opened the door slightly, revealing a charming face with bright eyes and a radiant smile. The girl, only slightly older than Yan Bai, possessed an adorably youthful countenance, albeit one that suggested she was developing rather quickly. Upon seeing Yan Bai, her chubby cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she extended a paper package towards him. "Yan, this is baked fish my mother made using the recipe you provided earlier. It tastes wonderful. She insisted that I bring it to you as a token of gratitude." Yan Bai opened the door wider and replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you, Sister Ling Nai." He accepted the package while maintaining a respectful distance, aware that the girl's affection for him had already surpassed 100 points. Even though he intentionally kept his distance, her fondness only grew. Yan Bai dared not smile back at her or invite her inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Nai departed, glancing back every few steps. Yan Bai intended to retreat inside, wash his hands, and resume writing his novel. Recently, his stories had been selling remarkably well, despite being merely simplistic fantasy tales of a young emperor and martial arts, infused with the ninja elements of this world. Evidence suggested that the adventurous tales of spirited youths resonated more with the populace than even Jiraiya's paradise of affection. Of course, Yan Bai also dedicated time each day to illustrating the story of Kagayaheim, a necessary balm for soothing Black Zetsu's spirit. Before long, a shadowy figure emerged in the courtyard, stealthily encroaching upon the inner sanctum amidst the concealment of the plants. Yan Bai sat at his desk, diligently crafting his newly conceived novel. Black Zetsu approached silently from behind, observing his writing. As he penned the final strokes on a sheet of paper, Yan Bai sensed a change in the atmosphere. Even catching a whiff of roasted sweet potato, he feigned ignorance. Once he finished, he gently blew upon the ink, and Black Zetsu spoke softly, "This is splendid. Is all of this based on your experiences in another world?" Yan Bai feigned surprise at Black Zetsu's sudden appearance and calmly responded, "Not at all, brother. The plot is entirely fictional. However, most of the backdrop is rooted in reality." Black Zetsu nodded, understanding. "I brought you roasted sweet potatoes today. You mentioned wanting to try them, did you not?" "Thank you, brother, for going out of your way," Yan Bai said with a smile as he accepted the sweet potatoes. He had merely mentioned it in passing, not expecting Black Zetsu to remember. This realization left him feeling somewhat melancholic. This was not his first experience in this world. However, this journey felt the warmest, with everyone being inherently kind to him, devoid of conflict or strife. Even Black Zetsu, typically a dark and scheming figure, had shown remarkable friendliness. Yan Bai nearly forgot the purpose of his arrival. Suddenly, a deep male voice emerged from the shadows. Black Zetsu's eyes widened, instinctively shielding Yan Bai behind him. Yan Bai peered around Black Zetsu's frame, having already sensed another presence watching him. Upon seeing the orange name and affection gauge above the newcomer, he dismissed his concern. The figure was clad in dark clothing, long gray-black hair obscuring his face, with crimson eyes fixed intently upon Yan Bai and Black Zetsu. After speaking, silence enveloped them. But it was not a tranquil silence. Rather, it bore an ominous weight, as though a storm were brewing. In the dimly lit space, Yan Bai had lingered long enough to discern the scene before him. Beneath the coarse black robe lay a sharply defined, cold visage, with gray hair cascading to his waist, and a simple scythe standing upright beside him, details that Yan Bai could clearly make out. He silently observed the name above the figure. Name, Uchiha Madara, Orange. Given Uchiha Madara's appearance and aura, it was evident that he had recently clashed with Senju Hashirama during the Valley of the End, using only his eyes. It appeared he had awakened the Rinnegan, but had yet to bestow an eye upon Nagato. At this critical juncture, Black Zetsu, who was meant to be lurking alongside Uchiha Madara, found himself unexpectedly confronted by Yan Bai. Due to his infatuation with the brotherly affection bestowed by Yan Bai, Kurizetsu revealed a crack in his facade. Uchiha Madara's countenance darkened, his aura exuding an ominous chill. At this moment, Madara was not yet aged to the point of needing the outer path's golem to sustain his life. Leaning on his scythe, he slowly paced, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "You claim to be a manifestation of my will, Yet you engage in actions unbeknownst to me. Indeed, you must be lying. Are you not? Chapter 005. I am your brother. Kurizetsu stood with his back to Yan Bai, his expression as rigid as stone, devoid of any emotion, as though even the slightest breath could disrupt his stillness. Enduring unspeakable pressure, Kurizetsu desperately shielded the small figure behind him. Yet, Yan Bai placed both hands on Kurizetsu's arms and softly addressed Uchiha Madara, Onaizen. This address effectively halted Madara's advance. Kurizetsu stared blankly ahead, his rational mind sharply aware. Yet Yan Bai's utterance of brother left him momentarily dumbfounded. Yan Bai had suddenly darted in front of Kurizetsu, protecting him, and calling Madara brother. When Yan Bai confided in Kurizetsu, only 1 in 10 of his words, or perhaps even half, were untruths. Even the stories Yan Bai shared from other worlds were veritable occurrences. The sole deception Yan Bai harbored regarding Kurizetsu was that he was the biological son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yan Bai understood Kurizetsu's current turmoil and anguish. With Madara having discovered the truth, there was no turning back. He would solidify Kurizetsu's identity as an extension of Madara's will. Kurizetsu glanced down at Yan Bai, unable to resist the urge to stroke the top of his head. Affinity level 1111. Yan Bai's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Kurizetsu. At this moment, Madara was also scrutinizing Yan Bai, noting that his gaze lacked fear, setting him apart from other children. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Yan Bai, Madara felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he understood Kurizetsu's secretive desire to meet this child. However, Madara could not condone Kurizetsu's betrayal. Yan Bai grasped Kurizetsu's arm, lying with a nonchalant demeanor. In my previous life, I was Azuna. How could he prove it? When Madara posed this question, his tone was cold and devoid of emotion. No need for proof. If you do not believe me, so be it. Yan Bai shook his head. Life extinguishes like a lamp. I have severed all ties with my past existence. Yet, your will, brother, has instinctively sought me out, and I could not turn you away. Yan Bai had thoroughly comprehended everything about Uchiha Madara, nearly reciting it verbatim. To prepare for the day he might confront Madara, Yan Bai had previously exchanged intelligence with Kurizetsu. Madara's body trembled as he lowered his head, remaining silent. A thick silence enveloped the area, as if shrouded by a heavy, ghostly presence. Kurizetsu, in a tacit understanding, expressed urgency. Lord Madara, this is my brother. He is my brother. You cannot. Silence. Madara barked sharply. Despite the frustration in his voice, Kurizetsu recognized that a seed had been planted in Madara's heart. Even if deceived, Madara had nothing left to lose. With a sigh, Yan Bai chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned back to his original position, collected the now dry manuscript, laid out a fresh sheet of paper, and commenced a new round of writing. He seemed to disregard the presence of Kurizetsu and Madara, unafraid of the potential for violence against him. Madara had granted Yan Bai a commendable 20 points of affinity upon their first meeting. Even though Madara's demeanor was stern, Yan Bai remained unfazed. As long as his affinity did not plummet into negative territory, the threat level remained relatively low. Rather than squander time in a silent standoff, Yan Bai preferred to pen a few more lines. He had no aversion to accumulating wealth. As time passed, the sky darkened, and Yan Bai turned to find Kurizetsu and Madara maintaining their original stances, neither exchanging words nor departing. Yan Bai naturally inquired, "Brother, would you care to join me for dinner?" Without hesitation, Madara nodded, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai said nothing further. He exited the door, instructing Kurizetsu to gather some wild chickens from the forest while he himself prepared a fire in the kitchen. Madara stood with his arms crossed, leaning against his inverted scythe, quietly observing from the shadows beneath the eaves. Yan Bai endeavored to emulate Uchiha Azuna, who once managed clan affairs for Madara. He sought not to replicate Izuna's actions and speech verbatim, but rather to capture a semblance of his essence. After a time, Yan Bai crafted several Chinese dishes, utilizing both chicken and fish to create a variety of delicacies. The enticing aroma of the food ensnared Madara's thoughts. These dishes were unfamiliar to him, and the manner of preparation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yan Bai gracefully presented the dishes, greeting those present according to local customs before quietly beginning his meal. After dinner, Madara still made no move to leave. Yan Bai did not urge him to depart, for if Madara chose to stay, Yan Bai, despite his abilities, could not compel him to leave. Claiming to be the reincarnation of Azuna, Yan Bai refrained from actions that would raise suspicion. Over time, the aging Madara, accompanied by Black Zetsu, began to reside with Yan Bai. Madara observed Yan Bai with a watchful eye, his sense of insecurity manifesting in a paranoia unique to his clan, exacerbating his neurotic tendencies. If Yan Bai believed that living under the same roof with Madara, sharing meals and daily life, would foster familiarity that allowed him free rein, he was gravely mistaken. Yan Bai quietly prepared things that genuinely pleased Madara, occasionally grooming his hair or providing him with clean clothing, thereby bridging the distance and enhancing their affinity. At other times, Yan Bai continued to conduct his tests as needed. In essence, Yan Bai's purpose in this realm was to assess the capabilities of his unique power. The NPCs were inconsequential as long as they did not impede his progress. Affinity level reached 60 points. You have become an intimate friend of Uchiha Madara. The special effect of Yen Dune is activated. You have received unique affinity rewards from Uchiha Madara, the 3 Tomo Sharingan, 1 Chakra card, and 1000 Ryo. Upon receiving this system notification, Yan Bai furrowed his brow. Was the acquisition of the 3 Tomo Sharingan a reward exclusively tied to Madara's affinity? Or could it be attained from any member of the Uchiha clan? Contemplating this, Yan Bai considered that perhaps he ought to venture to the Hidden Leaf Village to explore further. However, before departing this town, he had one exceedingly crucial test to conduct. Chapter 006. Love that oversteps boundaries. The sky grew dim. The streets of Moonshadow Town swayed with red lanterns. Both the people and surroundings had begun to reflect Yan Bai's influence, gradually adopting a more traditional Chinese lifestyle and diverging from the original aesthetic of the Naruto world. As dusk settled, the streets grew deserted. A petite figure emerged from a shadowy alley outside Yan Bai's residence. She held in her hands a grilled fish wrapped in lotus leaves, moving slowly through the darkness. This was Reina, who delivered grilled fish to Yan Bai every day without fail, come rain or shine. Yan Bai would accept Reina's fish and reciprocate with other food, fulfilling the social exchange. However, today, Reina lingered in the shadows instead of approaching Yan Bai directly. She had spotted another girl standing at Yan Bai's doorstep, holding different food. Engaged in conversation with him, Reina watched this scene silently, her heart racing with anxiety. Was it possible that Yan Bai was being confessed to? Before long, the girl at the door bowed deeply to Yan Bai and hurried away. Reina stifled a laugh, her lips curling into an exaggerated smile. How wonderful! It seemed that the girl had failed in her confession. Yet, it was merely a matter of time. There were many women in this town and beyond who had their eyes on Yan Bai. Sooner or later, there would be a woman who captured his heart. Time for hesitation had run out. Reina's expression darkened again as she gripped the grilled fish tightly, resolutely deciding that today she would confess to Yan Bai. But he seemed so young, despite their childhood bond. Would a popular boy like him ever develop feelings for someone like her? Could she, who struggled even to articulate the reason behind delivering a grilled fish, truly win the affection of her beloved? With one hand cradling the fish, she gently touched her chest where a small booklet lay, Yan Bai's published novel. As she attempted to recall the stories within, a sickly smile crept across her face. How wonderful it would be, just by reading the words. It feels as if the protagonists shine so brightly. If only I could experience such an ideal love. If she were to take that step, she needed to choose her words carefully for the confession. Even if the outcome were failure, it mattered not. Just then, lost in her reverie, Reina unknowingly stepped out of the shadows. Yan Bai had not yet entered, and upon seeing her, he softly greeted, "Good evening, Miss Reina." "Yan Bai, here is today's grilled fish, exquisitely cooked," Reina said as she approached with a husky yet cheerful voice. Today, she still appeared innocent. Yet there was a seductive undertone in her tone as she promoted the fish she held. "Thank you so much for always bringing me grilled fish. Here are some mushrooms I dried myself. Please accept them," Yan Bai said, seemingly oblivious to any unusual tension. As he retrieved the gift from the doorstep and handed it to Reina, Reina's heartbeat quickened as she extended her hand, offering her prepared chopsticks and grilled fish in exchange for his gift. In that moment of exchange, her fingers inadvertently brushed against Yan Bai's hand, plunging her into an indescribable reverie. An odd vision unfolded before her eyes. It appeared as though she held the chopsticks meant for Yan Bai and viciously pierced them into his eye. The gruesome scene filled her with terror. But upon regaining her senses, she realized it had merely been a horrifying dream, a nightmare so vivid, so thrilling. What was wrong with her? Why did she feel the urge to harm Yan Bai? Taking a deep breath, she shook her head, dismissing the thought as mere fantasy. There was no bloodshed to be seen. Miss Reina? Yan Bai asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. What? Reina replied, her face pale as she forced a smile. Are you all right? Yan Bai inquired gently. Oh, it's nothing. I just noticed a broken hair near your eye. Having hair in your eyes can be quite uncomfortable, she said, her heart racing to the point of suffocation, almost leaping from her chest as she solemnly plucked the stray hair from beside his eye. Yan Bai chuckled softly. I didn't even notice. You truly are very attentive. Thank you, Miss Reina. You're welcome. I'll take my leave now. Reina managed a stiff smile before turning to walk away. As she turned her back to Yan Bai, she quickened her pace, her hands trembling. What had just happened? What was wrong with her? Yan Bai quietly observed Reina's frantic retreat. Noticing that her affection for him had reached a staggering 250, and her name was no longer Reina, black, but Reina, red. When a character's affection exceeds 200, the NPC Reina transforms into a red-named character, her fervent love morphing into murderous intent. The depth of her love was matched only by the sharpness of her desire. Reina, once an ordinary NPC, had suddenly evolved into a formidable red-named NPC, whose anticipated power now exceeded that of seasoned warriors. This is a tale of horror. Yan Bai whispered softly, so this is it. The greatest limitation of the Yan Dun system, love that is excessive. Due to this limitation, being liked was not inherently a good thing. Since meeting Reina, her affection for him had only grown, and she had become infatuated with him to the point where her self-constructed fantasies alone had propelled her feelings past the threshold of 200. As Reina's affection for Yan Bai surpassed that pivotal number, he received an immediate system notification regarding her transformation. This murderous intent would breed miracles, becoming the force that protected Yan Bai, while simultaneously presenting him with immense peril. Yan Bai had once praised Reina for her attentiveness and diligence. Such qualities had manifested into her extraordinary abilities, which she had yet to recognize. Reina, who should have been a frail girl, now possessed the potential to become a powerful being. Chapter 007. Let us die together. Yan Bai stood at the doorway, silent. Hey Ju emerged from the shadows, softly asking, Brother, what troubles you? I sense that girl harbors murderous intent. Is it because of the other girl's earlier confession? He mused. Human love is such an elusive thing. No, it is not, Yan Bai replied, lifting his gaze to the expressionless Hey Ju with a smile. It is merely the side effect of the beauty inherited from our mother. It was always appropriate to blame Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hey Ju looked at Yan Bai in confusion, unable to grasp the true meaning behind his words. Yet, Hey Ju found it reasonable in light of their family dynamics. Yui inherited their mother's Sharingan. Haku inherited her Byakugan. And Hey Ju himself inherited her Yin-Yang release. But what of Yan Bai? He possessed no bloodline limit. Could this be possible? Hey Ju concluded that Yan Bai had inherited their mother's beauty, a boon denied to his other brothers. In Dun, this was a bloodline limit that had never before existed in this world. Yan Bai needed only to stand there, and gradually, everyone would come to love him deeply. Thus, Yan Bai's assertion seemed perfectly logical to Hey Ju. Uchiha Madara sat in the narrow corridor of the courtyard, his expression dark as he silently observed the unfolding events. Upon hearing Yan Bai's explanation, a frown creased his brow. Reina, Reina? The voice of her mother echoed in her ears, jolting Reina from her stupor. Startled, she glanced at her mother seated across from her. Mom, I'm sorry, what's wrong? At that moment, Reina noticed that the grilled fish she had been holding was now reduced to a pile of fragments. Her mother, concerned, inquired, What's the matter, Reina? Are you feeling unwell? You look quite pale. Reina stammered in response. I am just a bit tired. Is that so? Finish your dinner quickly, then you should rest. Her mother advised. In the dead of night, Reina suddenly sprang up from her bed, frustration coursing through her as she found herself unable to sleep. Her energy surged with no outlet, and although she was reluctant to admit it, the overwhelming murderous intent directed towards Yan Bai had seeped into her heart. This feeling had persisted for quite some time, intensifying to the point of being uncontrollable. It was as natural as the physiological processes of eating and sleeping. And she knew that if she continued to dwell in that terrifying dreamscape, the horrifying visions might manifest into reality. Surely, she could not see Yan Bai again, could she? No, that could not be. She longed to see him. She loved him dearly. Why? She loved him so much, yet she wished to kill him. She desired to perish alongside him. Yan, I love you so much. I want to kill you. The following day brought overcast skies. Even during daylight, the atmosphere remained gloomy. With dark circles under her eyes, Reina appeared exceedingly fatigued as she held her grilled fish, lost in thought. Perhaps it was best not to seek out Yan Bai today? No, if she did that, it would mean she had done nothing, and her romance would come to an end. It was nothing. That strange murderous intent was merely a product of her overthinking. She was just exhausted, undoubtedly due to fatigue. Today, she must clarify everything with Yan Bai. As Reina wavered in her resolve, she heard the voice of an adult man nearby, who was laughing and chatting with his companion. Isn't that little Yan Bai? Reina squinted her eyes and followed the man's gaze. Indeed, she spotted Yan Bai's upright figure outside a shop not far away. The man, oblivious to Reina's increasingly grim expression, continued, "It seems he is heading towards Chunwei residence. Could it be that another girl is about to confess to him? That little fellow is quite popular. It's enviable." Yan Bai casually strolled through the streets, greeting acquaintances along the way and making a good impression among the neighbors. When he grew weary, he would pause at the town's entrance to rest. However, who is it? Reina's dark voice emerged from the shadowy alley behind him. Yan Bai turned with a neutral expression. "Miss Reina, who are you waiting for?" Reina gazed at Yan Bai with an odd expression, her head lowered, as if suppressing some tumultuous emotion. "Why does it matter to you who I'm waiting for?" she retorted. Reina's eyes widened, filled with a frog-like intensity as she struggled to contain her emotions, her mind swirling in chaos. "Yan Bai, today I absolutely cannot evade the truth any longer. There is something I've been wanting to tell you." It was all right. She could express herself. She must not be swayed by fleeting feelings. She had prepared for this moment for a long time. "Hurry up and say it. You jerk. I must clarify everything today." Reina advanced step by step towards Yan Bai, finally coming to a halt before him. In the next moment, she heard her own voice, tinged with unsettling joy. "I want to kill you." Yan Bai looked at Reina with astonishment. It was then that Reina realized the gravity of her words. Wasn't she supposed to confess her feelings? What had she just said? No, that is not right. Panic surged through Reina as she exclaimed, "I misspoke. Please let me explain." As she spoke, Reina suddenly reached out towards Yan Bai. Just as her hand was about to touch his shoulder, a large hand emerged from the side, firmly grasping her wrist. Uchiha Madara, with a grim expression, interrupted her advance towards Yan Bai, gritting his teeth as he coldly stated, "What do you intend to do to my brother, young lady?" Despite showing signs of aging, Madara had regained much of his vigor under Yan Bai's herbal treatments. Reina's breath hitched in that moment. Then, Madara felt the softness of her hand transform into a vice-like grip as she resisted his hold, even exhibiting signs of countering his strength. Madara's eyes widened in surprise. "You old man, you're so annoying." Reina's pupils darkened, filled with murderous intent and madness. She abruptly lifted her hand, attempting to shake off Madara's grip. However, Madara would not allow her to succeed. He was certain that this child posed a significant threat. Faced with what seemed like a fragile girl, Madara felt an unnerving sense of parity. His expression turned icy as he seized Reina's wrist and forcefully hurled her towards the street ahead. Reina remained motionless, her upper body leaning back as if utterly exhausted, silently collapsing onto the cobbled road like a feather. Despite being thrown, she landed lightly, unharmed, without any recoil. This bizarre scene caused Madara to furrow his brow. Chapter 008. Transformation into a shadow-level powerhouse. The ensuing scene left Madara utterly dumbfounded. He witnessed the girl on the ground seemingly teleport, silently circumventing him to grasp Yan Bai's neck from behind. Yan Bai, expressionless, allowed Reina to pin him to the ground, her hands constricting around his throat. A trembling voice escaped Reina's lips, yet her grip remained unyielding. "What is happening? My thoughts and actions are completely at odds. This isn't right. I just wanted to tell you that I like you." However, as she murmured, the girl named Reina fell once more into a realm of indescribable delusion. She envisioned herself snapping Yan Bai's neck and cradling his bleeding head. A chilling sense of comfort washed over her. This was neither a dream nor a fantasy. It was more a desire yearning to be fulfilled. "Ah, stop. Reina clasped her hands over her ears, screaming in terror, "I'll kill you. Kill you, Yan Bai. Let us die together. Stop." Madara's gaze hardened as he prepared to use genjutsu to control the frenzied Reina. Despite being an ordinary civilian, she posed a challenge for Madara. Just then, the previously downed Yan Bai quietly stood up, grasping Reina's head and forcefully slamming it against the ground, creating a massive pit in the earth. Madara's eyes widened at the sight, ready to speak, when he heard a faint sound emanating from the pit where Reina lay. Yan Bai, I admire you the most. Uchiha Obito's face twitched with a mix of fear and rage towards the terrifying girl. Yet, Yan Bai smiled gently as he grasped Reina's head, cruelly pressing her down into the giant pit in the ground. He whispered, Is that so? Then do not perish here, Miss Reina. If you die, your dreams will forever remain unfulfilled. 3 days had passed since Reina's attack. Yan Bai, with his belongings already packed, bid farewell to the Moonshadow town under the pretense of seeking inspiration. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu silently followed in his wake. During these 3 days, Reina had not once appeared before Yan Bai. As he departed, she could only watch from afar, utterly at a loss for how to approach him. Are you not concerned about that young girl? Uchiha Obito, usually taciturn, had started to speak more. Why should I be? Yan Bai replied with a charming smile. In this chaotic world, a weak woman possessing such abilities can indeed ensure her own safety, can't she? Her murderous intent towards you is genuine, Uchiha Obito remarked darkly. She cannot kill me, Yan Bai chuckled. With the goodwill he had accumulated from many, his rewards were plentiful, even though the number of ninjas among them was scarce. Resulting in limited chakra, his physical abilities had transformed remarkably. Otherwise, he would not have been able to shove the corrupted Reina into the stone-paved ground with a mere slap. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Obito and then at Yan Bai, ultimately choosing silence. However, after their party vanished from the sight of Moonshadow Town, Reina, unable to resist her urge to follow, was obstructed by some townspeople. It is because of you that little Yan Bai has left our Moonshadow Town, isn't it? Do you not feel ashamed? One voice accused her from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, Reina recognized the girl who had been bowing at Yan Bai's door just days prior. The sight of her instantly brought Yan Bai's smiling visage to Reina's mind. Without warning, some residents lunged at Reina, hurling stones and branches. With her rationality intact, Reina was forcibly pushed to the ground by the nearest resident, her eyes widening in astonishment. What are you doing? She exclaimed. The townsfolk offered no reply. Rushing towards her without hesitation, Reina stared blankly at these strange individuals. What is this? A trick? Lifting her gaze, her eyes were filled with a violent, murderous intent. There it was again, an uncontrollable urge to kill, leaving Reina in a state of indescribable panic. Accompanying this murderous intent was a raw, primal strength that surpassed human limits. Reina did not expect any response from the townsfolk. There was no need for words when violence was imminent. When she regained her senses, the ground was littered with bloody remnants of flesh and dismembered limbs. I wish to apologize to him. I never intended to harm him. I'm so sorry. Yan Bai, she murmured, her eyes widening with determination. She took off running towards the direction Yan Bai had vanished, her speed increasing exponentially. What was she doing? Her body moved of its own accord, reaching a pace comparable to renowned ninjas. If she continued this pursuit, she would certainly kill him. Please, I cannot let this happen. She thought desperately. Should she catch up to Yan Bai, she would inevitably twist the skulls of his beloved brothers, then extract his intestines and hang them from a tree to dry, just as Yan Bai had taught the townsfolk to prepare cured meat from wild boar. Reina raced madly in one direction, oblivious to the 3 shadowy figures, a large one and 2 smaller ones, silently observing her from a dense tree. After an indeterminate amount of time, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened as he remarked, her speed is already comparable to that of a Kage. How did you know she would pursue? I guessed. Yan Bai replied with a light smile. Do you not find this amusing, brother? Uchiha Obito retorted, being pursued by a madwoman is hardly amusing. Have you lost your mind? Black Zetsu glowered at Yan Bai, clearly unimpressed. This is not amusing at all. That girl has gone insane. She tore apart more than 30 residents of Moonshadow Town, many of whom were grown men. Is this really the same girl who used to blush and carefully present you with grilled fish every day? Yan Bai maintained his smile, offering no response to Black Zetsu's concerns. He turned to Uchiha Obito. Brother, did you not say you would take me to see Konoha? Uchiha Obito, considering his plans, revealed a gloomy smile. It is not yet time. Let us wait a while longer. In these days, Uchiha Obito had gradually grown closer to Yan Bai. As Yan Bai claimed, he was merely a harmless child, endowed with an irresistible charm that compelled goodwill from all. However, Reina's situation revealed a different potential to Uchiha Obito. Thus, a plan, one that Uchiha Obito had never contemplated before, began to take shape in his mind. Having stayed in Moonshadow Town for some time, Uchiha Obito had observed its inhabitants. The townsfolk were nothing extraordinary, ordinary people living in an ordinary town. This included Reina, the girl who blushed as she carefully delivered grilled fish to Yan Bai, born to average parents. Without ninja bloodline, without the enlightenment of a ninja, her talents were unremarkable. From mere observation, it was evident that Reina could never become a ninja within her lifetime. She was simply a frail girl devoid of talent and potential, so lacking that she seemed to possess no value for reproduction. In the past, Uchiha Obito would not have spared her a glance. She was merely one of countless ants in this world. Yet, Yan Bai had granted her an entirely different life. The most absurd part was that she had gained extraordinary abilities through her affection, simply because she loved Yan Bai so deeply. Reina had acquired the strength that ordinary people could never hope to possess. This stirred something profound within Uchiha Obito's heart. A flicker of an idea crossed his mind. Could he harness the power unlocked by love for Yan Bai to transcend the boundaries of life and death? If he achieved immortality, could he eliminate the Senju brothers? Could he outlast the other mighty beings in this world? At that point, who could possibly restrain him? Uchiha Obito's thoughts turned wild. He resolved to take his beloved brother back to his hidden base, confident that one day his brother would return to Konoha to reclaim what belonged to him. Chapter 009. You have lived a long time in a dimly lit, mysterious cave, damp and cold with a foul stench. Yan Bai realized that this was where Uchiha Obito had retreated after the climactic battle at the Valley of the End with Senju Hashirama. The place was indeed secluded, but the environment was undeniably dreadful. This was certainly not a living space that Yan Bai would prefer. What do you think of this place, little brother? Uchiha Obito's slightly aged voice resonated from behind him. Yan Bai turned around with a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Madara's eyes. He comprehended the reason behind Madara's decision to bring him here. With Madara's health deteriorating and his appetite waning, it was likely concern for his well-being that prompted his return. Observing the affection rating above Madara's head, exceeding 100, Yan Bai understood why Madara, despite his reclusive nature, chose to include him. That affectionate score granted Yan Bai access to the coveted kaleidoscope Sharingan. Gazing at Madara, Yan Bai remarked candidly, "Brother, it seems rather ironic that at your age, you've become the very embodiment of what you once despised." To Yan Bai's surprise, this blunt truth did not offend Madara. Rather, the affection rating increased. Raising an eyebrow, Yan Bai continued, "Hiding away like a rat in a gutter, forced to live in obscurity, how confining." During their time together, it was Madara who persistently studied and sought to understand Yan Bai, while Yan Bai remained indifferent, never inquiring about Madara's past. Yet, Madara noticed that even without questions, Yan Bai seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. Squinting slightly, Madara, though inwardly agreeing with Yan Bai's words, retorted haughtily, "Humph, you know nothing of what transpired." After spending time together, Madara had come to regard Yan Bai as a younger brother. However, if Yan Bai truly were Madara's deceased brother, Izuna, there were events from Izuna's past that Yan Bai ought not to know. Nevertheless, Yan Bai disregarded those thoughts, fixating instead on the affection rating above Madara's head, and continued unabashedly, "Of course, I know. Brother Itachi informed me that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was a compulsive gambler who secretly sold tailed beasts and met his demise at the hands of his partner, Uchiha Madara." "What nonsense is this?" Madara exclaimed, his expression darkening. "While Hashirama's gambling addiction is true, what do you mean by unfair distribution?" Noticing the decrease in the affection rating, Yan Bai exhaled in relief, hoping it wouldn't diminish like Renai's had. After all, Madara's descent into darkness could be quite terrifying. Yan Bai continued, "The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, constantly undermined Konoha, replacing the upper echelons with his own people, which left Uchiha Madara, a partner and major stakeholder, feeling deeply hurt." Madara mused, "That perspective is quite novel, yet it holds a kernel of truth. The upper echelons of Konoha have never included the Uchiha clan, while they remain subservient, which indeed weighs heavily on my weary heart." With sympathy in his eyes, Yan Bai regarded Madara. After their negotiation fell through, Madara fought fiercely for his ideals, only to end up wounded and destitute. Retreating to this secluded valley, hidden from the world. Expressionless, Madara murmured, "Destitute? Aren't you just as destitute? Alone, without even decent luggage, enduring the elements in solitude. Who among the Konoha elders suffers more than you?" Yan Bai sighed. At this, Madara surprisingly chuckled. "Indeed, seeing my plight, shouldn't you lend me a hand? What kind of help does my brother desire?" I am still so weak, Yan Bai replied, smiling as he surveyed his surroundings, finding a vacant stone on which to sit. Madara observed him intently before suddenly saying, "You are not weak at all. Can you explain to me about the residents of Tsukikage town? They are quite fond of me." Yan Bai replied with a smile. "In this world, when people grow fond of me to a certain degree, they may undergo a transformation, gaining abilities that exceed normal limits." Madara narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Is this transformation controllable? Lowering his head, a smirk played on Yan Bai's lips. "Ah, of course it is." Madara looked at him, surprised. "Really? What about Renai?" Yan Bai replied lightly. "Miss Renai, before her transformation, I sincerely praised her diligence and attentiveness. Thus, her abilities are likely linked to those traits. She will probably find her way here soon." Madara's eyes narrowed further. That sounds troublesome. Constantly relocating is hardly beneficial. Yan Bai noticed the murderous intent in Madara's gaze and chuckled. "Brother, there's no need to be overly anxious. Remember when she attacked me? If I simply strike her against the wall during her outburst, she will regain her composure. I believe I should be kind to those who love me. I must grow stronger and use force to calm them when they attack, then harness their extraordinary abilities for my own benefit." Madara furrowed his brow. "As for Renai, I leave that to your judgment. I now wish to inquire about the special ability of immortality. Can you create it?" Feigning surprise, Yan Bai looked at Madara. "Brother, do you feel your time is running short, wishing for longevity?" "Indeed," Madara nodded. Before he could finish, Yan Bai interjected with a smile. "Brother, you have lived quite a long life." Madara's expression was perplexed. "Is that meant to be a compliment? Once you surpass that limit, you will directly gain abilities related to my praise," Yan Bai said, casting a knowing smile at Madara's affection rating. "I have already done my utmost. Now it is up to you to see if your love for me can reach that limit." Madara regarded Yan Bai with a strange expression. "Isn't this rather hasty?" "Indeed, it is quite hasty," Yan Bai admitted, still smiling. "But as long as it aligns with the rules, it is not hasty at all." Yan Bai believed that Madara might have reached a point of despair, as his affection rating had yet to reach 200. Madara lacked a sense of security. Though he did not show it outwardly, Yan Bai could perceive the affection rating hovering above Madara's head. Even the slightest disturbance could cause a significant drop in that rating. To prevent Madara, a formidable being, from succumbing to darkness, Yan Bai consistently managed their relationship through daily interactions. Achieving a 200-point affection rating would require a love that was unwavering until death. Madara was an ordinary man, and Yan Bai was uncertain whether Madara could genuinely develop such an enduring love for him. In any case, Yan Bai intends to let things unfold naturally while simultaneously testing the system. For Uchiha Madara, the notion of love articulated by Yan Bai seems rather fantastical. Madara could not place all his hopes on Yan Bai, thus he continued to prepare for multiple outcomes. Living in that dimly lit realm, Yan Bai and Madara seldom exchanged sentimental words, yet Madara demonstrated immense affection for Yan Bai through his actions. Although Yan Bai was still young, Madara made several attempts to teach him how to extract chakra for his future, all of which Yan Bai resolutely declined. There was no need for him to learn such skills, as he was already proficient. Moreover, even without ninjutsu, his physical prowess alone could easily pin down the darkened Rin against a wall. Nevertheless, Yan Bai remarked that even someone with godlike powers such as Senju Hashirama must bow to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, which led him to conclude that he did not wish to become a ninja. Instead, he simply desired to be a wealthy commoner. With this understanding, Madara did not press the matter further. Yan Bai continued his daily creative endeavors, enlisting the help of White Zetsu to deliver his completed manuscripts to the publishers. He paid no mind to the machinations of Madara and Black Zetsu. However, upon noticing that Madara had only one Sharingan remaining, he surmised that, according to fate, the pitiful child Obito would soon make his appearance. Chapter 010. The pitiful child Obito Kakashi, this Sharingan is for you. Haha, by the way, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a Jonin. Consider this a gift to celebrate your promotion. No matter what others say, you are the finest Jonin in my eyes. This is the last token of my heartfelt regard. Please accept it. Obito, half buried under a great tree, smiled as he handed Kakashi his preserved left eye, urging him to take care of Rin. Tears streamed down Rin's face, while Kakashi wore an expression of anguish as they helplessly watched Obito make his final arrangements. His words pierced their hearts like a blade. The ground began to rumble, and as he felt the vibrations behind him, Obito's consciousness faded into darkness. "Brother?" The elusive white Zetsu emerged from the ground, startling Yan Bai, who was busy conversing with the small creatures in the garden. Madara believed that both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were his creations. Black Zetsu regarded Yan Bai as a brother, as did Madara. Hence White Zetsu also embraced him as such, referring to him as brother. Has something happened? Yan Bai inquired with a smile. The White Zetsu chuckled. Lord Madara has brought back a gravely injured child. Would you like to take a look? Yan Bai blinked. A gravely injured child? Is it that unfortunate Obito? After pondering for a moment, he asked, since that child is in critical condition, brother must be trying to save him, right? Do you need my assistance? Lord Madara is treating him in the medical room. It should not require your presence. White Zetsu replied with a giggle. Yan Bai nodded with a smile, deciding it would be best not to disturb his brother. The medical room was the most foreboding place in the entire hideout, which Yan Bai preferred to avoid. He enjoyed tending to his garden and nurturing flowers, while the surrounding White Zetsu ensured a safe perimeter, eliminating any intruders. As for the rescued child, whether he was indeed Obito, Yan Bai was in no hurry. The truth would reveal itself in due course. What has happened to Yan Bai? A clear voice called from behind. Yan Bai turned with a smile, replying, brother saved a child. It's nothing significant. Rin, please continue with your tasks. All right. Rin gazed gently at Yan Bai, affirming his words before turning away, using a weak wind technique to blow off excess grease from the freshly roasted wild chicken, ensuring its crispy texture. Yan Bai silently watched Rin's retreating figure, lost in thought. Merely half a month after leaving Tsukikage Town, Rin had discovered Madara's hidden base. Before Rin could tear through the White Zetsu army, Yan Bai had requested Madara to cast a Genjutsu on Rin, maintaining her affection for him within a healthy range, effectively staving off her dark transformation. Now, Rin had learned some basic ninjutsu and lived by Yan Bai's side, caring for his every need. She gradually accepted her abnormalities and attempted to control her murderous intent, channeling Yan Bai's kindness into practical actions. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Rin's strength remained formidable. Yan Bai mused that perhaps after Madara's demise, Rin's darker tendencies would resurface. However, due to the rewards from Madara's second-tier fondness, Yan Bai believed he could still manage Rin. This matter could wait until after Madara's passing for further exploration. Am I dead? Is this hell? On a cold, hard stone bed, Uchiha Obito, wrapped like a mummy, opened one eye, struggling to adjust to the dim surroundings. Where's this? This is the rift between the underworld and the living world, child of the Uchiha clan, came Madara's aged voice. Yan Bai, who had been walking slowly, suddenly halted upon hearing those embarrassing words. He found the moment exceedingly awkward, wishing to avoid facing that delusional elder. No wonder Madara was later immune to Naruto's verbal prowess. A delusional patient is immune to verbal manipulation. Then, Yan Bai heard Obito's puzzled voice. Your eye, old man. Are you also from the Uchiha clan? As soon as Obito finished speaking, Madara's aged voice echoed again. Heh. Who knows? Here we go again. Yan Bai covered his face, bracing for Madara's pretentious display. The two continued their riddle-like exchanges, and Yan Bai yawned, finding Madara's grandiloquent rhetoric rather soporific. The concepts of fate, causality, and peace reminded him of the times he had to lull his little sister to sleep by reciting multiplication tables to a restless infant, stripped of Madara's ornate language. His current discourse was no more enlightening to Obito than a multiplication table. Amusingly, Yan Bai could even detect some classic lines from characters in his own novels within those words. Obito at this stage is quite naive and easy to deceive. Madara could not fathom Obito's bewilderment. Given Madara's antics, Obito would likely perceive him as a mysterious sage. With Obito's low intelligence, he was indeed easy to mislead. A perfect example of great potential wasted on poor understanding. Then, Yan Bai heard Obito mumbling. I have no idea what you are saying, old man, but I cannot stay here. I must return to Konoha. Yan Bai thought, goodness, this dim-witted Obito has rendered Madara's theatrics pointless, seemingly losing patience. Uchiha Madara coldly remarked, do as you wish, as long as you are able. With that, Madara rose and left without a trace of longing. Just then, Obito suddenly exclaimed, who are you? I have met all the members of the Uchiha clan. Are you a rogue ninja from Konoha? Uchiha Madara stood with his back to Obito, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke without turning. I am the specter of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Obito's eyes widened, and he felt as if his throat was filled with sand. Even as Madara vanished from his sight, He found himself unable to voice his questions. While others were kissed by angels, Obito now felt as if he had been choked by the king of hell. Stepping outside, Madara observed Yan Bai, who stood languidly at the door, and casually remarked, "Brother, the person inside is entrusted to your care. If he wishes to leave, do not impede him, as long as he remains alive." Yan Bai, gazing at Madara's aged and cold visage, chuckled. "What do you mean by that, brother? Is it to play until he can play no more?" Madara chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Yan Bai's hair. "You understand my meaning. That child is of great importance." Chapter 011. Obito's mind is filled only with Rin, and Kakashi. Madara rarely spoke much to Yan Bai, yet Yan Bai understood him profoundly, as if they shared a silent bond. He was well aware of what Obito represented to Madara. Though Obito appeared somewhat foolishly endearing, he was a choice Madara made after extensive consideration. For Obito possessed a kindness that, once darkened, would be easier to control, and his Mangekyo Sharingan would grow stronger. Only those Uchiha filled with love and innocence, once corrupted, would go to any lengths to reclaim lost affection. However, this notion, though seemingly rational, struck Yan Bai as overly naive. After bidding farewell to Madara, Yan Bai slowly entered the space where Obito resided. Pain, 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 pain. Obito writhed on the ground like a freshly emerged grub, his body trembling as he emitted pained cries. Struggling to lift his head, he was met with the sight of Yan Bai, who was impeccably dressed. In that instant, Obito was rendered speechless, forgetting his agony. He could not fathom why this striking youth before him emanated such an aura of nobility. The handsome, youthful face above his ordinary attire was so divine it melted the frigid air surrounding them. Yan Bai observed quietly, noting the fluctuations in Obito's affinity towards him. It initially registered as affinity 111, 1111, before swiftly dropping to affinity 111111, and finally settling at 2. This left Yan Bai astounded, as it was the first time he had encountered such a reaction since employing the Yin-Dun system. Obito's first impression of him was one of aversion. Truly, stubbornness was most detestable. "You are gravely injured and require rest," Yan Bai said, moving beside Obito and gently assisting him onto a nearby stone bed. Obito, gazing foolishly at Yan Bai's youthful yet striking countenance, swallowed hard before shouting, "I want to leave this place. I must find Rin and Kakashi." Yan Bai regarded Obito with a look of compassionate understanding, speaking softly, "I am unfamiliar with the Rin and Kakashi you mention, but they must hold great significance for you, do they not?" Upon hearing this, Obito nodded fervently. "Yes, they are my most cherished companions." A worried expression crossed Yan Bai's face. "You were rescued from the battlefield, were you not? Is there a war ongoing? Given your current injuries, if you encounter enemies after leaving here, might you not become a liability to your companions?" Obito's eyes widened in alarm at these words, causing his affinity to plummet once more. Yet Yan Bai continued unperturbed. "Should you venture out only to be slain, your companions would not be burdened by you. But what if you were captured? If your comrades learned of your capture, would they not come to your rescue? You are powerless now. Would you wish to witness them sacrificing their lives for you?" Obito's spirit sank, and he fell silent. Yan Bai refrained from voicing concerns about the potential for Obito's death leading to a breach of the village's secrets, for to Obito, the village held little importance. Did the intelligence of the village matter to him, or did he possess any vital information? It was all trivial, utterly inconsequential. If the village were truly significant, Obito would not have callously opened the gates to the tailed beasts or welcomed pain after succumbing to darkness, showing no mercy to his masters. Moreover, the concepts of peace, fate, and karma that Madara had just spoken of were far too intricate for Obito. Discussing fate and peace with him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. At this moment, Obito's mind was consumed solely by thoughts of Rin and Kakashi. The incessant murmurs of their names since his awakening made it evident that they were his Achilles' heel. To persuade Obito to remain here willingly, he must understand that his presence would benefit Rin and Kakashi above all else. No grandiose reasoning could surpass the appeal of mentioning Kakashi and Rin. Obito looked at Yan Bai, and his affinity rose to 10, as he seemed to sense Yan Bai's goodwill. "You are right. In my current state, I am merely a burden to them. The war outside rages on. I must hasten my recovery and assist them." Timidly, he inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" As he spoke, Obito hesitated, recalling, could that old man truly be Uchiha Madara? Yan Bai smiled. "My name is Yan Bai." That gentleman was indeed Madara. It would be wise not to provoke his wrath. Obito's guarded demeanor persisted as he quietly asked, "Are you also of the Uchiha clan?" "No, I am merely a war orphan," Yan Bai replied nonchalantly. "Do not pay too much heed to me." Upon hearing the term war orphan, Obito's expression turned serious. "When the war concludes, you need not hide here any longer." Yan Bai shook his head with a smile. "Hide here? No, the war outside does not concern me. I relish this tranquil life, working at dawn and resting at dusk. Free from disturbance and warfare. There is someone to protect me, and I am truly content." Taking this opportunity to study Obito, who had given him a negative affinity upon their first encounter, Yan Bai felt compelled to pay attention. He resolved to first instill in Obito a sense of moral fortitude. As for fostering a good relationship with Obito, he decided against it. Obito's moral compass was decidedly questionable, and forming a bond with him seemed perilous. His kin and mentors could enact violence without hesitation, and his thoughts were consumed by either female companions or male friends. Obito's exceptional abilities were obtained through a trade of intellect and ethics. After soothing Obito, Yan Bai instructed the surrounding white Zetsu to care for him before departing from the oppressive space. Once outside the area where Obito was recuperating, Yan Bai sought out Uchiha Madara. The two sat together in the dim cave, where Madara, eyes closed, remarked, "Even after years of seclusion in this isolated place, brother, you remain as loquacious as ever." Madara had expended considerable effort in persuading Obito, yet his words paled in comparison to the effectiveness of Yan Bai's simple statements. Yan Bai, neither confirming nor denying, inquired, "Is Obito too foolishly endearing for you to wish for him to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan for your purposes?" Before Madara could respond, Yan Bai shook his head, his expression one of skepticism. "This brother seems rather unfit." Madara, however, held a differing opinion, asserting, "Do not let his appearance deceive you. He possesses the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." "No, I am not referring to the mere potential to awaken his eyes." Yan Bai continued to shake his head, stating, "What I mean is, he will not serve you. Even if he is initially willing, ultimately, he will betray you." Chapter 012. Ninjas are truly unscrupulous beings. Ban chuckled softly. "Speaking earnestly, do not worry about me. I possess ample means to control him." However, Yan Bai retorted, "Brother, you do not intend to kill his two deeply bonded companions to awaken his Mangekyo, do you?" Ban raised an eyebrow. Indeed. He wished to stage a grand performance that would lead Obito to lose his dearest ones. He was already investigating Rin and Kakashi. Yan Bai let out a low chuckle. Kakashi and Rin were undoubtedly Obito's most significant allies. He sacrificed himself to save Kakashi and even bestowed his Sharingan upon him, regarding these two individuals as more precious than his own life. Indeed, Ban nodded. "Brother, you overlook one crucial point. Obito is somewhat foolish, but he is not a simpleton." Yan Bai remarked, "If one day he discovers that everything has been orchestrated by you to exploit him through tragedy, would he still willingly assist you? If we do not leak anything, how would he ever find out?" Ban opened his lone eye, casting a subtle glance at Yan Bai. Yan Bai could distinctly perceive the affinity rating above Uchiha Ban's head plummeting by several points, dropping from over 100 to below 100. Excellent. Yan Bai remained impassive, inwardly contemplating. Ban will never attain unwavering love until death. Naturally, given the current decline in affinity, Yan Bai understood that if he failed to articulate a compelling argument, Ban's affinity might well descend into the negatives. "Brother, I have conveyed all I need to say, and I will not hinder you from pursuing your plans." Yan Bai lowered his gaze. "I merely harbor concerns regarding your envisioned future. Some actions, once taken, will inevitably leave traces. Can we not allow Obito to awaken his Mangekyo peacefully, compelling him to willingly serve your interests?" "Peacefully?" Ban's expression displayed an incredulous calm. "If I merely conjure a tragedy with Jinjutsu, leading him to awaken his eyes while his two companions remain alive, how would he ever endorse the Eye of the Moon plan?" Yan Bai interjected, "Ah, the Eye of the Moon plan again. It is nothing but a pitfall." However, with Kurizetsu lurking nearby, Yan Bai decided against warning Ban. "Brother, whatever your intentions may be, I will support you. It is just that such cruelty." Yan Bai's expression faltered, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He quickly shifted the focus of the conversation. Yan Bai needed Ban to understand that he was not opposing Uchiha Ban's ambitions, but was simply overwhelmed by compassion, unable to bear the thought. The words that followed, Yan Bai refrained from uttering, allowing Uchiha Ban to fill in the gaps himself. "In fact, you have illuminated the path for me." Before Uchiha Ban could complete his thought, He began to cough, his health deteriorating further, making it increasingly difficult for him to endure. Had it not been for the Outer Path's golem, he would have long since succumbed. I must ensure Obito is willing to execute the Eye of the Moon plan for me. I aim to instill in him a profound sense of despair for this world, while simultaneously severing all ties and causality. The ominous aura emanated from Uchiha Ban's remaining eye as he murmured, "Similar interests may lead to discord, but only shared hatred can compel people to unite involuntarily. Only if he harbors the same loathing for this world as I do will he endorse my Eye of the Moon plan and become the next me, following the path I have laid out for him." As he spoke, Uchiha Ban turned his gaze back to Yan Bai. "So, my dearest brother, will you seek to thwart me? Do not attempt to deceive me." Yan Bai replied coolly, "In this world, you are my only kin. You have provided me with protection and a stable environment. I am not one to bite the hand that feeds, and I will not impede you. Is that so?" Uchiha Ban's demeanor remained frigid, and the affinity above his head continued to decline. Yan Bai sighed. "Over the years, I have often discussed the outside world with Brother Ju. He objectively shares information about the world beyond." Indeed, Uchiha Ban had heard about the information-sharing aspect. Yet Yan Bai continued, "To be candid, I am not from Konoha. From an observer's standpoint, there are not many virtuous individuals in Konoha. After all, it is a village of ninjas. Brother, do you remember my reluctance to become a ninja? Even if I possess talent, I still do not wish to pursue that path." "Indeed, you have mentioned it," Uchiha Ban regarded Yan Bai. "To them, a hero may be an enemy to another. Ninjas, as tools of war, are often psychologically twisted," Yan Bai expressed with a hint of melancholy. "In detail, a standard ninja is truly unworthy." Haha. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Uchiha Ban could not help but laugh. "Brother, are you implying that I am not a good person?" Yan Bai shrugged, countering, "Are you a good person?" Uchiha Ban replied, "Ninjas, when necessary, may slay teammates, eliminate civilians, betray friends, and abandon kin. Konoha constantly proclaims the will of fire and yearns for peace, love, and bonds. Yet in reality, the high-ranking officials' slogans and actions are entirely self-serving, lacking any nobility. I do not admire them." Upon uttering this, Uchiha Ban's affinity finally ceased its decline. Uchiha Ban acknowledged Yan Bai's words. Yan Bai instinctively placed his hand over Uchiha Ban's hand gripping the scythe, gently stating, "Brother, if possible, I truly wish you were not a ninja. Even being an ordinary civilian would be more blissful than being a ninja. What joy is there in bloodshed?" Uchiha Ban sighed in silence. Indeed, how could the younger brother, whom he had always shielded under his wings, comprehend his struggles? Uchiha Ban bore no resentment towards Yan Bai's lack of understanding. He sensed the goodwill in Yan Bai's heart. However, differing paths could not forge a common destiny. Since their viewpoints diverged, there was no need to continue the argument, as neither would persuade the other. Nevertheless, Yan Bai did not cease speaking due to Ban's silence. He persisted, "Brother, I am selfish. I lack ambition. Concerns for this world and love for its people should be entrusted to the so-called God of Ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The people and matters of this world should be left for him to cherish. As for you, brother, you should be a little more selfish, reserving love for your own kin." Yan Bai's words moved Uchiha Ban. Yet, after only a fleeting moment of emotion, Uchiha Ban reined in his feelings. To receive the warmth of familial affection in his final moments was a stroke of fortune. However, no matter how beautiful such sentiments might be, they could not tether Uchiha Ban's resolve. "Brother, if external conditions permitted, I would fulfill your wish, unfortunately." Uchiha Ban lowered his gaze, no longer wishing to engage Yan Bai in further conversation. Yan Bai, sensing the moment, rose and bowed slightly to Ban. "I shall not disturb you any longer." As Yan Bai turned to leave, Uchiha Ban gazed at his slender, yet upright silhouette, his plans solidifying in his mind as he awaited the opportune moment to present Obito with the most despairing scene. And what of Yan Bai, the brother beloved by all? Uchiha Ban narrowed his eyes. After his demise, how should he handle this brother? Though this brother had consistently refused to become a ninja, he was already capable of suppressing ordinary shadow-level warriors through sheer physical prowess. Not being a ninja did not equate to lacking strength. Uchiha Ban pondered, what if, after his death, his brother changed his mind and sought to thwart the Eye of the Moon plan? Contemplating this, Uchiha Ban recalled his brother's earlier statement. Ninjas are truly unscrupulous beings. When necessary, even kin may be cast aside. Indeed, my younger brother spoke the truth. This old man is truly no good. Uchiha Madara murmured, Kuro, come forth. In Chapter 13, naming the child, Uchiha Obito, the notion of sacrificing for Madara crossed his mind. Yan Bai, seated beside the vegetable patch, maintained an impassive expression as he listened to Kuro's whispered revelations from his hidden vantage point. Madara has never received your grace. Yet he is aging rapidly, Kuro remarked quietly. Without the willingness to give love, he shall never receive it, Yan Bai responded with a faint smile. Oh dear, I worry for you. Perhaps I should send you away first, Kuro suggested softly. Do not rush, he is not dead yet. I wish to accompany him through his final days, Yan Bai replied languidly. Yan Bai perpetuated the facade of an innocent, pure-hearted person, and Kuro found no surprise in his words. Unbeknownst to Kuro, Yan Bai's caution stemmed from the fear of being overheard. Even in solitude, he would continue his charade. Kuro, frustrated, remarked, You are foolish. I am not foolish. Should Madara discover your intentions, Yan Bai said with a hint of meaning, you would surely face dire consequences. For your sake, I cannot act that way. Kuro, exasperated, retorted, My affairs are none of your concern. Do not sacrifice for me. Yan Bai observed Kuro's expression and smiled. Brother, rest assured, I will not perish. Obito, how is your recovery progressing? Yan Bai's voice echoed in the space. Upon noticing Yan Bai's entrance, Obito greeted him before settling nearby, his gaze fixed on him. Yan Bai sat silently. Yet a delectable aroma of food emanated from him, stirring Obito's hunger after days without sustenance. Obito, feeling unnatural, licked his dry lips. Half of his body was implanted with foreign matter, allowing him to survive without food or water, thriving nonetheless. According to Yan Bai's previous words, Obito now required only photosynthesis and rooting to become a youthful figure free from the need for excretion. However, as a normal human, he still yearned for food. Despite Yan Bai not engaging in a gluttonous display before him, he would come daily post-meal to assist Obito with rehabilitation. The most tormenting aspect was the tantalizing scent of grilled meat wafting from Yan Bai's being, which made Obito suffer immensely. Yan Bai, may I have something to eat? I feel much better. Obito's ghastly visage reflected his longing as he forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable to Yan Bai. Yan Bai, feigning sympathy, replied, No. You are currently merging with White Zetsu. Even if I offered you food, you would inevitably regurgitate it. Until the fusion is complete, you must endure. Obito's expression turned to one of stubborn reluctance. Yan Bai continued, Besides, you can survive without food or water. How fortunate. Countless individuals perish from hunger. Obito, feeling helpless, found himself unable to counter Yan Bai's logic, yet the aroma of grilled meat was overwhelmingly enticing. Gazing at Yan Bai's innocent and pure smile, Obito felt a sense of healing, accompanied by shame for having troubled a kind-hearted child. Obito, Yan Bai waved his hand before him. It is time for rehabilitation. Obito, in agony, began to speak, but Yan Bai interjected swiftly. I understand your injuries are severe and painful, but if you do not accelerate your healing through rehabilitation, your beloved Kakashi and Rin may perish. They may even marry and have children. Impossible. Obito shot up abruptly. Rin would never. He hesitated, questioning why he believed Rin would not be with Kakashi. Yan Bai carefully observed Obito. Are you certain they would not marry or have children after believing you dead? You hold significance in their lives. Perhaps they would name their child after you. Either Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Obito Jr. Uchiha Obito? Obito fell silent, yet his eyes began to redden with anguish from Yan Bai's simple words. Yan Bai mused. Surely he wouldn't unlock the Sharingan over such thoughts of betrayal, would he? If he did, it would be quite the spectacle. Should Obito awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could rush to save Rin and Kakashi in their moment of peril, unlike in the original tale, where he was powerless after Rin's demise. The prospect delighted Yan Bai's imagination. Impossible, Obito exclaimed, rising sharply. I must recover quickly. I must leave this wretched place. Rin, wait for me. You cannot marry. Spurred by Yan Bai's words, Obito gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he commenced the grueling rehabilitation exercises. Yan Bai, smiling beside him, encouraged, Obito, I believe you can do it. Strive on, Obito. For the sake of Rin's future child, so they are not named Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Uchiha Madara wore a peculiar expression as he eavesdropped. Indeed, Yan Bai must not perish yet. With him around, progress would be swift. Otherwise, It would take considerable time for Obito to emerge from his despair. Madara lowered his gaze, recognizing that his brother had to survive until the abyss of despair he intended for Obito was fully realized. During Obito's rehabilitation, their environment frequently changed. Madara often shifted bases, leaving Yan Bai perplexed by his motivations. Yan Bai continued to enjoy his meals under the watch of Reina, writing novels and assisting Obito with rehabilitation in his spare time. Days passed, and Obito diligently worked on his recovery, gradually regaining some mobility. He could now walk unaided, and the fusion with White Zetsu progressed smoothly. At this pace, Obito would soon be fully healed. One day, Yan Bai brought Obito a crispy roasted wild duck to celebrate his recovery. It was Obito's first experience with such a delicacy, and he devoured it with relish. Just as he was about to finish the delicious roast, a white entity sprouted from the wall like a budding plant. Obito, I just returned from outside. I saw Rin and Kakashi in dire straits, White Zetsu casually mentioned, casting a glance at Yan Bai. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, internally adding to White Zetsu's statement, just in time to witness Rin being pierced by Kakashi. Yan Bai understood that the time had come. After such a long wait, the tragic narrative concocted by Madara was finally ready, with only Obito, the actor, left to take the stage. Obito, anxious, discarded the roasted duck, but Yan Bai grasped his sleeve, whispering, Obito, your injuries are not fully healed. It is too dangerous. Obito's face contorted with rage as he shouted, You need not concern yourself. Yan Bai, appearing startled, gazed at him without further protest. Obito's pitiable condition was evident. He turned away, murmuring, I am sorry. Subsequently, Obito followed White Zetsu and departed. In Chapter 14, Obito is not worth it. As Obito vanished from sight, Yan Bai's previously sorrowful expression vanished entirely. The naive fool Obito is destined to vanish completely. The next time we meet, he will have transformed into a pitiable soul who has never truly found liberation, even in death. Yan Bai has descended into this world far too many times. Yet the main storyline has never altered. He has attempted to reform Obito, but any attempt to change the narrative only results in a butterfly effect. The tragic fate must still unfold. Yan Bai realized then that others do not live for you, nor do you for them. Every individual in this world is bound by their predetermined destiny. After witnessing so much, one becomes numb. After numerous attempts, one ultimately surrenders. In the next cycle, Yan Bai will still encounter the familiar faces of these characters. Perhaps upon their next meeting, it will be a confrontation. Yet, must this foolish Obito truly endure that endless darkness? Yan Bai clenched and released his fists hidden within his sleeves, yearning to unveil the truth to Obito. Nonetheless, would such an action be just and fair to Madara? Madara has treated Yan Bai well, at least to the extent of his abilities. Although he harbors intentions for Yan Bai to sacrifice himself, Madara has consistently demonstrated his care through actions. Should he inflict harm upon Madara for the sake of a foolish, naive Obito? Madara, who has schemed for so long, would never allow Yan Bai to disrupt his plans. The adage that a true ninja is not a good person, capable of abandoning their family when necessary, is not something Yan Bai speaks lightly. It serves as a reminder to himself. While Madara regards him as a naive younger brother, he is also a quintessential ninja, much like Itachi Uchiha, who loves his brother yet inflicts the deepest wounds upon him, even ruthlessly slaughtering his own kin. Yan Bai does not wish to share such a terrifying brotherly bond with Madara as that of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Forgive me, I am indeed selfish. Yan Bai sighed deeply. In truth, revealing the truth to Obito would change little. If Yan Bai were to disclose it, Obito would be of no use to Madara and would likely meet his demise. If donating money could save a life, many would do so. Yet, when a life must be traded for another, even close relatives may falter. Just as Yan Bai was lost in his thoughts, a weary voice spoke from behind him. Obito is not worth your salvation, Madara Uchiha remarked. Through his attitude towards you, you should understand that he is akin to an ungrateful wolf. At these words, Yan Bai's mind flashed to the original storyline, where Obito ruthlessly killed his teachers, even going so far as to affix explosive tags to the infant Naruto, becoming a villain. Weak-willed and easily swayed by Naruto's words. Moreover, in the original narrative, did Obito not know that the reincarnation cycle could resurrect Rin? Why did he not revive her? Was it solely because he believed this dark world unworthy of her beauty, wishing only to create a false world with the infinite Tsukuyomi? Nonsense. Obito is not a fool. He possesses myriad methods to resurrect Rin, Yet he does not act, for he knows Rin does not love him. Yan Bai fell into deep contemplation, and Madara Uchiha spoke plainly. Do not mourn for an outsider any longer. I have said he is not worthy. Yan Bai raised his gaze to Madara Uchiha, refraining from rebuttal, a muted smile gracing his lips. What has transpired? Your two friends are surrounded by ninjas from the Mist Village, White Zetsu hastily informed. Obito's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's thought, he exerted all his strength to smash the stone door that stood before him. This barrier had been specifically erected by Madara to prevent Obito from escaping his control. Even Yan Bai's entry into Obito's room was facilitated by White Zetsu. Now, with only this singular exit, Obito poured all his effort into breaking the stone door, but his punch merely marred its surface. Instead, his newly crafted right arm could not withstand the impact, fracturing once more. Having perfectly merged with White Zetsu, he felt the pain of his artificial arm breaking, letting out a muffled groan as he covered his newly injured right hand with his left. A visage resembling a whirlpool mask emerged from White Zetsu, stating, "With your current physique, you cannot break this stone door. I must go. I need to save them," Obito declared through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with determination. The whirlpool-faced White Zetsu fell silent for a moment, seemingly moved by Obito's fervor, and whispered, "How about you merge with my body?" As he spoke, White Zetsu enveloped Obito. Having witnessed Yan Bai perform a similar act, Obito understood this enveloping situation, yet he questioned, "Aren't you Madara's subordinates?" "Indeed, we do not wish to see our brother sad. He cares for you deeply," White Zetsu replied, first praising Yan Bai before continuing. "Stop the idle chatter. Do you not wish to save Rin?" "Thank you." Obito inhaled deeply, merging with White Zetsu to shatter the stone door ahead. In that moment, Yan Bai and Madara Uchiha stood outside the door, silently observing as Obito demolished the entrance. Moments ago, Madara had provided Yan Bai with psychological counsel, and now he calmly asked Obito, "Are you leaving?" Glancing at Yan Bai, who bowed his head in silence, Obito felt a tightening in his chest. "You have saved me, and I am exceedingly grateful, but I must go." Obito turned his face away, unable to bear the thought of meeting Yan Bai's gaze. He feared that if he looked too long, he would find it impossible to depart, living with regret for eternity. Aware of Yan Bai's concern for his injuries, Obito had developed a profound friendship with him in recent days. Yet, he could not forsake his old friends for the sake of new ones. He believed Yan Bai would understand. "You are too hasty," Madara Uchiha remarked coldly. "It is still too soon to express gratitude." Obito replied, "I believe I shall not return." Yan Bai silently stood behind Madara, wishing to offer Obito a final warning, yet ultimately relinquishing the thought. What good would it do to speak? If he warned Obito, he would surely perish. If he remained silent, though Obito would suffer, at least he would still be alive. Obito cautiously cast a glance at the downcast Yan Bai, managing a bittersweet smile. "Thank you both. Thank you, Yan Bai, for your care these days. When the war concludes, I will bring you to Konoha. You will surely love it there." Yan Bai did not respond, merely lowering his head. Madara glanced at Yan Bai indifferently. Obito believed that Yan Bai was reluctant to part with him, softly stating, "In any case, I have expressed my gratitude. I shall take my leave." Chapter 015, You Are My Brother. "You will return," Madara remarked solemnly. "Only then will I accept your thanks." Hearing Madara's words, Yan Bai inwardly rolled his eyes. It was incomprehensible. Madara seemed on the verge of pointing at Obito's forehead, proclaiming, "I did this. I can foresee everything." The implications in his words were far too numerous. It resembled an idiotic scam message, a process of selecting targets. Those who fell into the trap were not overly clever. Even though Madara had made numerous hints, Obito truly appeared to be oblivious, incapable of discerning the truth. Were it anyone else, it would likely require Shikamaru's level of intelligence to grasp it. No, perhaps it was not that Obito had not considered it. Rather, by the time he would come to understand, everything would already be too late. From an observer's perspective, one can see through such matters, yet when they occur personally, thoughts are consumed by the desire to save, filtering out all external commentary. However, a rational individual, even if initially caught off guard, would later recognize the oddity of the situation, leading to doubts and a quest for the truth. Ironically, after his moral descent, Obito's intellect was utterly devoured, resulting in numerous inexplicable atrocities. The more he pondered this, the more pessimistic Yan Bai became, increasingly reluctant to concern himself with Obito's troubles. Noticing Yan Bai's silence, Obito felt a pang of guilt. Clad in the guise of white Zetsu, he departed. The recent experience of shattering the stone gate had inflated Obito's confidence. Upon Obito's departure, Madara reached out to gently pat Yan Bai's head, lightly remarking, "Ultimately, you stand by my side." Yan Bai, devoid of emotion, replied, "Of course, you are my brother. How can he compare to you? He is nothing." Hearing these words, a hint of a smile flickered across Madara's aged visage. "I aim to subvert this world rife with filth. That is the purpose of my return." As Obito re-entered the base, an ominous aura enveloped him, stepping through crimson footprints. He articulated his grievances, expressing his hatred for this world. Madara observed Obito with an impassive countenance, barely managing to suppress a laugh. Yan Bai remained beside Madara, subtly glancing at Obito's Sharingan, his expression inscrutable. This tragedy unfolded as anticipated. Madara succeeded, and Obito witnessed the cruelest despair this world had to offer. Not only did it facilitate Obito's evolution into the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it also extinguished the naive, optimistic version of Obito that once existed. What followed was a dialogue that was destined to occur, with Madara questioning Obito's reluctance to harm former comrades. Obito retorted, claiming indifference, insisting that his envisioned world would include Kakashi and Rin, and beseeching Madara to teach him how to create a dream realm. Such evasions are mere sophistry. If you truly did not care for Kakashi, extracting the Sharingan you intended for him would be far more convincing. Madara recognized this, but was pressed for time and could not afford complications. Both Obito and Madara were in precarious positions. Yan Bai had no desire to draw close to either, opting instead to observe silently. At that moment, Obito's mind was indeed fractured. The dream contained everything. Yet if Madara could truly create such a world, why would he be here, clinging to life? Soon, Madara aimed to instruct Obito on becoming a savior. In an instant, both Obito and Madara stood motionless. Yan Bai understood that Madara had drawn Obito into an illusionary space, beginning to entrust his plans to him and transforming Obito, previously lagging behind, into an exemplary student. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged beside Yan Bai. "Brother, let me take you away now." As he spoke, Black Zetsu began to seep into Yan Bai's being. Yan Bai, however, shook his head. "Brother, I will leave, but not yet. I must wait for Brother Madara." Black Zetsu retorted angrily, "What foolishness is this? Once Madara entrusts everything to Obito, he will perish. He cannot let you go, and even in death, he will take you with him. I will personally remove his oxygen supply." Yan Bai turned to gaze at the tubes connecting to the outer path's golem. "Leave now? How would I conduct my tests?" Madara had employed Genjutsu to manipulate Rin, diminishing her affection for Yan Bai. Would Madara not also use Genjutsu on himself, ensuring his love for Yan Bai surpassed even his unwavering devotion? Perhaps he would, or perhaps he would not. Should Madara decide to do so? What miraculous transformation would ensue from Yan Bai's earlier remark about Madara living for so long? What if, at the brink of death, Madara cast a Genjutsu to love Yan Bai deeply, acquiring the skills for immortality, only to find Yan Bai had fled? One could only wonder how Madara would feel then. Since their first encounter, Madara had continually tested Yan Bai, never fully placing his trust in him. Time and again, Madara discovered that Yan Bai was indeed a good brother. Having painstakingly established this image, Yan Bai could not allow it to crumble in the final moments. If a performance was to be enacted, it must be complete. Fleeing? Absolutely not. Yet, to Black Zetsu, Yan Bai's current actions appeared self-destructive. "You are simply too kind, a truly foolish younger brother," Black Zetsu lamented. Yan Bai smiled softly, stroking the still-immersed Black Zetsu, reassuringly stating, "Brother, if anything were to happen, you would undoubtedly not abandon me." Black Zetsu, exasperated, could only sigh. Soon, Madara and Obito awakened from the illusionary space. "Obito, I have left all forbidden techniques to you." Exhausted, Madara sat upon a stone chair, continuing, "Furthermore, I have infused my will into this individual. Consider him half of me. You may also utilize these beings created with Yin-Yang release as your pawns. The black rods are manifestations of my consciousness. You know how to wield them, do you not?" Finally, there was Yan Bai. When Madara mentioned Yan Bai, he paused, his solitary eye searching for Yan Bai's figure amidst the darkness. Yan Bai stood with his hands clasped, his gaze lowered and compliant, very close to the tubes of the outer path's golem, yet he remained silent and motionless. Black Zetsu had already stealthily concealed himself, no longer entangled with Yan Bai. Madara closed his eyes, contemplating, this child, let Obito determine his future, do as you wish. Initially, Madara intended to suggest killing him or using him as a pawn, but such words simply would not escape his lips. Ultimately, as Madara emerged from the illusion, he anticipated witnessing Yan Bai's disappearance. In such a case, Madara could justifiably command Obito to pursue Yan Bai after his death. Alas, reality proved contrary. Chapter 016. He removed Madara's oxygen supply. Yan Bai stood there, steadfastly remaining at Madara's side, even after hearing Black Zetsu mention Madara's intention to take him as a sacrificial companion. The significance of being valued in such a manner over this duration was undeniable. Even to this day, Madara had yet to awaken the extraordinary abilities that Rin had attained. Madara hoped Obito would never have the opportunity to awaken such capabilities, which is why he refrained from advising Obito to treat Yan Bai well. This was also Madara's selfish desire. Obito, with his head bowed, merely acknowledged with a quiet indicating his understanding. After issuing his final instructions, Madara gazed longingly at Yan Bai, yet he resolutely stood, the tubes behind him tensing instantaneously. Determinately, Madara advanced, forcefully tearing at the tubes connected to the outer path's golem. However, at that moment, after a prolonged silence, Yan Bai stepped forward, grasping the tubes to prevent them from detaching from Madara's back. Madara slowly turned, silently observing Yan Bai. With tears in his eyes, Yan Bai defiantly declared, "No." A faint smile graced Madara's lips as he replied, "You once stated that I had become the very embodiment of what I despised most. I truly loathe this current state." Yan Bai lowered his gaze, asserting, "Better to endure than to perish. Is living not preferable? Your love for me has yet to reach the level of Rin's. Perhaps if you persist, one day it will. I will remain by your side always." Yan Bai's words were profoundly moving. He wept with an artistry that transcended mere sorrow. His tears flowed gently, evoking a deep sense of compassion and empathy in those who witnessed him. His choked sobs struck the perfect note, compelling the emotions of onlookers to resonate with his own. Even the shadowy presence of Kuroju could not refrain from shedding tears. "No need for that," Ban lightly chuckled. "At times, I truly find it difficult to fathom your thoughts. Occasionally, I am left with a peculiar illusion that you are not merely the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna, but rather my own rebirth. You are, in essence, me." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's grip on the tube stiffened. Standing nearby, Obito's expression, previously devoid of emotion, transformed into one of surprise. It was only today that he learned from Ban that Yan Bai was indeed the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna. Such an unfounded notion was utterly absurd. Ban extended his hand, clasping Yan Bai's hand around the tube. "We shall meet again. Before that day arrives, grant me a dignified repose. I wish not to live as the person I loathe. You must understand my plight." At this moment, Ban, who was fervently seeking death, still found himself engaging in a plethora of trivial conversation with Yan Bai. Yan Bai appeared reluctant to gaze upon Ban. He forcefully shut his eyes, his trembling hand gripping the tube of the outer path. Ban, having ceased to pull at the tubes himself, merely smiled at Yan Bai, awaiting the moment when Yan Bai would remove the tube sustaining his life. With eyes closed, Yan Bai seemed to steel his resolve and applied pressure. The sound of snapping echoed as several tubes connected to Uchiha Ban shattered instantaneously. The recoil sent the still youthful Yan Bai tumbling to the ground. He lifted his gaze to Uchiha Ban, at which point all attention was directed towards Ban. Staggering, Ban returned to his previous position. He could feel the air rushing into his throat. He looked at Obito and uttered his final words, "Before my resurrection, you shall be Uchiha Ban." With that, Ban finally breathed his last. Yan Bai sat despondently on the ground, acutely aware that Ban was too frail, reliant on tubes for survival. Akin to those gravely ill patients in the ICU, he had prepared for the return of the wielder of the Rinnegan to revive him. Unbeknownst to Ban, Nagato was not so reliable, nor was Obito dependable in that regard. Moreover, Ban indeed had to die. If Ban did not perish, how would the new incarnation of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke, come into existence? Ban's legacy had been entirely inherited by Obito, and Yan Bai had previously expressed his reluctance to become a ninja. Apart from the goodwill of Kuro and Shiroju, he had inherited nothing. Furthermore, Yan Bai faced the ultimate judgment from the increasingly darkened Obito. While outwardly composed, Yan Bai's heart remained steadfast. Even in the face of a corrupted Obito, he could still perceive the goodwill above his head, marked as 20. The fierce exterior and darkness of Obito were merely a facade. Kuroju cautiously observed Obito. Should Obito attempt to end Yan Bai's life? Both Kuro and Shiroju would not stand idly by. Let us first attend to Ban's final affairs. Obito approached Ban's lifeless body and directly extracted the implanted Sharingan from his eye. Witnessing this scene, Yan Bai could not help but smirk internally. He cast a sidelong glance at Kuroju, silently conveying his thoughts. Years of tacit understanding enabled Kuroju to instantly grasp Yan Bai's intent. He turned to Obito, saying, "Since Lord Ban chose you in the end, it seems Yan Bai's existence is rendered unnecessary. He is privy to far too much." Though these words were spoken, Kuroju edged closer to Yan Bai. Should Obito signal for Yan Bai's demise, Kuro and Shiroju would act to whisk Yan Bai away, utilizing the technique of death to escape Obito's clutches. Now, I am Ban. The decisions to be made rest solely with me. If you wish for death, I can readily facilitate that. Obito cast a disdainful glance at Kuroju. Kuroju let out a cold huff, sealing his lips, his heart racing with anxiety. Silently cursing Obito's flawed reasoning, it would be far simpler to send the troublesome younger brother to his demise. Indeed, the allure of the younger brother was too strong. Even Obito had no intention of letting him go, much like the original Ban. Obito did not articulate how he intended to deal with Yan Bai. Yan Bai, unfazed by Obito and Kuroju's dispute, directed Shiroju to construct a traditional Chinese coffin for Ban, according to his vision. He also sent someone to inform Ling Nai to bring over the garments and various items he had prepared for Ban. Thus, before Obito and Kuroju, Yan Bai meticulously arranged Ban's remains, ultimately placing him within the coffin. After sealing the coffin, Yan Bai interred Ban's coffin within the outer path. Throughout the process, Yan Bai refrained from speaking to Obito, who merely observed silently, allowing Yan Bai to proceed unimpeded. When mealtime approached, Yan Bai instinctively went to prepare food, and Obito permitted his departure without interference. Ban had once expressed a desire for Yan Bai to accompany him in death, yet Yan Bai remained steadfastly present. Yan Bai was diligent, preparing a meal befitting a funeral. He performed his role earnestly, weeping quietly while eating, and Ling Nai cautiously wiped his tears, uncertain how to comfort him, ultimately joining him in tears. Kuroju could no longer bear to watch and withdrew. Obito, influenced by Yan Bai's sorrow, found himself reminded of Rin, Kakashi, and all the despairing memories tied to them. He was overwhelmed with agitation, lowering his gaze before speaking slowly. Ban once said that your future is mine to control. Killing you would be of no consequence. Ju believes you know too much, and releasing you poses a significant risk. Chapter 17. I choose hell. Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not absorbed a single word, resembling a weeping porcelain doll. Obito, with an air of indifference, stated, "We have grown somewhat familiar. I intend to offer you an opportunity. A person as sentimental as you would surely wish to aid Ban in realizing his dreams. Yet his aspirations are perilously dangerous. You currently have two paths before you. The first, to serve me. Your tranquil and secure life will cease, and you will face constant peril, potentially even death. The second, to continue your mundane existence. I will seal away your and Ling Nai's memories of this period to prevent any information leaks, and I will have Shiroju escort you away, henceforth. Your fate shall be of no concern to me." Yan Bai fell silent. By conventional logic, Obito's two proposals left him with no choice but the first. Excluding Kuro and Shiroju's sentiments toward Yan Bai, it appeared Obito had not fully succumbed to darkness, sparing Yan Bai's life. Ju, however, was not guaranteed such mercy. Presently, considering Kuroju's feelings toward Yan Bai, should Yan Bai opt for the second path, he would undoubtedly receive Kuroju's protection, safely escorted away. Yet, why would Yan Bai wish to have his memories sealed? Furthermore, would serving Obito truly be dangerous? Perhaps for others, it would be perilous. But Yan Bai believed he was safe. Wiping his tears, Yan Bai looked at Obito, almost without hesitation stating, "I choose the first option." Obito appeared bewildered. "What did you say? Is living well not delightful? Why go to such lengths? For Ban, you are truly pushing yourself." Obito's expression fluctuated, frustration evident as he gritted his teeth. "Are you certain? Opting for the first path, a sheltered flower like you may very well meet your end tomorrow." Obito's demeanor radiated anger, as he seemed on the verge of seizing Yan Bai by the collar to coerce him into choosing the second option. Yan Bai gazed at Obito in silence, contemplating the choice between a safe escape and the erasure of memories, uncertain of the potential unforeseen consequences. He offered no response, merely observing Obito, who appeared pained and perplexed. Was he truly resolved to take this path? Yan Bai, with an impassive demeanor, nodded slightly. Obito could not suppress a low growl of frustration. Why must it be this way? Yan Bai's social awkwardness resurfaced, as he would certainly refrain from divulging the truth. Obito, you once promised me that after the war, you would take me to live in Konoha. You said it was the most peaceful and secure place in the world. If you erase my memories and leave me to fend for myself in the wilderness, do you truly believe that a version of me without memories can survive? It was a stark reality, and Obito had not fully considered this. Yan Bai's sentiment resonated with him, prompting a subtle softening of Obito's previously grim expression. The recollection of the days when Yan Bai was under his care filled Obito with guilt and a sense of shame. Yan Bai was a good and upright child. With a sigh, Obito recognized that it was precisely this affection that made it difficult for him to force Yan Bai to remain. This place was indeed hell. As this thought echoed within him, he inexplicably recalled Madara. It was no wonder Madara insisted on keeping Yan Bai close even in dire circumstances. According to Kuro, Madara had even contemplated allowing Yan Bai to accompany him in death when faced with his own demise, fearing that without him, Yan Bai would struggle to navigate this cruel world. Hell could only harbor malevolent spirits, yet someone as pure as Yan Bai had the power to soothe their tormented souls. Having chosen this path, do not harbor regrets. With that, Obito set down his chopsticks and rose to leave. After his departure, Reina began to tidy up the remnants of their meal, while Yan Bai retreated to his room to pack his belongings. Kuro silently approached Yan Bai, whispering, Obito's heart has softened after all. Obito does not despise me. Even if you question him with such words, he will surely conjure an excuse to defend himself. Yan Bai replied nonchalantly, regardless of whether he claims I am valuable or offers other justifications, if pressed, he will inevitably bring up Madara, leaving you at a loss for words. Kuro chuckled softly, and what shall you do next? This matter will be arranged by Obito. He will most likely facilitate my relocation to Konoha. Yan Bai smiled gently. I had desired to go there before, but alas, Madara forbade it. However, moving to Konoha could easily lead to being labeled a spy. Kuro voiced his concerns. Yan Bai remained non-committal. After the war, various ninja villages will seek to expand, relying on both population and wealth. They will welcome civilians and orphans. You need not worry. No other village is as prosperous as Konoha. Kuro regarded Yan Bai with curiosity. So how do you plan to enter? I shall not be a war orphan. That would be too troublesome. I am a renowned author with ample funds. I can contribute a donation to Konoha in exchange for protection. As a civilian, settling there should not pose a challenge. Yan Bai stated with a light laugh. I can continue to remain uninvolved in the external conflicts. Kuro, you may visit me whenever you wish. As for the tasks Obito may assign me, we shall address them when the time comes. Kuro nodded, finding this plan agreeable. And what of Reina? How will you handle her? Reina will certainly accompany me. Yan Bai contemplated briefly. I can reside in a large estate while I write, and she can manage the household. If she grows bored, she can sell her homemade dishes at the door, allowing us to earn more money and live a more luxurious life. Obito stood in the confines of the base, eyes closed in deep thought. Yan Bai's choices astonished him, yet he recognized that sending Yan Bai to Konoha would temporarily distance him from hell. At least on the surface, Konoha presented an image of peace and tranquility. Eventually, the war outside would conclude, and the victorious side would undoubtedly be Konoha. When the world entered a brief period of peace, Konoha would stand as one of the safest havens. Having grown under Madara's care, Yan Bai could also thrive safely in Konoha. Thus, Obito's promise to Yan Bai would be fulfilled. After witnessing the brutal scene of his former friend Kakashi taking Rin's life, Yan Bai emerged as the last sanctuary for Obito's heart. Perhaps Madara understood this as well, which is why he did not proceed with the original plan to have Yan Bai accompany him in death. Konoha, 47 years later. Following the conclusion of the Kikyo Mountain battle and the Shinobi Bridge conflict, Konoha emerged victorious, bringing an end to the western front of the Third Shinobi World War. The Iwagakure could no longer continue fighting and was forced to retreat, while Konoha's logistical ninjas began to clear the battlefield and gather fleeing civilians and war orphans to return them to Konoha in batches. Chapter 018. No longer a war orphan. War demands not only financial resources, but also a substantial population. Both factors are crucial. The population within the shinobi world is alarmingly low, Yan Bai could not comprehend the reasons for their ongoing conflicts, as even a slight improvement in productivity would suffice for self-sustainability. However, he was acutely aware that without adequate productivity, the high consumption of resources by ninjas would render an increased population unsustainable. In times of disaster, revolts would still erupt. In truth, utilizing ninjutsu for agriculture and wood release for accelerated growth would be most beneficial, yet there would always be those unwilling to accept a humble existence. Even in the absence of Kuro, those wielding great power often preferred to exploit rather than create. After 3 consecutive wars, the population could not keep pace. Newly graduated genin from the academy were still children in modern society, yet they were hastily dispatched to the front lines, an unfortunate reality, as no ninja village need worry about an aging society. Nonetheless, each war significantly reduced the population of the major ninja villages, and should the fighting persist, there would soon be an insufficient number of young fighters. Consequently, the post-war scramble for population became an unspoken agreement among the major villages. Homeless refugees and children would receive the village's protection, and in the future, they would contribute immensely, even if only through the quiet act of childbirth, boosting the village's populations. The Moonshadow town was also affected by the ravages of war, leaving many refugees displaced. Yan Bai utilized his previous identity in Moonshadow town to leave a small portion of his wealth with Obito, taking the majority with him while entrusting a section to a white Zetsu for protection. He and Reina traveled light and eventually encountered Konoha's logistical team. Yan Bai identified himself as a best-selling author and offered a significant sum of money, seeking to settle in Konoha. After careful consideration, Konoha's representatives consented to his request, as the amount he provided was simply too substantial to refuse. In the land of fire, Konoha Village. This is the empty house you requested, and all the paperwork is complete. If you have any tasks to entrust, you may go to the designated place in Konoha to post assignments. I shall take my leave now. The Konoha Jonin who guided Yan Bai respectfully escorted him to the doorstep of an unoccupied house on the outskirts of Konoha. Many recognized Yan Bai, aware of his reputation as a writer who frequently sought inspiration outdoors, and noted his youth. While such an identity raised suspicion, every ninja village had its own share of spies, and without concrete evidence, there was little that could be done. Furthermore, having paid a substantial security deposit and donated a considerable amount to the village's construction funds, even if issues arose, Konoha would likely turn a blind eye, at least initially. Yan Bai descended into the world of Naruto, having experienced countless systems, often adopted by various ninja villages in the guise of a war orphan. Life in the orphanage was far from pleasant. The food was inadequate, and one's autonomy was severely restricted, all while being monitored by the root of Konoha's Umbu and contending with a group of bullying children. Yan Bai had grown weary of such a dreary existence. Having accumulated considerable wealth during his years of seclusion with Madara, he decided it was time to indulge in a life of luxury. Why should I continue to live in discomfort? He mused with a charming smile. I am on my way to the mission hall to post a new task. Could you kindly guide me, esteemed ninja? The Jonin, captivated by Yan Bai's delightful demeanor, felt as though the breeze itself had paused, enchanted by such beauty. After a moment, his cheeks slightly flushed, he scratched his head and replied, Not a bother at all, please follow me. With the Jonin leading the way, Yan Bai swiftly arrived at the Konoha mission hall. After expressing his gratitude to his guide, he began to assign tasks. To enhance efficiency, he even enlisted 2 teams of ninjas, one for cleaning and another for assisting in the renovation of his new home. This was the true purpose of Yan Bai's visit to Konoha. Here, wealth allowed one to hire ninjas as caretakers, thus enabling a life of leisure. As night fell, after sending away the ninjas who had come to assist with caretaking and construction, Yan Bai securely closed the door and sat across from Reina. Kurozetsu had infiltrated the dining table, his head dangling beneath it to avoid detection while conversing with his troublesome younger brother. A serene voice emanated from beneath the table. It seems that your first day in Konoha has gone quite well, he remarked. Yan Bai, holding a teacup, casually placed a steaming cup of tea on the darkened table and replied, With wealth, even high-ranking ninjas will bend to your will. Kurozetsu offered no rebuttal, for Yan Bai's assertion was undeniably true. Ninjas do not engage in productive labor. Even the so-called prominent clans of Konoha derive their primary income from side businesses. The Nara clan sells medicinal herbs, the Akimichi family runs a barbecue restaurant, and the Yamanaka clan operates a flower shop. Even the Uchiha clan has members who engage in commerce rather than ninja work. Not even Kakashi, the face of Konoha, could escape the burdens of poverty despite undertaking numerous missions, residing in a dilapidated building with no side income. The daimyo of the various nations are weak, yet they control over 90% of the wealth in a world where power reigns supreme. These mighty figures, despite their prowess, must dutifully serve the daimyo. And to secure more missions, they even instigate wars. Thus, Yan Bai rejected the life of a ninja. He simply wished to be a wealthy commoner. A wealthy commoner with formidable strength, devoid of chakra, lacking formal affiliation, and never having attended a ninja academy. Was he even a ninja? Yet, his physical prowess was sufficient to surpass that of a ninja. I am quite curious, he continued with a playful tone, what it would be like when every resident of Konoha falls deeply in love with you. A dark chuckle resonated from beneath the table. Yan Bai smiled, setting down his teacup, and murmured, I too wish to know. Konoha's streets appeared somewhat antiquated, yet they were a significant improvement over the former Moonshadow town. The sky was overcast today. Reina, adorned in traditional Japanese attire with her sleeves tied back, bent over in the courtyard tending to the garden, weeding and fertilizing. Yan Bai, seated beneath the eaves within her line of sight, had set up a pot over a flame outside, filled with fragrant stewed delicacies. A chilly breeze swept through the open door, carrying the aroma in all directions. Though it was daytime, the atmosphere and environment bore a striking resemblance to a haunted house. Suddenly, a faint trembling voice called from outside. Is anyone home? Yan Bai's eyes shifted, following the sound. Reina straightened up, squinting as she approached the door. Having lived in seclusion for so long, she found it difficult to acclimate to such a lively environment. Yan Bai quietly rose and followed her. At the entrance of Yan Bai's new home stood several boisterous, disheveled men of varying heights. This ragtag group was adorned with tattoos, some lounging with their hands tucked into their bellies, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if they were proud ronin. The only one who seemed somewhat presentable was a man in the center, holding an object that was either a knife or a sword, his demeanor sharp like that of a hawk. The others around him displayed evident respect, indicating his status as the leader. Upon seeing Reina emerge, a dark-skinned man with a pineapple haircut let out a peculiar laugh. Little girl, living on this street comes with a fee. Let us see. How much do you think you should pay for such a spacious house? Upon noticing Yan Bai behind Reina, their expressions morphed into ones of astonishment. Yan Bai had been pondering how Konoha would test him, and this was their approach. Extorting protection money? True to Konoha's reputation for internal strife and cunning, they had accepted Yan Bai's payment for a peaceful existence, only to be confronted by petty thugs demanding protection fees. The dilemma was clear, to pay or not to pay. Although Yan Bai had considerable wealth, he was not naive enough to think that paying would quell their demands. They would surely escalate their requests. Reina, having been in seclusion for too long, had developed a social phobia, and her instinct in such situations was to eliminate the threat. Just as she seemed poised to enter a dark state, Yan Bai gently restrained her. Reina's pupils quivered as she closed her eyes. With a smile, Yan Bai stepped around her to face the unwelcome guests, stating, No, we are not here for permanent residents. Not permanent, rather than disappointment. Their faces twisted into sinister grins. If you are not permanent, then what is this garden about? Think carefully before you respond. The man who had laughed menacingly continued. The previous occupants of this house refused to pay, and thus, they met their demise. How tragic. The price of defiance is not something your slender arms can bear. So consider your answer wisely. Yan Bai maintained his smile, fully aware of the implications of living in Konoha and the necessity of protection fees. His mind raced, calculating the dynamics of the four intruders. One of them harbored a negative disposition towards him, while the other showed varying degrees of positive sentiment, likely influenced by his striking appearance. The man wielding the weapon had a favorable rating of 10, while the other two ronin were similarly inclined. Yan Bai understood the situation well. Aside from the man with the peculiar laugh, the others did not genuinely seek conflict. Hey, speak up. If you're not living here, why did you buy this house? The man pressed, relentless in his interrogation. Yan Bai cast a glance at him, noticing the words favorability 111, 1111 glowing above his head. What a surprise. It seemed that even in this vibrant world, his extraordinary charm could evoke disdain. Intrigued by this peculiar man who had bestowed upon him a negative favorability, Yan Bai felt a surge of curiosity. Here they were in the Hidden Leaf Village. He turned to Ling Nai and said, Ling Nai, please Please go inside and prepare something for them to taste. Upon hearing this, Ling Nai immediately understood and entered the house. Before the group of rogue ninjas could utter a word, Yan Bai smiled and declared, Konoha is the most prosperous and secure ninja village in the world. I am here to experience life and seek inspiration. Inspiration? Indeed. Yan Bai nonchalantly continued. I am the author of Breaking the Sky of Ninjas, and I am currently working on a new piece. I wanted to immerse myself in the local culture. And your presence is fortuitous. Let us indulge in food and drink while you share the current state of Konoha with me. Wait, you are? Wow. I absolutely adore that book. The previously silent rogues now regarded Yan Bai with newfound respect. However, the peculiar man, already burdened with negative favorability, felt his jealousy and resentment deepen. Yan Bai was keenly aware of this shift. At that moment, Ling Nai emerged with a folding table and chairs, setting them up at the entrance before reappearing with bowls, chopsticks, and a pot of braised meat. Come, come. This is a new delicacy I have painstakingly developed. As my first guests, please do not hold back. Yan Bai skillfully directed his attention to the leader, who wielded a knife, smiling as he said, Brother, I feel a strong connection with you. Let us try this. It is truly delicious. The renowned dishes of Konoha included dumplings, ramen, and grilled meat. While something like Chinese braised meat was unlikely to ever make an appearance, even in Boruto's era, the moment the pot was revealed, the entire space was enveloped in the enticing aroma of braised meat. These rogue ninjas, who typically had little money and were grateful for mere rice balls to stave off hunger, found themselves captivated by the delectable scent. However, given their intentions for the day, they hesitated. Yet, Yan Bai was undeterred by their indecision. He personally served a bowl of braised fish offal to the knife-wielding rogue. The man, initially incensed at being called brother, was about to explode with anger. However, upon seeing the bowl before him, exuding a savory aroma, his fury dissipated entirely. He calmly accepted the dish from Yan Bai and took a slow bite. Wow. Favorability increased to 20. A dish never before seen in Konoha had garnered an impressive response. Just as Yan Bai was about to speak, the peculiar man leaned closer to the knife-wielding leader, glaring at Yan Bai with palpable hostility. At that moment, the leader's favorability towards Yan Bai rose to an unprecedented 30. The two other rogues, who had previously held a favorable view of Yan Bai, now saw their favorability rise to 11111. This was all because Yan Bai had tactfully endeared himself to their leader while offering them no immediate benefits. Capturing the ringleader first, Yan Bai chose to ignore their resentment. The peculiar man, dark clouds gathering in his expression, muttered, Boss, this kid is trying to bribe you. Who knows where he got such fine delicacies? Once we dispose of him, we can take that girl inside and enjoy these treats whenever we want. Still holding the bowl, the knife-wielding leader wrestled with his conscience. He glanced at Yan Bai's hopeful and pitiful expression and shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. To kill a helpless child for a couple of bites to eat? The Konoha Police Department would never let us off. At that moment, the peculiar man fell silent, too furious to remember that their initial intent was merely to extort protection money, not to commit murder. Yet, this seemingly harmless child had proven to be too clever. If they killed him, they risked losing out on greater rewards. Chapter 20. Seek the Uchiha clan for assistance. Listening to the knife-wielding leader's righteous words, Yan Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Is this all it takes? At one time, even the Black Absolute with a favorability of 30 would shelter him from harm. Now, this leader's favorability had also reached 30. Yet he was still tempted by the peculiar man's suggestion. Were it not for the fear of the Uchiha clan, he might have shamelessly sought Yan Bai's life, all for a bite to eat. Truly absurd. The antagonists sent by Konoha were indeed a dubious lot. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yan Bai maintained a face of heartfelt gratitude, saying, Brother, you truly embody the spirit of camaraderie. A brother like you is akin to the legendary Hao Nan of yore. Hao Nan. The knife-wielding leader looked perplexed. Was there such a ninja in the shinobi world? Initially, he believed Yan Bai was invoking a supposed ally to intimidate them. However, they had never heard of any famous ninja named Hao Nan. Yan Bai chuckled to himself. There was indeed no such figure in the shinobi world. Hao Nan was a fictional character from Young and Dangerous. If the people of the shinobi world recognized Hao Nan and the likes of Shanji, it would be rather peculiar. Waving his hand dismissively, Yan Bai continued, This tale has no bearing on those great ninjas. It is merely a story of the common folk like us. He then encouraged the four rogues to gather around. allowing them to enjoy the food while he recounted the story of Young and Dangerous. Of course, he tailored the narrative to fit their circumstances, for the social environment of the shinobi world differed greatly from that of the original tale. With a change in backdrop and character design, the plot remained largely intact, as their identities bore striking similarities. As the four men gradually became engrossed in the story, they found themselves captivated, eating and listening with fervor, their spirits ignited. By the end, the air was filled with their cheers of approval. The story of Young and Dangerous resonated deeply with them, reflecting their own fates. As Yan Bai narrated, he watched as their favorability soared. In truth, this was a recent adaptation of a novel he had published, and he was still pondering how to publicize it. The shinobi world, being so isolated, would take some time before it caught on. Eventually, these rogue ninjas would likely hear of the tale. Once the story concluded, the knife-wielding leader's favorability skyrocketed to a remarkable 60 points. Favorability reached 60 points. You have become an intimate friend of Mikawa Yu. Special effect triggered for Yin Dun. You have received unique favorability rewards from Mikawa Yu. 3 ordinary kunai, chakra card 001, and 500 Ryo. Favorability reached 60 points. You have become an intimate friend of Inoue Haruto. Special effect triggered for Yin Dun. You have received unique favorability rewards from Inoue Haruto, body replacement technique, chakra card 001, and 200 Ryo. Upon hearing the system notification, Yan Bai maintained an indifferent expression, though internally, he was cursing. If these individuals were ordinary folk, upon reaching a favorability of 60, the rewards would typically consist of mundane necessities and stamina. Yet, the rewards they provided were chakra, jutsu, and weaponry. It was clear they were not mere rogues. They were ninjas. Their presence here was undoubtedly linked to a covert mission dispatched by Konoha. 3 of them had granted Yan Bai rewards, while the peculiar man remained mired in negative favorability, which had plummeted to a historic low of 35. The peculiar man glared at Yan Bai with a vengeful expression, saying, "What is this, Young and Dangerous? Did you fabricate this? Aren't you the author of Breaking the Sky of Ninjas? We have never heard of the story you mentioned." Yan Bai couldn't help but smirk inwardly. No wonder when he initially claimed to be the author. This group of people paid him no mind, as they had already known before arriving, and had not taken it to heart. Ignoring the man with the strange laugh, Yan Bai turned to the leader, the man with the knife, and said, "Brother, what is the name of your weapon? I have never seen such an impressive weapon before. Could you enlighten me?" The man with the knife had developed a favorable impression of Yan Bai, surpassing 60. This was no jest. Even if he did not regard Yan Bai's life as significant, he genuinely liked him. Upon hearing Yan Bai inquire about his weapon, he grinned and handed it to Yan Bai, saying, "This knife is called Spring Rain. It is quite a treasure." Yan Bai gazed at the man with admiration, committing his embellished tales to memory while opening the knife. With his delicate hands gripping the blade near the hilt, he pressed down hard against the edge, causing blood to flow. Once he relaxed his grip, due to the lineage of the Otsutsuki clan, the wound gradually began to heal. Observing the man with the knife narrating his story as if introducing himself, the man with the strange laugh turned pale and immediately pulled the knife-wielding man aside, exclaiming, "Boss, don't reveal your identity. The stories this kid is telling must be fabricated." Yan Bai looked at the man with the strange laugh and countered, "No, those are my true experiences. I merely documented them. How could you think they are false? You just consumed so much, and now that you're full, you turn on me? I'm still just a child. How can your heart be so dark? A person like you, filled with hatred and devoid of gratitude, would be a traitor in any group." At that moment, a sorrowful cry echoed from a distance. "It's them. Please, sir, save my brother. He is still just a child." The 5 individuals present were instantly captivated by the sound of the weeping. They turned to see a group of members from the Konoha police force, dressed in dark robes embroidered with fans, approaching with red eyes. "It's over. It's the Uchiha clan." The 4 men, now devoid of any concern for Yan Bai, watched as he, gripping the blade, swiftly plunged the hilt into the abdomen of the man with the strange laugh, concealed behind several towering figures. Following this, Yan Bai's eyes began to glisten with tears, reminiscent of the sorrowful performance he had given when Madara had passed away, evoking pity in those who beheld him. "Brother, I'm so cold," Yan Bai murmured, seeking help from the man with the knife, who only then noticed that the knife he had handed Yan Bai was now in the hands of the man with the strange laugh, positioned as if he were about to stab Yan Bai, who instinctively gripped the blade tightly to defend himself, causing blood to flow profusely. The members of the Uchiha clan roared in anger. Take them down. How could anyone dare to harm a child right under their noses? The Uchiha clan's honor was at stake. Meanwhile, the girl, Renai, with red-rimmed eyes, rushed forward, declaring, "If you dare to harm my brother, I will fight you." Like a furious young girl, she charged and snatched the knife from the bewildered man with the strange laugh, pointing the sharp blade at him. The man with the strange laugh was not to be trifled with. He naturally gripped the hilt, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war for the knife with Renai. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Yan Bai's eyes transformed from deep black to a fiery red. Jinjutsu. Hypnosis. The man with the strange laugh's pupils constricted slightly, his grip on the knife tightening. During their struggle, Renai seemed to lose her strength and fell to the ground. However, the man, having successfully wrested control of the knife, thrust it into his own chest due to the force of his own actions. The sound echoed ominously in the air. He had pierced his own heart, and blood gushed forth. Moments later, he lay dead in a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide open in shock. In front of everyone, the man had inadvertently killed himself during the struggle. Absurd, yet it was the truth. Renai struggled to rise, embracing Yan Bai tightly, covering his eyes with her grimy hands, embodying the image of a caring sister fearful for her brother's safety. The Uchiha clan members, known for their cold exteriors but warm hearts, could not bear to witness such a scene and felt disdain for the four men who had bullied the weak. Subsequently, the remaining 3 survivors were apprehended. The Uchiha clan members also took charge of the body of the man with the strange laugh. Yan Bai remained in Renai's embrace until the event concluded entirely. Once the aftermath was resolved, the Uchiha clan members approached Yan Bai to inquire about the incident. He recounted the events truthfully, explaining how the group had come to their home demanding protection money, how he and his sister had offered them food, and how she had quietly escaped through the back door to call for help, leaving him to deal with the villains. The Uchiha clan members, though stern, accepted the freshly made radish balls that Yan Bai offered as a token of gratitude. After everything settled, Yan Bai and Renai returned home, locking the door behind them. After washing up and changing clothes, they sat facing each other in the living room. Renai asked with concern, "Yan Bai, will we be all right?" Yan Bai nodded, assuring her that there would be no repercussions. It was Yan Bai who had hinted at Renai to seek help from the police, allowing her to escape while he engaged the 4 men. Renai had gained her strength from Yan Bai's careful guidance. The 4 men remained oblivious to her temporary absence. The higher-ups in Konoha and the Uchiha clan had not been on friendly terms, and the Uchiha handled this matter with professionalism. Even if the 3 surviving men were investigated, they would find that Yan Bai had spoken the truth. Yan Bai had merely executed a minor maneuver while Renai contended with the man with the strange laugh. The living had not noticed a thing, and everything seemed reasonable. The only one who truly understood the truth, the man with the strange laugh, was now dead and could not testify. Just as Yan Bai had predicted, the matter would fade away without consequence. However, Yan Bai seized this opportunity to establish a connection with the Uchiha clan. Each day, Renai would follow Yan Bai's instructions, delivering delicious food to the patrolling members of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai requested that Renai vary the dishes daily, all homemade delicacies that were non-existent in Konoha. The effort and thought that went into creating these dishes were evident through their flavors and variety. Whenever someone inquired, Renai would shyly respond, "The esteemed members of the Uchiha clan have made tremendous contributions to our safety. They work so hard, and this is just a small token of appreciation. I hope you accept it." Renai's demeanor and actions mirrored her previous determination when she had braved the elements to bring Yan Bai grilled fish, though now her attention was directed toward the patrolling members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had never encountered such enthusiastic villagers before, unable to refuse her kindness. They graciously accepted her offerings, and thus, the deliciousness of the food became evident. A best-selling author in the ninja world, a renowned creator, a literary genius, who began publishing novels at the tender age of 4. Due to the ravages of war, the circumstances at home were dictated solely by him, leaving little room for verification. However, the fact that he could read at such a young age, even capable of composing an entire novel, suggests he does not hail from an ordinary family. There are numerous suspicions, yet he and his sister are indeed common folk, seeking assistance from the Uchiha clan whenever challenges arise. Their gratitude towards the Uchiha clan, particularly following the previous incident involving protection fees, is evident as they consistently present gifts to them. They live in considerable affluence, leading a life of luxury, even outsourcing household chores to ninjas via the mission hall. Their residence has undergone extensive renovations 3 times, all carried out by hired ninjas, and the internal layout bears no secrets or abnormalities. 4 rogue ninjas once attempted to rob them. 3 were apprehended by the Uchiha, while 1 died on the spot. The remaining 3 were inexplicably killed during their transfer to the Konoha Umbu in a sealed chamber within the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was perusing a series of reports concerning Yan Bai alongside a striking young man with golden hair. Upon reviewing Yan Bai's dossier, Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Have we determined the cause of death for those 3 disguised chunin? Namikaze Minato shook his head solemnly. They were in a confined environment. I suspect the assailant possessed space manipulation abilities. Could this be related to the child named Yan Bai? Sarutobi took a deep drag from his cigarette. There is no evidence. Minato replied succinctly. The child's daily routine is quite simple. He accompanies his sister to the market, specifically purchasing discarded animal entrails to prepare delectable dishes for their neighbors. Their rapport with the community is strong, and they consistently provide culinary delights to the Uchiha clan. However, they have never ventured into Uchiha territory nor formed close ties with any clan members, appearing genuinely appreciative of the Uchiha's assistance. Minato pondered for a moment before adding. The child claims to be 7 years old but has declined to enroll in the ninja academy. He seems disinterested in becoming a ninja. Sarutobi was aware of this and hesitated. What is the child's potential? The sister possesses remarkable speed and strength, indicating significant potential, while the brother remains reclusive. Even when bullied, he seeks help from the Uchiha police, often relying on his sister to escape, giving little indication of his own abilities. These 2 children possess formidable financial acumen, having experienced the turmoil of war and have developed a secure means of earning. Their reluctance to engage in the violent life of a ninja is understandable, Sarutobi sighed. Let us continue to monitor them, but remain vigilant. Chapter 22. Yan Bai and Itachi. At the Konoha Sansei Dango shop, here are your 3-color dango. Enjoy. Thank you. Yan Bai gazed at the 3-color dango presented before him. This delicacy, a local specialty of Konoha, appeared both exquisite and delicious. The sight evoked memories of Uchiha Itachi, who, despite his fondness for sweets, endured a lifetime of hardship. Perhaps it was the weight of his suffering that cultivated his affinity for sugary treats. Yan Bai purchased 15 skewers, a habit born from necessity. Rei Na, diligent and possessing an insatiable appetite, had prepared jianbing guozi at Yan Bai's behest, a gift for the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai ventured alone to buy dango, intending to take any leftovers home to reward the hard-working Rei Na. Each skewer of Konoha's 3-color dango costs 8 taels, totaling over 100 taels for 15 skewers, a mere trifle for Yan Bai's purchasing power. He savored each bite elegantly while seated at the dango shop, chewing slowly. Many passers-by paused to admire his beauty, as if merely watching him eat could satiate their hunger. Yan Bai had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, paying no mind to the onlookers. However, after finishing a skewer, he suddenly noticed a child, around 5 years old, staring intently at him from outside the shop. The child appeared vaguely familiar, adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem on his ping-pong paddle, with flowing hair, deep-set eyes, and a youthful yet stern visage, marked by a profound expression and faint tear lines. Could this be Itachi Uchiha? Why was he looking at him like that? Yan Bai pondered, questioning whether a child of such a prestigious clan could truly be unable to afford 3-color dango. Doubt lingered in Yan Bai's mind regarding the child's identity, given the distance and the throngs of people surrounding them. Thus, he smiled and waved at the child. Hello? Come a little closer, and we can see each other better. Hello. Itachi regarded Yan Bai with slight surprise, thinking he would be ignored, as he was a member of the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Itachi felt an uncontrollable urge to approach Yan Bai. Yet, suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped them. In an instant, Itachi's once stoic and adorable face flushed crimson. Yan Bai's smile froze in place. Ah, this Itachi is quite adorable, innocent and charming, yet blissfully unaware. The two exchanged a glance, the air thick with unspoken tension. Fearing that the other might flee from the discomfort, Yan Bai quickly offered, "Would you like to eat together? I impulsively ordered too many skewers and wouldn't want them to go to waste. If you could join me, I would be immensely grateful." This was, of course, a fabrication. He had initially intended to take the surplus home, but upon encountering Itachi, he decided to alter his approach. After Itachi departed, He could simply pack 10 skewers for himself. Itachi, initially bewildered, contemplated declining, but seeing Yan Bai's slightly distressed and pleading expression, he ultimately settled beside him. Thank you. But I must return home. Otherwise, my father will be upset, Itachi said hesitantly. At this young age, he found it hard to refuse Yan Bai. Yet thoughts of his stern father made him restless. I sense a connection between us, and I don't wish to impose. How about I ask the shopkeeper to wrap some for you to take home? Yan Bai suggested softly. Observing Yan Bai's hopeful demeanor, Itachi's heart softened. He could not bring himself to turn away. Besides, Yan Bai was the first peer outside of his clan to invite him for dango. Typically, Konoha villagers would avoid him upon seeing the Uchiha emblem. Even when some of his peers, discontent with the Uchiha clan, sought trouble, adults rarely intervened. Itachi would simply confront them, and the matter would resolve itself. Over time, Itachi felt increasingly isolated from his peers. Today, having heard rumors of a village resident who generously treated Uchiha clan members, Itachi ventured out, curious to see for himself. However, after wandering the village, he had not encountered that kind-hearted sister, only to find himself captivated by a child of extraordinary beauty at the dango shop. Yan Bai's enjoyment of the dango was simply mesmerizing, prompting Itachi to gaze at him longer. Who would have thought that a mere gaze from Yan Bai would invite him to share a meal of dumplings? This interaction stirred a unique sentiment within Uchiha Itachi. By the way, what is your name? Yan Bai's voice, imbued with warmth, interrupted Itachi's reverie. Maintaining a stoic countenance, Itachi replied, I am Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, and I am 5 years old. Greetings, Itachi. I am Yan Bai. I am slightly older than you. My sister and I are orphans of war. Having recently arrived in Konoha, I hope to rely on your kindness in the future, Yan Bai said with a smile, pushing a plate of dumplings toward Itachi. As they spoke, Yan Bai pondered. Itachi is 5 years old, which means he has already faced the battlefield, witnessing its cruel realities at the tender age of 4, leaving him with psychological scars. Hearing Yan Bai refer to himself as a war orphan inexplicably eased Itachi's heart. Given their shared experiences of war's brutality, they should be able to empathize with one another, thus providing ample topics for conversation. However, what Itachi did not realize was that Yan Bai spoke the words he longed to hear precisely because he was aware of his identity. The name Yan Bai resonated with Itachi. Upon recollection, he quickly recalled, you are the one who delivers delicacies to my clan daily. Yan Bai waved his hand dismissively, responding, after all, the Uchiha clan has aided us. Managing the chaos of brawls and petty thefts must be quite taxing for you. I feel your kin endure considerable hardships. And since we have no remarkable gifts to offer, we can only prepare delicious food to express our sincere gratitude to the diligent guardians. I see, Itachi nodded, indicating his understanding, and continued to observe Yan Bai with the curiosity one might reserve for rare creatures. Please, enjoy your meal without reservation, Yan Bai cheerfully urged. You seem to find me quite appealing. Do not hesitate to shower me with compliments. At this, Itachi's cheeks flushed, realizing his gaze had been impolite. He quickly apologized and began to consume the dumplings to alleviate the awkwardness. Delicious. As they dined, Itachi remained captivated by Yan Bai, and before long, they had polished off a dozen skewers of dumplings. Upon noticing the plates were empty, Itachi appeared somewhat reluctant to conclude their meal. Yan Bai blinked, contemplating. Shall we have some more dumplings? He was indifferent, for he had ample funds, and at this age, Itachi was easily swayed. Once their rapport deepened, he would surely yield financial contributions. However, Itachi's modesty did not permit him to indulge further. He felt that such consumption was excessive. Furthermore, the time spent eating would certainly incur his father's displeasure upon his return. Thank you for the hospitality, Itachi said with a tinge of guilt. But I truly must be on my way. If possible, please share your address with me. I shall treat you to dumplings next time. Certainly. Yan Bai casually recited his address. Although his primary aim was to connect with the ordinary folk of Konoha, he recognized the value of forging a bond with Itachi. Whether he could alter Itachi's tragic fate remained uncertain. Yan Bai had no intention of meddling with others' destinies. It would ultimately depend on Itachi's own initiative. Besides, Yan Bai believed he would eventually depart from Konoha, for he had no aspirations of becoming a ninja. He merely enjoyed the luxury of wealth and the freedom to reside wherever he pleased. The door at my home is always open to you and my sister. Yan Bai continued. If you find yourself at a loss, simply call my name at the alley's entrance. My sister and I will come to greet you. Itachi nodded. I will remember that. Until next time. With that, he swiftly melded into the crowd, vanishing from sight. After bidding Itachi farewell, Yan Bai returned to the counter, smiling as he addressed the middle-aged woman behind it. "Dear sister, please wrap up 10 more delicious 3-colored dumplings for me to take away." The woman, charmed by the articulate child, beamed brightly and even added 2 extra dumplings to his order. Yan Bai expressed his delight, prompting the woman to chuckle and invite him to return for discounts in the future. With a bag of dumplings in hand, Yan Bai encountered a man adorned in a striking golden mane and deep blue eyes, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial cloak. Yan Bai recognized him as Minato Namikaze, the newly appointed 4th Hokage of Konoha, who had just assumed office following the 3rd Great Ninja War, his visage already immortalized on the Hokage rock. Lowering his gaze respectfully, Yan Bai, like the other villagers, greeted the esteemed Hokage with deference. "Please, hold on," Minato called out, pausing Yan Bai in his tracks. Unfazed, Yan Bai turned, his expression transforming into a gentle smile. "Hokage-sama, did you call for me?" Minato returned his smile, exuding warmth. "Yes, I apologize for taking up your time." Thus, the boy who had intended to depart found a place to sit once more, despite not dining this time. The dumpling shop's owner bore no ill will for his occupation of a table. Taking a seat opposite Yan Bai, Minato's demeanor remained kind. "Your name is Yan Bai, and you reside in Tsukikich Town. You are a young best-selling author, correct?" "Indeed, Hokage-sama, it is an honor to be recognized by you," Yan Bai replied with a smile. Placing the bag of dumplings on the table and offering, "Would you care for some 3-colored dumplings? They are quite delightful." "Thank you, but I believe I can wait a bit longer to eat." Minato politely declined the offer, smiling. "I noticed you have already enjoyed quite a few dumplings and purchased 10 more. It seems you are quite fond of them. Did you buy them to take home?" "Not quite," Yan Bai replied with a steady expression. "My sister is busy at home, so I came out to procure some treats. I could not forget her. These are for her." "Is that so?" Minato said gently. "You purchased gifts for your sister, yet offered them to me?" Yan Bai maintained his smile. "If Hokage-sama does not mind, please feel free to indulge. Even if this bag is emptied, the shopkeeper has more, and I can always fetch more dumplings for my sister." At this, Minato's lips quirked. What a wealthy and capricious child he is. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart," he said with a smile. "I heard you and your sister were threatened at your doorstep. I apologize for the negative impression this has left on you so soon after moving to Konoha. We will enhance the safety measures for our villagers." Yan Bai's smile was genuine. "Not at all. The officials of the Konoha Police Department have been exceedingly kind to us, ensuring our safety. Compared to the disarray we experienced in our previous village, this place is truly a blessing." Engaging in a subtle dance of words, Yan Bai mirrored Minato's sentiments. The Hokage's impression of him seemed quite favorable as they exchanged pleasantries, discussing trivial matters. The scene unfolds with Minato Namikaze, embodying the amiable persona of the Hokage, extending his heartfelt inquiries to the villagers. Ultimately, he seeks to ascertain Yan Bai's satisfaction with life in the Hidden Leaf Village, probing whether the commercial arrangements and facilities align with his expectations. Yan Bai responds adeptly, yet he distinguishes himself from others. He genuinely praises the commendable aspects, while he does not shy away from critiquing the unfavorable ones. For instance, he exclaims, "No, no, no, Hokage-sama, I have no desire to attend the ninja academy. I do not wish to become a ninja. I simply aspire to lead a modest life and earn a decent living." Yan Bai shakes his head resolutely. Minato, initially engaged in a pleasant conversation with Yan Bai, intended to segue into discussions about his living conditions, his views on the ninja village, and ultimately to encourage him and his sister to pursue education together. Though he refrains from uttering the famous adage "knowledge is power," the essence of his message is clear. Nevertheless, Yan Bai firmly declines. Study at the ninja academy? What a jest! Upon graduating at 12, those who pass the exam are compelled to become genin, and those who either fail or do not wish to become ninjas are forced to seal their chakra, effectively wasting 6 years of their lives. Why should I endure such trials when I have no desire to become a ninja? Chapter 024. Refusal of Ninja Academy Indoctrination. Moreover, Yan Bai contemplates the absurdities of what is taught at the Ninja Academy over 6 years. He has already experienced it countless times. The indoctrination prevalent within the academy is overwhelming. However, the knowledge imparted pales in comparison to the 9 years of compulsory education he has undergone in the real world. In Yan Bai's eyes, Attending the Ninja Academy equates to squandering time and enduring brainwashing. The academy aims to cultivate individuals proficient in the art of killing, fiercely loyal to the leaf, venerating the Hokage as a deity, and willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Frankly, even if he were to attend the academy, Yan Bai would never lay down his life for the Hokage, nor for the village of Konoha, so he would rather forego it altogether. As for Reina, since moving in with Yan Bai, she has been learning from him, reading, writing, painting, etiquette, and even dance to enhance her physical flexibility. Additionally, she has been practicing Tai Chi, which can even be applied to gardening. Yan Bai is perfectly capable of teaching her the physical arts, so there is little for her to gain at the academy. The most significant influence of attending the Ninja Academy for them would be the so-called Will of Fire. Regrettably, Yan Bai is merely a person intent on living as an ordinary citizen, devoid of grand aspirations, and he holds the Hokage in little regard. For Reina, who follows Yan Bai's lead, anything he dismisses garners no interest from her. Minato, puzzled, inquires, "You haven't attended the Ninja Academy yourself, so why do you harbor such aversion towards it? Perhaps if you visited, you might find it suits you." Yan Bai internally rolls his eyes. Visiting only leads to regret. Entering is easy, but exiting comes at a cost. Suitability is something only I can discern. With a smile, he adds, "Hokage-sama, why do you wish for my sister and me to attend the academy? Alternatively, could you enlighten me on what benefits I might gain from such an endeavor? Perhaps I might reconsider." Minato's curiosity about Yan Bai deepens. When it comes to discussing the advantages of attending the Ninja Academy, he finds himself at a loss for words. For other impoverished orphans of war, waiving tuition and providing stipends would likely entice them. However, Yan Bai is not lacking in resources. He has even contributed to the funding of Konoha's construction and welfare programs. Money holds no sway over him. Beyond financial incentives, what other benefits could attending the academy offer? Meeting peers his age? Does not attending the academy render one unworthy of friendship? What of those villagers who will forever remain commoners? Therefore, what merits does the Ninja Academy truly possess? Minato determines to shift the conversation momentarily. In my view, school serves as a place to cultivate children's problem-solving skills and impart essential survival skills, equipping them with expertise to thrive as adults. Yan Bai, lowering his gaze, responds, "My sister and I have already acquired survival skills. Graduates from the Ninja Academy become tools of war. We have witnessed the brutalities of conflict. We have no desire to become instruments of war." Upon hearing this, Minato narrows his eyes, silently acknowledging the depth of Yan Bai's perspective. In merely a brief exchange, he perceives that he is not conversing with a mere 7-year-old child, but rather with a politically astute individual. Just as the third Hokage remarked, this child is undoubtedly not from an ordinary background. Within the ninja world, only the aristocracy of various nations could possibly embody Yan Bai's demeanor. It is only from such noble lineage that one might absorb such insights. Children from common families would not contemplate such matters, nor possess the maturity of adults. It seems unlikely that even the prominent ninja clans could raise descendants who reject their heritage so vehemently. It appears reasonable for true aristocrats to disdain ninjas. However, within Minato's heart, a sense of indignation brews. Unfortunately, he finds himself at a loss for words to sway Yan Bai's conviction. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two part ways. Yan Bai, with a paper bag containing dango in hand, skips merrily home. Minato discreetly follows him, ensuring his safety. After all, Yan Bai has only recently arrived in Konoha, and his beauty has already garnered considerable attention. Should he encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, it would reflect poorly on the village's reputation. With this thought in mind, Minato resolves to protect Yan Bai from the shadows. Fortunately, the journey is uneventful. Many people greet Yan Bai along the way. As Minato watches Yan Bai approach his home, he finds it difficult to tear his gaze away. Upon reaching the entrance, Yan Bai finds Reina already waiting for him. A smile illuminating her face, hands clasped behind her back. "Yan Bai, you're back. We sold all 50 of today's jianbingguozi, and the adults from the Uchiha clan love them. Are we having the same tomorrow, or shall we try something else delicious?" With a smile, Yan Bai ascends the steps, replying, "Thank you for your hard work, Reina. I brought you some dango. It may have cooled a bit, but it's meant to be enjoyed cold, so it should still taste delightful." "How wonderful. You've brought me a gift again." Reina's grin widens, appearing somewhat mischievous. As Yan Bai enters the courtyard, he suddenly inquires, "Reina, what are you hiding behind your back?" Oh, I adore you, so I concealed this. Reina's smile, now illuminated by the backlight, takes on a sinister quality. As Yan Bai approaches, she suddenly lunges, brandishing a massive cleaver and swinging it fiercely at his head. Minato's eyes widen in shock as he prepares to throw a specially designed kunai, intending to use the flying thunder god technique to save him, only to witness an even more terrifying spectacle. Yan Bai, with an expression of calm detachment, effortlessly dodges Reina's initial strike. As he sidesteps, he extends his free hand and seizes Reina's beautiful head, forcefully driving her into the earth beside the entrance like a pile driver. With a sudden thud, Reina's head plunged into the ground like a seedling being sown. The menacing butcher's knife clattered against the cobblestone path. "Have you calmed down yet, Reina?" asked Minato, his voice steady. With one arm cradling a paper bag and the other steadying Reina's shoulder, he effortlessly pulled her from the earth. Coughing and sputtering, Reina, her head caked in sticky soil, managed a blissful smile as she cleared the dirt from her mouth and nose. "I'm calm now. I'm sorry for losing control again." Yan Bai looked at her helplessly. Ever since the passing of Ban, Reina's darker tendencies had become increasingly difficult to manage. Chapter 025. My intentional self-exposure. You really must learn to control your negative emotions, Yan Bai said, exasperated. "If this continues, I won't dare to bring you little gifts." Despite her filthy appearance, Reina beamed. "It's fine. I'll love anything you give me. When I can't hold back the urge to harm you, just push me into the mud. There's plenty of space at home for me to play. Get up and wash off. You're filthy," Yan Bai complained lightly. "Once you're clean, we can enjoy some meatballs." "All right," Reina replied, struggling to rise. Their casual banter suggested a deep bond, as if the recent chaos was merely a playful episode. This left Minato, who had been observing from the alleyway, feeling quite perplexed. The scene seemed oddly familiar. It was reminiscent of Jiraiya being caught by Tsunade while spying on a hot spring. However, witnessing such an event unfold between two ordinary children felt decidedly out of place. Minato's once warm countenance turned ominous. These children were clearly not typical. He had almost been deceived by the charming one. In the distance, Reina, like a jubilant butterfly, frolicked toward the bathroom, unconcerned with the dirt atop her head. Yan Bai, one hand clutching the bag of meatballs, casually picked up the fallen butcher's knife, only to discover a specially crafted shuriken nestled in the soil beside it. A resigned expression crossed his face, and he set the knife down before stepping outside, glancing around until he spotted the brooding Minato. "Lord Hokage, your visit graces my humble abode," Yan Bai said with calm composure, gazing at Minato with a smile. Although Minato had instinctively adopted a defensive stance, the sight of Yan Bai's gentle smile inexplicably soothed his agitation. "Very well," Minato replied, his voice surprisingly calm, devoid of any surprise or anger, as he regarded Yan Bai with a penetrating gaze. In that moment, the sun, previously obscured by clouds, broke through, casting a warm ray upon Yan Bai's youthful features. The golden light illuminated his fair skin, rendering him almost ethereal. Minato's pupils contracted slightly. This child was indeed remarkable. Yan Bai gracefully gestured for Minato to enter. "Please, allow me to escort you." As he turned, a cold smirk played on his lips. It was evident that ninjas were not to be underestimated. The amiable fourth Hokage, when it came to protecting the interests of his village, could display hostility even towards a mere child, regardless of his outward kindness. In that fleeting moment, Minato's previously high regard for Yan Bai, rated at 40, diminished to 20, indicating a shift towards enmity. However, Yan Bai remained unfazed, confident that this sentiment was merely temporary. A few minutes later, Minato found himself seated in the elegantly modern hall of Yan Bai's residence, marveling at the unique decor, despite having heard of it from ninja tasked with renovations. Yan Bai personally brewed tea for Minato, adhering to a simple ritual devoid of any ninjutsu or chakra interference. As Yan Bai placed the steaming cup before Minato, he stated plainly, "I am here to hear your explanation." "I see. You observed everything." "My sister just experienced an outburst," Yan Bai replied, his demeanor still composed. Minato, feeling uncertain, mulled over Yan Bai's words. "An outburst?" Yan Bai nodded. "Indeed, it is a hereditary affliction within our family." "Your sister is unwell?" Minato inquired, puzzled, recalling Reina's recent behavior. "Yes, she just experienced a flare-up. Our condition is rather peculiar," Yan Bai explained softly. "When Reina's affection for me surpasses normal bounds, it transforms into a murderous intent." The depth of her love equates to the intensity of her wrath, accompanied by an extraordinary strength. Having endured the ravages of war, we have faced numerous challenges. My sister awakened this power out of love for me, yet it has also become a curse. She harnesses this power to safeguard my life and our possessions amidst chaos. For fragile children like us to survive and retain most of our wealth during wartime surely raises your suspicions about our identities, as such feats are beyond ordinary children. Minato managed a strained smile, feeling a touch embarrassed by the truth laid bare before him. Yet, he did not deny nor regret his responsibility as Hokage to eliminate threats from the village, and clearly, Yan Bai fell within that category. Even had he not witnessed the recent incident, he would have remained vigilant regarding Yan Bai. Yan Bai continued, "My sister's condition stems from me, and I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused. As she matures, her ability to control herself wanes, but her malevolence is directed solely at me. As long as no malice is aimed at us, she poses no danger to others." Minato recalled Reina's unhesitating aggression towards Yan Bai and felt a surge of sympathy for him. Having resided in Konoha for an extended period, Reina's kindness towards others was evident. Minato was convinced of her genuine affection, but he also remarked dryly, "Your ability to prevent her from harming you exceeds that of an ordinary child." Yan Bai maintained his composure, refraining from elaborating on his own strength. Instead, he cautiously stated, "Lord Hokage, any verbal assurances are but illusions. My sister and I desire to live peacefully in Konoha. I have heard that the village possesses a department for interrogation, and the Yamanaka clan possesses the ability to search memories. We are willing to undergo such scrutiny to dispel any lingering doubts." Minato stared at Yan Bai, astonished. "If you are willing to undergo a memory search, that would be ideal." At this moment, Yan Bai noticed Minato's approval rating had risen to 11,111. This time, his standing had finally returned to the positive. However, Yan Bai smiled gently. "Yet, Lord Hokage, I have two conditions. First, I wish to accompany my sister during the memory search, as I alone can most effectively restrain her from experiencing a flare-up." Minato raised an eyebrow. This condition seemed simple enough. "You both may undergo the search simultaneously." "Agreed." Yan Bai nodded. "The second condition is, after confirming the safety of my sister and me. Lord Hokage, please do not force us to attend the ninja school. We sincerely do not wish to go, having thought it was something of great importance." Minato Namikaze found himself both amused and exasperated. "I can agree to your request." After reaching an understanding with Minato, Yan Bai warmly bid him farewell. That night, the footsteps of the god of sleep enveloped Konoha in a serene stillness. On the second floor of Yan Bai's residence, Reina lay beside him, already lost in a deep slumber, a smile gracing her lips as if indulging in a beautiful dream. Yan Bai sat quietly beside the bedding, enveloped in darkness and silence. Suddenly, a pitch-black, ghostly visage appeared on the wall beside him, revealing the long-absent Kurojo. In a hushed tone, Kurojo remarked, "Brother, you could have controlled Reina's emotions to prevent her from succumbing to darkness. Why did you deliberately reveal her condition today? Will we need White Zetsu to disguise you both and undergo the interrogation?" "No need," Yan Bai chuckled softly. "I did it intentionally." "Why? Wouldn't that complicate matters?" Kurojo's voice held a hint of confusion. "Because our existence is inherently unreasonable. We are so young, yet we thrive in a chaotic world, possessing wealth and security while appearing so feeble in Konoha. It is abnormal. Instead of being constantly tested and provoked, leading to inevitable exposure, it would be wiser to reveal ourselves from the start. Once the interrogation is complete, they will no longer harbor suspicions about me. It is a one-time solution." Yan Bai murmured softly. Kurojo expressed concern. "But can you handle the scrutiny from the Yamashiro clan?" "Of course, I can manage. I never undertake tasks without assurance." Yan Bai replied with a light laugh. "Thank you for coming to check on me, brother. I feel so fortunate." Kurojo paused for 2 seconds before responding. "You truly are something else, always making me worry about you. You've changed, haven to you, you mischievous brother." Chapter 26. Kaleidoscope. Minato Namikaze consented to Yan Bai's request for an examination. While it seemed trivial, the reality was brutally harsh. Both Yan Bai and Reina were still quite young. If they lacked chakra and were subjected to the interrogation team's invasive memory searches, two outcomes could ensue. 1. They could lose their sanity, or 2. They could suffer amnesia. Either scenario would result in irreversible harm to the subject. Of course, there was a third possibility, wherein their memories remained intact, and the interrogators were relatively gentle and did not overstep. Memory searches, also known as thought reading, were a specialty of the Yamashiro clan under Konoha. However, this method was reserved for situations where illusions and hypnosis could not breach the target's defenses, allowing direct invasion of the mind to extract thoughts and memories. The consequences could be light, causing mental distress, or severe, resulting in amnesia or insanity, which is why it was not employed lightly. Minato allowed Yan Bai and Reina to rest well throughout the night and the next day. Two Umbu members appeared at Yan Bai's home. Yan Bai had previously informed Reina, who followed him obediently. The two Umbu spoke to Yan Bai in a cold tone and calmly escorted the compliant siblings away from their home. They were blindfolded and taken to an unknown location. Reina exhibited some fear, but Yan Bai held her hand to soothe her. In the dimly lit environment, the gift of the Sharingan bestowed by Uchiha Madara could not be concealed. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. A somewhat gentle voice emerged from the shadows of the room. Accompanied by soft footsteps, the figure materialized from the darkness. Yan Bai remained calm, quietly assessing the newcomer. Are these the two children? Yamashiro Yoshitaka squinted slightly, adhering to the preordained protocol of first using words to unlock the target's heart, then employing illusions to extract information, all the while striving to avoid the use of family secrets. Please, Sir Ninja, Yan Bai smiled faintly, appearing very cooperative. This demeanor endeared him to Yamashiro Yoshitaka. Subsequently, Yamashiro Yoshitaka swiftly formed hand seals. Illusion. Dream. However, at the very moment his technique was completed, Yan Bai's eyes transformed into a crimson hue amidst the darkness. Dojutsu. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. According to plan, Yamashiro Yoshitaka was supposed to hypnotize Yan Bai first, only resorting to family secrets if he could not succeed. Yet, in this moment, Yamashiro Yoshitaka fell silent, skipping the stage of hypnotic inquiry and directly entering the phase of secret memory search. The onlookers were unaware that Yamashiro Yoshitaka was now ensnared in an inescapable dream, with Yan Bai controlling his outward actions. In Yamashiro Yoshitaka's dream, he sought to query Yan Bai through illusion, but found that Yan Bai could not be hypnotized, indicating his potential as a spy. With no alternative, Yamashiro Yoshitaka resorted to his family's secret technique to uncover the truth within Yan Bai's memories. What he saw was the tragic memories of a brother and sister struggling to survive in a ruthless world, woven by Yan Bai. Having traversed countless realms and originating from the present world, he could effortlessly fabricate a heart-wrenching and tear-inducing tale. Simultaneously, Yamashiro Yoshitaka witnessed the seemingly fragile Reina unleash her terrifying strength, capable of single-handedly dismantling foes without employing ninjutsu or taijutsu, akin to a beast tearing enemies apart with bare hands. Yamashiro Yoshitaka also observed the beauty of Yan Bai, who appeared delicate yet could subdue the corrupted Reina. These two children were, indeed, monsters. It was all the result of relentless training by the siblings, with no trace of any ninja or other ninja villages in their memories. Realizing the time was ripe, Yan Bai appropriately released the illusion he had cast on Yamashiro Yoshitaka. As his favorability with Uchiha Madara reached 100, Yan Bai was rewarded with a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. One of the abilities of these eyes was, indeed, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Perhaps a consequence of Yan Bai's frequent deception of Madara and Kurojo. At this moment, Yamashiro Yoshitaka was drenched in cold sweat, tears streaming down his face as he stumbled backward, his gaze towards Yan Bai and Reina filled with astonishment and pity. What happened? An Umbu, who had been monitoring from the sidelines, suddenly appeared and placed a hand on Yamashiro Yoshitaka's shoulder, halting his retreat. Yamashiro Yoshitaka nearly blurted out, "These two children have suffered so much." Overwhelmed by an onslaught of negative emotions, he broke down in tears. As he struggled to control his emotions, the masked Umbu looked on in confusion. "What did you see? Do these two children meet the criteria for elimination?" Hearing the word elimination ignited Yamashiro Yoshitaka's anger, and he bellowed, "No, do not bully them any further. I will write a detailed examination report for you." "Are you certain?" The Umbu beside him narrowed his eyes. With a sigh, Yamashiro Yoshitaka affirmed, "Indeed, they pose no issues. Their strength is the result of their own efforts." "Very well," the Umbu nodded. "I will report to Lord Hokage first. Prepare for the subsequent report. Someone will return them home." With that, the Umbu vanished into the shadows. Yan Bai and Reina kept their eyes closed, their hands still clasped together. After the departure of the dark forces, Yotai Yamashita continued to weep sorrowfully in the mountains. He gazed at Yan Bai and Reina, his voice choked with emotion as he uttered, "Children, upon arriving at Konoha, you must not succumb to despair." Yotai noticed that the two children before him exhibited signs of awakening, yet he felt no surprise. In his memories, he had witnessed their harrowing experiences. It was no wonder they could not be easily hypnotized, their willpower forged through trials. A sigh of relief escaped Yotai's lips. Yan Bai slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a drowsy expression. Beside him, Reina suddenly began to sob softly. Yan Bai reached out to embrace her gently, whispering, "It's all right, sister. It was merely a dream." Yotai, moved by their tears, found himself shedding tears as well, momentarily at a loss for words to explain the current situation to Yan Bai. Yet, Yan Bai understood all too well, as did Reina. Yan Bai had previously instructed that upon entering, they should remain silent until he issued commands, with Reina's only task being to weep. Now, all that needed to be done had been accomplished. "Sir, may I inquire about the fate of my sister and me?" Yan Bai asked softly. Yotai replied cautiously, "Soon. Someone will escort you away, but before that, I implore you to remain in a state of unconsciousness. It is for your own good." Yan Bai expressed his gratitude with a grateful gaze, saying, "Thank you." Subsequently, he and Reina resumed their previous state of closed eyes, their hands no longer entwined, appearing as if they had fallen asleep. Yotai observed the two children feigning slumber and thought to himself, "By doing this, your safety is assured." Chapter 27. The Uchiha clan in the Hokage office. Yotai Yamashita stood respectfully before the desk. Before him sat two Hokage, the still politically active third Hokage and the current fourth Hokage. After reviewing Yotai's detailed report, the third Hokage wore an odd expression, while Minato Namikaze appeared equally perplexed. The piercing gazes of the two Hokage felt like needles to Yotai's back. Yotai's report was extensive, having been initially delivered verbally. As they listened, both Hokage found the account particularly unbelievable. Upon examining the more detailed report, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to doubt Yotai's credibility. However, the determined yet emotionally charged demeanor of Yotai caused both Hokage to hesitate. "Yotai, are you certain this information was obtained through the Yamashita secret techniques?" Sarutobi finally inquired. "Absolutely, my lord," Yotai replied, his voice strained. "These children are profoundly unfortunate." Meanwhile, Minato interjected, "Lord Third, I have witnessed the girl named Reina attempting to harm her brother. Her actions align perfectly with Yotai's description. Yet, this is simply outrageous." Sarutobi appeared puzzled, asking, "Are you certain this is not an elaborate tale?" "It is true, my lord," Yotai said quietly. "Moreover, these children possess remarkable talent, with divine blood coursing through their veins. They are indeed unlike ordinary individuals." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi fell into contemplation. If Yotai's account was accurate, then it was reasonable for Yan Bai to have begun writing novels at the age of 4, and for Reina to have torn apart her enemies. Minato remarked, "Lord Third, I had promised him earlier that if they were found innocent after interrogation, I would not send them to the Ninja Academy, as he disliked school." Sarutobi's face fell with regret. "Minato, why did you agree to that?" Minato chuckled ruefully, "My lord, even if I were to persuade him to attend school, he would adamantly refuse. That child truly abhors it." As the two Hokage conversed, Yotai could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Honorable Hokage, if it is possible, I kindly request to be granted custody of these two children." Minato looked at Yotai with a resigned expression, shaking his head. "Yotai, I appreciate your concern, but they possess ample wealth and are quite mature. They do not require guardianship." "But those children are still young and have endured far too much," Yotai insisted. "Hokage, if you could, please treat them kindly." Minato smiled gently. "Since their status is clear, we shall certainly treat them with care." Having returned to a normal civilian life after the interrogation, Yan Bai and Reina no longer needed to concern themselves with ninja affairs. Their days were quite pleasant. Early one morning, Reina was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Yan Bai opened the door and unexpectedly encountered someone he had not anticipated. "Itachi, good morning," he greeted with a smile. Truth be told, Yan Bai had been eagerly awaiting Itachi's promised invitation to enjoy dumplings. However, after making that promise, Itachi had vanished. "Good morning," Itachi replied, his typically stoic face breaking into a warm smile. "I intended to visit you a few days earlier, but my father suddenly assigned me numerous training tasks. I worked tirelessly yesterday to complete them so that I could see you. I sincerely apologize. Yan Bai maintained his smile, but teased, "Oh, I thought you might have canceled because you were short on funds." Itachi's expression shifted subtly, and he murmured, "Not quite. Despite my youth, I still possess some savings." Yan Bai smiled, yet internally he remained skeptical. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan was rather impoverished, with their ninja required to contribute to the support of their successors. Furthermore, Itachi was not yet a ninja and truly lacked significant funds. If Itachi's parents were wealthy merchants, it would be different. However, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, was unlikely to contribute personal funds to support the clan. The Uchiha clan, tasked with village security, was said in the original narrative to receive 25% of the village's funds each month, representing a quarter of the shares. However, this depended on the village's monthly income, and if the Hokage were to tighten the budget, the actual amount could vary significantly. Some ordinary clan members ventured into business to supplement their income, creating a cyclical economy. To outsiders, the Uchiha clan appeared immensely wealthy, yet to Yan Bai, they remained a group of impoverished individuals. "Reina," Yan Bai called into the house. "I'm going out for a stroll with Itachi. Do not worry about me. Be careful on the way," Reina's voice echoed back. With that, Yan Bai beckoned Itachi to leave. Yan Bai enthusiastically linked arms with Itachi, causing the unsuspecting boy to stiffen in discomfort. Itachi was not accustomed to such intimate contact and struggled momentarily. "Let's skip the dumplings for now. You're just in time. I need to gather some ingredients today. Could you help me carry a few things?" "Consider it a reciprocation for the last time," Yan Bai suggested. With Yan Bai's diversion, Itachi quickly forgot his discomfort and nodded. He was overly sensitive, often prioritizing others' feelings over his own. Though he appeared aloof, he harbored a pleasing personality beneath, and at such a young age, he bore a heavy burden of responsibility and pressure. Feeling overwhelmed before even reaching the age of 10, Itachi's brow furrowed, as if he had something more to say but hesitated. However, as long as Uchiha Itachi did not verbally express anything, Yan Bai pretended not to notice. The two departed hand in hand. Two members of the Uchiha clan suddenly materialized at the entrance of the alley outside Yan Bai's home. "This child is from the family that once delivered us pancakes." The girl mentioned that those delicacies were invented by her brother, and she sincerely thanked us. One Uchiha clan member whispered, "It is rare to encounter such warm-hearted villagers." Yet the clan leader previously punished the young clan heir for associating with a child of common birth. Another Uchiha quietly responded, "The clan leader has instructed us to provide protection in secret. What is truly going on?" The clan leader's attitude is perplexing. "Shoo, it is due to Lord Hokage. Just follow orders and refrain from asking too many questions. Let us proceed." Chapter 028. Encouraging Education? Yan Bai was aware of someone trailing behind him, yet he chose to ignore it. In truth, upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi's hesitance earlier, Yan Bai discerned that Itachi's prolonged absence was far from trivial. After all, Yan Bai was a person devoid of ambition, a waste who declined to attend the ninja academy. Uchiha Fugaku, naturally, would not wish for his son to associate with such a despondent peer. Much like many parents in the present world who aspire for their children to excel, they do not desire their accomplished offspring to befriend those with poor academic performance, fearing that proximity to the unworthy may lead to moral decline. Uchiha Fugaku would surely feel that Itachi, a clan leader's son, mingling with a commoner of such lackluster prospects tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation, if he were to socialize. It should be with a talented ninja among the common folk. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku suddenly changing his stance and allowing his son to venture out, it was undoubtedly due to some significant development. This was the era of Minato Namikaze's governance over Konoha. Minato maintained an excellent rapport with Uchiha Fugaku, who was not particularly malevolent. He voluntarily relinquished his pursuit of the fourth Hokage position and spared Kakashi, who had undergone the Sharingan transplant. It could be said that Minato's ascension was supported by the Uchiha clan, and his true confidants were limited to Uchiha Fugaku and Hatake Kakashi during this period. The Uchiha were staunch allies of Minato. Thus, Itachi's emergence was likely connected to Minato Namikaze. Yan Bai had an inkling of this. Reflecting on the matter, had Minato not met his demise, the Uchiha clan would not have faced such tragic circumstances. Had the fourth Hokage survived, the Uchiha would not have rebelled, and perhaps Itachi could have become the fifth Hokage. Yan Bai believed that Uchiha Fugaku was quite helpless, forced to place the family's hopes upon Uchiha Itachi. Contemplating this, Yan Bai discreetly cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi, who wore a troubled expression. In this lifetime, would he still be the Uchiha who fell from grace? Feeling Yan Bai's gaze, Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat confused. Yan Bai suddenly spoke, indeed. The reason you haven't been able to visit me during this time is due to your father's interference, isn't it? Having your intentions exposed. Uchiha Itachi instantly tensed up. Yan Bai, actually. Then, he allowed you to visit me, which must have been with ulterior motives, correct? Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Go on, I am not so unsympathetic. Your conflicted demeanor is rather unbecoming. A bitter smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's youthful face. I apologize. Yan Bai patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Beaming, it's all right. You must be training at home, right? Catching bugs, frogs, and loaches shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it? Uchiha Itachi looked at Yan Bai with a puzzled expression. What? Well, how should I put it? Yan Bai led Uchiha Itachi towards the forest, seemingly contemplating his words, then calmly stated, You see, I was once a war orphan, although I am now a best-selling author with royalties. Do you know why I have amassed so much wealth? Because during times of conflict, having money does not guarantee the availability of food. At times, money proves futile. And possessing a pile of worthless currency while starving is quite a predicament. As Yan Bai spoke, his tone rose and fell, imbued with emotion. And Uchiha Itachi quickly immersed himself in the narrative Yan Bai shared. In that war-torn land, indeed, as Yan Bai described, wealth did not necessarily procure sustenance. Starving? What was to be done? Consuming military rations? No. As a war orphan, they were not even ninjas. Where would they procure military rations? Yan Bai allowed time for Uchiha Itachi to ponder, then smiled and said, Human potential is boundless. My sister and I, despite our hunger, developed remarkable survival skills, feasting upon those raucous creatures. As he spoke, Yan Bai swiftly gathered the noisy cicadas into a bag he carried. What? Uchiha Itachi looked bewildered. Golden cicadas, frogs, loaches, snails, locusts, bamboo worms, and various insects and larvae became our meals. During the rainy season, even non-poisonous mushrooms were nature's gifts, requiring no expenditure. Yan Bai turned to gaze at Uchiha Itachi with a smile. Thus, I saved my money. Ah, I truly am cruel, considering how pitiable these insects are. In truth, since his arrival in this world, Yan Bai's life had been quite comfortable. He caught such peculiar creatures merely to amuse Ban. However, in a certain sense, Yan Bai was not lying. When he resided in seclusion with Ban, this was indeed how he survived. Fried cicadas, stewed bullfrogs, and roasted locusts were commonplace dishes. Due to his first-hand experience, Yan Bai spoke with authenticity. Even though Uchiha Itachi had been taken to battlefields and witnessed the brutality of war, his life had not been so dire. Observing Yan Bai's optimistic demeanor, a peculiar warmth filled his eyes. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Itachi, as Yan Bai looked at his touched little face, he thought to himself, Itachi was truly adorable as a child, easily swayed. No, it is just that members of the Uchiha clan are quite gullible, much like Ban before him, like Obito once was, and now Itachi. Members of the Uchiha clan are proud, yet not foolish. Those devoid of love within their hearts lack the qualification to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was precisely due to the love that resided deep within that Yan Bai formed such bonds with them. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi became earnest, attentively listening to Yan Bai elucidate the flora and fauna, diligently assisting him in gathering these unusual ingredients. Before long, Yan Bai enjoyed a bountiful harvest. The sounds of cicadas and insects in Konoha diminished significantly. Uchiha Itachi's face flushed, unaware that he had inadvertently participated in the Konoha Autumn Cicada Massacre alongside his companion. Upon returning to Yan Bai's home, still before noon, Reina smiled as she received the ingredients and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yan Bai guided Uchiha Itachi through his new home and garden, sharing knowledge of the world that was absent from textbooks. As the two settled on the narrow porch outside, Yan Bai dug up some sweet potatoes, peeled and washed them, and offered raw sweet potatoes to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, having lost his smile since earlier, appeared pensive. Yan Bai inquired with a smile, What troubles you? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Are you recalling the last time you indulged in too many dumplings? Is merely assisting me in bug catching insufficient? Perhaps you could treat me to a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. That way, you won't feel burdened. However, Uchiha Itachi sighed. Clever as you are, you must have guessed by now. Huh, what? Yan Bai picked up a raw sweet potato and took a bite, the crisp sound resonating as he relished the flavor. Father previously disapproved of my relationship with you, Uchiha Itachi said with a hint of trepidation. However, he mentioned that if you were willing to attend the ninja academy, he would not object. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Yan Bai chuckled, only to be choked. Taking a sip of tea while laughing uncontrollably. You are here to persuade me to go to school, aren't you? In chapter 29, The Angry Obito. Yan Bai laughed while Itachi felt awkward. As they shared a moment of laughter, Yan Bai's gaze drifted beyond Uchiha Itachi, and suddenly a pitch-black vortex materialized in the void, from which a pale hand emerged, beckoning him. Wasn't that the hand of Obito, fused with the white Zetsu cells? Did it mean to come closer? Upon witnessing this chilling scene, Yan Bai's laughter abruptly ceased, and he struggled to maintain his composure, as if confronted with something terrifying. Itachi felt a tightening in his chest, and swiftly turned to follow Yan Bai's gaze. However, there was no sign of the pale hand. Itachi detected nothing unusual, his expression reflecting confusion. Yan Bai, maintaining his composure, said, I apologize, but I need to use the restroom. Please wait here for a moment. With this remark, the awkward atmosphere that had just formed dissipated inexplicably. Itachi shyly replied, It's no trouble, go ahead. Yan Bai flashed his usual commercial smile, rising from the narrow corridor and heading into the house. This estate had been specially renovated by Yan Bai, featuring separate bathrooms and toilets. With a sewage pit excavated beneath the courtyard, the manhole cover conveniently placed beside the vegetable garden. Upon entering the spacious restroom, Yan Bai closed the door behind him. Suddenly, the pale hand that had just vanished reappeared, seizing Yan Bai and pulling him into another realm. Faced with the numerous block-like structures, Yan Bai recognized it as Obito's Kamui space. He appeared relaxed, yet he felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet. Looking down, he found himself lifted by Obito, who had a mask covering his face. Obito gazed down at Yan Bai with indifference and said, Do you think it is written on my forehead that I am a fool? Obito seemed quite irate. Yet, what if he deemed Yan Bai easy to bully? Resorting to such tactics every time? That was absolutely intolerable. A slight smirk graced Yan Bai's lips as he observed Obito's demeanor while formulating his next plan of action. As Obito noticed his smile, his pupils constricted slightly, and then he watched in disbelief as Yan Bai suddenly lifted his hands and feet mid-air, wrapping his slender legs around Obito's arm like a monkey climbing a tree, tightening his grip. In the next moment, a crack echoed as Obito's arm was twisted. Obito's breath caught in his throat. He felt as if his body was struck with immense force, toppling backward. As the world spun, he saw Yan Bai crouched before him, as if pinning him down. Obito-kun, you seem quite agitated today. One should remain optimistic and cheerful, Yan Bai beamed, as if the preceding actions had not originated from him. Obito silently stared at Yan Bai for a while, not resisting, allowing Yan Bai to restrict his movements. Time passed, and a low, painful laugh escaped from behind Obito's mask. Hee, I am truly foolish indeed. Yan Bai sighed, lifting Obito's mask only to reveal tears streaming down his face. What troubles you this time? Is there anything that cannot be discussed calmly? I must inform you, if you strike me, I will retaliate. However, that does not diminish my feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed. Which of your words is the truth? Yan Bai shrugged. I am generally not one to lie. Obito gritted his teeth. Since the day you entered Konoha, I have been observing you. You are an exceptional actor. Everyone has been deceived by you. Yan Bai wore a teasing smile, slowly descending from Obito without offering assistance. He chuckled, Obito-kun, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me? Come, speak your mind. Before he could finish, Obito sprang to his feet in exasperation. You bastard. Are you planning to manipulate me further while I question you? Do you truly consider me a fool? Yan Bai, bemused, replied, What have I done to harm your feelings? If you don't articulate it, I genuinely wouldn't know. Obito-kun, we are family. Effective communication is vital. Obito glared at Yan Bai with a fierce expression. You have concealed your true strength. I have never hidden it. I simply refrain from bullying others under normal circumstances. Yan Bai blinked. Generally, I only intervene when Renai becomes malevolent. He continued, shifting his gaze. Moreover, if a brother strikes me, I will retaliate. Fighting is undesirable. I dislike resorting to violence. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression fluctuated between red and white as he inhaled deeply. The words you spoke to the villagers of Konoha, to Minato, to Itachi, can you honestly claim they were not lies? Please, enlighten me as to which statement was a lie. Yan Bai responded with a bemused expression. Obito fell silent. For as he sought to present evidence, he realized that Yan Bai had indeed spoken the truth. He merely felt uneasy due to his knowledge of Yan Bai's true capabilities. In truth, Yan Bai's words were all factual. Renai's malevolence stemmed from her profound love for him. She did not lie about gaining godlike powers after her transformation. He did not lie about foraging for insects during wartime. He did not lie about possessing wealth yet being unable to procure food. The reason these narratives evoked sorrow in listeners was that Yan Bai conveyed them with calmness, inspiring their imagination with his eloquence. This was not Yan Bai's doing. He did not manipulate others into feeling sorrow. He simply spoke the truth, and how others interpreted it was beyond his concern. In essence, those individuals had moved themselves to tears. However, Obito was aware that Yan Bai found delight in consuming fried insects, which hardly warranted Uchiha Itachi's tears. No, when Nakanishi Nagayoshi scrutinized Yan Bai, he must have lied. Yet, during that process, neither Nakanishi nor Yan Bai spoke, leaving outsiders oblivious to what transpired. Thus, Obito could not leverage this incident against him. Yan Bai waved his hand in front of Obito. Now, Obito-kun, do tell, what have I deceived you about? In Chapter 30, Intelligence Not Consumed, Obito blurted out, why? You possess such formidable strength. Why did you not assist me in saving Rin and Kakashi? Upon uttering these words, Obito immediately regretted them, realizing he had acted somewhat irrationally. The circumstances that Obito personally encountered were beyond his own capabilities. What right did he have to expect Yan Bai to achieve them? However, as he pondered this, Obito's rationality suddenly surged. He recalled the scene from that time, when Yan Bai had immediately intervened to prevent his departure, and he remembered every word spoken by Madara. Suddenly, Obito's eyes widened in realization. Something was amiss. Why was Madara so certain that he would return to express gratitude? Why was White Zetsu, a subordinate of Madara, suddenly willing to assist him? Why did they happen to witness the scene of Rin's demise? The implications sent a chill down Obito's spine, and he not only contemplated these questions, but voiced them aloud. Why were Rin and Kakashi there? Why did White Zetsu choose to help me? Why was Madara so sure I would come back? Why did you stop me immediately? How could this be? Yan Bai listened helplessly as Obito rambled on about truths he should not have discovered. This version of Obito was indeed remarkable. He had activated his Sharingan, yet his intellect remained intact. Nevertheless, Yan Bai gently patted Obito's back, akin to soothing an infant, and asked, Obito, are you all right? Obito fell silent for a few moments. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze to Yan Bai and inquired, you knew at that time, didn't you? Yan Bai tilted his head, observing Obito in silence. Soon after, he felt Obito's grip tighten on his shoulder. Obito nearly shouted in anger, this is a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy, isn't it? And you knew? Which is why you stopped me. Unfortunately, I failed to grasp your hint. Why didn't you clarify everything at that moment? Yan Bai regarded Obito and replied in a calm voice, because if I had, you would have died, Obito. I did not want you to die. Obito was taken aback. Indeed, he felt a pang of frustration. Madara trusted and cherished Yan Bai so deeply that if Yan Bai had been willing to navigate the situation, perhaps. But why should he? Yan Bai was closest to Madara. Why would he risk his standing for a stranger? Obito felt utterly exhausted. He could understand Yan Bai's actions, but could not accept them. Obito, you believe I am strong, yet in truth, I am still quite weak. I am not omnipotent. There are things I cannot accomplish. Yan Bai's tranquil words felt like a splash of cold water on Obito's back. Obito had been chaotic at that moment, but now he had regained his composure. Upon reflection, he realized that Yan Bai indeed wished to help him, yet his abilities were limited. What right did he have to demand more? All his misfortunes stemmed from his own weakness. You are too weak, which allows others to manipulate you. Yan Bai observed Obito's anguish and said, though you are suffering now, at least you are still alive. Why me? Obito exclaimed in exasperation, jumping up and down in frustration. Yan Bai feigned sympathy as he remarked, I apologize, Obito. I am merely doing what I can. Obito buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly. Yan Bai stood beside him and softly stated, Obito, I must take my leave now. I have lingered too long. And Itachi will be worried. Obito's expression turned fierce. His enemy was already dead, and he felt deeply troubled. Yan Bai continued softly, the deceased are gone. But those who remain must continue living, to gaze upon the stars that their beloved can no longer see. Obito turned away, lost in thought. Yan Bai sensed the heavy atmosphere, but noticed the affection level 1111 hovering above Obito's head. With his back to Yan Bai, Obito remarked, you said you came to help me. If you do not attend the Ninja Academy, How can you assist me? Yan Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully, replying, if I remain a civilian, I would be free. Even if I temporarily left Konohagakure, I would not be labeled a rogue ninja. However, entering the ninja academy changes everything. Yet, this decision bore both advantages and disadvantages. As a civilian, Yan Bai had limited access to the world of ninjas. Additionally, a pressing reality loomed. If he did not enroll in the ninja academy over time, he would have fewer opportunities to interact with the characters of the story, as various circumstances would prevent him from doing so. Upon contemplating this, Yan Bai suddenly thought of something intriguing. Perhaps attending the ninja academy was not entirely unacceptable. Initially, he merely wished to test how the villagers of Konohagakure would react if they all turned dark like Rin. Now, upon further reflection, even if he went to the academy, he could still conduct his test. Let us go to school. If other children have such experiences, why should you miss out? Obito covered his face and urged, you should leave first. As he spoke, a tear in space opened, and Yan Bai tumbled through it. Just then, a worried voice emerged from outside the restroom. Yan Bai? Are you all right? Yan Bai turned to the closed door and cheerfully responded, I'm fine, Itachi. I'm just contemplating life in the restroom. Itachi replied, Yan Bai? Yan Bai pushed open the door and saw Itachi standing there, looking unsure. He said, I was seriously considering what you mentioned about school. Itachi looked at Yan Bai in surprise. Really? Indeed, I just can't come up with a conclusion at the moment. Yan Bai maintained his smile. How about this? Treat me to something delicious, and while we eat, you can tell me about the benefits of school. Perhaps I will change my mind. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes lit up, and he suggested, how about we go to Ichiraku Ramen? Yan Bai beamed. That sounds great. I have been in Konohagakure for so long, and have yet to visit Ichiraku Ramen. With that, Yan Bai led Itachi to the kitchen. Rin was cheerfully washing the ingredients for the day, and since there was quite a bit to prepare, she would likely be busy for some time. Yan Bai gently addressed Rin. Rin, thank you for your hard work. Itachi and I are heading to Ichiraku Ramen. What flavor would you like me to bring back for you? You decide. I like whatever you choose, Rin replied sweetly. All right, then we shall take our leave. Okay, be careful on the way. As they exited the house, Itachi hesitated and remarked, your sibling bond is truly wonderful. If Itachi had younger siblings, he would likely be like us. Yan Bai smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Itachi returned the smile. Chapter 031. Ichiraku Ramen in the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze sat solemnly behind a mountain of paperwork. Uchiha Fugaku stood nearby, stating in a measured tone, my clan members just reported that the child took Itachi to the small woods around the village to catch bugs. In Fugaku's view, such behavior was akin to squandering one's potential. Instead of wasting time playing, one should strive to improve their skills. Were it not for Minato's request, Fugaku would never have permitted his son to leave the house today. Minato sighed, aware of Fugaku's discontent, and offered no further explanation. Instead, he handed over a document, saying, take a look at this. Fugaku accepted the document with a serious expression. Soon, his demeanor grew increasingly peculiar as he perused the contents, which appeared to be a memory search report for Yan Bai, yet the details were utterly absurd. After scrutinizing it for some time, Fugaku read aloud, Hokage-sama, what is this? It is a power entirely different from the ninja system. Wolfing Watergate lamented, it is unfortunate that this child has a profound disdain for ninjas, refusing to attend the ninja academy, let alone become a ninja. Of course, he possesses the credentials to look down upon us. However, the intelligence derived from Yotai Yamashiro is indeed invaluable. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Is this a memory extracted from a member of the Yamashiro clan? Yes, but Yotai, who is responsible for the review, only glimpsed such power within the memories and does not know how to cultivate it. Wolfing Watergate replied helplessly. That child is vehemently opposed to the ninja academy. He prefers minimal interaction with us. Thus, you hope Itachi will persuade him? Uchiha Fugaku remarked expressionlessly. Indeed. I promised him that if there were no issues regarding his and his sister's identities, we could not compel them to attend the ninja academy. Wolfing Watergate rubbed his temples. I cannot go back on my word. We can only seek indirect methods. Only if he is willing to attend school can we slowly devise a way to exchange cultivation methods with him. Uchiha Fugaku's expression fluctuated. After a moment, he spoke softly. Watergate, do you wish to acquire this child's body training techniques? Since he is unwilling to attend school, could the village hire him as a physical arts teacher at the academy? Wolfing Watergate's face revealed his dilemma. Ninja academy teachers generally hold a chunin rank and must propagate the will of fire. Additionally, The remuneration may not be appealing enough for him, which complicates matters. Realizing his oversight, Uchiha Fugaku understood that the records indicated that Yokai's family was immensely wealthy, and their talent for accumulating wealth was formidable. Such a proposal seemed inappropriate. After all, wealth affords comfort. Why would he toil as a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Furthermore, the records showed that Yokai and Reina appeared harmless, yet when provoked, this brother-sister duo transformed into formidable adversaries. How troublesome. Nothing seems feasible. Uchiha Fugaku squinted. Why does he refuse to attend school? Wolfing Watergate sighed. Because he does not wish to become a ninja, nor a tool of war. Are these conditions truly difficult? Can we not accommodate him? Uchiha Fugaku mused suddenly. A silence enveloped the conversation. Wolfing Watergate hesitated. Perhaps it was worth considering. Welcome. What would you like to have, dear guests? At the counter, the young uncle of the hand-pulled noodles wore his signature squinting smile. Yokai smiled back and glanced at the menu on the wall. Signature ramen, 60 ryo. Vegetable ramen, 65 ryo. Whirlpool ramen, 65 ryo. Tonkatsu ramen, 70 ryo. Chashu ramen, 70 ryo. Miso ramen, 90 ryo. Handmade dumplings, 60 ryo. Rice, 30 ryo. Pickled ginger, 20 ryo. Dried bamboo shoots, 20 ryo. White radish puree, 15 ryo. Seaweed, 20 ryo. Yokai looked astonished and couldn't help but mutter. A bowl of ramen with a bowl of rice. Or a plate of dumplings with a bowl of rice. What a peculiar culinary combination. Oh no. Perhaps someone would order a bowl of rice accompanied by pickled ginger or similar condiments. That would be cheaper than a bowl of ramen. Each reincarnation brought a different menu from this hand-pulled noodle shop, leaving Yokai perplexed. Every visit to Ichiraku Ramen, he immediately scrutinized the menu. And today he discovered yet another new quirk. Fascinating. Nearby, Uchiha Itachi overheard Yokai's lament and inquired, "What do you wish to eat, Yokai? I'm not sure what to choose. I've never eaten here before. The menu is so lavish. It has left me indecisive," Yokai replied, turning to Itachi. "Could you help me select something?" Yokai's smile radiated warmth, akin to a resplendent rose, shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Uchiha Itachi found himself momentarily entranced. A few seconds later, he snapped back to reality, his face flushed. "Then let us have 2 bowls of chashu ramen." "Very well. 2 bowls of chashu ramen. Please wait a moment," the hand-pulled noodle uncle exclaimed. Exuding the aura of a master craftsman, Yokai gazed melancholically at the hand-pulled noodle shop owner. The owner's favorability rating was 10, indicative of his hospitality. This hand-pulled noodle shop was a narrative anomaly. With a single Shinra Tensei, Konoha would cease to exist, yet Ichiraku Ramen remained, amidst a time of bandits and rogue ninjas. The owner's daughter, Ayam, could still travel and hone her culinary skills alone. How impressive. However, Yokai would not brazenly inquire about such a self-destructive question. He had made such mistakes before, leading to the collapse of the virtual world and forcing him to restart from scratch. He absolutely could not let trivial matters undo his efforts. Since his arrival, Yokai had tested the powers of Otsutsuki's Kuro, Uchiha Madara, and the commoner Reina, along with the residents of Suki no Kage town. Thus far, ordinary people provided Yokai with substantial stamina and essential resources, while a darkened commoner resembled Reina in demeanor. Madara granted Yokai the Sharingan and chakra. Kuro bestowed a fifth of the Otsutsuki bloodline and chakra, while the favorability of Shiro only contributed stamina. With a vast number of Shiro, Yokai had already mastered body techniques. Aside from Reina, Yokai had yet to encounter anyone whose favorability exceeded 200. After all, Madara was the only ninja in his immediate vicinity, and the thought of Madara transforming into someone like Reina made Yokai's teeth ache. The corruption of Kuro would be even more repulsive. Yokai could only continuously adjust the favorability of these 2 individuals, resolutely preventing them from exceeding 200. As he believed he could not handle such a burden for the time being, he felt his power was still insufficient. It would be prudent to gather more favor from ordinary people, accumulating his body techniques, so that when more formidable ninjas harbor unwavering affection for him, he would possess the strength to bear such love. Soon, the hand-pulled noodle shop owner served 2 bowls of chashu ramen. Yokai ate with grace yet speed, finishing while Uchiha Itachi had barely consumed 1/5 of his portion. When Yokai glanced up, he noticed Itachi seemingly transfixed, having forgotten to eat while watching him. Yokai offered a smile. The ramen here was exceptionally chewy, with a delightful broth, and the portions were generous, accompanied by a side of small dishes. No wonder the spirit of Uzumaki Naruto was infused with Ichiraku ramen. Ah, indeed, Uchiha Itachi murmured, lowering his gaze, and began to savor his meal slowly. As he spoke, Yokai turned to the hand-pulled noodle shop owner. Uncle, please pack a portion of chashu ramen for me. Thank you for your hard work. Certainly, please hold on. The hand-pulled noodle shop owner smiled. Before long, Uchiha Itachi finished his meal. However, Yokai had already taken the initiative to settle the bill, leaving Itachi momentarily stunned. He had brought enough money today to treat Yokai as a token of gratitude. Did we not agree on this? Uchiha Itachi said anxiously. Yokai, holding the packaged chashu ramen, replied, we are friends. Do not concern yourself with such matters. The hand-pulled noodle shop owner smiled and gave Yokai a thumbs up, generous. 230 ryo. Oh, so the bowl used for the takeout ramen is also chargeable? Chapter 032, We Are Friends. Yokai paid the bill and led the dazed Uchiha Itachi out of Ichiraku ramen. As they walked down the street, Yokai disregarded Itachi's hesitance to speak, cheerfully stating, we must hurry to deliver the ramen to my sister. Otherwise, it won't taste as good. Itachi Uchiha nodded, a multitude of words longing to escape his lips, yet hesitation gripped him, rendering him silent. Yan Bai's recent declaration of their friendship stirred an inexplicable flutter within Itachi's heart. He had never contemplated that he, too, yearned for camaraderie. Nevertheless, despite Yan Bai's benevolent demeanor towards the Uchiha clan, the latter's lack of ambition would likely prevent them from forging a lasting friendship. If Yan Bai continued to resist attending the ninja academy, they would remain inhabitants of divergent worlds. Yan Bai was affluent, a patron, while Itachi belonged to the realm of shinobi. Caught in this dilemma, Itachi felt a profound embarrassment to voice his thoughts. He pondered whether he should encourage Yan Bai to bridge the gap between their worlds, to transition from the role of employer to that of an employee. Itachi had never considered such matters before, but Yan Bai's words had ignited a profound transformation within him. Observing Itachi, Yan Bai noted the fluctuating affection meter above his head, indicating the turmoil within Itachi's heart. Yan Bai, perplexed, could not fathom the source of Itachi's inner conflict. Yet, dismissing his confusion, he resolved to alleviate Itachi's distress. First, Yan Bai returned the ramen home. Then he took Itachi to the market, where they procured 500 pounds of rice, enlisting Itachi's help to carry it back. The two boys, small in stature, were nearly overwhelmed by the weight of the rice bags, appearing from a distance like a moving mountain of grain, drawing considerable attention. Itachi felt humiliated, acutely aware of the onlookers as they transported the rice. However, en route, they encountered neighbors friendly with Yan Bai, who readily offered assistance upon witnessing Yan Bai's slender frame struggling under the burden. Despite the embarrassment of being the center of attention, Itachi's mood lightened as he observed Yan Bai's composed demeanor, prompting him to unconsciously mirror Yan Bai's approachable attitude. As they engaged in this exchange, Itachi found himself forgetting his earlier turmoil. Upon arriving at Yan Bai's home, Reino warmly prepared 5 savory pancakes for Itachi to take home, while the neighbors who had assisted with the rice also received delicious pancakes from her. Thank you. You've truly been a great help today, Yan Bai expressed as he escorted Itachi to the door. Itachi, feeling a sense of awkwardness, replied, I must admit, I feel rather ashamed. I had intended to treat you, yet you ended up covering the expenses. I hoped to assist you in some small way, and suddenly your neighbors and friends came to your aid. It makes me realize how remarkable you are, maintaining such good relations with those around you. Unlike me, who has few friends. What nonsense are you speaking? Am I not your friend? Yan Bai smiled at Itachi, saying, Itachi, do not burden yourself too heavily. Return home soon, otherwise, your father will worry. The mention of Fugaku Uchiha caused Itachi a flicker of anxiety. Yan Bai, regarding school, allow me a few more days to deliberate. Yan Bai sighed. I truly do not wish to become a ninja. You can understand that, can't you? Itachi smiled faintly. Yes, I understand. I must return. I have training this afternoon. Farewell. As he departed with a lightened step, Yan Bai squinted thoughtfully. Itachi harbored many unspoken thoughts. However, at merely 5 years of age, he had yet to become the reclusive figure that life's adversities might forge. If the original narrative were to unfold, Yan Bai would still struggle to accept Itachi's future actions against his parents. Through countless cycles, Yan Bai had learned that to alter the destinies of characters safely, it required the character's own choices to initiate change. Yan Bai could only influence their thought processes, guiding them to respond in ways he desired when faced with challenges. A rather complex undertaking. Notably, in previous cycles, gaining affection from characters proved exceedingly difficult. In such scenarios, even with earnest intentions of moral education, they would perceive him as a madman. Additionally, the inhabitants of this world had received scant moral education from an early age, leading to profound inconsistencies in their worldviews, often resulting in conflict rather than consensus. Yan Bai pondered, stroking his chin. Although Itachi's affection for him had yet to reach 60 points, he believed it was merely a matter of time. With a little effort, achieving that threshold would be effortless. Given Itachi's youth, Yan Bai contemplated whether he could provide guidance that might inspire Itachi to actively reshape his future. Perhaps, in this iteration, Itachi might avoid the darker path that lay ahead. Upon returning home, Itachi's mind was filled with Yan Bai's words, "Am I not your friend?" It sparked a warmth within him. Yet, upon entering, he was met by the stern gaze of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, which drained the color from Itachi's face. Fugaku gestured for Itachi to join him in the study. Itachi sat obediently beside his father. "You ran out early and have only just returned," Fugaku remarked casually. This inquiry weighed heavily on Itachi's heart, and he replied softly, "I apologize, father." Fugaku's expression remained stern. Believing his father was displeased, Itachi recalled the conversational techniques he had learned from Yan Bai and ventured, "Father, Fugaku interrupted, not wishing to put his son in a difficult position. "Has he expressed a desire to attend school?" Taken aback, Itachi replied, "He said he would consider it." "Oh." Fugaku's brow furrowed in curiosity. "What did you say to persuade him?" Itachi, somewhat perplexed, responded honestly, "I simply broached the topic of his attending school." "Is that so?" Fugaku's gaze darkened. "Do you understand why he is reluctant to attend?" Itachi struggled. "Because he is quite wealthy and sees no need to pursue the perilous path of a ninja." Fugaku raised an eyebrow. Itachi's assertion that being a ninja was dangerous revealed the profound impact Yan Bai had on him in such a short time. "This is quite concerning." Fugaku maintained his composure, stating, "You are the future leader of the Uchiha clan, bearing significant responsibilities. You must strive diligently and not lose sight of your ambitions." However, Fugaku then shifted his tone. "Nevertheless, it's rare for you to have such a friend. You should engage him in discussions about training, guiding him back onto the right path. It is your duty as a friend." In an instant, Itachi felt as though he had misheard. Yet upon reflection, it seemed he had not. Bowing his head, he cautiously replied, "I understand, father. I will do my utmost to lead him on the path of training." As he spoke those words, his heart soared. His father's implication was clear. He did not oppose Itachi continuing his friendship with Yan Bai, even if Yan Bai remained reluctant to attend school. As long as Itachi can guide Yan Bai onto the path of cultivation, then nothing will stand in their way. Chapter 33. Itachi begins to break free from his original fate. Yan Bai was troubled. He believed he could actively decide whether or not to attend school. Yet, barely a day had passed before he was entangled by Uchiha Itachi. Initially, Itachi did not speak directly. He merely mustered the courage to share things he found interesting. To be fair, what Itachi often engaged in was training. However, Yan Bai did not expose Itachi's intentions, as it was perfectly normal for friends to share their areas of expertise, and he willingly accepted Itachi's offerings. Soon, Itachi took Yan Bai to the village training grounds to showcase acrobatics. Since the mere mention of school was a taboo for Yan Bai, Itachi naturally refrained from bringing it up again. He merely aimed to highlight the benefits of training, which could fortify one's willpower and physical strength. Yan Bai expressed his utter boredom and lack of interest. Nevertheless, Itachi's persistence was not to be underestimated. To persuade Yan Bai to attend school, Itachi exerted every effort he could muster. "It's true, Yan Bai, while your wealth allows you to hire ninjas for your protection, what will you do if danger arises and no one is by your side?" "Becoming stronger is the only undeniable truth," Itachi asserted. "I don't hire ninjas for my safety when I go out. If I encounter any villains, they will be the ones in peril," Yan Bai retorted. "It seems you do not wish to use your strength to protect the gentle and beautiful Miss Reina?" Itachi pressed. "I often use my strength to bury your gentle and beautiful Miss Reina into the ground," Yan Bai shot back. Itachi, who was typically taciturn and not well-spoken, had recently become quite loquacious. In his efforts to persuade Yan Bai, he would draft scripts at home, simulating and anticipating scenarios where Yan Bai might reject him the following day, then devising countermeasures. With each setback, he grew more determined, improving his eloquence in the process. While demonstrating his abilities to Yan Bai, Itachi simultaneously enhanced his own training. The once silent and expressionless Itachi was evolving into a silver-tongued individual, much to Yan Bai's astonishment. Indeed, this version of Obito had a higher intellect, and it seemed that Itachi's emotional intelligence had also risen. Yan Bai mused that the system he was currently testing should not be termed the Yan-dun system, but rather the social mastery system, of course. Social prowess was inherently his trait. However, to earn rewards from the Yan-dun system, he indeed needed to cultivate his social skills. Relying solely on his looks would not suffice, as appearance was merely an auxiliary factor. Those who despised handsome individuals tended to find that the more attractive one was, the lower their likability. Thus, it was essential to rely on one's social skills to grow stronger. Another bright new day dawned. Yan Bai, clutching the snacks prepared by Reina, observed Itachi once more stationed at his doorstep. As they walked outside together, Yan Bai softly advised, "Itachi, my mother often told me during my childhood that fighting is unwise. Any issue that can be resolved with intellect should never resort to violence." Itachi narrowed his eyes, countering, "Your mother is not entirely wrong. However, when it is necessary to fight, one must possess the strength to do so. Under absolute power, all deceitful schemes become mere child's play." It appeared that Itachi had mastered the art of quick responses. Clearly, his recent practice in persuasion had greatly improved his verbal skills. Yan Bai covered his face, pondering what made Itachi believe he lacked the strength to fight back. Was it merely because he was reluctant to attend school? For the first time, as Yan Bai mentioned school, Itachi was taken aback. After a moment of silence, having walked 2 streets, Itachi finally spoke, somewhat incredulously, "Yan Bai, are you suggesting you are strong?" "Indeed," Yan Bai replied, his shoulders drooping. "I hire ninjas to clean and renovate my house because I'm too lazy to do it myself. If I were to leave the village, I wouldn't need them for protection. If danger were to arise, who knows who would protect whom?" From Yan Bai's perspective, ninjas seemed relegated to mere caretaking duties. Their role in ensuring his safety appeared completely unworthy. Thus, it seemed that Yan Bai's disdain for ninjas stemmed not only from their financial status, but also from viewing them as weaklings. Itachi turned to scrutinize Yan Bai, his expression serious as he assessed him for a prolonged moment. Finally, he managed to articulate, "Yan Bai, your words are hard to believe." "Well, whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to me. I do not live for others," Yan Bai sighed. "Regardless of your beliefs, the truth remains unchanged. Your disbelief will not render me weaker." Itachi's attempts to provoke Yan Bai were futile. He would not feel compelled to prove his strength by boasting. Despite living with someone as pretentious as Madara for an extended time, it was precisely due to his presence that Yan Bai found the act of boasting rather embarrassing. It made him, the bystander, feel as if he could only dig his toes into the ground in discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi cautiously suggested, "Yan Bai, if you are indeed strong, could you possibly guide me in my training?" Yan Bai maintained his composure, internally exasperated. What a surprise, I was expecting this. Noting that Yan Bai had fallen into a deep thought, Itachi quickly adjusted his request. "No, please, let us spar. Only through practical experience can I truly understand my shortcomings. This request shouldn't be too difficult, right?" After saying this, Itachi fixed his gaze on Yan Bai, keenly observing his reactions. In recent days, Itachi had read numerous texts in his quest to persuade Yan Bai, even acquiring skills in reading body language and using conversational tactics, now directly applicable. Yan Bai took a deep breath as they approached the training grounds of Konoha. He pondered for a moment. Just when Itachi thought Yan Bai would finally acknowledge his shortcomings and admit to being weak, Yan Bai suddenly exclaimed, "I fear that after sparring with me, you might be so disheartened that you won't be able to rise again." Itachi responded, "Yan Bai, looking at him, I said, I am willing to spar with you. But you must be mentally prepared. My strength is comparable to that of the esteemed Hokage. It is entirely normal if you cannot defeat me. So do not let this leave you with psychological scars." Yan Bai spoke earnestly, yet Itachi was left bewildered. He could not discern whether Yan Bai was merely boasting or speaking the truth, yet he would not waver. Itachi's lips trembled slightly, fearing Yan Bai might retract his offer, and he quickly acquiesced, "All right." Chapter 34. Don't cry when you lose, my dear friend. Yan Bai set the packaged snacks aside and joined Itachi in the open area of the training ground. Yan Bai gracefully bowed to the solemn Itachi. Although he was aware of the signs of confrontation and reconciliation, in this version of himself, he likely would not. Thus, Yan Bai simply bowed toward Itachi. It was unclear whether he felt immune to attacks or was overly confident, believing he could handle any onslaught with ease. Judging by Yan Bai's nonchalant expression, the latter seemed more plausible. Was he merely posturing, or did he genuinely possess strength? Uchiha Itachi's youthful eyes ignited with a flicker of flame as he silently vowed, "Yan Bai, allow me to shatter your nonchalant demeanor." With an indomitable spirit, Uchiha Itachi unveiled the characteristic sharpness of the Uchiha clan's gaze, casting a silent glare at Yan Bai. Truth be told, interactions with Yan Bai were rather pleasant, for he possessed a remarkable ability to soothe the emotions of those around him. With his striking appearance and amiable nature, he was well liked by all. Yet, in this moment, Itachi was struck by the rare realization that Yan Bai could also exhibit an exasperating side. His current air of casual indifference was irksome, yet it aligned perfectly with Itachi's intentions. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Regardless of one's might, arrogance can lead even the strongest to stumble into the abyss of failure. After a defeat, one may mock, but for now, silence is paramount. "Do you not wield weapons such as shurikens?" Yan Bai inquired, glancing at Itachi, who bore the unmistakable sign of affection level 111111111 above his head. "Oh, it seems that affection is plummeting towards negative territory. We are merely engaging in a friendly spar, and you are unarmed as well. Using weapons might be somewhat perilous," Itachi replied, exhaling slowly as he lowered his stance, his breath becoming measured and deep, bracing himself for the confrontation. As his awareness began to expand outward, Itachi leaped into action, charging at Yan Bai. Thanks to his relentless training, remarkable power surged from his diminutive form. He aimed precisely at Yan Bai's exquisitely beautiful visage, avoiding any lethal strikes. "Are you ready? Then let me commence my onslaught." Facing Itachi's serious expression, Yan Bai shrugged nonchalantly and took a step forward. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Itachi's heart silently protested. "What a jest! You may maintain your calm until you taste defeat." Today, Itachi finally grasped that his enchanting friend, akin to fine porcelain, possessed a knack for arrogance. He chose to remain silent, fearing that uttering a word would squander his prior focus. Itachi dismissed Yan Bai's taunts as mere posturing. Yan Bai advanced leisurely, seemingly unguarded, strolling as if he were about to indulge in a picnic. His utterly un-ninja-like and non-aggressive gait nearly provoked a rueful smile from Itachi. Just how dismissive could he be? However, Itachi regarded this behavior as foolish, internally chiding. "Let this be a lesson on the perils of underestimating me." He murmured to himself, "Let me finish this with a single strike." His pride surged, compelling him to seek a decisive blow. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3, 2, 1. "Don't cry when you lose, my dear friend." With this thought echoing, Itachi unleashed a powerful punch. A swift and forceful gust of wind sliced through the air, aimed at Yan Bai's cheek. Had he triumphed? Itachi pondered, bewildered, as the next moment left him speechless. His blow missed entirely. Yan Bai had smoothly evaded it. Perhaps he could concede that Yan Bai possessed some skill, yet Yan Bai raised his hand, forming a V gesture, pinching Itachi's wrist beneath his fist as if delicately grasping a dumpling with chopsticks. The elegance of Yan Bai's movement was infuriatingly effortless, akin to lifting the gossamer wings of a cicada. In that instant, Itachi felt a sharp pain in his hand, as if it were caught in a vice. The air thickened, and he found himself gasping. How could this be? Fear crawled up Itachi's spine like a drenched cockroach as he fought to suppress his trembling. Eyes wide in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. Beneath his clenched fist rested 2 fingers, as pale as jade, Yan Bai's index and thumb. Moreover, it was not merely a pinching of his fist, but a firm grip on his wrist. Despite Yan Bai's seemingly effortless hold, Itachi understood that he had exerted all his strength. He was immobile, caught in a predicament with no escape. Suddenly, Itachi sensed an increase in resistance against his fist, nearly causing him to lose his balance. "You still need to put in more effort, Itachi." Yan Bai effortlessly pulled his hand closer, fixing his gaze upon Itachi. Itachi's mind became a blank slate, fully comprehending Yan Bai's words. He had lost. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. "Ah, I had prepared you for this. Your expression reflects a despair as if your entire existence has been negated," Yan Bai remarked, releasing Itachi. Awakened by Yan Bai's reminder, Itachi refused to succumb to despair. He had never believed himself invincible. The stern demeanor of Uchiha Fugaku had fortified his resolve. Like a bone that repeatedly fractures and heals, he grew stronger with each setback. developing a resilience against the sting of defeat. Even in the face of this incredulous scene, Itachi understood he must confront it. The reality that he had been effortlessly bested by a friend he deemed weak left him pallid. Yan Bai tilted his head, feigning a sigh. Itachi, do you now understand why I initially encouraged you to wield a weapon? At those words, Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Yan Bai continued, even if you had a weapon, you still would not have been able to defeat me. Did you not wish to uncover your shortcomings? Seize your weapon and hold nothing back. It is time to give your all. At 5 years old, Itachi, yet to attend school, could indeed wield a weapon. Chapter 035. The Awakening of the Sharingan Now. You should be adequately prepared, yes? Yan Bai beamed with happiness. The repetition of his earlier words set Itachi's blood boiling. Affection level, 20. To what extent must I be underestimated? With this thought echoing, Itachi felt a surge of doubt creeping in. Itachi, I'm going to begin my onslaught once more, Yan Bai declared, stepping forward with exaggerated grace. Itachi noticed a brand new kunai, its blade glinting, had appeared in his hand, one that Yan Bai had handed to him. Previously eager for a spar with Yan Bai, Itachi now felt the opposite. Even armed, he wished to avoid the previous humiliation. How cowardly of me. Itachi chastised himself internally. He would not concede defeat. He must identify his flaws. Yes, to recognize his own shortcomings and strive for improvement, gradually growing stronger. He would succeed. With determination, Itachi accepted the kunai offered by Yan Bai. Grasping the kunai tightly, Itachi Uchiha fixed his gaze on the ever-composed Yan Bai. His vision sharpened, allowing him to discern the slight rise and fall of Yan Bai's collar with each breath, the gentle flutter of his hair in the breeze, and the diminishing distance between them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drawing closer, Itachi could distinctly perceive the gentle expression on Yan Bai's face, which held no trace of mockery. With a surge of determination, Itachi aimed for Yan Bai's slowly rising right foot and swung down the kunai, harnessing gravity to enhance its speed. The blade was poised to pierce the hem of Yan Bai's exquisite garment, revealing his ankle. Yet, astonishingly, the kunai slipped from Itachi's grasp. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Itachi's clarity of vision revealed the truth. The kunai had fallen to the ground, now trapped beneath Yan Bai's foot. When had this occurred? Even with his heightened vision and focus, he had failed to notice when Yan Bai had struck. Itachi staggered, his form bending slightly. The two were now perilously close. From above, Yan Bai's icy gaze bore down on Itachi, his sudden aura pressing heavily upon the air around them, nearly overwhelming Itachi. Breathless and drenched in cold sweat, Itachi felt a chilling dread wash over him, accompanied by an unfamiliar wave of nausea. My dear friend is a monster. This thought echoed in Itachi's mind. Yet Yan Bai, with a disarmingly innocent smile, resembled a radiant summer bloom. Have you finally understood? Itachi, I am indeed a cruel yet endearing monster. Staring blankly at Yan Bai, Itachi perceived an ineffable, enchanting aura emanating from him. Are you prepared for my next attack? Yan Bai inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Itachi, wide-eyed and silent, sensed a profound despair overwhelming him after merely 2 exchanges. Surely, Yan Bai would taunt him with words like, I shall begin to ravage you again. In an instant, Itachi's presence shifted, radiating an ominous energy. His dilated pupils revealed a tomo that seemed to pulsate with life. Yan Bai, looking down upon Itachi, curled his lips into a slight smile. More stimulation was needed for Itachi to unlock the Sharingan. It appeared that today's sparring had profoundly affected him. Itachi, I am about to begin my onslaught anew. With a hum, the single tomo Sharingan materialized within Itachi's eye. Yan Bai observed impassively, as Itachi's previously dwindling favorability rating suddenly surged to favorability 55-55. Shortly thereafter, Yan Bai heard the long-awaited system notification. Favorability has reached 60 points, becoming Itachi Uchiha's close friend. Yen Dunjitsu special effect activated. Acquired unique favorability rewards from Itachi Uchiha. Shuriken throwing technique. Chakra card level 01 and 1000 Ryo. Amidst the intense emotional upheaval, Itachi's Sharingan was reluctantly activated just shy of the crucial moment. Strangely, Yan Bai found himself the recipient of Itachi's profound friendship. Looking at Itachi with a hint of melancholy, Yan Bai reflected on the unreasonable nature of talent. When he was first brought to the battlefield, Itachi had nearly awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 4. However, the memory had faded, causing a delay in its true manifestation. While Itachi's fate was not as originally foreseen, awakening a double Tomo Sharingan, he had nonetheless achieved activation 3 years earlier than expected. Early activation could strain the body. This was indeed too soon. Would an early awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan occur? Would the bloodline illness manifest sooner? This version of Itachi might meet his end far earlier. Yan Bai regretted his provocative words about ravaging Itachi again. The anger that triggered the Sharingan revealed the intensity of Itachi's emotional turmoil. Was it truly so extreme, just for losing twice? Are you all right, Itachi? Yan Bai asked softly. I'm fine. Upon hearing Yan Bai's voice, Itachi's breathing became erratic, teetering on the brink of suffocation. He struggled to regain composure, taking deep breaths until his crimson eyes gradually returned to their normal hue. The initial activation had left the still youthful Itachi utterly exhausted. He crouched down, hand pressed to his forehead, his heart heavy with turmoil. It was he who had always been the fool. This thought spread within Itachi's mind. Yan Bai possessed an otherworldly beauty, was kind to others, an adept in social graces, seemingly lacking only in strength. Yet now, Itachi recognized that the flaw he had perceived had never existed. He fell short in every regard compared to Yan Bai. Itachi did not harbor jealousy towards Yan Bai. Rather, he felt a deep disdain for his own weakness. Why was he so feeble? Crouched on the ground, Itachi was mirrored by Yan Bai. Just as he had previously comforted Obito, Yan Bai reached out to pat Itachi's frail back, urging him to gather his spirits. If you feel unwell, take a moment to rest. Itachi lowered his head, speaking softly. Yan Bai, I hope you can keep this secret for me. I don't want others to know about my awakening. Yan Bai, puzzled, inquired why not. Surely your father would be delighted to learn of it. No sooner had he spoken than Itachi shot up, a stubborn and earnest expression crossing his face, stirring a pang of guilt within Yan Bai. Before Itachi could respond, Yan Bai nodded. I understand. Rest assured, I won't speak of today's events. Thank you. Itachi murmured weakly, head bowed. Yan Bai gently said, you are too young. With limited chakra, awakening your eyes will be exhausting. Let us have a picnic to replenish your energy. Perhaps you will feel better. Itachi managed a faint smile. Good. Chapter 036. Unbreakable defense. Beneath the gentle caress of the breeze, Itachi and Yan Bai sat together on the grassy expanse, savoring the delicacies Yan Bai had brought. Since meeting Yan Bai, Itachi had indulged in a plethora of previously unknown treats, even altering his palate. He now found himself unable to enjoy the lovingly prepared meals from his mother, resulting in sincere apologies for indulging in too many snacks before returning home. It was evident that delectable food possessed a healing quality. After feasting, Itachi felt rejuvenated. Yan Bai, please guide me in my training. Itachi implored earnestly. With a smile, Yan Bai replied, as long as you don't feel devastated by losing to me, I am indifferent. Itachi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. I did indeed doubt my purpose just now, didn't I? Yan Bai interjected, sensing his hesitation. Very well, let us eat and drink, then you shall train, followed by more feasting, and finally return home to rest. With that, Yan Bai tidied the food container and stood, carrying it toward the training ground. Itachi followed closely behind. Once again, Itachi picked up the kunai that had recently been trodden upon by Yan Bai. Uchiha Itachi let out a roar and launched an attack towards Yan Bai. This time, he was even more frenzied, completely disregarding everything, swinging with all his might. Itachi summoned every muscle in his body, intending to cleave Yan Bai in two. Yet, Yan Bai remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade Itachi's furious strike. He merely focused on the metallic sheen reflected from the kunai, which inexplicably filled Itachi's mind with the notion that he would indeed strike true. However, this attack was reckless, and Itachi could not withdraw. In that fleeting moment, Itachi recalled an astonishing sight he had witnessed earlier, causing him to dismiss his earlier ludicrous thought. How could it possibly be so easy? It was all an illusion. The events that unfolded next would prove that Itachi's premonition was indeed accurate. The belief that he would land a hit was merely a product of his overactive imagination. The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed. Itachi once again beheld an unbelievable sight. This scene compelled him to activate his Sharingan. He observed Yan Bai swiftly waving his left hand, extending his index finger, utilizing the approximately 2 centimeter long nail to counter Itachi's rapid strike with the kunai. Itachi thought, this is utterly absurd. It is preposterous. Yan Bai's hand appeared to exert no effort at all, His movements were so relaxed. With considerable space between his clenched fist and the fingers slightly bent, wielded as a weapon. Yan Bai's actions were so nonchalant that they scarcely qualified as combat. It was as if he were merely keeping time, effortlessly deflecting Itachi's full-force assault. Itachi raised the kunai once more, striking down with force, yet once again. Yan Bai casually deflected it. Focus your attention, Itachi. Do not fixate on my hand. At this moment, you cannot breach my defenses. Yan Bai's voice resonated from the front. While speaking, he glanced around, checking for onlookers. Should any passers-by appear, he would promptly seize Itachi's wrist to halt his relentless attack, as he felt the current scene was rather embarrassing. Even as Yan Bai distractedly surveyed the surroundings, Itachi did not cease his assault. Nevertheless, each of Itachi's kunai strikes was effortlessly deflected by Yan Bai. Itachi's youthful visage contorted into a fearsome grimace. He was being thwarted by a mere finger. Perhaps spurred by Yan Bai's words, a sound akin to a lament escaped Itachi's throat. Horizontal strikes with the kunai were met with deflection. Vertical strikes were also repelled. No matter the angle or direction of his attack, every attempt was thwarted. Observing through his Sharingan, Itachi was struck by the illusion that the kunai's blade was ensnared by Yan Bai's nail. In that instant, Itachi comprehended that Yan Bai was employing pure physical techniques. He was not utilizing ninjutsu at all. With such simple movements, he surpassed many others, and now, Itachi realized he could not even reach Yan Bai's feet. Itachi, are you exhausted already? Yan Bai remarked, his tone slightly concerned. You are quite young, and your chakra is limited. It would be wise not to overuse your Sharingan. Hearing Yan Bai's gentle words, Itachi finally ceased waving the kunai. Itachi, your physical skills need enhancement, Yan Bai continued with a warm demeanor. Your stance is unstable. Practice your horse stance and focus on your physical training. Diet is also essential. A moment of silence fell over Itachi as he pondered Yan Bai's advice. Momentarily lost in a negative mindset, feeling as if he could not shake the immovable mountain with his kunai. Don't doubt yourself. At this moment, you cannot defeat me. But the future may hold different possibilities. Keep striving, Yan Bai encouraged with a gentle smile. While Itachi understood Yan Bai's intent, his voice felt distant, and he struggled to hear clearly. He sighed, reflecting on his previous arrogance, having believed himself a genius simply due to a few compliments. Itachi's grip on the kunai slackened, hanging limply at his side, feeling as though his limbs were burdened by heavy stones. Yan Bai approached, placing an arm around Itachi's weary shoulders and smiling. Hey, you aren't going to be disheartened and give up, are you? You've been the one urging me to train diligently, hoping I'd attend school. Where did that spirited Itachi go? Startled by Yan Bai's embrace, Itachi felt a shiver run through him. In truth, since their sparring commenced, Itachi sensed that his previous understanding of the world had crumbled. Reflecting on the moments spent with Yan Bai, a flicker of solace emerged within him. Itachi managed a wry smile. These days, I've been encouraging you to train. Do you find that amusing? No, not at all. How could that be amusing? Yan Bai replied, his face alight with a spring-like smile, his voice pure and youthful. You do this because you genuinely consider me a friend, hoping I do not stray from the right path, and wish for me to accompany you to school, correct? Accompany to school? Itachi fell silent, finally recalling the reasons that led to this moment. His mind, now clear, grasped the situation. He remembered how his father had initially imposed numerous training tasks upon hearing of his friendship with Yan Bai, forbidding him to go out. Yet later, his father had unexpectedly changed his mind, allowing him to meet Yan Bai under the pretext of guiding a friend on the path of training, insisting he see Yan Bai daily. Ultimately, Itachi narrowed his eyes, realizing his father must have known about Yan Bai's exceptional strength all along. Chapter 037. Prepare the most absurd training method. Yan Bai, Itachi spoke cautiously. The chilling air swept across the training ground, and Itachi's voice was barely audible, whisked away by the wind. Yan Bai, not catching his words, raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Itachi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a sense of helplessness. He intended to say, I might have deceived you, but upon reflection, he realized he had not misled Yan Bai. Itachi genuinely wished for Yan Bai to attend school with him and had sincerely endeavored to persuade him, unaware of his father's intentions. Yet, no matter what Uchiha Fugaka's motives were, Itachi was striving toward the goal of attending school with Yan Bai. After a few seconds of contemplation, Itachi hesitantly inquired, would you like to attend school? Even though he was now aware of Yan Bai's extraordinary strength, knowing that the Ninja Academy could teach him nothing of value. Yan Bai appeared puzzled. Itachi, why are you so insistent about whether I attend school? Despite being thoroughly beaten, Yan Bai admired Itachi's unwavering commitment to his initial purpose. In truth, even without attending the Ninja Academy, becoming an anonymous shopkeeper would suffice. However, being too enigmatic would not serve well for the upcoming system test. This system, in essence, was related to favorability. The name of the system was misnamed. Compared to being a mysterious shopkeeper, being a primary school student seemed to offer greater opportunities to interact with various people. Moreover, Obito resembles a parent in the present world. Believing that conditions should prevent a child from attending school, it is a pity for the child. Obito's remark that if other children possess something, how could one lack it conveys this sentiment. If other children can attend school, then Yan Bai must also go. Well, perhaps attending the Ninja Academy is not out of the question. Even if Yan Bai does not enter the ninja school now, it is possible that Shimura Danzo might come knocking in the future. It would be better to seize the opportunity and enroll in the academy, allowing for future interactions with the higher-ups of Konoha. If he were with Itachi, the academy life should not be so mundane, right? Yan Bai shifted the topic. Uchiha Itachi managed a faint smile. Of course, if it becomes too tedious, I will accompany you in skipping classes. Really? I shall give it a try then, Yan Bai replied. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Itachi abruptly lifted his head, staring at Yan Bai in disbelief. You agreed? Indeed, Yan Bai nodded. Thank you. Itachi revealed a relaxed smile, exclaiming, it feels almost dreamlike. Yan Bai chuckled softly. Do not say such things. I might misunderstand and think you wish to elope with me. Itachi's expression changed. I truly do not mean that. Yan Bai, bemused, replied, I was merely jesting. As for that earlier matter, you should return and rest early. I will share half of the snacks I brought for you to take home and let your parents taste them. Itachi smiled in agreement. After sharing the snacks, Yan Bai escorted Itachi to the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds before parting ways. As he turned away, Yan Bai's face, illuminated from behind, grew somewhat somber. He lowered his head and slowly departed from the entrance of the Uchiha clan. Yan Bai quietly returned to his residence. After securing the door, he sat in the living room, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. The memories he provided to Yamashiro Itai contained many events that had transpired in Yan Bai's life, albeit slightly artistically modified to give the world backdrop a more ninja-like appearance. However, these events did not occur within the ninja realm, resulting in a narrative devoid of ninjas. Thus, Yamashiro Itai could confirm that Yan Bai and Reina had not interacted with any ninjas or ninja villages. Furthermore, to prevent the people of Konoha from acting recklessly, Yan Bai had no intention of feigning ignorance. Such deception would only attract the unwitting and lead to incessant minor troubles, which would not serve as entertainment but rather be a nuisance. A judicious display of intimidation would deter those with ulterior motives, making them ponder the consequences of their actions. Even if they lurked in the shadows waiting for their chance, it was preferable to dealing with their incessant meddling, which severely affected one's quality of life. Yan Bai inserted a glimpse of his and Reina's prowess into Yamashiro Itai's memories. To maintain authenticity, the physical techniques he depicted were genuine. However, these techniques were merely a product of his countless reincarnations and the memories left from his secluded life, resulting in instinctual development of his own unique style. The Tai Chi movements Reina displayed while harvesting vegetables were also improvised actions Yan Bai had cultivated, which she had adopted for practical use. During her leisure, Reina practiced these movements while tending to the garden and household chores. When trouble arose, she would directly practice on those seeking conflict. Yan Bai had gathered an inkling of Konoha's intentions. They sought to befriend him and would employ every means to acquire his methods for physical training. Thus, it was best to establish parameters early on. He pondered as he set up his writing desk, unfurling scrolls to draft the so-called martial arts manual. Yan Bai had already devised a plan. Should Konoha attempt to deceive him regarding the techniques for physical training, he would provide them with a 6-style training method. Borrowing the names from One Piece, Saru, Jeppo, Tekai, Renkyaku, Shave, and Shuriken. Yet, the actual content of the training methods would be entirely fabricated. He would first write down the names of the 6 styles, followed by their characteristics and concepts, and later append their training methods. For instance, for Soru, the original concept involved concentrating all bodily strength into the index finger for a swift strike, delivering a blow with the force of a bullet capable of piercing through the human body. Yan Bai could indeed achieve such an effect with his finger. But this bore no relation to the true Soru technique. It was merely a demonstration of his physical prowess. Yan Bai's mind raced as he pinned the training method for Soru. Acquire a piece of cowhide, practicing daily by piercing it with your index finger. Once you can penetrate it, add another layer of cowhide, continuing until you can puncture 10 layers in one go, at which point you have achieved a modest success. To improve further, simply increase the layers of cowhide. After completing the absurd training method for piercing cowhide, Yan Bai began to compile the remaining 5 styles, each training method more ludicrous than the last. Regardless of whether Konoha believed him, Yan Bai would assert that this was indeed how he honed his physical techniques. As for how others fared, that was beyond his concern. If they could not achieve it, it merely indicated a lack of understanding, a perfectly reasonable excuse. Chapter 38. Uchiha Shursui. The night was deep, and the sound of insects chirping filled the air, lending a somber and chilling atmosphere to the slumbering village of Konoha. In the second-floor room of Yan Bai's residence, he typically retired early, with darkness enveloping both the interior and exterior. Lying on his designated bedding, Yan Bai sensed a wave of warmth emanating from behind him. A fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, an essence of mugwort collected by him and Reina from the fields surrounding Konoha. Reina indulged in mugwort baths daily, and it had become her signature scent. Yan Bai lay with his eyes closed and remained unresponsive. Soon, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around him from behind. He remained silent, yet he could hear Reina's sigh near his ear. Yan Bai, when will you grow up? Ever since he had undergone scrutiny by Konoha's interrogation department, Yan Bai had employed Jinjutsu on Reina, ensuring her affection for him remained at 199 points. As long as it did not exceed 200, Reina would not harbor any murderous intent towards him. However, the absence of such intent proved troublesome. Without opening his eyes, Yan Bai nonchalantly mumbled, perhaps in 10 years. He knew that with Reina's meticulous nature, she would undoubtedly sense his awakening. If he did not respond promptly, she might resort to more outrageous measures to compel a reaction from him. Do you know that my parents had me when they were merely 14? Reina lamented. Yan Bai's tone remained even. Thus, they had only you as their child throughout their lives. Reina managed a wry smile. I am afraid. Afraid of what? Yan Bai rolled his eyes internally, recognizing that a girl entering puberty often indulged in fanciful thoughts. To resolve the matter once and for all, it had to be addressed at its source. Everyone adores you. All of them do. As time passes, I fear I will lose you, Reina whispered. Yan Bai slowly rose from beneath the covers, sitting up, and this movement freed him from Reina's embrace. In the darkness, he regarded the flustered Reina and spoke in a calm manner. If something is destined to be lost in the end, even if you possess it now, you will eventually lose it. Just because you have it now does not mean you will never lose it. Upon hearing this, a look of fear washed over Reina's face. Yan Bai continued, Reina, whether it be friendship, love, or familial bonds, all require nurturing. Even couples who are deeply in love may betray one another after marriage. Even blood relatives can become adversaries, and even the closest friends may turn against each other. What you should focus on, Reina, is continually striving towards your best self, ensuring that you possess your own worth at all times and in all places. You must strive for what you desire with your own hands rather than begging for others to bestow it upon you. While you cannot control how others may change in the future, you can exert influence over the person you will become. We are still young, Reina. Neither of us has reached our peak. If you allow temporary confusion to lead you astray, you will forever lag behind me and may never enter my world. I cannot predict who will surround me in the future, but have you considered that if your beauty, body, and abilities are all perfected, they will become your strength? With strength in hand, who could possibly take from you what is rightfully yours? Cultivate yourself diligently, elevate your own worth, and seize control of your own destiny. Keep going. Reina. Reina gazed at Yan Bai with bright eyes and a faint smile. I understand now, Yan Bai. I apologize. I will no longer act so willfully and will not waste time on trivial matters. I will strive to do better. Yan Bai smiled and replied. Then return to your place and rest. Reina nodded and snuggled back into her own bedding, closing her eyes as she forced herself back into slumber. Yan Bai squinted. The long night seemed endless, with distant and faint sounds of insects piercing the darkness, invading the hearts of the sleepless. As he had predicted, after agreeing to attend school with Uchiha Itachi found himself confined once more. Apparently, Uchiha Fugaku held significant disapproval of him. Were it not for the request of Minato Namikaze, Fugaku would never allow his precious son to associate with him. However, Yan Bai was unperturbed. The love of the Uchiha clan could not simply vanish due to confinement. That was a laughable notion. Since his arrival in Konoha, Yan Bai had subconsciously overlooked the colors atop the heads of those he encountered. As a tester, he was able to see the names and colors above everyone's heads. Upon first settling in, he noticed a line of black names near his residence. Though the individuals were invisible, their names were unmistakable. Those were the ninjas dispatched from Konoha to monitor him. There was no helping it. Yan Bai was extraordinarily wealthy, and his affluence at such a young age made him quite conspicuous, something he had prepared for mentally. Furthermore, with so many inhabitants in the Hidden Leaf Village, if he did not intentionally ignore the names above their heads, he would be overwhelmed by the spectacle in busy areas. This was also why he had struggled to discern Itachi's name during their initial encounter, only able to recognize it when he beckoned him closer. Today, Yan Bai held a plate of freshly steamed mugwort rice cakes and knocked on the door of a nearby neighbor, cheerfully presenting the delicacies. The neighbors had grown accustomed to his periodic gifts and responded with small tokens of gratitude. After delivering his offerings, Yan Bai returned to his doorstep, only to halt abruptly. A hint of purple had appeared amidst the usual array of black names. He did not enter, but instead fixed his gaze on that shade of purple. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Uchiha Shisui, purple. Curiosity sparked within him as he peered in that direction for some time, pondering whether to invite the individual in for tea. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadow of a nearby building. The individual bore an expression of mild surprise and admiration, evident from the distinctive clan emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle adorning his attire. Although Yan Bai was well aware of the individual's name, he raised an eyebrow, feigning unfamiliarity. An Uchiha, perhaps? His expression seemed to weigh whether Uchiha Shisui was friend or foe. Thank you for your invitation. Please, do not misunderstand. While I am of the Uchiha clan, much like your goodwill towards my family, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely passed through on a mission and did not expect to be noticed, which prompted me to come over, Uchiha Shisui said with a gentle demeanor. Chapter 39. Seize the opportunity to discipline your younger sibling. I apologize for any rudeness or negligence. I hope for your understanding. However, it is quite a surprise to meet you so early. Uchiha Shisui maintained a polite attitude, observing Yan Bai and silently acknowledging the value this child must hold for Itachi. Shisui subtly noticed the smile playing at the corners of Yan Bai's lips. After a brief exchange of glances, Shisui could not help but divert his gaze elsewhere, avoiding Yan Bai's penetrating stare. It was not merely the act of meeting Yan Bai's eyes that unsettled him, but rather the intensity of Yan Bai's gaze that was difficult to endure. Once Shisui activated his Sharingan, his senses became more acute than those of ordinary individuals. He also discerned that prolonged gazes upon Yan Bai's striking beauty could lead anyone, regardless of gender, to feel as though their very souls were being drawn into his captivating eyes. Then, he heard Yan Bai's gentle voice, "You know who I am. Yet I do not know your name. Who in the Uchiha clan does not recognize you, Yan Bai? Your family's pancakes are simply delightful," Uchiha Shisui replied with a smile. "It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but everyone eagerly awaits your culinary gifts each day, often speculating about what delicious treat you will provide next. My clan holds you in high regard." I sincerely apologize. Once the topic of pancakes arises, I tend to ramble, forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shisui, and I am currently responsible for teaching Itachi. As he spoke, an air of apology lingered on Shisui's face. Yan Bai concealed his amusement, thinking to himself that using pancakes to bridge the gaps between people revealed Shisui's thoughtful nature. So it is, Itachi's friends are also my friends. Would you care to come in for tea? I have prepared some new pastries today, which I believe will delight your palate, Yan Bai said, still smiling warmly as he gestured for Shisui to enter. Shisui shyly nodded and followed Yan Bai inside. Seated in the narrow corridor of the courtyard, Reina soon brought forth tea and mugwort rice cakes. "I believe I have heard your name before. Everyone refers to you as a genius," Yan Bai remarked vaguely, though he had never actually heard it. However, Uchiha Shisui bashfully replied, "Genius? I wouldn't say so. That title belongs to Itachi." Yan Bai smiled silently. Whether or not he was a genius remained unclear, but he was undoubtedly an important figure, and notably, Shisui bore a purple name. Uchiha Shisui was a cheerful and optimistic individual, praising the mugwort dumplings while discussing Itachi. Observing the scene, Yan Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of two men conversing about the daily life of another man. Itachi cannot stop thinking about you, but he is unable to come out during this time, so he sent me to check on you. Uchiha Shursui remarked that he felt a profound sense of regret for his failure to keep an appointment, yet it was in his nature to harbor his thoughts internally, unwilling to voice them or impose upon others. Yan Bai was uncertain as to how much Shursui knew about Itachi's awakening. Given Itachi's disposition, it was likely that more secrets would accumulate in the future. In a fleeting moment, Yan Bai perceived Itachi's awakening as a clandestine secret shared between a highborn heir and a commoner. Such was Itachi's complex character. With a bright smile and keen enthusiasm, Yan Bai said, "That guy just thinks too much. Often, it is not his fault, yet he shoulders the blame. He cannot venture out for reasons beyond his control. Yet he worries about my well-being. Sigh, the next time we meet, I must give him a good thrashing." Upon hearing this, Shursui sighed reflectively. You truly possess a remarkable understanding of Itachi's nature, despite having known him for such a short time. Perhaps this is what we call fate. Yan Bai chuckled softly, stating, "Some people become friends with just a single glance, while others may gaze at each other for a lifetime and never forge a friendship. It is not about the duration of time." Shursui wholeheartedly agreed. "You are correct. It is about compatibility." Lifting his teacup, Yan Bai continued, "Before I arrived in Konoha, I heard someone say that if one is willing to maintain an open heart for communication, even those who initially seem unlikable can become true friends through the trials of life. It ultimately depends on one's willingness to befriend others." The air was thick with philosophical musings. Shursui concurred with Yan Bai, remarking that human emotions were indeed the most intricate of things. "Shursui, you are mistaken. It is not Itachi who wishes for you to see me," Yan Bai said with a gentle smile. "Rather, he is using you to express his grievances about his circumstances." "Really?" Shursui looked at Yan Bai, bewildered. Yan Bai explained, "He has always known that I can manage well no matter where I am. Please tell him that once his house arrest is lifted, if he does not seek me out immediately, I shall come to your clan's territory to find him. No further words need be spoken." Shursui could not help but display a bemused expression. "Itachi will undoubtedly come to find you right away. Indeed, because he fears that his father will hand me a large sum of money to make me leave him alone." Yan Bai replied with a light smile, acknowledging Itachi's prideful nature and suggesting that a more direct approach would be preferable. "That is true," Shursui said. "Itachi seems to embody the essence of your statement about becoming friends with just a glance, irrespective of time." As they continued their conversation, Shursui and Yan Bai appeared as kindred spirits, delving deeper into spirited discussions about Itachi, which gradually took on a peculiar tone. "Ah, that idea of yours sounds quite intriguing. I shall try it once I return to the clan." Shursui mused, still captivated by their conversation. "I believe you are absolutely right. If one cannot play with their younger siblings early on, what is the point? One must seize the opportunity to discipline them before it is too late." "You are quite insightful. No wonder you can get along with Itachi," Yan Bai responded warmly. In the future, Itachi would think to himself, "My foolish little brother. By the way, I observed Miss Reina's household chores. It appears she is practicing some form of martial art. This technique is not from Konoha," Shursui suddenly remarked. At this, Yan Bai's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Having passed through on a mission, he had lingered far longer than intended. Thus, it seemed that Shursui's mission was, in fact, about him. Yan Bai lowered his head, concealing a slight smile that had crept upon his lips. Chapter 040. The vegetables were trampled. Yan Bai lifted his head, his expression returning to its previous smile. "Ah, indeed, it can be considered a form of training, primarily aimed at enhancing one's flexibility and maintaining a pleasing physique through daily actions," he explained earnestly. "Oh, is there a deeper meaning to this?" Shursui inquired with keen interest. "Yes," Yan Bai maintained a calm demeanor as he elaborated, "the movements of the hands must be balanced. As the human body habitually favors the right hand, one may unconsciously overuse it, potentially leading to asymmetry in Reina's physique. Though we outsiders may not perceive it, it is detrimental to her." Shursui was taken aback, pondering why their discussion had shifted from martial arts to matters of feminine privacy. He looked at Yan Bai, astonished that he could speak so candidly. However, Yan Bai, seemingly oblivious to Shursui's discomfort, continued to elaborate on the significance of those movements, which were intended to maintain balance and prevent ailments. Initially, Shursui felt resistance to the topic, but he soon realized that Yan Bai's explanations were far removed from the vulgarity he had anticipated. Yan Bai simply intended to convey that the specific movements they practiced at home were meant for shaping and flexibility, maintaining a beautiful physique, and preventing illness. With prolonged practice, they could even transform into offensive techniques when faced with danger. Is that so? Shui mused, recalling how merely pressing on certain parts of the body could affect the entire system, leading him to think of the Hyuga clan. I had thought one needed to be a Kugan, like the Hyuga, to grasp such concepts. While Reina and I may lack such vision, it is essential to remember the body's vital meridians during combat. This knowledge can yield unexpected advantages, Yan Bai replied with a slight smile. Indeed, our motivation for learning these techniques is not for combat, but to treat each other when we are unwell or injured, he added. Ah, I see. Would this not be considered your own form of martial arts? Shui scratched his head, his face slightly flushed. I initially thought that creating one's martial art was no simple feat. Merely applying it in daily chores would not yield the same effectiveness as in battle. Only through combat can one fully realize their potential and integrate combat skills into martial arts. You have shown me a world I have never encountered before. No wonder you can make Itachi cry, Shui exclaimed, standing up with a beaming smile. That guy has surpassed the average genin in strength. And yet he has not even started school. As he spoke, Shui made a gesture towards Yan Bai, though it may be somewhat impolite. I am truly eager to spar with you. I wish to experience the kind of battle Itachi described. Yan Bai, however, remained seated in the narrow corridor, raising his fair face to gaze up at Shui. After a prolonged silence, he finally said gravely, Shui, my family may not be like others. Huh? Shui appeared confused. He had merely suggested a friendly spar, unaware of any particular customs or protocols that Yan Bai's family might have regarding such matters. Yan Bai sighed softly, Shui, we do not have a courtyard or open space. You have trampled my vegetable patch. Upon hearing this, Shui glanced down, only to realize that he had inadvertently stepped on a flowering cabbage. Uchiha Shui turned to see Yan Bai whispering behind him, Reina. Unbeknownst to Shui, Reina had silently approached him, dressed neatly in traditional Japanese attire, her wide sleeves bound with a cord and her hair elegantly styled. The moment he laid eyes on her, a fleeting thought crossed Shui's mind, recalling Yan Bai's earlier comment about the imbalance in Reina's physique. This thought caused his gaze to involuntarily linger on her chest, leading him into a contemplative trance. When did she arrive? How did I not notice? Lost in thought, Shui appeared somewhat dazed, almost as if he were staring blankly at Reina's figure. Her cold, beautiful visage bore no expression, and an aura of palpable menace surrounded her, the feather duster in her hand resembling a formidable weapon. A chill ran down Shui's spine at the thought of being struck by it. Reina, he stammered, but was abruptly interrupted by her furious roar, seemingly stained with wrath. You scoundrel! Without allowing him to finish, Reina erupted, her usual gentle demeanor replaced by a terrifying ferocity akin to a vengeful spirit. Run, Shui! Yan Bai's voice echoed from behind him. In an instant, Shui vanished from his spot. However, Reina was not one to be trifled with. In her pursuit of efficiency, she often entered a darker state when working, diligently suppressing her urge to eliminate Yan Bai. The mere act of restraining such emotions caused her considerable discomfort. With Shui's arrival, who had inadvertently wronged her, Reina found a legitimate outlet for her pent-up frustrations. Brandishing the feather duster, she chased after Shui, her strength having reached a level comparable to that of a shadow ninja years prior, now even more formidable. Although Shui possessed the art of instant movement, it merely allowed him to evade her strikes at the last moment. His intention was to escape the street, to put distance between himself and the enraged Reina. Yet, each time he approached a fork in the alley, he was forced back by her relentless pursuit. All techniques, substitution, shadow clones, instant movement, lost their efficacy in her presence, as she could easily discern his true location. The two engaged in a frenetic chase around the perimeter of Yan Bai's estate for at least an hour, their antics filling the street with Shui's cries and the hushed whispers of neighbors. You trampled my vegetables and still wish to flee. Reina, let me explain. The Uchiha clan will not spare you. Reina, I was wrong, truly wrong, forgive me. Knowing your faults means you must accept punishment. I will compensate. Money cannot replace my crops. Then strike me instead. Meanwhile, Yan Bai sat quietly in a narrow corridor, sipping tea with an expression of bemusement, as if he were witnessing a bizarre spectacle of his own garden's cabbage sprouting legs to confront a pig. Chapter 41. You were beaten, but you gained my apologies, Shui. Reina's wrath was indeed terrifying, though she was gentle at other times. I appreciate your magnanimity in refraining from retaliating with jutsu, enduring the harm she inflicted upon you. Yan Bai retrieved a medical kit to tend to the now unrecognizable Shui. Shui wished to smile wryly, but his features were beyond his control. The dusk had settled outside. He had been pursued by the darkened Reina throughout the afternoon. Even when members of the Uchiha clan arrived and recognized the chase was Shui, with the pursuer being Reina, they chose to discreetly divert their paths. First, Reina's established persona was one of warmth and kindness. She had never lost her temper before. So it was clear that Shui must have committed a grievous offense to provoke her ire. Secondly, the speed at which they moved dissuaded the patrolling Uchiha from intervening, as they preferred not to become embroiled in such chaos. Lastly, Yan Bai called out from behind the walls, "Reina, it's time to prepare dinner." At that moment, Reina returned to her senses, albeit still dragging the nearly unconscious Shui into the house. With Reina now in the kitchen, Shui was left in Yan Bai's care. Given Shui's disheveled appearance, Yan Bai offered him a change of clothes, old garments he had prepared for Obito and Kakashi. After changing, Yan Bai applied ointment to Shui's wounds. Despite the kindness he displayed from the outset, Shui whispered, "I'm sorry, you must have seen through me." Yan Bai lowered his gaze, rummaging through the medical kit. "What do you mean? I inquired about your taijutsu." Shui sighed, recognizing that some topics were best left untouched. He suspected that Yan Bai had orchestrated the entire ordeal deliberately. Had Yan Bai chosen to intervene, Reina's fury would have ceased immediately. Yet, he allowed Shui to endure Reina's wrath before stepping in, clearly a purposeful decision. Yan Bai wore a radiant smile as he applied the best ointment with great care, softly saying, "After all, you mentioned that first-hand experience is invaluable. Reina demonstrated taijutsu to you in a practical manner, a complimentary lesson, if you will. Did you learn anything? Also, you need not worry about compensating for that cabbage. Truth be told, you have gained from this experience." Shui thought to himself, "Such reasoning is sound, yet I yearn to refute it. This friend of Itachi is not as innocent as he appears, never taking a loss, and if he offers free lessons in taijutsu, the price paid in punishment seems rather lenient." During dinner, Shui remained, observing the transformation in Reina, who now exuded warmth and concern. A stark contrast to the terrifying figure from earlier. It left Shui astonished. A seemingly lovely girl harbored the potential for a terrifying temperament. With Shui's face swollen and unable to speak properly, Reina kindly prepared him a liquid diet. Thankfully, the mission had concluded successfully. As he savored the delicious meal, tears welled in his eyes. "Itachi, are you aware? Your dear friend possesses quite the dreadful temperament." In the end, Yan Bai personally escorted Shui out. Before Shui departed, Yan Bai smiled, handing him a nonsensical training manual. No, a scroll detailing the 6 forms of taijutsu. All they sought was contained within. Yet perhaps new insights would emerge in the future. "Thank you for your efforts, Shui. You are always welcome to visit," Yan Bai said, waving goodbye to the battered Shui. With an expression of helplessness in his eyes, Shui returned the gesture before turning to leave. Yan Bai gazed at the 25 affection rating displayed on Uchiha Shui's forehead, a benevolent smile gracing his features beneath the night breeze. He stood at the threshold of his home, and the neighbors, sensing the commotion, emerged from their doors, their faces serene and smiles warm, silently standing outside, as if compelled by some sixth sense. Uchiha Shui could not resist glancing back as he was about to leave the street. He then beheld a group of amiable villagers from Konoha, echoing Yan Bai's expression almost identically. Their faces radiated genuine kindness, yet the uniformity of their expressions conjured an unsettling atmosphere. Uchiha Shui felt a peculiar sensation within, but upon closer inspection, found no apparent anomaly. He turned away, reassuring himself that perhaps it was merely the result of his previous work in the police department, which often ruffled feathers, coupled with the Uchiha clan's typically stoic nature leading to a less than favorable rapport with the common folk. Suddenly confronted with such an abundance of warmth and goodwill from the villagers felt disconcerting. Nonetheless, this should mark a promising beginning. As Uchiha Shui gradually disappeared into the engulfing darkness, Yan Bai began to survey the NPCs with black names around him, most of whom displayed affection ratings exceeding 100. Indeed, all of them maintained a level of fondness for Yan Bai that hovered between 100 and 200. In such circumstances, they could easily become perilous, capable of turning into red names at any moment due to some unforeseen trigger. After all, Yan Bai had only engaged in good deeds and gifted presents recently, with no actions to diminish the neighbor's affection. Furthermore, once a particularly egregious act was committed, winning back their favor would require more than just a pretty face. Thus, Yan Bai refrained from any self-sabotaging misdeeds. Momentarily, he fell into contemplation, sensing the challenge of maintaining goodwill akin to inviting a deity only to find difficulty in sending them away. Distributing gifts, while physically demanding, was a straightforward task. However, what would happen if a large number of villagers simultaneously reached an affection level of 200 and turned hostile? The act of gifting inevitably involved interaction with the recipients. In conversation, Yan Bai would naturally choose to speak of things that pleased them, striving to articulate his thoughts in a manner that was both pleasant and unawkward, which necessitated addressing their genuine strengths. This implied that the villagers of this street had all received his compliments. As Yan Bai surveyed the street, every villager had stepped outside their homes. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. It was fortunate that he had studied Reina in the deep mountains. If he were to encounter a throng of villagers turning hostile, he could employ the kaleidoscopic Sharingan bestowed by Madara to prevent their descent into malevolence and, if necessary, unleash their murderous intent. Yan Bai bowed respectfully to the villagers standing outside and quietly retreated into his home. Chapter 042. A heartfelt exchange between father and son. Time had surpassed midnight. The street lay in a serene stillness, akin to that of a corpse. No pedestrians traversed the path, nor did any cacophony disturb the peace. The buildings obscured the light, casting the night into darkness, with the moon and stars concealed beneath a shroud of clouds. In the Uchiha clan grounds, within the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Itachi engaged in rigorous training in the backyard, enduring the chill creeping up his throat while steadfastly pursuing his practice. Itachi, in recent days, beyond fulfilling the training tasks I assigned, you have set higher goals for yourself. Uchiha Fugaku's voice echoed from the shadows of the rear courtyard. Itachi halted his movements, turning to face the sound. Uchiha Fugaku emerged slowly from the shadows, his expression grave, arms crossed, his tone resolute. Why? Itachi regarded his father, his gaze gradually hollowing as though he were peering through him at another person. After a moment, he spoke softly. We have engaged in 3 matches purely based on physical technique, and I lost every one of them. At these words, Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. Itachi continued. Almost in a whisper, I gave it my all, showing no mercy. Even wielding that finely honed kunai, I held nothing back, exerting every ounce of my strength. Uchiha Fugaku silently observed Itachi, seemingly deep in thought. Itachi pressed on. I began to doubt myself, yet he told me it was normal to lose to him, as I am still too weak. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's furrow deepened further. However, this overturns your father's initial prejudice. It is not that he, as a commoner, lacks the right to stand beside me, but rather, I lack the right to stand beside him. Itachi's voice grew more impassioned, his hands spread wide, emotions intensifying. His voice trembling. I did not waste time on someone who can only forget my shadow. Instead, I gazed upon his insurmountable back, filled with despair. As he spoke, Itachi suddenly raised his face, his pupils quivering. Father, have you ever felt that kind of helplessness? Like wielding a dagger against an unyielding mountain? I am so weak. So weak. I must train harder. Father, did you already know of his strength, which is why you changed your mind about allowing me to return to his side? Itachi's emotions ran high, and this was the first time Uchiha Fugaku faced such questioning from his son. Itachi openly challenged his father, even stating that his father's initial bias was mistaken. Instead of erupting in anger, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his composure, his voice low. Is everything you said true? Did you truly lose to him? Chuckling softly, Itachi lowered his gaze, seemingly reluctant to revisit that moment. Not just losing to him, I attacked with frenzied precision, wielding my kunai with wild abandon, yet he effortlessly caught every strike with just the tip of his finger. This exaggerated account caused Uchiha Fugaku to display a look of intrigue as he patiently inquired, did he utilize any bloodline limits? No, it was purely physical prowess, Itachi sighed. A straightforward contest of body techniques does not prove much. Itachi, your true talent lies in your understanding of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, though his face remained serious, the concern evident in his words. Moreover, he was not an ordinary commoner, but rather one who concealed his lineage to blend in. What? Itachi's expression turned incredulous. Given such extraordinary beauty, you still consider him ordinary? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply. That boy possesses the bloodline of a god. Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. Though hard to believe, the intelligence extracted from his memories by Konoha's interrogation department confirmed this. Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly, however, befriending such a person is a double-edged sword. He may bring you opportunities, but he may also pose risks. Itachi showed no reaction, his gaze lost upon the ground. Uchiha Fugaku approached him, continuing, Itachi, you have shown the resolve to bear heavy responsibilities. I will no longer interfere with whom you choose to befriend. Your confinement has been lifted. And one more thing, I do not wish to hear the word lose again. Do you understand? Yes, father, Itachi finally responded. Uchiha Fugaku turned away and walked off. In the courtyard, Uchiha Itachi let his hands fall to his sides and soon offered a slight smile. How long can a friendship between someone of noble lineage and a person from humble beginnings truly last? One person stands high above, while the other struggles in the mire. The chasm between their living environments and experiences widens the gap between them. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Itachi fervently implored Yan Bai to attend the ninja academy. He did not wish for the distance to grow too great. Uchiha Itachi understood that Uchiha Fugaku, shaped by such experiences, forbade him from befriending those of different social standings. However, since Yan Bai was not truly ordinary, Uchiha Fugaku held no objections. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained grounded due to his father's concerns. The initial prohibition stemmed from Uchiha Fugaku's disdain for Yan Bai's uneducated commoner status. Had Yan Bai shown more ambition and proven himself a genius among commoners, Uchiha Fugaku might have reconsidered. Presently, the restriction on Uchiha Itachi persisted because Uchiha Fugaku realized that they were the ones looked down upon. The disparity in their social standings was not a blessing. With the pride of the Uchiha clan, they would never deign to curry favor with a child of unknown origins. Whether Uchiha Fugaku looked down upon Yan Bai or the latter gazed up at Fugaku, neither scenario represented an equitable relationship. Yet now, witnessing Uchiha Itachi's unwavering resolve to grow stronger, Uchiha Fugaku chose to refrain from interfering. Uchiha Itachi's efforts were deliberate. He had been training diligently in hopes of eliciting a heartfelt exchange with his father. Attempting to persuade Uchiha Fugaku with notions of friendship and bonds would be futile and likely extend his period of restriction. Only by demonstrating his resolve and candidly acknowledging Yan Bai's talents, subtly revealing their friendship, could he hope for leniency from Uchiha Fugaku. Yan Bai enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Uchiha clan, which contributed to Uchiha Fugaku's amiable demeanor. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi had gleaned a crucial piece of information from Uchiha Fugaku. Yan Bai possessed divine lineage. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Itachi, the intelligence received by the higher-ups of Konohagakure was merely a fantastical tale woven by Yan Bai himself. Chapter 43. Lying is not becoming of a good child. Once the restriction was lifted, Uchiha Itachi visited Yan Bai's residence early the next morning. Having not been to Yan Bai's home in quite some time, Uchiha Itachi realized he no longer recognized the place. The exterior remained largely unchanged. Yet the interior bore little resemblance to its former self. The only familiar elements were the unaltered walls and basic decor. Previously modest furnishings had given way to exquisitely crafted pieces that radiated an air of elegance and authority. A soft, plush carpet covered the floor, muffling footsteps. The scent of herbs permeated the air. Yan Bai was busy heating water over a small stove, preparing tea for Uchiha Itachi. A sense of trepidation filled Uchiha Itachi. The words he had mustered courage to share with Yan Bai evaporated. Yan Bai casually remarked, "Every time I see you, you seem burdened with thoughts yet say nothing. It's quite remarkable. Illness often stems from repressed emotions. Anger harms the liver, joy affects the heart, sorrow impacts the lungs, worry injures the spleen, and fear damages the kidneys. These are experiences familiar to ninjas, which explains their relatively short lifespans. Their deaths are not solely due to enemy attacks, but often result from self-inflicted harm." Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and softly spoke. "Yan Bai, there is something I have long wished to ask you." "Go ahead," Yan Bai replied, glancing down. "However, if it is a question I cannot answer, I will refuse to respond." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi wore an odd expression. This matter was known to many, particularly a select few, so it should not be beyond the realm of response. Yan Bai raised his gaze to meet Uchiha Itachi's. Itachi then whispered, I recall when I awakened my eyes, you mentioned that I was too young, with too little chakra, and that using them would be exhausting. Oh, that seems familiar. But I do not recall it, Yan Bai answered nonchalantly, not giving the matter much thought. Seeing him neither confirm nor deny, Uchiha Itachi's breath momentarily faltered, summoning his courage. He said, "The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan." Yan Bai nodded, offering no rebuttal. It is common knowledge among those with a modicum of education in the ninja world that the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi continued, "The Sharingan possesses unique abilities, yet outsiders do not delve deeply into its intricacies." Oh, with that, Yan Bai remained unconcerned. However, Uchiha Itachi added, "But how do you know about our clan's Sharingan?" At this, an uncanny silence enveloped them. Yan Bai was well acquainted with this world and possessed extensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan. He understood not only them, but all ninja clans and their secrets. Thus, he had scarcely regarded Uchiha Itachi's words about being too young and having little chakra, as it was a concept engraved in his mind. His utterance stemmed from genuine concern for Itachi and a belief that it was common knowledge that everyone should know. How careless of me. Had he been addressing the naive Obito, such casual remarks would have been disregarded. But he was speaking to Uchiha Itachi, a multifaceted ninja with a keen intellect and a propensity for introspection. Itachi likely replayed their conversation countless times in his mind, scrutinizing every word, and unearthed something unusual. Such a simple statement had inadvertently exposed a truth. Yan Bai closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his acupuncture point, wearing an expression of distress. Witnessing Yan Bai's demeanor only heightened Uchiha Itachi's anxiety, yet his resolve grew firmer. He sought an answer. Even as a child, his heart held a stubbornness. For Yan Bai's sake, Uchiha Itachi had defied his beloved father, taking actions he had never before considered. Within Uchiha Itachi's heart lay a scale, weighing whether Yan Bai was truly worth it. Yan Bai contemplated whether he could dismiss the matter with a remark about it being common knowledge. But was that truly the case? If Yan Bai were to remain without the Sharingan from now on, such a statement would hold no issues. Yet Yan Bai's carefree nature was not one of negligence. The future held uncertainties, and should he one day reveal his own Sharingan before Uchiha Itachi, he might not be blamed, but he preferred to avoid that scenario. Moreover, Yan Bai was quite curious about what Uchiha Itachi's descent into darkness would look like due to him. Ultimately, Yan Bai made his decision. Lying is not becoming of a good child. Thus, merely repeating the unspoken secret between the scion of a noble family and a commoner would suffice. One secret more, one secret less, it made no difference. With Itachi's intellect, he should understand that such matters must not be indiscriminately shared. Moreover, this revelation illustrates Yan Bai's trust and sincerity towards Itachi. When Itachi regained his composure, he might even be able to provide him with a second-tier reward. Yan Bai slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was not the originally deep black pupils, but a striking crimson hue. Within those pure blood-red eyes, 3 tomos spun, devoid of the innocent charm of a 7-year-old child, replaced instead by a vortex of curses, bloodlust, and desire. With a resounding thud, Itachi Uchiha was taken aback, unable to control his body as he sprang up from his seat. In his hasty movement, he clumsily overturned the low table, spilling the scalding tea and scattering the exquisite tea set across the floor. Itachi observed that the transformation of Yan Bai's 3 tomo Sharingan did not cease. The tomos seemed to possess a life of their own, ultimately morphing into a pattern that Itachi could not comprehend. Was this the Sharingan? Was Yan Bai also a member of the Uchiha clan? No. Itachi's heart raced. He was certain he had never encountered such a Sharingan before. Do you see clearly now, Itachi? Yan Bai's clear voice resonated in Itachi's ears like a haunting nightmare. By the time Itachi came to his senses, Yan Bai's eyes returned to their profound blackness, and he calmly extinguished the still-burning charcoal with a nearby tool. So, do you understand why I know all of this? Yan Bai smiled faintly. Just then, Reina, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, discovered the scattered tea set. She cast a glance at Itachi, then began silently tidying up the mess. Yan Bai, we Uchiha. Itachi hesitated. I suppose we are very distant relatives. So now that you've uncovered my secret, Itachi, what do you intend to do? As if awakened by Yan Bai's voice, Itachi fell into a state of extreme panic. Chapter 044. The risk determines the quality of the reward. After Reina finished cleaning up, she gently inquired, Yan Bai, Do you need anything else? Food, drink, I can prepare it all. And as for these tea sets, Yan Bai smiled and replied, no need to trouble yourself. These items were overturned by Itachi. At that moment, Itachi's astonished and contorted face had yet to recover. Since it was Itachi's doing, he should take responsibility, right? Yan Bai thought to himself that if he did not speak up, Itachi would likely remain in that statue-like state until dusk. Reina regarded Itachi with a peculiar expression, sensing the validity in Yan Bai's words. She then placed the low table and the scattered items directly into Itachi's arms. The sudden weight caused Itachi to stagger, but he managed to steady himself, awakening from his daze, his expression no longer as bewildered as before. Yan Bai, with a charming smile, said, Itachi, let us follow Reina and wash the tea sets together. With this diversion, Itachi's earlier shock and fear inexplicably diminished. During the process of washing the items, Yan Bai often made subtle physical contact with Itachi. Though nearly imperceptible, these touches oddly soothed Itachi's anxious heart. Furthermore, Yan Bai and Reina appeared to enter a peculiar state of harmony while working, captivating Itachi's attention. Once the tea sets were all cleaned, Yan Bai exchanged a nod with Reina and led Itachi out of the room. The paths in Konoha village were generally narrow. To the east lay the training grounds of the Leaf village, while to the west led to the tranquil banks of the Konoha River. In the gentle breeze at the village entrance, Itachi finally found his voice. Yan Bai, I'm sorry, it was my stubbornness. I actually did not wish to unearth your secret. Initially, Itachi had indeed harbored a dogged determination to uncover the truth, but he had expected insurmountable obstacles in doing so. He had prepared himself for a long, drawn-out negotiation, much like when he had persuaded Yan Bai to attend school. However, Itachi never anticipated that Yan Bai would not afford him the opportunity to negotiate, instead providing him with the answer outright. This bombshell of an answer nearly overwhelmed Itachi. He found himself at a loss for an extended period, desiring the truth, yet finding it presented so easily before him. Itachi realized he could scarcely accept it. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked. What now? His anxiety heightened. He felt guilt weighing upon him. Yan Bai had been resistant to attending school. Yet under duress, he had agreed to accompany Itachi. Itachi worried that his reckless actions had trampled upon the beautiful friendship they shared. It's all right. I consider you a friend. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have spoken. After all, it is a secret. But since you inquired, as long as it doesn't cause trouble for anyone, I shall not deceive you. Yan Bai maintained a spring-like smile, his words delivered with a playful teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt even more guilt-ridden. Yan Bai observed Itachi's conflicted expression, noting the affection level, 11111111. This affection level is truly fascinating. It can even yield a negative value when one hasn't done anything wrong. Did this affection arithmetic symbolize the emotional turmoil of the person involved? Yan Bai watched with interest, his smile reflecting his inner delight. However, affection level reached 100 points, becoming the object of Itachi Uchiha's infatuation. Yen Dun's special effect triggered. Obtained unique affection reward from Itachi Uchiha. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 1 chakra card. 5,000 Ryo. Yan Bai's smile froze. What on earth? Why? When the illustrious Itachi Uchiha reaches 100 points of affection towards me, is the reward the fire release technique that doesn't burn people? Yan Bai had been reincarnated numerous times in this world, with various ninjutsu seals etched in his mind. This reward, aside from the chakra and Ryo, was utterly useless. Realizing this, Yan Bai felt something was amiss. He had come to test this system. While these techniques held no value for him, they would be beneficial for other transmigrators. Yan Bai lowered his head, lost in contemplation, recalling that Itachi's first-tier reward had been the shuriken throwing technique. Initially, Yan Bai had not given it much thought, considering he had received many rewards over the years, but now he organized his thoughts and silently mused. System. The first-tier and second-tier rewards a character can provide must be skills or items they are currently capable of presenting, correct? After a prolonged silence, the system responded to Yan Bai. Yes, based on the character's age and circumstances, their mindset will differ. Naturally, a young Itachi Uchiha is easier to win over than an older version. This is inevitable. The magnitude of risk determines the quality of the reward. Receiving this affirmation, Yan Bai gazed skyward in exasperation. So, how could such a formidable Itachi Uchiha in the future offer these two rewards? It turns out that the early affection he garnered was due to Itachi's current age, where the most he could present were the shuriken throwing technique and the fire release, great fireball technique. It is not fair to blame Uchiha Itachi for the meager second-tier rewards. Rather, the most substantial reward he could offer at his age is the fire style, great fireball technique. Yan Bai felt a pang of melancholy, reminiscing about his arrival when he first encountered Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara, who graciously provided him with the most impressive rewards they could muster at the time. In simple terms, both Madara and Kurizetsu were exceedingly generous, showering him with kindness, which led him to overlook the issue of difficulty. Indeed, earning favor with Uchiha Madara is genuinely arduous. Hence the rewards are equally bountiful. Just as Yan Bai was enveloped in self-doubt, Itachi's anxious voice interrupted his thoughts. Yan Bai, can you forgive me? I did not mean to act this way. I merely wanted to understand you better. Itachi's voice floated over, accompanied by the whispering wind above. Yan Bai lowered his gaze to meet Itachi's, noticing the worry and fear etched on his face. He smiled and inquired, "How do you intend to make amends?" In his heart, he added, "The rewards you provided are truly unsightly." Chapter 045. The Reincarnator of Indra in Infancy, Uchiha Clan Grounds. Clan Leader's Residence. Uchiha Mikoto opened the door and was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her son standing at the threshold alongside a guest she had never seen before. With skin as pale as wax and facial features refined like a beautiful doll, he was indeed an extraordinary youth. His attire distinguished him from the villagers of Konohagakure. With long hems and a graceful gait, exuding an ethereal aura, this was the affluent and handsome youth, Yan Bai. "Hello, Aunt Mikoto," Yan Bai said, standing upright and respectfully presenting the postpartum gifts he had prepared. Itachi, burdened with guilt, had struggled to conceive an appropriate way to compensate Yan Bai. Ultimately, Yan Bai suggested, "Please invite me over to your home. I have never visited before, and I would consider that a form of compensation." For Itachi, this was not a difficult request. He merely assumed Yan Bai wished to avoid putting him in a difficult position. This warmed Itachi's heart, deepening his feelings of guilt towards Yan Bai. And he inadvertently granted Yan Bai an additional 20 points of favor after surpassing 100. What Itachi did not realize was that even if Yan Bai were to reduce Itachi's favor to below 60 through harsh means, any subsequent increase would not yield additional rewards, as these were not repeatable. Thus, in pursuit of his own benefits, Yan Bai turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's newborn brother. Upon learning that Mikoto had recently given birth to her son, Yan Bai prepared traditional postpartum gifts to visit. Uchiha Madara had an abundance of offerings available, yet he could only grant Yan Bai 2 rewards, combined with the arduous task of earning favor. The quality of rewards Yan Bai received was limited to merely 2 forms of the Sharingan, failing to unlock the coveted Indra's Chakra or Rinnegan. Now, the infant Sasuke possessed nothing but Indra's Chakra, so acquiring favor from him would likely yield only that reward. This seemed to be a worthwhile endeavor. Neither Uchiha Mikoto nor Uchiha Itachi could fathom Yan Bai's mindset. Mikoto simply found Yan Bai to be polite and handsome, a good friend of her son, and her attitude was exceedingly warm. "I often hear Itachi speak of you. I am delighted that you have come to visit." "Thank you for your kindness," Yan Bai said, placing the gift into Mikoto's hands with a smile. "This is just a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "You are truly a polite child," Mikoto smiled and nodded, stepping aside to allow him entry. "Please, come in." Itachi led Yan Bai into the house. However, as Yan Bai stepped into the inner chamber, Itachi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of having entered the wrong home. A gust of wind swept through the open door behind them. Itachi turned abruptly, but saw nothing in the empty doorway. As Itachi hesitated, Yan Bai had already stepped inside. He had no choice but to follow. Yet this home, which had once been so familiar to Itachi, now felt immensely foreign. The temperature and scent seemed unchanged, yet the overall atmosphere appeared remarkably strange. Uchiha Fugaku's dwelling was adorned in a traditional Japanese style, appearing simple and unadorned. The furnishings and items within the room had not altered. However, at that moment, Itachi could not sense the simplicity. Instead, he felt as though he were in a palace, surrounded by an inexplicable air of luxury and elegance. Itachi's footsteps suddenly faltered. Indeed, while the objects and environment had not significantly changed, the sole difference lay in Yan Bai, who moved with ease towards the inner room, as if he belonged there. Itachi was astonished, furrowing his brows. Ahead, Yan Bai stood beside the infant cradle, smiling as he remarked, Is this Sasuke? He is truly adorable. As he spoke, Yan Bai reached out to gently touzle Sasuke's tiny head. Though he had just been born, the children of the ninja world were distinct. Little Sasuke was fair-skinned, not resembling a jaundiced newborn at all. Itachi felt a flicker of concern and quickly approached. Yan Bai turned to him, beaming, and said, I was quite startled when I first saw your mother. Huh? Itachi looked at Yan Bai in confusion. His mother was beautiful and hardly frightening. What did he mean by that? Yan Bai continued, Had I not known you had no sisters, I might have mistakenly thought she was your sister. Ah. Just as Yan Bai finished speaking, Mikoto's laughter echoed from nearby, where she approached with tea and dango, chuckling, Your words are as sweet as honey. No wonder Itachi enjoys playing with you. Yan Bai smiled at Mikoto, who had a favorability of 2011 floating above her head. Mother, Itachi protested disapprovingly. Was he spending time with Yan Bai due to his flattery? Certainly not. Mikoto set the items down and smiled. Yan Bai is truly eloquent. The moment I saw you, I felt an immediate connection. You flatter me, Yan Bai replied warmly. Itachi and Sasuke also give me a sense of familiarity. Mikoto's face lit up with joy. Is that so? That is wonderful. Yan Bai, please keep Itachi company for a while. I must go prepare dinner. With that, Mikoto instructed Itachi to take good care of his brother before departing. Yan Bai maintained his smile, choosing silence as he sat beside the cradle, watching Sasuke while gently rocking it. Itachi observed this scene, a strange feeling washing over him. Initially, Itachi had invited Yan Bai over to make amends. Yet with Yan Bai's gifts and pleasantries, Itachi now felt even more guilty. At this moment, Itachi sensed that Yan Bai might be exacting a form of mental retribution upon him. As Uchiha Itachi found himself lost in thought, Yan Bai gently tapped little Sasuke's plump lips with his index finger. At that very moment, Sasuke suddenly opened his sparkling eyes, first gazing earnestly at Yan Bai. Moments later, the innocent face of Sasuke blossomed into an adorable smile. Sasuke's small hand grasped Yan Bai's finger, and as he laughed, his tender gums and tiny tongue were revealed. Yan Bai allowed Sasuke to hold his hand, silently observing the name displayed above Sasuke's head, Uchiha Sasuke, Orange. It was remarkable for an infant to possess the same orange name as Madara. The reincarnation of Indra was indeed extraordinary. Leaning closer to little Sasuke, Yan Bai smiled and softly spoke. Do you remember me, Indra? Chapter 046. The Eve of the Nine-Tails Chaos. As familiarity grew, Yan Bai became a frequent visitor to the Uchiha household for the sake of Indra, having assisted his parents in caring for his younger sister when she was a child. Yan Bai exhibited considerable experience with infants. Uchiha Mikoto grew fond of him, while Uchiha Fugako harbored some reservations, yet never opposed Yan Bai's visits. Days passed in this manner. On a day shrouded in thick fog, deep within the forest, the scent of green leaves and the chirping of insects filled the air as a shadowy figure walked solemnly. This was the memorial stone of Konoha, the resting place of fallen ninjas. The dark figure proceeded to a particular gravestone, placing a bouquet of flowers with great care. I'm sorry for my cowardice. I haven't faced you here in a long time. I haven't forgotten you, truly. There is something I wish to tell you. But now is not the time. Minato-sensei's child is to be born, destined to live in an era of peace. Had we been born a few years later, you and Obito would not. He paused, then rose and softly continued. Obito is still unaware of this. I must inform him. Until next time, Rin. Kakashi first visited Rin's grave, then went to Obito's, leaving a bouquet before departing. After Kakashi left, Obito slowly revealed himself from behind the trees. He approached his own grave, gripping the bouquet tightly, his body trembling. After a moment, he relaxed. Obito muttered softly, I'm sorry, Kakashi. Once, I thought I could never forgive you. But now, what right do I have to blame you? Your tragedies stem from me. Rin's death is not solely your fault. Had it not been for my weakness, you would not have faced such a fate. I'm sorry, but I cannot return to the past. I am a sinner, my hands stained with irremovable guilt. I'm sorry, this world has forsaken me, so I, too, shall abandon it. I will create a world where Rin can live. Surely you can understand me, Kakashi. I will destroy Konoha. I will obliterate this village that sent naive and weak children to the battlefield. All of this is Konoha's fault. The fault of the village's system. The fault of its leaders. The fault of its ninjas. Forgive me, Kakashi. Obito's heart was tumultuous, and in a sudden fit of rage, he tore apart the bouquet Kakashi had left him, scattering the petals into the air before vanishing from sight. In the Uchiha clan's estate, Within the back courtyard, Yan Bai recited multiplication tables to the restless Sasuke, his tone reminiscent of a soothing chant, which soon lulled Sasuke to sleep. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku returned, and Yan Bai respectfully greeted him. The group then gathered in the dining room for a meal. Throughout the meal, Yan Bai exchanged sweet words, bringing smiles to Uchiha Mikoto's face, thereby earning Uchiha Fugaku's silent discontent. Uchiha Mikoto prepared an authentic Japanese meal, featuring a variety of dishes in small portions. Yan Bai's demeanor mirrored that of a well-mannered noble, transforming an ordinary meal into a feast worthy of aristocracy. To this day, Uchiha Itachi finally understood the source of the discomfort he felt during Yan Bai's visits. Yan Bai's presence was overwhelmingly strong, as if he could assimilate into any environment. The once simple household seemed to radiate with brilliance due to Yan Bai's existence. After the meal, Yan Bai smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the hospitality." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto beamed. "Yan Bai, you are as charming as ever. You have truly been a great help in taking care of Sasuke." "It was nothing," Yan Bai replied with a warm smile. "I have previously assisted my mother in caring for my younger sister. While every child is unique, they share common traits. And I wouldn't want to see Itachi looking troubled. Is that so? Yan Bai is indeed a gentle child." Uchiha Mikoto praised him with a smile before beginning to tidy up and wash the dishes. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Months prior, Itachi had taken the initiative to bring Yan Bai home, and since then, Uchiha Fugaku had noticed Yan Bai's frequent presence, particularly around baby Sasuke. Initially, Fugaku thought little of it, deeming it a normal occurrence. Moreover, Yan Bai never behaved inappropriately. He was polite and adept at soothing the crying child, providing significant assistance to Uchiha Mikoto. Fugaku regarded Yan Bai as a good boy, even viewing him as a free caretaker. However, as Sasuke grew, Fugaku began to sense an issue. Despite being his own son, Sasuke would often cry during one-on-one interactions with Fugaku. Yet when Yan Bai was present, no matter the reason for Sasuke's tears, Yan Bai could swiftly calm him, and if Sasuke were smiling, he would beam even brighter upon seeing Yan Bai. This led Uchiha Fugaku to feel as though Yan Bai were Sasuke's true father. Although he knew this was impossible, it made Fugaku uncomfortable, especially during meals. Yan Bai could effortlessly make Uchiha Mikoto smile with his charming words, a feat that Fugaku, often stoic, could not achieve. First Itachi, then Mikoto, and now even the young Sasuke. Was no one spared? Uchiha Fugaku felt troubled, yet also recognized his own pettiness. After once more lulling Sasuke to sleep, Yan Bai handed him back to Uchiha Itachi before taking his leave, as he needed to care for his sleeping brother. Uchiha Itachi could only watch Yan Bai depart from the front door. After exiting the Uchiha clan's grounds, Yan Bai gazed upwards at the sky. It was already afternoon, with a considerable time remaining before evening. Dark clouds loomed at the horizon, and sunlight pierced through their gaps, resembling a divine light descending from the heavens. Observing this scene, a smile graced Yan Bai's lips. A splendid day, perhaps it was an opportunity to lend a hand? With this thought, Yan Bai chose not to return home directly, but instead veered towards the Hokage building. After navigating through the necessary formalities, Yan Bai gained entry to the Hokage's office. As always, he appeared relaxed and at ease. Upon entering, he found Minato sitting amidst a pile of documents, wearing a gentle smile. "I hear you have something important to tell me," Minato said, regarding Yan Bai with a radiant smile akin to the sun. Chapter 47. The Destruction of Konoha. "No more school for you," Yan Bai returned a similar smile to Minato Namikaze, speaking softly. "Lord Hokage, there is a matter that I find somewhat difficult to articulate. Yet I feel compelled to share it with you." Minato, intrigued, regarded him with an attentive expression. However, Yan Bai averted his gaze, turning towards the office window. Following his line of sight, Minato beheld a tumultuous mass of dark clouds gathering on the horizon, accompanied by flickers of lightning. Puzzled by the unfolding scene, Minato was about to voice his thoughts when Yan Bai, still fixated on the ominous clouds, murmured, "May I ask if your wife could give birth at Myaboka Mountain?" As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding thunderclap echoed in the distance, causing Yan Bai's voice to falter. Under Minato's astonished gaze, a bittersweet smile appeared on Yan Bai's handsome face. "My apologies, Lord Hokage. I was merely jesting. I regret any disturbance caused. Farewell." In a hurry, he pivoted and departed. Minato, intending to inquire further, found himself watching Yan Bai hastily retreat, reflecting on the cryptic hints Yan Bai had dropped regarding childbirth and Myaboka Mountain. He pondered why Kushina would venture there to give birth. His eyes drifted back to the advancing dark clouds, which seemed poised to envelop the land of Konoha. The sunlight was obscured, yet the atmosphere remained charged with an enigmatic energy. What did the thunder signify? Why had Yan Bai ceased speaking upon witnessing it? As an intellectually inclined ninja, Minato's mind raced with possibilities, his thoughts crystal clear. The air around him trembled with fine droplets, resembling rain or mist, swirling between heaven and earth. Soon, rain began to fall, delicate and cold, quickly drenching the village of Konoha in a veil of moisture. Furrowing his brow, Minato recognized the gravity of the situation. He took Yan Bai's warning to heart and resolved to pay a visit to Myaboka Mountain, swiftly forming the necessary hand signs for the summoning technique. Meanwhile, Yan Bai dashed out of the Hokage building. The sudden rain sent villagers scurrying in all directions, their startled voices filling the air. The rain was light yet frigid, and it wasn't long before Yan Bai's hair was soaked, clinging to his head like seaweed. After distancing himself from the Hokage building, his pace slowed, as if he were leisurely strolling in the rain. Rather than appearing disheveled, the rain seemed to enhance his allure. His enchanting visage reminiscent of a fabled water spirit, exuding a dangerously captivating beauty. With a faint smile, Yan Bai made his way towards his home. Suddenly, a shadow in the shape of an umbrella appeared behind him. Unfazed, he turned to see Fugaku Uchiha, a serious expression on his face, holding an umbrella that perfectly shielded Yan Bai from the downpour. "You were in too much of a hurry and forgot your umbrella. Itachi asked me to bring it to you," Fugaku stated, looking down at Yan Bai with a neutral tone. Yan Bai chuckled softly. "I appreciate Lord Fugaku's concern." Such was the prideful nature of the Uchiha clan. He intended to continue on his way, but Fugaku matched his pace. Speaking in a low voice, "You just came from the 4th Hokage's office." Yan Bai halted, turning back with an intrigued expression. "Uncle Fugaku, should any significant upheaval befall Konoha in the future, I implore you to ensure my sister's safety. Please, I ask you to protect her personally." At these words, Fugaku's gaze fixed on Yan Bai, his silence profound. Yan Bai added, "Consider it a reward for my care of Sasuke. In times of crisis, I beseech you to remain in the village and lend your aid to us, the unfortunate commoners." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. If not for Fugaku's knowledge of his true nature, he might have been deceived. However, Fugaku sensed an underlying message in Yan Bai's words. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly replied, "I will grant your request." Fugaku escorted Yan Bai home before retracing his steps. Yan Bai watched him leave, smiling and bowing until Fugaku's figure disappeared from sight. Only then did he close the door and step into the inner chambers. Yet, a voice tinged with sarcasm interrupted the moment. "You seem quite adapted to life here, making friends with everyone in the village." It was Obito, who suddenly pulled Yan Bai into Kemui's space. Upon re-entering the familiar array of blocks, Yan Bai glanced sideways at the instigator of his unexpected journey. "Long time no see. Obito," he remarked with a smile. "I had thought you would be engulfed in the shadow of Madara's demise for a long while. It appears I was mistaken." Obito, masked and expressionless, spoke in a flat tone, concealing any hint of emotion. Yan Bai sighed. "Obito, as you mentioned, Konoha is indeed a wonderful place. Yet I find myself nostalgic for the days of isolation, when relationships were uncomplicated and less burdensome than now. Do you take me for a fool?" Obito's voice suddenly sharpened. Sensing Obito's agitation, Yan Bai promptly fell silent. Obito continued, his tone growing somber. "Haven't you expressed a desire to avoid school? Tonight, I shall bring Konoha to ruin. With its destruction, you need not attend school any longer." Yan Bai replied, "How convenient. You wish to betray your own people and use me as an excuse? If you don't want to go to school, simply don't attend. There's no need to destroy Konoha." Internally, Yan Bai mused, as he had anticipated. He had witnessed this scenario countless times and had long since come to terms with it. Even with this version of Obito displaying intelligence, the outcome remained unchanged. There would always be unseen forces driving him toward his destined path. At this juncture, Obito had entered a state of ultimate avoidance. Even while cognizant that his tragedy was crafted by Madara, he remained unable to alter his desire for destruction. To him, reality was unnecessary. Everyone should exist within a dream. Those who obstructed his vision of a fabricated world must perish. Obito's newfound intellect rendered him more formidable. Unless he could restrain his darker impulses and refrain from enacting malevolent deeds, fate could not be altered. His arrival at this moment, declaring his intent to destroy Konoha, clearly indicated his desire to initiate the Nine Tails rampage. Chapter 48. The birth of Naruto. Yan Bai fell into silence. Obito, however, continued to regard him, speaking in a measured tone. I recall you once told me that fostering a relationship requires mutual investment, akin to nurturing followers. The more one invests, the deeper the emotional ties, thus solidifying the defense of what one has contributed. At this, Yan Bai furrowed his brow. Obito's voice took on a deeper timbre. You have invested far too much in Konoha during this time, making you a liability. With that, Yan Bai's eyes widened in shock as Obito's hand suddenly seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly and casting him aside with indifference. As his feet connected with the ground, Yan Bai stood in stunned silence, absorbing the scene before him, surrounded by trees that bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Obito cast him out from the realm of divine might, depositing him in an unfamiliar land. Recalling Obito's last utterance, Yan Bai discerned the murderous intent steeped in the words, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. In the end, Obito revealed not a whisper of his intentions concerning the Nine Tails turmoil. Currently, Obito exhibited extreme caution, fully aware of Yan Bai's prowess in physical combat, yet wary of any other hidden abilities Yan Bai might possess. To thwart any potential interference, he had unceremoniously discarded him 1,000 miles from Konoha. In Obito's mind, this was the most effective means of restraining Yan Bai. Even with Black Zetsu's assistance, it would prove futile. By the time Yan Bai returned to Konoha, everything would have already settled into its final state. Yet, standing still, Yan Bai's expression darkened, and the clarity of his deep, luminous eyes shifted in hue. The once gentle gaze now reflected a bizarre pattern. From his pocket, he produced an intricately crafted pouch, selecting a single black hair and casting it into the air, murmuring, "Reina, please guide me back home." Upon uttering these words, the hair disintegrated midair, gradually transforming into a semi-materialized, miniature map of the shinobi world before Yan Bai's eyes, revealing both his distance from and direction toward Reina. With a steely countenance, Yan Bai commenced a rapid ascent toward the coordinates representing Reina on the semi-materialized map. This ability of his eyes, aside from the mirage-like skill, allowed him to locate anyone as long as he possessed a strand of their hair or a piece of their tissue, akin to an automatic navigation system in a game. Reina, therefore, served as Yan Bai's designated point within the Hidden Leaf Village. He hoped to arrive in time. Nevertheless, Yan Bai was acutely aware that Konoha would not easily succumb to destruction. Even in his absence, Obito was destined to fail. In Yan Bai's perspective, Obito was severely deranged to orchestrate the Nine Tails calamity. Obito's true motive was not the annihilation of Konoha, but merely an outlet for his frustration. He must have known the futility of his efforts against Konoha. However, his actions would compel the village's higher-ups to bear the repercussions, thus granting him a sense of satisfaction. The footsteps of the god of sleep were silent and gentle, cloaked in the starlit night over Konoha. In a concealed cave outside the village, a multitude of ANBU operatives surrounded it, fortified with layers of defenses and multiple barriers, all in anticipation of the potential rampage of the Nine Tails. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that such meticulous arrangements, impervious to even a fly, were rendered laughable under the influence of space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjas could trigger barriers, but if those barriers were recorded, they could not be activated. Both Madara and Obito were documented within the barrier records. What, then, was the purpose of the barriers? In the darkness, a solitary eye watched them with mocking disdain. Echoes of Kushina Uzumaki's anguished cries reverberated from the depths of the cave. "It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Stop." The pain of childbirth twisted Kushina's features into a mask of agony and despair. Minato Namikaze gazed at his wife with concern, his hands poised over her abdomen, his heart burdened with worry. Prompted by Yan Bai's warning, Minato had sought the aid of Mount Myaboku, only to be met with refusal from the Toad Sages. With Kushina's labor upon them, they had no choice but to proceed with the original plan within Konoha. However, Yan Bai's half-finished words had cast a shadow over Minato's heart. He contemplated approaching Yan Bai for clarification. Yet the tempest of thunder and lightning he had witnessed suggested that Yan Bai harbored unspoken secrets. Lost in thought, Minato suddenly sensed the Nine Tails within Kushina thrashing violently, a powerful force that caused his complexion to pale. He reinforced the sealing technique, remaining silent. Moments later, Sarutobi Biwako exclaimed, "Kushina, push." The baby is coming. Soon. The resounding cries of a newborn echoed throughout the cave. Exhausted from childbirth, Kushina collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat, her eyes brimming with tears. Congratulations. It's a healthy boy, came the announcement. The child had inherited golden hair, akin to Minato's. However, Minato's thoughts were consumed with anxiety. He had no time to admire his newborn. We must ensure the Ninetales settles down immediately, he declared, the weight of Yan Bai's words coiling around his mind, intensifying a sense of impending doom. Only by re-establishing the seal on the Ninetales could he find peace of mind. Yet, at that very moment, calamity struck. A brief, despairing scream pierced the air, and within mere seconds, the sound was silenced by a blade. The atmosphere thickened with blood mist, conveying shock and reeking of carnage. Biwako and her assistant collapsed lifelessly, while the newborn Naruto was snatched into the arms of a suddenly appearing masked man. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, if you want this child, you must leave the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The masked figure was none other than Obito, lying in wait nearby to seize the Nine Tails. Outside, the ANBU operatives fell victim to Obito's ambush, the entire sequence unfolding in silence. Minato's heart raced. How had this masked man traversed the barrier without a sound? Did he not care for the life of his own child, all for the sake of the village? Obito appeared to lose patience, casually tossing the still swaddled Naruto into the air while drawing a kunai to lunge toward the infant. In that critical moment, Minato vanished from his position. The next second, Naruto was safely back in Minato's embrace. With the hostage gone, Obito showed no sign of panic, whispering, "What will you do next?" Upon hearing this, Minato's attention was drawn to the explosive tag on the swaddling, which emitted a blinding light. Minato's gaze hardened. To protect his wife and child, he instinctively held Naruto close and used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. In the process, he swiftly removed the swaddling from Naruto and leaped forward. A tremendous explosion shattered the air and pierced the heavens. The wooden hut, serving as a coordinate for the Flying Thunder God, was obliterated in an instant. Minato ensured the safety of his child, but in doing so, he thrust Kushina into the gravest peril. Yan Bai's warning had come to fruition. Kushina was now in dire straits. He had to return to her side without delay. Yet, before reaching Kushina, he must first secure Naruto in a safe location. Chapter 49. The Ninetales Turmoil Under the Blood-Red Moon. Unleash your fury, Ninetales. Roar. The air trembled violently with the beast's howls, signaling the onset of a brutal massacre. The grotesque visage of the Ninetales seared itself into the retinas of countless onlookers. Buildings crumbled within moments, and numerous lives were extinguished in mere seconds. Fear and despair spread like a plague among the survivors. Where was the Hokage? Who would save them? Was Konoha truly as secure as they believed? And what of this monstrous creature before them? Many cursed their own beliefs in their hearts. In mere seconds of despair, they began to question their surroundings. Where's the Hokage? In this world, there is no deity. The Hokage of Konoha has failed. All along, they have looked down upon those who do not believe in the will of fire. Perhaps the true folly lies within themselves. The colossal monster before them wreaks havoc. What is that? Run. Why has the Ninetales appeared in the village? Instantly, chaos engulfed Konoha, many paralyzed by overwhelming fear, unable to move. No one could easily escape the specter of death looming before them. Death felt so near. In the final moments of life, a kaleidoscope of images flashed through the minds of countless individuals. In the blink of an eye, the Ninetales annihilated everything in its vicinity, needing no tailed beast bomb, merely swinging its vicious claws. This intense sensory assault became an indelible nightmare for the survivors of the Ninetales rampage. Frantic screams echoed through the sky. Numerous ninjas recklessly charged at the Ninetales. They roared and wailed. Only by uttering their cries could they alleviate the unbearable terror. The weapons they wielded emitted a cacophony of clashing sounds. Each ninja surrounding the Ninetales shared the same fate. Though their bodies were gripped by fear, none fled. This was not bravery. The sound of their teeth chattering filled the air, and had they the chance to escape, they would have fled with all their might. Yet they could not, nor would they. Here in the heart of Konoha, they did not fight to defeat the beast, but to buy time for the citizens in peril to flee safely. One by one, the bodies sacrificed to hold back the Ninetales paved a path of corpses. Guided by the will of fire, they charged forward, embracing death. Dozens of ninjas exhausted every ounce of strength, gaining but a fleeting 10 seconds. Most of those attempting to thwart the Nine Tails could not endure long. Some were crushed into paste, others perished beneath the rubble, and some fell in two halves, collapsing to either side. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, pink entrails scattered from severed remains. The Konoha ninjas, undeterred by their losses, escorted the citizens away from the worst of the Nine Tails' onslaught. This was their will of fire, illuminating Konoha with their lives and blood, vowing to defend their homeland. The Nine Tails let out a triumphant howl. It was a cry of joy. The Nine Tails would not cease its destruction and slaughter due to the fear of others. It reveled in its absolute dominance, savagely enjoying the frailty, fear, and despair of humanity. Attacks proved futile, and fleeing would lead to death. Only a desperate fight remained. The expressions of those present grew grave as they understood their fate. The cries of children filled the air. "Hokage, where are you? Please save me. Hokage." Many villagers sobbed, pleading for the Hokage's swift arrival, while others cursed loudly. Their voices a dissonant hymn, both unpleasant and jarring. "You lot, hurry up and stop that monster. What good are you if you can't protect us?" The mingling of prayers and curses summoned the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad once more in his armor. "Damn it! The Nine Tails!" The green-clad Might Guy charged forth with a fierce expression, shouting, "Bring it on. I'll be your opponent." As he approached the Nine Tails rampage, the ominous chakra grew ever thicker. Every path was perilous, with debris raining down at any moment. Fear gripped Guy's heart, yet the fervor within him quelled the rising dread. However, before Guy could confront the Nine Tails, Kakashi seized him, exclaiming, "Guy, don't be reckless. The Tail Beast Bomb is not something to be taken lightly. We cannot act blindly for the sake of the village." Just then, shouts from other ninjas echoed nearby. "Young ninjas, to the assembly hall." Before Kakashi could speak, Guy bellowed in anger, "Why?" "It is the third Hokage's command. Will you defy it?" A tense Jonin replied. Kakashi pulled Guy along, insisting, "We must go." The young ninjas were herded to the assembly hall, a directive from the third Hokage in response to the looming threat. They could not allow the next generation of ninjas to perish needlessly. If all the young ninjas fell, what future would Konoha have? Thus, even as young ninjas like Kakashi yearned to fight, they were forbidden from confronting the Nine Tails. One day, they too would face similar choices in times of peril, striving to protect the younger generation, just as the second Hokage had, and as the Konoha ninjas were currently forging a safe passage with their lives. Yan Bai sprinted towards Reina. The sky had turned pitch black. He knew the Nine Tails' chaos had commenced. Obito had timed everything perfectly, casting Yan Bai out just before taking action, leaving him unable to return in time for rescue. Unaware of the situation unfolding on that side, Yan Bai was filled with rage. For the first time since his arrival, he felt this anger. The bonds of friendship and kinship he had built in Konoha were being shattered due to Obito's desire for revenge. Yan Bai was uncertain whether Kaguya had hindered Obito, but his reckless display of strength before everything was prepared was clearly nonsensical. Nonetheless, Yan Bai understood Kaguya's nature. As long as Yan Bai was safe, Kaguya would not intervene against Obito. Furthermore, due to Obito's stubbornness, any opposition from Kaguya would only provoke Obito to use Madara as an excuse. If it did not severely impact the Moon Eye plan, Kaguya would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. In a sense, Kaguya and Obito had reached a tacit agreement. These two fools indeed excel. Yan Bai's expression darkened further. Chapter 050. An unalterable fate. Reina stood neatly attired at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, gazing at the colossal beast wreaking havoc in the heart of Konoha. Hours earlier, she had sensed Yan Bai's presence dissipating within the village. Moments later, she felt him from a great distance, realizing something had happened to him. Upon arriving in Konoha, Yan Bai had told her he would never leave without a word. If he vanished without notice, it meant he was in peril, with Obito as the instigator. Yet Yan Bai reassured her not to worry, insisting Obito could not kill him. If that day ever came, he instructed her to wait at Ichiraku Ramen. He had not elaborated, but she took his words to heart. Ichiraku Ramen was the safest place. "Reina, is that you?" Uchiha Fugaku's voice called from behind. Reina turned to face him, causing Fugaku to pause in his tracks. She wore a smile, the same serene smile as always, her beauty untainted. Yet it bore no resemblance to a smile. Her visage resembled that of a vengeful spirit. For the sake of security, Reina always maintained her darkened state. "It's Yan Bai. I implore you to allow me to protect you. Now, let us proceed to the sanctuary together." Fugaku, a member of the Uchiha clan, was no ordinary ninja. Upon catching a glimpse of Reina's face, he instinctively felt his entire being enter a peculiar state of combat readiness. The moment he heard the name Yan Bai, Reina's expression contorted into one of fierce malevolence. Reina gazed at Fugaku, her face blossoming with a chilling, dark smile reminiscent of a spider lily. "Mr. Fugaku, do you see it? The monster in the village." Its eyes. Fugaku stared at Reina in disbelief. "What are you saying? The eyes of that monster. They bear a striking resemblance to yours. Go, hurry. This is the message my brother wishes to convey to you." Suddenly, the terrifying expression on Reina's face vanished, replaced by that of a gentle, endearing young girl. Fugaku's eyes widened, and he vanished into the shadows. Reina's smile gradually faded. The gifts she received from Yan Bai, diligence and meticulousness, imbued her with boundless energy and unparalleled observational prowess. Approximately 80% of her information was gathered through her eyes, with observation playing a crucial role. Reina's meticulousness allowed her observational skills to reach their zenith. The task of observation was to relay information to the brain, which, after processing, would convey it through the body to manifest as a result. Possessing extraordinary observational skills, coupled with a mind and body adept at processing external information, rendered her unmatched in all endeavors, whether learning or athletic pursuits. This was the current state of Reina, akin to a sponge absorbing every element of reality that could nourish her. Standing at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, she gazed at the enormous monster wreaking havoc in the heart of Konoha. She felt no urge to intervene, for Yan Bai was absent. However, this did not hinder her from observing the Nine Tails. With time, she discerned an alarming truth. The beast was under someone else's control. The Uchiha clan, responsible for maintaining order, was obstructed from evacuating civilians, which was highly irregular. Reina was oblivious to the intricacies of politics. But when Fugaku appeared before her and spoke of Yan Bai sending him to protect her, she understood. The one who knew her best, Yan Bai, was acutely aware that she did not require protection. His intention was merely to provide an excuse for Fugaku to return to the village. Why Yan Bai chose to direct Fugaku rather than someone else was beyond her contemplation. She simply recognized his purpose. Thus, she led Fugaku to observe the Nine Tails. Reina remained at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, watching the brutal scene unfold before her, awaiting Yan Bai's return. Fugaku had initially been tasked with protecting the villagers and was forbidden from participating in the rescue within Konoha, as the higher-ups had perceived the Sharingan within the eyes of the liberated Nine Tails. Such a scenario had only occurred in the era of Uchiha Madara. The leaders of Konoha recalled the terror of being ruled by Madara, fostering distrust towards the Uchiha clan. Regardless of whether it was external sabotage or an internal issue with the Uchiha, the higher-ups of Konoha would never permit members of the Uchiha clan into the village. It was a clear message: leave the Nine Tails to us. The Uchiha clan should not complicate matters, focus on logistics. Had it not been for Yan Bai's prior request, Fugaku would not have quietly returned to the village. At that moment, Fugaku's mind was solely occupied with his promise to Yan Bai. However, after Reina's reminder, he recognized that this was not a trivial matter to overlook. Yet, as Fugaku rushed toward the center of Konoha, a pair of shadowy hands silently emerged from behind him. Sensing a disturbance, Fugaku spun around, only to be ensnared by chains and pulled into a strange realm. In mere seconds, the scenery before him abruptly transformed. Events unfolded in an instant, and he could hardly comprehend what had transpired. The commotion within Konoha felt distant. When Fugaku attempted to return to the village, a somber voice echoed from behind him. "Uchiha Fugaku, do you dare defy orders?" Upon hearing the voice, Fugaku turned sharply, confronting a group of ninjas adorned with monstrous masks, surrounding an elderly man swathed in bandages. His pupils constricted slightly. It was Shimura Danzo. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had settled Kushina Uzumaki, who had been separated from the Nine Tails, and ensured Naruto's safety, appearing at Hokage Rock just moments later. Almost synchronously with Minato's arrival, the Nine Tails abandoned its torment of the villagers, turning its crimson gaze toward him. "With the title of Hokage, it is my duty to protect the village. You shall not wreak havoc any longer." Minato met the rampaging Nine Tails with unwavering resolve. The Nine Tails suddenly opened its maw, swiftly amalgamating its yin and yang chakra, compressing it into a high-density sphere of energy, the tailed beast bomb. This formidable attack had the capability to obliterate entire mountains and could reduce the fragile Konoha to rubble in an instant. Faced with the oncoming tailed beast bomb, Minato's expression grew grave as he gripped his kunai, prepared to confront the attack head-on. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to collide with Hokage Rock, a myriad of cursed seals manifested in midair, consuming the bomb in its entirety. The space warped and distorted, and the tailed beast bomb vanished, as if swallowed by the very rock itself. Chapter 051. The Hokages fighting their own battles. Flying Thunder God. Lightning Strike. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the tailed beast bomb to another location. Under the influence of spatial forces, the bomb materialized miles away from Konoha, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Despite the vast distance, the violent energy unleashed by the detonation still reached Konoha, its impact overwhelmingly powerful. Having successfully redirected the tailed beast bomb, Minato could not afford to be complacent. This maneuver had drained nearly half of his chakra. A shadowy hand silently emerged behind him. Sensing a presence, Minato refrained from turning around, swiftly countering with his kunai to strike at the enemy. However, the kunai made no sound as it passed through the enemy's head. Instead, it was Minato who was seized by Obito, who caught his hand mid-throw. "It's over," Obito declared, and in an instant, a warped vortex enveloped both him and Minato. Obito sought to forcibly pull Minato into his Kamui dimension. Yet, Minato, possessing acute sensory abilities, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported away. Frustrated by his failure, Obito muttered, I missed. Next time, I must be quicker to draw you in." Obito relentlessly pursued Minato, determined to restrain him. Without Minato's interference, there would be no one to control the rampaging Nine Tails, and the Uchiha clan, stranded outside the village, could not assist. Obito underestimated Konoha and his former mentor, Minato Namikaze. Konoha could not be so easily destroyed, and Obito was unprepared for the reality of that. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to act. Without Minato to hold back the Nine Tails, the beast began its violent rampage throughout Konoha. This plunged the battle-weary ninjas, who had just glimpsed hope, back into despair, their expressions contorted with anguish. Though the cause of this turmoil remained unclear, the space barrier of the fourth Hokage had manifested, only for him to vanish once more. In the face of such dire circumstances, there was no room for further contemplation. Ahead, a figure, no, half a figure, began to stir. The body of that ninja had been cleaved in two by the Nine Tails' claw, blood foaming from his mouth as he emitted sounds that were not quite speech. This horrific scene chilled the hearts of all present. The Nine Tails had completely lost its sanity. It sought total annihilation. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, within the police department, everyone anxiously observed the dreadful spectacle from afar. Someone could no longer contain their agitation and suggested, "Leader, let us confront the Nine Tails as well." The voices clamoring for battle grew increasingly insistent. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had faced relentless ostracism, and years of accumulated grievances were on the verge of eruption. Nevertheless, the Hidden Leaf was their home. Even aware of the potential for death, they showed no signs of fear. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku, having been warned, closed his eyes. They could not defy the village's orders, which mandated the protection of non-combatants. Fugaku's heart was a tumult of emotions. The scene he had just witnessed in the village, combined with the current orders, revealed the truth. The higher-ups in Konoha deemed the Uchiha clan the source of turmoil, thus forbidding their involvement in the battle. Yet, a command remained a command. As ninjas of the village, they could not disobey it, and their responsibilities were of utmost importance. However, Fugaku could not openly declare that the Konoha leadership mistrusted the Uchiha clan, thus preventing their participation in the fight. He could only lead his kin away from the battlefield, striving to fulfill their logistical duties as best they could. Fugaku understood that this directive did not originate from Minato Namikaze. Yet he was acutely aware that some commands were beyond Minato's authority. The consequences of disobedience loomed ominously. Meanwhile, Yan Bai pressed onward through the treacherous terrain. It appeared that Obito had meticulously prepared for this day. The unfamiliar forest was far removed from the Hidden Leaf. Yan Bai had not anticipated Obito's actions. He spared his life, did not harm him, nor imprison him, but rather cast him far away into an unknown location. There was no sign of Kurizetsu's presence. Initially, Yan Bai had suspected collusion between Kurizetsu and Obito, but something felt amiss. He needed to return swiftly to inquire with the accompanying White Zetsu about Kurizetsu's situation. As he neared the Hidden Leaf Village, Yan Bai encountered a tailed beast ball that had inexplicably emerged from nowhere, relying on his instinct for danger. He evaded the epicenter of the explosion, only to be caught by the shockwave nearby. The force propelled him several thousand meters forward. Grateful for the tailed beast ball, he realized it had hastened his return to the village. Stealthily, he ran, dodging detection as he navigated toward the back of the Nine Tails. The cacophony within the hidden leaf village was deafening, strewn with the corpses of its ninjas. Amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, Yan Bai pressed deeper into the chaos. What once was a path had transformed into a realm of desolation, the ground littered with debris that had formed makeshift chambers. The narrow passages, hardly deserving the title of pathways, exuded an unsettling warmth. The air, once pungent with a gaseous odor reminiscent of ammonia, was now tainted by a more sinister scent. Blood pooled around him. The walls, now faded, were smeared with still fresh human blood. The crimson liquid formed puddles that reflected the grotesque forms of dismembered bodies, their faces obscured, no longer identifiable as human, but rather as vessels spilling forth a deluge of red. This place could no longer be called the Hidden Leaf Village. It had become a foreign realm. The warm stench of beasts intermingled with the ominous aura of chakra. Yan Bai understood the gravity of his situation. He could not allow himself to be detected. In this battleground, if discovered by other ninjas, he would be swiftly removed from the fray. For he was still just a child. At that moment, a towering staff suddenly struck the Nine Tails, causing its massive form to crash through the outer walls of the village. After sacrificing countless ninja lives, Sarutobi Hiruzen had finally completed the technique. The summoning rod had propelled the Nine Tails out of the Hidden Leaf Village. Do not let your guard down. Follow me, continue the assault. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out, commanding the troops. Countless explosive tags and jutsu rained down upon the Nine Tails, failing to inflict damage, yet successfully diverting its attention, buying precious time. As Yan Bai observed from the shadows, he noted the conspicuous absence of the legendary Sannin during the confrontation with the Nine Tails. The Uchiha clan was collectively missing, and Danzo along with the Root ninjas were nowhere to be found. Thus, was Danzo leading the Root against the Uchiha clan? Based on the current timeline and circumstances, Obito should be facing off against Minato Namikaze. While Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed facade, commanding the battlefield, he was internally fraught with anxiety, awaiting Minato's arrival. At this juncture, Hiruzen was unaware of the use of the dead demon consuming seal, leaving him anxiously anticipating Minato's appearance to extend their delaying tactics. Yan Bai stealthily maneuvered toward the Nine Tails' flank. Outside the village walls, within the surrounding forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen led numerous ninjas in a desperate attempt to keep the Nine Tails at bay. A sacrifice that came at a tremendous cost. Once more, Hiruzen unleashed a high-cost composite jutsu, the Earth Dragon Fire Stream. The technique's immense power made the Nine Tails roar in rage, successfully drawing its attention away from the blocking ninjas, granting them a moment to breathe. Now agitated and free from the influence of the Sharingan, the Nine Tails opened its maw wide, gathering and compressing chakra of varying colors, preparing to unleash a tailed beast ball indiscriminately. Witnessing this, a chill gripped the hearts of all present. Hiruzen, having aged and weary from repeated use of composite jutsu, found himself half kneeling, chakra nearly depleted, struggling to persevere. If the Nine Tails unleashed that tailed beast ball, it would spell doom for everyone. At that moment, Yan Bai had reached the rear of the Nine Tails. In this critical juncture, no one had noticed his presence. The Nine Tails, now regaining its awareness, narrowed its pupils slightly. With the tailed beast ball forming in its mouth, it turned to see a pair of unfamiliar Mangekyo Sharingan. The Nine Tails was taken aback. An avalanche of thoughts surged forth, each one cursing the Uchiha clan's lineage. Mangekyo, Kage Shuriken. The time for the Nine Tails to traverse has arrived. Once, Yan Bai had spoken to Uchiha Shursui about the concept of an eternal gaze. Now, akin to the last time when he fabricated false memories for Yamataka, he forcibly implanted 59 memories of reincarnation into the Nine Tails. Among these, 20 incarnations were of the Nine Tails living as various breeds of dogs. Another 20 were as different types of foxes in worlds devoid of any extraordinary powers. Each narrative was a heartfelt adaptation of stories featuring spiritual creatures, meticulously chosen by Yan Bai. The remaining 19 were set in diverse fanfiction realms of Naruto, all diverging significantly from the original plot, yet sharing similar foundational elements. Most crucially, Within these realms, the Nine Tails encountered 19 distinct versions of its future host, Naruto Uzumaki, some reincarnated, others resurrected, or possessing eccentric personalities, all differing from one another. Throughout these 59 lives, the Nine Tails experienced university life, wild adventures, academic prowess, and playful interactions with Naruto. For the people of Konoha, mere moments had passed. Yet for the Nine Tails, it had undergone 59 cycles of reincarnation, returning to its original world. After utilizing his ocular technique, Yan Bai stealthily departed towards the Uchiha guard stationed outside the village, indifferent to whether the Nine Tails had developed psychological issues from its extensive traversals. This was, after all, an intriguing experiment, and Yan Bai was curious about the future transformation of the Nine Tails. At that very moment, a colossal toad descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, landing upon the head of the Nine Tails like a massive, moving monstrosity. In a critical instant, Gamabunta was summoned, bearing atop him the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Minato, you've finally returned," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his spirit ignited. Without uttering another word, Minato vanished from sight along with the immense form of the Nine Tails. He expended a significant amount of chakra to transport both the Nine Tails and the tailed beast bomb it was preparing, ensuring the safety of those around him. Soon after, Minato and the Nine Tails materialized deep within the forest. With a resounding boom, the tailed beast bomb obliterated the surrounding mountains and forests. The immediate threat was averted. Yet the Nine Tails remained in a daze as Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, retrieving his wife and child from their home. Breathing heavily, Minato found his chakra reserves nearly depleted. The repeated use of the Flying Thunder God technique had drained him significantly. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki, whose life was precariously waning, managed to utter, "I can hold on for a little longer." No sooner had she spoken than 5 golden chains erupted from her body, piercing the ground and emerging to ensnare the Nine Tails. At the brink of death, Kushina employed her bloodline sealing technique, the adamantine sealing chains, successfully subduing the Nine Tails. Squinting at the unfolding scene, the Nine Tails found this moment eerily familiar. It did not struggle, gazing down at the golden chains binding it. How many times have I been sealed now? This is the 20th. The couple before it were none other than Naruto's parents, and it realized it must foster a good relationship with Naruto henceforth. Contemplating this, a wave of melancholy washed over the Nine Tails. What should it do? Should it be fierce or not? The outcome would remain unchanged. It was about to be sealed. At this moment, the essence of the Nine Tails was still intertwined with the memories of its past traversals, undoubtedly shared. The thought racing through its mind was, could it return to Kushina's body? Could it save her? No, that was impossible. Kushina was too powerful. Her sealing technique could restrain it. Naruto, however, was different. He was weaker and could be treated as an equal, unlike Kushina, who looked down upon it. Kushina had to die. Once she perished, Minato would follow suit. After their demise, Naruto would belong to it. All it needed to do was comply with the sealing, as it was merely a pawn controlled by the malevolent Sharingan. It was not to blame. Kushina's death was orchestrated by Uchiha Obito, and it had no part in it. Although it could have been returned to Kushina's body, Minato chose to let her die, sealing half of the Nine Tails within Naruto while sacrificing himself with the other half. Uncertain of their peculiar choices, the Nine Tails resigned itself to fate, bound by the slender golden chains, wearing an expression of disillusionment and questioning the heavens. In its heart, the Nine Tails lamented, "Is the world of ninjas merely a tale of ocular legends? The sealing technique is truly the most formidable, even the one on the moon would agree." Now aware of the foundational settings, the Nine Tails had grown numb, closing its eyes in anticipation of sealing. Chapter 053. Why Minato Must Die. Yan Bai arrived at the location where the fourth Hokage was sealing the Nine Tails. He had come early, concealing his presence amidst the foliage. After bringing his wife and child, Minato used the last of his chakra to set up a barrier. Yan Bai, drawing from his experience, positioned himself near the edge of this barrier. From the very beginning, he had been observing, fully aware of the decisions Minato would make. As he had come for a different purpose, standing in the shadows, Yan Bai listened as Minato and Kushina engaged in lengthy dialogue. He mused that if Minato were to survive, Naruto's tale would transform into a tale of triumph, and Naruto would become an incarnation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Merely contemplating this was amusing. Yet, such a scenario was almost unattainable. Yan Bai had traversed this world multiple times, testing various approaches to alter the narrative. Yet nothing proved effective. Minato was destined to die. It was akin to the situations Yan Bai had encountered previously. Obito would eventually perish, Madara would succumb, and Minato would inevitably face his demise. Yan Bai understood the reasons behind their fates and how they would unfold. Thus there was no need to engage with the dead, extending them kindness. After all, the denizens of this world could be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. If he were to reveal his secrets before their deaths, those resurrected might expose his hidden truths. The deceased were not to be underestimated. Yan Bai had many tasks yet to complete. Thus, his performances before Madara's demise were also to please him, as he knew he would survive, a way to repay the kindness Madara had shown him during his life. Ultimately, Yan Bai did not prevent Madara's death, nor did he stop Obito's descent into darkness, and he certainly would not intervene in Minato's self-sacrifice. He merely added some artistic embellishments to their journeys toward death and corruption. Hence, Yan Bai quietly observed as the family of Minato played out their tragic scene. At this moment, Minato's mental state was in shambles. The so-called balance of tailed beasts was merely an excuse. The crux of the matter was that Minato longed for martyrdom. However, Yan Bai's eyes suddenly flickered with interest as a brilliant idea began to take shape. Who? Minato's startled voice echoed. Yan Bai stepped forth from the shadows. Before emerging, he adjusted his expression to convey a sense of grievance and exhaustion, his body smeared with grass and blood from earlier encounters. Hokage-sama, it is I, Yan Bai, he gasped, seemingly hesitant to breathe deeply. Wolfing Shuemin was somewhat paranoid, immediately recalling Yan Bai's earlier warning. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that Yan Bai was indeed within the barrier. He believed he had become overly fatigued and had let his guard down. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I have glimpsed your fate, but I cannot divulge too much. I would face divine retribution. You saw the warning of the thunder, did you not? Yan Bai feigned a deep sigh. Displaying a bittersweet smile, he silently praised himself. The dark clouds, the lightning, the divine punishment? It was merely Yan Bai's perception that the weather was fitting for divine retribution, so he seized the moment to manipulate Wolfing Shuemin. Now, they were merely in the final stage of his deception. As long as Wolfing Shuemin believed that Yan Bai possessed knowledge, but could not disclose it due to fear of divine punishment, it would sustain Yan Bai's air of mystery and enhance his value. Yan Bai exhaled gently, a forlorn expression gracing his face. I'm sorry, I couldn't assist you. The masked man attacked me, thinking me an obstacle. He used time-space ninjutsu to cast me 1,000 miles away from Konoha. I ran for my life and have only just returned. Wolfing Shuemin looked astounded. I was caught off guard by the ambush, and by the time I realized what had happened, I was already far from Konoha. Yan Bai sighed, seemingly aware that he could not defeat the masked man, so he had been directly transported away. How did you come to be here? Wolfing Shuemin remained vigilant. I just hurried back, Yan Bai replied, feeling frustrated. Moreover, if it weren't for that tailed beast bomb that inexplicably flew in and assisted me, I might not have made it here. The tailed beast bomb injured me, forcing me to pause and rest. Wolfing Shuemin replied, I apologize. But it seems that tailed beast bomb was deployed by him. Yan Bai had previously warned him of impending danger, but it was indeed mishandled. With the dire situation at hand, Wolfing Shuemin could no longer afford to engage in idle chit-chat. Uzumaki Kushina was on the brink of death. In this critical moment, he disregarded Yan Bai, who was resting nearby, and began to make arrangements for the aftermath. What followed was a classic scene of sacrifice from the Hokage. This child, named by Jiraiya-sensei, will serve as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and pave the way for the future. For some reason, I am resolute in this belief. Wolfing Shuemin declared with conviction. Yan Bai interjected, Wait, fourth Hokage. Wolfing Shuemin reluctantly turned his head to look at him. Hokage-sama, are you contemplating sacrificing yourself to prevent the village from losing the tailed beast, thus maintaining the balance? Yan Bai articulated his disapproval. Hokage-sama, using that technique you just mentioned will lead to your demise, will it not? Have you considered your newborn child's perspective? Is it not unjust to impose your ideals upon him at such a tender age, burdening his small frame with the weight of saving the world? For a child, having parents by their side is surely more important than saving the world. As he spoke, Yan Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. I am a war orphan. I understand the pain of being without family. Reina is not my biological sister. We both yearn for kinship and are helpless in this regard. His words left Wolfing Shuemin momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina sobbed softly. This child speaks the truth, Watergate. Why must our child bear such a heavy burden from birth? Why must you resort to the dead demon-consuming seal, knowing your time is so fleeting? Why must you die? Yan Bai wiped his tears, silently reflecting. Indeed. Why must one die? It is not my question, but Kushina's. As Kushina grew increasingly agitated, her tears overflowing, she lamented, I cannot survive without you. But you are different. Watergate. I wish for you to accompany Naruto as he grows up, to protect him, and to ensure his happiness. Why must you make such a tremendous sacrifice for the sake of tailed beast balance? Wolfing Shuemin remained silent. Yan Bai ceased his discourse. Having witnessed countless versions of Wolfing Shuemin's demise and feeling numb to the experience. Time passed, and Wolfing Shuemin solemnly stated, for the sake of Konoha, for peace. Sacrifice is inevitable. Others can sacrifice themselves to stop the Nine Tails. Why should I, as Hokage, retreat? Upon hearing this, Yan Bai lowered his head, silently acknowledging, as expected. This time it is still futile. Regardless of the arguments presented, even in the face of Uzumaki Kushina's accusations, Wolfing Shuemin chose the path of sacrifice. Yan Bai could no longer bear to witness the unfolding events. Altering the narrative was beyond his reach. As he pondered, Yan Bai turned his face away, inadvertently locking eyes with the Nine Tails, who had been obediently bound by golden chains from the very beginning. Their gazes met, and the Nine Tails suddenly widened its eyes in surprise. This child seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 054. I am quite sturdy. You know, Kurama. Yan Bai smiled slightly, and as the Nine Tails looked into his eyes, it instantly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Wolfing Shuemin and Uzumaki Kushina remained oblivious to the event. After hypnotizing the Nine Tails, Yan Bai, fully aware of the impending outcome, gazed at the heavens with an expression of existential despair. His demeanor only deepened Wolfing Shuemin's sorrow. Thank you. You are a good child. Forgive me for my initial suspicion. You chose not to attend the Ninja Academy out of fear of being doubted by us, did you not? Wolfing Shuemin suddenly addressed Yan Bai. I apologize. I believe that even in our absence, the third Hokage will care for Naruto. He continued, and you will not neglect Naruto, ensuring he is not bullied, correct? Yan Bai looked at Wolfing Shuemin with a sorrowful expression, remaining silent. In truth, he thought to himself, indeed. I still need to cultivate his Ashura and Nine Tails chakra. This aligned with the benevolent image he had cultivated in Konoha. Noticing Yan Bai's lack of response, Wolfing Shuemin smiled and added, you were intentionally waiting for us here, were you not? Upon hearing this, Yan Bai abruptly raised his gaze, meeting Wolfing Shuemin's eyes. Each time he arrived, he assumed a different identity, and conversing with Wolfing Shuemin in various roles led to entirely different outcomes. Wolfing Shuemin was an astute ninja, not easily deceived. For this reason, Yan Bai had chosen to remind Wolfing Shuemin on a rainy day, close to Uzumaki Kushina's labor, to create an air of prophetic mystery. Yan Bai remained silent for a few seconds, then looked intently at Wolfing Shuemin, stating earnestly, yes, because I have seen your future, as well as that child's. His words visibly stirred Uzumaki Kushina's emotions. Wolfing Shuemin reached out to comfort her, offering a wry smile. You cannot speak, can you? Indeed. Yet I cannot bear to do so, Yan Bai replied, lowering his gaze. Given his future identity, I cannot approach him easily. However, if I am here today to witness everything firsthand, based on your last words, I can care for this child in the future. Otherwise, my intentions would be futile. Upon hearing this, Wolfing Shuemin's expression turned cold. Yan Bai understood that this reaction was not directed at him. His words had sparked something in Wolfing Shuemin's mind, but unfortunately, having made up his mind, he could only do as Yan Bai suggested, asking him to care for the child in his final moments. Wolfing Shuemin's last words carried weight. Yet he hesitated. As the shadow of a village, he must consider the greater picture. It is evident that the children cannot be entrusted to Yan Bai's care. Yet he can inform the third Hokage not to hinder Yan Bai's goodwill toward Naruto. Procrastination has already squandered considerable time. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has begun the Reaper Death Seal. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the Umbu, hastily arrived at the scene, but due to the barrier's restrictions, he could only anxiously await outside. What? That child? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in shock at the situation within the barrier. Yan Bai's face was too conspicuous, instantly recognizable. It was already quite extraordinary for Yan Bai to be inside the barrier. Minato had commenced hand seals when, without giving Hiruzen a moment to comprehend, a phantom of the Shinigami materialized in midair, holding a rosary in its left hand and a short blade in its mouth, appearing behind Minato. Yan Bai lifted his gaze to the Shinigami, who seemed to recognize him, shuddering involuntarily. Yan Bai averted his eyes, as if he were invisible. The Shinigami's illusion could only be seen by the caster and those the caster allowed. Yan Bai was not supposed to witness it. The Ninetales had been sleeping soundly when Minato forcibly awakened it with the Reaper Death Seal. The Ninetales, feeling a multitude of grievances due to the 69 cycles it had endured, found its temperament altered. It remained silent, not uttering threats, merely glaring at Yan Bai with a look of unwillingness, yearning for vengeance, yet refraining from making any declarations. At that moment, Minato softly uttered a sealing word. The summoned Shinigami thrust its right hand through Minato's chest, and then its chakra-laden hand seized the Ninetales. The spirit of the Ninetales was forcibly extracted and sealed within Minato's body, manifesting a sealing technique on his chest. Yan Bai cast a pitiful expression toward the Ninetales, infuriating it to the point of baring its fangs. Minato, in agony from the overwhelming chakra, struggled to contain the immense power of the Ninetales, which, split in half, had diminished in size. Soon after, Minato summoned an altar and placed young Naruto upon it. Witnessing this, the previously bewildered Ninetales suddenly lost its composure. With its form reduced, the chains of the adamantine ceiling relaxed. The Ninetales' claws lashed out. Instinctively, Minato and Kushina stood protectively in front of Naruto. Yet, to their disbelief, the Ninetales targeted Yan Bai, who stood in confusion as the claws approached. Minato exclaimed, "Be careful." As the claws drew near, Yan Bai appeared unresponsive, standing still. Then, thud, Yan Bai remained motionless. The Ninetales' claws embedded in his chest, failing to penetrate, producing an odd sound. Yan Bai's clothing was torn, revealing skin as pale as wax, yet the Ninetales' claws were halted, unable to pierce through. The Ninetales pondered, "What is this? Despite having skin, it's as hard as steel. Is this boy even human?" Yan Bai tilted his head, softly murmuring to the Ninetales, "I'm quite hard. Aren't I, Kurama?" Upon hearing the name Kurama, the Ninetales widened its eyes in shock. In that fleeting moment, Kushina suppressed the Ninetales once more. Overwhelmed by shock, the Ninetales was sealed away within young Naruto. Just before the sealing was complete, it distinctly saw Yan Bai smiling and waving goodbye, forming a see you gesture. The sight of that beaming face incited furious struggles, yet ultimately proved futile. In the end, the Ninetales was successfully sealed, leaving the surviving villagers of Konoha unable to rejoice. This upheaval caused by the Ninetales had inflicted severe losses upon Konoha. The once bustling streets lay in ruins, countless lives lost, and both the Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage perished. Yan Bai remained oblivious to the impending political ramifications, for such matters did not concern him. He was merely a commoner, albeit one who generously contributed to the reconstruction fund, garnering commendations. Should other ninja villages attack Konoha, he would be nothing more than a target for plunder, rather than a genius capable of evading elimination. Thus, what merit is there in attending the Ninja Academy? Surely, earning a livelihood is far more appealing. Chapter 55. Brother, I am the leader. Yan Bai was aware that before the fourth Hokage Minato's demise, he had spoken favorably of Yan Bai to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an astute old fox, at least outwardly maintained a friendly demeanor toward Yan Bai. Naruto had also been entrusted to Hiruzen's care. Given the timeline and circumstances in Konoha, Yan Bai surmised that the Cloud Village was poised for action. Indeed, this was troubling. This group believed that with the absence of the Ninetales, Konoha's strength would wane. However, with both Minato and Kushina deceased and left with an infant Naruto, who lacked the ability to wield the tailed beast's power, Konoha's strength was not diminished by Minato's actions, was it? Well, relatively speaking, while Konoha's power had indeed been reduced, other ninja villages were even weaker, and by comparison, a sense of contentment returned. Regarding this matter, Yan Bai had signed a confidentiality agreement with Hiruzen. Outsiders would remain unaware that the Jinchuriki of Konoha was but an infant. Moreover, the Mist Village was embroiled in internal strife, while the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind were somewhat battered and in need of recuperation. Following the fourth Hokage's passing, a new Hokage would undoubtedly be chosen. And regardless of the process, power would eventually revert to the third Hokage, with Kakashi falling under Hiruzen's command. However, The Uchiha clan continued to be relegated to the outskirts of the village. Politicians employed strategies akin to driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf. Yet Hiruzen's approach seemed more akin to raising a wolf to devour a tiger. Various actions that clashed with Yan Bai's worldview rendered him apathetic to their behavioral patterns. As for the Uchiha clan, their forced relocation to the village's periphery confirmed the upper echelon's distrust. Previous observations had left Uchiha Fugaku utterly disillusioned with Konoha. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi was placed under house arrest. Reina, obedient as ever, followed Yan Bai's prior instructions to seek refuge at Ichiraku Ramen amidst the turmoil. Refraining from engaging in any matters or revealing her abilities, behaving like a law-abiding citizen. During the reconstruction efforts, Reina continued to heed Yan Bai's advice, bringing delicacies to the beleaguered Uchiha clan, maintaining order. Yan Bai and Reina had become the final source of psychological solace for the Uchiha clan. My apologies for taking so long to visit you. Thank you, Miss Reina, Uchiha Itachi expressed with a hint of remorse as he observed Yan Bai, who was seated in a narrow corridor, propped up with a writing desk, engrossed in his writing. Reina smiled as she served tea and snacks to Itachi before quietly departing. Without lifting his gaze, Yan Bai continued to write, nonchalantly remarking, "It's quite all right. You have already brought me a gift. I have no reason to be angry. Rather, it is you who always arrives with a sour expression. Is there something you cannot directly convey? How would you know I wouldn't assist you if you do not speak?" Uchiha Itachi's mood was consistently somber, a regular state for him. Thus, could a child plagued by melancholy from a young age avoid an early demise? "Thank you," Uchiha Itachi said heavily. First, there was an apology, followed by gratitude. Yan Bai shook his head, remarking that he had reverted to his indecisive demeanor. It had taken considerable effort to cultivate a more loquacious version of himself, only to see it all unravel. Uchiha Itachi stared at Yan Bai in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the term barbecue, but given Yan Bai's expression of regret, he surmised it might mean something akin to over. The Uchiha clan had been relocated to the village's outskirts, yet you continued to maintain cordial relations with us, for which I am truly grateful, Itachi murmured softly. "It's merely a change of residence," Yan Bai replied, glancing up at Itachi. "Why should I alter my attitude simply because of your relocation?" Itachi elaborated. "If you are referring to the misconceptions harbored by the higher-ups of Konoha or the villagers due to the Nine-Tails incident," Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and interjected, "I wish to convey that none of that concerns me. Whom I choose to be kind to or not is entirely my decision. No one can sway my thoughts." As he spoke, Yan Bai set down his pen, took a damp cloth to wipe his hands, and approached Itachi, declaring, "Only the weak need to follow the crowd, as they lack the direction to forge their own path. I have always been a pioneer of trends, leading the way, influencing others while remaining impervious to their influence." Yan Bai's demeanor was earnest, yet his tone bore a hint of mockery, eliciting a smirk from Itachi. "I envy you," Itachi confessed. "One is a village, the other a clan. I am filled with concern, yet compared to you, I feel exceedingly feeble." Reflecting on Yan Bai's presence, Itachi recognized how significantly Yan Bai had impacted Konoha's daily life, from home decor to fashion trends, and even culinary techniques, all of which the villagers were eager to emulate. Yan Bai's influence on Konoha was indeed profound, almost chillingly so. Yan Bai was, as he claimed, perpetually at the forefront of trends, only influencing others while remaining unyielding to their sway. "What you are pondering is merely a waste of time," Yan Bai declared as he settled beside Itachi. "You spend your days fretting over various concerns. The reality remains unchanged. You ought to focus on identifying issues, analyzing them, and finding solutions." Identify issues? Analyze them? Find solutions? Itachi found himself lost in contemplation. "For instance, pose a question right now," Yan Bai suggested, tilting his gaze downward to sip his warm tea. "The conflict between Konoha and your clan, correct?" Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow. "Let us analyze why there is a conflict," Yan Bai continued. Itachi's frown deepened. "Why is there one?" Observing Itachi's bewildered expression, Yan Bai grew curious. "You haven't even analyzed this. What are you truly worried about? If you don't understand the root of the conflict, how can you resolve it?" "It has existed since my birth," Itachi said, still frowning. Yan Bai blinked in surprise. "Since the conflict predates your birth, does that mean you can't investigate?" Itachi fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head. "I suppose it relates to our ancestors." "Suppose?" Yan Bai urged, "Do not rely on vague assumptions. Seek concrete evidence." Itachi gazed at Yan Bai, still wearing an expression of deep-seated sorrow. Itachi, Yan Bai reassured him. This is merely my way of thinking. You need not mimic me. Each person is unique. As long as you can find a solution, that is sufficient. However, Yan Bai added, you are indeed still too weak. Strive to grow stronger. Not only to compel others to accept your views, but to ensure your own safety in times of peril. Violence may not resolve every issue, yet it can address problematic individuals. Chapter 056, Black Zetsu S Jinchuriki. Abido, only those with strength command authority. Rules are crafted by the powerful for the weak. An order emerges from violence. If you lack strength, what right do you have to pursue anything? Without power, you are unworthy of knowing the truth. What gives rise to your delusion that one can confront everything without formidable might? The current peace is indeed upheld by strength. How did the first Hokage establish Konoha? Through his love? Or with the iron fist of that love? Why were the Uchiha forced to the fringes? You deluded yourselves into believing you were strong, yet you have grown weak. You instilled fear in the adults without possessing the true strength to back it, leading them to test your limits time and again. Thus, is it your worries or your strength that will resolve conflicts? Have you found the answer within? As Itachi absorbed Yan Bai's words, he felt an unusual expansion of knowledge. Konoha, a village steeped in the will of fire, influenced Itachi profoundly, preventing him from contemplating matters as Yan Bai suggested. Was it the absolute strength to crush dissenting voices from both the clan and the village? To intimidate through force and then impose one's ideology upon the weaker? In that moment, Itachi glanced at Yan Bai. Since his arrival in Konoha, Yan Bai had quietly resided at home, diligently experimenting with culinary creations, sharing them with neighbors, fostering friendships through small gestures, and treating the Uchiha as friends. His culinary delights spread through Konoha like a contagion. Although cuisine and strength seem unrelated, the underlying principle appears similar. Yan Bai's culinary skills yielded delectable dishes, prompting those around him to emulate him, willingly embracing his ideas. The same applied to home renovations. Yan Bai had excavated a substantial cesspool in his yard, fortifying his home. Initially perceived as an ill-advised endeavor by the neighbors, the benefits became evident during the Nine Tails incident. Many houses crumbled under the assault, but Yan Bai's home, though on the village's outskirts, stood resilient while others collapsed. Following the disaster, numerous villagers sought Yan Bai for renovation designs. Post-reconstruction, Konoha's aesthetic transformed, adopting Yan Bai's style. As these thoughts coursed through Itachi's mind, his eyes widened in realization. A peculiar notion surged within him. Perhaps one day, Konoha would become Yan Bai's Konoha. A village where everyone donned Yan Bai's fashion, savored his culinary creations, read his writings, utilized his crafted goods, and resided in homes reflective of his style. How terrifying! Yan Bai had infiltrated the daily lives of the villagers like a virus, influencing not only their material existence, but also their thoughts. His novels gained immense popularity, with characters and narratives embodying Yan Bai's will, inevitably affecting readers. Those enamored with the protagonists and supporting characters would unconsciously mimic their actions and ideologies in reality, leaving a significant, enduring impact, even if they never fully transformed into those fictional beings. What was most alarming was that the villagers embraced this influence willingly. I understand now, Yan Bai. Uchiha Itachi's expression transformed from a frown to one of determination. I will strive to improve, thank you. However, after uttering those words, a doubt crept into his mind. If Yan Bai can achieve it, can I? Am I truly capable? A sense of unease enveloped him as he fell into deep contemplation. Yan Bai observed Itachi with a smile. Uncertain of how Itachi would evolve in the future, perhaps his fate would remain unchanged. Yet, fundamentally, Itachi was still a child, easily influenced in his formative years. Yan Bai pondered whether the brainwashing he had instilled in Itachi could withstand the will of fire. He sincerely hoped that Itachi would never again bear the infamous reputation of patricide, matricide, and the slaughter of his kin. Coming to terms with this thought, Yan Bai nodded, though he realized he had not fully resolved his internal conflict. Itachi scratched his head, stating, I need to reflect more. Upon deeper thought, it feels overwhelmingly challenging, and I lack confidence. The two shared a cup of tea and arranged a time for their next meeting before Itachi took his leave. After watching Itachi depart, Yan Bai closed the gate to the courtyard. Standing beside the vegetable patch, a large cabbage suddenly sprouted from the soil, emitting a faint sound. It was one of the white Zetsu. a creature tasked with safeguarding Yan Bai's possessions. Understanding the importance of diversifying his assets, Yan Bai had concealed his wealth in various locations, some in the basement of his residence, others in hidden compartments, and some entrusted to the White Zetsu accompanying him. "Brother," spoke the vortex-faced White Zetsu softly. "My clones have conveyed astonishing news. Brother Ju was sealed before the Night of the Nine Tails due to a dispute with Obito." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of foreboding. "What did you say?" "Brother, you mustn't be unaware. Obito was in a state of madness at that time, insisting on pursuing that course of action." The vortex-faced White Zetsu hesitated to mention the Nine Tails incident and instead referenced that altercation. Brother Ju argued with him, claiming Obito was merely jealous, unable to bear his solitude while witnessing your success in Konoha, leading to his wrath. Yan Bai, with a pained expression, interjected, "Cut out the embellishments and get to the point. The crux is that Obito sealed Brother Ju." The White Zetsu replied cautiously. "How was he sealed?" Yan Bai inquired further. The White Zetsu quickly responded, "Just like how Minato sealed the Nine Tails within his son, Brother Ju was sealed inside Obito." "What?" Yan Bai's lips twitched in disbelief. "Obito possesses such sealing techniques?" The White Zetsu nodded. "Indeed, brother. After that encounter with you in the restroom, Obito was driven to improve himself, diligently training and studying, making significant progress. Then he sealed Brother Ju." Yan Bai's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. "Uchiha Obito." This version of Obito had undergone a profound transformation, prompting Yan Bai to sense that the narrative might take a different turn. Chapter 57. The Self-Modifying NPCs. Although Obito ultimately followed the path of the Nine Tails incident, it remained uncertain whether his newfound intelligence stemmed from reasons divergent from the original storyline. Each cycle was independent, akin to Yan Bai's arrival in a parallel world of Naruto, with characters possessing unique identities, not necessarily mirroring their counterparts from previous realms. Thus, would the plot indeed change significantly this time? Obito had grown astute, transforming from an academic underachiever to a scholar, and had even become the Jinchuriki of Kuro Zetsu. Did he intentionally engage in a quarrel with Kuro Zetsu to seal him? Was it because Kuro Zetsu was a manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will that Obito chose to seal him? Or did a dispute trigger Obito's obsessive emotions, compelling him to implement the seal? Alternatively, had Obito discerned Kuro Zetsu's anomalies, leading him to seal it preemptively? Moreover, could Kuro Zetsu's essence genuinely be contained by Uchiha Obito in the form of a Jinchuriki? Was such a feat conceivable? Indeed, anything was possible. Yan Bai's expression grew serious. He had to prepare for the worst. A week later, Yan Bai dutifully arrived at the Hokage's office, bringing along a plethora of infant supplies. He settled beside the cradle and gently touched the sleeping Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, smoking, occasionally glancing in Yan Bai's direction. Yan Bai had not interacted much with Naruto in his infancy, yet witnessing the third Hokage managing childcare at work was quite astonishing. Though the Umbu were primarily responsible for caring for the child, the situation still struck him as remarkable. Yan Bai found it puzzling that the third Hokage, possessing the telescope technique, did not simply place the child in a separate house for the Umbu to oversee, allowing him to observe Naruto through the technique. A smile of curiosity surfaced on Yan Bai's face. Was he wary of him? As the ruler of Konoha, did he truly fear Yan Bai's potential to usurp the child? Due to the fourth Hokage's last wishes, the third Hokage found it difficult to overtly restrict Yan Bai from expressing goodwill towards Naruto. Thus, he opted to treat the child as a distant relative, maintaining an amiable public image while remaining vigilant. Wasn't he that exhausting? It would be prudent for Uchiha Itachi to observe the contrast between his clan, pushed to the periphery of the village, and Yan Bai, a commoner treated with deference by the esteemed Hokage, albeit a deference possibly born of wealth. As long as Yan Bai remained alive, he would forever be one of Konoha's most lucrative assets. This world was undeniably more intriguing than before, with each individual subtly altering their paths. Yan Bai imparted his childcare expertise to the Umbu responsible for looking after Naruto, but as he spoke, time slipped away, and noon approached. After relaying some crucial points, Yan Bai intended to take his leave, believing that Naruto was still young and that he could gradually build rapport. It seemed more prudent to seek opportunities to engage with the Uchiha clan and play with Sasuke instead. However, the third Hokage called out to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a kind smile, suggested, "How about sharing a lunch together?" Yan Bai, unperturbed, replied with a grin, sure. Together, Yan Bai and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, which had been revitalized since the Nine-Tails incident. Many areas had been rebuilt, with some architectural styles significantly altered, seemingly reinforced against seismic activity. Following the reconstruction, a plethora of eateries emerged like mushrooms after rain. The third Hokage smiled benevolently, commenting, I never anticipated that, after such calamity, everyone would rebound so swiftly. Yan Bai smiled in silence, listening as Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Many of these establishments offer new culinary experiences. It seems Konoha is advancing rapidly. I truly feel my age. New culinary experiences. That was a pointed reference, wasn't it? Yan Bai's smile widened. Please take care of your health. Konoha still needs your leadership. This sentiment pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded appreciatively before leading Yan Bai into a braised meat shop. The shopkeeper was Yan Bai's neighbor, and upon seeing the Hokage and Yan Bai enter together, he warmly greeted them. The neighbors had all savored Yan Bai's culinary creations, and many had recognized a business opportunity, discreetly approaching Yan Bai for his recipes. Yan Bai generously shared his knowledge, resulting in these individuals successfully launching their own establishments and earning profits. Initially, they were apprehensive about Yan Bai's potential anger. However, his response was, how delightful. In the future, I can simply visit your establishment whenever I wish to indulge. Grateful for the opportunity Yan Bai had provided, a neighbor of commendable character began to send 2 portions of the delectable dishes prepared daily at the shop, one for Yan Bai and another for Ling Nai. This act inspired others to follow suit, and soon the entire street was abundantly returning favors to Yan Bai, to the extent that both he and Ling Nai had not cooked for themselves at home in quite some time. Upon seeing Yan Bai accompanied by the Hokage patronizing the business, the shop owner was overjoyed and prepared a private room for them, even providing additional side dishes. During the meal, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially savored his food in silence. Yan Bai, too, refrained from initiating conversation, allowing a heavy silence to linger for at least 20 minutes. Eventually, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his utensils and spoke. If it weren't for my current status as a daimyo, I would assume you were the Hokage. Yan Bai chuckled at this remark. Hokage, you are quite the jester. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious as he gazed at Yan Bai. Yan Bai met his gaze, noting that Hiruzen's favorability was at 10. This was not an initial impression, but rather a reflection of Hiruzen's wariness, as he was one of the rare individuals from Konoha who viewed Yan Bai with hostility at first. Yet, Yan Bai remained unconcerned. Political maneuvers were simply part of the game. He surmised that when Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered Shimura Danzo, his favorability would likely be even lower. With a sigh, Yan Bai set down his utensils, wondering what the Hokage intended to convey. Hiruzen lowered his gaze and remarked, I recall you telling Minato that you have no desire to become a ninja. Yan Bai did not deny this. Hiruzen continued, but you promised a child from the Uchiha clan that you would accompany him to school. Yan Bai nodded in affirmation. Are you having second thoughts? Hiruzen inquired. Locking eyes with Yan Bai, though feeling a twinge of apprehension, replied, no. Hiruzen sighed again. The recent Nine-Tails incident has left many areas of the village in ruins, and the school was destroyed in that catastrophe. Some students from the Ninja Academy have even been included on the casualty list. This must be why you have always regarded being a ninja as a perilous profession, correct? Yan Bai did not deny it. He understood what Hiruzen was implying. The loss of many students had led several survivors to abandon the path of becoming ninjas. Hiruzen focused intently on Yan Bai. Thus, I plan to commence early enrollment once the reconstruction of the Ninja Academy is complete. Yan Bai lowered his eyelids, internally musing. Early enrollment to recruit young lambs, a manipulation leading them to the battlefield. Yan Bai remained silent, waiting for Hiruzen to elaborate. This silence persisted for a full 3 minutes. Unable to endure the lack of response any longer, Hiruzen finally asked, You will enroll, won't you? Yes, Yan Bai confirmed. Hiruzen exhaled with relief and smiled. In truth, I look forward to seeing you become Hokage. Following this, Hiruzen continued to scrutinize Yan Bai, who only pouted in displeasure. Being Hokage entails an overwhelming burden of paperwork and responsibilities, including raising children. I believe it would be too taxing. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. In the ensuing chapter, your well-meaning brother is hypocritical. Yan Bai articulated the divergence in values between himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. While Hiruzen cherished the ideals of the will of fire and reveled in hearing children declare their aspirations to become Hokage, Yan Bai harbored no interest in becoming a ninja, let alone coveting the position of Hokage. Yan Bai understood that Hiruzen's concerns were prompted by the recent upheavals within Konoha, causing Hiruzen to adopt a more vigilant stance. Despite Yan Bai's assurances of his benign intentions, Hiruzen's outward composure belied a lingering skepticism. Nevertheless, Yan Bai chose to disregard the Hokage's doubts. The two parted ways after their meal, with Yan Bai maintaining a facade of decorum while Hiruzen refrained from pressing further. Recognizing the futility of arguing with a child who had yet to make any significant contributions, after leaving the establishment, they went their separate ways. As Yan Bai ambled home, his pace unhurried, he suddenly turned his gaze toward a certain direction. There lay a desolate expanse, where the remnants of walls had been cleared away by the ninjas previously tasked with logistics. However, due to the ongoing reconstruction efforts, debris still lingered. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing amidst the ruins. The slender silhouette evoked thoughts of a serpent, clad in predominantly black attire. The figure's loose garments obscured any discernible traits of gender, as their arms hung limply at their sides. A cold smile crept across Yan Bai's lips as he altered his course, striding toward the shadowy figure amid the ruins. The wind carried strands of hair, reminiscent of a predatory beast. In the stillness of the street, the dubious figure loomed closer, and as Yan Bai approached, a vortex of Kamui space materialized behind the figure. Obito. Yan Bai quickened his pace, nearly sprinting forward, but Obito had already sealed the spatial passage and vanished without a trace. Standing there, Yan Bai's expression darkened as he squinted his eyes. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito removed his mask and sat on the ground, his demeanor solemn as he closed his eyes. Soon, his consciousness delved into an abyss of darkness. Obito's shoulders trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration, as he ventured deeper into the cold, damp shadows. Before him stood a cage surrounded by seals, encasing a dark entity, shrouded in layers of enchantments, resembling a mummified form. Zetsu. Obito's face, once saved by the white Zetsu cells, bore a grotesque visage akin to aged bark, and he broke into a sinister grin. Did you see? From my perspective. You witnessed it, didn't you? Zetsu, the brother you deemed beautiful, kind, and lovable, is nothing but hypocritical. Has he ever saved anyone? No. He merely seeks to gain from minor sacrifices, hoping to leverage future favors. You have all been deceived. He has merely maintained a facade of virtue. As he spoke, Obito moved slowly around the cage, his shadow twisting like a serpent. With each step, he reinforced the seals binding the entity within, whispering repeatedly, Zetsu, he never considered you. Ha ha ha. Just as he stated, he stands in for you and Madara, gazing at the stars you cannot see. Obito's face twisted into a malevolent smile. Of course, I will execute the Moon's Eye plan as scheduled, but as for you and Madara, you may as well perish. Zetsu, your beloved brother will not seek vengeance for you. You will witness the success of the Moon's Eye plan, but Madara's resurrection? That is utterly unattainable. Let the ancient monsters of a bygone era return to the dust along with their relics. Your beloved younger brother, though endowed with power, is but a despondent figure, shackled by his hypocritical nature which compels him to uphold a facade of virtue. This is his Achilles heel, for he is dreadfully afraid of being perceived as unworthy. How absurd. Nevertheless, take solace, for as long as your brother remains unobtrusive, I shall grant him a beautiful dream, allowing him to revel in the illusion of wealth within his slumber. Breathing heavily, he spoke each word as if he were expelling his very heart. His breath was labored, reminiscent of an asthmatic, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. Was it excitement or the pang of suffering that fueled him? As he encircled the prison, he reinforced the seals. The enigmatic entity at the center of the cage ceased its struggle, submitting to his efforts. Observing its capitulation, he smirked wryly, remarking that were it not for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he would still be ensnared by Madara's control. Indeed, one must push oneself to achieve growth. In my naivety, I once harbored simplistic and illusory aspirations, leaving me directionless in my quest for strength. In life and death situations, human potential is boundless. It was in my quest for survival that I delved into sealing arts and discovered their unparalleled might. The teachings of the Leaf Village, while steeped in the will of fire, offered little practical knowledge. It was your brother who enlightened me to the fact that becoming a powerful and great ninja is not the sole path to greatness. His revelations inspired me, and I realized that I too could ascend to brilliance. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are indeed formidable. The Senju clan has escaped annihilation, and soon it will be the turn of the Uchiha clan. Suppressing a smile, I almost forgot that you cannot speak, which leaves me feeling rather lonely. Yet, it matters not, as long as you can hear and feel my presence. I must concede, our little brother possesses quite the cunning, with mere trifles. He has captivated the villagers of Konoha, his reputation even beginning to overshadow that of the Hokage. Should the entirety of the village become like Reina, Konoha would surely face its demise. Alas, the fate of the village will hinge upon his whims. Truly impressive. No wonder he is the favored sibling of both you and Madara. Neither of you are innocent in this matter. When I eventually confront him, he will undoubtedly attempt to engage me in emotional discourse. How revolting. The very thought of it sickens me. You all regard me as a pawn and a fool, and there shall be consequences for that. Chapter 059. Request for battle in the ninja world. The pace of reconstruction following disaster is remarkably swift. As a commoner, Yan Bai finds himself sheltered beneath the protective wings of Konoha, while the matters of conflict are left to the adults. However, the newly established streets feel quite desolate. Not due to the villagers' loss of zest for life following their suffering, but rather because the population has significantly dwindled. Coupled with the aftermath of the Ninetales incident, reports indicate ongoing skirmishes with the Cloud Village at the borders. Each day, countless bodies are returned to Konoha and laid to rest at the memorial stone. With the number of ninjas in decline, they must recruit more inexperienced individuals to undergo the 6-year indoctrination of the Will of Fire. Initially, after Minato's ascension, everything seemed to be progressing positively, but then calamity struck, an unforeseen disaster that compounded the struggles of this already impoverished village. The border skirmishes are fierce, with both Cloud and Konoha suffering losses. In this war of attrition, Konoha, as the home ground, still retains an advantage. What did you say? Yan Bai exclaimed, seated in his living room, astonished by the unexpected visit from Hiruzen Sarutobi. You wish for my assistance to end the war with Cloud Village? Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged. I understand this request may seem unreasonable, but you must possess a solution, do you not? Yan Bai chuckled lightly, the telescope technique. Rarely does he showcase his abilities in Konoha. Aside from the fabricated memories he implanted in Yamamoto, and a singular display of prowess during a series of physical sparring sessions with Itachi. In truth, those encounters hardly qualified as sparring, as Yan Bai dominated entirely. Yet, when Itachi wielded a sharpened kunai in a frenzied assault, even without the use of ninjutsu or jinjutsu, the sheer physical prowess he displayed revealed the extent of Yan Bai's formidable strength. Moreover, Sarutobi had witnessed firsthand that even the claws of the Ninetales could not pierce Yan Bai's chest. Yan Bai was indifferent. He was no fool, merely taken aback by Sarutobi's audacity in soliciting his aid on the battlefield. Sarutobi, however, was not offering this without conditions, presenting 10% of Konoha's shares as a token of sincerity. Should Yan Bai agree to assist, he would receive 10% of the village's monthly revenue for a decade. Feigning difficulty, Yan Bai remarked, "You truly dare to utter such a thing? I am but a commoner." Almost immediately, he noticed Sarutobi's approval rating plummeting to 50. The villagers' affection could be easily swayed, but the ninja's loyalty was far more challenging to earn. Sarutobi's face twitched, yet he forced a smile. Indeed, you are an exceptionally powerful commoner. For the sake of peace and tranquility in Konoha, I implore you to lend your hand. In truth, Sarutobi had berated himself internally more than once. This child, so capable, hid behind the scenes while the weak struggled in the open. His audacity was extraordinary, and his demeanor far from the benevolent facade he presented. One might even describe him as cold-blooded. Were it not for his need, Sarutobi would have likely shown his displeasure long ago. As a politician, he felt a natural aversion towards his own kind. While Sarutobi employed the Will of Fire to brainwash Konoha's ninjas, Yan Bai used small favors to manipulate the common populace. Although ninjas wielded power, their numbers paled in comparison to the commoners. Individuals like Yan Bai posed a genuine threat. Contemplating this, Sarutobi felt a shroud of gloom enveloping him. Fortunately, Yan Bai had yet to infiltrate the realm of ninjas. After a moment of silence, Yan Bai finally spoke, "I will consider it." Occasionally showcasing one's strength could be termed a military exercise, a show of force to ensure future tranquility. Naturally, such displays could not be without cost. One must be firm to prevent incessant trivialities from dragging him into servitude. As Yan Bai surveyed the agreement presented by Sarutobi, he suddenly interjected, "This is insufficient." Sarutobi's expression hardened momentarily, then he regained his composure. "I apologize, but this is the highest remuneration I can offer. The remainder belongs to the other clans of Konoha and cannot be altered. However, if you require something like the Book of Seals," Sarutobi harbored a deep disdain for Cloud Village's opportunistic behavior, especially during Konoha's most vulnerable hour. He was willing to make concessions with Yan Bai, though funds were indeed limited. "I have no interest in ninjutsu," Yan Bai replied coolly. "If funds are truly scarce, land may serve as compensation. Under this agreement, I would also require a legal right to use a plot of land for development." There was ample vacant land in the outskirts of Konoha, much of it mountainous. With the population plummeting, vast swathes of land had diminished in value. After some contemplation, Sarutobi acquiesced. Ultimately, Sarutobi and Yan Bai reached an agreement. As Yan Bai escorted Sarutobi to the door, they exchanged bows at the threshold. Sarutobi Hiruzen particularly instructed that if there were any needs, they should be communicated in advance, as he would dispatch someone to guide them the following day. "I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Hokage-sama," Yan Bai responded, maintaining his courteous demeanor. As Sarutobi Hiruzen walked away with heavy steps, Reina stood behind Yan Bai and softly declared, "I wish to accompany you." "Very well," Yan Bai agreed without objection. The next day, Yan Bai departed without bidding farewell to anyone, taking Reina with him. He affixed a note at the entrance to inform the guide that he had set out ahead. Within the upper echelons of Konoha, various conflicts simmered beneath the surface. Obito lurked in the shadows, ever watchful. His paranoia ensured his survival, and Yan Bai felt justified in not trusting anyone. By withholding any information, he eliminated the possibility of leaks. No one was aware of when he had departed from Konoha, no one knew his route, and the monitoring personnel dispatched from Konoha could not match his and Reina's speed. Although he had not previously engaged in the skirmishes following the Ninetales incident, he was nonetheless aware of the general battlefield parameters. Moreover, since these were minor conflicts resembling guerrilla warfare, no prominent figures were involved. Cloud Shinobi incessantly probed and maneuvered, failing to dismantle Konoha but managing to infuriate it. Yan Bai tied the Leaf Village's emblem, borrowed from Sarutobi Hiruzen, around his forehead. Reina mirrored his action and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Identify all the Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield and eliminate them," Yan Bai replied calmly. Reina's eyes glinted with determination as she nodded, understood. Her keen, darkened instincts would aid her in locating the enemies. The objective was to eradicate the Cloud Shinobi. Capturing them would be too troublesome. Being adversaries, sparing lives on the battlefield was an unnecessary complication. If the Cloud Shinobi dared to invade, they must be prepared for retaliation. As enemies, mercy was not an option. Chapter 060. Ruthlessness at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, much like the Land of Rain. The Land of Rice had once become a battleground for supremacy. Cloud Shinobi surged from the northeast, clashing with Konoha's ninjas on this soil. Kill them all. Eliminate these Konoha ninjas, in the name of the will of fire. On the vast expanse of Yellow Earth, skirmishes erupted continuously between the two factions. The air reverberated with explosions, the clash of metal, and dazzling ninjutsu. Shurikens and kunai flew without pause. This locale was a critical juncture between the Land of Rice and the Land of Fire. The ninjas of Konoha would never allow outsiders to invade their territory. Tooth for a tooth. A Konoha ninja bellowed as he combined with a massive hound to transform into a beastly clone. Whirling through the air, they unleashed a powerful gust that sent a multitude of Cloud Shinobi sprawling. These were ninjas from the Inuzuka clan, joining forces with ninjas from the Akimichi clan to counter the persistent probing and incursions of the Cloud Shinobi. The exchanges between both sides were nothing short of artistic. At least in Yan Bai's eyes, it resembled a performance of acrobatics, a turn-based game of sorts. "Reina, let us conclude this swiftly," Yan Bai urged as they charged forward. In her darkened state, Reina pursued him closely, and in no time, they had traversed from the heart of Konoha to the border. Their speed was remarkable. Neither the Konoha nor the Cloud ninjas noticed them. They nearly slipped past Konoha's defenses and infiltrated the rear of the Cloud forces. Reina's eyes bulged with intensity, her murderous intent building to a breaking point. "Then perish," she exclaimed, akin to a bow pulled to its limit. A Cloud Shinobi, still focused on the Konoha front, heard the air being torn apart beside him. He turned to see two alabaster arms rising from beneath him, forcefully pressing down on his right elbow. In the next instant, those hands twisted his elbow at an impossible angle. With a sickening crack, bone shattered. Ouch! Ah! Accompanied by his anguished cries. The kunai he had gripped fell from his now numb hand. Before he could register the pain, one of the arms that had just broken his elbow delivered a brutal elbow strike to his face. The sharp tip of the elbow, like a monstrous fang, shattered his teeth, sending them flying. Then, he heard a melodious childlike voice. "Oh dear, that technique feels a bit dirty. I must refrain from striking the face next time." At that moment, the assaulted Cloud Shinobi realized that the assailant, who had just knocked out his teeth, was merely a child. However, upon noticing the Leaf Village emblem adorning the child's forehead, he understood this was an enemy. With a hand that was still intact, the Cloud Shinobi covered his face. Retreating in terror, what had just transpired? His teeth were all shattered? That little demon had slipped through his defenses and knocked out all of his teeth in one go. How did that child know that my right hand had been overexerted and was now sluggish? No, that couldn't he be. But his demeanor was unfamiliar. None of my comrades had witnessed this. "Don't move." Yan Bai smiled slightly. "I can still let you live, but look over there." What? The Cloud Shinobi could not help but glance in the direction Yan Bai indicated, and his gaze froze. In an instant, the once back-and-forth battlefield transformed into a scene of carnage, pink entrails flying in all directions. Upon entering the battlefield, Yan Bai's immediate instinct was to distance himself from Reina, for she harbored an even greater desire to kill him than anyone else. However, as he attempted to evade, a hapless Cloud Shinobi blocked his path, compelling Yan Bai to take action. Guiding the Cloud Shinobi's gaze toward Reina, he began to maneuver around the Cloud forces. Reina fixated on Yan Bai, turning the Cloud ninjas into obstacles as her thirst for blood surged, overwhelming her senses. She could no longer contain her urge to unleash a massacre. "I can't hold back any longer," one Cloud Shinobi shouted, recognizing the danger. Lightning style, a ninja began to form hand signs, reciting incantations in his mind. Meanwhile, Reina cast aside all restraints and advanced, propelled by her raw physical power, swiftly appearing before the hand-signing Cloud Shinobi. With a fierce grip, she seized both of his hands, wrenching his palms from his wrists, and nonchalantly discarded them as one would throw away refuse. Without hands, could he still perform ninjutsu? The struggle was futile. Once interrupted, they were like fish on the chopping block. "Oh no, I've heard that some can use their feet to execute ninjutsu," Reina mused, swiftly severing the legs of the unfortunate ninja. In mere seconds, Reina transformed a ninja into a grotesque figure, a chilling spectacle indeed. Though capable of delivering a lethal blow, she prioritized her own safety, ensuring her opponent could not summon any ninjutsu. Both the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud watched in terror as this bloody scene unfolded. Yet, Reina did not spare the ninja whose spell she had interrupted. She reached out again, as if tearing apart his limbs, and severed his head with a swift motion. Her form was remarkably graceful, akin to a dancer in flight. For the observing ninjas, her speed seemed to surpass the very wind, leaving a trail of fallen comrades in her wake, their wounds and blood only visible moments later. Gazing at the sanguine world around her, a repulsive smile crept across Reina's face. "Who is this monster? Is this taijutsu? Stay calm. Do not panic. There is only one of her. But attack. Quickly attack." Panic ensued among the Cloud ninjas, many of whom began to haphazardly unleash their techniques into the surroundings. Such a nuisance, Reina thought, her enhanced speed rendering her less susceptible to injury, but the erratic jutsu cast by others irritated her nonetheless. Clutching the head of an annoying adversary, she twisted it with force, much like uprooting a vegetable in a garden, decapitating a Cloud ninja who had just released his ninjutsu, blood gushing from the severed neck. Seizing the moment while Reina engaged with his comrade, another ninja attempted a sneak attack from behind. Sensing the incoming threat, Reina spun around, and the shuriken pierced her arm. A sharp, burning pain radiated through her limb, momentarily clouding her mind and pushing her bloodlust aside. Chapter 061. Unleashing the enemy's psychological shadow, Reina stared blankly at her wounded arm. At that moment, the shuriken was yanked from her flesh, blood streaming forth. Shifting her gaze to the weapon that had just exited her body, she seethed, "You bastard." As the aggressor lunged once more, she unleashed a roar that shook the air. Her voice reverberated, causing the surrounding ninjas to feel as though the atmosphere had thickened, their movements sluggish. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the area. Reina's eyes blazed with fury, crimson droplets sliding from her eyelids, rendering her gaze eerie. The ninjas encircling her found themselves immobilized, as if her stare had pierced through their very beings. Every detail of their existence, from muscles and tendons to bones and vessels, seemed to be impaled by her glare. Even the ninjas who wished to flee found their bodies unresponsive in her presence. Suddenly, Yan Bai appeared before Reina, his eyes of vivid crimson, his lips curling into a gentle smile that belied an unsettling aura. Reina, you are injured. Perhaps you should pause. Your task is to locate the hidden cloud ninjas. Allow me to handle the rest. As they exchanged glances, the chaotic surroundings began to calm. Yet Reina, in a trance-like state, continued to mutter, "It's all right. It's all right. How could I allow you to do such a thing? That would be utterly disrespectful. Be a good child. Whatever you desire, I will procure for you." Her pupils trembled as she cradled her head, spiraling into a semblance of madness. "You want their lives, don't you? Don't you? I will assist you." With that, Reina dashed away with blinding speed. The cloud ninjas, now ensnared by Yan Bai's ocular technique, stood frozen in place, like statues. Yan Bai turned his back to the leaf camp, concealing his eyes from view, as Reina circled around him to attack the nearby cloud ninjas. His gaze reverted to its profound blackness. In an instant, the ninjas regained their agency, their senses returning after a brief disorientation. They struggled to move, the sensation of being pierced returning, yet silence reigned among them. Reina's hands hung limply at her sides, her head bowed low, exuding an aura so chilling it felt as though it could halt hearts. After a moment, she slowly raised her head, her face obscured by hair, yet blood glimmered ominously. In that instant, an unsettling realization dawned upon all present. The devilish girl was smiling. With a swift motion, Reina's chilling visage appeared before them. A strikingly beautiful, yet fearsome countenance. To those who had witnessed her earlier ferocity, this sight was utterly abhorrent. Her features, so exquisitely formed, resembled a specter risen from the depths of hell. Reina's laughter resonated with macabre delight. Observing the cloud ninjas' labored movements, she found amusement in their plight. Her laughter echoing as her dark hair veiled her face. As the sluggish ninjas gasped for breath, her voice grew increasingly maniacal, a cacophony of laughter that reverberated across the plains. "Ha ha ha," she cackled, lifting her head to reveal a hauntingly pale and stunning face that sent shivers through the hearts of her adversaries. An icy dread seeped from their hearts to their limbs. A beautiful visage marred by blood-soaked eyelids and crimson-streaked irises, her lips twisted into a grotesque smile, reminiscent of a legendary monster. She continued to laugh, her mirth growing increasingly unpleasant, until the very air around her seemed to wail in response. In this desolate expanse, her laughter echoed far and wide, the atmosphere unable to withstand the resonance of her voice. This was a beauty. This was a monster. This was a leaf ninja, a manifestation of terror incarnate. "Ah!" A terrified cloud ninja screamed, the chains of horror shattering under the weight of his survival instinct. His limbs regained mobility, his eyes could wander again, and the sensations of his body surged to their limits. Overwhelmed by fear, he hurled shuriken, explosive tags, and anything else he could find towards Reina. The projectiles whizzed through the air, but she deftly evaded them, all attacks falling short. Reina sprang into action, a sinister grin stretching across her face. She swiftly maneuvered behind a cloud ninja, seizing his head and yanking it from his body with the ease of uprooting a plant. He had no time to scream as he beheld his own body drifting away from him, the cries of the fortunate few echoing in the background. All forms of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu were effortlessly sidestepped. Heads rolled upon the ground. How can we possibly defeat such a monster? Run! Flee! Quickly! The cloud ninjas cried out in panic, utterly bereft of their fighting spirit. Those who attempted to escape found themselves swiftly met with demise, too close to Reina for survival. What expressions are those? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Reina laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Hey, are you not the enemies invading us? Don't run away." The nightmarish maiden, drenched in blood, chased after them with maniacal laughter. Allowing no cloud shinobi to escape, even if they begged for mercy, death awaited them all the same. "Spare me, please. I won't be a ninja anymore. I will never participate in war again. No, please stop." This was the scene on the border of purgatory, where the leaf ninjas gazed in terror at the battlefield ahead. How terrifying! Where did the Leaf find such formidable reinforcements? Luckily, she was on our side. Although the current Cloud Ninjas were merely ordinary shinobi, their sheer numbers and formation were not to be underestimated, leading to a devastating annihilation. In mere seconds, the battlefield was strewn with severed limbs and corpses. As the battlefield was cleared, the Leaf Ninjas stationed at the Fire Country border intended to approach and greet their comrades. However, Yan Bai, standing nearby, gestured dismissively to the leading ninja. Yan Bai acted with remarkable swiftness, wasting no time. Although he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's character was ultimately trustworthy, it was best to swiftly eliminate the enemies on the Cloud battlefield. He wished to avoid a situation where, after fighting for the Leaf, he might be ambushed by his own kin on the way back. Yan Bai's aim was to conquer this battlefield instance efficiently, before anyone could react. He completed the terms laid out in the agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen and then returned home, ensuring no opportunity for any insidious schemes. In this way, everyone could continue to live harmoniously within the Leaf, free from misunderstandings and conflicts. As he rushed along, Yan Bai pondered all that had transpired in this timeline. The Cloud Village had seized the opportunity to strike after the Leaf Village suffered during the Ninetales incident. With the Leaf depleted of significant power and in need of recuperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously sent envoys to negotiate peace with the Land of Lightning, only to be met with rejection and a plethora of disrespectful demands. Ultimately, the peace agreement was signed, followed by the infamous incident involving Hinata Hyuga's abduction. However, in this version of events, due to Yan Bai's unabashed display of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen had immediately resorted to monetary incentives to enlist Yan Bai's aid after the initial failure of the peace negotiations. How delightful! Yan Bai suddenly felt that his more relaxed demeanor had prompted these figures to take a more proactive stance. He contemplated whether, after he and Reina had vanquished all the Cloud Ninjas on the battlefield, the Raikage would persist in his defiance. Even if the Raikage, faced with substantial losses, agreed to negotiate with the Leaf, would the incident involving the Hyuga clan still take place? Yan Bai never underestimated the world. Even if his intervention led to an early conclusion of the battle, the incident with the Hyuga clan could still occur. He considered the possibility of having personally slain the Cloud Ninja who abducted the child. If the Cloud Envoy demanded that the Leaf hand over the culprit, how would Sarutobi Hiruzen respond? Would he dare propose that Yan Bai meet the same fate as Hinata Hyuga? The current Yan Bai was no longer a mere ninja under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. He was free. He had donated to the Leaf and fought against its enemies. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not his superior. Would he dare issue such an order? To avoid any future embarrassment, Yan Bai had instructed Reina to instill terror from the very onset. He aimed to shatter the enemy's psychological defenses and imbue them with lasting trauma. Was he not benevolent? Not at all. He acted to safeguard himself in the face of Cloud Village's aggression, as well as to protect every individual within Leaf Village. Since the Cloud Village showed no regard for limits, Yan Bai would not extend fairness to such rogues. For the enemies to all fall was the greatest fairness in this world. Reina darted through the surrounding forests and plains, tracking the Cloud Ninjas and swiftly dispatching them in the most straightforward manner. With eyes wide like a frog, Reina surged across the plains with a speed that surpassed the wind. She leaped to the edge, scanning her surroundings intently, her ears attuned to the whispers of the wind through the foliage. Utilizing her meticulous nature, she uncovered numerous Cloud Ninjas hidden within the forest. She then began to play a game akin to whack-a-mole on the battlefield, employing the environment and her physical prowess to transform the entire area into a natural graveyard for Cloud Village. These ninjas had never encountered such brutality. Some knelt and pleaded for mercy, yet none received compassion. Reina sought to obliterate every enemy on this battlefield. From the moment Yan Bai and Reina arrived, it took only a brief period to conclude the battle. The entire battlefield was left with but a single survivor to carry the news back. Once he fled, no Cloud Ninja remained. Even if the Cloud were to send reinforcements, it would take considerable time. Upon clearing the battlefield, Yan Bai soothed Reina's emotions and led her back to the village without greeting the Leaf Ninjas stationed at the border. Although Yan Bai did not engage with them, Reina's fearsome image had already left an indelible mark in their hearts. They had expected the Leaf to be dealt a poor hand and play cautiously. Yet a trump card had emerged. The Raikage had just rebuffed the Leaf envoy seeking peace, presenting a multitude of disrespectful demands. Now, the Leaf had ceased negotiations, and the Raikage, emulating Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier actions, sent forth a request for talks. not because he wished to relent, but due to the ruthlessness of Yan Bai. Chapter 062. The ninja school opens early. How the Cloud Village would negotiate with the Leaf Village was no longer within Yan Bai's purview. He had fulfilled his transaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the 49th year of the Leaf, following disaster recovery efforts, the school was completed and opened immediately. Yan Bai took his materials to enroll, unreservedly presenting himself as he confidently entered the teaching building. His information had already reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, who, upon viewing the term bloodline limit, furrowed his brow. Yen Dunjitsu? Yan Bai, ever so considerate, had even elaborated on the concept of Yen Dunjitsu, indicating that its possessor would embody unparalleled beauty, capable of transforming generations of undesirable genes, though of little utility in combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, indeed, Yan Bai is handsome. So this bloodline limit serves merely to produce a plethora of beautiful offspring? He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. That boy must be concealing something. Meanwhile, Yan Bai had prepared everything early and entered the classroom. He arrived first, selecting a seat at the back. Soon, new students began to trickle in, followed by a cheerful little girl who asked, "Hey there, what's your name? Can I sit next to you?" "Ah, such an adorable little lowly." Yan Bai smiled slightly and replied, "Of course. Affinity level, 111111." Unexpectedly, the child beamed with delight, but before she could settle in, another girl rushed over, shoving her aside to claim the spot. "Move aside, I was here first." Yan Bai watched this scene with amusement. The young girls in the ninja world were quite precocious. Indeed, unless they were all strung up and dealt with in turn, they would not cease their antics. Yan Bai recalled that it might not reflect well to have beaten all the girls on the first day of school, and thus, he abandoned the idea. Anyone could be his desk mate, as long as they could secure a position. Yan Bai merely needed to remain seated, wearing a smile. "Yan Bai, this is for you. My mother made it this morning. I didn't expect to be in the same class as you." Yan Bai gazed at the snow-like dessert before him. Given the current tools, such a delicacy was quite challenging to prepare. He recognized that this rosy-cheeked child before him was reminiscent of Renai from the past. Yan Bai, not wishing to hurt her feelings, graciously accepted the treat and remarked, "Thank you. This is even better than the last time. You've improved. It must have taken effort." Affection level, 11111. The neighbor's younger sister, flushed with praise, quickly fainted from the excitement. Yan Bai thought it awkward, but felt helpless. Among the new students, not all the girls were loners. Some belonged to small groups, joyfully surrounding Yan Bai and complimenting him. "You are so handsome." Yan Bai, amused yet composed, responded, "Thank you. You are all quite beautiful as well." This prompted several girls nearby to erupt into squeals of delight. "My name is Mai, what is yours?" Just as Yan Bai was about to reply, he caught sight of Itachi entering from outside. Itachi Uchiha had intended to wait for Yan Bai to enter school together. But when he visited Yan Bai's home that morning, Renai informed him that Yan Bai had already left for school. Renai's actions had already been reported back to Konoha's headquarters by the border shinobi. At this moment, Renai could no longer be considered an ordinary person. She was classified as a dangerous individual on par with tailed beasts. Thus, she was exempt from attending school, for should she have a breakdown there, the new generation of Konoha would face an untimely demise. Additionally, the neighbors had changed. They were now tasked with monitoring and protecting Renai. As for Yan Bai, he had exhibited no particularly alarming behavior on the battlefield, hence he was allowed to attend school. Unable to find Yan Bai, Itachi decided to go to school alone. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Yan Bai surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic girls. Observing Yan Bai's calm demeanor amidst such a daunting crowd, Itachi couldn't help but feel envious. It wasn't the presence of the women that stirred his envy, but rather Yan Bai's ability to remain unfazed and effortlessly navigate the situation. Itachi believed he would struggle to cope in such a scenario. His only recourse would be to forcibly suppress his reactions. "Hey, handsome," one girl exclaimed. "Where? You are all quite lovely. Can I sit next to you?" Another asked. "Of course, feel free." Just the thought of such attention directed at himself sent a shiver down Itachi's spine. He quickly dismissed the image from his mind. Itachi felt relieved that Yan Bai had not waited for him, believing it was for his benefit. He lowered his head, attempting to diminish his presence. Resolved to act as if he did not know Yan Bai, and sat as far away as possible. However, Yan Bai, with a smile, called out, "Itachi, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you." With an unusual swiftness, Yan Bai maneuvered through the crowd and appeared beside Itachi. Itachi's expression stiffened as he looked at Yan Bai, who smiled brightly. They say joys are meant to be shared and burdens should be borne together. You can't escape. Itachi thought, returned that moment of inspiration to me. It turned out he had misinterpreted the situation, moving himself to tears for no reason. As he attempted to leave, Yan Bai placed a hand on his shoulder, compelling him to sit back down. Before Itachi could speak, he was startled by a commotion nearby. That boy next to Yan Bai is quite handsome too. He bears the Uchiha clan's emblem. He must be one of them. So handsome. What should I do? Another girl pondered. Don't you think they look delightful sitting together? Come now, there are only two of them. They can't possibly be paired together. That's a waste. Yan Bai observed Itachi's increasingly contorted expression with unrestrained amusement. Itachi, suppressing his ire, gritted his teeth. How can you still be smiling? Why not? Let them think what they wish. Their words do not concern me, Yan Bai replied earnestly. Itachi remarked, this refusal to take offense is quite remarkable. After all, they are speaking of others, not me. I'm merely a bystander. Quite impressive. Itachi, with eyes full of grievance, muttered through clenched teeth, you are despicable. You are so aloof. Yan Bai tilted his head, smiling. Acting as if you don't know me is too much. You can easily handle that situation. I cannot, Itachi said tersely. The two engaged in hushed conversation. Itachi, his demeanor cold, spoke in a manner that captivated many girls. He offered unfiltered critiques, while Yan Bai listened with a smile. His expression warm as if he were indulging a playful child. As Itachi continued his critiques, he realized something was amiss. I feel like other boys are looking at us oddly. To which Yan Bai shrugged. If they find it odd, what concern is it of ours? His wicked grin revealed his delight in being the subject of envy without consequence. It seems I've asked the wrong person. Itachi suddenly felt his anger dissipate. Perhaps this was a quality he lacked. Reflecting on this, Itachi found solace. He indeed needed to cultivate himself further, learning from Yan Bai's approach to such social dynamics. It was clear why everyone gravitated towards Yan Bai and wished to emulate him. Soon, the teacher arrived. The instructor, following a routine, wrote their name on the blackboard, briefly introduced himself, and then commenced the lesson with a haphazard delivery. The curriculum for the Shinobi Academy was rather rudimentary, focusing on basic concepts and child-friendly ninjutsu, all while incessantly propagating the will of fire. Such teachings were immensely beneficial for children transitioning from unruly youths to new students. However, for Yan Bai and Itachi, it was rather dull. As Itachi sat in a horse stance, feigning attentiveness while glancing at his notes, Yan Bai leaned in curiously. The content of the notes appeared somewhat familiar. Flammable dust explosion. This refers to combustible dust that forms a cloud when mixed with air in a confined space. Under the influence of an ignition source, this dust-air mixture ignites rapidly, resulting in a chemical reaction that causes a sudden increase in temperature and pressure. The gases produced can ignite. They are flammable materials, classified as hazardous. Yan Bai? Wait. This seems like the information I shared with Renai about the dangers of flour when I cautioned her about it, particularly regarding the explosive potential when mixed with gas. At that time, Itachi was nearby, assisting with the meat. It turns out that Itachi actually listened and took notes, and he transcribed everything flawlessly. Well, except for the scientific names of some combustible gases, which seemed slightly out of place phonetically. Nevertheless, the notes were impressively precise. Yan Bai couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. A genius is indeed a genius, and he puts in a great deal of effort. After failing in a physical skills sparring match, Yan Bai remarked that Uchiha Itachi was unsteady in his stance. To his surprise, Itachi was genuinely diligent, even adopting such a posture during class. Yan Bai felt a profound respect for him. Moreover, the seriousness etched on Uchiha Itachi's face was remarkable, despite the fact that he appeared to be utterly disengaged. Reflecting on the original course of fate, Itachi had been attending class in the form of a shadow clone, while he himself trained outside. The entire morning was spent observing Uchiha Itachi practice his horse stance and taking notes. During the lunch break, Yan Bai was preparing to share the delicacies he had brought with Itachi when the neighbor's younger sister approached him, inviting him to lunch. Fearing that a swarm of eager admirers might converge upon them if Yan Bai accepted, Itachi hurriedly grabbed his belongings and pulled Yan Bai away. Luckily, those little kids had not yet begun their training and could not catch up to Uchiha Itachi, ultimately failing to follow them. Itachi wasn't concerned about losing his standing to the group of girls. Rather, he feared that Yan Bai would welcome them all, dragging him into a troublesome situation. To prevent himself from becoming collateral damage, Itachi took the initiative to lead Yan Bai away. After all, the morning's experience had left a lasting impression, and the phrase "we share the burdens together" endlessly echoed in Itachi's mind. Eventually, they found a secluded spot beneath the swing set outside the teaching building. Upon noticing that Itachi had finally stopped, Yan Bai complained, "Itachi, those girls are so enthusiastic. We could feast on so many delicious treats for free." Itachi's expression darkened. He suspected that Yan Bai was testing his patience, though he lacked any concrete evidence. Yan Bai shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I tend to be quite friendly towards those who like me. Besides, that neighbor's sister had such a large lunch. She surely wouldn't finish it all. To spare her feelings, sharing a little could be considered a good deed. But can you marry them all at once?" Itachi blurted out, regretting the words as soon as they left his mouth, sensing that they sounded rather inappropriate. However, Yan Bai did not misinterpret his statement and chuckled, "It's just a meal. Let us not misconstrue our innocent friendship at such a young age. Discussing marriage is a bit premature for us." Itachi fell silent, realizing the truth in Yan Bai's words. Just as Itachi was about to invite the radiant Yan Bai to lunch, Yan Bai unexpectedly continued with his previous topic, lamenting the fleeting nature of youth and the sorrow of unfulfilled dreams in later years. Itachi thought, "I want to hit him until he cries, but I can't overpower him." Without saying another word, Itachi picked up his lunchbox and began to eat in silence. Yan Bai did not pressure Itachi to speak, but, like a caring parent, occasionally placed some of his chosen delicacies into Itachi's lunchbox. After finishing their meal, as Itachi packed up his food container, he asked, "Yan Bai, since starting school, I understand the pain you felt about not wanting to attend." "Oh, you felt it, haven't you? Besides the indoctrination of the will of fire, everything else is just a waste of time for you," Yan Bai replied readily. "Indoctrination?" Itachi furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Yan Bai's claim regarding wasted time, but not quite grasping the concept of indoctrination. Yan Bai chuckled softly. You could interpret it as the idea that, from the moment one is born, each individual exhibits their inherent differences. Some are simply born as evildoers. When the older generation places their trust in and protects a young person who is irredeemably wicked, sacrificing themselves to inspire that individual, only for that person to later annihilate them and the very youth they sought to protect. One must ask, is such a flawed seed worthy of salvation? Itachi gazed at Yan Bai with a perplexed expression, sensing that there was more to his words. Yet, he could not deny the reasoning behind them. Saving an unworthy generation only to bring about the ruin of an entire clan rendered the sacrifices of the elders a cruel joke. Was the meaning of sacrifice merely to hasten destruction? Nonsense. Yan Bai continued. I, for one, only befriend those I deem worthy and draw close to cherished friends and family. Therefore, I willingly invest in those who deserve it, selflessly and without expectation of return. However, for those who disgust me, regardless of their status, I wouldn't spare them a glance if they perished. I would begrudge them even a grain of rice. What Yan Bai did not anticipate was that, after hearing his words, Itachi cautiously inquired, "Have you ever encountered friends or family who have harmed you?" Upon hearing this, Yan Bai turned his gaze toward Itachi. Well, Yan Bai lifted his eyes to the azure sky of the ninja world, seemingly lost in a memory, murmuring softly, "Yes, I encountered it. My sister." "What?" Itachi responded in surprise, recalling how adeptly Yan Bai had cared for Sasuke, remembering him mentioning that he had looked after his sister when she was younger. "Indeed," Yan Bai said, his gaze softening, though he couldn't help but jest, "My troublesome sister is quite the little devil." Itachi wore an amused expression. Despite being slightly older, he still viewed Yan Bai as a child. How wicked could Yan Bai's sister truly be? Even if she caused trouble, it couldn't be too severe. Reflecting on this, Itachi thought of the adorable Sasuke, and a gentle smile graced his face. However, Yan Bai's expression turned somber. "She is quite rebellious. I did not yell. I did not rage, nor did I even level accusations at her." Itachi's heart sank, staring intently at Yan Bai. Sensitive as he was to the profound sorrow concealed beneath Yan Bai's seemingly calm exterior. What had transpired? Itachi Uchiha felt a pang in his heart. What could have transpired that someone as optimistic as Yan Bai would display such a profoundly infectious sorrow? "Itachi, can you comprehend the depth of my affection for her? It is genuine, utterly unreserved. Can you imagine the pain of being grievously wounded by someone you never anticipated harm from?" Yan Bai refrained from detailing what his sister had done or how she had harmed him. As he spoke, Crystalline tears streamed down his fair cheeks. Yet, it was those few words that rendered Itachi inexplicably teary-eyed. Yan Bai's expression and tone were so compelling that Itachi nearly joined him in tears. Two young men had ventured to a secluded spot to share lunch, only to find themselves weeping together afterward. The scene was rather absurd. Itachi struggled to maintain his composure. He gazed skyward, determined not to let his tears fall. How embarrassing. Yet, he was immensely curious about what Yan Bai's sister had done to inflict such pain upon him. Unable to restrain himself, Itachi finally asked, "What exactly happened?" I cannot disclose the specifics," Yan Bai replied, wiping his tears. Even in his sorrow, he remained strikingly beautiful. He softly continued, "It's akin to being surrounded by a pack of wolves. I placed them behind me, shielding them. Not only did I not guard against them, but I also endeavored to protect them from harm, only for them to deliver a fatal blow from behind." How utterly outrageous. Itachi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Although he was unaware of the details, he understood it was undoubtedly egregious. Indeed, Yan Bai lamented, "The most chilling part is that while I was protecting them, they struck me down, then casually apologized, saying, 'I have let you down, brother. If there is any hatred, let it be directed at me,' as if they were the victims and I the cruel perpetrator." He continued, "Then they would perform a charade of mutual protection before me, with one shielding the other, only to turn around and guard against me, as though I were the savage wolf." Itachi could not help but softly inquire, "Why would your sister treat you this way?" "Because she believes I will forgive her eventually," Yan Bai replied quietly. This was the first time Itachi had encountered such a scenario, and he felt a surge of sympathy for Yan Bai. "I am truly sorry, Yan Bai, for bringing up painful memories. It's perfectly acceptable if you do not align with the will of fire. We are still friends, and I would never act that way towards you." After expressing these words, Itachi reflected, no wonder Yan Bai had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age. The concept of the Mangekyo Sharingan emerged when Itachi learned of the secrets behind Yan Bai's eyes. Yan Bai had previously mentioned that he would respond to Itachi's inquiries as long as they did not cause trouble for anyone. Thus, he had explained the stages of evolution of the Sharingan. At that moment, Itachi found it peculiar. What had Yan Bai encountered that led to the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Now, with Yan Bai's words, Itachi began to connect the dots. So, it was because Yan Bai had been betrayed by those closest to him. It was not merely that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan required the death of loved ones to evolve. The unparalleled pain inflicted by kin could also awaken it. Itachi had anticipated that Yan Bai would express some form of gratitude or emotion. To his surprise, Yan Bai waved his hand dismissively. "I have long since ceased to mourn. If I have the time to dwell on this, I might as well earn some extra money." Chapter 65. A different path. After finishing their lunch, both had shed tears. There remained a considerable amount of time before the afternoon classes commenced. Itachi had intended to consult Yan Bai regarding hazardous chemical reactions, but noticing Yan Bai's subdued demeanor, he refrained from further discussion. Moreover, this was the first time Yan Bai had requested some personal space, wishing to be alone for a while. Recognizing that he had inadvertently reopened Yan Bai's wounds, Itachi felt guilty and willingly granted him the requested solitude, even going so far as to deter a few girls who approached. However, Itachi was oblivious to the fact that Yan Bai's desire for solitude stemmed from an entirely different reason. Nestled beside a dense thicket, Yan Bai sat alone. The bushes emitted a faint sound. "Brother, Obito has recently gone to the land of rain." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai narrowed his eyes and murmured, "He still refuses to see me? The land of rain? Obito must be organizing the Akatsuki now." Yan Bai was indifferent to the matter. The reason he had dismissed Itachi was that he had noticed an NPC hovering above him, akin to a drone, with the name Uchiha Obito, purple, circling overhead. This was not the first occurrence. Yan Bai was puzzled by Obito's behavior. Each day, Obito would appear sporadically near him, yet never in person, as he was now, merely lingering in the space above him. This suggested that Obito was spying on him. Why? What could be so important that he could not convey directly? Was it due to the conflict during the Ninetales assault? White Zetsu had become the intermediary between Yan Bai and Obito. Yan Bai had expressed his desire to meet Obito through White Zetsu multiple times, but Obito had consistently rejected those attempts. Obito refused to meet with Yan Bai, yet continued to hover above him daily. Did Obito have some underlying issue, or was he wary of something? White Zetsu, observing Yan Bai lost in thought, quietly remarked, "Aren't you curious about what Obito is doing in the land of rain?" Yan Bai shook his head. I cannot grasp Obito's thoughts. I only care about how Zetsu is faring now. Yan Bai harbored a peculiar feeling, since Obito was aware that White Zetsu would still communicate with him. He realized that his sealing of Black Zetsu would likely come to light. Yan Bai could not help but suspect that Obito's intention in allowing him to know about Black Zetsu's sealing was ulterior. With a sigh, White Zetsu said, "Brother, we have no means of knowing how Zetsu is. Only Obito possesses that knowledge, yet he refuses to meet you." Indeed. Yan Bai retrieved a newly drawn comic from his pocket, titled Kagaya's Daily Life Series, and handed it to White Zetsu. "Then I must rely on you to deliver this to Obito." White Zetsu accepted the comic and casually remarked, "This is new. I recall Zetsu cherishes the picture books you create." Ever since Yan Bai had met Black Zetsu, he had drawn a monthly comic about Kagaya's daily life in another world as a gift for Black Zetsu. This was a unique gift that Yan Bai had not sought to publish, making the entire set of comics a singular treasure in the ninja world. Each month, Black Zetsu would visit Yan Bai to collect the new comic and reminisce. However, since Black Zetsu had been sealed by Obito, he had not appeared again. Although Yan Bai maintained a composed exterior, he continued to serialize the comics month after month, weaving secrets into them that only he and Black Zetsu understood. The former Uchiha Madara was also aware of Yan Bai's practice of gifting comics to Black Zetsu. Yet upon reading the mundane content about a woman and children, he had lost interest. Obito must have seen them as well. Yan Bai was uncertain what he could deduce from them. In any case, since Obito refused to meet face-to-face, the routine of delivering comics must continue. Holding the new picture book, White Zetsu hesitated, finally asking, "Do you wish to rescue Zetsu? I have heard that the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts are one entity. If the tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki will perish." This was the fate of Kushina Uzumaki. If Obito were to be separated from Kagaya, he would certainly meet the same end, wouldn't he? Yan Bai, with a contemplative gaze, pondered. Then why would he choose to become Kagaya's Jinchuriki? Has he lost his senses? Extracting Black Zetsu? Obito's current actions are quite extreme, and one cannot fathom the turmoil he has endured. Yan Bai did not dare to act recklessly. He could not guarantee that Obito would not resort to self-destruction when faced with the extraction of Black Zetsu. Yan Bai was also uncertain whether, after Obito's demise, Black Zetsu would enter a state of death as well. This presents a paradox, despite the numerous descents. He had never encountered such a peculiar combination of Jinchuriki and Black Zetsu. The other iterations of Obito and Madara would never engage in such bizarre conduct. Black Zetsu has survived for so many years, showcasing remarkable resilience. Yet if he were to be sealed within a human like a tailed beast, it was a thought that caused Yan Bai considerable distress. However, this Black Zetsu is unlike any previous version. He is a brother to Yan Bai. White Zetsu, with a tone filled with resignation, remarked, "I am at a loss as well. Ever since Obito began diligently studying, he has grown increasingly strange. I appreciate your efforts. Since he refuses to see me, please take this gift for Kagaya back to him and kindly ask him to deliver it," Yan Bai replied, rubbing his temples and closing his eyes. "I must return to the classroom now. Until next time." With that, Yan Bai rose, dusted off the grass clippings from his clothes, and proceeded towards the teaching building of the new ninja academy. After Yan Bai's departure, a vortex quickly formed in the void, and White Zetsu watched in stunned silence as a pale hand emerged from the whirlpool, snatching the illustrated book from his grasp. Once the spatial passage closed, White Zetsu realized that the comic book he held had been taken. Not again. Is Obito truly unwell? He is so close yet refuses to meet Yan Bai, and the moment he departs, he rushes out to seize the comic he desires. Meanwhile, Yan Bai had returned to the classroom. The Chunin instructor was teaching at the front, while Yan Bai lowered his gaze, burdened with thoughts. Obito must have realized that Yan Bai possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan as well. To be cautious, Obito likely avoided direct encounters with Yan Bai, fearing that he might invade his consciousness upon their first meeting. Yan Bai had concealed many things, and Obito would undoubtedly pick up on subtle hints from their daily interactions. Yan Bai had only showcased his physical abilities to the outside world, yet it was evident that he possessed other capabilities. However, he believed he had never exhibited hostility towards Obito. Why, then, had he transformed into this current state? What had transpired? Regardless of what Obito had faced, Yan Bai understood that if he wished to save Black Zetsu, he must find an alternative approach. Chapter 066. Itachi, are you aware that you are turning dark? After school, Uchiha Itachi exited the school gates alongside Yan Bai, During their walk, numerous girls enthusiastically waved goodbye to Yan Bai, who smiled and returned their gestures. This prompted Itachi to raise his eyebrows in disbelief and quickly steer the conversation towards different topics. He began discussing obscure knowledge he had learned from Yan Bai, such as the principles of dust explosions and the flammable nature of gas. Uchiha Itachi found this knowledge, which held destructive potential akin to ninjutsu, yet was accessible to ordinary individuals, particularly fascinating. Although Yan Bai deemed it common knowledge, Itachi was certain that the number of individuals in the entire Hidden Leaf Village familiar with this principle was far below the threshold of common understanding. Since meeting Yan Bai, Itachi's worldview had been consistently deconstructed and reconstructed. Hearing Itachi avoid discussing early graduation in favor of physics and chemistry felt surreal to Yan Bai. In this iteration, Obito's intellect was remarkably high and increasingly terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen would bribe Yan Bai to act as a henchman, and Uchiha Itachi, surprisingly, was not considering early graduation but instead wanted to learn more about hazardous chemical knowledge while attending the Ninja Academy. Just how many bizarre occurrences were there? Was this a surreal version of Naruto? Yan Bai felt bewildered. Was it because he had distorted the will of fire that Itachi had developed such a keen interest in the flammability of gas? Uchiha Itachi was indeed a model student, a diligent learner with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In the original timeline, he sought early graduation precisely because the Ninja Academy could not adequately teach him. However, now Itachi discovered that Yan Bai could impart valuable knowledge that the Academy did not offer, causing him to abandon thoughts of early graduation. Are there other combustible powders besides flour? Itachi asked excitedly, quickly pulling out his notebook to jot down notes. Yan Bai nodded and replied, aluminum powder, zinc powder. Oh, right, some powders are harder to obtain, but wheat flour, sugar, wood shavings, milk powder, tea powder, and tobacco powder are relatively easy to acquire. Let us not focus on the harder-to-get coal dust for now. Yan Bai, you are incredible. You even know these things. Itachi exclaimed. Favorability level, 111111. Yan Bai's lips twitched slightly. Is this the boundless admiration of a sycophant? At this rate, he might turn dark. To prevent Uchiha Itachi from heading down a path of darkness, Yan Bai hastily interrupted his enthusiasm for learning, stating, I thought you would propose the idea of early graduation after understanding my reluctance to attend the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Itachi blinked, pondering for a moment before responding. Indeed, if it weren't for you, I would have undoubtedly applied for early graduation. The curriculum at the Academy, as you mentioned, offers little of worth. Favorability level, 11111. Goodness. Are you aware that you are heading towards darkness? Yan Bai's smile gradually faded. Don't speak as if you are enduring the dullness of school life for my sake. You are the one who dragged me into this predicament. It's not that I had a choice, Itachi replied with a wry smile. The children in my family must attend school, and I can only graduate early as a genius. I cannot drop out. Otherwise, father would be furious. Yan Bai wore an expression of exasperation. You could graduate early after starting school. Why must you insist on dragging me into your boredom? Graduating early would place me in the rank of a genin, leading to a busy life as a ninja, Itachi stated gravely. But I am still essentially illiterate. I need more time to study. You are the only one capable of teaching me. The knowledge I have shared with you is merely what I have picked up during our interactions, and I find it immensely useful. Ninjas are limited by chakra, and if one runs out during a conflict, they can easily be pushed to the brink. The information you taught me about dust explosions, for instance, shows that flour can be weaponized. With just a fire starter and flour, one can achieve their aims. Moreover, using fire techniques makes it all the more effective. It is truly invaluable. As Itachi elaborated on the dangers of flour, Yan Bai noticed the favorability level, 11,111 above his head. So, Itachi, what exactly are you imagining? Yan Bai closed his eyes and said, there is something I must tell you. Recently, Itachi seems to be showing tendencies similar to Rin's path. According to the character of Uchiha Itachi, upon discovering an inexplicable murderous intent towards Yan Bai, his immediate reaction would be to retreat and conceal himself. Itachi harbored no desire to harm Yan Bai. Instead, he would exercise restraint and distance himself from him. However, such actions would not resolve the underlying issue. Itachi would have to endure not only the surging murderous intent, but also the anguish of separation from his loved ones. He gazed at Yan Bai with a perplexed expression, his youthful face adorned with questions. Yan Bai, You've caught a peculiar ailment from my sister, Yan Bai said, glancing around conspiratorially. Huh. Itachi's confusion deepened. What are you talking about? I'm not ill. To Itachi's knowledge, Yan Bai's sister, Reina, had only suffered from a mental disorder. Yet, Yan Bai persisted. Allow me to elucidate the symptoms of my sister's condition. If you ever find yourself exhibiting similar signs, do not panic. Simply follow my instructions. Yan Bai then recounted Reina's episodes during her affliction. The previous incident involving Uchiha Shisui and a cabbage had long been known among the Uchiha clan. No one dared to consider it a disgrace, as those in the know believed that they would fare no better than Shisui if faced with a similar situation. Moreover, recent conflicts between the Cloud and Leaf villages, with the latter emerging victorious, had reached the clan. Although the Uchiha had been forced to relocate to the village's outskirts, they still maintained connections with the village's ninja. The tales of Reina's sudden mental breakdown on the battlefield and her savage slaughter of Cloud ninjas had spread throughout the Leaf village. Others may have been unaware, but Itachi, as the son of the clan leader, was well informed, especially since Uchiha Fugaku had specifically warned him to exercise caution. After all, Itachi was a close friend of Yan Bai, who frequently encountered Reina, thus gaining insight into her character which could aid him in a perilous moment. Itachi also learned that Reina's affliction stemmed from an unwavering love for Yan Bai, transforming her into an entity surpassing even the strength of a Hokage. The notion seemed absurd, leaving Itachi utterly bewildered. Yet, possessing a keen intellect, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. If one were to develop an unwavering love for Yan Bai akin to Reina's, it would inevitably lead to a dark transformation accompanied by extraordinary powers. An unwavering love? But Yan Bai is a male. Itachi regarded Yan Bai with an expression of incredulity, muttering in annoyance. What a fanciful notion. Chapter 067. Obito discovers the heart of killing within the Kimui space. Obito held Yan Bai's illustrated book, lost in contemplation. The collection of Kagayaheim series books amassed by Kurizetsu lay haphazardly beside him. Obito understood that these were the sole treasures of Kurizetsu. In recent days, Obito had led a fulfilling life, often manipulating Nagato's schedule to visit Yan Bai, spending his leisure time in the Kimui space studying Kurizetsu and Yan Bai. While diligently honing his skills, Obito had been aware for quite some time of Yan Bai's habit of gifting manga to Kurizetsu. Initially, he dismissed it as trivial children's entertainment. The illustrations depicted a beautiful mother and her children in their tender daily lives, with characters and attire that seemed out of place in the ninja world, yet remarkably aligned with Yan Bai's essence. The delectable dishes, the depicted homes, and the attire presented in the illustrations all manifested in Yan Bai. This led Obito to believe that Yan Bai's books were not mere fabrications, but rather reflections of real experiences, contrary to Yan Bai's claims of fanciful storytelling. In these tense times, such seemingly simple narratives provided a healing balm. It seemed reasonable that Kurizetsu would be drawn to them. But why? Wasn't Kurizetsu a manifestation of Madara's will? How could he possess traits so incongruous with Madara's? Reflecting on Madara's final words, I have infused my will into this being. You shall regard him as half of me. Obito had initially brushed it off. However, he later began to sense a dissonance. If Kurizetsu could be considered half of Madara, did that imply he harbored a profound affection for his brother? If that were the case, why had he proclaimed that since Madara had chosen Obito, Yan Bai could not survive, for he knew too much? Obito pondered that had he chosen to eliminate Yan Bai at that moment, Kurizetsu would have surely orchestrated Yan Bai's apparent death, subsequently severing ties with Obito. The more he contemplated, the more it resonated, fueling his indignation. This group viewed him as a fool. Obito felt a surge of anger. Madara had deemed him a simpleton, leading to Rin's demise, and now, he believed he shared an irreconcilable enmity with Madara. Thus, Kurizetsu, as the embodiment of Madara's will, naturally became his adversary. Yan Bai's stance remained neutral. He had never regarded Obito as a fool and was elusive, leaving Obito unable to pinpoint any flaws. His feelings towards Yan Bai were complex. To label Yan Bai as Madara's accomplice would not be entirely inaccurate. Based on Yan Bai's actions within the Leaf Village, he could undoubtedly influence Madara's thoughts. Perhaps Yan Bai was the person most capable of swaying Madara, second only to Hashirama. Regrettably, despite Yan Bai's eloquence, he failed to prevent Madara from harming Obito. Obito believed it wasn't that Yan Bai couldn't assist him, but rather that Yan Bai deemed him unworthy. This was the crux of Obito's resentment towards Yan Bai, albeit limited to this solitary grievance. Obito loathed his own weakness even more. Thus, in a bid to seize control, he continually sought ways to grow stronger. After uncovering the truth, Obito buried his hatred deep within, embarking on a covert journey of self-improvement, consolidating Madara's legacy to ensure its optimal utilization. Obito also enlisted Kurizetsu's aid in gathering various lost texts, particularly those belonging to the Uzumaki clan, justifying that he was not yet strong enough to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito had once been a naive and endearing individual. Kuro and Kurizetsu had certainly not anticipated his ulterior motives. Obito worked diligently, driven by his desire for vengeance. Since Madara was deceased, Kurizetsu could not be spared either. Obito exercised caution, allowing hatred to fuel his resolve, acquiring vast knowledge. Kurizetsu proved to be quite resourceful, able to uncover many lost artifacts. After mastering sealing techniques, Obito promptly sealed Kurizetsu. In recent days, he persistently brought Kurizetsu to visit Yan Bai, altering his perspective through Jinjutsu, rendering Yan Bai grotesque in his sight. Moreover, Obito employed provocative language to incite Kurizetsu's disdain for Yan Bai. For Yan Bai's allure was formidable. Should Kurizetsu, once imprisoned, succumb to longing for Yan Bai, it would be catastrophic if his affection surpassed its limits, transforming him into a figure akin to Reina. Thus, for the sake of security, Kurizetsu must come to despise Yan Bai. This was the essence of Obito's intention. Killing the heart, this is the effect that Obito desired. Madara has perished. Yet Obito's heart remains unsettled. He has sought vengeance against the higher-ups of Konoha, and next, he aims to retaliate against Kaguya. His once cherished brother now harbors a different face behind his back. What kind of blow would that be for Kaguya? A fate worse than death, perhaps? Obito has also discovered that Kamba possesses a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. With only one eye himself, he deems a meeting with Kamba unwise. Should Kamba resolutely seek to save Kaguya, Obito feels defenseless. Thus, avoiding confrontation seems the safest course. Today marks Kamba's first day at school, and as usual, Obito covertly observes him. Upon hearing Kamba's words, like a pack of wolves surrounding me, I place them behind me, protecting them, not only without suspicion but striving to shield them from harm, only to be dealt a fatal blow from behind. Obito believes that Kamba is not referring to that fictitious sister but rather alluding to him. Kamba's vague metaphor encapsulates the essence of betrayal by one's closest kin. Did Obito's act of casting Kamba far away during the Ninetales rampage, to ensure his safety, translate into a stab in the back in Kamba's eyes? This realization weighs heavily on Obito. The child does not comprehend his anguish. Lost in thought, Obito quietly flips through the picture books that Kamba once illustrated. He finds no useful information within, merely mundane tales of healing and everyday life. Though he gazes at these books, he takes no action, for he perceives no necessity. As Obito delves deeper into historical texts, his thoughts undergo a profound transformation. Rin is gone. Kakashi is suffering. Why has the world descended into such chaos? Because it is flawed. The infinite Tsukuyomi must still be enacted. He will inevitably confront Kamba. Unbeknownst to Obito, during his reverie, within the confines of his consciousness, a sealed entity whispers, the body and its skin, gifted by parents, dare not be harmed. This is the essence of filial piety. My brother communicates with me through his art, urging me to take care of myself. Thankfully, Obito, that fool, remains oblivious. I knew what Obito perceived before was not real. Not real, not real. That person is certainly not my brother. How could it have come to this? I merely wished for a loving family. I merely wanted to resurrect Mother. At the very least, to protect my brother, I must grow stronger. Forgive me, my brother, for not keeping my promise and causing you worry. Promises and words are easily spoken. I will fulfill them, as long as I can become like Rin. Brother, please bestow upon me your grace. Chapter 068. Children only listen to their idols. Miss Rin, I apologize for the intrusion. Here is a gift. I hope you accept it. Once again, a tranquil after-school moment unfolds as Itachi Uchiha arrives at Kamba's residence, respectfully presenting a gift to Rin. With a radiant smile, Rin accepts the offering. A beautifully crafted tea set prepared by Fugaku Uchiha. As Kamba frequently brews tea, his distinct method has left a deep impression on Itachi. Fugaku's attitude towards Kamba remains somewhat ambiguous. Since Itachi began following Kamba, his His demeanor has transformed. Kanba's elegance, kindness, and deftness are gradually influencing Itachi. In light of this, Fugaku previously sought a private discussion with Kanba. At that time, Fugaku held the belief that a ninja's essential qualities are not elegance or charm, but rather formidable strength. He can no longer ignore Kanba's profound impact on Itachi, attempting to deter Kanba through external means. However, Kanba refrains from engaging in discussions about the superiority of intelligence versus emotional intelligence. With a smile, Kanba articulates, "Lord Fugaku, children may not always heed their parents. Yet they will invariably listen to their idols. If you wish for Itachi to heed your words, you must not focus on me, but rather on yourself. If you cannot become your child's idol, no amount of effort to clear other obstacles in reality will suffice. When Itachi chooses to disobey, he will continue to do so, never treading the path you envision. Lord Fugaku, parental control over children is limited to their early years, a crucial period where each child's personality varies. An education that prioritizes strength above all will ultimately lead your child to rise against you. If your child exhibits behavior contrary to your beliefs, and you do not seek to win them over with care, but instead resort to force, the moment they gain their wings and resist, it will be time for their retaliation." Fugaku acknowledges Kanba's reasoning. Children may not always listen to their parents, but they will certainly heed their idols. To cultivate a compliant and obedient child, parents must first strive to become their child's idol. If they cannot achieve this, they should not harbor excessive expectations. Even now, Fugaku remains uncertain how to become Itachi's idol. Yet Kanba's words prompt him to reflect on many things. Most children in Konoha regard the Hokage as their idol. Strolling through the streets, one can easily witness children engrossed in ninja games, role-playing as the Hokage. The dreams of many children at the Ninja Academy revolve around becoming Hokage in the future, as the Hokage embodies their ideals, representing the spirit of Konoha and the will of fire. However, tensions exist between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan. If the children of the Uchiha clan also come to view the Hokage as their spiritual belief, given time, will they listen to their idols or their parents? The answer to this inquiry may be tragic. Fugaku is acutely aware that in this regard, he has already lost to Kanba. Simultaneously, Kanba has opened an unusual door for Fugaku. If Itachi's idol and belief no longer lie with the Hokage and the will of fire, how might his future unfold? Fugaku resolves to observe the situation before acting. Should Itachi falter, he still has Sasuke as a backup. Currently, after school each day, Itachi attends supplementary lessons at Kanba's home, acquiring knowledge not taught at the Ninja Academy. Kanba, is this truly Chinese characters? Why are they so difficult? We also use Chinese characters in our writing, yet these seem different. Itachi frowns as he is tasked with practicing the writing of a multitude of seemingly square characters, each differing in form and detail, with distinct meanings and pronunciations. A cursory glance leaves Itachi feeling that the rows of square characters are identical. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes they are indeed unique. To complicate matters further, some characters possess multiple pronunciations, each signifying different meanings. Additionally, there are many homophones, which sound alike yet bear vastly different implications. Itachi Uchiha had never felt as foolish and ignorant as he did now. Yan Bai, seated beside him, elegantly penned his new novel while casually remarking, "If you wish to learn anything else, you must first master the language, mathematics, and English that I am teaching you now. Otherwise, as your studies progress, you will inevitably pose a myriad of questions about their meanings, which would be quite bothersome. Hence, the foundational knowledge I am imparting is essential. You must excel in these 3 subjects before I will continue to share the knowledge you yearn to acquire." Yan Bai had no intention of meticulously explaining why these Chinese characters were so complex, just as he could not question the noodle master at Ichiraku about matters best left unasked. Should he delve into the origins of Chinese characters? Itachi might inquire about the origins of Chinese characters in the ninja world. Oh no, if there is no Han ethnic group in the ninja realm, whence do these characters arise? This world is fraught with issues. When NPCs begin to doubt the reality of their existence, ponder the truth of the world, and pursue that truth, they inevitably encounter forbidden knowledge, prompting the world to protect itself and reset. Yan Bai would find it utterly exasperating and would choose not to explain. If he didn't teach, so be it. Let Itachi believe these languages were concocted by Yan Bai himself. "I understand. I apologize," Itachi said, his expression grave as he began to practice simplified Chinese characters with a soft brush. The linguistic environment of his childhood starkly contrasted with what he was now learning, rendering the task challenging. Nevertheless, he persevered, convinced of his determination to master it. Yan Bai, having undergone countless years of compulsory education in the virtual realm, had internalized the knowledge of those 9 years. Yet, all of that knowledge was inscribed in Chinese characters. Reluctant to translate it into the language of the ninja world, Yan Bai resolved to make Itachi a genuine Chinese elementary student, albeit one subjected to extreme competition. Furthermore, the academic tasks assigned to Itachi were quite demanding. If he wished to delve into the chemistry that piqued his interest sooner, he would need to swiftly complete 6 years of elementary language, mathematics, and English. During this period, Yan Bai selectively revealed snippets of chemistry knowledge that Itachi could absorb. It must be said that Itachi was indeed remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts with great speed. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Yan Bai as an idol, valuing all he said as the most crucial knowledge. And he believed wholeheartedly in everything Yan Bai imparted. Thus, Itachi was earnestly following in Yan Bai's footsteps, growing rapidly. Each day, Itachi would incinerate the textbooks he encountered, as they contained languages that were incomprehensible to Konoha, which could potentially classify him as a spy. However, he diligently transcribed his learnings in the common language of the ninja world, documenting them. The more he learned, the closer he drew to Yan Bai, and the farther he drifted from his parents. Fugaku Uchiha had once surreptitiously examined the assignments Yan Bai had given to Itachi, only to be met with utter bewilderment. Every notebook was densely packed with notes. While he could comprehend each character, he found the sentences incomprehensible when strung together. Chapter 69. It's All Your Fault, Obito. A month had passed since the start of the ninja school. Lord Hokage, here is the report card for all classes at the end of the month, said an unnamed NPC ninja, handing over the document to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat behind his desk. Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he began to review the document. He first examined the academic performance of Yan Bai's class, and then perused the other classes. In just a month, Yan Bai's class had transformed into a top-tier class, while other students across the remaining classes also exhibited outstanding talents. However, their performance was vastly inferior in comparison. Aside from Yan Bai's class, only a handful of students in other classes achieved perfect or near-perfect scores, while the rest were distinctly categorized as above average, average, below average, or trailing behind. Yet, Yan Bai's class overwhelmingly outperformed the others. In Yan Bai's class, more than half of the students achieved perfect scores, while a small fraction fell slightly short due to minor mistakes, and even the last-ranked students surpassed the performance of those considered above average in other classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed no signs of joy. Instead, his demeanor was shrouded in darkness. Initially, he had merely intended to conduct an experiment, but he had not anticipated such developments aligning with his expectations. Before Yan Bai's enrollment, he had severely impacted the worldviews and values of those around him. Upon his arrival at school, he had directly led his class into this competitive frenzy, and this was merely the first month. One would expect that seeing so many prodigies would bring Hiruzen joy, yet instead, he felt a creeping sense of dread. Moreover, he could not reveal his frustration. He had to feign happiness. As Hokage, witnessing the emergence of so many outstanding talents in his village should have been a source of pride and celebration. Hiruzen had never relaxed his vigilance regarding Yan Bai. He dispatched a formidable team of ninjas to monitor Reina, who remained at home. Meanwhile, during the day, Yan Bai was under constant surveillance at school. Much of what Yan Bai did appeared spontaneous, yet he continued to exert a profound influence on those around him, an influence that was undeniably substantial. Initially, upon entering school, Yan Bai's striking looks sparked a commotion among the girls, inciting the animosity of the boys in his class. Hiruzen had anticipated witnessing the typical scenario of a brazen child challenging Yan Bai. After all, every generation of geniuses encounters such melodramatic scenarios, and regardless of their predictability, they inevitably occur. As a result, titles such as Konoha's Twin Stars, the Gale Duo, Konoha's Star, the Three Swordsmen of Konoha, the Four Heroes of Konoha, the Five Winds of Konoha, the White Death God, and the Blood-Red Chili Pepper would emerge. However, in Yan Bai's case, the situation took a different turn. Instead of seeking confrontation, the children came to Yan Bai as disciples, pleading for him to impart the skills of wooing. When Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this scene through his telescope, his mind was filled with questions. A group of first-grade students, neglecting their studies, lacking clarity on matters of love and animosity, were instead preoccupied with the idea of courting? What a bewildering turn of events. In response to this, Hiruzen specifically selected several parents of those seeking Yan Bai's guidance in romance, urging them to properly educate their children. However, this proved futile. After a meal of bamboo shoots and meat, those children returned to school, continuing to associate with Yan Bai. Moreover, Yan Bai genuinely assisted them. His values influenced all the girls enamored by his beauty, which in turn affected the boys who admired those girls. Consequently, the entire class became entwined in this competitive atmosphere. Within just a month, they were already deeply engaged. In a mere fortnight, the entire class practiced together and under Yan Bai's guidance. They completed the theoretical content of the first 3 years of ninja school. A month later, their progress was astonishing. Having completed the 3rd grade theoretical coursework ahead of schedule, their theoretical examination capabilities were equivalent to those of 3rd grade students, allowing them to navigate 1st grade challenges with ease. Rendering anything less than full marks a source of shame for the entire class. The reason some students in the class cannot achieve excellence lies in the practical lessons. The children who have just started school possess varying levels of physical fitness and innate talent. Some begin with a disadvantage, exerting themselves twice as hard to show improvement. Yet they still fall short compared to the majority of their classmates, resulting in slightly lagging practical performance. Perhaps, within a single semester, Yan Bai's entire class will complete all the theoretical courses at the Ninja Academy. Early graduation? Sarutobi Yamato narrowed his eyes, thinking it best to avoid hastening their growth unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this group of prodigies has only flourished due to Yan Bai's presence. Previously, other class instructors suggested to Sarutobi Yamato that Yan Bai's class should mentor students from other classes, which could yield commendable results. However, Sarutobi Yamato unhesitatingly declined. In truth, in Sarutobi Yamato's mind, all students in Yan Bai's class have already been categorized as subjects of cautious observation. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would merely affect Yan Bai's class, leaving the other students safe. The prospect of an entire generation of gifted students being linked to Yan Bai is indeed daunting. The rustling of leaves in the wind sounds utterly cacophonous. Within the mist-laden forest, the echoes of anguished cries reverberate, but they fade swiftly. In temporal terms, this transpired merely seconds ago. To lose her in such proximity and at such a critical time. Foolish Kakashi. If you harm Rin, I will never forgive you, Kakashi. Bound by these words, he finds himself slain by everything he sought to protect. But why? If only he could instantaneously appear beside them to stop it. Bowing his head, he sits amidst a sea of corpses. Obito maintains a downward gaze. Yet again, this nightmare returns. He yearns to escape, yet simultaneously hesitates to do so. He keeps his head lowered, refusing to glance at the shadow that represents Kakashi. Without lifting his gaze, without casting an eye, Obito has not looked at this so-called Kakashi since this vision first emerged. To declare that he would never forgive Kakashi, what right does Obito have? It is better not to dwell on it. Whatever grievances or resentments exist, they can be pondered once he awakens from this endless nightmare. Let him savor this moment a little longer. Let him feel the lingering warmth of Rin's ethereal form beside him. A jarring voice echoes in his ears. It is all because of your fault that such a tragic event transpired. This voice seems to emanate from deep within Obito, piercing his heart and shattering his eardrums. Chapter 070. After gaining consciousness, he feels pain. It is all my fault. Rin-s and Kakashi's fates rest upon my shoulders, even Yan Bai's. Obito's body straightens. The air is thick with accusatory voices, as if they surge from within him. He lowers his head and embraces the phantom of Rin. His hands tenderly cradle her illusory form as if it were an irreplaceable treasure, holding tightly, ever so tightly. The warmth he once remembered on her body is fading. It feels akin to the warmth he experiences when touching himself, a temperature from his own being. Blood tears stream from his eyes. His heart is wounded. His body grows colder, yet he feels no pain, only an indescribable bitterness. What on earth has happened? What is wrong with me? Obito whispers. Those things you spoke of? They are all you're doing. The jarring voice resonates once more. Let me tell you, Rin's death, Kakashi's despondency, all stem from you. Every tragedy originates with you. If you had perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, none of this would have occurred. The anguish within Obito is profound, a torment more unbearable than physical pain. It is as if cold raindrops are etching into his skin, torturing him repeatedly. He feels as though he might cease to breathe. A cold rain falls relentlessly within Obito's heart, showing no signs of stopping. The illusion of Rin in his hands begins to dissolve, seemingly disintegrating under the torrent of his inner storm. Rin. Obito stands, lost and despondent, staring blankly at his hands, where he sees a blinding crimson. Merely standing there inflicts agony upon him. Indeed, just standing causes him to feel as if he cannot breathe. Yet he thinks he should smile, for there are still things left undone. He must create a world where Rin will not die, hoping to converse with Rin amidst the fallen blossoms of dusk. In the fiery-hued maple groves of Konoha, as long as Rin is present, as long as her smile graces his life, that is true happiness. Even if she merely stands quietly beside him, walking together, Obito finds joy. The taunts and bullying of his past have worn him down. Yet he is grateful for that ephemeral happiness, akin to a lie. Grateful for a ninja academy life that would not improve, spending each day in heated disputes with Kakashi. Those truly were days reminiscent of a dream. In a world devoid of Rin, Obito's heart lies barren. He has become a mere shell. His heart is frozen. Perhaps soon, he will be completely immobile. If he dies, will all suffering cease? This fearsome death paradoxically brings Obito an inescapable sense of joy. His consciousness blurs, and his body feels as though it might collapse. See, it is all your fault. If only you were not here, this tragedy might never have happened. The voice reverberates again. Obito squints. No, the desire to die conflicts with the will to live. He holds the reins of his own fate. Who is it? Who is whispering in my heart? Obito contemplates. No, he cannot fall. Even in death, Rin will forever reside within his heart, for he must protect and preserve that warmth. Obito raises his head, sensing the approach of an enemy, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. The conclusion arrives swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Would release. Cutting technique. An unknown minion, appearing from nowhere, is instantaneously pierced by a suddenly sprouting branch, akin to a balloon being punctured, and is mercilessly flung several meters away. Hello, long time no see, Black Zetsu. Obito perceives the entity that attacked him, a foul substance reminiscent of stagnant water. This is Obito's domain. It is his consciousness, his dreamscape, his realm to command. Recalling Black Zetsu's nature of being sealable yet not killable, Obito becomes slightly deranged, realizing it has broken free of its seal and invaded his dreams. It matters not. He shall seal it once more. Ha ha ha. Obito laughs madly. Suddenly, circular objects begin to float around him. The black mass that was flung away is gradually transforming into a human shape. However, with a thunderous crash, Obito abruptly kicks the circular object he fashioned within his dream. The round object was sent flying by Obito's kick, crashing into the already humanoid form of Black Zetsu, flattening him once more. Black Zetsu returned to a puddle of soft matter. What had just transpired? What had Obito kicked over? What weapon had he used to attack him? Countless questions flooded Black Zetsu's mind. He stared blankly, and then he beheld a horrifying sight, the spherical object. It was a bloodied human head, the beautiful visage of Yan Bai. Even knowing it was an illusion conjured by Obito, Black Zetsu could not suppress his heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, the floating orbs surrounding Obito transformed, displaying various expressions of Yan Bai's head. Regardless of their demeanor, they undeniably exuded the aura of death. Uchiha Obito, I shall kill you. Yet, what responded to Black Zetsu was another bloodied head soaring through the air. Obito's voice echoed in the space. Hey, 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 Black Zetsu. Make sure to catch your brother's head properly. If you smash it into pulp, your parents will be heartbroken. Ha ha ha. What kind of joke is this, Obito? Black Zetsu roared uncontrollably, transforming into a mass of moving earth, rushing towards Obito. However, after only a short distance, another beautiful head struck him once more. Despite knowing it was a mere illusion, Black Zetsu instinctively halted to catch it. Just a fleeting hesitation, and Obito appeared before him, grinning widely, revealing his pristine white teeth, akin to fangs, and wickedly remarked, I'll just seal you up again, just like before, locked away like a monster. Do not worry. Your lamentations and remains will forever reside deep within my heart. As Obito was about to grasp Black Zetsu, the heads disguised as Yan Bai swiftly dropped to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Why can't you just gnaw on your fingers and obediently watch everything unfold in your sealed cage? Give it up. You cannot alter the current situation. Though you are difficult to kill, in the dream I control, you are far too weak, Black Zetsu. Chapter 071. The Gift of Filial Piety. I long to see you. Do you know how much I desire to kill you? Uchiha Obito chuckled. As soon as his words fell, the heads that had fallen to the ground transformed into blinding talismans, as if animated, autonomously swimming towards the puddle representing Black Zetsu, soon encircling him. The muddy form of Black Zetsu emitted a low, rumbling sound. Obito sighed heavily, after comprehending all the causes and effects. I am filled with an intense rage at my own powerlessness. If you wish to kill me, then act. Black Zetsu's liquid form gurgled ominously. Who would have known that this statement would provoke a swift change in Obito's demeanor? He gazed down at Black Zetsu, his expression darkening, teeth gritted. He replied coldly, So? After eliminating you, whom I wish to kill even in death, will all tragedies come to an end? Will everything reset? Huh. What nonsense are you spouting, Black Zetsu? Without you, I could be strolling with Rin. Without you, Rin would be holding my filthy hand, walking home. Without you, I could live in those peacefully beautiful days like a dream. Since that day, I have never seen Rin again, treated like a disgraceful filth, causing Kakashi to suffer and despair, even leading me to regard myself as worthless. Obito felt a sharp pain in his breath, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. He struggled to steady his breathing, blood-like fluid streaming from his eyes, murmuring, Each time I hear your self-fabricated, inferior lies, I am drenched in sin like a puppet. How can this be? Such a trash-like existence. Why must I be the only one to endure this life? Thus, I shall drag you down into the hell I have known. Obito had once resolved to only weep at Rin's death. Now blood flowed from his eyes. He lowered his gaze, his breath gradually steadying. Like a beast that has learned the warmth of fire and can never return, Obito could no longer revert to the naive, passionate youth he once was. How can it end here? Obito screamed in a frenzy. What kind of joke is this, Black Zetsu? Obito commanded the talismans to converge upon Black Zetsu, as if driving away a ferocious beast, burying him under a heap. Black Zetsu lay as a puddle of black water. Obito's frenzied roar echoed in the distance, as if the world had been severed from him. Initially, Black Zetsu could only think this way. He had indeed received his brother's blessing, yet time was too brief, and his murderous intent was insufficient. Black Zetsu felt no regret. He merely pondered in silence. Could he truly do nothing? No, there had to be a way, a means to defeat this dreadful Obito. Brother, forgive me, please help me. The instinct for survival pulled Black Zetsu's lost reason back. As he envisioned this, a sealed space emerged in his consciousness, reminiscent of the serene courtyard in Yueying Town from years past. Yan Bai was tending to the vegetables in the garden, while Black Zetsu was perched on a pillar in the narrow corridor, silently watching the youthful figure of Yan Bai. Brother, do you still wish to resurrect Mother? I wouldn't stop you, but if I were to take you away from this world, wouldn't you feel regret after all those years of preparation? The illusory Yan Bai was a fragment of Black Zetsu's distant memories, a time before Madara's emergence. This was a memory solely belonging to Black Zetsu and Yan Bai. Just the two of them. Yan Bai was still a child, yet an optimistic and charming one. This was the Yan Bai of Black Zetsu's memories, existing only within his unique recollections. Black Zetsu's dark form melded into this memory, standing beside the ethereal Yan Bai. I'm sorry, Black Zetsu spoke softly. The young Yan Bai looked at him, asking, What is wrong, Oni-san? Indeed, I am no longer capable, Black Zetsu replied quietly. Even after living for so long, I still lack the power of Yuhui and Yutsuin. Brother, you must not think that way. Even when facing me, you must maintain the demeanor of an elder brother. How can you show weakness? The illusory young Yan Bai encouraged with shining eyes. Yes, I fear I cannot remain weak forever, Black Zetsu declared earnestly. So, brother, will you help me grow stronger? Then, the child before him smiled brightly, saying, If I can truly assist you, I will support you in whatever you do. I will help you. Thank you, brother, Black Zetsu murmured. After saying this, his shadow swiftly merged into the shadow of the child before him. A dark liquid began to infect the child from the ankle, gradually spreading upwards like a lethal virus. What is this, brother? In the ethereal gaze of Yan Bai, confusion filled his large eyes. The voice of Ju remained calm yet tinged with melancholy, as he uttered the murmurs of a dying man. I'm sorry, little brother. I'm so sorry. Almost immediately, the child before him was lifted into the air by the dark liquid, which tightened around his throat. No, brother. Save me, please. The child in the vision wailed, but Ju remained unmoved until he shattered into fragments of memory, vanishing from sight. Heiju awakened the memories of his time with Yan Bai, repeatedly killing him within those recollections, accumulating murderous intent to rival that of Obito. Ding. Warning. Favorability exceeds 200 points, granting Heiju's unwavering love. Heiju enters a darkened state, triggering the special effect of Yen Dun. Heiju receives the gift of filial piety, Otsutsuki Bloodline Fusion 410, Chakra 5 cards, and 100, 000 Ryo. Yan Bai pondered. Is the gift truly filial piety? Heiju, is the gift a power manifested from the praises of players? For a fleeting moment, Yan Bai believed he had misheard. The long-awaited system emitted a distorted alarm. Ding. Danger. Please, host, adjust, and maintain a balanced relationship. What absurd abilities could such a gift possess? Yan Bai had indeed praised Heiju's filial piety. After all, for so long, Heiju had been solitary in his quest to resurrect their mother. His devotion was not unfounded, was it? Ling Nai had received the gift of diligence and attentiveness thanks to Yan Bai's commendations. Ling Nai's ability was quite comprehensible. Yet, what kind of power would Heiju's filial piety bestow upon him? Chapter 072. Combat Class at the Ninja Academy. Yan Bai? The voice of Uchiha Itachi roused Yan Bai from his reverie. What's wrong? A gentle smile graced Yan Bai's face. You seemed lost in thought. Uchiha Itachi expressed his concern. Yan Bai hesitated momentarily before responding honestly. I felt something earlier. My brother at home has gone mad. Soon, he may come to Konoha to hunt me down. Uchiha Itachi remarked. So you truly were awake while dreaming? What a pity to have such a terrifying nightmare with your eyes wide open. With a serious expression, Uchiha Itachi interpreted Yan Bai's words and added quietly. Don't let Teacher Sha discover that you were distracted, he.s. explaining the rules. Only then did Yan Bai direct his gaze towards the animated figure in the training field of the Ninja Academy. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Noting how the first-class youngsters stared intensely at the Chunin instructor who was lecturing on the field, their demeanor far from the liveliness typical of their peers. Their eyes were calm, yet vacant, utterly silent, devoid of any movement, and their expressions were entirely uniform. This chilling scene caused the Chunin instructor, Sha Qing-chun, to tremble in his speech. Sha Qing-chun hastily concluded the rules of the combat class and began organizing the children for sparring. First match, Jintai Lang versus Zhong Sheng. Two composed youths stepped forward from the line. At that moment, Sha Qing-chun realized that this class of children was unlike any other. Standing beside their line, one could almost perceive the illusion of a single entity. The tallest student positioned at the end, the children lined up in orderly fashion according to height, creating the appearance of just one figure when viewed from the side. What an extraordinary class! Each time Sha Qing-chun witnessed this spectacle, it sent shivers down his spine. As Jintai Lang and Zhong Sheng faced each other, Sha Qing-chun softly instructed, Go easy on each other. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Both Jintai Lang and Zhong Sheng replied in unison. Sha Qing-chun stepped back a few paces and declared, Begin. Upon receiving the signal, the two children, with serious expressions, formed opposing hand signs. They then drew their weapons and commenced their duel. Without utilizing shuriken or other hidden weapons, it was a pure contest of physical prowess. Each trading blows in a fluid, harmonious manner. The classmates observing remained silent, seemingly analyzing the movements of their peers, not even uttering a gasp. Only Sha Qing-chun, standing nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. Typically, first-year students engage in combat training by employing their own fighting styles, learning about their weaknesses and cultivating their combat awareness. However, the exchanges between Jintai Lang and Zhong Sheng conveyed an aesthetic violence that captivated the onlookers. Their strikes were rapid, their footwork nimble, a perfect blend of strength and grace. Seemingly expending minimal energy, Sha Qing-chun could discern that their actions and attacks were not mere child's play. They possessed an indescribable beauty. Yet it was not a performance, but true combat. Initially, Sha Qing-chun believed that silence would reign until one of the children conceded or they reconciled. However, he miscalculated. The students below, while maintaining serious expressions, began to whisper amongst themselves like a spreading contagion. Jintai Lang misjudged the distance to the enemy several times. Zhong Sheng's punching hand failed to maintain the correct trajectory. It should have attacked along his center line toward the opponent's center line. Exactly, Itachi calculated this. Attacking along the opponent's center line is the shortest distance, ensuring they sustain greater injury and find it difficult to mitigate force. It looks quite impressive, with more practice. Adhering to the standard trajectory would enhance its appeal. I imagine being knocked down would hurt quite a bit. It's even worse if you don't retaliate. Sha Ching-chun felt increasingly out of place in this environment. Is this what a genius class looks like? The children's discussions diverged entirely from those in neighboring classes, sounding as if they were critiquing the two combatants on the field. Yet, Sha Ching-chun understood not a single word. Who is he? Where is he? What is his purpose here? What is a standard trajectory? Did the Ninja Academy even teach that? No, just now. That child mentioned a boy named Itachi who calculated how to attack to achieve the shortest distance to the enemy. Fortunately, after some time spent grappling, the two children seemed to have concluded their sparring, but instead of making peace, they stepped back a distance and prepared to reach for their ninja tool bags. Following their hand-to-hand combat, a contest of throwing projectiles was about to commence. Sha Ching-chun's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Within less than half an hour of the combat class commencing, he felt utterly superfluous. As a teacher, he was meant to provide commentary based on the children's performances, highlighting their strengths and weaknesses, encouraging them to strive further. Yet, this class of children left him utterly speechless. This truly was a remarkable class. The two participants in the spar seemed to require no guidance, as they were evidently aware of their shortcomings. They proceeded in an orderly manner to engage in friendly sparring, beginning with taijutsu, followed by throwing techniques, and subsequently, it was anticipated that they would move on to other forms of combat. At that moment, Shi Qingchuan's thoughts crystallized. As expected, after the two children civilly completed their shuriken throwing practice, they transitioned to other techniques. Even Jintai Lang, with a serious demeanor, addressed Zhong Sheng, stating, "Zhong Sheng, my ninjutsu is still not proficient. Perhaps we should refrain from competing in this area, as you are well aware of your own capabilities." Zhong Sheng nodded in agreement. All right. Let us conclude. Following this, the two performed the reconciliation sign, marking a successful end to the first round of competition. At this juncture, Shi Qingchuan's role became evident as all the students turned their attention to him. With great effort, he swallowed hard and called out, "Next group, Miss Shiyu versus Oil Woman. Next group, Hinata Kumo versus Honda Yui. Next group, Kanda Natsuko versus Tachibana." General watching one talented group after another compete, Shi Qingchuan's expression turned numb. Uchiha Itachi, unusually detached from his own world as he often was during class, attentively observed each group as sparring. Yan Bai, on the other hand, tilted his head in boredom, yet with keen interest, as he found the children's exchanges rather akin to chickens pecking at one another. Nonetheless, understanding the backgrounds and personalities of those around him had long been a cultivated habit. In Class 1, the students were exceptionally amiable, and the practical combat session concluded without excessive fervor or extraordinary excitement. A cluster of young students, appearing as composed as the elderly, gathered in small groups post-class to discuss their recent experiences in battle. Additionally, the more seasoned students shared how they had overcome various training challenges. Shi Qingchun intentionally eavesdropped, but found himself bewildered by some of the terminology they used. What was this talk of 45-degree angles and midlines? It sounded like discussions of angles and distances, yet he remained perplexed about the specifics. The most alarming aspect was not merely the incomprehensible jargon, but rather the earnest discussion among the students on how to execute lethal strikes against adversaries, skills that ought not to be employed in a practical combat class. Shadow leg, exploding egg technique, eye gouging method. Always carry combat tools, such as water guns filled with highly corrosive acid or venom, when a challenge arises. Carry them on your person, ambush at a prearranged location, and strike when the enemy appears. Carry seemingly innocuous, yet weaponized items when encountering an enemy. Strike at critical points with force, memorizing their locations, and practicing daily to avoid missteps during confrontation. In the event of a direct encounter rather than a sneak attack, one must howl like a rabid dog, exuding an aura of madness before delivering a decisive blow. Against all foes, employ chest grabs, eye gouges, and shadow legs to ensure a one-hit kill. The shadow leg is particularly effective, thus should be utilized frequently. If wielding a sharp object, take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to strike at their chest. Yet one must possess an intimate understanding of human anatomy to prevent the weapon from becoming lodged against the ribs. Moreover, one must consider their own height when strategizing against taller foes, tailoring combat tactics to suit varying environments. The techniques discussed were particularly vile, merciless, and insidious, leaving Shi Qingchun pale. Even more outrageous was the fact that the girls were imparting lessons on makeup and disguise to the boys. They spoke of how to alter one's appearance within 3 minutes, or even one, and then swiftly blend into a crowd. For instance, changing long pants into shorts, discarding or reversing jackets, using scarves to craft hairstyles, and applying street dust or muddy water for eye makeup and shading, thereby transforming their facial features. They would then find a group of unruly children, seamlessly integrate into their conversation, and walk alongside them, successfully camouflaging themselves. Additionally, the girls exchanged tips on how to convincingly cry to evoke sympathy and when to take the initiative to apologize. Shi Qingchun, who had been covertly observing these children, was genuinely astounded. How could this class of prodigies all share such a disposition? He had not anticipated this. Their theoretical and practical lessons seemed merely superficial, while their post-class discussions revealed their genuine studies, rendering the entire Ninja Academy's education somewhat of a farce. This group of children resembled cold-blooded assassins. With a grave expression, Shi Qingchun took out his notebook, sought an empty space, and meticulously recorded everything he had just overheard. Ultimately, his notes were submitted to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he reviewed the contents, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, yet he issued no orders. Although the information documented by Shi Qingchun would be dismissed by overzealous youths, it undeniably represented the true essence of what a ninja should embody. Furthermore, these insights would prove invaluable to institutions focused on assassination and espionage. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that the students had independently derived this knowledge. Rather, it was undoubtedly Yan Bai's influence. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen was mistaken. Yan Bai lacked the leisure to orchestrate an entire class into becoming wayward youths. He merely offered them a notion that facilitated such developments. Most of the time, Yan Bai reveled in life, assigning a mundane definition to the system he tested. He felt he had grown complacent, reluctant to utilize the system's functionalities. Previously, he had relished exhilarating battles, but now he felt weary. Yan Bai involuntarily recalled his mother in another world. Had it not been for her unyielding educational approach, he would not have evolved into his current self. As for the final test of the current system, he had yet to determine how to initiate it. The villagers of Konohagakure were not entirely under his influence. To maintain a facade of safety, he treated his neighbors well, cultivating amicable relationships with them. However, without just cause, he would not venture far to present gifts to villagers who were not his direct acquaintances, unless those villagers were somehow connected to his neighbors. Offering gifts to those with whom he had no substantial interaction would be overly contrived, likely perceived as peculiar behavior. Many residents of Konohagakure were prone to conjecture. Should these potential ninjas, with the talent of fantasy novelists, piece together the truth, it could lead to considerable complications. As school dismissed, Yan Bai tidied up his belongings and followed Uchiha Itachi out of the school gates. Along the way, they encountered several classmates who cheerfully bid farewell to Yan Bai, creating a warm and amiable atmosphere, which even elicited a rare smile from Uchiha Itachi. Due to his tutoring session at Yan Bai's home, Uchiha Itachi had dinner at Yan Bai's residence. Before the meal, he began to self-study the mathematics, physics, and chemistry knowledge he had acquired from Yan Bai. Yan Bai, on the other hand, remained seated nearby, engrossed in writing his novel and illustrating comics, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Yan Bai and softly inquired, "Yan Bai, is something troubling you lately?" Yan Bai's writing came to an abrupt halt. "What do you mean?" he asked. "During today's practical class, you seemed distracted, which is quite unusual." Uchiha Itachi replied cautiously. In truth, Uchiha Itachi was concerned, thinking that Yan Bai must be experiencing something severe, akin to having nightmares while awake. Yan Bai set down his pen and scrutinized Uchiha Itachi with a serious gaze. Uchiha Itachi was indeed very perceptive. Yan Bai had merely been momentarily distracted by a system notification during class, yet he had sensed something amiss. Hadn't Yan Bai already spoken the truth today? It seemed Uchiha Itachi harbored doubts. Yan Bai sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to concoct a plausible lie to appease him. "Itachi, I miss my mother," he stated. Chapter 074, Heatherroot. This was the first time Uchiha Itachi had heard Yan Bai mention his parents, stirring a mix of apprehension and curiosity within him. Surely, Yan Bai's mother must be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Spending time with Yan Bai had subtly influenced Uchiha Itachi. Regardless, a well-timed compliment could uplift one's spirits. thereby facilitating one's objectives. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Yan Bai's face. Ah, indeed, she is a cruel yet compassionate beauty. Uchiha Itachi pondered. How can these two descriptors coexist? Though he was filled with questions, he wisely chose not to voice them. Yan Bai, seemingly lost in memories, murmured, "My mother is likely frolicking in another world with my father. We children are mere accidents." Uchiha Itachi felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing those words. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku had hinted to him that Yan Bai had once requested the members of the Yamashiro clan to probe into his memories, which revealed that Yan Bai possessed divine lineage. This information was absurd, especially since Yan Bai appeared no different from an ordinary person, save for his otherworldly beauty. However, hearing Yan Bai speak of it himself made Uchiha Itachi's heart race, almost threatening to leap from his chest. As he silently calmed his emotions, he asked, seemingly casually, "Another world? Are there many other worlds?" Once the question was posed, Yan Bai suddenly fell silent, contemplating Uchiha Itachi. This was due to the fact that his sister had whimsically married an NPC during one of her descents and had taken that version of the NPC away from the Naruto world. This led to a stipulation set by their great-grandmother when creating the Naruto world. The inhabitants must not realize they are virtual NPCs. Her decree was clear. You may deceive them into believing you are divine. You can do anything, but you must not let them discover their virtual nature. If you convince them that the universe comprises 3,000 worlds and that this is merely one small world, allowing them to maintain their belief in their reality, then all is well. This was why Yan Bai could not inquire about such peculiar matters. The existence of the original plot was inherently rational. Of course, if a family member genuinely cherished a particular NPC and desired to bring them into reality, it was permissible, granted they obtained their great-grandmother's consent. This was a sensitive taboo, as bringing an NPC into reality required preparing a human embryo devoid of consciousness as a spiritual vessel, which complicated matters significantly. Thus, Yan Bai had no desire to meet his great-grandmother, as she had not provided him with any fond memories. With a faint smile, Yan Bai acknowledged that he was not adept at lying, but he could embellish the truth to allow for the other party's imagination, as long as it did not veer towards an undesirable direction. There are indeed many different worlds. However, Itachi, you belong to this world, Yan Bai gently remarked. Regrettably, I cannot take you to visit the world of my parents, but I can share with you the events that transpired there. Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened with excitement. Please do tell me. Yan Bai smiled silently, and then approached his bookshelf to retrieve the first edition of the Kaguya-sama, Love is War manga series. The following day, Yan Bai dutifully arrived at the Ninja Academy. The students of Class 1 typically arrived early, as arriving on time ensured they would not be late. Moreover, the early hours of the day allowed them to engage in various enjoyable activities before class began. Many classmates continued to share their training methods, though their discussions rarely revolved around the curriculum taught at the Ninja Academy. Initially, Yan Bai anticipated a day like any other. However, when the teacher for the first class entered the room, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Yan Bai had previously expressed his weariness towards the testing system, finding it tedious and uninspiring. Even with his newfound formidable power, he had no desire to flaunt it. The thrill of stealthily navigating life had waned, yet boredom had reached unbearable levels. Seeing the new teacher, Yan Bai suddenly rediscovered a sense of enjoyment in life. The newcomer was a young ninja with a blank expression, tasked with teaching the history of the ninja world. His name was Takazui, a codename from December, likely a temporary moniker. This subject was largely inconsequential for the students of Class 1. Nevertheless, influenced by Yan Bai, they remained respectful of their teacher, dutifully pretending to pay attention even if the lesson was monotonous or seemingly pointless. As long as they were not caught neglecting their studies, they felt free to engage in minor distractions. At the end of class, Yan Bai approached Takazui, who was gathering his teaching materials to leave. He smiled and blocked Takazui's path, cheerfully saying, "Teacher Takazui, hello? My name is Yan Bai, and your attire is truly exquisite." Takazui instinctively glanced down at his faded, dark long robe, puzzled by what was deemed beautiful about it. Had Yan Bai's flattery missed the mark? However, Takazui was on a mission to investigate Yan Bai and all the students in Class 1. Since Yan Bai had approached him, he naturally responded coolly, "Thank you." Yan Bai stood before him, gazing up at Takazui, his eyes suddenly transforming into a vivid crimson. In an instant, Takazui appeared to become a statue, rigid and unyielding. Yan Bai then leaned closer, whispering softly, "Teacher Takashi, please love me deeply for the time being and serve my will." Moments later, Yan Bai's gaze returned to normal, and he brushed past Takashi. Takashi's expression remained unchanged as he collected his teaching materials and slowly exited the classroom. Yan Bai returned to his position, and Uchiha Itachi gazed at him with a puzzled expression. What could possibly be amiss with this new instructor? Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and looked towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, possessing an astute intellect, could not be easily deceived. Any attempt to mislead him could result in his own investigation, potentially leading to complications. After a brief contemplation, Yan Bai concluded that, regardless, Itachi would eventually come to learn the truth. He then leaned closer to Itachi and whispered, "Are you familiar with the Foundation?" Upon hearing this, Itachi's pupils slightly contracted, indicating his understanding that the new teacher was somehow involved. Yan Bai smiled and nodded, appreciating the dialogue with someone so perceptive. Itachi furrowed his brow, his mind racing with questions about the intent behind this revelation. "Stop guessing. It has nothing to do with us. Just pretend you know nothing," Yan Bai said, his smile taking on an unsettling quality in the dim light. Itachi couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for the teacher who had just departed. The following morning, Yan Bai arrived at the classroom with breakfast, sharing the delightful meal with nearby classmates. He then sat down with Itachi to enjoy their breakfast together. Other students took it upon themselves to report on the latest sensational news from the village. "Did you hear? Yesterday at noon, a large group of ninjas were swimming in the village's sewage pit for nearly an hour." "Really? I've been there. It's the disgusting endpoint for the village's drainage system. Could it be some sort of training?" "I don't think so. I saw some ninjas being rescued from there. It seems more like a collective act of desperation. How could they choose such a place? There are far better options, right? I'd much prefer to face enemies on the battlefield than swim in that filth." "Exactly. Even swimming in a river is preferable. And who knows what they ingested in that pit? I heard it was those masked ninjas. We should find out which unit they belong to, so we can avoid working with them after graduation. Enough with this. Can we not discuss this while I'm trying to eat breakfast?" Itachi, holding the xiaomai that Yan Bai had just handed him, listened quietly to his classmates recounting, his youthful features betraying a look of disgust. Meanwhile, Yan Bai continued to eat the breakfast prepared for him by Linai, seemingly unaffected by the conversation around him. Itachi closed his eyes, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, and leaned towards Yan Bai to ask in a hushed tone, "Did you have a hand in this?" Yan Bai casually glanced at Itachi, finished his portion of breakfast, and then looked at Itachi with a beaming smile. "You know, one can indulge in food, but one mustn't spread filth." With a stoic expression, Itachi gently placed the xiaomai back in its box. Yan Bai continued, "They mentioned it happened yesterday at noon, and I was at school all day. You can all attest to that." At that moment, Itachi felt as if Yan Bai's words were echoing in his mind, stretched infinitely. Although all evidence suggested Yan Bai had no connection to the incident, Itachi still suspected his friend was involved, albeit without tangible proof. He recalled Yan Bai's earlier words. "Stop guessing. It has nothing to do with us. Just pretend you know nothing." Itachi understood that his mischievous friend must have done something to provoke the ninjas from the Foundation into such an embarrassing situation. The mere thought of it was enough to make anyone nauseous. Realizing the gravity of the matter, Itachi determined not to delve too deeply into the specifics. Content with a general understanding of events, after all, Yan Bai was known for his cunning methods. Itachi had learned from experience that pressing Yan Bai for details would surely lead to an uncomfortable revelation, one that could have a profound psychological impact. The incident involving ninjas swimming in sewage was certainly not something they could be implicated in. To ascertain Yan Bai's involvement, Itachi merely needed to observe whether their teacher, Zuzui, would return that day. Itachi's suspicions were confirmed when Zuzui did not appear, instead replaced by their previous history instructor, who expressed regret that Zuzui was merely a substitute and would not be returning. From morning until dismissal, the incident of the ninjas swimming in the sewage pit remained a hot topic of conversation among the students, particularly regarding which department they belonged to. It seemed the Foundation had gained notoriety in Konoha, having become the subject of much disdain due to this scandal. In reality, the Foundation operated more covertly than the Umbu, engaging in activities that were often shrouded in secrecy, with most villagers unfamiliar with their existence. However, their recent escapade had thrust them into the limelight, as the collective act of swimming in sewage had made them infamous. With their masks concealing their identities, even the Umbu found themselves entangled in the scandal. The villagers made no distinction between the groups. They all wore similar attire and masks, and as long as one did not join any of these organizations, they were spared the revolting fate of being ordered to train in such a vile environment. Whether they were students yet to graduate or civilians residing in Konoha, the mere mention of the masked ninjas was enough to deter anyone from wanting to join their ranks. The repercussions of the sewage swimming incident had severely tarnished the reputations of both the Umbu and the Foundation. In the top-tier ward of Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on with a pained expression at Danzo Shimura, who was clutching a bucket and retching. Hiruzen, Danzo, what on earth happened? Ugh. Hiruzen, was there an invasion? Where's the enemy? Ugh. Hiruzen, Danzo, since being rescued the previous day, Danzo had been in the hospital undergoing gastric lavage and had been vomiting continuously ever since, despite his stomach being empty. The sensation of nausea was purely psychological at this point. This morning, Danzo's attending physician could no longer restrain himself and remarked, Danzo, feces are actually non-toxic. That statement had sharply triggered Danzo's senses, prompting him to continue retching uncontrollably. The act of vomiting was not without its bodily harm, especially after such an extended period. Danzo struggled to articulate coherent thoughts. As Hiruzen prepared to leave, Danzo tremblingly grabbed a sheet of paper and a pen, scrawling, "It must be that little monster's fault." After sending someone to investigate, such a bizarre incident had occurred upon their return. Danzo's reasoning was self-consistent, even with Yan Bai's alibi. He refused to entertain the possibility of his innocence. Hiruzen furrowed his brow at the note. "Where's the evidence?" Danzo, still retching, furiously wrote, "No evidence is needed. I will not rest until he is brought to justice." Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to glean answers from Danzo, found the latter in a fit of rage. Swiftly departing from Danzo's hospital room, Hiruzen was greeted by a cacophony of retching sounds from outside, where numerous ninjas were gathered, all uniformly clutching buckets. He quickly visited several of these afflicted ninjas, piecing together the details of the collective incident that had transpired the previous day in the cesspool. Chapter 76. The Curse of Clothing. Are you saying that at noon yesterday, all of you lost control of your bodies and rushed into the cesspool to swim, yet remained fully conscious? Hiruzen asked gravely, scrutinizing the ninjas before him who were still retching. Some managed to suppress their nausea, their recovery abilities stronger than others. Yet their faces betrayed their discomfort. "Lord Hokage, I cannot speak for others, but I was fully aware, though I felt compelled to act against my will," one ninja responded, his expression twisting in revulsion as he recalled the horrific events. Through various inquiries, Hiruzen uncovered a peculiar detail. Not all root ninjas had suffered. Survivors were predominantly those who had been unclothed at the time, whether bathing or resting. Those without garments had escaped the ordeal. Some had worn pants, but no shirts, and thus ran into the cesspool, while others had donned shirts, but no pants, managing to restrain their legs yet unable to control their arms. Was the catalyst for this bizarre occurrence indeed their clothing? Was it a curse that ensnared them? Hiruzen found himself grappling with this absurd notion. Almost all ninjas involved in the cesspool incident reported clarity of mind, despite their bodies acting autonomously. They could communicate with one another, but were powerless to stop themselves, and their inability to control their arms rendered them incapable of performing jutsu. Was it truly their clothing that governed them? They had engaged in various swimming techniques within the cesspool for an hour, and by the time they were discovered, some root ninjas had already drowned. While the fatalities were few, the losses for root were significant. All of this stemmed from their decision to send someone to the academy to teach Yan Bai. It was terrifying. They had barely conducted a single class, and hostility had yet to manifest. The retribution was swift and brutal. This was the first action taken against Yan Bai since the memory search by Nakayama Yoshitaka, and the fallout had caused everyone to retreat in fear. Hiruzen, a seasoned politician, had always viewed Yan Bai as a cold-blooded individual, seemingly benevolent, but ready to retaliate when provoked. He pressed his hands against his temples, recalling Danzo's impotent fury in the hospital while clutching a bucket of vomit, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Fortunately, it was Danzo who had been sent to probe the situation, leaving the root ninjas to bear the brunt of the consequences. There was no evidence linking Yan Bai to these events. At the time of the incident, he had been teaching in plain sight, and the Umbu monitoring Reina confirmed she had spent the day tending to vegetables and fruits in her garden, offering snacks to neighbors and the Uchiha clan, with no other activities to suggest mischief. The implications of the incident were deeply unsettling. The perpetrator had not concealed their methods. It was now widely recognized as a clothing issue. Some dispatched root ninjas had encountered similar circumstances, but fortunately, they had jumped into rivers or marshes instead of cesspools. Many remained unaccounted for, with their fates likely grim. Numerous pieces of evidence hinted at the garments being cursed. To avoid such a curse, the only solution was to remain unclothed. This thought weighed heavily on Hiruzen. Reflecting on their past encounters, he realized that he had never gained an advantage over Yan Bai. The latter always emerged unscathed, striking with relentless precision. Even those who despised him found themselves needing to retreat and reconsider their strategies. Danzo's threats in the hospital were mere bluster. Once he regained consciousness, he too would retreat. Yan Bai loomed over them like a sword hanging by a thread, creating an atmosphere of unease, and yet they found themselves powerless against him. Hiruzen pondered the possibility of fabricating charges against Yan Bai, branding him an enemy spy. However, the image of Reina's wrath flashed in his mind, and he recognized that Yan Bai was not easily provoked, leaving him uncertain of the consequences. Since conflict was not an option, perhaps it was better to cultivate friendships instead. With a sigh, Hiruzen resolved to pursue this strategy. The war with the Cloud Village had concluded, and soon their envoys would arrive. Konoha needed Yan Bai to maintain a semblance of intimidation. "Isn't the clothing lovely?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, holding a beautifully crafted bowl, gazing at Yan Bai seated beside him. "Indeed," Yan Bai replied, sipping his soup carefully, then smiling at Reina, who had made an impressive broth that day. Reina blushed and responded, "You told me to add that kelp extract you mentioned last time. It made the soup delicious. But don't rely too much on MSG. If you consume it excessively, you'll feel unwell when you don't have it." Yan Bai smiled gently. "Reina, we should not develop a dependency on specific ingredients. Instead, we ought to incorporate more of our favorites, ensuring that if we lose something, it won't cause us great sorrow." "I understand, Yan Bai. Tomorrow, I will make radish soup," Reina nodded, "and I won't use the kelp extract this time. Radish soup is also quite good." Yan Bai maintained his gentle smile. Uchiha Itachi, observing the blushing Reina and the nonchalant Yan Bai, began to feel that they could not be siblings. Although Yan Bai treated Reina well, it was clear he held no romantic intentions. He radiated warmth to all without singling anyone out. Conversely, Reina seemed to regard Yan Bai as her entire world, resembling a devoted maid in harmonious service. However, Itachi had no grounds to intervene in such matters. His concern remained focused on the clothing. Once Reina and Yan Bai ceased their conversation, Itachi coughed gently and said, "Yan Bai, regarding what you mentioned earlier, yes. The unwavering love I spoke of," Yan Bai replied, continuing to eat without lifting his gaze. Itachi stared at Yan Bai, who he had come to understand well over time. Many words need not be articulated clearly. He had previously thought Yan Bai's notion of unwavering love was merely jest. But now Itachi could see a connected logic forming in his mind. Chapter 77. Kai, you are truly a genius. Uchiha Itachi resumed his meal in silence, ceasing further inquiries. The table fell into a tranquil quietude, where food was consumed without words. After dinner, Uchiha Itachi bid farewell to Yan Bai and Ling Nai before hastily departing. Upon returning to the clan grounds, he was scheduled to train in ninjutsu under his elder brother, Uchiha Shisui. However, today, Uchiha Shisui sat beside the training field with an ashen complexion, cradling a bucket in his hands. Upon witnessing this scene, Itachi immediately understood. Shisui had been affected by yesterday's incident. Observing Shisui's pallid face, Itachi hesitated to speak, ultimately deciding against disclosing Yan Bai's secret. Itachi had come to realize that Yan Bai's gift constituted an entirely different power system, one that was remarkably peculiar and distinct from chakra. The previous morning, Yan Bai had first intercepted teacher Zhu Zue from the root, complimenting him on his splendid attire. Before using his Mangekyo Sharingan to hypnotize Zhu Zue into an unwavering love for him. Subsequently, he commanded Zhu Zue to lead all the clothed root ninjas to swim in a cesspool. Only Zhu Zue had been under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The other victims were solely manipulated by Zhu Zue himself. It appeared that Zhu Zue had remained completely unconscious throughout the ordeal, while the other root ninjas, fully aware, had endured the horrifying experience of swimming for an hour in a cesspool, a trauma that would undoubtedly haunt them forever, a dual burden of physiological and psychological distress. Once the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan over Zhu Zue dissipated, the others were freed, though Itachi wondered if Juzue had survived. Frowning at the thought, Itachi pondered whether Juzue had perished merely from a compliment on his attire. Such terrifying ramifications made him anxious. What if the consequences were even graver? His heart raced anew as he grasped the implications of Yan Bai's earlier hints. Yan Bai's gift was a double-edged sword, wielded adeptly. It could yield a power surpassing that of chakra, but mishandled, it could lead to disaster. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Itachi furrowed his brow, reflecting on the sincere praise Yan Bai had previously bestowed upon him. As dawn broke, Yan Bai accompanied Ling Nai to the marketplace, primarily to explore the intriguing wares while assisting her with purchases. However, on their way, they encountered an eccentric individual adorned in vibrant green, resembling a kappa. This peculiar figure, crowned with a large Might Guy inscription, struck a battle pose upon seeing Yan Bai and Ling Nai. Yan Bai, taken aback, observed this version of Guy, who stood confidently. His right index finger pointed defiantly forward. Yan Bai recognized this posture. It was the same one he had taught Uchiha Shursui before entering the academy. A technique from the 6 forms of physical training he had illustrated in comic form. Guy's stance was nearly identical to the one depicted in Yan Bai's martial arts manual. It dawned on Yan Bai that had he only described the technique in words, he might now be facing Guy's middle finger instead of his index. At that moment, Yan Bai felt as if 1,000 alpacas were racing through his mind. Was there truly someone practicing with such dedication? Was Guy's gesture a challenge or a request for guidance? After a moment of contemplation, Yan Bai sent Ling Nai ahead to shop. With a serious expression, Ling Nai inquired, "Yan Bai, do you need me to deal with this green-haired turtle?" Yan Bai's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "No need, Ling Nai. He is here to seek instruction in taijutsu." Ling Nai blinked in understanding and proceeded to pass by the obstructing Guy. Curious, Yan Bai approached Guy and asked, "Might I inquire as to your identity?" Although the inscription atop Guy's head revealed his name, Yan Bai felt compelled to ask again. Guy respectfully retracted his gesture and bowed formally, stating, "Greetings, Teacher Yan Bai. My name is Might Guy, and I am currently studying the taijutsu technique known as the finger thrust that you created. It is truly an exquisite art." Disregarding Guy's formalities, Yan Bai inquired, "Have you mastered it?" Guy nodded earnestly. "Yes, its power is formidable, yet I have yet to reach the level you described." Yan Bai smiled slightly. "You are indeed a genius. Your potential is extraordinary. Achieving such results is a remarkable feat. The fact that he could attain such effects would indeed be terrifying." Yan Bai had merely been embellishing his narrative. Having written fervently since his arrival in this world, Yan Bai's prose was ornate and immersive, not just limited to the fanciful 6 forms training method, but also encompassing a complete and independent system of powers within the context of his other narratives. Even when naming techniques, he meticulously detailed their effects, crafting them as though they were tangible. Thus, while writing the 6 forms, he had leveraged the same embellishments, creating an illusion of authenticity, enhanced by his carefully illustrated diagrams. Uncertain whether Guy's appearance was orchestrated by Konoha or a spontaneous decision on Guy's part, Yan Bai deemed it inconsequential. In a flash, he devised a plan. First, to ascertain Guy's intentions, and then, based on his responses, to deliver a few motivational words to send him on his way. With a commercial smile, Yan Bai asked, "What is your current aim, Mr. Guy? I see you are practicing diligently." Guy, with a solemn expression, replied, "I apologize, Teacher Yan Bai, but due to financial constraints, I have not been able to use leather for my training." Yan Bai responded, "What materials are you utilizing?" Guy hesitated before admitting, "I have been using the trees in the Konoha forest." Yan Bai expressed admiration, "Mr. Guy, you truly possess remarkable perseverance. Those who work hard deserve respect, and I am confident that you will soon achieve the rank of Jonin. Stabbing trees is certainly more painful than striking leather." Perhaps encouraged by Yan Bai's acknowledgement, Guy solemnly bowed and continued, "Teacher Yan Bai, due to my lack of understanding, I find it impossible to grasp the training steps for the subsequent 5 forms. I humbly request your guidance." Chapter 78. A demonstration. Taking a deep breath, Yan Bai acknowledged that he had been fabricating the details. Guy, being simple-minded, believed in Yan Bai's authenticity, as he had indeed succeeded in mastering the finger thrust, albeit with trees instead of leather. With a sigh, Yan Bai said, "Please, follow me." Although the taijutsu manual was a mere fabrication, as its creator, Yan Bai was capable of demonstrating it. Just like in those cinematic works, he could bring the fantastical to life, adding a touch of flair. The 6 forms of taijutsu Yan Bai had concocted began with the first technique, the finger thrust, followed by the second technique, the shave. Yan Bai recalled how he once wrote. Second, the training method for the technique. Continuously practice running swiftly forward in short bursts until achieving a speed of 0.36 seconds for 10 steps. Then practice running backward with the same speed. Once the backward speed also reaches 0.36 seconds for 10 steps, attempt to run in place. When the feet move so swiftly that they seem to vanish, lean forward, and the technique will be perfected. Indeed, the narrative is somewhat convoluted, intended to be ambiguous. Yan Bai employed ornate language and illustrations to depict and showcase the technique's effects, yet he utilized the most unadorned vocabulary to describe the training methods. Might Guy undoubtedly attempted this, but that 0.36 seconds holds a certain enchantment. Upon seeing Might Guy, Yan Bai could not help but recall his mother's words. Every individual is distinct from birth, a fact particularly evident in childhood. However, children can generally be categorized into 3 primary types: kinetic, auditory, and observational. Their distinctions are as follows. 1. Kinetic children. It is exceedingly challenging for them to comprehend reasoning or analyze concepts independently. To impart skills to these children, one must engage in the task alongside them, demonstrating and practicing concurrently for them to learn effectively. 2. Auditory children. This type is the most hassle-free. Simply instruct them verbally, and they swiftly grasp the skill through auditory guidance. 3. Observational children. These individuals lack a sense of security. They require observation before attempting anything. And should they perceive any danger during the process, they will cease learning. In Yan Bai's perspective, Guy likely belonged to the kinetic category. The practice of studying manuals is more suited to the observational and auditory types. Thus, Guy sought Yan Bai's assistance for a live demonstration of the technique. Yan Bai was indifferent, as he could merely follow the fictional training steps and demonstrate them to Might Guy. Consequently, Yan Bai showcased the technique to Guy and translated the manual's plain training method into action, even enhancing it with some visual effects. With Yan Bai's step-by-step performance, Guy experienced a sudden epiphany, and after expressing his gratitude, he began training for short sprints according to Yan Bai's guidance. Yan Bai stood alone in the breeze, gazing at the green figure growing ever more distant. This version of Might Guy not only trained in the 8 gates, but also in this absurd variant of the 6 styles. One cannot help but wonder how drastically the narrative may change. Guy is indeed a formidable individual capable of transforming a fictitious manual into genuine techniques. Shimura Danzo has been discharged from the hospital, his gaze more sinister than ever. Saratobi Hiruzen had already conveyed the entirety of the jumping into the cesspool incident and its investigative conclusions to Danzo in written form. Danzo meticulously scrutinized every possible detail regarding Yan Bai, ultimately arriving at a startling decision. He must bring Yan Bai under his control. Hiruzen, I require an heir, and Yan Bai is the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen regarded Danzo with an expression reminiscent of one who pities the mentally challenged. You haven't touched a drop of alcohol, my old friend. How could you become so intoxicated? However, as a seasoned politician, Hiruzen refrained from voicing such thoughts and instead cautiously responded, Danzo, do you wish for Yan Bai to be your disciple? You mean disciple, not a rude assassin? Given the recent events, I doubt that child would agree. A chilling smile crept across Danzo's face. Talented children can be molded into rude assassins. Some abilities are innate. Regardless, I am determined to take him as my pupil. Danzo refrained from disclosing what specific talent he had observed in Yan Bai. However, Hiruzen could surmise that Danzo had previously underestimated Yan Bai, as he was merely a commoner and a child, with no significant reputation even within the Ninja Academy. After all, the collective reputation of the class had served as Yan Bai's shield. Yet, circumstances have changed. Danzo, having faced Yan Bai's retribution alongside the Root Ninjas, recognized the proof of Yan Bai's cunning, and upon observing his behavior after entering Konoha, he saw a glimmer of hope. A persona that radiates light in public while harboring darkness in private. That is precisely the archetype Danzo has pursued throughout his life. Danzo does not believe he can impart knowledge to Yan Bai, yet he simply requires a connection. As for how to manage the master-disciple relationship thereafter, that is Danzo's own affair. If he can become Yan Bai's mentor, a rare smile graced Danzo's face. Securing the child's acceptance and assistance may greatly benefit his aspirations to become Hokage. According to the available data, as long as one exhibits goodwill towards the child, he will reciprocate. However, any malice shown will be met with a fierce counterattack. Danzo finds great admiration in this character trait. Contemplating this, a shadow of doubt clouded Danzo's mind. Dispatching root ninjas to surveil and test Yan Bai was clearly Hiruzen's request, and as the dark side of Konoha, Danzo dutifully complied. Yet, he soon discovered it to be a grave misstep. Danzo has cursed Hiruzen in his heart more than once during these days. Hiruzen, you have led me astray. After making bold proclamations in the hospital, Danzo regained clarity and promptly devised a plan most advantageous to himself. For Danzo, as long as it serves his interests, he is willing to collaborate with any entity, regardless of their nature. However, to take on a disciple, he must first navigate Hiruzen's approval. Observing Danzo, who had already begun to drift into dreams, even displaying a smile of bliss, Hiruzen wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. Was it his inadequately detailed dossier that misled Danzo? Or did Danzo possess some unusual proclivity? Hiruzen could not help but remark, Danzo, I believe you should reconsider this matter. That child, while appearing amiable, possesses an exceedingly malevolent nature, and countless individuals have fallen victim to him. Hiruzen was genuinely concerned for his old friend's well-being. Nonetheless, Danzo, upon hearing Hiruzen's hesitance, narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen, I can see the darkness within that child. In all of Konoha, I am the most suitable to be his mentor. Or are you worried that my only disciple might surpass your own? Hiruzen replied, my concern is not that my disciples may be surpassed by yours, but rather that you may be outmaneuvered by that child. Chapter 079, Lord Danzo, you remind me of a long-lost friend. Observing Danzo's arrogant demeanor, Hiruzen could not help but twitch the corners of his lips. Hiruzen believed he was acting in Danzo's best interest, yet Danzo seemed entirely ungrateful. Contemplating Yan Bai's troublesome nature, Hiruzen suddenly felt that entrusting Yan Bai to Danzo might not be such a bad idea. Perhaps, if Yan Bai were to torment Danzo, he would spare others from his wrath. With Danzo standing in the way, Konoha might enjoy a measure of peace, as he could very well be the one who understands Yan Bai's thoughts best. With that in mind, Hiruzen nodded. Very well, I can agree to this. But whether that child will accept you, I cannot guarantee. As long as he is willing to be your disciple, I will not oppose. Druchen Tansong nodded immediately. And I understood perfectly. He valued Yan Bai's ability to influence others, and even hoped that Yan Bai could become the next leader of Root. Sarutobi Hizashi could not comprehend Shimura Danzo's thoughts. Had he not consumed enough excrement days prior? Observing Danzo's sincerity, Hizashi decided not to impede him further, allowing him to handle the matter as he saw fit. Of course, Shimura Danzo turned and left. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at Danzo's retreating figure, pondering. Danzo merely wishes to take Yan Bai as his disciple, demonstrating goodwill. Yan Bai should not harbor hostility towards Konoha because of this. According to the child's principles, as long as there is no malice directed at him, everything could be discussed. However, one must remain vigilant. Hizashi sighed and promptly took out a crystal ball, channeling chakra into it. With the use of the telescope technique, Yan Bai quickly appeared within the crystal ball. He was smiling and chatting with a few girls by his side. Just as the crystal ball's gaze fell upon him, Yan Bai suddenly lifted his eyes, beaming a radiant smile in Sarutobi Hizashi's direction. Not only that, but the girls beside him also turned their attention towards Hizashi, their expressions remarkably synchronized. Hizashi silently deactivated the telescope technique, inwardly reflecting, Danzo, forgive me. As the sensation of being watched vanished, Yan Bai resumed his conversation with the girls, saying, you can go to my house to find Sister Reina. She has some experience with makeup techniques. The girls blushed adorably and readily agreed. The afternoon classes were about to commence, so they hurried off. Yan Bai nodded and walked towards the classroom. When Yan Bai was surrounded moments ago, Uchiha Itachi had fled at the first opportunity. A sly smile crept onto Yan Bai's face. Just then, two masked Umbu blocked his path. The two Umbu, their breaths ragged and their masks concealing their fearful expressions, said, Yan Bai, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Please accompany us. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Lord Danzo? Yes. Cold sweat trickled down the brows of the two masked ninjas, still haunted by the despair of their recent experience in the cesspool. Yan Bai had become somewhat renowned within Root. Everyone knew the cesspool incident was undoubtedly connected to him, yet they had no evidence and could not retaliate. What they feared most was that Yan Bai might casually subject them to yet another experience of despair, instilling an indelible fear within them. Very well, let us go. Yan Bai had long wished to meet Shimura Danzo. If not for the recent incident with teacher Takizu, he might not have had the opportunity to see Danzo. After saying this, Yan Bai slowly approached the two root members, adding with a charming smile, "Please send someone to the school to excuse me. It would be a grave misunderstanding if the teacher thinks I dislike his class. Rest assured, we will assist you in obtaining your leave." The two root members, captivated by Yan Bai's radiant smile, felt a chill run down their spines and unconsciously addressed him with honorifics. Before long, the Root ninjas escorted Yan Bai to the headquarters of Root, located underground in Konoha Village. Yan Bai surveyed the dim environment, surrounded by pipes, and spotted a figure wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane. The two Root ninjas knelt before the figure, announcing, "Lord Danzo, the person has been brought. You may withdraw." Danzo nodded solemnly, and then turned his gaze towards Yan Bai, stating plainly, "Yan Bai, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Yan Bai looked at Shimura Danzo with curiosity, initially believing he had been summoned for retribution. To his surprise, Danzo was friendly and wished to take him as a disciple. Could it be that the recent excrement incident had driven this old man mad? No. After a moment's thought, Yan Bai understood and smiled faintly. "Lord Danzo, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine." Upon hearing this, the smile that had appeared on Danzo's face vanished instantaneously. Such a clumsy attempt at flattery, he mused. This child must think to deceive him as he would other villagers. Yan Bai's gaze lingered on the top of Danzo's head, where he noticed a favorability rating, 100. Danzo did not harbor genuine fondness for him. It was a hostile favorability. Yet, Danzo had made the peculiar request to take him as a disciple. How intriguing. Just as Danzo anticipated that Yan Bai would conjure some excuse to refuse his offer, he heard Yan Bai say, "Therefore, I accept your proposal, teacher. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." In the original narrative, Danzo was an ambitious man. For many players, Shimura Danzo was an irredeemable villain, disgusting, malevolent, and deserving of his fate. Yet for Yan Bai, Danzo's visage indeed resembled that of his departed friend. Yan Bai's great-grandmother had created this world, and Danzo was modeled after a friend of Yan Bai, bearing an almost identical appearance. As for why Yan Bai's great-grandmother chose to do so, the answer was simple. She harbored an intense dislike for that individual. Most players arriving in this world would not wish for a favorable outcome for Shimura Danzo, a notion that delighted Yan Bai's great-grandmother. Yan Bai accepted too readily, without posing any inquiries to Danzo, which sparked a sense of wariness within him. "You say I resemble a dear friend of yours?" Danzo found himself intrigued. Even if the other party was fabricating a tale, he wished to hear it. "You resemble my father's good brother," Yan Bai replied with a slight smile. "Though I dare say, your fate is far less fortunate." "Is that so?" Danzo scoffed inwardly, but considered it a promising start. Unexpectedly, Yan Bai chuckled softly. "That should be considered your past life. Regrettably, you have no recollection of it." "Past life?" Danzo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "I would like to hear more. I am curious to see how you would entice me." Chapter 080. Brother, please do not forgive me. Within the realm of memory, Kurizetsu took a step forward. The space was vast, filled with chambers that preserved all of Kurizetsu's memories over the years. If he were to eliminate Yan Bai within that memory chamber, the chamber would vanish as well. With each room's disappearance, Kurizetsu would experience a loss of consciousness, only to regain it swiftly, continuing to step forward. He repeated this motion tirelessly, but what was he truly doing? Dragging a body as dark as ink, uncertain of life or death, yet his heart gradually succumbed to a state of demise. Within those carefully preserved chambers of consciousness, Kurizetsu encountered various versions of Yan Bai: the youthful Yan Bai, the adorable Yan Bai, the smiling Yan Bai, the weeping Yan Bai, the flattering Yan Bai, the one who gifted him comics, the Yan Bai tending to vegetables, and the one who smiled to comfort him. These were the myriad manifestations of Yan Bai within Kurizetsu's memory. After encountering these different Yan Bais in various memory spaces, Kurizetsu coldly wielded his blade. "Zinai, Zinai, Zinai, my dear brother Zinai." Further entrenched in murderous intent, his power surged correspondingly. For reasons unknown, he gradually began to take on a human form. Despite having been a shapeless mass for millennia, suddenly, his stature diminished, and he found himself kneeling on the ground like a true human. If one can no longer walk, then one must crawl. The expanse of consciousness was overwhelming. He needed to find the image of his brother from memory. Kill him, kill the brother, kill him. Then, with the power amassed through this murderous intent, He would shatter the seal binding Obito and utterly defeat him. Perhaps a brief respite is in order? Without Yan Bai's promise, there was no assurance that he was not merely seeking his own demise. If this continued, the Yan Bai of his memories would surely vanish forever, wouldn't he? Zhu contemplated this coldly, yet he did not halt his advance. Why must this be done? Naturally, it was to reunite with his brother and mother once more. Remaining sealed was akin to death. It would mean losing everything. Memories might perish, yet new ones could be forged. However, if he remained sealed, he would never see his brother again. If Yan Bai were to kill Obito for him, he would never allow it. Zhu wished for Yan Bai's happiness and did not want him to suffer as their mother had. The act of murder should not involve Yan Bai. Ah, what remarkable humanity, Zhu mused, astonished that he possessed any semblance of humanity at all. Regret flooded his consciousness, even in the realm of memories. He could no longer find a clear image of time spent with his brother, yet he still yearned to see him. Now, I have lost so much. A hollow and sorrowful sound escaped Zhu's lips. In that moment, he felt as though he had lost countless significant memories. Forgive me, brother. Please do not forgive me. For the one who has suffered is you, brother. Only you possess the right to sorrow. I do not. Zhu spoke as if in a dream, chastising himself for losing everything. Like a child on the verge of tears, Black Zhu had extinguished the memories shared with his brother, and he wandered aimlessly toward the exit of his consciousness. The realm of memories was collapsing, and at this moment, Black Zhu had taken on human form. As the murderous intent thickened, Black Zhu's form became clearer, gradually resembling the original appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. He was no longer a formless mass. Terrifyingly, he remained enveloped in that inky blackness, as pure and dark as the night, exuding an aura that connected to death and the abyss, chilling and ominous. Consciousness spilled forth from his inner world once more, and Black Zhu underwent a transformation. The seals surrounding him began to crumble. Before him lay a forest shrouded in mist, the earth mingling with mud and grass. It was the same place, the same scent, infused with the essence of Obito's nightmares. Standing in this space belonging to Obito's dreams, Black Zhu's expression was devoid of emotion. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all faded from him at that moment. He quickened his pace, eager to leave this place, yet suddenly, Obito's figure appeared before him, blocking the path back to the outside world. Had he awakened after reaching a dead end? Obito's cold breath carried warmth. You dark being. Black Zhu broke free from his seal once again, and Obito immediately took notice, standing in front of him. To Obito, no matter how many times Black Zhu escaped his seals, it was futile. He would seal him away once more. Much like honing his mental fortitude, he would unseal again and again, each time growing stronger. Black Zhu gazed at Obito with calm eyes, his voice steady. Obito, do you know? I am actually your ancestor. I am the progenitor of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan. I am the oldest elder of all the shinobi in the ninja world. Obito glowered at the now human form of Black Zhu, whose features were sharp and exuded a dangerous aura. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Obito, to disrespect one's ancestors is an act of filial disloyalty that warrants punishment, Black Zhu replied, still shrouded in that merciless darkness. Such profound blackness could drain the warmth from midday sunlight, transforming it into illusory bubbles that dissipated in the chilling, murky air. Obito narrowed his eyes, his hands forming seals, prepared to seal Black Zhu away without further ado. However, Black Zhu reached out a hand toward Obito, not immediately savoring the sensation of having limbs, but instead speaking in a calm tone. Obito, take my place in the seal and relish the time I once experienced. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Yet, in an instant, before he could utter a mocking retort, he sensed a peculiar aura. Obito felt a scorching heat and pain creeping along his cheeks, as if they were being burned. The seals that should have rushed toward Black Zhu, as if animated, returned to Obito's side, wrapping around him like chains. Black Zhu, you bastard! What have you done to me? Obito screamed in horror. This is clearly my dream, my consciousness, my domain, my nightmare. Chapter 081. Poison against poison. A mass of black approached Obito, gradually rising before him to form a tall figure. Obito clenched his teeth. The viscous sound and damp sensation made him tremble uncontrollably. He could not produce a sound. The only echoes in this nightmarish realm were the heavy sounds of his own breathing. His body was immobile, yet his senses became acutely heightened. As if he were in a tropical climate, sweating profusely. The entity known as Black Zetsu stood before him, initially a solid mass of darkness, which gradually revealed colors from the top down, transforming into Obito's own likeness. Obito stared blankly at this other version of himself, his consciousness drifting further away. Obito, you unfilial child, return to me all that I have bestowed upon you. Reality beckoned Black Zetsu, having emerged from the realm of the mind. He heard Conan's voice beside him. Madara, what were you about to say? Black Zetsu touched the mask on his face and replied in a deep voice. I just suddenly recalled some unsettling matters. Shimura Danzo smirked coldly. Tell me about my past life, O Divine One. His words were frigid, laced with a mocking tone. Yan Bai maintained his smile, beginning to understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to protect the seedlings of Konoha from Danzo's persecution, typically would not permit Danzo to take a gifted youth as a disciple. The only reason he allowed Danzo to take Yan Bai as a student was to employ poison against poison. Such a clever scheme. Yan Bai regarded Danzo's gloomy visage with disinterest, unwilling to seek favor with this vile old scoundrel. Unless, an idea sparked in Yan Bai's mind, and he donned an innocent smile. How about we engage in some activities reminiscent of my past life? Perhaps that would hasten the awakening of your memories. Danzo's sinister grin widened. Indeed. I am eager to see what this little brat's dogmouth can produce. Zamura Tawanzo followed Yan Bai to a place shrouded in mist, the Konoha Hot Springs. This was the public bathhouse of Konoha, a renowned spot for the creative inspirations of the legendary frog sage. Amidst the swirling steam, the sight of glistening bodies accompanied by the cheerful laughter of women left Zamura Tawanzo blushing with embarrassment. Speechless, he turned to Yan Bai, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a hint of reproach. How could you engage in such antics? It was utterly outrageous. With an expression of shock, Zamura Tawanzo cast a disapproving glance at Yan Bai. Yet, as he uttered his thoughts, his solitary eye caught sight of Yan Bai, who suddenly froze him in place. Expecting Yan Bai to exhibit a look of shame or to flee, he was instead taken aback as Yan Bai, with a flourish of hand seals, transformed into a young beauty clad in a towel, holding a wooden basin. Stunned, Zamura Tawanzo pondered. Was this a transformation technique? A childish version of the multi-shadow clone jutsu? With an innocent smile, Yan Bai exclaimed, Teacher, didn't you say you wanted to know about our past lives? This is what my uncle often took me to do. Do you remember now? Zamura Tawanzo felt a wave of indignation wash over him, unable to contain his furious outburst. His yell silenced the joyous chatter in the hot springs, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie stillness. After a few tense moments, the silence was shattered by shrieks from the women within. The beauty that Yan Bai had morphed into clutched the basin with one hand and covered her chest with the other, screaming, Pervert! Yan Bai's voice floated lightly to Zamura Tawanzo's ears. Uncle often sets me up like this, so how about it? Teacher, do you recall? Zamura Tawanzo retorted vehemently. I recall nothing of the sort. Damn it, I am being slandered. At that moment, Zamura Tawanzo realized that if Yan Bai could employ transformation techniques, so could he. Just as he raised his hands to perform the seals, Yan Bai unexpectedly grasped his hand, exclaiming in alarm. He trying to escape. Zamura Tawanzo stared in horror at the delicate hand that gripped him. It felt less like a hand and more like a vice, thwarting his attempts to cast any jutsu. In the ensuing tug-of-war, the prime opportunity for escape slipped away. A group of women, now dressed, burst forth from within, brandishing an array of weapons. Zamura Tawanzo's eyes widened as he witnessed the beauty transformed from Yan Bai suddenly weeping. Someone, catch him. I can barely hold on. After her dramatic outcry, Yan Bai drew Zamura Tawanzo closer, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her backlit smile twisted into a mischievous grin. Remember, teacher? You treated me this way once. Zamura Tawanzo could only fume. You little brat, you're talking nonsense. Originally, his fondness for Yan Bai stood at 100. Now, it had inexplicably soared to 150, yet it seemed to yield no benefit. A commotion erupted at the entrance as a chorus of women shouted, Reina, we're here to help. Quickly, catch him, don't let him escape. Reina, thank you. Be careful. Zamura Tawanzo protested. Wait, I'm the victim here. His exasperation was palpable, yet Yan Bai had transformed into Reina's likeness, clearly recognized and familiar to the women in the bathhouse. With an uncanny ability to mimic Reina's voice and mannerisms, Yan Bai had seamlessly integrated into her role. Zamura Tawanzo, unaccustomed to such chaos. Attempted to explain to the furious women, "It was Yan Bai who brought me here. I'm not a pervert. He used transformation jutsu to become Reina." A furious elder interrupted his defense. "Reina just came out. How could she have brought you here? You have a vile character." "What?" Zamura Tawanzo's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind raced, piecing together the realization that Yan Bai had orchestrated this entire scenario. It was evident that he was aware Reina was inside, leading him into this trap. Furthermore, Reina must have known of the unfolding events and hid away in advance. Having recently faced a public debacle, Zamura Tawanzo, as a prominent figure in Konoha, was mortified at the prospect of public disgrace. Resolved to turn the tables, he decided to disrupt Yan Bai's chakra to reveal his true form. However, as he reached out toward Yan Bai, he was met with her radiant smile, igniting a foreboding sensation within him. In a sudden twist, Yan Bai seized Zamura Tawanzo's hand and placed it on her chest, howling like a mad dog. "Ah? He is touching me. I've preserved my purity for so long. Give it back, you scoundrel." Startled by Yan Bai's frantic screams, Zamura Tawanzo found himself engulfed in despair. Yan Bai swiftly retreated, distancing herself from Zamura Tawanzo. Snatching a broom from someone nearby and pointing it at him with an expression of rage reminiscent of Reina as she once chased Uchiha Shursui. With the support of the women around her, Yan Bai had effectively hidden herself from Zamura Tawanzo's view, leaving him overwhelmed by the throng of angry women. This was a public bathhouse, and any aggression on his part towards the civilians would surely lead to dire consequences. Surrounded by a multitude of women who scolded and struck him, Zamura Tawanzo felt utterly trapped as Yan Bai and Reina exchanged places seamlessly. Reina, now donned in an expression of fury, wielded the broom with wild abandon. A nearby woman urged, "Reina, don't be too agitated. If you strike him, it could end badly. The Konoha police are already on their way. They want to let you suffer." "Yes, Reina, the police adore you. Don't frighten them away. Ladies, don't stop. Surround him. Don't let him escape." In the midst of this chaos, Yan Bai reappeared from another direction, feigning surprise as he rushed over to the scene. "Sisters, what is happening?" Captivated by Yan Bai's beauty, many young women rushed to explain. "Yan Bai, you arrived just in time. Your sister is being wronged." "Yes, Yan Bai, hurry, catch him. Don't let him run." Zamura Tawanzo seethed internally, realizing the depths of Yan Bai's dark schemes. Cursing silently, he found it impossible to accept that on the very first day of taking on an apprentice, he had fallen victim to such an unforgettable debacle. A few days ago, the tumultuous incident in the cesspool had already left Shurmuzwa with physical trauma, and today's initiation ceremony has indelibly etched psychological scars upon him. Both the physiological and psychological shadows are unforgettable for eternity. Yet, deep within, Shurmuzwa steadfastly believes that it is precisely this Yan Bai who is most suited to inherit the roots. Yan Bai is far more fitting to lead the organization than he is. Shurmuzwa was apprehended by the Uchiha clan on charges of lewd behavior towards young girls and peeping into public baths. Faced with such a predicament, he felt the same impotent rage as before. There was no escape. At the critical moment, Yan Bai had switched places with Ling Nai, and when the Konoha Police Department arrived, Ling Nai was there in person, not a mere transformation technique. Furthermore, the women in the entire bathhouse could attest to his innocence. There was no way for Shurmuzwa to cleanse himself of these accusations. The last shred of evidence had been severed. Shurmuzwa had never felt so speechless, enduring the scornful gazes of the villagers of Konoha. "Ah, that scoundrel Yan Bai is so treacherous." Moreover, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has proven woefully inadequate in its investigative prowess. Shurmuzwa seethed internally, lamenting his wrongful accusations. The earlier cesspool incident had involved a group of individuals, and Shurmuzwa had managed to be shielded by other root ninjas. Although the villagers regarded them as madmen and expressed sympathy, they harbored no particular disdain towards them. However, the current situation was entirely different. Shurmuzwa could foresee that his reputation would plummet to unfathomable depths due to these charges of lewdness and voyeurism. It was akin to being unceremoniously thrust into a mire from which he could not extricate himself. The mere thought of this left him seething with rage. It was all Yan Bai's fault, that wretched little scoundrel. Shurmuzwa was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have disregarded all prior lives. Yan Bai's profile clearly stated a strong aversion to ninjas, with aspirations of becoming a commoner. At the time, Shurmuzwa had scoffed at this, failing to grasp the underlying meaning. Yan Bai would exhibit kindness to the civilian residents of Konoha. He was articulate and adept at charming others. Yet such privileges were reserved for commoners, with ninjas, especially those he held in disdain, receiving none. Shirmuzwa came to realize that even when he approached Yan Bai with goodwill to take him as a disciple, Yan Bai perceived his ulterior motives. Thus, upon agreeing to become his apprentice, Yan Bai embarked on a path of retribution. Once a disciple, forever a father. From the very first second of their master-disciple relationship, Yan Bai had begun to play tricks on him. And so, with a heart full of resentment and regret, Shirmuzwa was escorted to the Konoha Police Department by the Uchiha clan. On the way, he encountered Sarutobi Hizashi, who had come rushing to his aid. Shirmuzwa understood that Sarutobi Hizashi meant well, and he remained silent, hoping that Sarutobi would extricate him from this predicament without uttering anything hurtful. However, to his surprise, Sarutobi sighed and advised, "Zwa, if you have regrets, you can abandon Yan Bai." Previously, upon hearing that Yan Bai had agreed to become Shirmuzwa's disciple, Sarutobi had been quite astonished, and now he was left waiting here. Without any evidence, he already knew that Shirmuzwa had been deceived. This was also one of the reasons why Sarutobi never dared to plot against Yan Bai. He simply could not compete with that boy. Even if the Uchiha clan felt that Shirmuzwa had been duped, they would instinctively side with Yan Bai, which was the source of Shirmuzwa's greatest frustration. No, Shirmuzwa grimly rejected Sarutobi's suggestion. "He is my disciple, and no one can alter this outcome, not even you, Hizashi." Sarutobi gazed at Shirmuzwa with a peculiar expression, genuinely questioning if his old friend harbored some strange proclivity, so eager was he to meet his demise. "I understand now," Sarutobi sighed. "I do not know what you hope to gain from that boy, but I offer you this warning. It is perilous, very perilous. That child is truly not as simple as he appears. I have already spoken with Fugaku and instructed him to release you immediately." With that, Sarutobi hastily departed, casting furtive glances as if searching for someone among the onlookers. Shirmuzwa felt despondent. It was inconceivable for him to abandon this pursuit, just as he had anticipated. Yan Bai was indeed exceptionally suited to be a leader of the Roots, and he would never relent, all for the future of Konoha. Chapter 083, Beyond Memories. There is the love of family outside the Konoha Police Department. Shirmuzwa witnessed the ever-smiling Yan Bai, who, upon Shirmuzwa's emergence, was engaged in jovial conversation with the Uchiha clan members stationed outside. Shirmuzwa noticed that Yan Bai was carrying several layers of food boxes, each filled with different delicacies, eagerly explaining to the Uchiha members how to enjoy the dishes. This sight left Shirmuzwa utterly bewildered. This disciple appeared so amiable. Yet why was his heart so cold? Was he truly unfit to take on a disciple? Shirmuzwa's heart was in turmoil. Yan Bai's cunning had made him reconsider. However, he was the dark shadow of Konoha. How could he cower in the face of darkness? No, absolutely not. "Teacher, have you begun to recall?" Yan Bai smiled as he greeted the weary Shirmuzwa. "Recall? Recall my foot." Shirmuzwa was so conflicted that he could not utter a single word. In truth, Shirmuzwa had developed a visceral aversion to the phrase "have you begun to recall?" to the extent that merely responding felt nauseating. For that phrase reminded him of the disgraceful events outside the public bathhouse in Konoha. Yan Bai, however, paid no heed to Shirmuzwa's inner turmoil. After delivering the food to the Uchiha clan, he bid them farewell and led Shirmuzwa away. On their journey back, Shirmuzwa hesitated to speak. He feared Yan Bai would invoke another wave of reminiscence, yet he could not bring himself to broach the subject. Just as they approached Yan Bai's home, he suddenly smiled and said, "Teacher, come visit my home. We can discuss matters there at our leisure." Shirmuzwa, with a cold expression, nodded, thinking that visiting would be safer than being dragged to some inexplicable place to reminisce. However, upon arriving at Yan Bai's imposing estate, Shirmuzwa realized just how naive he had been. No sooner had they entered the grand entrance than a shadow swiftly darted past him. Then, he saw the beautiful girl known as Ling Nai suddenly appear before them, leaping onto Yan Bai's back and excitedly shouting, "Got you, Ling Nai?" Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged as he voiced his confusion. Shirmuzwa was then confronted with a scene that filled him with horror. Ling Nai, seemingly bashful, covered her face with her hands, murmuring like a deranged person, "Ah, Yan Bai, I long for your handmade braised radish with meat." "Ah, no, no, no. At least let us use your meat to make braised radish, shall we? Come on, let us cook braised radish together." In that moment, Yan Bai smiled lightly. casually grabbing a large stone from the roadside and suddenly hurled it at Ling Nai's face. With a thunderous crash, Reina was sent flying by the stone, her body resembling a kite with severed strings as she plummeted onto the stone path in the courtyard. Quickly, she covered her nose and struggled to rise, mumbling, "Ah, Yan Bai, that hurts so much." Yan Bai cast a helpless glance at Reina before hastily soothing the bewildered Shimura Danzo. "My apologies, sensei. Reina's condition has worsened recently. Don't worry. I will help her recover immediately." With that, Yan Bai stepped forward, grabbing Reina and burying her head in the soil beside the stone path. Shimura Danzo exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? What did he encounter outside the public bath?" Moments later, he saw Yan Bai pulling Reina out again. Reina, grinning like a blooming flower, hummed a cheerful tune, her hair caked in dirt, as she bounced away to wash up. "Don't worry, sensei. A good beating will wake her up." Yan Bai's voice startled Shimura Danzo from his thoughts. Yan Bai, with a face full of apology, continued, "I'm sorry, sensei. My sister has a hereditary condition. Once infected, her body becomes increasingly resilient. A good thrashing will suffice." Shimura Danzo sighed, "I've had enough. My heart is weary. In just one day, or rather, even less than a day, I've encountered situations I've never faced in my life." Finally stepping inside, Shimura Danzo took a breath of relief. Yan Bai personally prepared tea for him. Danzo, tired of beating around the bush, directly addressed the matter at hand. "Yan Bai, my foundation is the training department of the Umbu. The ninjas of the foundation only heed my commands." Yan Bai was well aware of the nature of the foundation ninjas, yet maintained a neutral expression as he listened. Danzo, eager to dispense with any games of wits, quickly added, "The reason it's called the foundation is to support the great tree of Konoha. The so-called roots are nameless, devoid of emotions, pasts, or futures. They exist solely for their missions." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Sensei, how unfortunate for you to have such fools under your command." In Yan Bai's eyes, being brainwashed and exploited by Shimura Danzo made them foolish and pitiable. Danzo, momentarily at a loss for words, thought, "This disciple is quite the conversation ender." After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Yan Bai, your intellect and courage surpass many, and your strength is formidable. You are exceptionally suited to be a leader of the foundation. The other ninjas there are merely tools, fit for executing commands, but unfit to lead." Before Danzo could finish, he was interrupted by Yan Bai's uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha," Yan Bai chuckled, covering his mouth as if he had heard a grand joke. However, his laughter was not mocking. Once he composed himself, he stated earnestly, "Sensei, not only am I suitable to lead the foundation, but I am also fit to be the Hokage." At this declaration, Danzo's breath caught in his throat. "I know your intention in taking me as your disciple," Yan Bai said, his lips curling into a childlike, innocent smile. "You wish to become Hokage, don't you, sensei?" Danzo's expression darkened further, but he did not refute it. He indeed aspired to be Hokage. Yet, Yan Bai continued, "But, sensei, do you understand? I have no desire to be either the leader of the foundation or the Hokage. What compels you to seek the Hokage's position? Is it the power it wields? The glory of being Hokage? Or merely a matter of pride?" Yan Bai casually refilled Danzo's tea while nonchalantly stating, "Hokage? Is the power that significant? How does it compare to that of the daimyo?" Danzo perceived Yan Bai's disdain for the position of Hokage through his indifferent tone. To Danzo, the Hokage was the culmination of his ambitions, yet Yan Bai's attitude starkly negated that dream. "Teacher, I do not mean to belittle the Hokage," Yan Bai said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "No, you do," Danzo retorted. "You look down upon ninjas. You look down upon the Hokage. You even look down upon the daimyo." Danzo glared at Yan Bai, yet refrained from arguing. For he knew such discussions were futile. He was not here to squander his time. However, Yan Bai lowered his gaze, playfully toying with the teacup he had just lifted, and smiled knowingly. "Sensei, you will never become Hokage." This statement finally pushed Danzo over the edge, causing him to roar in disbelief. "Why not? I am not mocking you. This is an objective analysis," Yan Bai replied, still smiling, subtly pulling the table closer to himself to prevent Danzo from suddenly standing and overturning it in agitation. Danzo silently regarded Yan Bai. Understanding that this child was far from ordinary, he resolved not to provoke him. The students of Class 1, having befriended Yan Bai, were collectively brilliant. The neighboring families, having associated with Yan Bai, no longer struggled for their daily sustenance. Danzo recognized the advantages Yan Bai brought. making him adaptable and willing to endure any outrageous statements Yan Bai might make. Even if Yan Bai shattered his worldview, Danzo chose to listen first before deciding how to act upon Yan Bai's thoughts, for if he stormed out in anger, he might have to pay a heavier price the next time he sought something from him. Danzo continually reminded himself to remain calm. Observing Danzo's composed demeanor, as if genuinely listening, Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Sensei, I recall that the Hokage also serves as the principal of the Ninja Academy." "Ah, indeed." Danzo finally regained his calm voice. "Thus, Sensei, when the third Hokage stands on the podium to give a speech, the children see a kind, smiling old man. But if you were to stand there, they would see a fearsome, grotesque old villain. Your very presence is meant to frighten children, let alone whether other ninjas acknowledge you. The parents of Konoha's children would be the first to disagree." "You." Danzo's eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up. Yet, Yan Bai maintained a light smile, unperturbed as he subtly pulled the table toward himself, successfully avoiding the potential mess of Danzo's sudden movement. "Teacher," Yan Bai gazed up at Danzo, stating, "Do not tell me about the blood you have shed for Konoha or the contributions you have made. The villagers do not know you, and the new generation of children know you even less. Do you know what the common folk think? They only desire to be warm, well-fed, and live in peace, eventually marrying and growing old. They respect the ninjas fighting on the front lines, knowing that their sacrifices bring them a life of tranquility. However, this respect is for the ninja community as a whole, not for any individual. Among so many ninjas, so many exceptional individuals, people are visual creatures. Even if they do not voice it, comparisons will be made. Everyone naturally favors those who are both strong and beautiful. As the embodiment of the will of fire, the Hokage serves as the face of the Hidden Leaf Village. Your current appearance, however, is truly unbecoming. Take a moment to gaze upon the 4 faces carved into Hokage rock. They symbolize our village. If your likeness were to be immortalized there, the villagers would be forced to look up at you every day and would likely be haunted by nightmares each night. My dear teacher, aside from the mindless fools under your command, no one wishes to encounter your visage in their dreams." Jiren Danzo's chest heaved as he struggled to breathe, each inhalation fraught with the threat of suffocation. He felt an overwhelming rage building within him. Yet, a voice deep inside reminded him that Yan Bai spoke a harsh truth. However, he was already scarred beyond repair. Returning to his former self was impossible. If it were not for dire circumstances, would he willingly accept being an ugly old man? How could he possibly reverse such an irreversible fate? Suddenly, an unusual thought crossed Jiren Danzo's mind, and he began to calm himself. He looked down at Yan Bai, who remained seated, gazing up at him with a serene smile. Danzo whispered, "But you have a solution, don't you?" Yan Bai regarded him with a curious expression for several seconds before breaking into a smile, just as a voice from outside the door caught their attention. "Oh, Itachi? I thought Yan Bai had taken the day off. I didn't expect you to come." Following this, the youthful and icy voice of Uchiha Itachi chimed in. "Is there a guest?" To which Reina replied gently, "Yes, indeed. Yan Bai mentioned that this is his new teacher. Please, come in and wait a moment." Jiren Danzo's expression darkened upon hearing Itachi's name. He replied coolly, "I will send someone to deliver the items to you tomorrow. Please take a look and respond to me afterward. That will be all for today." With that, he strode out, narrowly brushing past Reina and Itachi as they entered. At that moment, Reina displayed her customary politeness, lowering her gaze and bowing her head as Danzo exited. Seeing her do so, Itachi followed suit. Danzo couldn't help but glance at them for a moment. He had intended to say something, but recalling the recent incidents, he chose silence and quickly left Yan Bai's courtyard, pretending not to notice the 2 children. Reina and Itachi stood silently, watching Danzo's hurried departure until he vanished from sight. Itachi furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "Reina, is that truly Yan Bai's new teacher?" "Yes, indeed. Yan Bai isn't fond of him, hence the laughter," Reina replied. Her demeanor was normal at first, but gradually shifted to something more sinister. Noticing her expression, Itachi quickly interjected, "Ah, Reina, the dried radish you gave me recently was delightful according to my mother. Could you perhaps send me some more today?" This remark successfully redirected Reina's thoughts, restoring her to her usual self. She smiled and said, "I have plenty left. The radishes are abundant this season. I couldn't possibly eat them all at once. Let me package some for you while you rest inside." Itachi nodded, thanking her, and proceeded into the inner room. Chapter 085. Itachi's wings have already hardened. You left school early today, truly? Itachi gazed helplessly at Yan Bai, who was cleaning the tea set and pouring him tea, and complained, I truly admire you, Yan Bai. How do you manage it all? What do you mean? Yan Bai looked at Itachi in confusion while pouring him a cup of red tea. It's those people. They are truly bothersome. Itachi rolled his eyes. How do you manage to not affect your training time while keeping everyone content? Yan Bai blinked for a moment before responding, Training? I have never trained. As I have been strong since birth. I don't train to become stronger. My strength comes from making others happy. My life's training is simply to please people. Of course, he did not voice the latter part of his thought. Itachi mused, Well, in terms of pretentiousness, I have yet to witness anyone more adept than Yan Bai. Was that even a coherent statement? Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Itachi found himself speechless for a while before breaking into an unexpected smile. Competing with Yan Bai would be a path to despair. Itachi realized that once he compared himself to Yan Bai, he felt as though all his efforts had been in vain. Even when others labeled him a genius, he found no joy in it. Itachi, have you encountered something troubling? Yan Bai inquired, noticing Itachi lost in thought. Were you bullied by your classmates in my absence? Not at all. They merely ask where you've gone, Itachi replied, lifting his teacup and gazing downwards. Moreover, due to your influence, everyone has become diligent. No one wastes time on trivial matters. Whenever they have free time, they train. Some classmates are even contemplating early graduation. They want to succeed. Yan Bai smiled and shook his head. That lurking old man wouldn't allow it. The students in class indeed showed remarkable diligence. However, due to the educational resources being disproportionately allocated to Itachi, they were only learning the basics required for the Ninja Academy, while the majority of knowledge came from Itachi's own insights. Compared to children from other classes, they appeared significantly more capable on the surface. Yet, due to their youth, they harbored a sense of vanity. They wished to showcase their strength and genius to the world, and it was only reasonable to seek early graduation to display their prowess. Itachi, however, was different. He understood that he still had much to learn. Even recently, by leveraging the advantages of his Sharingan, he had completed the 9-year compulsory education course assigned by Yan Bai and was now pursuing high school coursework. Indeed, Itachi's rapid learning was also due to the elimination of less critical courses. He focused solely on what he deemed useful, treating the rest as leisurely distractions to glance at, retaining only a faint impression. Yet, despite acquiring a variety of knowledge, Itachi's worldview gradually diverged from that of the Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, he felt closer to Yan Bai, but the more he learned, the more he felt out of place among the naive and ignorant. Itachi held great admiration for Yan Bai's ability to maintain relationships with nearly everyone and was curious about how Yan Bai tolerated the foolishness of others. Even now, when facing Uchiha Fugaku, he felt as though his wings had already hardened. Thus, whenever he had thoughts or questions, only Yan Bai could provide him with satisfactory answers. Reflecting on his recent readings, Itachi took out the manga titled Kaguya-sama, Love is War, which he had borrowed from Yan Bai. After bringing the comic home, Uchiha Fugaku had secretly browsed through it while Itachi was training with Shursui. Upon seeing the mundane content, Fugaku had even taken the time to discuss its meaning with Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku imparted to his son a simple yet profound lesson: to avoid becoming lost in trivial pursuits, such as reading frivolous books that squander precious time meant for cultivation. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to comprehend Uchiha Itachi's indifference, who, having been influenced by Yan Bai, no longer felt intimidated by his father. With a calm demeanor, Itachi readily agreed to return the set of books to Yan Bai that very day. Thus, Fugaku ceased to press the matter further. Although Itachi promised to return the comics, he had already perused the entire first volume. Yan Bai, I have finished reading the first set of comics, Itachi announced as he neatly arranged the books and pushed them toward Yan Bai. Yan Bai acknowledged this with a sound and prepared to rise and return the books to the shelf. However, just as he reached for them, Itachi abruptly interjected. Wait a moment, Yan Bai. A look of curiosity crossed Yan Bai's face as he inquired. Is there a problem, Itachi? It's just that there are many aspects of this comic that I do not comprehend, Itachi replied, his expression serious, as if these questions were of utmost importance to him. Yan Bai, puzzled, retracted his hand and asked, What is it that you don't understand? Well, you once mentioned that this pertains to another world, Itachi continued, his gaze fixed on Yan Bai. So, the architectural styles depicted within must belong to that world, correct? Indeed. Yan Bai nodded. And can these structures and tools be utilized in our current world? Itachi inquired cautiously. Yan Bai fell silent for a few moments, intrigued by Itachi's earnestness. Itachi, you cannot possibly think that. I sense that the architectural style of your home resembles that of the one depicted in the books, as if it were constructed according to the designs of that world. Itachi regarded Yan Bai with a serious expression, though framed as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Yan Bai nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is indeed built to resemble my own courtyard. For reasons unknown, Itachi felt a surge of elation upon hearing Yan Bai's response. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly asked, Yan Bai, is it possible for you to replicate the environment depicted in this book within Konoha village? A smile graced Yan Bai's face as he replied, Certainly, Itachi. Do you wish for that environment to be recreated in Konoha? I indeed look forward to it, Itachi confirmed with a nod. Then let us work diligently towards this goal. Itachi, I am rather lethargic. If left to my own devices, I would resist undertaking such a project. However, if you join me, the situation will be entirely different. Yan Bai remarked with a smile. Itachi, having dreams is a wonderful thing. Let us strive together for this shining aspiration. Inspired by Yan Bai's refreshing smile, Itachi reciprocated with a smile of his own. Very well, let us endeavor together. Chapter 086, The Reverse Path. Itachi, come find me. Yan Bai had imparted what he deemed sufficient knowledge to Uchiha Itachi. The extent of Itachi's learning now rested solely upon his own efforts. Despite having acquired this knowledge, Itachi continued his routine of visiting Yan Bai's home after school, sharing dinner with Yan Bai and Reina each evening. After dinner, as Itachi departed, a root ninja knocked on Yan Bai's door. Without uttering a word, the ninja handed Yan Bai a substantial stack of documents. Upon returning inside, Yan Bai instructed Reina to secure the doors and windows, then began to peruse the materials sent by Shimura Danzo. The documents contained no forbidden techniques or martial arts secrets. Instead, they detailed the mundane affairs that the Root Division regularly managed. Root, also known as the Umbu Training Division, operates under the command of Shimura Danzo, serving as the blade of Konoha, ruthlessly eliminating threats both within and outside the village. Yan Bai was certainly aware of this. However, this version of Shimura Danzo presented Yan Bai with a markedly different and more tangible portrayal of the Root organization. Danzo's typical operations involved discreetly removing obstacles to the village's prosperity, with the Root organization focusing on specific tasks. First, training Umbu assassins and dispatching spies to other villages. Second, identifying and apprehending spies from other villages lurking within Konoha. Third, compiling a list of particularly detrimental villagers who obstruct Konoha's prosperity for targeted elimination. And fourth, secretly observing talented youths without connections in the ninja academy and those with potential from the common populace, waiting for the opportune moment to recruit them into Root. The Root organization's efforts to combat foreign spies imply that Danzo must also contend with certain civilians. After infiltrating Konoha, many foreign spies do not necessarily integrate into the ninja system and often exist as ordinary citizens. Danzo cannot launch widespread hunts for spies hidden among the populace, as this would incite panic among Konoha's residents. The Uchiha clan, which oversees Konoha's law enforcement, maintains public order within the village. Any actions Danzo takes against particular villagers would inevitably lead to conflict with the Uchiha clan. The relationship between assassins and law enforcement is unlikely to be amicable. Danzo's operations often clash with the Uchiha clan, and thus, the tension between Danzo and the Uchiha arises not only from the legacy of the second Hokage, but also from the gradual accumulation of ordinary disputes. The assassins and spies of Root, carrying out their missions within Konoha, essentially create complications for the Uchiha clan. Yet, Yan Bai offered Danzo a glimmer of hope. He demonstrated to Danzo that it was possible to achieve social death or neutralization of a target without resorting to assassination. Danzo had only recently taken Yan Bai as his apprentice that morning, and by evening, he was already engaged in work. After reviewing the documents regarding Root's operations, Yan Bai provided a list of individuals marked for elimination. Upon closer inspection, Yan Bai finally grasped why Danzo sought his assistance. The individuals listed as deserving of death by Danzo were those whom Root could not openly assassinate. Many were unruly youths who squandered Konoha's resources, failing to attend the ninja academy while engaging in reckless behavior. One such individual, a boy named Xingyuan, received monthly aid from Konoha, yet neglected his studies in the academy, harboring jealousy towards children of civilian ninjas. Recently, During a conflict between Kumogakure and Konoha, civilian ninjas fought on the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity while his classmates' parents were away, Xing Yuan set fire to a classmate's home, resulting in the tragic loss of that classmate and all their siblings in the inferno. The classmates' parents, who were civilian ninjas, returned from the battlefield only to discover their family had perished. The Uchiha clan later uncovered that the arsonist was a child, but due to Konoha's regulations regarding minors, Xing Yuan, while crying and confessing, faced no repercussions. The two civilian ninjas who lost their children had no recourse for justice and resorted to seeking revenge. Yet they were powerless against the Uchiha police force, ultimately leading them to take their own lives. Meanwhile, the arsonist, Xing Yuan, continued to live without consequence. Such children abound within Konoha, squandering resources and causing immense losses for the village. Danzo found their existence intolerable, marking them as individuals who must be eliminated. Of course, Danzo also made it clear that Yan Bai's assistance was not obligatory. These individuals would inevitably vanish, though he did not specify how they would disappear. However, Yan Bai speculated that Shimura Danzo would send some useless refuse to Orochimaru as experimental materials, a form of waste utilization. Ultimately, Danzo would shift the blame for the disappearance of villagers and children onto Orochimaru, a masterstroke indeed. Upon setting aside the documents, Yan Bai noticed that the handwriting was gradually fading until it vanished completely. To assist or not to assist, that depended on Yan Bai's mood. The newly received dossier depicted those on the assassination list as particularly deserving of death, yet this was merely Danzo's perspective. Yan Bai resolved to investigate further, but the thought of venturing out alone in the dead of night was daunting. At that moment, he thought of Uchiha Itachi. Yan Bai raised his gaze to the night sky, realizing with surprise that it was already quite late. In an era lacking in entertainment, most people would have long since succumbed to slumber at this hour. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly transformed from a deep black to a vivid crimson, with strange patterns reflecting in his blood-red pupils. He retrieved a pouch from his pocket and sifted through its layers, selecting a single black hair beneath the inscription of Itachi's name, tossing it into the air while murmuring, "Itachi, I am in need of your presence. Come find me." Upon utterance, the hair disintegrated mid-air, morphing into a pitch-black butterfly akin to the night itself, which flapped its wings and flew out the window, soon vanishing from Yan Bai's sight. This was Yan Bai's kaleidoscope's pathfinding eye technique, capable of locating the coordinates of the body tissue provider while also summoning them to his side. The former was Yan Bai's proactive pursuit of the hair's owner, the latter, a method of compelling the target through an invasion of consciousness to respond to his call. In the dead of night, Yan Bai was reluctant to visit the Uchiha clan's estate, so he had to rely on Itachi to come forth on his own, hoping that Itachi would not be too displeased upon arrival. Well, considering Itachi's temperament, he likely would not be angry. At least, that was his assumption. Chapter 087. Even a mouse needs navigation to exit the moonlight was enchanting. Konoha lay in slumber, where both ninja and civilians alike could find tranquility in their dreams. Yan Bai stepped out into his courtyard, awaiting Uchiha Itachi's arrival. After an indeterminate amount of time, something began to approach from the darkness under the serene night. A gentle breeze swept through, stirred by the fluttering of wings, though it did not evoke any particular alarm. A swarm of black butterflies, carried by the night wind, drifted into the courtyard, gradually coalescing into the slender form of a youth. Soon after, the butterflies split down the middle, their ethereal wings falling to the ground and disintegrating into ash, dissipating into the air. The youthful figure revealed itself as Uchiha Itachi, his eyes closed. At that moment, he donned a neatly pressed set of pajamas, standing barefoot on the stone path. The surrounding greenery transformed into delicate shadows, encircling Itachi, while mist flowed beneath his feet. The breeze, imbued with fog, gently tousled Itachi's hair, providing him with a hint of coolness. In this moment, Itachi's exquisite cheeks bore a soft blush, and his tightly shut eyes appeared serene, his expression gentle, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Yan Bai stood beneath the eaves, gazing at Itachi with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Affection level, 1111111. Yan Bai? What kind of dream is this kid having? How could he gain affection even while sleepwalking? Observing the incessantly increasing affection, Yan Bai felt as though a warning light had illuminated above his head. He could hardly recall having praised Itachi for anything. Should Itachi undergo a terrifying transformation, while Yan Bai might evade immediate peril, his courtyard would surely suffer. Suddenly, Yan Bai called out, "Itachi, wake up! Itachi, please wake up!" Itachi furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, still half asleep. He murmured, "Yan Bai." Then, as if jolted awake, he widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings in disbelief. After a moment, Itachi seemed to accept the reality before him. Yan Bai tilted his head, silently questioning if he had indeed awakened. Itachi shot him an annoyed glance, still not fully awake. Affection level, 111111. Yan Bai. Indeed, he is still not awake. 15 minutes later, Itachi entered Yan Bai's home, now dressed in the garments provided by Yan Bai. Running around in pajamas was not ideal, and given their similar builds, Itachi fit into Yan Bai's clothing perfectly. However, wearing Yan Bai's attire for the first time evoked a peculiar sensation within Itachi. Affection level, 11111. Yan Bai, what just happened? Where did this affection come from? Once attired, Itachi wore a serious expression, sitting across from Yan Bai. There had been numerous arson cases in recent months, but the number of children involved was minimal. "The child you mentioned, I have heard of him." Itachi's voice was low and stern. "Why the sudden interest in this child?" Yan Bai sighed, harboring unspeakable motives. "How much do you know about the entire incident involving his arson?" "The investigation was conducted by the police department, and I often heard them lamenting about these occurrences recently." Itachi shook his head. "They claimed that such children, out of jealousy, inadvertently caused the death of a classmate, asserting that they merely intended to teach their peer a lesson and never intended for things to escalate to that extent." Indeed, it was a plausible excuse. But was it the truth? Yan Bai stroked his chin. Itachi covered his forehead, speaking softly. "He is just a child, and according to Konoha's rules, they must be protected." At this juncture, Itachi recalled Yan Bai's earlier words. Saving a toxic seedling may lead to its growth, ultimately harming other quality seedlings. It should not be saved. Contemplating this, Itachi fell into a pensive silence. The educational materials provided to Itachi by Yan Bai contained elements of ideological and political education, while Itachi primarily focused on physics and chemistry. However, he had perused some historical and political texts. Although his exposure was limited, he had gleaned some basic knowledge. Nevertheless, today's topic led Itachi to feel that Konoha's regulations seemed to harbor significant issues. Before Itachi could formulate his thoughts, Yan Bai spoke up. "I did not anticipate that Konoha had such a regulation. Is this the will of fire? Protecting the perpetrator? Is this fair to the victim?" Itachi offered a wry smile. "Yan Bai, this is simply unavoidable. We are not among Konoha's upper echelons." At this, Itachi's voice trailed off. Since they were not part of Konoha's leadership, they had little power over the laws that had been established. Therefore, if one wished to alter the status quo, one would have to find a way to ascend to a position of authority. Those in power could dictate laws. Those in power could shape the city's development. To ascend to the ranks of Konoha's leadership is to bring about change in the current situation. A seed has taken root in Uchiha Itachi's heart. After a discussion between the two, they diligently examined the behavioral patterns of the young arsonist. They felt compelled to witness for themselves whether the child named Xingyuan was truly as lamentable as the rumors suggested. Thus, Yan Bai led Uchiha Itachi to Xingyuan's residence. Guided by the recollections of the information he possessed, the two stealthily infiltrated the child's home. Upon entering, they were immediately taken aback. The cramped quarters were overwhelmed with heaps of refuse, tangled wires resembling a spider's web, and an unbearable stench permeating the air. Had the child perished? Otherwise, how could such an odor emanate from the space? The sheer volume of garbage was a sight Uchiha Itachi had never encountered before. The disarray evoked a sense of claustrophobia in Yan Bai, as if even a rat entering this domain would require navigation to escape. Uchiha Itachi, intent on investigating further, was abruptly halted by Yan Bai, who urged him to retreat. "It's all right, Yan Bai. I will go in with you," Itachi gently insisted. "No," Yan Bai replied flatly. "Let us return. I shall explain everything later." Itachi, narrowing his eyes, allowed Yan Bai to lead him away. As they turned to leave, a pair of eyes from within the nearly overflowing mound of trash quietly observed the retreating figures of the two children. Chapter 088. A corpse and a person beneath the shroud of night. Uchiha Itachi followed Yan Bai's footsteps, swiftly traversing the rooftops before slipping into Yan Bai's courtyard. Back in the inner chamber, Yan Bai whispered to Itachi, "Did you see that child?" Itachi shook his head. "No." The place was filled with garbage as far as the eye could see, and no figure was discernible. Yan Bai regarded Itachi in silence. In such darkness, where the foul odor and refuse clouded the senses, neither could discern the presence of a person, yet Yan Bai had seen names. Within that confined space, there were two names, one in green, the other in gray. The gray name signified death, Xingyuan Gray. The green name indicated that the other possessed abilities beyond that of an ordinary civilian, Xian, Green. The child named Xingyuan, the one labeled as an arsonist, was now in a state of death. Perhaps the stench of refuse obscured the scent of decay. Without a clear view of the corpse, Yan Bai could not ascertain how long Xingyuan had been dead, but given the odor, his death must not have been recent. Had Xingyuan been slain by the victims after committing arson, or had he been targeted beforehand, with the arson committed in his name? If someone had conspired against him, masquerading as him, would the Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, not be able to discern the truth? Yan Bai understood that should he reveal this discovery to Shimura Danzo, in accordance with Danzo's nature, it would lead to a swift conclusion. Kill, kill, kill. Regardless of how Xingyuan had met his end, eliminate all life within that dwelling, thus removing the threat. Yet, according to the principles of Root, such assassination could easily backfire. Yan Bai had witnessed Root's failures more than once. Furthermore, he believed the matter remained unclear. Simply eradicating the entire household would not necessarily eliminate the danger. How could Yan Bai explain to Uchiha Itachi that he had seen a corpse in such an environment? How could he show Itachi that he was not omnipotent, that there were limits to his capabilities? After a moment of contemplation, Yan Bai mused, is there even a need for explanation? If Itachi does not trust him, would it not be better to part ways early? Itachi observed Yan Bai's conflicted demeanor, sensing his hesitation, and softly inquired, Yan Bai, have you discovered something? Yes, Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. That Xingyuan is a corpse. Itachi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Indeed, he seemed to harbor no doubts regarding Yan Bai's words. While Itachi might not doubt him now, it was uncertain whether that would remain true in the future, yet Yan Bai was indifferent. However, another presence lingered in the shadows, watching them intently. You cannot see him, but he is watching you. Yan Bai's voice grew softer. I apologize. I could have seen more clearly, but fear compelled me to pull you away. Itachi, what shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Itachi fell silent. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of their predicament. The situation was far from resolved. Whether reporting to the Hokage or the Konoha Police Department felt inappropriate. They could not justify their nocturnal investigation into an ostensibly ordinary and already resolved arson case. Nor could they explain how they knew of Xingyuan's demise amidst such refuse. Additionally, the individual named Xian lurking in that garbage might vanish without a trace. They remained unaware of Xian's identity or whether he had informants within Konoha's various institutions. What to do? Uchiha Itachi suggested softly. Should we return during the day? Would that not make us prime suspects in Xingyuan's death? Yan Bai regarded Itachi. Itachi replied quietly. Can you ascertain how long Xingyuan has been dead? Yan Bai shook his head and replied honestly. I could not see clearly. I did not truly see the corpse, only the names. Itachi sighed. Regardless, let us investigate further. The following day, Reina visited the Uchiha clan early in the morning to inform Itachi's parents of his nocturnal escapade to Yan Bai's home. This revelation startled his parents, though they were relieved that Itachi had not sustained any injuries. During the day, Yan Bai and Itachi played truant, sending clones to attend school in their stead. Naturally, the homeroom teacher had adopted a lax attitude, indifferent to whether the students attended class, as there was little left to teach. Yan Bai and Itachi returned to the site once more. This time, they disguised themselves as ordinary village children, observing from a distance. From afar, they spotted a child with a sinister gaze emerging from the trash-laden chaos. Early that morning, he had pilfered from a neighbor, only to be pursued and beaten. However, he slipped away with the agility of an eel. Yan Bai and Itachi clearly heard others refer to him as Xingyuan. They remained silent. The true Xingyuan was dead. This new Xingyuan was a mere imposter. If the original arson incident had been orchestrated by this counterfeit Xingyuan, then the Konoha Police Department would bear considerable responsibility for their negligence. The investigation could not yield results overnight. It was a protracted process. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these days, Uchiha Itachi had accompanied Yan Bai, utilizing shadow clones to clock in at school, while dedicating the rest of their time to observing Xingyuan. He took an average of 1 day off every 3 days. claiming he lacked money for food and needed to do odd jobs in the village, when in truth, he was stealing, never having engaged in legitimate work. Every day, he would collect a multitude of refuse, piling it up at home, showing no remorse for his past actions, and seemingly having long forgotten the victims. His mother worked at a brothel on Schwann Street, returning home only once every 10 days or so, and even then, she would leave immediately, for the house was filled with garbage, uninhabitable. Uchiha Itachi, expressionless, summarized the intelligence garnered over the past few days, and after a moment of contemplation, he mused. I fear my mother might not even recognize her own son. What has he been doing lately? Yan Bai murmured. It seems he is scouting, equipped with peculiar tools, likely having identified his next target. Uchiha Itachi whispered, yet it appears he does not intend to commit arson this time. With that, Uchiha Itachi suddenly inquired softly. You cannot disclose the reasons for investigating him, but you must tell me, now that you are aware of his situation, what are your intentions? To kill him? Chapter 089. For brother and teacher, 2 strikes. Yan Bai did not respond immediately to Uchiha Itachi's question. He suddenly spoke in a low voice. I understand now. That individual wants to gauge my attitude towards you. No wonder Shimura Danzo has been absent for the past 2 weeks. That individual? Uchiha Itachi inquired, puzzled. Yes. My new teacher, Yan Bai replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. He was indeed a master at fabricating charges. The conflict between the Root and the Konoha police force was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for Danzo. It was premeditated. The Xingyuan arson case had concluded. Yet it left a psychological scar on a portion of the informed civilians and common ninjas. Because the arsonist was so young, he faced no punishment, while the ordinary ninjas who shed blood for Konoha suffered devastating losses. Such a reality is truly disheartening. Though aware that this was a systemic issue within Konoha, the resentment of the populace would still be directed towards the Uchiha clan as enforcers. The Konoha police operated according to Konoha's regulations. They were not in the wrong. However, if the arsonist was a spy from another village in disguise, and the Uchiha clan failed to recognize it, then the situation would be dire. The fact that the arsonist escaped justice was already disheartening. Revealing that it was due to the Uchiha clan's negligence would only amplify the dissatisfaction among the lower-ranking ninjas towards the Uchiha clan. The specter of annihilation loomed ever closer for the Uchiha. Did Shimura Danzo truly know that this Xingyuan was a fake? Yan Bai suspected that Danzo most likely was aware, but chose to feign ignorance. Perhaps, within Konoha, there existed hundreds of Xingyuans, all meticulously prepared for the eventual downfall of the Uchiha clan. As for how to handle this matter, a warm smile appeared on Yan Bai's face. He had already devised a plan. After listening to Yan Bai's explanation, Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at him, unable to fathom that the Uchiha clan was in such perilous circumstances within Konoha. Even with his utmost caution and dedication, he could not guard against betrayal from within. Although the matter they had investigated together seemed trivial, it was merely one of countless minor issues, with many more that eluded their knowledge. An unease crept across Uchiha Itachi's face, and the youthful heart within him was overwhelmed with dread. Yan Bai grasped Itachi's trembling hand and gently assured him, Do not worry. I once said, I am a selfish person. I give unconditionally to friends and family, but for strangers, especially those I dislike, I could not care less if they perish. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Yan Bai in a daze, witnessing the wicked smile that adorned Yan Bai's face. From the very beginning, his intent had been to eliminate the trash known as Xingyuan. Since it had not been explicitly stated, he would simply play the role of a good child. This was not his first time deceiving, and he doubted Danzo would find anything amiss. Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed as he heard Yan Bai's light voice. It is decided. Let me strike down for my brother and teacher this time. After making his decision, Yan Bai took the utterly bewildered Uchiha Itachi back home. He shed his disguise, donned his usual attire, and then led Itachi out once more, providing no explanations. Uchiha Itachi, utterly perplexed, followed Yan Bai without understanding his intentions. Subsequently, Yan Bai took Itachi to a small eatery run by a neighbor, purchasing numerous servings of fried radish balls, and then to another neighbor's shop for a plethora of juices. Just moments ago, Yan Bai had spoken ominously, as if preparing to plunge a knife into his teacher, yet now he was lavishly buying snacks, resembling preparations for a picnic. Throughout this process, Yan Bai instructed Itachi to do nothing but observe. After acquiring the treats, Yan Bai carried a substantial amount towards the slum where Xingyuan resided. Dressed like a wealthy young master, With an abundance of food in hand, they soon attracted the attention of local children. Yan Bai smiled as he distributed radish balls and juice among the children, informing them that the small white packets inside the radish balls were calcium oxide desiccants meant to keep them dry but were toxic and should not be consumed. Furthermore, to prevent accidental ingestion, he carefully removed the desiccants. Such actions appeared entirely normal, and no one questioned his intentions. After a few daring children consumed the radish balls without incident, the other onlooking children approached for treats. Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, observing Yan Bai's adept distribution of food, feeling an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Watching Yan Bai's swift and efficient movements, Itachi sensed that Yan Bai had perhaps engaged in such acts frequently before, to the point that it had become second nature. Before long, the commotion drew Xing Yuan's attention. Seeing the joy radiating from the faces of the children he often bullied, he approached with a scowl. Upon noticing him, Yan Bai's expression turned stern. "Arsonist, leave." At these words, Xing Yuan's hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, and his steps faltered. Yet, after merely a few seconds of hesitation, he resumed his approach, this time without Yan Bai's reprimand. One of the slightly stockier boys among the children who had accepted Yan Bai's radish balls rushed forward and pushed Xing Yuan back, halting his advance. With one child taking action, the others found the courage to block Xing Yuan as well. Given Xing Yuan's abysmal reputation in the neighborhood, even among fellow impoverished residents, he was despised. Many of these children had been victims of his bullying, harboring resentment. Furthermore, influenced by the notion that their benefactor Yan Bai shared their disdain for Xing Yuan, they collectively felt empowered, instinctively obstructing his path. Xing Yuan gritted his teeth. These little brats were no match for him. Yet he could not afford to display too much aggression lest he draw further attention. With a disdainful expression, he turned away, retreating back to his lair of refuse. Shortly thereafter, Yan Bai distributed juice to all the children, then tossed the seemingly empty juice cans towards that lair of refuse. The act of throwing objects appeared to be a blatant provocation towards Xing Yuan, yet he did not emerge from within. His dwelling was, after all, a mere heap of refuse, and tossing more garbage into it seemed to bear no consequence for him. Yan Bai casually hurled a juice can into the refuse, prompting some other children to imitate his actions by tossing their own cans into Xing Yuan's trash pile. A portion of the children, however, hesitated to part with their juice cans, carefully preserving them. Uchiha Itachi observed the event with unwavering focus, utterly perplexed by Yan Bai's motivations, yet he remained silently attentive. After completing the act of throwing the juice can, Yan Bai did not take his leave. As the other children gradually returned home after the snacks were distributed, only Uchiha Itachi and Yan Bai lingered at the spot where the treats were shared, gazing at Xing Yuan's refuse heap. Itachi, having studied chemistry, do you understand the purpose of quicklime desiccants? Yan Bai smiled as he stared at the refuse pit, fixating on the swirl, green, and Xing Yuan gray. Itachi's eyes flickered with recognition. It seemed to be something he had taught the neighbors to use, primarily as a drying agent for snacks, with a neighbor even operating a workshop dedicated to its production. Indeed, Yan Bai nodded. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes widened in realization, murmuring, could it be? He did not articulate the entirety of his thoughts. Xing Yuan's home, resembling a garbage dump, was filled with both combustible and non-combustible waste. Yan Bai's act of purchasing snacks and juice appeared quite ordinary. However, the radish balls contained a desiccant made from quicklime. When quicklime reacts with water, it generates heat exceeding 100 degrees and can ignite within minutes. Yan Bai first distributed food to the children, inciting their animosity toward Xing Yuan, who was already known for bullying others, so no one deemed Yan Bai's actions inappropriate. After all, it was merely a juice bottle that had been discarded, with some children following suit. Yet, none could fathom that the bottle Yan Bai had thrown contained quicklime from the desiccant. Even if someone were to discover this, they would not perceive it as problematic, for the desiccant was already present in the radish balls. Yan Bai merely needed to cast a genjutsu on Xing Yuan when their gazes met, trapping him within that refuse-laden room. As the garbage ignited, he would meet his fiery demise. Upon Xing Yuan's death, Yan Bai would seemingly fulfill Shimura Danzo's expectations, while simultaneously eradicating the evidence of negligence from the Konoha Police Department regarding the arson case. Itachi regarded Yan Bai, comprehending the meaning behind the phrase "for the sake of brothers, two blades." At that moment, just as Itachi had surmised, smoke began to rise from Xing Yuan's home, flames gradually spreading and engulfing the entire refuse pile. Xing Yuan's anguished cries mingled with the flickering embers. Yet Yan Bai maintained an expression of serene detachment as he witnessed the scene, with Itachi silently standing beside him, both entranced by the flames before them. It was not until someone noticed the fire and rallied others to extinguish it that Yan Bai turned to leave, with Itachi following closely behind. Upon glancing back, he beheld the flames consuming the cramped space of the house. Chapter 090. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition? Non-existent. There were no signs of chakra reactions or traces of ninjutsu. Several members of the Konoha Police Department were inspecting the now ruined structure, standing amidst the charred remains of the house and the remnants of the burned refuse. They conversed quietly amongst themselves. The on-site investigation indicated that the fire had originated indoors and spread outward, likely ignited by a child's careless actions with the garbage, leading to the conflagration. How peculiar. After the fire ignited, why did the child not escape directly? After questioning the nearby residents, they learned that the child habitually collected a great deal of refuse, and the only entrance was severely obstructed, likely making the point of ignition at the doorway, which had spread rapidly. This child was a repeat offender in the arson case months ago. This must be karma, one remarked. However, a nearby resident interjected, this child never cooks for himself. How could he have started a fire indoors? Perhaps it was an act of self-immolation out of remorse. Someone speculated. This seemed plausible. It was reported that prior to the fire, the child had been involved in a conflict with others, who labeled him an arsonist. Could he have resorted to self-immolation due to the bullying? This notion was reasonable. 2 corpses were found at the scene, and it appeared that this child might also be implicated in the murder of another. There had been no reports of other missing children in the village, and both bodies were reduced to skeletal remains, making identification impossible. Let us bury them. The details can be recorded in the file, and we can close the case. They concluded, inputting their thoughts into their portable recorders. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku approached from a distance, inquiring about the situation. The police members recounted their recent deductions and previous investigative records. Everything seemed reasonable. No new leads were presented by the neighbors, and the incident could be classified as an accident, thus closing the case. On a nearby hillside, 2 figures loomed. A juxtaposition of a lecherous old villain and a youthful beauty, a sight that appeared profoundly discordant. They remained distant from the crowd, unnoticed by others. Shimura Danzo lowered his gaze. You truly astonish me. How did you achieve this? Yan Bai replied with a grin. You are the teacher. I am merely the student. It is your duty to impart knowledge, while mine is to diligently learn and improve. Danzo snorted derisively. You have a silver tongue. Do not associate too closely with the Uchiha clan, or you will come to regret it. Teacher, the path I choose is mine to walk. Whether I traverse it on my knees or standing tall is entirely my decision, Yan Bai replied, remaining polite and amiable. Rest assured, as long as I have you as my teacher, I will regard you as a father. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will not stand idly by. Danzo did not respond, leaning on his cane as he turned away. I shall remember your promise. I hope you can uphold it. Yan Bai smiled and watched Danzo depart before slowly turning back. To his surprise, he found Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a group of stern-faced Uchiha clansmen, standing behind him. Oh, like a pack of formidable rabbits, he thought. Unfazed, Yan Bai smiled at Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, you've gathered so many of you. You must be inviting me to your home for a meal, correct? Fugaku, clearly questioning Yan Bai's intentions, thought, how did this turn into an invitation? Nonetheless, observing Yan Bai's cryptic expression, Fugaku narrowed his eyes, replying, Ah, you are Itachi's good friend. It has been quite some time since you visited our home. Sasuke has missed you. This was a response crafted to align with Yan Bai's words. However, Yan Bai, with a mischievous grin, feigned regret. Ah, has Sasuke missed me? I had thought Uncle Fugaku was concerned that Sasuke might mistake me for his biological father and would not welcome me. It seems I was overthinking it. Fugaku's expression turned to one of exasperation, his demeanor suddenly icy. Meanwhile, Yan Bai maintained his smile, crossing his arms as he stepped around Fugaku, nodding amicably to the group of red-eyed Uchiha clansmen behind him. A chilling aura emanated from them, for they surely witnessed Yan Bai standing alongside Shimura Danzo moments earlier. The Uchiha clan's relationship with Danzo was notoriously strained. Despite the fact that this does not prove anything, it would certainly cause a significant decline in their affection for Yan Bai. Yan Bai smiled as he walked ahead, with members of the Konoha Police Department who had accompanied Fugaku trailing behind him. Unlike before, At this moment, Yan Bai seemed to embody their leader. His slender and diminutive figure led this group of adult men toward the Uchiha clan's territory. While maintaining a smile on his face, Yan Bai reflected inwardly. Well, Teacher 1 has made his first move. Now it's time for the second. The idea of silently performing good deeds without informing others was foreign to Yan Bai. His mother had taught him that even if one does not seek reciprocation, one must ensure others are fully aware of the sacrifices made on their behalf. If one does not articulate it, they will remain oblivious. Thus, it must be stated emphatically, perhaps even embellished, to prepare for future favors in return. Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, Reina was already there, carrying a large food box. Upon seeing Yan Bai arrive, she displayed a composed and gentle smile. The members of the Uchiha clan were familiar with Reina and shared a cordial relationship with her. But many were disheartened to learn that Yan Bai had become a disciple of Shimura Danzo, feeling betrayed by someone they considered close. However, as long as Yan Bai and Reina provided a reasonable explanation, they were willing to believe. Consequently, Yan Bai took the initiative to approach, and the doorstep of the Fugaku residence was crowded with individuals of influence within the Uchiha clan. Inside Reina's food box were traditional Chinese dishes that Yan Bai had instructed her to prepare that morning. As Yan Bai entered Fugaku's home, the group of Uchiha members departed with solemn expressions. Yan Bai had suggested that Fugaku treat them to a meal, but the pressure of having only Mikoto cook was too great, and it was uncertain when the meal would commence. Thus, Yan Bai and Reina brought dishes and wine, seemingly prepared for a lengthy meeting. As the children were not permitted to partake in the banquet, Itachi could only hold Sasuke and watch from a distance at the end of the courtyard. As the guests took their seats with serious faces, a torrential downpour began outside, drowning out the voices within the hall. The sounds of rain pelting the old roof completely masked the conversations. Reina sat beside Yan Bai, her gaze calm, attentively following his lead as they regarded the seemingly fearsome, yet genuinely kind-hearted Fugaku. Yan Bai raised his glass and slowly stood up, realizing that the next phase was akin to a sales pitch. He thought to himself that preventing a group of misguided individuals from committing wrongdoing could certainly be deemed an act of great virtue. A warm smile graced Yan Bai's face as he began recounting his reluctant journey to becoming a disciple of Shimura Danzo. He spoke of his amicable relationship with the Uchiha clan's young leader, his efforts alongside his sister to endear themselves to the Uchiha, and his accomplishments with Reina on the battlefield. He also mentioned the misunderstanding surrounding the incident with the dung pit, which Danzo believed to be a curse. To sow discord between him and the Uchiha clan, Danzo sought to study Yan Bai closely, exerting pressure and threatening the safety of the Uchiha clan to coerce him into becoming a disciple. With this identity established, Yan Bai's connection to the Uchiha clan would inevitably diminish. Essentially, Yan Bai conveyed that he would become Danzo's disciple, maintaining numerous intricate ties to the Uchiha clan. Being an author, Yan Bai was well aware of how to effectively engage the audience's emotions. As he embellished his tale devoid of overt emotion, he suddenly became enraptured by his own narrative, nearly moved to tears alongside Reina, who was already sobbing. The Uchiha clan, possessing a heart full of love, recognized that Yan Bai and Reina had been diligently working to earn their favor since their arrival in the village. However, they were not gullible, and it was not easy to sway them. After hearing Yan Bai's words, Fugaku replied with a thoughtful sensing that Yan Bai was speaking nonsense, yet lacking proof to refute him. Recalling Yan Bai's kindness during the Nine Tails incident softened Fugaku's heart, but he still couldn't help but inquire about the self-immolation incident from the previous day. Most members of the Uchiha clan were kind-hearted but not foolish. The aforementioned matters were merely Yan Bai's perspective. They could not simply take his word because he appeared pitiable. "Ah, here's how it is," Yan Bai said, wiping non-existent tears as he sorrowfully recounted the critical details of the Xingyuan arson case. Upon learning that Xingyuan might have been disguised as a spy from another village to tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation, Fugaku was filled with anger. It was only now that he realized his son had spent half a month investigating this matter with Yan Bai. He was further astonished to discover the plethora of strange elements involved. Yan Bai then clapped his hands, urging Fugaku to remain calm, and proceeded to share an even more infuriating fact. There could be hundreds or thousands of Xingyuans still within the village. Yan Bai directly provided Fugaku with the list and information he had obtained recently, allowing them to investigate whether these individuals posed a threat. Should they prove to be problematic, they could be dealt with to prevent future issues. As part of the police force, it would be far more feasible to take action against civilians than for other departments. After all, the individuals on that list were all potential threats designated by Danzo. Merely investigating Xing Yuan had already consumed Yan Bai's time for half a month. If he were to verify each name on the list before taking action, it would be an exhausting endeavor. I cannot ascertain whether this is a trap. I can only provide you with information and allow you to determine how to proceed, Yan Bai said lightly. Perhaps my teacher has intentionally set a trap for you through me, or perhaps he genuinely trusts me, revealing to me the names of those he intends to eliminate. I trust your wisdom will not fail to discern the truth. Fugaku pondered for a moment before softly responding. In any case, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, but please ensure your clan members do not harbor any resentment towards me. Do speak well of me, Yan Bai teased with a smile. Fugaku could not help but smile in return. Everyone casually finished their meal, and thereafter, Fugaku left to speak favorably on Yan Bai's behalf. Reina, along with Mikoto, began portioning out the untouched dishes, saving some for Itachi and Sasuke, and the two women departed cheerfully to distribute the food to Fugaku's neighbors. Yan Bai carried the dishes to the backyard of Fugaku's home, where he found Sasuke crying, while Itachi was helplessly attempting to console his younger brother. Upon seeing Yan Bai, Sasuke's watery eyes widened, and he nestled into Itachi's embrace, cautiously observing Yan Bai. Yan Bai signaled for Itachi to take Sasuke into the inner room, and soon the two boys entered the dining area with the infant. While Itachi ate, Yan Bai held Sasuke and personally fed him. Unlike before, Sasuke was now quietly waiting for his meal without fussing, causing Itachi's lips to twitch. Sasuke really does still adore you, Itachi murmured, despite not having seen him for several months. Due to Fugaku's suspicions and efforts to keep Yan Bai from visiting Sasuke in the back residence, Yan Bai had acquiesced to Fugaku's wishes to avoid causing any discomfort, resulting in a prolonged absence. Certainly, one of the paramount reasons is that when Uchiha Sasuke's affinity reached 60 points, he presented Yan Bai with a rather unsightly gift. In the innocent mind of a child, producing such a gift is a sincere offering to an adult. Consequently, Yan Bai resolved to pause his efforts to enhance the affinity, and the same was true for young Naruto. Itachi had previously remarked that during the time Yan Bai ceased visiting, Sasuke would weep for 4 hours daily, his respite only coming when he was either too exhausted from crying or while eating. After a noticeable weight loss, Sasuke gradually returned to normal. However, this further solidified Uchiha Fugaku's determination to prevent Yan Bai from visiting their home. If such a young child could be so easily influenced, what would happen as he grew older? Fugaku pondered, realizing that if Itachi could no longer manage Sasuke, he must ensure Sasuke remained close. Yan Bai attentively fed Sasuke, not sparing a glance at Itachi, casually remarking, "Perhaps I knew Sasuke in a past life?" Itachi cleared his throat lightly and replied, "You truly possess the gift of eloquence. Just as father mentioned, he fears your frequent visits might jeopardize his standing within the family." Yan Bai smiled gently. "His precarious position is not my fault. It is clearly his own issue." He then picked up a nearby wet wipe to clean Sasuke's mouth. Young Sasuke gazed at Yan Bai, revealing his baby teeth as he sweetly called out, "Oniai-chan." Yan Bai responded, "Ah, that term seems to mean brother. This child is simply adorable, even in his choice of words." Itachi covered his face, noting that while Sasuke was learning to speak and would call him Oniai-san, he had reserved such a special title for Yan Bai. Yan Bai smiled warmly, perhaps because little Sasuke favored him more. With a playful finger, he tapped Sasuke's chin, cheerfully saying, "Isn't that right, little Sasuke? Grow up quickly and be a good child, so your brothers won't worry." Whether it was from understanding Yan Bai's words or simply being tickled by his presence, Sasuke erupted in delightful laughter. Itachi observed this scene with a gentle expression, yet his smile gradually faded as memories of the previous day's burned refuse surfaced in his mind, casting a shadow of concern over his heart. After dinner, Uchiha Itachi took the remnants to the kitchen for cleaning. Yan Bai, meanwhile, guided little Sasuke in circles around the narrow corridor, serving as a light-hearted exercise until Sasuke nearly cried from exhaustion, prompting Yan Bai to stop. Upon exiting the kitchen, Itachi saw Sasuke, weary and on the verge of tears, yet still clinging to consciousness, fearful that if he closed his eyes, Yan Bai would vanish. Before long, Yan Bai began reciting Chinese phonetics to young Sasuke, lulling him into slumber once again. After settling Sasuke, Yan Bai intended to depart. He instructed Reina to deliver the remaining dishes to the Uchiha clan and then return. indicating that neither needed to wait for the other. Itachi, cradling the sleeping Sasuke, hurried after Yan Bai, ostensibly to escort him out, but with words unspoken weighing heavily on his mind. Yan Bai, though I know your intentions are noble, do you not feel discomfort knowing the other party is merely a child? From a young age, Itachi had been brought to the battlefield by his father. Despite Fugaku's attempts to instill understanding, Itachi had not fully comprehended, often feeling lost. Yan Bai, maintaining a composed demeanor, continued walking at a steady pace. His tone cool as he responded, to the victim, it matters not whether the perpetrator is an adult or a child. What is crucial is whether the perpetrator receives their due retribution. Satisfying the teacher is my duty, and ensuring your safety is my desire. Achieving both while safeguarding my own well-being is the ideal outcome. Itachi nodded solemnly and softly replied, I understand. Thank you for all you've done for me. Upon hearing this, Yan Bai smiled, pausing to meet Itachi's gaze, and lightly said, Then please grow stronger swiftly. Standing beside me is perilous. Itachi met Yan Bai's gaze with determination, assuring him, Rest assured, I have never faltered. I trust you. Now hurry back and care for your brother. Yan Bai smiled slightly and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Uchiha compound, he anticipated an encounter with Shimura Danzo, but instead, he was intercepted by White Zetsu in a shadowy area. Brother, there has been a situation at home. White Zetsu's voice emerged from the bushes. Yan Bai concealed himself in the shadows, crouching as if in pain, and quietly inquired, What has happened? White Zetsu spoke in a flurry of anxious words. It's Danzo. No, it's Orochimaru. No, it's Reina. Something has happened to Reina, hasn't it? Yan Bai's expression turned frosty. Is it related to Danzo? Did Orochimaru take action? Yan Bai had previously wished to distance himself from the affairs of ninjas, desiring a peaceful life, rendering him somewhat confused about the timeline, especially during the Nine Tails incident, when none of the legendary Sannin appeared, leading him to believe Orochimaru had defected prior to the chaos. Upon reflection, the narrative seemed peculiar. If Minato had not perished, could Orochimaru truly escape him? Surely, he would have to wait until Minato's demise to flee. Thus, the situation must have unfolded post-Nine Tails incident, with the Hokage position vacant, Orochimaru's defection, and the third Hokage reclaiming control. During that period, Yan Bai enjoyed a tranquil existence, entirely dismissing the brutalities of the ninja world. Their power struggles and intrigues held no relevance to him. However, Danzo had been clandestinely colluding with Orochimaru, regularly selecting the trash of Konoha to hand over to Orochimaru for his twisted purposes. Danzo likely feared his own ninjas could not contain Reina, thus seeking Orochimaru's intervention. Reina was indeed a peculiar case, and the mad scientist Orochimaru would likely find her intriguing. Ah, yes, White Zetsu continued cautiously. Reina was bitten by a snake. And then Orochimaru used his tongue to wash her face before carrying her away. Yan Bai, crouched on the ground, stroked his chin in contemplation. It seems the teacher has taken a particular interest in me and my family lately. Reina, when not influenced by darkness, is harmless, yet she possesses weaknesses. When idle and not on the move, she is not in a darkened state, making it the ideal moment for a surprise attack. Brother, aren't you going to rescue Reina? White Zetsu pressed urgently. Not just yet. The teacher allowed Orochimaru to abduct Reina as a means to threaten me. I doubt he intends to take her life immediately. Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Let him enjoy himself for a while. It is far more entertaining to let him revel in his joy before snatching it away. After a moment of reflection, White Zetsu added, Also, brother, I received word from Absolute. He said he is fine and instructed you not to worry. He is currently managing an organization called Akatsuki. And what of Obito? Yan Bai inquired casually. White Zetsu replied truthfully. He is dutifully serving under Absolute, whatever Absolute commands. He follows obediently, quite the compliant one. Obito serving dutifully within Black Zetsu? A peculiar expression crossed Yan Bai's face. White Zetsu continued. Absolute mentioned that he is currently in a state similar to Reina's, unable to control it for now. Just ensure you deliver manga to him regularly. It's best to avoid meeting him, as he fears being pummeled into the ground by you. Very well, let's head home, Yan Bai declared, straightening his posture before resuming his stride toward his abode. Baiju and Yan Bai parted ways, with the former swiftly retreating into the shadows towards his own residence. Upon reaching his doorstep, Yan Bai discovered that Shimura Danzo had been waiting for him. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Shimura Danzo donned a dark-hued, traditional Japanese robe, topped with a conical hat that seemingly concealed his bandaged head. Yan Bai observed Danzo with interest, if one could overlook the obscured visage. This attire was rather striking and exuded an air of sophistication. "Teacher?" Yan Bai exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Instead of responding immediately, Danzo inquired, "Fugaka's child is quite adorable, isn't he?" Yan Bai replied earnestly, "Indeed, he is rather charming when he isn't causing a mess." Danzo remarked, "I had expected you to extol the virtues of Fugaka's child with the most eloquent praise, yet what escapes your beautiful lips is mere jest." After a brief silence, Danzo added, "I believe there is a misunderstanding between us." However, Yan Bai swiftly interrupted, No, I harbor no misconceptions about you, teacher. The misunderstanding lies more with you, such as your belief that abducting Reina would serve as a threat against me." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai noted the sharp intake of breath from Danzo beneath his hat. Even without Baiju's warning, Yan Bai would have surmised that something was amiss with Reina, for upon glancing up, he would see no trace of her name floating within the house. "Teacher, you intend to use Reina as leverage against me, do you not?" Yan Bai, disliking unnecessary chatter, preferred to be direct, especially in such a context where there were no outsiders present. As he contemplated this, Yan Bai scanned his surroundings, observing a myriad of names in varied hues swirling about, reminiscent of colorful aerial drones. These were likely root ninjas, tasked with ensuring Danzo's safety. Indeed, it was quite natural for Danzo to harbor a fear of death. Without waiting for a response, Yan Bai shrugged and remarked, "However, I wish to inform you, teacher, that this plan of yours is utterly futile." Danzo's breath hitched. "What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Abducting Reina is of no use. Even if you were to take her 1,000 miles away, she would find her way back." Yan Bai chuckled lightly. "I have never worried for her safety. Rather, it is the abductor who should be concerned." Danzo responded with a grim expression. "Reina's strength is well recognized, yet even she has been taken." Before Danzo could finish, Yan Bai interjected, "Ah, you mean she encountered someone stronger, right?" "Heh, teacher, you do not comprehend. I can summon Reina back using my ocular techniques. But I certainly cannot divulge that to you." Danzo's expression turned grave. He could not fathom the source of Yan Bai's confidence. Yet, as Orochimaru had stated, Reina and Yan Bai were indeed formidable adversaries, a conclusion drawn from Orochimaru's long-term observation. Nevertheless, the information Orochimaru provided was scant. He had only warned Danzo that the vicinity surrounding Yan Bai's residence was fraught with peril and advised against approaching unless absolutely necessary. Danzo found it perplexing. The area was populated primarily by the relatively affluent civilians of Konohagakure. Even if these families included ninjas, they were merely students still in training. What danger could there possibly be? Regardless, Danzo had brought elite members of Root to safeguard him. Thus, the cost incurred for this abduction of Reina through Orochimaru was considerable. As Orochimaru had shown considerable aversion to the idea of approaching Yan Bai, deeming Reina a patient of the Yan Bai syndrome, since Orochimaru had delved into his research, his discourse had become increasingly esoteric. Danzo often found himself perplexed by his words, and thus remained oblivious to the meaning of Yan Bai syndrome. Orochimaru had merely stated that anyone who befriended Yan Bai was afflicted, a condition named after him, while Yan Bai was identified as a queen infected. He purportedly emitted a substance at regular intervals that forced the pathogens carried by others into prolonged dormancy. And should he lose control, the infected would succumb to madness. Reina was among those carriers under Yan Bai's influence. According to Orochimaru's hypothesis, the neighbors surrounding Yan Bai were all potential carriers, which led him to perceive Yan Bai's residence as a danger zone. Of course, Orochimaru had also mentioned that this was an unproven theory, still awaiting validation. If Orochimaru's conjecture were accurate, then one could ponder the unsettling implications of Yan Bai choosing to reside in Konohagakure. For the sake of the village's tranquility, Danzo deemed it essential to engage with Yan Bai. Yet thus far, he had uncovered no evidence correlating to Orochimaru's theories. Naturally, Reina's mental state had been apparent since Yan Bai's arrival in the village. Using her as a reference point proved inconclusive. Danzo closed his eyes, seemingly arriving at a significant decision, and with a sigh, he stated, "Did you not say you wished to invite me in for tea? Let us proceed." "Indeed, teacher. Your courage seems to have increased somewhat," Yan Bai remarked with a smile, "but my home cannot accommodate so many. Would you dare to come alone?" Danzo inhaled deeply, declaring, "I have but one life. What is there to fear? Let us go." It seemed as though Danzo was rallying his own spirits, venturing forth as he strode into the dimly lit courtyard after Yan Bai opened the door. Yan Bai couldn't help but smile as he followed Danzo into the yard, securing the door behind them. As they walked, he chuckled, "Your demeanor is quite different from your past self." Danzo, exasperated, thought to himself that he was utterly fatigued by Yan Bai's incessant references to previous lives and memories. Though curiosity lingered, he understood the folly of asking. Each inquiry only led to social embarrassment, an obvious trap. Danzo resolved that if Yan Bai did not voluntarily divulge information, he would refrain from probing. However, this time, Danzo had finally secured a morsel of seemingly trivial information safely. Yan Bai welcomed Danzo into his home, lighting the lamps as the two sat across from one another once more. Danzo maintained his authoritative demeanor, casting his gaze downward at the tea before him. "Teacher, do you believe that my discourse regarding past lives is mere nonsense?" Yan Bai inquired, a smile gracing his features, as if he had discerned the thoughts swirling within Danzo's mind. Danzo raised the only visible eye, its pupil glinting with icy intensity. "My father hailed from nobility. Orphaned at a young age, it was my great-grandmother who raised him. However, her eccentric nature molded him into an emotionally detached enigma." Yan Bai disregarded Danzo's piercing gaze, busily boiling water and preparing tea, his voice steady as he recounted a distant legend. "When my father was a mere teenager, he found solace in a tranquil place to study, only to encounter a group of raucous youths. Disturbed by their clamor, he proceeded to best them all." At this juncture, Yan Bai cast a knowing glance at Danzo, whose body was suddenly enveloped in a chill. Yan Bai had no intention of mocking Shimura Danzo. He continued, "Among those who were knocked down, there was a young boy who deeply admired my father. He was of the same age as my father, and apart from fighting, he possessed no other survival skills. The only way he could find a sense of achievement was through victories in combat, which is why he reveres the strong and chose to follow a figure like my father." Shimura Danzo felt a throbbing at his temples. Overthinking had led him to unconsciously identify with the character in Yan Bai's story. He even believed that Yan Bai was insinuating that he had indeed fallen from grace, yet still sought to take him as a disciple. Danzo felt akin to the boy in Yan Bai's tale, who, despite being nearly beaten to death, ended up following his assailant. My father, due to his emotional shortcomings, paid little heed to the boy's actions. The boy sought to become worthy of my father, tirelessly learning and practicing, striving to engage with a world he had never encountered before. Ultimately, he transformed from a street thug into an elite of society. Yan Bai continued, "Now, teacher, do you understand? That boy is your former self." At this revelation, a subtle change crossed Danzo's expression. Affection level 111111. Chapter 094. I am contemplating the Konoha sewage pit, Yan Bai went on. My great-grandmother harbored a strong disdain for my uncle, not only due to his lowly origins, but also because of the dark history he possessed before meeting my father. She believed that my father's moral decline stemmed from my uncle's existence. He, who was once a pure and noble figure, had become tainted. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Yan Bai raised his gaze to meet Danzo's, uttering, "To me, my uncle is nothing more than a pitiful coward, both inept and contemptible, a mere RMB warrior." Danzo thought to himself that something felt amiss. "Do you wish to become Hokage, teacher?" Yan Bai smiled gently, not intending to listen to Danzo's excuses. Without waiting for a response, he added, "You cannot become Hokage. It's not just about appearance, but also because you lack the fortune for it." At this, Danzo's expression twisted into something sinister. Before he could retort, Yan Bai remained unperturbed, refilling Danzo's tea while casually stating, "Teacher, I know you are indeed dedicated to Konoha, but the title of Hokage is not the sole measure of your worth. You should aspire to higher goals." Danzo lifted his teacup, seemingly amused by the absurdity of the situation. "So, you want to persuade me to become a feudal lord?" He found his own words amusing. Below Hokage, he had already attained the position of a special advisor. Above Hokage was nothing other than becoming a feudal lord, wasn't it? Yan Bai shook his head, continuing to refill Danzo's cup while saying, "Konoha is ruled by the third Hokage, and the entire system has already solidified. You cannot interfere with it. Stop dreaming." "What do you suggest then?" Danzo thought of today as a leisurely day, wasting some time chatting with his disciple. "Establish your own faction." Yan Bai nonchalantly replied after sipping his tea. "Previously, when I signed a contract with the third Hokage to end the Yunin War, I mentioned that the compensation was insufficient. and I asked for land instead. He granted me the rights to a vacant plot on the outskirts of Konoha for construction and management. Danzo's usually grim face broke into a rare smile. So, you were plotting this, hoping to coax me into defection? No, not defection, Yan Bai clarified, shaking his head. I meant to establish a new home next to Konoha, and we would still be part of Konoha. However, in my new home, you could attain greater authority. Oh, I see. Since I can't meddle with the rights of the Hokage, I shall elevate myself to a position of equal footing with him. Danzo lowered his head to sip his tea. In Danzo's understanding, Yan Bai was merely suggesting the establishment of another village, still affiliated with Konoha, while he would hold the maximum power within it. Though still subordinate to the Hokage, he would reign as a local emperor in his own domain. Yet, Danzo was already a local emperor at the roots. What difference did it make? Danzo dismissed the notion, gradually calming his mood. However, Yan Bai cheerfully remarked, I am contemplating the sewage pit outside the village. That is a resource, he continued, but unfortunately, no one knows how to utilize it. At the mention of the sewage pit, the smile that had briefly graced Danzo's face vanished. Can we not speak of that pile of filth? Yet Yan Bai continued, my mother managed to amass unimaginable wealth through waste and refuse. Upon hearing about waste and refuse, an unsettling premonition surged within Danzo. He lowered his gaze and declared, your interest in excrement and rubbish is your affair, but do not involve us at the roots with that sewage pit. We cannot endure it. To prevent Yan Bai from concocting any more troublesome schemes, Danzo hastily voiced his demands, realizing there was no point in playing coy. He did not believe that waste could generate profit and suspected Yan Bai was merely digging a pit for him. He absolutely could not be led by this audacious boy any longer. I will offer a handsome sum. The working conditions are excellent. Yan Bai blinked, pressing his case further. Danzo, with a serious demeanor, extended a hand. No, you should still go to the Konoha Mission Hall and post the task there. Whoever wishes to take it can. I am not concerned. Keep anything related to excrement away from the roots. Otherwise, I will not let this go. By the end, Danzo appeared somewhat agitated. Yan Bai chuckled incredulously. Teacher, you are my mentor. How could I possibly deceive you? Are you truly not interested? This is a first-hand mission. If I post it in the Konoha Mission Hall, it will be priced fairly for everyone. Go ahead and post it, Danzo insisted, his resolve unwavering. In his heart, he thought, I've been fooled by you enough already. No matter how enticing your words, I will not be swayed, especially when it involves excrement. I believe not a word. Yan Bai shook his head in regret. Then there's nothing more to be done. I will report to the Hokage tomorrow, assist in relocating the sewage pit to my territory, and then post the task. A sardonic smile crept across Danzo's lips as he genuinely wished to see how this boy would conclude his schemes. Meanwhile, Reina stirred from the darkness. The sounds of footsteps crunching on dry leaves and the wind rustling through the trees reached her ears. She felt herself being carried, her body swaying with the movements of her captor. Leaves clung to her hair as the other party showed no signs of stopping. Her acute sense of smell brought forth the earthy scent mingled with grass, along with a sticky animal odor. Recalling her experiences before losing consciousness, she subtly began to embrace her darker self. What was the method of activation? Quite simple. She merely needed to quietly think of Yan Bai. Memories of his visage filled her mind, igniting a fervor within her. His exquisite beauty, first seen with his youthful yet proud demeanor, was etched into her heart like a masterful painting. It was not shameful to be captivated by a man's looks. Who would mock her for it? Who was there in this world who was different from her? Every day, I reflect upon myself, and I find that the wrongs lie with others. Who could possibly remain by that person's side? In the tranquil embrace of the moonlight, the cavern, exuding an aura akin to that of a cold-blooded creature, unveiled itself before them. The figure bearing Reina slowed their pace, venturing deeper into the cave. The whispers of the forest gradually faded, replaced by a pungent, musty scent. Within the cavern, it appeared to have been transformed into a dwelling. A straight corridor led inward from the entrance, flanked by dark, gaping openings reminiscent of some beast's lair. Reina sensed a multitude of life forms lurking within. Chapter 095, Summoning the Divine, is easy. Reina felt herself gently placed upon a chair by her bearer, her posture remaining seated. Yet, there were no bindings nor any further actions taken against her. Time passed unmeasured until a hoarse, magnetic voice echoed from ahead. Miss Reina, you must have awakened before entering this place, haven't you? Slowly, she opened her eyes, rising gracefully to greet the speaker, as was customary for her to treat guests. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Orochimaru." Taking 2 steps back, Orochimaru's voice emanated an irresistible aura of authority and otherworldly charm. "Ah, Miss Reina, you recognize me? What an honor." Yan Bai had spoken of her, praising her as an astute individual. Reina offered a subtle smile. Her beauty remained intact. Yet her smile evoked within Orochimaru an unsettling sensation akin to being drawn into the abyss. "I have committed a foolish act, haven't I?" Orochimaru sighed. He believed he could not bring the war in the hidden cloud to a swift end as Reina had. After all, he was but a man. And despite his formidable prowess, he too had his limits. In contrast, Reina's bestowed gifts of diligence and meticulousness, honed through years of practice and persistent assaults on Yan Bai, had led to a qualitative leap in her strength. Thus, diligence had bestowed upon Reina an abundance of energy, a concept unfathomable to ordinary beings. Orochimaru envied Reina's power, yet he remained at a loss on how to acquire it. This moment marked the true face-to-face encounter between Orochimaru, Yan Bai, and Reina. Though intrigued to study them, he cherished life far too much. "Why do you say so?" Reina chuckled lightly. "Shall we discuss why you brought me here? If it is to threaten Yan Bai, you shall find yourself disappointed." "I am well aware that I cannot intimidate him," Orochimaru replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I was merely entrusted to bring you here. Now that I have fulfilled my task, should you wish to leave, I shall not impede you." Reina smiled radiantly. "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, you are truly an elegant individual." Orochimaru noted that from the very beginning, Reina's demeanor towards him had been remarkably amiable, first complimenting him on his intelligence and then on his grace. How was it that he had been unaware of his own elegance? A flush of embarrassment washed over him. He had anticipated a confrontation, yet the cordiality displayed by Reina sent chills down his spine. "Do not be anxious, Lord Orochimaru. We harbor no ill intentions," Reina reassured him, her smile disarming. "It must be that teacher who tasked you with summoning me," as Yan Bai anticipated. "That child foresaw it." Orochimaru echoed in surprise. Reina continued, "He has long admired you, Lord Orochimaru, and wishes to collaborate with you. I have memorized the terms of our agreement. If you would, let us take advantage of this moment and sign it today." With that, she plucked a hairpin from her hair, revealing it to be a pen. She then tore a piece from her sleeve and began to draft the agreement upon the chair. "Who is he? Where is he? What has he done? What manner of sorcery is this?" Orochimaru thought frantically. Could he refuse to sign? Would a confrontation be inevitable? A man who could single-handedly end the war in the hidden cloud. Could he truly stand against such a foe? If his adversary was all facade, perhaps victory was attainable. But what would be the meaning of such a battle? Orochimaru's instincts warned him of the formidable power concealed beneath Reina's gentle smile. Observing her fervently writing, he buried his face in his hands, realizing he should never have accepted Shimura Danzo's commission. He had graciously entertained Danzo, finally sending him on his way. Glancing at the sky, Yan Bai pondered the activities of Reina and Orochimaru, contemplating whether summoning her back would disrupt something favorable. He decided to wait and observe. Entering the courtyard, Yan Bai closed the gate. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a pouch, searching through its compartments until he found a lock of Reina's hair. He began a spell, employing reverse pathfinding, albeit with a delay, intending to first communicate with Reina in her dreams before guiding her home. The strand of hair transformed into a black butterfly, fluttering delicately, like a startled night bird, silently ascending into the silvery moonlit sky. Night enveloped the surroundings in a hushed stillness. As he traversed the familiar forest alongside Reina, Orochimaru suddenly sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, what troubles you?" Reina inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. "Something is approaching," he replied, his serpentine gaze fixed warily ahead, yet nothing was visible. Reina stood quietly by, her expression serene. The forest's darkness seemed to consume all sound. Even the whisper of the night breeze came to a halt. Orochimaru felt that this silent land was not the forest he knew, but rather an unfamiliar realm. He took a few steps back, supporting Reina, as he sensed something as delicate as a cicada's wing, drawing near from the enveloping shadows. It was a serpentine instinct. Sure enough, the previously stagnant wind stirred once more. This breeze differed from the usual mountain winds. It was as if countless wings were stirring the air. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes widened. He beheld a swarm of thousands of black butterflies surging toward them. From whence did these butterflies come? What species were they? Why had these eerie butterflies mobilized in such numbers? The instinct for survival eclipsed any thirst for knowledge, leaving Orochimaru no time for contemplation. The dark butterflies rushed toward him, as if to envelop both him and Reina in an unknown darkness. With a swift motion, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of serpents, akin to blades leaping from their sheaths, exploding forth from his sleeves. No cries of despair echoed as the butterflies were cleaved in two, cascading to the moss-laden ground, transforming into black smoke that dissipated like a curse into the atmosphere. Without hesitation, Orochimaru scooped up Reina and darted forward through the downpour of black butterflies. His speed was unparalleled, yet the dark torrent of butterflies morphed into a relentless stream, pursuing them with fervor. What in the world is this? Orochimaru seethed inwardly. Reina regarded him with calmness, smiling gently. Lord Orochimaru, this is Yan Bai's dream. What? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the swarm of black butterflies quickly encircled Reina and Orochimaru, coalescing into a dark statue. Chapter 096. Treasure in the Latrine? In the hushed forest, a delicate mist kissed their cheeks. The sound of footsteps upon the grass rendered silent. Where's this place? Orochimaru found himself engulfed in confusion. He recalled the recent events. He had been heading towards Konoha with Reina when they encountered a peculiar swarm of black butterflies, and suddenly, the scenery transformed into this. Is this the realm of dreams? Regardless of the reason, one would expect to see Yan Bai here. With every step he took, the mist receded. Greetings, Lord Orochimaru, echoed the crystalline voice of Yan Bai, imbued with a hint of mischief. Before him, the fog unveiled a path leading into the unknown. The sound of Yan Bai's voice reverberated incessantly in his ears. As he traversed the dimly lit path, Orochimaru remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. He attempted to harness his chakra and even tried to dispel the illusion. But all efforts proved futile. Yan Bai's voice continued to entice him, devoid of any repulsion, yet leaving Orochimaru feeling slightly unnerved. With no alternative course of action available but to walk forward, he found himself ensnared in darkness behind and ahead. He stood at the center of the path, pondering little. This way, follow my voice, he heard Yan Bai say as he continued towards its source, observing the shifting scenery around him. Upon reaching the end of the path, he beheld a creatively designed mansion. The noises faded like receding waves, and a red glow enveloped Orochimaru. Soon after, the sound of the wind returned to his ears. Beneath his feet, he heard the faint crunch of dry leaves. At that moment, Orochimaru stood upon the stone path connecting the mansion to its garden, his slender shadow dancing in the moonlight. He spotted a beautiful young man beneath the eaves, clad in a black robe, resembling a princess in a dark gown. Though they appeared mere meters apart, the distance felt infinitely vast. Yan Bai, is it not? Orochimaru smirked, his serpentine eyes gleaming with inscrutable intent. Yan Bai's gaze sparkled with subtle brilliance. Miss Reina has informed me of the agreement, yet I require further contemplation. Thus, I intend to escort her to the outskirts of Konoha, allowing her to return on her own. Orochimaru muttered, as if in a trance. I understand, Yan Bai replied with a clear voice. Regardless, I hope you will join us to construct the future through science. How may I assist you? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. Research, in any domain, Yan Bai smiled softly. However, there is no rush. Please consider it thoroughly before reaching out to me. I apologize. Reina will bring back your hair. Should I acquire any valuable information, I can use your hair as a medium to communicate with you in dreams. Hair, you say? How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, feeling a sense of relief. This is the land of dreams, Lord Orochimaru. Reina will return on her own. Given your stature, it would be wise to depart swiftly. Thank you for your efforts tonight. Yan Bai bowed slightly, gesturing for Orochimaru to leave. In the next instant, Orochimaru vanished from the dream. Almost simultaneously, he awoke, twisting his body as he opened his eyes wide. He frantically scanned his surroundings, but could no longer see Reina's figure. Orochimaru recalled Yan Bai's words from the dream. Reina will return on her own. A flicker of intrigue danced in his serpentine gaze, and he soon disappeared into the dark forest. Reina swiftly returned home, where Yan Bai awaited her at the gate. Their interaction as casual as any ordinary day, as if Reina had merely returned late. Everything appeared normal, with no unexpected occurrences. However, the gift Reina brought back for Yan Bai was a lock of hair. The following day, Yan Bai requested an extended leave from school and visited the Hokage's office. You wish to acquire the waste from the latrine outside the village? Given the recent series of bizarre events, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not find this request particularly surprising. Yet, Yan Bai was the first to openly seek the rights to such refuse. Sarutobi regarded Yan Bai with a serious expression, his mind racing to comprehend what treasures might lie within the growing latrine. As a citizen of Konoha, I wish to contribute to the living environment, Yan Bai stated with a smile. Sarutobi eyed him skeptically, doubting his sincerity. In a time of war, this young man possessed the power to quell conflicts, but insisted on waiting for the elder to offer 10% of the village's income and management rights to a piece of land outside the village before lifting a finger. This young rascal must be motivated by self-interest, not some noble desire to benefit the populace, Sarutobi mused. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted, "Do you even have the word noble in your dictionary?" "Indeed," Yan Bai replied innocently, staring at Sarutobi. "If my dictionary lacks those words, I would demand compensation from my publisher." Sarutobi sighed, realizing he had misinterpreted Yan Bai. After some deliberation, he concluded that the refuse would ultimately pollute the environment anyway. Since Yan Bai desired it, so be it. Sarutobi took a few deep puffs of his cigarette before conceding. "Very well, you may handle it." With a grin, Yan Bai produced a new agreement from his pocket and handed it to Sarutobi. "Let us keep our dealings clear, Hokage. This is the contract. Once signed, there will be no misunderstandings between us." Sarutobi regarded him with a quizzical expression, taking the contract. Is it merely refuse? What is there to clarify? However, upon briefly scanning the clearly outlined terms, he was taken aback. The document stated that 20% of the profits from the waste would go to Konoha's ninja village. What on earth is this? Sarutobi pondered. Did the refuse from the latrine truly hold treasures? Or was Yan Bai planning to transform it into gourmet food for the tables of the Fire Country's nobility? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it as absurd. Yet, if Yan Bai chose not to manage it, no one else would either. He might as well trust him. If the latrine outside Konoha could indeed yield profit, then Konoha would not suffer. Considering the refuse, Sarutobi shrugged off his concerns. He was indifferent about the paltry 20% share. After all, it was refuse. If it could earn money, that alone was miraculous. Chapter 97. Ambition. Having secured the rights to the latrine, Yan Bai set his plans into motion. This time, Itachi Uchiha also took leave to assist him. Meanwhile, their classmates, missing both Yan Bai and Itachi, clamored to apply for early graduation. However, due to their brief tenure at the academy, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen quashed their petitions. If they wished to graduate early, they must strive harder in their studies over the coming months, and only with improved performance might they have a chance. Most importantly, should they graduate, Yan Bai and Itachi, who were reluctant to leave, would undoubtedly be assigned to other classes, resulting in yet another class influenced by Yan Bai. Thus, they were left to continue passing time at the academy. Yan Bai returned to the Konoha Mission Hall to post requests, seeking to hire ninjas to assist him in constructing a large house and garden. Yan Bai meticulously prepared architectural blueprints, including designs for the structural framework, septic systems, and courtyard layouts, directing a group of ninjas, who were merely employed as laborers, to transform the vacant lot into the envisioned structures. The ninjas involved in the construction remained oblivious to the purpose of the pits and buildings. Under Yan Bai's supervision, once the work was completed, they simply collected their wages and departed. After months of labor, Yan Bai erected a new city that appeared even more opulent than Konohagakure. Upon the completion of his new abode, Yan Bai issued tasks to hire ninjas from Konoha, enlisting them to relocate the waste from the large septic tank outside the village, which he had long coveted, into several colossal septic systems he was constructing. Furthermore, he arranged for a pipeline to connect to the Konoha sewage system, effectively monopolizing the wastewater disposal. Then came the moment when Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, gazed in bewilderment at the extravagant architectural ensemble before him. The spectacle was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The buildings were unique and lavish, exuding an aura of indulgence and opulence. In stark contrast, Konoha felt like a mere impoverished village beside Yan Bai's new establishment. With a slight bow and a playful smile, Yan Bai addressed his mentor, Master. I have transformed this area into a vibrant street of leisure and entertainment. Once we commence operations, I would appreciate your assistance in promoting it among the nobility of the Land of Fire. If possible, I aim to reach out to nobility from all countries, as I have prepared an alluring advertising brochure to capture the business of the Land of Soup. Danzo's face remained impassive as he regarded Yan Bai, his mind swirling with confusion. Yan Bai continued to elaborate. Master, I have established the most luxurious hot spring resort here. The hot springs are not natural. Rather, they are artificially heated water derived from biogas produced by the fermentation of septic waste. Given that the residents of Konoha generate a substantial amount of waste daily, these resources will persist as long as there are inhabitants, ensuring a continuous supply of biogas and, consequently, hot water. I will select and employ personnel from Konoha to assist in managing this facility. In addition to the hot springs, patrons will enjoy a variety of specialty snacks and entertainment options. Even after treatment, the waste will be concentrated, yielding significant quantities. Surrounding the final sedimentation tank of the septic system, I plan to establish gardens, orchards, and vegetable patches. The flowers, fruits, and vegetables grown with this enriched fertilizer will be of exceptional quality. Yan Bai went on extensively, while Danzo could only distill his thoughts into a single word: money. This new venture promised substantial profits, not only from outsiders, but also from the enjoyment of the villagers themselves. Thus, Yan Bai truly fulfilled his promise of profiting from waste. The biogas would provide uninterrupted hot water and spa services, generating revenue. The concentrated residuals would enhance soil fertility, yielding high-quality produce to be marketed to the nobility across various nations. Danzo's mind ached. The concept was appealing. Yet Konoha had always been a militant force under the Land of Fire, primarily focused on military development and not on production. Even if civilians engaged in self-sustaining small businesses, they were merely for necessities. Should Konoha begin to generate substantial wealth independently, their economic autonomy might lead to a severance from the daimyo's control. Would the daimyo permit such a situation to unfold? With a stern expression, Danzo scrutinized Yan Bai and remarked gravely, "Are you challenging the daimyo?" Yan Bai promptly denied it, insisting, "I merely wish to improve everyone's quality of life, including that of the daimyo." Danzo replied, "That sounds reasonable, yet there seems to be an unsettling undercurrent." Yan Bai countered, "When the first Hokage established Konoha, it was merely a partnership with the daimyo. Are we not in a similar relationship now?" As Yan Bai noted the rising favorability points above Danzo's head, he continued, "Master, we earn through our intellect and labor, you understand." Danzo, with a calm demeanor, stated, "I will support your endeavor." "Thank you, Master." Yan Bai beamed, his smile brightening. Had it not been for the lingering negative favorability points above Danzo's head, he might have been moved to tears. However, Danzo soberly cautioned, "Exercise caution. Before you are fully prepared to confront the world, do not let them perceive any anomalies." Yan Bai smiled knowingly. "I knew you would understand, Master. Had you revealed this intention from the outset, I would have wholeheartedly supported you." Danzo's lips curled slightly. He mused that he was fundamentally different from his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always adhered to a policy of appeasement. This approach, though well-intentioned, had proven too lenient, leaving Konoha, despite its strength relative to other villages, in a state of decline. Gradual setbacks could lead to insurmountable challenges. Yet, Yan Bai sparked a flicker of hope within Danzo. Through the erosion of material wealth among the commoners, Yan Bai began to influence the ninjas and now aimed his sights on the daimyo. Like a virus, he infiltrated the lives of Konoha's citizens, extending his reach to the new generation of ninjas and now targeting the daimyo. When the daimyo, nobility, and commoners became utterly dependent on the dreams Yan Bai crafted, and when they could not detach themselves from the extravagant entertainment venue he had established, the vegetables and fruits he cultivated, what significance would the title of Hokage hold for him? He would already command the world. Danzo pondered somberly. No wonder Yan Bai held him in such disdain. Chapter 098. United in deception against outsider allies. Yan Bai, you have truly replicated the hot spring village from Kaguya-sama. Uchiha Itachi stood beside Yan Bai at the entrance of the hot spring street they had collaboratively built over time. At that moment, both wore matching attire, with Itachi in white robes and Yan Bai in black, appearing like a pair of contrasting twins from behind. To seize it, one must first offer it, Itachi murmured. Observing Yan Bai, to bring about its downfall, one must first drive it to madness. Yan Bai, I see it now. Itachi, you are overthinking it. Yan Bai chuckled lightly. I merely wish to enhance everyone's quality of life. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is challenging. Once they experience such a lifestyle, returning to the past is nearly impossible, as no one desires to relinquish such comforts. Itachi gazed ahead at the masterpiece he and Yan Bai had created. Since meeting Yan Bai, his worldview had been in a constant state of collapse and reconstruction. Recently, Itachi began to comprehend many things. While possessing formidable strength is imperative, it is merely foundational. Beyond physical prowess, one must also master the hearts and minds of people. People often remain oblivious to their true desires, for their world lacks the existence of the unseen. Yan Bai, however, has taken it upon himself to create and deliver these novelties into the hands of every individual, transforming their lives from a state of never having experienced such wonders to a gradual addiction, ultimately rendering them incapable of living without these newfound treasures. Once, they found contentment in the simplest of meals, yet with Yan Bai's arrival, the daily lives of many in Konoha have been irrevocably altered. Their previously monotonous existence has blossomed with an array of vibrant experiences, and once acquired, they become reluctant to part with them. This reluctance breeds a desire to protect, and an innate drive to grow stronger emerges. Gradually, the people have transformed. Yan Bai has materialized happiness, revealing to all the true essence of a fulfilling life. He is merely the origin, yet in the end, he has fostered a unity among the people, who, in their quest to safeguard their cherished happiness, have come together. The Konoha Police Department, having partially grasped the workings of the roots, has, to a certain extent, reached an unspoken reconciliation. With the absence of long-standing grievances, mutual benefit becomes attainable. For the sake of shared interests, everyone persists in their relentless efforts. Yan Bai turned to Uchiha Itachi and remarked with a smile, "The forthcoming endeavors will be monumental. In addition to acquiring new knowledge, we must not neglect our training, Itachi. Should we encounter those who covet what we possess, we must possess the strength to vanquish them to protect all that is ours." "I understand," Uchiha Itachi replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. "I have always understood. Once, someone told me that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, that loyalty and filial piety have always been difficult to reconcile." Yan Bai gazed ahead, his expression serene as he mused. "But my mother taught me that just because something seems unattainable does not mean we should not strive for it. We must find a way to achieve both. If no solution exists, we must create one." Uchiha Itachi listened in silence, seemingly contemplating the profound implications of Yan Bai's words. Yan Bai spread his arms wide, as if singing a sacred hymn, and cheerfully declared, "So, Itachi, let us join hands to forge a future unlike any other. We shall ensure that our value is undeniable, such that even those who harbor hatred for us cannot bear the thought of our demise." Uchiha Itachi extended his hand towards Yan Bai. In the 51st year of Konoha, Yan Bai tirelessly engaged with the village's leadership, persuading Sarutobi Hiruzen to entice the feudal lords, allowing the daimyo of the Land of Fire to indulge in the extravagant services of Konoha's hot spring village. The daimyo, pleased, naturally fortified the ties with Konoha. Furthermore, the daimyo showcased Konoha's hot springs to other nations' lords, attracting numerous foreign nobles who visited the village, thereby generating substantial profit for Konoha. Today, Konoha is not solely reliant on its ninjas. The common folk are equally industrious. The entire village is united in their efforts to outsmart visitors from outside. Shizen, following Yan Bai's counsel, gathered those who engaged in petty crimes and labor exploitation to reform them through work, compelling them to devise ways to entice various clients from neighboring villages into the hot springs. These fraudsters collaborated to create the most enticing advertisements and compiled top-notch sales tutorials across various industries to educate all merchants in the hot spring village. This initiative left Konoha's upper echelons in awe, realizing that even the most despicable activities could be monetized, and that criminals could indeed be repurposed for benefit. Each year, Sarutobi Hiruzen would invite the feudal lords to observe Konoha's military drills or the Chunin exams, showcasing prosperity and strength. A reminder to potential invaders that they must weigh their decisions carefully. Should they envy us, cooperation would be the path forward. Years ago, Kimogakure was left trembling in fear after a confrontation with Reina, and only recently did they begin to finalize a peace agreement with Konoha. The shinobi world entered a period of peaceful development, with the signing of the peace treaty between Kimogakure and Konoha marking the definitive end of the Third Great Ninja War. In the canyons behind Konoha, the Four Purple Flames formation enveloped a designated area, while the outside world thrived with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. within the formation. However, an eerie silence prevailed. Yan Bai found himself once again the target of an assassination attempt, not for the first time since the Hot Spring Village gained fame. His name had shone increasingly brightly, not due to his prowess in ninjutsu, but because of his unparalleled acumen in generating wealth. Everyone in Konoha was preoccupied with their own affairs, neglecting to assign anyone specifically to protect Yan Bai, for they were aware that he required no such guardianship. Yet, there always existed a few outsiders harboring foolish hopes who would engage in irrational behavior. Yan Bai surveyed the situation with exasperation. Alone within the formation, well, not entirely alone. There was another hidden presence. For individuals maintained the formation while one sought to assassinate him. Indeed, Yan Bai had been somewhat lackadaisical, typically accompanied by Reina or Uchiha Itachi. Reina, without fail, prevented him from engaging in combat, while Uchiha Itachi consistently took the lead in any confrontation. This dynamic had led to Itachi's rising reputation as a prodigy, while Yan Bai had become the cherished figure shielded from danger. Is this truly how low I have sunk? Yan Bai murmured to himself. Today, neither Reina nor Uchiha Itachi was by his side, and yet, a kidnapping attempt had reemerged. The person sharing the formation with him seemed to be contemplating how to abduct Yan Bai, and he noticed a name floating among the trees. It lingered like a specter, hovering but refusing to descend. Chapter 099. The Fierce Woman of Natsuko Village. The name that danced in the air was Natsuko Mei. Upon seeing the surname, Yan Bai was reminded of Natsuko Village. This recollection led him to think of Naruto's fiancée, Natsuko Shizuka, encountered upon reaching adulthood. Reflecting on Natsuko, Shizuka conjured thoughts of the matriarchal customs of Natsuko Village, which required defeating a strong adversary for them to take a man into their family. To Yan Bai, the women of this village were an enigma. Winning would lead to relentless pursuit, while losing would result in being compelled to join their ranks. Regardless of victory or defeat, they seemed to hold all the cards. How utterly exasperating. Yan Bai continued to mature, though still young. He had evolved from the androgynous beauty of years past to a striking young man, exuding a newfound masculine charm. Coupled with his magnetic allure, Yan Bai found himself irresistibly attractive to the opposite sex, a fact he was acutely aware of. However, he was decidedly averse to initiating any form of greeting with the enigmatic Natsuko. Though male by nature and attracted to females, such matters should only unfold with mutual consent, and he loathed the notion of being pursued relentlessly into an unwelcome relationship. It would be preferable to encounter a gracious and gentle woman who wouldn't impose herself. Yet, should he find himself entangled with someone afflicted by an obsession, not only would he endure their own trials, but they would drag their entire family into the fray, unleashing chaos upon him. Such individuals, regardless of gender, are often consumed by their self-absorbed delusions, only to turn around and accuse their targets, demanding, "After all I've done for you, why don't you love me? Who decreed that your affection for me necessitates my reciprocation?" Over the years, Uchiha Itachi had undoubtedly shielded Yan Bai from numerous troubles. Even the gentle and humble Itachi was compelled to express himself eloquently. Yan Bai pondered whether this group intended for him to traverse this formation endlessly, only to collapse in despair once he could not escape. Perhaps they would then approach him like confidants, offering psychological counsel while conveniently whisking him away. How absurd, and, moreover, a waste of his precious time. At present, Yan Bai's business was worth millions every minute. He rubbed his forehead, finally unable to contain himself. "I say, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. Don't squander my time." Alas, the facade had been exposed. Continuing to hide seemed futile. After all, stealth was not in line with his forthright nature. A leisurely female voice resonated from the forest, each step accompanied by the sound of clashing metal. "Hello, Yan Bai. My name is Mayu. I look forward to your guidance." "Hello. If there's nothing urgent, may I take my leave?" Yan Bai replied with a languid expression. The woman, who introduced herself as Mayu, appeared somewhat youthful, yet her physique suggested a hasty maturity, her attire as a female ninja rather revealing. However, the first impression was too poor, and Yan Bai had no desire to entangle himself with her. "How did you discover me?" Mayu did not respond to Yan Bai, but instead asked with a smile. Yan Bai noticed the affinity level 111111 displayed on her forehead. Before he could answer her question, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Affinity level has reached 60 points, becoming an intimate friend of Mayu. Special effects of Yin Dun activated. Obtained Fuko Mayu's unique affinity reward. Fuko's Vacuum Dance, Chakra 005 card, and 1,000 silver. Yan Bai thought, yet another woman seeking to self-strategize. If he did not interrupt her affections promptly, she might soon turn malevolent. I can see your white undergarments fluttering above your head, Yan Bai remarked dryly. Affinity level 111111111. Oh my, how lewd, she exclaimed, her expression contorting into a terrifying grin reminiscent of a horror film character, akin to when Ling Nai turned dark. Is it appealing? Does my little brother wish to see what form lies within? As she spoke, Fuko Mayu lifted her cloak, presenting her figure to Yan Bai like a model. Yan Bai, utterly speechless, lamented his misfortune at encountering a naturally malevolent individual. Before fame, being inexplicably liked was delightful. After fame, such affections bred suspicion. Those who had endured much carried a complex psychological landscape. Lord Hokage once granted me a privilege. Should I sense a threat to my life from an intruder, I possessed the right to counterattack, Yan Bai stated casually. Oh, Fuko Mayu flashed a self-satisfied smile. With Uchiha Itachi and Ling Nai absent, you, Yan Bai waved his hand, interrupting her spellcasting. Come forth and fight swiftly. He did not wait for her response, but turned and strode away, confident that Fuko Mayu would not decline his challenge, as evidenced by her light footsteps following behind. I initially accepted a mission to abduct you, but upon seeing you in person, I changed my mind, Fuko Mayu continued mockingly. Ha ha ha, how regrettable it would be for a man like you to perish. Become the father of my children. I shall care for you tenderly. I have observed you for many days, thus I specifically eliminated the client to seek you. See how much I adore you. My apologies for startling you. Yan Bai, unfazed, shook his head at Fuko Mayu, who was lost in her self-indulgence. No need to apologize. Is that so? Fuko Mayu replied, her expression tinged with disappointment. I had anticipated seeing some semblance of emotion on your face, perhaps gratitude or anger. Your beautiful visage must harbor delightful expressions. Why the lack of one? How dull? Because sometimes I engage in similar pursuits, Yan Bai asserted, halting his steps. However, I require those who covet me to elevate my reputation and worth. The more they desire me, the higher my value rises. Your actions impede me. Truly, it's quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Fuko Mayu's face twisted into a sickly smile. Ah, how pitiful am I, scorned by my beloved. Facing me alone, without Ling Nai and Uchiha Itachi by your side, is a grave mistake. I am quite formidable. Your small frame cannot hope to defeat me. I see, you possess quite the confidence in your abilities, Yan Bai remarked elegantly, turning aside. Indeed, why would I say otherwise? Fuko Mayu replied with a somewhat flirtatious smile. I am unaware of the allure concealed beneath your splendid garments, but as a shadow-level mistress, I cannot afford to lose. Come, let me see how long you can endure. Chapter 100. They have defiled my eyes, alas. I am weary. Yan Bai's words floated lightly into Fuko Mayu's ears. After seconds of skirmishing, it was solely Yan Bai evading, while Fuko Mayu's weapon could not even graze him. Your taijutsu is commendable, worthy of boasting, Fuko Mayu remarked, her expression akin to a predatory beast, grinning menacingly. Are you foolish? Relying on stamina to evade will only lead to your exhaustion, at which point I shall ravage you. Ha, then cease your probing, Yan Bai retorted with a cold smile. Prolonging this is advantageous for me. Fuko Mayu's brow furrowed at his words. In truth, through her earlier attempts to gauge him, she had discerned that Yan Bai was not merely a pampered figure who knew only wealth and required protection. His evasion speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Fuko Mayu had begun to enter an offensive state, but found no opportune moment to strike. In fact, she was not as composed as she appeared. Her inability to touch even the hem of Yan Bai's garment infuriated her. You seem agitated by my gaze, Yan Bai observed, his voice as clear as spring water, yet insufferably irritating. Has that confidence of yours, believing no one could defeat you, been devoured by a dog? Provoked, Fuko Mayu's expression shifted as she gripped her sharp weapon tightly. Her weapon, a piercing type, was ill-suited for slashing like a long sword or saber, designed entirely for thrusting. Its slender structure was suitable for a woman, appearing more than adequate to deal with an unarmed Yan Bai. Yet he continued to evade, waiting for her to approach. However, Fuko Mayu was too timid, retreating after each thrust, evidently reluctant to stay close to Yan Bai for long. She lacked the confidence she professed. Weren't you just suggesting I become the father of your children? With such cowardice, How could you hope to conceive? Yan Bai teased languidly. Such a silver tongue you possess. Dear brother, Fuko Mayu replied nonchalantly, a light smile gracing her lips, as if she were not at a loss and still had many trump cards to play. Suddenly, Fuko Mayu assumed a crouched starting position, her posture peculiar, perhaps unique to her fighting style. In the next moment, she launched herself at Yan Bai, her lithe body springing forth like a tightly wound spring, hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. She arrived before him as swiftly as a tempest, her agility akin to that of a cunning predator. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yan Bai raised his hand, pinching the sharp weapon thrusting towards his left eye with 2 fingers, miraculously halting the assault from Fuko Mei. Barehanded, he managed to block such an attack, yet the force of the impact seemed to send him reeling, leaving 2 distinct impressions on the ground, dragging away the moss beneath his feet. Immediately after, Fuko Mei surged towards Yan Bai as if leaping into the embrace of a lover. Her speed was astonishing, a full-throttle dash akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky. A sickly smile adorned her face, and her legs coiled around Yan Bai's waist like serpents, her grotesque grin dominating his vision. She lifted the other weapon, which Yan Bai had not seized, and aimed it at the top of his head. This was far from the affection she had just professed. With each strike, she sought to claim Yan Bai's life. With a resounding clash, the thrust struck something unknown and was suddenly caught by Yan Bai's other hand. Your martial arts are quite impressive. You managed to block my attack, Fuko Mei remarked, her voice laced with surprise. Yet, she nonchalantly continued, what a pity. I had intended to gradually sap your strength until you were rendered immobile. Then I could do as I pleased. Before the last word had fully escaped her lips, Fuko Mei shifted her stance, mentally reciting Fuko-style Hokai kick. With a sense of certainty, she assumed the same peculiar posture, convinced that Yan Bai would be unable to withstand her next full-force strike. How tiresome, came Yan Bai's languid voice. For a weakling to utter such confident words is quite remarkable. What? Are you referring to yourself? Fuko Mei's heart surged with indignation. She scrutinized Yan Bai's stance, feeling he was riddled with openings, yet time was of the essence. She needed a swift resolution. With both weapons firmly grasped by Yan Bai, Fuko Mei was compelled to win the battle with a single decisive move. As she initiated her spinning kick, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yan Bai did not employ any techniques. He simply seized her wrist with sudden force. The immobility of her wrist sent tremors down Fuko Mei's spine, evoking an unimaginable fear of the unknown. There was no pain, but that was precisely the most terrifying aspect. As a ninja, Fuko Mei understood that the initial pangs of pain were merely minor injuries. True, intense pain was always delayed due to the body's instinct for self-preservation. Escape was the thought racing through Fuko Mei's mind. Yan Bai was not a mere decorative vase. He had been masquerading as a fool to catch her off guard. Fuko Mei was ruthless, yet not foolish. In an instant, her mind was clear. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, the best defense was attack. Should she falter, she would meet her demise. Die. Fuko Mei's expression twisted with malevolence. Driven by her intent to deliver a fatal blow to Yan Bai, she frantically twisted her body, hoping to unleash her spinning kick. She fantasized about her legs contorting his tall frame into grotesque angles. However, the unexpected sight before her left Fuko Mei in shock. So, you intended to crush me with your legs? How enlightening, Yan Bai mused, his demeanor relaxed. Impossible. Why can't I move? Fuko Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, engulfed by an unfamiliar terror. Why? Why can't I move? The seasoned warrior was at a loss to answer her own inner turmoil. Suddenly, Yan Bai twisted her tightly held weapons, causing them to fall abruptly to the ground. In the next moment, Yan Bai enveloped Fuko Mei in an embrace akin to one shared by lovers. Their heights were similar, their chests pressed intimately together. Fuko Mei gaped at the scene, her legs still entwined around Yan Bai's waist, refusing to release him. Yan Bai then remarked, just now, while you were attacking me, I reinforced the barrier. The sounds here cannot be heard from outside. A strange emotion welled up within Fuko Mei's heart. Could it be that Yan Bai intended to engage in something unspeakable with her here, hence the reinforcement of the barrier? If he were such a beautiful youth, she... Before Fuko Mei could let her imagination run wild, Yan Bai's indifferent voice interrupted. In our current position, those maintaining the array must certainly assume we are being intimate. Fuko Mei thought, this feels decidedly off. Contemplating this, she began to struggle. Yet, she heard Yan Bai's sudden laughter, bright as a flower, Your disproportionate chest offends my eyes. Allow me to burst them." At his words, Fuko Mei's eyes widened in horror, her breath hitching. "Who do you think you're underestimating?" She exerted all her strength in an attempt to break free, but felt as if she were ensnared in Yan Bai's embrace, unable to move. Why? Why can't I escape this beautiful youth's hold?" Fuko Mei's body stiffened, feeling akin to a butterfly trapped in a black widow's web, struggling futilely. Despite her frenzied attempts to break free, she remained unable to alter her predicament, completely immobilized, though they were not in a lover's close embrace. The proximity resembled that of a couple. Soon, Fuko Mei heard a cracking sound near her ear. In that instant, she realized Yan Bai's intentions, and fear pierced her spine like ice. "No, it can't be what I think." He had been serious when he spoke of bursting them. "If I were to pierce your body with a weapon, those outside maintaining the array would surely recognize that we are not on friendly terms." Yan Bai's soft voice was akin to the whisper of a devil. "But now, they must believe we are engaging in friendly conversation. They will not intrude before your demise. You were sent to assassinate me from the start, not to abduct me. Your lethal strikes reveal that intent. Since you came to kill me, you must be prepared for my counterattack." Fuko Mei trembled uncontrollably. She understood that Yan Bai was not merely toying with her, for she felt the pressure on her chest escalating to an unbearable degree. The suffocating sensation filled her with loathing towards the hands of the beautiful youth that held her. After disarming her, Yan Bai paid no heed to her idle hands, as if mocking her frailty and helplessness. Unabashedly, he clutched her, intending for her to perish in his devilish embrace. With no other recourse, Fuko Mei frantically pounded Yan Bai's handsome face, desperate to thwart his deadly grasp. However, to an observer, her actions appeared to be mere flirtation between lovers. The impact of her fists upon Yan Bai's face caused him no harm. Rather, Fuko Mei felt as if her hands were striking stone, the pain seeping deep into her soul, while Yan Bai remained entirely unscathed, leaving her with bruised hands. Even so, she refused to surrender, resorting to her head and teeth. Breathing became increasingly arduous, and a searing pain radiated from her chest. Fuziko Mayu emitted an uncontrollable wail of anguish. "Ah, do not struggle, Fuziko Mayu. I have heard your frivolous words. You must have spoken similarly to other assassination targets, luring them before subjecting them to torment. Now, allow me to reciprocate." Fuziko Mayu's body, yearning for escape, began to convulse violently. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes, exerting a sudden force. The sound of bones snapping echoed relentlessly, as if he carelessly discarded the woman in his grasp. With a thunderous crash, Fuziko Mayu fell to the ground. Her exquisite visage contorted into a horrific mask of pain and terror, her eyes bulging, tongue elongated, and her mouth spilling forth fragments of her innards. Yan Bai gazed down upon the now motionless Fuziko Mayu, uttering lightly, "Ah, I forgot to mention, I am quite the villain myself." Chapter 101. The delayed arrival of Yunin village. A rancid stench of ozone assaulted the nostrils, reminiscent of cockroaches. Towering trees surrounded him, alongside a group of root members engaged in extermination efforts. Yan Bai sat elegantly upon a moss-covered log, idly toying with his nails as he awaited the root and Umbu members below to dispose of the 5 corpses, including Fuziko Mayu. Uchiha Itachi arrived hurriedly, his chest heaving. Softly calling out, "Yan Bai." Yan Bai glanced at Uchiha Itachi, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Ah, Itachi, what brings you here? Did you not promise to accompany Sasuke in his training? Has your mission concluded?" Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to respond, he overheard masked Umbu members below discussing and recording details. 4 of them died from broken ribs piercing their innards, while 1 had all ribs shattered, resulting in ruptured organs due to external force, but there was little blood. One of the speakers, a ninja from the Hyuga clan, discreetly cast a glance at Yan Bai, relieved to see him engaged in conversation with Uchiha Itachi. He had intended to mention the horrifying state of the breast tissue, nearly liquefied, deeming such details unnecessary and refraining from speaking. Uchiha Itachi observed the grotesque expressions frozen on the lifeless faces with a complex gaze. "Yan Bai, I shouldn't have." Before he could finish, Yan Bai shook his head. "Itachi, unless you have not promised Sasuke, once you do, you must follow through. As an elder brother, you must lead by example. If you cannot fulfill a promise, do not make it. And you know, I do not require your protection." Uchiha Itachi chose not to dwell on the matter, responding softly, "Oh." The two watched as the Umbu and Root members cooperated to handle the remains on the ground. A heavy silence enveloping them for a time. Yan Bai suddenly inquired, "Have the people from Yunin village arrived?" Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze. "Indeed, as you surmised. The Uchiha clan is maintaining order, and the villagers are quite composed, occupying the structures on either side of the road, observing quietly." Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Yan Bai's lips, but Uchiha Itachi continued. The Yunin ninjas, being scrutinized from a distance, walked solemnly down the open road, their expressions nearly frozen. Today marks a significant day for Konoha. The long-awaited peace treaty after 3 years has arrived. The invasion from Yunin village has inflicted great harm upon Konoha. If it were as depicted in the original narrative, the villagers would line the streets, cheering and celebrating, which would be intolerable for Yan Bai. Over the past 3 years, Yan Bai, through the establishment of the onsen village, had employed civilians from Konoha to perform various service roles there. To ensure their utmost performance, he dispatched specially trained Root members weekly to indoctrinate these workers, enlightening them on the brutal realities of war, instilling in them knowledge of their invaders, the source of their immense suffering, and those who nearly snatched away their hard-won happiness. Every week, alongside technical training, an increasing number of villagers received cultural and spiritual education. Yan Bai aimed to instill in them a profound appreciation for their hard-earned happiness and a clear understanding of their adversaries. This ideology was to be relentlessly reinforced. The longer the peace agreement with Yunin village was delayed, the deeper the villagers' anger and hatred would grow. They would propagate these sentiments to their families and children, ensuring that the consensus of Yunin village as despicable invaders permeated throughout the entire community, branding them as cruel and shameless aggressors. Thus, when the overdue peace treaty was finally presented, the villagers of Konoha would stand in an orderly fashion along the expansive new road, observing the emissaries of Yunin village as if they were witnesses to a public trial of criminals. The villagers would neither cheer nor curse. They would simply watch in silence, their expressions devoid of warmth, akin to gazing upon the deceased. Ordinary villagers wielded the power to exert immense psychological pressure upon the relatively few Yunin ninjas. Uchiha Itachi cautiously regarded Yan Bai, whispering, "Could those who attempted to assassinate you today be sent by Yunin village?" "Perhaps, perhaps not, but it matters little." Yan Bai replied with keen interest. "Regardless of their origin, they would never admit it. They have always been so shameless." As he spoke, Yan Bai suddenly rose from the log, smiling. "Let us go see them. After all these years of preparation, they cannot have come solely to attempt my assassination." At this, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Yan Bai chuckled, beckoning him, "Come along." With that, Yan Bai leaped gracefully, tracing elegant arcs in the air as he departed from the spot. Uchiha Itachi's pupils flickered slightly, instinctively following suit. Yan Bai soon arrived at a vantage point overlooking the bustling district of Konoha, surveying the expansive new road below, one of his many accomplishments over the years. To ensure that the feudal lord of the Fire Country experienced the comfort and hospitality of the roads, Yan Bai had encouraged Sarutobi Hiruzen to embark on extensive infrastructure projects. The roads had been significantly improved, facilitated by the strength of the ninjas. While considerable effort, resources, and stamina had been expended to create the current environment, the returns were bountiful. The feudal lord of the Fire Country was pleased, resulting in more generous funding. Now, the Yunin village ninjas appeared as rustic outsiders traversing the wide road, akin to comical mice scurrying across a grand dining table. The road meandered significantly, flanked by newly constructed high-rise buildings, predominantly new inns established by Konoha. Villagers stood by their windows, peering down at the Yunin ninjas below. There was no loud commotion. The atmosphere was so solemn it felt as if everyone were attending a silent funeral. Yan Bai had deliberately elongated the road, making the Yunin emissaries seem as if they were being paraded from the entrance of the village to its end before finally reaching their destination. Yan Bai noticed that the leader of the Yunin emissaries was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. This man held a significant role in every iteration of the story. Notorious for the abduction of Hinata Hyuga, the infamous perpetrator of her kidnapping, the emissaries from Yunin were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. As one of them quietly questioned the leader, "Why does it feel so strange? Shouldn't these villagers from Konoha be cheering for peace?" The middle-aged Yunin ninja growled, "Be quiet. This is Konoha territory." Initially feeling prepared, their confidence waned upon arrival, leading them to question their true purpose here. Chapter 102. Urgency. No one emerged to provoke them, nor was there anyone present who could. In this bewildered state, the Union emissaries were escorted to the location where they were to meet with the higher-ups of Konoha. Konoha was exuding an air of superiority. If those old geezers failed to deliver, Yan Bai would have no choice but to look down upon them and take advantage of them in the future. In fact, Yan Bai had given Shimura Danzo a stern warning. If the third Hokage faltered again, Danzo was to create a scene in the meeting room. There must be no room for failure. Coincidentally, today marked an important occasion for the Hyuga clan, the ceremony for the head family succession. Yan Bai pondered whether he should attend. There might be unexpected delights in this version of the Hyuga succession ceremony. A rough voice called out from behind Yan Bai. He and Uchiha Itachi turned in unison to see a fierce-looking male ninja leaping towards them. Without exchanging words, they promptly vacated their spot and fled without looking back. "Hey, you, don't run." To their surprise, it was Asuma Sarutobi, just returned from the capital, searching for Yan Bai. Yet, Yan Bai had little inclination to engage with Asuma. Much had transpired over the past 3 years, and Asuma's inexplicable animosity towards Yan Bai had become a source of amusement. One day, seeking a duel, Asuma unleashed an array of jutsu, only to be met with Yan Bai's sheer physical prowess, leaving him questioning his very existence. Since then, every time Asuma spotted Yan Bai, he would charge and only to be soundly defeated. Understanding the roots of Asuma's vendetta, Yan Bai regarded him as foolish and had grown tired of tormenting him. Asuma's relentless pursuit stemmed from his unrequited feelings for Kurenai Yuhi. In truth, Yan Bai had never interacted with Kurenai, and if there had been any encounter, it was likely a mere fleeting smile or glance. They had never exchanged a single word. However, Asuma was convinced that Yan Bai was the reason for Kurenai's rejection of his advances. Yan Bai was bemused. He was but a child. Even now, he was still a child, not yet graduated from elementary school. He had never entertained the idea of disrupting any established pairings. He had no interest in others' relationships. Yet, why should he be implicated in their personal turmoil? He was entirely innocent. Moreover, Kurenai was significantly older than Yan Bai, and even in school, their paths would rarely intersect. Yan Bai found it perplexing to comprehend the origins of Asuma's hatred and the circumstances surrounding Kurenai. Yet now, he was indifferent to the source of that animosity. He would let Asuma persist in his pursuit, and if by chance he caught up, Yan Bai would enjoy another round of amusement at his expense. At 18, Asuma was a grown man, his dark complexion adorned with stubble, evoking the image of a weary elder. Flying swallow technique. Asuma infused his 2 sharp chakra blades with energy. Like a skilled swordsman, he unleashed a pair of wind blades towards Yan Bai's rear. Itachi's eyes suddenly transformed into a crimson hue, the black tomo spinning within them. However, Yan Bai swiftly restrained Itachi, turning with a smile to evade the incoming wind blades, then leaping back towards the astonished Asuma. In an instant, Yan Bai's eyes gleamed. "Hypnosis," he whispered in Asuma's ear. "You urgently need to relieve yourself." In the blink of an eye, Asuma's body stiffened, his eyes vacant, and he plummeted to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, Yan Bai and Itachi had long since vanished. Moreover, an overwhelming urge to urinate tormented Asuma, prompting him to spring up and hurriedly depart. From the shadows, Itachi observed Asuma's retreat with a puzzled expression, glancing at Yan Bai, who appeared intrigued. "Yan Bai, what was that?" "Just a bit of psychological suggestion. Taught to me by my mother. Quite effective, wouldn't you agree?" Yan Bai smiled. With the aid of the Sharingan, the effect was amplified. Itachi frowned. But Yan Bai continued with a mischievous grin. "From now on, he will feel that urgency persistently, even after relieving himself. He may even dream of needing to go while asleep, waking up desperate to find a restroom." "That sounds rather uncomfortable," Itachi mused, envisioning a strange scenario where, amidst battle, Yan Bai might taunt the enemy with, "You really need to urinate." Or perhaps, in future encounters with bothersome women, simply declaring, "You really need to urinate." The results could indeed be unexpectedly amusing. Itachi shook his head, pondering his own thoughts. As he turned to Yan Bai, who wore a beaming smile, he remarked, "See," without needing to harm him or do anything drastic, just inducing the urge to urinate will keep him in line. "I truly am a benevolent and kind-hearted child. Am I not?" Itachi's lips twitched slightly, unsure how to respond, yet he maintained a serious facade. "Indeed, you have a point." He feared that a single retort might provoke Yan Bai to deliver yet another psychological suggestion. "Itachi, you really need to urinate." That would be utterly mortifying. Having spent years with Yan Bai, Itachi was well aware that his dear friend possessed a sweet tongue but a wicked heart. Opposing him would lead to unbearable torment, as he always devised the most unexpected methods of inflicting distress. Itachi recalled the harrowing days of being pursued and stalked by relentless girls. With just a single phrase, Yan Bai had caused most of those crazed admirers to abandon their pursuit. To this day, Itachi remembered Yan Bai's words. The idols you adore are all human and have bodily functions. This statement shattered the girls' idealized perceptions of their beloved idols, who they imagined as ethereal beings untouched by the mundane. Once connected with the reality of human nature, their infatuation crumbled, and they returned to a semblance of normalcy. Certainly, after their mindset shifted, Itachi Uchiha felt that the way they looked at him was rather peculiar. There remained an air of admiration, yet it seemed tinged with the essence of earthly existence. To be precise, they regarded him as a demigod intertwined with the mundane, someone who could be associated with the most trivial of matters. Over the years, Yan Bai had afforded Asuma Sarutobi considerable respect. Apart from the initial confrontation, he had never harmed Asuma's fragile pride. Whenever Yan Bai encountered Asuma, he would flee, and when cornered, he employed various stratagems to dissuade Asuma. This led Asuma to harbor the illusion that he was still capable. One could only hope that this sudden urgency would bring Asuma some peace. As he was merely momentarily lost, Yan Bai was quite indifferent, yet Itachi remarked with a hint of gravity. Regarding Asuma, I specifically consulted Kurenai Yui. Is that so? Yan Bai replied nonchalantly as he returned to the broad path leading to his neighborhood. Itachi had no choice but to quicken his pace to keep up with Yan Bai, adding, "You have been training female employees in recent years, instructing them on how to safeguard themselves." Itachi's statement was rather subtle. In truth, Yan Bai acted out of goodwill. The young women he employed at the hot spring village were given special training on how to present themselves, with the right adornments. Even the most unremarkable women could appear quite beautiful. Consequently, those who had worked in the hot spring village, or had family members who did, soon found their appearances visibly enhanced. However, this concern for their safety led Yan Bai to earnestly educate these young women on matters of self-respect, cautioning them against falling prey to unscrupulous men and urging them to avoid actions they might later regret. He even advised them to self-assess their feelings towards a man they found appealing. The method was to envision the man bald and unclothed. If this did not elicit revulsion, it indicated genuine affection. Furthermore, associating the man with the most mundane aspects of life served as another test of their feelings. Yet, appearances can be deceiving when adorned. Many appear ordinary, and without such enhancements, they might regress into something less appealing. Most women, upon engaging in this imaginative exercise, would find their self-assessment yielding a resounding no. This chain reaction posed considerable challenges for some single men in Konoha, Asuma being one of them. Kurenai Yui had once applied for a position at the hot spring village and retained a vivid impression of Yan Bai's teachings. Unfortunately, during his instruction, Yan Bai had addressed a group, and thus he did not remember her. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Yan Bai grasped the crux of the matter, unable to suppress a wicked grin. What was wrong with encouraging the young women to value themselves? It was Asuma's predicament that weighed heavily on him. Yan Bai had previously believed that Asuma's rugged charm was the reason women like Kurenai were drawn to him, perhaps also due to his status as the Hokage's son. However, it now appeared that Asuma lacked the opportunity to prove his worth, leading Kurenai to evaluate him based on her own standards. Thus, Asuma's inability to win her affection was entirely his own shortcoming. Yan Bai was merely a well-meaning employer, not an interloper. Understanding Asuma's plight, Yan Bai dismissively set him aside, and Itachi, unable to assist, also relegated him to the back of his mind. After dining at Yan Bai's residence, Itachi returned home. That night, Konoha was enveloped in darkness. Despite the night's obscurity, the Hyuga clan was abuzz with activity as dozens wielded torches, indicating a significant event had transpired. Countless individuals awakened from slumber, summoned to utilize their Byakugan to trace the enemy's movements. The Hyuga clan members began rushing outward, and as fate would have it, 3-year-old Hinata Hyuga was abducted by an envoy from the Cloud Village, with Hisashi Hyuga tragically striking down one assailant. In the stillness of the night, the Hyuga clan descended into chaos. At this moment, at Yan Bai's residence, Itachi approached the door to his room, bathed in moonlight, with only his breath visible in the chilled air. The door was unlatched, allowing Itachi to effortlessly slide it open. Inside, Darkness enveloped the space. Upon entering, Itachi wasted no time, striding forward and turning toward the right side of the room, as if he were familiar with the location of the bed. Such a night did little to hinder the vision of the Uchiha clan. I apologize for the intrusion, Yan Bai. To this, Yan Bai offered no response. Itachi noted Yan Bai's tall figure reclined against the wall. Standing before him, Itachi remained silent. The temperature plummeted rapidly. Dressed in a luxuriously embroidered yukata, Yan Bai lounged on the soft couch in a languorous pose, not asleep, but rather immersed in silent contemplation amidst the darkness. The room was spacious, containing only a solitary couch fit for one. A cabinet held bedding, and if one were to sleep, Yan Bai would typically lay the bedding on the tatami to rest. However, at that moment, Reina lay on the floor, her condition peculiar. This was one reason Itachi hesitated to speak. Reina appeared ensnared in a dream, her body twitching and emitting strange sounds. Witnessing this scene sent a chill through Itachi. He understood that Yan Bai had likely employed some form of suggestion or ocular technique on her. Yet, Itachi was unaware of the nature of Reina's dream, as her current demeanor seemed tinged with distress. Although Yan Bai had remained unresponsive since Itachi's arrival, he was unfazed. Itachi knew Yan Bai was likely controlling the dreamscape enveloping Reina. Taking a step closer, he spoke softly. Yan Bai, as you anticipated, a significant event has unfolded within the Hyuga clan. Hinata, the 3-year-old heir, has been abducted by the Cloud Village. Hizashi struck down one assailant, while the other escaped with Hinata. The Hokage has sent me to find you. Despite the urgency of his words, Yan Bai remained motionless, prompting Itachi to question whether his dear friend was merely a shadow of a person, his presence almost imperceptible. If not for Itachi's acute night vision, he might have struggled to locate Yan Bai in the vastness of the room. Yan Bai, please wait a moment, Itachi urged, as if to reciprocate Uchiha Itachi's relentless efforts. Yan Bai finally uttered a response from the shadows. Yan Bai, regarding the Hyuga matter, there is a sense of urgency. Over the years, Uchiha Itachi had devoted himself entirely to Konoha. As Yan Bai previously articulated, the more one invests, the greater the hatred becomes. Because of his substantial contributions, Uchiha Itachi regarded Konoha as a significant entity, and naturally, he would not wish for the clouds of the hidden Cloud Village to trample upon Konoha's dignity, even if the suffering were to befall the Hyuga clan rather than the Uchiha. Is that so? It will soon be resolved. Yan Bai's succinct reply evoked a chilling sensation within Uchiha Itachi. He nodded, poised to respond, when his voice suddenly faltered. It was as though he had been abruptly pushed, causing Uchiha Itachi to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction of Ling Nai. In the darkness, he could discern the long black hair cascading down Ling Nai's back, draped in a flesh-colored kimono, and the soft contours beneath her garment. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned as rigid as stone upon hearing Ling Nai's low, nightmarish voice. Uchiha Itachi, you truly have a knack for disturbing one's dreams. He retreated to the nearest corner by Yan Bai, furrowing his brow, instinctively assuming a combat stance, ready to speak. However, Yan Bai interjected lightly, Ling Nai, you should rest. Itachi and I will step out for a moment. Do not concern yourself with us. After draping a long coat over himself, Yan Bai rose from the soft couch, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. The entire exchange felt remarkably natural. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, following Yan Bai without voicing any complaints about Ling Nai's impudent demeanor. As they walked along the stone path of Yan Bai's courtyard, Uchiha Itachi could no longer contain himself. Yan Bai, perhaps you should go ahead. Yan Bai's clear voice flowed through the darkness. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed, yet he chose to remain silent. After exiting the residence, they walked far from the estate before Yan Bai gently remarked, I apologize for having subjected your eyes to that. Uchiha Itachi regarded Yan Bai with confusion. What exactly did you do to Ling Nai? Yan Bai, with a languid demeanor, extended his slender fingers to smooth his slightly disheveled hair, casually stating, As Ling Nai matures, her adolescent restlessness becomes increasingly difficult to suppress. Thus, I find myself granting her the beautiful dreams she desires in her slumber, alleviating her pent-up emotions. Uchiha Itachi continued to be perplexed. Grant her beautiful dreams? What do you mean by alleviating? Although he had heard of meridian unblocking, he could not comprehend the implications of Yan Bai's words. Despite his confusion, Uchiha Itachi instinctively refrained from inquiring further, sensing it was not a wholesome conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi, having mingled with Yan Bai for so long, quickly grasped the meaning behind the words. Could it be, he gazed at Yan Bai with a complex expression, that this constitutes a form of deceit? Is it not unfair to Miss Ling Nai? Yan Bai replied nonchalantly, what is unfair about it? She has toiled for years at home. And while she may not have merit, she certainly has endured hardships. My actions not only fulfill her desires, but also do not infringe upon my own interests. Is that not quite agreeable? At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi could not help but inquire, Yan Bai, will you marry Miss Ling Nai in the future? Marriage is still a far-off notion. We have yet to graduate from elementary school. Yan Bai maintained his indifferent demeanor. However, it was evident that she harbored thoughts of Uchiha Itachi. He felt that Yan Bai's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, although Yan Bai had indeed done nothing. Ling Nai believed he had done everything. I harbor no such intentions toward her, yet she is unable to restrain herself. Yan Bai sighed. Do you think it is happiness for her to live suppressed alongside me? To prevent her from succumbing to her emotions in the future? It is more fitting to indulge her little fantasies. Does Miss Ling Nai understand that these are merely dreams? Uchiha Itachi found it difficult to broach the subject, feeling it to be an invasion of privacy, yet he could not resist the urge to ask. Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Perhaps she knows, perhaps she does not. In the end, it matters not. Not everyone is worthy of such beautiful dreams. Even if Ling Nai is aware that they are dreams, she would not be angered. Even if it is self-deception, she still experiences happiness, does she not? Uchiha Itachi, exasperated, remarked, You, with your twisted logic, I find it impossible to argue against you. I merely feel this approach is rather unsavory. Yan Bai, unfazed, responded with a smile. Have you misunderstood something? Even if I create dreams for her, in pursuit of realism, I would never allow her to experience dreams that are too far removed from reality. Uchiha Itachi regarded Yan Bai with a quizzical expression, struggling to comprehend. Is there truly a distinction? Are they not dreams characterized by intimate actions between the two? The distinction is considerable, Yan Bai replied, exasperatedly gazing at Uchiha Itachi. While our physiques may indeed resemble those of adults, it still feels incongruous. It is akin to your current inability to comprehend Asuma's unwavering devotion to Kurenai. It is simply a matter of youth, as your tools remain dormant. Uchiha Itachi felt an ominous premonition surging within him and had no desire to delve deeper into this topic. Yan Bai gazed at the night sky, chuckling softly. Thus, even within those beautiful dreams, I did nothing to Ling Nai. I merely used my hands. Uchiha Itachi, unable to endure further, interrupted with a wry smile. Please, do cease. Let us end this idle chatter here. I trust you can manage your personal affairs. Let us focus on the pressing matters concerning the Hyuga clan. Yes, I understand. That is indeed one of the intentions behind the Hidden Cloud's visit. Yan Bai maintained his calm demeanor. He seemed to have a notion of the escape route the Hidden Cloud would take and intended to lead Uchiha Itachi to confront them directly. As Uchiha Itachi observed Yan Bai quickening his pace towards an unusual direction while conversing, he silently trailed behind him. The two ceased their dialogue, their figures swiftly disappearing into the night. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows where they had previously conversed. Is the topic of women all that occupies the minds of adolescent boys? It appears my younger brother is growing up. The figure held a book in hand. A recent comic drawn by Yan Bai, devoid of a title. This was a message from Kuro, relayed through Shiro, who sought Yan Bai's recollections from his childhood with Madara and his experiences before and after seclusion. Unbeknownst to Kuro, while Yan Bai had readily agreed, he scarcely remembered the peaceful days of yore, now fabricating tales from his imagination. Chapter 105. The incident of Hinata Hyuga's abduction. The forest was shrouded in darkness. The distant and soft chirping of insects pierced the silence, conveying a longing for eternal rest beneath the earth. The mournful night wind tore through the air, sweeping away the withered branches and leaves scattered upon the ground. Finally, success. The plan has been in motion for so long. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a black-clad ninja navigated the woods while cradling a child. His forehead protector revealed him to be from the Hidden Cloud village, and the leader of their group had already been slain by Hyuga Hizashi. Their purpose for this excursion was not the so-called peace, but rather to extract a piece of flesh from Konoha. If their intention were truly to amicably sign a peace treaty, they would have done so 3 years prior. Why wait until now? If this operation succeeds, they will acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Should they fail, they can still take the opportunity to strike at Konoha. Especially since their envoy leader was slain by Hyuga Hizashi. Every sacrifice would be justified. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the trees. The Cloud Ninja's heart tightened. He realized that things were not proceeding smoothly, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The trees surrounding him began to emit unsettling sounds, instilling fear and caution in him, as his instincts warned that any movement could result in the trees collapsing upon him. Just as he hesitated, a series of loud bangs erupted, seemingly affirming his ominous premonition. The trees appeared to be cleaved by invisible blades, splintering and forming a cage around the Cloud Ninja, accompanied by a swirling fog. With the trees severed, the once dense canopy vanished, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade down. As the dust settled, the Cloud Ninja's face turned as pale as parchment, revealing two elegantly robed youths beneath the moon's glow. The black-clad Cloud Ninja clutched the child in his arms. Feeling his fingers turn icy and numb, his body drenched in cold sweat, he gazed intently at the handsome youth in dark attire, feeling an ebbing of murderous intent. As if succumbing to a state of exhaustion and vulnerability, the exquisite beauty of the youth, akin to a delicate doll, was accentuated by his lavish garments and tall stature. Before the Cloud Ninja could gather his thoughts, he heard a voice as clear and cold as a mountain spring. "Greetings, envoy of the cloud." Upon hearing Yan Bai's voice, the Cloud Ninja's pupils constricted in terror as he exclaimed, "It's you?" Yan Bai then noticed the display above the ninja's head, Musi-Kaxi, E, yellow, affection level 30. A smirk of amusement crossed Yan Bai's face, pondering how names were generated in this virtual realm. According to the naming conventions of the original storyline, this ninja's name was rather unfortunate. Musi-Kaxi, E phonetically suggested difficulty. The names originating from the Cloud Village were quite intriguing, such as Samyi, meaning very cold, Asi, meaning very hot, Omoi, meaning very heavy, Kuri, meaning very light, and Troy, meaning very foolish. This ninja's name, however, translated to very difficult. Had he not been professionally trained, Yan Bai might have burst into laughter at that moment, but he managed to contain himself. Musi-Kaxi Yi's expression twisted in rage. Damn it! How could these two beautiful youths appear in the forest at this hour? Lavish garments, beautiful youths. Konoha. These three elements unmistakably revealed their identities as the renowned deity of wealth from Konoha, Yan Bai, and standing beside him, the esteemed Uchiha Itachi. Known for his financial acumen and loyalty, such a formidable pairing could not be underestimated. "You seem to recognize me, envoy," Yan Bai said with a mischievous grin as he approached Musi-Kaxi. "The child you are holding is the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, is she not? What brings you here, if not to negotiate a peace treaty? Engaging in child trafficking, perhaps?" Yan Bai advanced slowly, an invisible force seemingly propelling Musi-Kaxi backward, forcing him to retreat until his back met the natural wooden wall formed by the trees. Pressed against the wooden barrier, fear etched itself on his face, his heart boiling with anxiety. The sounds of the forest, the tall figure of the youth, and the hatred emanating from their gazes all signaled to Musi-Kaxi that he was in grave danger. "I adore children," Yan Bai said with a haunting smile. "That is precisely why I detest those who traffic women and children." His words sent a chill down Musi-Kaxi's spine. Yan Bai's gaze fell upon the sleeping girl in Musi-Kaxi's arms. Having previously tested the affection level rewards of the young Sasuke, Yan Bai had refrained from manipulating the affection levels of the Konoha 12, wary of receiving strange and useless rewards. Therefore, this was his first encounter with young Hinata Hyuga in this iteration. With her fair skin, short black hair, and cherubic cheeks, she embodied the essence of the Byakugan princess. "I see now, you have no intention of negotiating. Otherwise, you would not have delayed for 3 years. This is merely a ruse to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and to covet its bloodline limit." Yan Bai lifted his gaze to Musi-Kaxi and softly urged, "Hand the child over to me." Musi-Kaxi's body went rigid, his eyes hollow. Yet, he bit down on his tongue, jolting himself back to reality. With a swift motion, he drew a kunai, pressing its blade against Hinata's delicate neck. "Don't come any closer, or I will kill her." He dared not meet Yan Bai's gaze, nor that of Uchiha Itachi. His only chance of survival lay in the hostage he held. He felt a fleeting sense of luck for having remained vigilant. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a genjutsu and relinquished the child. "The deity of wealth from Konoha. I acknowledge your prowess," Musi-Kaxi muttered, lowering his gaze as he cautiously distanced himself from Yan Bai. He did not dare to meet Yan Bai's eyes. Only focusing on the exquisite tips of his shoes, his expression twisted in anger as he whispered, "Do not force my hand. Otherwise, I will take her life." Yan Bai responded with a bemused tone, "Kill her? Are you referring to that piece of wood in your arms?" Upon hearing this, Muzi Kaxi Yi's eyes widened in shock as he watched the girl in his embrace transform into a wooden post. When he raised his eyes again, he found that the girl who should have been sleeping in his arms lay in Yan Bai's embrace instead. A wave of terror surged within him, prompting him to hurl the wooden post away. However, this action triggered an unexpected turn of events. Uchiha Itachi swiftly caught the wooden post that Muzi Kaxi had discarded. Holding it in his arms, Itachi's crimson eyes deepened into an abyss of night. At that very moment, Muzi Kaxi frantically realized that the wooden post cradled by Uchiha Itachi had reverted back to the youthful Hinata Hyuga. Glancing back at Yan Bai, he saw that he had merely made a gesture of holding a child, yet his arms were empty. There was no child there. This is bad. This is Uchiha-sai technique. From the outset, the child had never left Muzi Kaxi Yi's grasp. It was Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu that had led Muzi Kaxi to believe that Yan Bai had somehow swapped the child for a wooden post. His nerves had led him to overlook the wooden post in his arms. What a blunder. Everything had been a deception. He had been tricked. He had unwittingly handed the child over to Uchiha Itachi. Yan Bai smiled warmly at Muzi Kaxi, his eyes reflecting a captivating light as he spoke. "The trafficking of women and children is something I cannot tolerate. Yet, you have so readily returned the child." Muzi Kaxi Yi's heart raced, and without a second thought, he leaped towards the discarded wooden post behind him. He sought to escape. "Wait a moment, envoy. We are about to leave this place as well. Why not accompany each other?" It was still Yan Bai's melodious, yet infuriating voice. Muzi Kaxi felt a surge of panic and hurriedly ran, desperate to flee. "Don't rush to your demise. Let's become friends. I am eager to have a thorough conversation with you." Yan Bai's vexatious voice continued to pursue him. Muzi Kaxi was acutely aware that none of the 5 assassins sent to kill Yan Bai had survived. He could not afford to be complacent. However, just as he desperately fled, an open space suddenly appeared before him. Fallen trees lay scattered across the ground, and in the midst of this clearing stood Uchiha Itachi, his youthful face solemn as he cradled the sleeping Hinata Hyuga. Muzi Kaxi realized, to his astonishment, that this was the very spot where he had just confronted Yan Bai. Why had he worked so hard to escape, only to return? "Hey, why are you afraid to look at me? Am I that hideous?" Yan Bai's detestable voice lingered. For reasons unknown, Muzi Kaxi Yi's instincts warned him against meeting Yan Bai's gaze. Doing so would invite grave danger. Yet, just as he intended to flee further, Yan Bai suddenly appeared before him, his eyes filled with an enchanting aura fixed on Muzi Kaxi, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, I've caught you." Muzi Kaxi Yi's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into a strange realm, his body convulsing on the ground. In the darkness, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the shadows, holding the sleeping Hinata Hyuga, his expression grave. "Yan Bai, what have you done to that cloud ninja?" "Oh, I wove a few beautiful dreams for him," Yan Bai replied, intrigued by Muzi Kaxi Yi's visible convulsions. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. A few beautiful dreams? It was no wonder Uchiha Itachi was suspicious. Just before leaving Konoha, Yan Bai had created beautiful dreams for Reina. Unaware of Uchiha Itachi's inner thoughts, Yan Bai continued with enthusiasm. "Indeed, beautiful dreams. First, I made him see himself as a corpse, already deceased, yet able to hear the voices of his loved ones. In that dream, his superior mourned him, promising to inherit all his belongings, marry the woman he loved, and raise his children." Uchiha Itachi remarked, "This cloud ninja has truly drawn the short straw by encountering Yan Bai." However, that was not all. Yan Bai grinned and said, "After he accepts in rage that he is but a corpse, I will arrange for his rebirth. Upon returning to life, he will successfully marry the woman he loves. Then, at the wedding, his superior will suddenly confess his love for her. Fearing it might affect his career, the woman will tearfully leave the wedding, turning it into a ceremony for him and his superior. He, not being homosexual, will despair and ultimately take his own life once more." Uchiha Itachi's lips twitched. "You are a devil." He quickly patted Hinata Hyuga, who was nestled in his arms, and urgently interrupted, "Yan Bai, stop this. Hinata's father has killed the leader of the Cloud Envoy. The Cloud side will surely retaliate. We must return swiftly. Yan Bai, visibly displeased, replied. But I detest criminals who traffic women and children. I cannot let him go so easily. Yan Bai believed that mere physical pain was insufficient. Death was too swift. Taking away all sensation. Only psychological torment could deliver the appropriate punishment, one that could be repeated endlessly. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Muzukatsu, who was now frothing at the mouth on the ground, pursed his lips, and finally said, "Then could you be quicker about it?" "Very well." Yan Bai responded with a radiant smile. Thereafter, Yan Bai ceased explaining his actions to Uchiha Itachi. He compelled Muzukatsu to continuously experience the betrayals of his friends and family, the disdain of women, the unspoken affection of men, and the scorn of the villagers. In essence, Yan Bai immersed Muzukatsu in a repulsive existence within the hidden Cloud Village, surrounded by the revulsion of relatives, friends, and fellow villagers. The experiences in the dream felt painfully real, and Muzukatsu, not particularly steadfast in resolve, was relentlessly tortured into a state of mental collapse. Yan Bai relented. Having achieved his aim, his intention was not to bring about Muzukatsu's demise, but rather to instill a deep-seated hatred for the hidden Cloud Village within him before generously allowing him to return alive. Even if Muzukatsu were to realize that what he had seen was false, could he still face the hidden Cloud Village with composure? Could he interact with his friends and family there with ease? Yan Bai was uncertain whether Muzukatsu could maintain his composure. He only knew that he had used his kaleidoscope Sharingan to torment a wicked enemy involved in child trafficking, and that satisfaction was enough for him. As for whether his enemy's future would be dark or bright, Yan Bai felt no obligation to intervene. Simply allowing his enemy to live was already a cruelty, and he considered himself quite merciful. Chapter 107. Do not tease the children. Finally escaping the relentless nightmare, Muzukatsu awoke with a wail, bursting into uncontrollable tears like a madman, unable to stop. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, glancing helplessly at Yan Bai, who stood nearby, an expression of glee on his face. Yan Bai's actions were so effective that Uchiha Itachi found it difficult to discern who the true villain was. Moreover, whenever Uchiha Itachi questioned Yan Bai about his dubious actions, Yan Bai always had a plethora of twisted justifications for his cruelty. For instance, Yan Bai once stated, "To uphold justice, one must wield the power of darkness. The victor can spread positivity while the defeated become mere fertilizer." Uchiha Itachi handed Hinata Hyuga, who was nestled in his arms, over to Yan Bai before pulling the sobbing Muzukatsu back to Konoha. The heart-wrenching cries of Muzukatsu echoed throughout the forest, filled with profound sorrow. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga, cradled in Yan Bai's arms, stirred slightly, awakened by the surrounding commotion. As she drowsily opened her eyes, her pure white orbs met the visage of a handsome young man, leaving her uncertain if she was dreaming. "Ah, the princess has awakened," Yan Bai remarked with a gentle smile, his voice melodious. Treating Hinata Hyuga as an infant, akin to how he once teased Sasuke, he playfully tapped her chin with his slender finger. "Go back to sleep, we will soon be home." Having been raised in the strict confines of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga had never been treated in such a manner, and her cheeks flushed a deep red as she stared at Yan Bai, her awareness sharpening. With a favorability score reaching 60 points, you have become a close friend of Hinata Hyuga, triggering a special effect of the facial disguise. You have received a unique favorability reward from Hinata Hyuga, a beautiful children's yukata, a chakra card 01, and 1000 ryo. Yan Bai remarked, "Goodness, I must ensure this child falls into a deep slumber. What if at 100 favorability, the reward is a lovely pair of children's underwear? That would be utterly exasperating." Uchiha Itachi, carrying Muzukatsu, sprinted ahead, rolling his eyes as he sensed Yan Bai attempting to flirt with the child once more. Over the years, Itachi had come to understand Yan Bai well. To Itachi, Yan Bai was a reckless libertine, whose flirtations, whether verbal or otherwise, seemed instinctual. Regardless of age, he could effortlessly stir emotions in anyone, from infants to grandmothers. "Oh dear, children must sleep more to grow." Yan Bai's lament echoed from behind. Itachi glared, predicting Yan Bai's next move. Sure enough, moments later, Itachi heard Yan Bai reciting multiplication tables. During their journey, Hinata Hyuga succumbed to Yan Bai's rapid-fire recitation and drifted off to sleep. Hinata thought, "What a handsome older brother. I must remember him." Although Hinata had finally fallen asleep, Yan Bai's anxious heart remained tense. The children of this world were far too precocious. That fleeting glance, he had no idea what impression it would leave on Hinata. If she were to develop feelings for him, it would indeed be a calamity. In such moments, while cradling the young Hinata, Yan Bai pondered whether he should implant memories of a certain film he had once seen, replacing the leads with grown-up Naruto and Hinata through AI face swapping, thereby helping her comprehend who her future partner would be. Yet, was it truly the act of a sane person to insert such films into a child's mind? Yan Bai felt a new wave of distress. Perhaps he could settle for embedding something more artistic and romantic into her thoughts instead. At that moment, the meeting room of the Hyuga clan was bustling with people. Following the original plot, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had swiftly communicated with the Cloud Village, which had obstinately refused to acknowledge their covetous intentions towards Konoha's Byakugan and instead demanded the handover of the alleged perpetrator, an outrageous request indeed. However, unlike the original narrative, Sarutobi did not outright reject the Cloud Village's demands, but instead convened a meeting with the Hyuga clan. Besides Sarutobi, an elderly man with Byakugan remarked solemnly, "Lord Hokage, the Cloud Village insists that their ninja was innocently slain in Konoha, demanding we hand over the culprit. They seek to take away Hizashi?" This elder was none other than the head of the Hyuga main family, the biological father of the Hizashi brothers. This is outrageous. The Cloud Village is clearly not sincere in their negotiations. It is an insidious plot that we must not concede to. Indignant voices spread like wildfire. Sarutobi silently puffed on his pipe, not uttering a word. 3 years prior, Yan Bai had quelled the unrest single-handedly, but Sarutobi had paid a hefty price for it. Given the current situation, he believed his investment in Yan Bai had been worthwhile. However, he remained uncertain of Yan Bai's stance. Unlike those swayed by Yan Bai's influence, Sarutobi was almost immune to it, perceiving the situation with greater clarity. He understood that whether or not they should engage depended on Yan Bai's willingness to intervene. If Yan Bai declared that the Cloud Village desired war, he and Rin would surely support it without hesitation. Yet, if Yan Bai's response was one of indifference, Sarutobi would be deeply troubled. Thus, while the Hyuga clan conversed animatedly, Sarutobi merely wore a conflicted expression, quietly observing. As the discussions among the Hyuga clan continued, a man's frantic wails pierced the night sky. All members of the Hyuga clan froze, their eyes wide in shock, as if time had stopped. The sudden silence allowed the sorrowful cries to resonate clearly. The atmosphere grew tense. What was happening? Who was crying at such a dismal volume? Sarutobi rose from his seat. Realizing Yan Bai had arrived and understood his stance, the Hyuga clan members turned their attention to Sarutobi, filled with curiosity and apprehension about the impending events. Uchiha Itachi, dragging the wailing Muzi Kashi-e, finally reached the Hyuga clan's territory. Kashi-e's anguished cries startled all the night birds from their perches. Chapter 108, War? Do they still hold the initiative? Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi nearly raced back, recognized by the guardians of the Hyuga clan, who promptly guided them to the meeting room. Upon entering, Yan Bai was met with a sea of bewildered Byakugan gazes directed at the sobbing Cloud Ninja being dragged in by Itachi. The atmosphere was charged, and Yan Bai cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi, indicating he had overheard their previous conversation. The members of the Hyuga clan furrowed their brows. Aware of Yan Bai's exploits within the Konoha ninja system, their expressions grave and silent. However, the utterly distraught Kashi-e continued to weep uncontrollably. Yan Bai abruptly lifted his foot and gently kicked Kashi-e's head, causing him to collapse to the ground, his cries ceasing instantly. The room fell into complete silence. Most of the Hyuga clan instinctively swallowed hard, their expressions serious as they focused on Yan Bai. His clear yet cold voice resonated within the conference hall. The Cloud Village has persistently tested our limits. They have made these insolent demands under the delusion of advantage. Should we concede, they would reap the benefits without consequence. If we refuse, what can they truly do to us? As he spoke, Yan Bai turned his gaze towards Sarutobi. Standing beside Sarutobi were several high-ranking members of Konoha. Figures such as Tsunade and Mito Minyen had cultivated beneficial relationships with Yan Bai over the years, and Shimura Danzo was even more so. Mito Minyen, with a calm demeanor, stated, 3 years ago, we repelled the Cloud Village. By swiftly concluding the conflict, Konoha experienced minimal losses. Over these 3 years, our village has secured the finest resources. Even should war arise again, the Cloud Village would still be unable to defeat us. Therefore, even if we do not acquiesce to their unreasonable requests, they cannot harm us. Mito Minyan's remarks encapsulated the sentiments of Konoha's leadership. The Hyuga clansmen's taut nerves began to relax slightly. Indeed, the Cloud Village posed no real threat to them. A sinister smile emerged on Yan Bai's face as he expressed his disdain for those who disturbed the tranquility of our Leaf Village. Under the cover of night, they infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory, abducting children. Can we tolerate such behavior? Absolutely not. Although silence enveloped the scene, the increasingly tense atmosphere conveyed the collective sentiment of the crowd. How could we allow others to trample upon us and depart unscathed? Yan Bai's malevolent grin became more pronounced as he posed a question. If they can make insolent demands, why should we not do the same? We could articulate our own terms, and if they reject them, we lose nothing. Yet, should they acquiesce, the potential gains could be significant. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the senior officials of Konoha sat in their seats, their expressions revealing a subtle complexity. Over the years, during private discussions with Yan Bai about deceitful strategies, they often found themselves wearing such expressions. When profits reached a threshold of 10, some would stir with anticipation. At 50, others would dare to take risks. Upon reaching 100, they would trample upon all earthly laws, and at 300, they would not even flinch at the gallows. The ninja world is shaped by the backdrop of Eastern culture, which Yan Bai had meticulously studied. Their subconscious attitudes towards the feudal lords baffled him. However, this mattered little. For Yan Bai was now implementing his long-desired experiment, gradually corroding this group with material temptations. When the allure of profit was substantial enough, they would be capable of virtually anything. Thus, when the prospect of significant gain presented itself, could the unalterable script of fate be rewritten? As it stands, Yan Bai offered them immense benefits. As long as he proposed a lucrative suggestion, they were eager to listen intently. He spread his arms wide, resembling a priest presiding over a sacred ritual, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Did Yunin expect us to sacrifice our innocent ninjas for the sake of so-called peace? What audacity do they possess? They attempted to steal children from our village only to be met with death, yet they dare to demand compensation? What gall? Who has spoiled them so? 3 years ago, we were the victors. It is we who should set the terms. They came to negotiate a peace treaty out of desperation, not us. To concede to their insolent demands would be an act of disgrace and humiliation for our village. As victors, could we allow the feeble Yunin to have their way? As these words settled in the air, an unexpected voice emerged from the crowd of the Hyuga clan, proclaiming, "No." This utterance acted as a switch, prompting more voices to resonate with conviction, "No." The unified response caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to furrow his brow slightly. After listening to their fervent protests, Yan Bai continued, "We must reject their shameless demands. Let their audacity sharpen our diplomatic skills, transforming their impudence into our strength." At this moment, Tonoharu, unable to contain her thoughts any longer, whispered, "What if they use this as an excuse to wage war again?" Yan Bai smiled slightly. "War? Do you truly think Yunin can dictate whether to initiate conflict?" Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent, spoke with a calm demeanor. "As long as Konoha Hot Springs Village ceases to supply luxury goods and rare vegetables to the nobility of the Land of Lightning, the feudal lord will be infuriated. Without the support of the feudal lord, and without funds, Yunin's attempts to wage war would only lead to their own demise. Unless Yunin can swiftly steal, snatch, or cultivate the superior seeds and production methods we possess, or unless they can defeat us outright, they will find no support from the feudal lord in their endeavor. The feudal lord's disapproval renders any Yunin outcry futile. They are bound by the will of the lord." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. To prevent war, the fervor of combatants pales in comparison to the effective influence of the nobles' daily indulgences. In the eyes of the feudal lords, the great ninja wars are merely games of attrition among ninjas, ultimately driven by the pursuit of resources and profit. Should war lead to significant losses for the feudal lords, Yunin's desire to wage war would be thwarted. They must first overthrow the feudal regime before seeking to engage us. As Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally addressed the assembly. A kind yet resolute expression graced his aged face as he declared, "As the victors, we have no reason to bow to compromise. In the name of the third Hokage, I assure you, we shall negotiate with Yunin with the utmost severity, and we shall not concede to any of their insolent demands." The course of fate had shifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence had grown significantly. How could he exhibit weakness now? Would he allow outsiders to undermine the esteemed Hyuga clan? Such actions would only expedite the ninjas' alignment with Yan Bai's cause. If they could not defeat Yan Bai, they might as well join him. Long live the Hokage! Cheered the ninjas of the Hyuga clan within the conference room. Everyone yearned to avoid war, but refused to beg for peace and humiliation. In this moment, amidst the senior leaders of Konoha surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen, a profound silence prevailed, with no one daring to dissent. Regardless of whether conflict ensued, the lives lost would not be those of this elite group. Their sole focus was maximizing their own interests. As long as there were no conflicting interests, there was no need for mindless opposition. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the group of elderly officials, marching with determination to confront the remnants of Yunin's delegation. The unconscious Muzikashi, who had been struck during the meeting, awoke to continue his wailing, only to be dragged away by the root ninjas under Shimura Danzo's command. Yan Bai entrusted the slumbering Hinata to Hyuga Hizashi, who, cradling the child, solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Hyuga clan leader. Mere words of thanks are insufficient. Yan Bai replied with a languid smile that appeared almost jestful. However, Hyuga Hizashi understood that Yan Bai's words were not to be taken lightly. The prominent clans within Konoha were well aware of Yan Bai's character. He was a trustworthy collaborator, driven by mutual benefit. An equitable exchange was essential. Today, Yan Bai had rendered significant assistance to the Hyuga clan, and if they offered no token of appreciation, they would inevitably face Yan Bai's insistence for recompense. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to foster goodwill rather than to antagonize this merciless figure who demanded payment. Moreover, Yan Bai wielded considerable influence, allowing the Hyuga clan to retain its dignity as ninjas of Konoha. The traditionally stern and stringent Hyuga Hizashi genuinely appreciated Yan Bai's efforts. Yan Bai noticed the bubble above Hizashi's head indicating a favorability of 20. A faint smile crept upon Hizashi's lips as he assured, "Rest assured, the gratitude will surely meet your expectations." What kind of tribute would the clan leader provide? Yan Bai pondered with a hint of anticipation. Please stay tuned. A smile also graced Hyuga Hizashi's serious countenance. Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi stood side by side, bowing respectfully to Hyuga Hizashi at the door as they prepared to depart. However, another voice echoed not far away. "Niji, come here quickly. Thank you, Lord of Fortune." Yan Bai turned his gaze towards the sound, and was surprised to see Hyuga Hizashi approaching with a small boy of about 4 or 5 years, whose eyes resembled those afflicted with cataracts. It was indeed Hyuga Hizashi and his son, Hyuga Niji. The mere presence of Hyuga Hizashi here implied that he was aware of the impending compromise between Konoha's upper echelons and the Cloud Village. It was clear that the Hyuga clan would not sacrifice Hyuga Hayashi for atonement. It would be Hizashi, a member of the branch family, who would be cast aside to face death. Perhaps, even before Yan Bai and Konoha's higher-ups arrived, the clan's elder had already prepared Hizashi for his fate. Yet, all previous preparations seemed futile now. Yan Bai looked at Hyuga Hizashi with a peculiar expression. At that moment, he realized that he had inadvertently altered the course of events. And quite successfully at that. Not only had he changed some details, but it did not mean that Hizashi would escape death. He merely would not die as a political pawn in this incident. His demise could come from some other unforeseen circumstance, one beyond Yan Bai's control. Contemplating this, Yan Bai suddenly became intrigued by the fate of the surviving Hizashi and wondered when and how he would eventually meet his end. Following closely behind his father, Hyuga Niji gazed timidly at Yan Bai. Thank you, Lord of Fortune." Approaching Yan Bai alongside his father, the small boy bowed deeply, unable to meet Yan Bai's gaze. In truth, Niji had no understanding of the events transpiring that day, yet he was obedient and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been used as a substitute for my elder brother, which is the fate of a branch family member," Hizashi lamented. Fate. Upon hearing this term, the smile on Yan Bai's face gradually faded. This virtual world lacked true freedom. It was grounded by events that dictated the destinies of all. If these individuals were aware that every significant occurrence in their lives was predetermined from birth to death, what expressions would they wear? Despite seeing through this, Yan Bai managed to restore his smile. "I do not believe in fate. With sufficient strength, one can master their own destiny." Sufficient strength? Hizashi echoed the phrase softly, yet spoke with a tone of pessimism. "You possess an extraordinary talent for wealth accumulation and capabilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, you can indeed control your own fate. As a ninja of the branch family, we are bound by constraints. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, a peculiar emotion washed over Yan Bai. Could Hisashi's survival become an obstacle to Niji's rise? Such a negative worldview would undoubtedly impact the young Niji. It felt as though, despite having saved the dignity of the Hyuga clan and Hisashi's life, he had inadvertently committed an act of wrongdoing. However, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. How could that be a bad deed? He had done nothing wrong. Yan Bai glanced at the innocent Niji and mused that if a person was destined to become a genius, they would inevitably fulfill that destiny. If Niji were to become a failure because of his father's survival, it would not be Yan Bai's concern. That would be Niji's own issue. In fact, Yan Bai had rescued Niji from a fate devoid of paternal affection. As a powerful individual, one's friends and family could not afford to be too weak. Otherwise, even if the strong refrained from taking action against them, fate itself would replace those who hindered progress. Such hindrances might meet untimely ends through accidents, illness, or inexplicable misfortunes, as destiny sought to fulfill its predetermined narrative. With these thoughts in mind, Yan Bai smiled at the Hyuga brothers. Well then, we must take our leave. Do remember to send the token of gratitude promptly. With that, Yan Bai turned to depart. The usually silent Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at the Hyuga brothers before following Yan Bai's lead. Chapter 110. Reina is the easiest to coax. Dawn broke. Heavy gray clouds enveloping the earth, and the pale horizon cast thin lines across the land. Soon, the skies would brighten gradually. Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi parted ways at the street corner. Upon returning home, Yan Bai found Reina waiting in the living room, brewing tea. As he changed his shoes at the entrance, he produced a beautiful set of children's yukata, a reward for achieving a 60-point favorability with Hinata Hyuga. This item held no value for Yan Bai. However, anything that had been touched left its mark, making it unwise to discard it carelessly. What appeared to lack value was not inherently worthless. Rather, it was the user who failed to realize how to transform it into something of worth. For Yan Bai, it was better to utilize it to achieve some semblance of value than to simply throw it away. Reina, hearing the sounds from the entrance, emerged from within. You're back, Yan Bai. As soon as she spoke, her steps faltered, the pent-up emotions erupted, and she struggled to maintain a balance between her composure and her physical actions. Yan Bai stood at the entrance, neither advancing nor retreating. The gates and the door to the house were closed, creating a dim atmosphere. The scene was painted in a terrifying darkness. Yet, Reina perceived beauty in this scene. For Yan Bai existed within that horrifying darkness, his beauty capable of swallowing her fears of the unknown and the dark. In Reina's heart, when facing Yan Bai, any negativity, be it darkness, ugliness, or even death, was rendered shameful. I've missed you. Reina seemed to muster her courage to express this, positioning herself before Yan Bai. She yearned to embrace him, but her timid heart restrained her. In the brief hours since Yan Bai had left the house, Reina had devoted considerable time and effort to beautifying and caring for herself, ensuring that her appearance remained elegant and her skin smooth and fair. Observant as she was, Reina noticed the folded yukata in Yan Bai's hands, crafted in colors and patterns suited for girls. It was far too small for her to wear. Thus it was evident that the garment was not meant for her. A fear of abandonment surged within her heart. Did Yan Bai encounter someone else? A younger girl, perhaps? Indeed, it was natural for him to attract the admiration of younger, innocent souls, just as she once did. After all, he was exceedingly beautiful. In the hot spring village, numerous stunning women, from infants to the elderly, could evoke a pressure upon Reina that was unprecedented. Yan Bai changed his shoes, maintaining an ordinary expression as he walked into the house. Reina speculated about the implications of each of his actions. Did he have no interest in her at all? Or was it that he held no interest in someone deemed unattractive? Perhaps such interpretations led to Reina's unusual emotional state. In contrast to Reina's assumptions, Yan Bai discreetly observed her favorability rating fluctuating, rising and falling, entering a darkened state one moment and then seemingly doused with cold water to regain composure the next, bouncing back and forth. Without needing to ask, Yan Bai understood that Reina was concocting her own narratives. Regardless of what Reina may be contemplating, Yan Bai has long since become accustomed to this situation. After all, Reina has lived with Yan Bai for a considerable period. And as Yan Bai had previously confided to Itachi, although Reina may not have rendered significant contributions, her efforts have not gone unnoticed, and he would never neglect those around him. Of course, since Yan Bai has not yet developed romantic feelings for Reina, he does not intend to compromise his own well-being merely to placate her. Moreover, the recurring scenario of testing Reina in pursuit of mutual benefit has proven to be quite intriguing to Yan Bai. Thus, maintaining a healthy daily routine has become a frequent endeavor for him. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yan Bai first washed his hands and changed out of his long coat, which bore the scent of grass and dew, before settling into his designated seat. Reina perked up and began to cautiously brew tea for Yan Bai. After pouring him a cup of hot tea, he unexpectedly handed her the beautiful yukata he had just brought back. Reina received the garment in a daze. Puzzled as to why Yan Bai would present her with such a gift, afraid to inquire further lest she confront an answer she was not prepared to accept, Yan Bai lifted the teacup and, lowering his gaze, remarked, "Today, a messenger from Yuin attempted to abduct a child from the Hinata clan, but Itachi and I apprehended him. This is a token of gratitude for that child. You see, Itachi has no young girls in his household, so it has come into my possession." Yan Bai, adept at weaving such fanciful tales, found it amusing. Though Reina possessed a meticulous nature, her modest desires made her relatively easy to appease. Listening to Yan Bai's enchanting fabrication, she gently caressed the exquisite yukata meant for a little girl, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yan Bai casually glanced at the affinity score hovering above Reina's head and softly added, "I know this garment is too small for you, but if it were to adorn your future child, it would surely look delightful." At these words, Reina's spirits brightened instantly. She looked up, her face alight with surprise and joy. "You're right, it would be beautiful. Thank you, I truly love it." Her mood seemed to transform her entire demeanor. No longer the timid and melancholy figure she had been, she now resembled a resplendent white flower, her sparkling eyes reflecting dreams of the future. As of now, whether Reina would bear children remained uncertain. Yan Bai's words did not specify with whom she would have children, only that the yukata was intended for her future offspring. Given Reina's propensity for imaginative interpretations, Yan Bai felt no need for further clarification. The garment had finally served a purpose, allowing him to resolve a lingering concern. With a sense of relief, Yan Bai prepared to rise and retreat to his room for rest. However, just as his slender fingers set down the teacup, Reina's delicate hands appeared within his line of sight. Silently, she gently touched the hand that had just placed the teacup down, sending a shiver down Yan Bai's spine. He turned to look at Reina, who was now blissfully closing her eyes. Even with her eyes shut, Yan Bai's ethereal beauty remained etched in her mind. Her serene and lovely features took on an air of shyness, as she mused, "I adore the flowing moonlight through the window, the melodies you once sang for me, and your tender touches. Please continue to cherish me as you did last night." Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged as he opened his eyes to meet hers. Slowly, Reina opened her eyes, gazing upon the visage that captivated her. A smile graced Yan Bai's lips, and in that moment, Reina felt her cherished dreams inch closer to reality. Suddenly, she gently collapsed onto the tatami beside the tea table, her cheeks flushed, her body trembling, her eyes wide open, reflecting a blend of joy and anguish. Yan Bai looked down at the fallen Reina, a tender smile gracing his face. Chapter 111. Averting hidden dangers. Reina reveled in her euphoria until midday. During this time, Yan Bai exhibited no unusual behavior, only feigning the need to bathe and change when Reina rose to prepare lunch. The atmosphere during the meal was decidedly peculiar. A strange blush lingered on Reina's cheeks, and Yan Bai, uncertain of her thoughts, observed her actions, which hinted at her being ensnared in a peculiar fantasy, tinged with unfulfilled desires. This was not a promising sign. Reflecting on the gift bestowed upon Reina, Yan Bai acknowledged that while the dreams he conjured felt tangible, they could not withstand the exuberance of Reina's spirit. This could not continue. A different approach was necessary. After lunch, as they sat across from one another, Reina had not tended to the vegetable garden as she usually did, seemingly caught between words. Yan Bai sighed deeply and said, "Reina, I must apologize." "Huh?" Reina looked up in surprise, bewildered by his sudden contrition. "When I left Moonshadow Town, my abrupt departure inflicted considerable emotional distress upon you." Yan Bai spoke gently. Reina hurriedly protested, "No, Yan Bai, it's not true. Besides, you promised me you would never leave without reason. I trust you." Yet, Yan Bai shook his head, replying, "Years ago, I told you that you must strive to improve yourself, to pursue what you desire, so that no one could take it away from you. While my words gave you a purpose, They also became a mental shackle. Reina's head snapped up as she stared at Yan Bai in shock. She reflected on the past 3 years and how she had spent them. She had learned much, feeling foolish in comparison to Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Reina worked doubly hard, striving to harness the love and strength she received from Yan Bai to keep pace with Itachi's studies. Why compare herself to Uchiha Itachi? Because Itachi was the one closest to Yan Bai, and Reina did not wish to drift too far from him. Feeling inadequate would mean she could not draw near to Yan Bai. Inadequacy would lead to dragging him down and facing criticism and disdain from others. If she were not good enough, Yan Bai would not like her. These standards drove Reina to push herself harder, but they also infiltrated her relationship with Yan Bai, becoming the sole pathway of her existence. It seemed that if she fell short, she would be discarded. Reina, you genuinely fear being rejected by me, yet often, these fears are mere fabrications of your mind, leaving a wound in your heart. Yan Bai granted her the time to reflect before earnestly stating, your actions and demeanor reveal your inner self. You genuinely believe that the real you is unworthy of love. Thus, you compel yourself to excel, to embody what you think I expect of you. But, Reina, do you know? Even I am uncertain of what kind of partner I desire. Yan Bai perceived the restlessness within Reina. Her sense of dissatisfaction stemmed from a need to validate her worth through intimacy with him, to affirm that she deserved love. Yet, Reina still felt inadequate, for the closeness she craved felt insubstantial. If this continued, she would inevitably unearth the illusion of her beautiful dreams, realizing that everything was but a facade. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Ling Nai's eyes reddened, and she began to choke back tears. Yan Bai gently urged her, Ling Nai, release yourself from this burden. Do not belittle your own worth. He carefully articulated, I have noticed that despite your commendable efforts, you perpetually live with an aversion towards yourself, which is exceedingly arduous. You often claim that your proficiency in mathematics and science is commendable, yet pales in comparison to Itachi's. You exhibit remarkable attention to detail, yet lack the broader perspective that Itachi and I possess. You perceive my praises as mere pity, believing that I do not genuinely regard your accomplishments as worthy. Your pursuit of excellence has become a means to appease me rather than a heartfelt transformation, which has led you to live in a state of depression and humility. Hearing Yan Bai's observations, Ling Nai could no longer contain her tears. He had articulated her innermost struggles and comprehended her suffering. Ling Nai, do not love me so excessively. Reserve your love for yourself first. Yan Bai suddenly grasped Ling Nai's trembling hand and softly reassured her, any love you wish to give, whether to me or others, is entirely your prerogative, but you must prioritize yourself. You may strive daily, yet let it not be to satisfy me or anyone else, but to recognize your own worthiness. Ling Nai broke down, sobbing loudly as she fell into Yan Bai's embrace. He refrained from speaking, allowing her to weep freely. Let your grievances flow out, he thought. Ling Nai's affections were becoming increasingly suffocating for Yan Bai, presenting a significant risk that he felt compelled to address promptly. Once her tears subsided, Ling Nai wore a weary yet blissful smile, apologizing, I am sorry for causing you concern. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Bai calmly advised, Ling Nai, do not indulge excessively. It is detrimental to your health. At this, Ling Nai's cheeks flushed slightly, but she countered, yet, we have not reached the final step, right? It shouldn't harm you, should it? Yan Bai shook his head, asserting, it does have an impact, and it is not beneficial. He proceeded to explain the optimal reproductive age for both men and women, emphasizing the importance of self-care to avoid potential health issues that could lead to the birth of children with disabilities or impairments. Ling Nai listened intently, her serious demeanor evoking an unexpected sense of guilt in Yan Bai, who was merely jesting. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to encourage her to temper her actions. The more frequently one engages in activities, the greater the likelihood of errors. It is best to minimize them. After absorbing Yan Bai's alarming words, Ling Nai quickly assured him that she would be more cautious in the future, then donned a serious expression as she prepared a meal. The situation with the Cloud Village had reached a conclusion. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hisashi, the Konoha higher-ups were more resolute than ever, especially with the iron-willed Danzo at the helm, engaging in tense discussions with the Cloud emissaries. 2 Cloud ninjas had attempted to infiltrate the Hyuga clan, resulting in 1 death and 1 insanity, yet they failed to acquire the Hyuga's bloodline limit. The Cloud leadership, incensed, demanded the surrender of the perpetrators responsible for the assassination of their envoy. However, Sarutobi Hizashi and his colleagues maintained an unwavering stance, refusing any concessions even in the face of threats of war from the Cloud. Ultimately, they witnessed the Cloud Village's retreat. It had long been a facade, unable to instigate war due to the intervention of the Land of Lightning's daimyo, who enjoyed the benefits of Konoha's hot springs. Thus, in the year 51 of Konoha, the peace treaty with the Cloud was signed, adhering to the original narrative. In Chapter 112, Yan Bai diligently inspected the operations of the hot spring village daily, simultaneously cultivating goodwill among the villagers. After 3 years of experimentation, he had discerned numerous patterns in enhancing the favorability of ninjas, realizing that while it was fraught with challenges, winning the affection of innocent civilians was the safest approach. The offerings consisted of everyday essentials, yet the incremental benefits to his physical attributes were substantial. Yan Bai felt his physical prowess had grown formidable, thanks to the villagers' contributions. Consequently, he had grown indifferent towards the favor of key characters from the original narrative, no longer concerned about their opinions. Another matter of note was Orochimaru. Over the course of 3 years, his elusive nature had become exceedingly pronounced. Even when Yan Bai endeavored to entice him with scientific knowledge, Orochimaru politely declined any association, never daring to approach Yan Bai in his true form. To prevent Yan Bai from seeking him out, Orochimaru endeavored to satisfy Yan Bai's other research requests, treating him as a human pathogen. In essence, Yan Bai had become a pariah in Orochimaru's eyes, and the latter feared that any contact would lead to contagion. Yan Bai, feeling helpless, decided to cease attempts to befriend Orochimaru, allowing things to unfold as they would. Many of the products from the hot spring village, including improved rice seeds, fruit saplings, and various luxury goods, were outputs of Orochimaru's work. Yan Bai would propose concepts and methods, while Orochimaru would materialize them, meticulously documenting the processes. This was a testament to the outcomes driven by Orochimaru's cautious nature. Thus, the village's prosperity owed at least half, if not more, of its success to Orochimaru's contributions. Of course, Orochimaru had also benefited from his association with Yan Bai, gaining valuable insights into construction and the scientific knowledge Yan Bai possessed. However, he remained averse to facing Yan Bai, especially in direct encounters. On one occasion, when Yan Bai visited him, Orochimaru fled at the mere sound of his approach, leaving Yan Bai without even a glimpse of him. Alarmingly, Orochimaru had even developed a knack for evading Yan Bai's attempts to summon him through dreams, a testament to his unique cunning. It must be said that Orochimaru was indeed one of the most intriguing ninjas within the world of Naruto. Though this was a fictional realm, his character was inherently fascinating, driven by an insatiable spirit of exploration. Under Yan Bai's influence, Orochimaru had actively researched and developed numerous peculiar skills, becoming increasingly formidable. Yan Bai estimated that Orochimaru's current strength surpassed that of his destined counterpart. Yan Bai harbored a sense of admiration for Orochimaru's avoidance. As long as he could maintain contact, he was unconcerned about their inability to meet face-to-face. However, the downside to this arrangement was that without in-person interaction, Yan Bai could not ascertain Orochimaru's favorability or stance towards him. The feeling of being regarded as a menace was disconcerting, leading Yan Bai to avoid seeking Orochimaru after that incident, instead opting to communicate with him through dreams. One day, a ninja from the Umbu approached the hot spring village, conveying an invitation from the Hokage. Without hesitation, Yan Bai made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he encountered the long-absent Uchiha Shursui. Yan Bai, Uchiha Shursui greeted him with a smile, his mesmerizing Sharingan fixed upon him. "It has been a while," Yan Bai replied, his face breaking into a warm smile. Uchiha Shursui, now a Jonin, wielded his 3-tomo Sharingan with prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. He had earned the moniker of Shursui of the body flicker technique. Since he had grown indifferent towards the favorability of ninjas, Yan Bai had returned to a state of detachment from their affairs, having signed an agreement with the 3rd Hokage to work in the hot spring village post-graduation, eschewing the life of a ninja. In the present day, Yan Bai once again encountered Uchiha Shursui, and it dawned on him that he had once more entered a state of slightly chaotic temporal events. Perhaps it was due to the provocation from Uchiha Itachi and himself. This version of Uchiha Shursui was also significantly more powerful than in the original narrative, and with his experience in the Umbu and the Konoha police force, his standing had risen considerably. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, interrupting the nostalgic exchange between Yan Bai and Uchiha Shursui. Yan Bai, the reason I summoned you is this. Did you not express interest in investigating the resources of the Mist Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly, coincidentally. Shui is tasked there and can accompany you. Yan Bai had previously transformed waste into treasure and often remarked that one should not solely exploit their own resources, but rather seize the opportunity to acquire resources from other ninja villages at the most economical prices while they remained oblivious to their true potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen found Yan Bai's reasoning sound, and given that Yan Bai had ties in Konoha, residing there, he believed that as long as he did not provoke Yan Bai, he would likely not relocate hastily. Wherever Yan Bai went, he would inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, thus establishing a modicum of trust between them. Since Konoha signed a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, several espionage incidents had occurred in the vicinity, including conflicts with Mist ninjas. Uchiha Shui was responsible for the investigations and missions concerning the Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was essentially proposing that Yan Bai accompany Uchiha Shui to the Land of Water. Yan Bai silently regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing that the elder might be attempting to utilize him as a free enforcer, cloaking it all under the pretense of resource investigation. If he were to request Yan Bai's assistance, Sarutobi Hiruzen would need to compensate him. However, he interpreted Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion as Yan Bai was already meant to undertake this resource investigation, and this was merely one of the opportunities. Suddenly, a thought struck Yan Bai, and he calmly acquiesced to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. Upon Yan Bai's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief and began to quietly brief the small team, which included Uchiha Shui. After receiving the instructions, Yan Bai followed Uchiha Shui out of the Hokage's office, walking side by side. Uchiha Shui suddenly smiled and said, "I want to thank you for everything you've done for Itachi and our clan over the years. Due to work commitments, we haven't had the chance to see each other for quite some time. There is no need for such formalities. I act for my own sake. When you are well, I am well, and that is most favorable for all," Yan Bai replied in an official tone. Uchiha Shui continued to smile gently, but abruptly stated, "Yan Bai," as he awkwardly scratched his head. How has Miss Reina been lately?" Yan Bai regarded Uchiha Shui and nodded truthfully. "Reina is doing well. She is well fed, clothed, and sheltered. One could say she is quite all right." Uchiha Shui hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Yan Bai looked at him with curiosity, wondering if Uchiha Shui harbored feelings for Reina. It seemed quite reasonable, aside from the incident involving a cabbage that had caused a bloody affair. Reina was known for her gentle and warm demeanor, and she took care to enhance her appearance, making her a renowned beauty. However, it was one thing for other men to admire Reina, but it felt slightly unusual for Uchiha Shui, as he was a victim of the cabbage incident. Could he be a masochist? How shocking. The gentle Uchiha Shui ignited feelings of love through Reina's feather duster. Observing Uchiha Shui's indecisiveness, he resembled a different, more frantic version of Asuma Sarutobi, one who, despite wanting to confess, feared rejection and sought counsel from the heroine's younger brother on how to express his feelings. Yet, Yan Bai had always been an honest individual. Noticing Uchiha Shui's inner turmoil, he proactively remarked, "Shui, do you have feelings for Reina? If so, do not be afraid. Simply confess to her. This matter is beyond my assistance." Yan Bai was acutely aware that Reina's affections lay with him. In such a context, his eagerness to aid Uchiha Shui in his confession would only cause harm to Reina, and it would not bode well for Uchiha Shui either. This was Yan Bai's perspective, yet the truth was leagues apart from his assumptions. Uchiha Shui was taken aback by Yan Bai's words. He had not intended to convey that meaning, yet he could not articulate it, leaving Yan Bai to misinterpret the situation and spiral further into confusion. Uchiha Shui could only repeatedly shake his head, denying, No. How could I be worthy of Miss Reina? I merely..." Yan Bai blinked, responding hesitantly, Oh. He thought to himself that Shui was indeed quite shy. It was best not to pressure him and to let things unfold naturally. What Yan Bai remained unaware of was that the difficulty in garnering goodwill among the ninjas of Konoha had an official basis. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his peers could not intervene in the affairs of commoners, but they could regulate the ninjas. Shortly after Yan Bai became a disciple of Shimura Danzo, a detailed document was circulated from Danzo, which all active ninjas in Konoha were mandated to read and adhere to. This document meticulously outlined the nature of the Yan Bai syndrome, a condition that, when one maintained good relations with the exceptionally beautiful Yan Bai, could lead to an outbreak of a contagious mental illness. Why was it termed contagious? because this affliction could indeed spread. The document indicated that nearly all ordinary villagers who had interacted with Yan Bai were carriers of this virus, should Yan Bai suffer injury or harm. These seemingly innocuous villagers would transform drastically. The specifics of their abilities remained unclear. In addition to detailing this terrifying mental illness, the document chronicled Yan Bai's past achievements. From the incident involving the root ninjas swimming in a cesspool to Reina tearing apart enemies on the battlefield, as well as other lesser-known events, all were meticulously documented. The document explicitly cautioned Konoha's ninjas to remain vigilant of Yan Bai and to remember these events. Not to foster animosity towards him, but to mitigate any unwarranted affection that could trigger the illness. All ninjas who perused Yan Bai's documentation were marked with a seal of silence, preventing them from disclosing this information. Although the Yan Bai syndrome conferred certain abilities, not everyone could wield such powers. Thus, while Reina could interact with others as a normal person, she was privately revered as an idol among the ninjas within the Konoha system. Secretly, there were ninjas in Konoha who, having read Yan Bai's document, not only failed to suppress their feelings for him, but, enamored by their idealized notions of him, succumbed to the illness. Ultimately, Konoha incurred significant costs to eliminate this afflicted ninja. Because this individual had not appeared before Yan Bai, he remained blissfully ignorant of these occurrences. This incident was also recorded in detail within the documentation, intended to serve as a cautionary tale for future ninjas to prevent them from repeating the same mistakes. Uchiha Shirsue's covert mission was to escort Yan Bai to the Mist Village. This was the final decision made after discussions among the higher-ups, as they sought to observe the potential chaos that Yan Bai's charisma could incite among unsuspecting ninjas. As Yan Bai gazed into the bright, understanding eyes of Uchiha Shirsue, a sudden wave of vexation washed over him. Noticing Shirsue's internal struggle, Yan Bai felt compelled to divert the conversation to ease the tension. "You are truly remarkable, Shirsue. Your reputation as the instantaneous Shirsue precedes you," he remarked with a smile. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Shirsue looked at Yan Bai, managing a wry smile as he replied, "It is merely the admiration of my comrades. I never imagined you had heard of me, but in comparison to you, the wealth of Konoha, I am but a triviality." As they conversed and strolled, they unknowingly wandered into a secluded street. Following the turmoil of the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan had been forced to relocate to a new settlement. However, due to Yan Bai's efforts, the conflicts between the Konoha police force and the root had diminished somewhat. Shimura Danzo, though previously limited in his vision, genuinely cared for Konoha. As long as he refrained from fabricating charges, the Uchiha clan's existence remained bearable. Moreover, with Uchiha Itachi overseeing matters in Konoha's hot spring village, the police force had increased their interactions with the villagers, fostering a sense of community. The Uchiha clan played a pivotal role in this dynamic, which did not escalate into the conflicts depicted in the original narrative. Yet, there existed a portion of unfortunate NPCs, compelled to act as if they were mentally impaired. As they returned to their clan's territory, Shirsue sensed unfriendly gazes directed at him. He turned to Yan Bai and said, "Yan Bai, I will be departing in 2 days. I shall seek you out then." A mocking tone echoed nearby. "Isn't that the renowned instantaneous Shirsue?" Yan Bai glanced over with curiosity to find a group of approximately 10 Uchiha ninjas emerging from a dark alley, their crimson eyes glinting with malice. Before they could make a move, a flash of red light shimmered in Yan Bai's eyes. The group of red-eyed ninjas fell silently to the ground, writhing as if they were mere caterpillars bullied by a gust of wind. In the face of this unprecedented occurrence, Uchiha Shirsue wore a rigid expression. Mechanically turning to Yan Bai, though uncertain of the cause, he felt it was somehow linked to him. Yan Bai smiled. "Shirsue, they are merely compelled by circumstance. Do not take offense. Once I depart, they will regain their senses. Spare them." "What exactly is happening?" Shirsue instinctively inquired. Yan Bai furrowed his brows, attempting to articulate his thoughts. "Well, how should I put it? In this world, there are individuals who are not truly in control of their actions." He paused, slapping his forehead. You may not comprehend this, but some people simply can't resist the urge to strike me. When questioned afterward, they appear bewildered, unable to explain their impulsive behavior." Shirsue gazed at Yan Bai with an adorably puzzled expression, as if he had begun to grasp the situation. He nodded thoughtfully, feeling he had uncovered vital information. After parting ways with Yan Bai, Shirsue discreetly noted the caterpillars rolling on the ground. Was it possible that there existed individuals immune to Yan Bai's peculiar influence? Unbeknownst to Shui, this was a stipulation of the world. To ensure the protagonists experienced the thrill of overcoming challenges, certain NPCs were fated to be mentally impaired. Every ninja village, even in the most obscure corners, harbored such characters. Regardless of the protagonist's renown, these NPCs would still act foolishly, provoking the heroes only to meet their demise. Uchiha Obito, for instance, and the NPC Yan Bai encountered upon his initial arrival in Konoha, who had an unfavorable disposition toward him from the outset, were all examples. Especially in this world, these NPCs faced the harshest fate when interacting with Yan Bai. Many had heard of his exploits or recalled his visage before meeting him, harboring positive sentiments. Yet upon encountering him, they would inexplicably succumb to violent impulses, with some even experiencing their favorability plummet to negative numbers, leading to their own ruin. Obito, too, could not resist the urge to act against Yan Bai upon their meeting, ultimately facing the consequences. Following the demise of these hapless characters, the world would instantly recognize the reduction in mentally impaired NPCs, necessitating the rapid creation of new ones. A fresh wave of mindless, less intelligent characters would emerge, only to evolve into formidable foes after a decade. It is noteworthy that the traits and abilities of these impaired NPCs were entirely random. In unfortunate circumstances, the world might generate an exceptionally talented impaired NPC who would inevitably oppose the protagonist. This was the foundational premise of this realm. Yan Bai had not anticipated that even after employing his special ability, this fundamental rule would remain unchanged. Should he encounter a group of less gifted NPCs, Yan Bai would spare their lives to prevent a shortage of impaired characters, which could result in the emergence of a particularly dangerous one. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan, both despised and of noble lineage, served as a breeding ground for such unique NPCs. This may elucidate why most players, upon their arrival, refrain from rescuing the Uchiha clan. Their existence is fraught with complications. Yan Bai had previously identified the caterpillars and, upon confirming their lack of noteworthy abilities, chose to spare them. He also discreetly encouraged Uchiha Fugaku to limit their resources and development, ensuring they would not evolve into formidable antagonists. Reflecting on the original plot, one could understand how these individuals forced Uchiha Itachi into a position of submission, illustrating their pitiable fate, compelled by the world to act foolishly and subsequently subjected to cruelty. Upon arriving in Konoha, Yan Bai had initially instructed Reina to deliver delicacies to the Uchiha clan, as he was unable to do so himself. Having tormented such NPCs countless times in the past, he found the ordeal tiresome. Now, he found even the thought of touching them bothersome, opting instead to cast nightmares upon them to ensure their compliance. When the caterpillars awakened from their stupor, they would return as naive, bright-eyed youths of the Uchiha clan. The world's design would erase their memories of any previous hostility toward Yan Bai, allowing them to rediscover their admiration for him in his absence, only to charge at him once more with renewed fervor. As Yan Bai made his way back, the thought of those caterpillars slipped from his mind. The prospect of venturing to the land of water brought a smile to his face. During this period, he might encounter Haku and Kimimaro. Haku, a descendant of the Yuki clan, possessed the bloodline limit of the snow, while Kimimaro was the last ninja of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. These two children shared a tragically similar fate, both feeling abandoned by the world and grappling with existential confusion. Most importantly, whenever Yan Bai descended, he invariably sought to meet Haku and Kimimaro, as they were akin to his own children. Hence, he had previously displayed an eagerness for the resources of the land of water before Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even if Hiruzen had not suggested a journey there, Yan Bai would have sought an excuse to go. In the year of Konoha, 51, Bai is approximately 6 years old, and Junmaru is 5, neither of whom have yet encountered Momochi Zabuza or Orochimaru. Yan Bai, lost in thought, makes his way back to his courtyard. He is greeted at the gate by Reina, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Suddenly, Yan Bai feels a sensation he has never experienced before. He muses that once he brings Bai and Junmaru home, Reina will no longer feel so lonely. Bai and Junmaru are both quite handsome, and he believes Reina will surely take a liking to these two children. With this thought, Yan Bai reveals a gentle smile. 2 days later, on a clear morning outside the Hidden Leaf Village, the Shui team is already prepared for departure. The trio curiously observes Yan Bai, alongside a throng of enthusiastic well-wishers. Reina calls out, "Yan Bai, Please take care and return home safely. Itachi Uchiha warns, Yan Bai, be cautious on your journey. Please look after Shursui. You need not worry about the affairs in the Hot Springs village, as I will keep an eye on it. By the way, Jiraiya-sama has returned to gather information and has been detained. The third Hokage is personally involved, and this matter will be resolved by the time you return. Sasuke Uchiha adds, Oni-chan Yan Bai, you'll bring me gifts when you return, right? Shimura Danzo sternly instructs, you must return within a month. Do not linger too long outside, understand? Yan Bai responds to each request until, by noon, he smiles as he walks out of the gates of Konoha alongside Uchiha Shursui. While on their journey, Uchiha Shursui is the only one able to keep pace with Yan Bai. Seizing the opportunity, Shursui inquires about the situation involving the group of caterpillars from a few days prior. After their awakening, they, as Yan Bai had previously mentioned, were oblivious to why they had acted that way. Regarding the events during their rolling, they expressed having experienced terrifying nightmares. Shursui is intrigued by the method Yan Bai employed to induce such collective nightmares among the awakened Uchiha clan. Yan Bai chuckles softly, attributing the trick to Itachi, dismissing it as insignificant. Itachi, aware of Yan Bai's Sharingan, has promised to keep his secret. Yan Bai cleverly shifts the responsibility to Itachi, knowing that when Shursui later inquires, Itachi will deftly handle the situation. Shursui refrains from probing further and introduces his two teammates, Mitsuki and Chunin Reijin. Yan Bai's pace is so swift that Mitsuki and Reijin can only desperately pursue him, leaving no room for conversation. Shursui is at a loss, as it is the first time he has witnessed a protector unable to keep up with their protected. The journey from Konoha to the Land of Water is long, requiring a boat ride, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. However, under Yan Bai's relentless pace, they reach the Land of Water in just over a day. Thanks to Shursui's Sharingan, they smoothly pass through the security of the Mist Village without leaving a trace. Yan Bai silently observes, recalling that Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan possesses the ability of Kotoeme Tsukumi, and he must remain cautious. To Yan Bai, the Land of Water seems more aptly named the Land of Mist, surrounded by the sea, with visible moisture in the air. The distant peaks appear shrouded, resembling the fabled island of Penglai. As for the resources of the Land of Water, Yan Bai frowns. He recalls vague conversations with Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the coveted resources of this region, yet upon reflection, apart from water, reefs, and seafood, what else is there? Before conducting geological surveys, the Land of Water's most significant resource was seafood, which is decent enough for a variety of culinary delights. Contemplating these thoughts, Yan Bai leisurely perches himself on Shursui's shoulder as they race across the water. The Land of Water is perpetually shrouded in mist. The Mist Village resides in a deep valley engulfed in fog. Should enemies invade, barriers will activate, rendering visibility impossible. Positioned on an independent archipelago, the only ways to enter are by boat or through the sea, much like Shursui's current approach. Ahead lies the fog-enshrouded village, the Mist Village, Shursui murmurs. I'm quite curious about how they dry their undergarments. Yan Bai responds with genuine interest. Shursui admits, I haven't really looked into that. The impoverished state of the Mist Village raises the question, do they even wear undergarments? Recognizing Shursui's speechlessness, Yan Bai quickly redirects the topic, asking what their next course of action should be, whether to invade the village frontally as they did at the port of the Land of Water. Yan Bai's role is solely to assess geological resources, while Shursui's team has other objectives. Actually, my task is to infiltrate the Mist Village and gather intelligence. You should wait outside for us, Shursui explains, having devised a strategy. All right, I will wait for your return. Please be careful, Yan Bai nods nonchalantly, understanding their differing missions. Subsequently, Shursui leads his two teammates swiftly toward the fog-laden village. Once Shursui is a distance away, Yan Bai steps onto the shore outside the Mist Village, making his way toward the nearby forest. As Shursui disappears from sight, a familiar head emerges from the ground beside him. It's a long-awaited sight of a certain white Zetsu. Brother, Zetsu awaits you in that forest, the white Zetsu whispers. Yan Bai smiles lightly, acknowledging, thank you for your efforts. I understand. After this, he strides toward the mist-enshrouded woods. According to the original timeline, the Mist Village should presently be in a state of isolation, shrouded in blood mist. The Blood Mist Village was a retaliation by Obito against the Mist Village, but now, Obito has dutifully lent his body to the ancestor, Zetsu, leaving Yan Bai uncertain if the Mist Village remains as it once was. In the foggy forest, Yan Bai encounters a teenager from the Mist Village. The boy bears a long scar beneath his left eye and wields a staff longer than himself. He is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukichi. Yan Bai instantly recognizes his identity, realizing that the Mist Village remains under Obito's control. However, upon seeing the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yan Bai's expression softens with a warm smile. It has been a long time, Oni-san. Yagura replies expressionlessly, "Why did you follow them? The pursuers will show no mercy." Yan Bai, appearing languid, gazes at Yagura and reassures, "Zetsu, I am your little brother. I wouldn't be so easily killed." Obito harbors animosity towards the Mist Village, controlling Yagura to enforce retribution. Yet with Black Zetsu currently in control of his body, Yan Bai refrains from questioning this matter. After all, Yagura is the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu's control over him may involve some ulterior motives. It is best to avoid discussing the topic of resurrecting Kagaya. Goju Shirzwa spoke softly, urging, "We must return quickly. This place is perilous." Yan Bai hesitated for a moment before confessing, "Brother, I desire 2 children." Upon hearing this, Goju Shirzwa fell silent, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged pause, he queried, "Can't Reina bear you 2 children? Why come to me for them? Have you lost your senses?" Yan Bai chuckled in disbelief. "No. Brother, I wish to adopt 2 children from the hidden Mist Village." "Why? Can't Reina assist you in having them? Why the insistence on children from the hidden Mist Village?" Goju Shirzwa maintained his stoic demeanor. "What is the matter? Why does Black Zetsu persist in wanting Reina to bear children?" Yan Bai pondered, feeling conflicted. It wasn't merely about the tools for his endeavors. He yearned for the agony of birthing children with Bai and Kimimaro. He responded dismissively, scratching his head, "I wish to adopt a child from the Kagaya clan. One with a bloodline limit, as well as one from the Yuki clan." Chapter 116. Is Reina afraid of pain and reluctant to bear children? In the Hidden Leaf Village, at Yan Bai's residence, Reina observed the splendid weather and decided to hang all the bedding out on the rooftop to dry. With Yan Bai absent for a while, she resolved to keep herself occupied, for idleness led her thoughts astray. The fragrance of sun-dried bedding would surely bring joy to Yan Bai upon his return. She mused as she hung the last piece on the rack. Suddenly, a sensation washed over her, and she instinctively activated her darker persona, retreating swiftly from her previous position. A swirling vortex materialized where she had stood, and a figure clad in black attire emerged, obscured by the bedding hanging outside. Reina recognized the individual before her, narrowing her eyes in recognition. During Yan Bai's childhood, she had secluded herself in the mountains with him, where both Obito and Black and White Zetsu were present, and everyone referred to Yan Bai as little brother. She never engaged in conversation with anyone except Yan Bai, and even then, she would address others as brother when compelled to speak. Thus, upon seeing the figure, she hesitated momentarily before uncertainly calling out, "Brother?" Black Zetsu, cloaked in Obito's form, soon vanished from sight, his voice echoing from within the house. "Come in and speak." Understood. Reina dared not act out of turn. Recalling how Yan Bai had always shown deference to his brothers, tension coursed through her as she made her way back inside. There, the figure in black stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, speaking in a low tone. "I cannot remain here for long. I will be brief." Reina listened intently, her expression serious. The black-clad figure then inquired sternly, "Reina, childbirth is painful for all women. Is your reluctance due to a fear of pain?" Reina responded, "Brother, please do not be so brief. I do not understand." Although Black Zetsu later did not oppose Yan Bai's intention to adopt children from the Hidden Mist Village, Yan Bai felt a nagging suspicion that Black Zetsu had misunderstood something. But what did it matter? As long as he did not hinder Yan Bai's plans to adopt Bai and Kimimaro, that was all that counted. Before departing, Black Zetsu, accompanied by White Zetsu, handed Yan Bai a dossier. Yan Bai knew that Black Zetsu would not provide him with useless information. Indeed, upon inspecting the contents, he was taken aback. The dossier bore no title and contained experimental data regarding Yan Bai syndrome from the Hidden Leaf Village. This intelligence had been pilfered by White Zetsu's clone. Orochimaru had determined that Yan Bai's unique abilities constituted an affliction, naming it Yan Bai syndrome. Yan Bai finally grasped why Orochimaru was so fearful of him. The Hidden Leaf Village, through Shimura Danzo, had temporarily collaborated with the defected Orochimaru to research Yan Bai syndrome. All ninjas were ordered to regulate their feelings towards Yan Bai, prohibited from overstepping their bounds. Furthermore, Volunteer ninjas from the route were subjected to experiments to acquire Yan Bai's blessings. A ninja, whom Yan Bai had never encountered, was ensnared within an illusion that compelled him to deeply love the imagined Yan Bai. Through this deceptive method, they aimed to covertly produce countless reinas. However, the abilities exhibited by this experimental subject were exceedingly erratic and uncontrollable. Over 30 elite members of the route perished before they could eliminate him. Subsequently, the tale of this experimental subject was embellished and presented as a cautionary tale to many ninjas in the Hidden Leaf, resulting in a significant decline in their favorable sentiments towards Yan Bai. Surrounded by the mists of the forest, Yan Bai inwardly called upon the system. What is happening? Someone has received my blessing, yet I have not received a notification. The system responded, ding. Querying target individual, Asato Ichiji. Please hold on. Ding. No relevant records found. Ding. Target individual Asato Ichiji has never encountered the host, nor has the host ever met Asato Ichiji. There are no records in the host's background. Hence, no notifications will be issued. Ding. GM mode activated. Akashic records can be queried. Ding. Suspected system bug. Feedback to superior is in progress. Furrowing his brow, Yan Bai felt the dossier spontaneously ignite in his hand, quickly reducing to ashes. He activated GM mode, the semi-manifested backend materializing before him. Having not accessed the backend for some time, he felt somewhat rusty. However, he quickly regained his familiarity. If anyone were nearby, they would perceive Yan Bai as plucking invisible strings in the air. Name, Asato Ichiji, Gray, status, deceased cause of death, complete destruction of brain nerves. Biography, Yan Bai swiftly skimmed the text below, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Orochimaru truly was commendable. It became clear. Shimura Danzo, in collaboration with Orochimaru, intended to exploit memories obtained from the mountains to exploit a bug and mass-produce individuals of Reina's caliber. Through illusions, they sought to make the experimental subject, Asato Ichiji, fall in love with a fictional, idealized version of Yan Bai, employing underhanded tactics to induce affection. This experiment had succeeded partly, but Asato Ichiji suffered from ailments due to insufficient data. They had missed a crucial step. During his mutation, he lacked Yan Bai's praise. Consequently, Asato Ichiji was merely an obsessed individual. He possessed murderous intent and extraordinary physical abilities, similar to Reina. This was an exhilarating revelation. Both Danzo and Orochimaru believed they had triumphed. Unbeknownst to them, however, Asato Ichiji had not received any blessing. Reina possessed diligence and meticulousness, while Asato Ichiji lacked such gifts, rendering him a mere obsessive. The most alarming aspect was that his unchanneled murderous intent could infect those around him, transforming them into his likeness. When Asato Ichiji's condition flared, he infected all surrounding experimental ninjas and support ninjas, leading to their collective eradication. Due to the severe consequences, the Hidden Leaf Village abandoned the idea of mass-producing individuals akin to Reina through such exploitative means. Nevertheless, they recognized Yan Bai's value, opting instead to maintain amicable relations with him. As a result, Yan Bai brought unprecedented wealth to the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Orochimaru engaged in scientific discussions with Yan Bai while avoiding direct encounters with him. Shimura Tanzao reveled in the rewards while still engaged in the task of clearing refuse from Konoha. Unbeknownst to many, Konoha had been safeguarding Yan Bai and Reina like tailed beasts. It was at this moment that Yan Bai realized the truth. No wonder Uchiha Shursui had previously inquired about Reina's well-being. It was common knowledge that among those afflicted, only Reina remained alive, and she lived as if nothing were amiss. This was entirely reasonable. He had previously found it perplexing how Uchiha Shursui could possibly harbor feelings for Reina after she had dealt him such a blow. Of course, when Reina was not afflicted, she was gentle and beautiful. Yan Bai felt no qualms about others confessing their feelings to Reina. In fact, observing their rejections by her would likely be quite amusing. Alas, the comical sight of Uchiha Shursui confessing to Reina would remain unseen. Yan Bai deactivated GM mode and fell into contemplation. It seemed to him that this was a bug that could lead to a significant disaster. Such a method of cheating should not be permitted to reap rewards. New rules needed to be established. Only those whom the host had personally witnessed would be eligible to receive the Yin Dun blessing. Chapter 117. Crying out and comforting before continuing the assault after much deliberation, Yan Bai reactivated GM mode and hastily inscribed the newly established rules into the testing memorandum. He then closed GM mode once more, and the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Bug feedback received. Connecting to human service now. Yan Bai, wait. I don't require human assistance. Hey, you rascal. A chilling feminine voice resonated in his mind, instilling a sense of unavoidable intimidation. Yan Bai's expression soured, yet he responded with deference, apologizing to his great-grandmother for the interruption. I have received the bug report. It was Orochimaru's doing, wasn't it? The voice of his ancestor replaced the systems, reverberating through Yan Bai's thoughts. He remained conflicted but replied honestly. Yes, through conjecture and experimentation, he uncovered something, albeit only half of it. This world operates in such a manner. Orochimaru occasionally stumbles upon these anomalies. The elder's tone was unexpectedly calm, devoid of any shock or anger. She seemed quite accustomed to Orochimaru's discoveries. As the conversation progressed, Yan Bai gradually relaxed, expressing that he believed the system rules required modification and his suggestions had been duly recorded. You have always been the child I worry the least about. I shall not trouble you, the elder remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, great-grandmother. I should take my leave now. Please attend to your matters. Yan Bai preferred to keep his exchanges with this elderly relative to a minimum, for she soon added in a wistful tone. Both of your younger sisters are infatuated. During testing, they invariably find themselves in indescribable situations with bothersome NPCs. I recall that the older girl once hurt your feelings, did she not? Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's expression stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Great-grandmother, I have long since moved past that. Before he could finish, the elder's voice, laced with an ominous undertone, echoed in his mind. How could you not take it to heart? When you return home, you must assert your authority as an elder brother, and properly discipline that foolish girl. First, make her cry, then comfort her, and after that, continue to scold her. Yan Bai fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes, I understand. Then I can rest easy. The elder expressed satisfaction before disconnecting the call. Instantly, Yan Bai's expression darkened. What did his dear great-grandmother mean by that? Did when you return home imply after his testing was complete and he returned home, or did it refer to returning home in this world? A sense of foreboding surged within him. However, this feeling was fleeting. Yan Bai retrieved a cloth pouch and began collecting fist-sized stones in the forest. Regardless of what transpired, he would remain unperturbed. He would find a solution, or if all else failed, he would escape the predicament. As Yan Bai walked, gathering stones, he gradually made his way back to the shore where he had originally been, while awaiting Uchiha Shursui and his companions. It was around the time when the sun began to set. From the direction of the hidden mist village, a cacophony of sounds emerged. Yan Bai turned his gaze toward the noise. Kill them. Do not let them escape. The cries of battle reverberated, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, causing the ground to tremble. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. Just as he had suspected, Uchiha Shursui was making quite a ruckus upon completing his mission. Yan Bai anticipated that Uchiha Shursui would soon bring his teammates fleeing toward him, calling out his name from afar, dragging him into the chaos. Yan Bai faced two choices. First, to eliminate the pursuing assailants directly. Second, to refrain from combat and survive under Uchiha Shursui's protection. The former was undoubtedly the less burdensome option. Uchiha Shursui's mission undoubtedly included testing Yan Bai's strength. No matter, Yan Bai was indifferent. Such repeated probing would ultimately reveal their cowardice. Concealing his abilities? He had never concealed them. The only reason he masked his Sharingan was due to the Uchiha clan's penchant for meddling. Yan Bai had just sensed that his great-grandmother had dug a pit for him. Thus his mood was not particularly cheerful, and concealment was out of the question. He absent-mindedly examined the stones in the cloth pouch he held. Before long, a swarm of ninjas emerged from the mist behind him, their path blocked by the fleeing Uchiha Shursui and his party. Yan Bai, we have been discovered. Uchiha Shursui was employing body flicker technique to evade the oncoming barrage of weapons with remarkable agility. Yan Bai, where are you? As he ran, Uchiha Shursui continued to shout Yan Bai's name, seemingly anxious that the hidden mist village ninjas might not realize they were allies. Yan Bai thought, though I had anticipated this outcome. Experiencing it firsthand is truly disheartening. The ninjas from the hidden mist village, pursuing Uchiha Shursui, roared and howled, brandishing shurikens and kunai, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. Yan Bai slowly turned his head to glance in another direction. As expected, a large group of ninjas was sprinting toward them over the water's surface. This was likely a result of the ninjas previously controlled by Uchiha Shirsue's Jinjutsu realizing the situation. With wolves in front and tigers behind, how could they proceed? Uchiha Shirsue moved swiftly, soon arriving before Yan Bai with a smile. Yan Bai, what should we do? As he spoke, Uchiha Shirsue surveyed the encroaching ninjas from the hidden mist village. Yan Bai, in a foul mood, was disinclined to converse with Uchiha Shirsue. He heard one of the approaching ninjas from the hidden mist village angrily exclaim, "You are from Konoha." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Bai, expressionless, pulled a stone from his pouch and hurled it forcefully at the shouting ninja. With a resounding thud, akin to a watermelon bursting, the voice of the enraged hidden mist ninja abruptly ceased. Not only that, the portion of his head containing his brain completely exploded, showering blood, and his body collapsed to the ground. For a brief moment, whether among the hidden mist ninjas or Uchiha Shirsue, everyone's pupils constricted slightly. Yan Bai cast a cold glance at Uchiha Shirsue. With just a glance, Uchiha Shirsue revealed a wry smile, fully aware that Yan Bai had undoubtedly perceived the underlying tension. Much like during his previous visit to Yan Bai's residence, where a mere inquiry into taijutsu had resulted in an afternoon of humiliation at the hands of Ling Nai. Now, Uchiha Shirsue sensed that the situation had escalated alarmingly. However, surrounded by adversaries, Yan Bai seemed indifferent to Shirsue's plight. In the world of Naruto, NPCs often indulged in pre-battle banter, resorting to mutual taunts or revealing their jutsu, leaving Yan Bai perplexed by their penchant for deception. As they seemed to announce their techniques to the enemy, as if to say, "I am about to employ XXX jutsu. Take heed." Frustration gnawed at Yan Bai as he contemplated the absurdity of the situation. Any ninja from the Mist Village who dared to speak would swiftly be silenced by a stone. Yet, if they remained silent and motionless, they would encounter no trouble. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. After an indeterminate period, the ninjas of the Mist Village assembled, encircling Yan Bai and his companions in a silent yet tense standoff. Uchiha Shirsue's expression turned grave, bracing himself for a bloody escape. Suddenly, Yan Bai withdrew his bag and, with his back turned to Shirsue and his companions, began to pace around the perimeter of their group. Scanning the gathered mist ninjas, an unexpected transformation unfolded. Their gazes turned vacant, resembling a troop of puppets. Before long, Yan Bai started walking in a specific direction, an unseen force seemingly parting the throng that surrounded them, inducing the mist ninjas to retreat in terror. Following closely behind Yan Bai, Shirsue and his companions gradually extricated themselves from the encirclement. Just as they emerged from the confines of the circle, an unsettling sight greeted them. Yan Bai continued his slow advance, not once glancing back. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas began to engage in an utterly incomprehensible display, collapsing in pairs on the ground, indulging in acts that were not merely inappropriate, but revolting, conduct unbecoming even of domesticated animals. The scene devolved into chaos, reminiscent of a frenzy among feral cats. And Uchiha Shirsue trembled at the grotesque spectacle. Mitsuki, who accompanied them, could no longer suppress the turmoil in his stomach, retching uncontrollably. In a desperate attempt to stifle the nausea, he clamped a hand over his mouth, yet it proved futile, as the contents of his stomach erupted through his nostrils. The grotesque display was enough to inspire a wave of nausea in Chuyin Zero, who watched in horror. Mitsuki's retching triggered a chain reaction, leading to Shirsue's own bout of vomiting, until the three were caught in a cycle of revulsion that rivaled the repulsive antics of the mist ninjas before them. Seated on the rocky shore, Yan Bai regarded Uchiha Shirsue, who, at that moment, bore a profound expression in his crimson Sharingan, its tomo silently shifting into a shape reminiscent of a pinwheel. Yan Bai pondered whether Uchiha Shirsue had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan prior, or if the abhorrent scene before him had provoked its emergence. The Sharingan, renowned as the pinnacle of Jinjutsu, was the infamous Kodoame Tsukumi, an art capable of infiltrating the minds of others unbeknownst to them, permanently altering their will and rendering them puppets of the caster. Squinting thoughtfully, Yan Bai contemplated whether Uchiha Shirsue indeed intended to employ Kodoame Tsukumi upon him, presumably to prevent him from undertaking actions detrimental to Konohagakure. Emerging from the haze of nausea, Uchiha Shirsue observed the ongoing debacle among the mist ninjas, still engaged in their revolting activities. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Yan Bai, isn't this a bit excessive?" Yan Bai, closing his eyes, coldly replied, "They are enemies, and I have not sought their lives. My mercy is already remarkable. Uchiha Shursui countered. You may not have sought their lives, but your mercy is far more brutal than death itself. Looking down, Yan Bai suddenly laughed. I merely wished to see whether they wore undergarments. Given the dampness of this place, I am curious how they dry them. Uchiha Shursui's lips twitched in disbelief. There is no monumental battle to be had, for Yan Bai is disinclined to engage, and these individuals are hardly worth his effort. Tossing a few stones merely serves as a means of stress relief. The disgraceful acts of these mist ninjas will be indelibly etched in their memories, with only death able to cleanse their shame. In encountering Yan Bai, Uchiha Shursui realized that death was not particularly dreadful, especially when faced with Yan Bai. Mitsuki and Chuyunziro appeared pallid, none daring to provoke Yan Bai, fearing the grim fate that befell the mist ninjas might soon befall them as well. As they departed from the mist village, night had fallen. Yan Bai expressed his desire for sustenance, yet during the meal, Uchiha Shursui discovered that Yan Bai had not spared them. The four of them possessed only military rations and dried food, but upon inspection, the items in the hands of the three were grotesquely resembling excrement. While Yan Bai's remained normal, Uchiha Shursui pondered the duration of this illusion. Although the substance bore no discernible taste, its appearance was enough to quell their appetites. Thus, a profound silence enveloped them, none daring to partake. After their meal, Yan Bai gazed intently at Uchiha Shursui, stating, Shursui, I am in a foul mood. You should return to report to Lord Hokage. I wish to wander the land of water alone. By yourself? Uchiha Shursui's heart raced at the thought. Could it be that Yan Bai is truly angered and intends to leave the village? That would be a grave misstep, given the multitude of enemies. Enemies? Do they even qualify as such? Yan Bai scoffed, rolling his eyes. Uchiha Shursui conceded, You make a valid point. They are not enemies, merely playthings. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Shursui finally relented. Then let us return. You must ensure your safe return. Indeed, Ling Nai remains in Konoha. I shall certainly return, Yan Bai replied languidly, waving farewell to Uchiha Shursui. As he watched Uchiha Shursui and his companions gradually vanish into the night of the land of water, Yan Bai slowly turned back, sensing that they had no intention of pursuing Shursui. Emerging from the shadows, a group of mist ninjas revealed themselves, led by a young woman. Yan Bai recognized her. This woman was Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage. The group of ninjas she led did not pursue Uchiha Shursui after he departed. Instead, they remained here, fixated on Yan Bai. A flicker of apprehension crossed Terumi Mei's eyes, yet she remained silent. Yan Bai snorted dismissively and turned away, well aware of Terumi Mei's intentions, though he was indifferent to them. Chapter 119. Right at this juncture, Terumi Mei had already discerned that the fourth Mizukage was under someone else's control. Yan Bai had previously manipulated that group of mist ninjas, revealing them to be weaklings, not the backbone of the land of water. The true powers of the land of water had gathered to prepare for a rebellion against the fourth Mizukage's tyranny, marking a time of upheaval. However, Yan Bai's actions had deeply offended them. Now, Terumi Mei would take action against Kurigane Yagura, publicly announcing that the fourth Mizukage had tragically succumbed to the genjutsu of Uchiha Shursui, leading to his tyrannical rule over Kirigakure, ultimately resulting in his suicide to save the village. They would issue a manhunt for Uchiha Shursui, the one who had ensnared the fourth Mizukage with illusions. This ploy was nearly identical in every version, with the target of the manhunt varying according to the circumstances. This was beyond Yan Bai's concern. After all, it was Shursui who had ensnared him. Terumi Mei observed the elegant silhouette of Yan Bai, feeling a chill of sweat envelop her. She could not overlook Yan Bai's beauty, yet she feared his methods. Just moments ago, some of the mist ninjas, who had succumbed to their basest instincts, had regained consciousness and taken their own lives, while others who awakened midway felt equally mortified. The so-called god of wealth from Konoha was not merely the harmless figure of legend. He was a devil with a depraved sense of humor. Even though Terumi Mei possessed two powerful Kekkei Genkai, lava release and boil release, facing Yan Bai raised questions about her ability to utilize ninjutsu. Lord Terumi Mei, that youth is heading towards the land of water, someone whispered beside her. Send someone to follow at a distance. Do not provoke him. Terumi Mei furrowed her brows and issued her orders. We have matters to attend to internally. Avoid complications. The next day, in a small town on the border of the land of water, snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers. Yan Bai found this phenomenon quite astonishing. as he had always thought that coastal areas would experience lighter snowfall. Perhaps it was the overly comfortable environment created for him by his mother. The streets were blanketed in sparkling white snow. Yan Bai opened a scroll he had brought from Konoha, revealing the pancake rolls made by Reina for him. He recalled that the location of White varied in each version, yet generally, one could find her at 4 specific points. Timing was crucial, and with some delectable treats prepared, he could bring White home. If he were a player, it might pose a challenge. After all, in such a vast country, encountering the desired individual on the streets would be a matter of fate. Unlike him, who knew precisely where White would spawn and the path she would take. The Land of Water had endured prolonged internal strife, and now, with Terumi Mei instigating a coup and implementing reforms, she had little time to concern herself with suspicious individuals in her domain. Dressed in a white robe lined with soft rabbit fur, Yan Bai's unconventional attire drew the attention of passers-by. He made no effort to conceal his appearance. His presence added a splash of color to the dreary snowy day. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed from one spawn point to another, arriving at the town's Grand Bridge. There, he spotted a child with long black hair and fair skin, dressed in tattered clothing, barefoot in the frigid weather. The child's delicate features made it difficult to discern their gender. Upon seeing Yan Bai, the child's large, clear eyes widened in astonishment. Name: White, yellow. Well met again, child, Yan Bai thought to himself, smiling gently as he crouched down and offered the pancake roll to the child. This is quite delicious. White gazed at Yan Bai with timid eyes, wanting desperately to accept the pancake roll, but hesitating to reach out. Yan Bai grasped White's hand and placed the pancake roll in it, speaking to himself. What is your name? Despite knowing the child's name, he still inquired. My name is White, came the reply, with wide eyes fixed on Yan Bai. A glimmer of admiration in his gaze. Brother, you are very beautiful, like a celestial being. Yan Bai affectionately ruffled White's hair. You are too. A child as pure as snow. The descendant of the Snow clan was now reduced to a beggar, suffering from hunger by the roadside. Like snow? White clutched the pancake roll, staring blankly at Yan Bai. Indeed, a child as white as snow. Are you here alone? Where are your parents? This was the usual routine. Each time, Yan Bai followed this pattern to take White away, yet the process had to be completed. Upon being asked about his parents, White lowered his head in sorrow. I understand. Sensing White's discomfort, Yan Bai spoke gently. If you have lost your family, then consider me your family. Come with me. Do you need me? White gazed at Yan Bai in disbelief, and at that moment, his eyes sparkled with the innocent dreams of a child. Yes, I need you to be my family. To be my child, Yan Bai declared unreservedly, extending his hand towards White. Family, White murmured, choking back tears. Come with me, Yan Bai continued. Yes. White hastily wiped his tears and nodded vigorously as he grasped Yan Bai's outstretched hand. In that moment, White felt as though he had clutched onto a world that could save him. Yan Bai draped his outer garment over White's shoulders, whispering, There is another child, just like you, who has lost his family. Let us go find him together. White nodded earnestly. Yan Bai smiled softly. Now, eat your pancake roll. You must be hungry. A hint of a smile appeared on White's pale face as he nodded vigorously. Yan Bai supported the frail White and began walking towards the direction of his memories. However, hey, that little brat was my first pick. If you want to take him, you should at least ask for my permission. A low voice interrupted Yan Bai and White. Yan Bai lazily turned, casting a sidelong glance at the voice's owner. A face obscured by bandages, lacking eyebrows, adorned with the headband of the Mist Village, and carrying a sword on his back. Oh, so this fellow has already found White, Yan Bai mused. Kisame Hashigaki, known as the Ghost of the Mist, was an Umbu ninja from Kirigakure, skilled in silent assassination techniques, renowned as a demon. Yet, in Yan Bai's eyes, his so-called silent killing was merely excessive chatter. The weapon Kisame bore was still the beheading sword, suggesting he had yet to inherit the title properly. At this time, the beheading sword still belonged to Pakken Juzo, right? You picked him first? Do you have any food? Yan Bai observed Kisame with a playful smile. How pitiful this child is. You've had your eye on him for so long, yet cannot even spare a bite for the poor hungry child. This statement was not merely a jab at Kisame, but rather a message for White to hear. Sure enough, White tensed up completely. Chapter 120, Long-Range Attack? Thank you. Yan Bai gently tightened his hand on the White's shoulder, soothing his emotions. Do you know who I am? Taoizai Bujan's expression turned fierce. I know you are a pauper, Yan Bai replied, tilting his head with utmost seriousness. Before Taoizai Bujan could erupt, he added, You must know who I am too. Upon hearing this, Taodi Zai Bujan narrowed his eyes. It seems you all underestimate me. Yan Bai had little patience for banter. He cast his gaze downward at Bai, who was trembling in fear. This was indeed a predicament. For the sake of the child, he decided to abandon any pretense of grandeur. Displaying his strength, creating a ruckus, and then clashing with Konoha's Mei, he still needed to fetch Junmaru. Do you wish to engage me in combat, Taodi Zai Bujan? Noticing Zai Bujan reaching for the weapon behind him, Yan Bai's eyes glinted coldly. He exuded a sudden pressure that made Taodi Zai Bujan feel a bone-chilling cold. He swallowed hard, slowly releasing his grip from the knife's hilt. To maintain the dignity of a ninja, Zai Bujan calmly lowered his gaze. Perhaps it is best to let this go. He had been fixated on Bai for quite some time, and relinquishing this pursuit was indeed disheartening. However, Zai Bujan was not foolish. He murmured, I believe there is truly no need for us to clash. Despite the youthfulness of the striking boy before him, Zai Bujan wisely opted for compromise. The figure before him was the handsome, yet sinister deity of Konoha. To the common folk, Yan Bai was a strikingly handsome youth of noble bearing. To ninjas, however, he was a devil known for his ruthless tactics, whose notoriety had spread across the land of water in mere hours, making him a figure no one wished to encounter. A wise choice indeed. Yan Bai smiled softly and turned with Bai, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted. The mist thickened around them, enveloping Yan Bai and Bai like a shroud. Bai trembled in fear. Yan Bai gently patted his head, recognizing that the unseen assassin was testing him. Do not worry about me. Sir, you are a good person. Please surrender me. Bai's eyes reddened, nearly bursting into tears. Under the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage, the bloodline limits were a curse in the land of water. Bai believed he was dragging Yan Bai into his plight. Yan Bai's earlier dialogue with Zai Bujan had intentionally steered toward this direction. After all, Zai Bujan had claimed to be watching Bai for many days, but had never offered assistance during Bai's torment. Zai Bujan sought to bestow a favor at the last moment. Yet Bai mistakenly thought he merely wished for the cursed one to perish. Yan Bai remained silent. The air around them resonated with Zai Bujan's enchanting voice. Throat, heart, lungs, neck. Where would you prefer I begin? Yan Bai thought to himself how absurd it was for Zai Bujan to engage in such verbose, silent assassination tactics. Without a word, Yan Bai abruptly scooped up the bewildered Bai, securing him under his arms, as if spinning a child in a joyful dance. A resounding thud echoed as the mist dissipated. The silent Zai Bujan was sent flying by Yan Bai, crashing into a nearby tree, triggering a cascade of snow. The branches shed their snowy burden, burying Zai Bujan's substantial form beneath it. I had no desire to tarnish my image before a child. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, Yet you still dare to strike at me, Zai Bujan. You should know well that I do not favor ninjutsu. I thrive on the detritus of battle. Are you prepared for that? However, the response to Yan Bai's words was water release, great waterfall technique. Zai Bujan's voice emerged from beneath the snow. A massive waterfall materialized behind the snowbank, surging toward Yan Bai and Bai. The records indicated not to look into the eyes of the Konoha deity, lest one fall prey to his hypnosis. Engaging him in close combat was unwise, as he was nearly invincible in physical confrontations. Thus, Yan Bai decided to conceal himself and employ ranged techniques. The Great Waterfall Technique, a renowned high-level water jutsu from the Hidden Mist Village, utilized chakra to create a waterfall-like torrent to assault enemies, possessing formidable lethality. With water abundant in the land of water, using water jutsu here provided a tactical advantage. Having never witnessed a battle between ninjas, let alone such a powerful technique, despair filled Bai's large eyes. Long-range ninjutsu? Thank you, Zai Bujan. As the colossal torrent rushed toward them, Yan Bai leaped with Bai in his arms, wrapping them both in his thick coat. Akin to how one might hasten away during the Ninetales rampage. The immense water struck the coat he had draped over himself and Bai. Yan Bai held Bai tightly, using the force of the waterfall to propel them closer to Junmaru, this rare NPC. Engaging Zai Bujan in combat was a sheer waste of time. After unleashing the Great Waterfall Technique, Taodi Zai Bujan stood bewildered in the snowbank. The once visible Yan Bai and Bai had vanished without a trace. He had never encountered someone capable of evading by utilizing another's technique. It was utterly perplexing. Zai Bujan struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had intended to recruit Bai as a pawn, but felt thwarted by Yan Bai's timely interference, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. If Yan Bai had defeated him through sheer strength, Zaibujan might have found some solace in the loss, deeming it reasonable. But now, it was absurd. How could a strong individual be so shameless? Reflecting on the 17 intricate hand signs he had executed to successfully cast his jutsu, it had inadvertently become the catalyst for Yan Bai and Bai's rapid escape. It was infuriating. After a long pause, as if just regaining his senses, Zaibujan spread his arms and howled at the sky. Following this, he furiously pounded the ground, sending tremors that frightened nearby civilians away. Yan Bai smiled as he led the bewildered Bai along the snow-covered mountain path. "Sir, what was that just now?" After what felt like an eternity, Bai finally found his voice, stammering his inquiry. We should thank that kind-hearted ninja for helping us cover quite a distance." Yan Bai replied with a smile. His tone remained gentle, and he had not engaged in battle with Zaibujan. His demeanor was consistently humble and courteous. Bai felt a sense of relief and softly asked, "May I ask your name, sir?" Chapter 121, I wish to be your father. Yan Bai guided Bai along the lengthy mountain path. "I am Yan Bai," he said, reaching to pat Bai's head. "Yan Bai?" Bai echoed, savoring the name, etching it deeply into his heart. "Let us find an inn first. You need to change into some fresh clothes." Yan Bai kindly held Bai's hand and added, "From now on, you shall be my family, and we must maintain our image." Yan Bai led Bai into a quaint town, where they discovered a cozy inn. He urged Bai to freshen up while he retrieved the garments he had prepared prior to their departure from Konoha. Familiar with the physiques of Bai and Junma Lu, he was confident that the sizes would be mostly suitable, despite possible minor discrepancies. As Bai washed up, Yan Bai took from his scroll the red bean buns, radish balls, and shrimp dumplings that Ling Nai had previously prepared. He warmed the radish balls and shrimp dumplings over the room's stove. When Bai emerged in his new clothes, he appeared delicate and charming, resembling a young girl. Yet, Yan Bai was acutely aware that Bai was indeed a boy. On the narrow tatami mat of their room, Bai devoured the food Yan Bai had offered him with an insatiable appetite. During his days of wandering, Bai had never tasted a proper meal, often scavenging through refuse for scraps. After swallowing the last morsel, Bai cautiously inquired, "Should I address you as Lord Yan Bai?" "Actually, I would prefer if you called me Dad," Yan Bai replied with a half-joking smile. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression stiffened. Initially, he had been overwhelmed with joy at being rescued, oblivious to Yan Bai's age. However, Yan Bai now seemed quite youthful, not much older than himself. While Bai would have gladly called him brother, the prospect of calling him Dad left Bai with an awkward hesitation. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Observing Bai's conflicted demeanor, Yan Bai chuckled. "Are you finding me too young to be called old?" Bai nodded slowly, shyly affirming, "Yes. In truth, I have lived for several millennia. You could call me Grandpa without issue." Yan Bai mused softly, "But it's perfectly fine to call me brother. Titles are merely conventions. What matters is that we are family, companions." After all, he had effectively taken on a paternal role, making the titles less significant. "All right, brother," Bai sighed in relief. The notions of partnership and kinship felt so distant to the helpless child he once was. As the atmosphere settled, a flicker of unease crossed Bai's eyes. Gathering his courage, he whispered, "Brother Yan Bai, I possess a cursed bloodline." "The ice-release Kekkei Genkai, is it?" Yan Bai inquired with interest. "I have a Kekkei Genkai as well." Bai gazed at him in disbelief. "Really?" With a smile, Yan Bai replied, "My Kekkei Genkai is Yen Release, which manifests as my beauty." "Brother, you can't be so shameless just because you're truly beautiful." Bai retorted, his embarrassment palpable. Yan Bai found the mix of awkwardness and respect in Bai's expression amusing. And he continued, "The power of this curse is sought after by many in other ninja villages. Only in the Mist Village is it considered peculiar. So do not take it to heart. As long as you are with me, no one will dare to bully you." He gently placed his hand on Bai's head and said softly, "Bai, everyone has a past they cannot easily let go of. If you wish to cry, let it out. Once you've wept, we shall face the future with smiles." Yan Bai was unaware that in the original tale, due to Rin's death, Obito had created the blood mist, destroying countless families. Now, with the control of Obito, it seemed history was repeating itself. How could they impose upon others what they themselves would not wish to endure? "I will take care of you from now on," Yan Bai assured, not mentioning the teaching of ninjutsu. He gazed at the pure-hearted child before him, believing that all Bai needed was to grow up happily, unburdened by heavy expectations. There was no need for him to learn ninjutsu. As long as he was like Ling Nai, Bai would possess the strength to protect himself. Yet Bai murmured, "But brother, I want to protect those who are important to me." I want to grow stronger. I want to protect myself and also protect you. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. This was unexpected. Why would Bai express such sentiments? Bai was inherently kind and had little desire for power. Yan Bai had merely encouraged him to avoid undue psychological burdens, urging him to grow up like an ordinary child. So why had Bai spoken thus? What was amiss? Friendship level increased to 60 points, becoming Bai's close confidant. Yin releases special effect triggered. Gain Bai's unique favorability reward. Ice release Kekiai Genkai. Chakra card 01 and 1000 Rio. Yan Bai stared at Bai in astonishment, suddenly exclaiming, Bai, you truly are an understanding child. Bai looked earnestly at Yan Bai. Thank you for your praise. I will certainly strive to do my best. His gaze was resolute. He was determined not to lose anything important to him again. Very well, let's begin your training now. Yan Bai inhaled deeply, raising his hand to draw Bai into the Jinjutsu space. Wishing to learn ninjutsu immediately? It must be paired with 9 years of compulsory education. Especially given the child's current eagerness, this opportunity could not be missed. The snow outside began to subside. Yan Bai smiled as he taught Bai to read and write, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Days later, Yan Bai took Bai to Junma Lu's training grounds for leisurely walks and practice. Bai's aptitude was remarkable. He quickly learned to harness his chakra. These skills were already second nature to Yan Bai. Years earlier, Uchiha Madara had sought to teach Yan Bai the refining of chakra, a test of sorts, due to Yan Bai's deception that he was the reincarnation of Izuna. If he were truly Izuna, how could he be unaware of chakra refinement techniques? At the time, Yan Bai had no intention of practicing ninjutsu, so he fabricated a grandiose excuse, claiming he wished to live as a wealthy commoner rather than a ninja, thereby rejecting Madara's test, not out of inability, but out of choice. For he was not Izuna, and Madara likely knew the truth, yet they tacitly accepted this understanding. It was Madara's way of showing kindness, turning a blind eye, still yearning for the precious bond of family in his lifetime. In this world, everyone experiences solitude, and Uchiha Madara was no exception, cherishing the hard-won ties of kinship even unto death. Chapter 122. Refreshing Junma Lu Bai swiftly grasped the fundamentals of chakra, and since it was still winter, they began with tree-climbing exercises. Bai had awakened his ice release Kekiai Genkai, yet he lacked guidance in the techniques required for its application. I'm sorry, brother, I'm too foolish. Please give me another chance. I will succeed, Bai pleaded, repeatedly falling from the tree. Gritting his teeth, he engaged in self-encouragement and focused his chakra into his feet as he continued to ascend the tree. Bai, it's all right if you can't do it, Yan Bai reassured him, standing nearby and observing the smaller version of himself clad in similar attire. Bai was not fond of conflict, but he persevered for Yan Bai's simple encouragement. Yan Bai altered his usual supportive tone, consistently reminding Bai that it was fine if he couldn't succeed. This, in turn, bolstered Bai's confidence, motivating him to strive harder without the anxiety he had previously felt. Yan Bai leisurely stood beside the tree, hands at his sides, one holding a lunchbox filled with improvised delicacies crafted from foraged ingredients. They would kindle a fire and enjoy a picnic once Bai completed his training. Bai tirelessly concentrated his chakra as he practiced climbing the tree again and again. Yan Bai silently observed a figure on the other side of the thicket. Kagaya-kun Maru, yellow. He noted, as Maru had been peering from behind a large tree near the stream for some time, just catching a glimpse of Bai and Yan Bai's profiles. He couldn't help but marvel at their beauty. What was that child striving for? What were his aspirations? Bai stumbled repeatedly, yet he rose each time. While Yan Bai's gentle gaze offered no reproach, Maru watched quietly, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Yan Bai feigned ignorance of his presence until Bai sensed someone watching him and turned to look. Brother, Bai suddenly recalled that recently, Yan Bai had been leading him through strange places, always following the same route in circles. When he inquired about the reason, Yan Bai simply mentioned wanting to meet that child. Bai had also asked what the child looked like. Yan Bai described him accurately: snow-white hair, 2 red dots on his forehead, a member of the Kagaya clan with a bloodline limit, and of similar age to Bai. The detailed description etched Maru's image into Bai's memory. Upon seeing Maru, Bai instantly recognized him as the other child his brother had spoken of. Who are you? Bai recalled Yan Bai's advice and initiated a conversation with Maru. Yan Bai had suggested that if that child appeared, Bai should engage him in conversation, as the child had a tragic background, and perhaps a peer could more easily open his heart. Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief from his sleeve, cautiously observing Maru. Maru's face flushed unexpectedly. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I'm not a good child. I couldn't help but smile, confirming Yan Bai's words about Maru's peculiarities. This isn't private property, and you haven't disturbed us. Why are you here alone? Maru looked down, confusion flickering in his ice-green eyes. I don't know why I'm here either. I cast a discreet glance at Yan Bai. While Maru was unaware of his presence here, Yan Bai understood that Maru likely belonged in this place. Bai, seeing the emptiness in Maru's gaze, was reminded of his former self. You remind me of who I used to be. Lost and unaware of the purpose of my existence or the reasons for my struggles. Maru repeated Bai's words, not knowing why to live or fight. It resonated deeply. Observing Maru's bewilderment, Bai instinctively donned the commercial smile that Yan Bai often wore. I was once like that too, until I met my esteemed brother. His smile warmed further as he continued. Now, my brother is my only family. I am no longer lost, nor do I question my existence or purpose. The mention of family seemed to plunge Maru into distressing memories. Yet, his gaze towards Bai transformed, filled with envy. In that moment, Maru noticed how Bai and Yan Bai stood side by side, dressed similarly, sharing the same beauty and smiles, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He too desired such a smile. He longed to understand his own purpose. Bai was acutely aware that the child Yan Bai referred to was none other than Maru, who bore a similarly tragic fate. He extended his hand. What about your family? I have no family, Maru replied, his spirits low. We seem to be fated to meet. If you don't mind, my brother and I can be your family, Bai gently suggested. We will protect you, so you need not be alone anymore. Bai had long recognized that Maru was the child Yan Bai intended to adopt, and he smoothly steered the conversation in that direction. Yan Bai quietly observed. Realizing that Maru was less adept at socializing than Bai was, he merely needed Bai to draw Maru in. Can I be needed too? Maru gazed steadily at Bai. Bai, puzzled, replied, as long as you live, you will find your value. I have, and I am certain you will too. Maru's thoughts spiraled. He recalled the disdainful glares from his kin, the life of being treated like a beast, and the days spent in a dark, confining cage. He knew he had worth, particularly in battle, for it was only when he was needed in combat that he was released. Yet, now those who required him were gone, even imprisoned. That cage had been his home. But now, Maru felt lost, uncertain of where to go, as his home no longer existed. The ethereal brothers before him seemed free from the burden of combat. Maru fell into deep contemplation. Why was he hesitating? Do you not trust us? Bai maintained his gentle smile, though internally he felt anxious. At that moment, a raspy, sinister voice emerged from the shadows. These two children are truly delightful. Wouldn't you agree, Yan Bai? Upon hearing the voice, Yan Bai's smile, illuminated by the light, shifted to a more unsettling demeanor as he replied coolly, indeed. I find them quite endearing. Turning to the corner, he greeted, long time no see, Orochimaru. Chapter 123. What do you want? Daddy will buy it for you. With a pale complexion, serpent-like eyes, and a tall, elegant figure clad in a gray robe, Orochimaru had somehow appeared above the stream. Yan Bai's smile returned. However, upon seeing Yan Bai's warm demeanor, Orochimaru felt an unsettling frustration within. I truly did not wish to see you, he thought. Orochimaru had already arrived in the land of water and had even met Maru beforehand. Though Maru had been too focused on fighting for his clan to engage in meaningful conversation, Orochimaru had always adhered to a philosophy of mutual consent in his enticements. However, seeing Yan Bai attempt to claim the child left him somewhat discontented. Maru was intended to be Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel, but with Yan Bai's arrival, he felt as though Maru had been tainted. What a pity it was. Before departing, he felt compelled to voice his discontent. Bai and Maru were startled by Orochimaru's sudden appearance. An eerie aura emanated from him, causing Bai to pale and instinctively retreat behind. Yan Bai. Maru, however, furrowed his brow. It's you? Recognizing Orochimaru, Maru recalled their encounter before the Kagaya clan's downfall, when Orochimaru had spoken many words he could not understand. Sensing his new friend's fear, Maru instinctively drew a bone knife, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai. Witnessing this, Yan Bai nearly burst into laughter. How delightful it was to see this scene again. Maru had taken on the role of protector, and these two children would undoubtedly become good brothers. Does Yan Bokuin have an eye for the Kagaya child? Orochimaru no longer cast his gaze upon the two children. He maintained a careful distance from Yan Bai, cautiously inquiring. It seems that Lord Yan Bai does not lack for combat tools. Regrettably, This child cannot be included under my banner. Yan Bai crossed his arms, responding in a calm tone. Orochimaru, he is but a child, not a mere tool. Orochimaru mused. Something feels amiss. He instinctively glanced at Kunmaru, noting the slight stir of emotion in his demeanor. Orochimaru felt compelled to deem Yan Bai a scoundrel for having infected yet another soul. Yan Bai continued, I have never required combat tools, for my own strength suffices. I have indeed taken a liking to these two children, not to mold them into instruments, but out of compassion for their plight. I wish for them to be my kin. Uncle Snake, tools can be discarded at will, but family is different. Surely you can understand me? Orochimaru replied. He cannot comprehend. In his eyes, Yan Bai was actively spreading his affliction to those around him, cloaking it in the guise of a need for family. Shouldn't it be termed a need for companions in illness? How vile an act this is. Despite frequent discussions on scientific matters, Orochimaru remained unable to grasp Yan Bai's perspective. He could not fathom why Yan Bai, possessing such vast knowledge, was entirely disinterested in effecting a cure for this ailment. In truth, their worldviews were irreconcilably disparate. Beyond the realm of serious science, they would never understand one another. Orochimaru sensed that Yan Bai harbored a monumental secret. Yet, he felt an instinctive caution against probing into that secret, at least for now. However, as life is finite, Orochimaru sought more time, and thus more youthful, exceptional vessels. Uncle Snake, this child cannot fulfill your desires. He suffers from a severe bloodline illness, which greatly impacts his lifespan, Yan Bai explained earnestly. You cannot cure him. Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes. Do you know my intentions? Uncle Snake, I understand you better than anyone else in this world, aside from yourself. Yan Bai replied with a low chuckle. I eagerly await the day when you seek me out. As for this child, should he follow you, he will perish, with me. I may find a way to assist him. Orochimaru regarded Yan Bai with doubt, pondering whether it could truly be so. Indeed it is, Yan Bai replied with a faint smile. My primary reason is that I do not wish for the child to suffer under your care. Orochimaru remarked, you wish to uncover the secret of immortality, do you not? Why not come work under my banner? I can share some information. Yan Bai's smile gradually morphed into something unsettling. Uncle Snake, you might as well return. Do not wander outside any longer. We all miss you dearly. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, a look akin to a perplexed expression crossed Orochimaru's face. Noticing the flicker of interest in Yan Bai's eyes, Orochimaru quickly added, I have recently been establishing a village, so I shall not return. Originally, Orochimaru had intended to extend a courteous invitation to Yan Bai to visit, but he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. Such an invitation was fraught with complications he could not afford. Over the years, Yan Bai had relentlessly tempted him to return to Konoha, and he was resolute in avoiding that abyss known as the Yan Bai syndrome. Initially, Orochimaru regarded Yan Bai merely as a pathogen. Now, he saw him as something far more insidious. A grotesque entity whose malevolence was too unsettling to contemplate. He absolutely could not invite him to his sanctuary. Yan Bai was cognizant of Orochimaru's distaste for him. Even this current incarnation of Orochimaru was merely a fraction of his being. Uncle Snake is truly a coward, he mused. How could he confront me with his true self? Orochimaru's manifestation gazed longingly at Kunmaru, instinctively extending its long tongue to cleanse its visage, regaining clarity. With a sigh, Orochimaru lamented such temptation. Bai and Kunmaru, upon witnessing this, widened their eyes in shock, subsequently displaying expressions of disgust. Yan Bai chuckled, enough? Uncle Snake has retreated far enough. You need not fear me. I harbor no ill will toward you. Orochimaru responded with a wry smile. Let us part ways here, until we meet again. With that, his manifestation dissolved into nothingness. Once Orochimaru had completely departed, Yan Bai turned toward Kunmaru, who had been shielding Bai, and inquired with a smile, Child, are you willing to become my kin? Just as Bai has. Become your kin? Kunmaru stared blankly at Yan Bai, mirroring Bai's earlier confusion. Indeed, Yan Bai said, extending his hand to rest gently on Kunmaru's slender shoulder. You need not toil for me in battle. Simply be a good child like Bai, and I shall procure whatever you desire. He did not echo Orochimaru's insidious words from the original narrative to entice Kunmaru. Instead, Yan Bai borrowed a phrase frequently used by his mother, who would say, Bai, your only task is to be a good child. Let the adults provide for your whims. Yet, in reality, being a weak child was a sin in the eyes of that mother. Recalling his mother, a signature smile involuntarily graced Yan Bai's face. Are you willing? As Kunmaru beheld Yan Bai's amiable expression, he felt an unprecedented warmth envelop him. Though perplexed by the emotions stirring within, his cheeks flushed, and he replied, I am willing. Chapter 124. Filial piety unleashed. Yan Bai returned to the inn where he and Bai had been staying, producing garments he had prepared for Kunmaru, instructing Bai to assist him in getting ready. A youth of ethereal beauty traversed the streets accompanied by two even younger and equally striking children, drawing considerable attention. The attire Yan Bai had crafted for himself was styled in the fashion of ancient Chinese garments, starkly contrasting the ninja world's aesthetic, yet simultaneously establishing his unique identity. Yan Bai did not hasten back to Konoha. Bai and Kunmaru had never witnessed the world beyond the land of water, and he wished to seize this opportunity to broaden their horizons. Yan Bai's features were too conspicuous. His value had surged to 300 million ryo in the exchange market, rendering their journey anything but dull. In this era of the ninja world, entertainment options were exceedingly limited. Thus, Bai and Kunmaru's diversions consisted of watching Yan Bai engage strangers in combat, observing strangers battle one another, witnessing strangers clash with their own kind, and the ensuing chaos. Yan Bai's approach to combat diverged significantly from traditional ninjas. Bai and Kunmaru initially learned not the famed techniques with grandiose names, but rather the rudiments of martial arts. The shoes Yan Bai donned were designed to complement his attire, featuring pointed toes crafted from metal. Bai and Kunmaru were likewise equipped with such gear, which provided substantial support and could shatter a foe's defenses with a single kick. In any conflict, the sole objective was victory. The means were inconsequential. Winning allowed one to inscribe history as they wished. Do not show mercy to villains. Such leniency is cruelty to the innocent. Yan Bai instructed Bai and Kunmaru to avoid unnecessary altercations, prioritizing escape. In critical moments, when facing foes or miscreants, they were to strike decisively and without restraint. Consequently, as Bai and Kunmaru explored their bloodline abilities, they began to develop in peculiar directions. In order to prevent Junmaru from recklessly wasting the bones extracted from the corpses, Yan Bai taught him a martial art accessible to ordinary people. Through the corpse's veins, he enabled Junmaru to extend suitable bone spikes from his joints with each strike, aiming at various vital points of the opponent. By using ice release, the situation became even more flexible, and the circumstances were largely similar. Yan Bai also insisted that they memorize the human meridian map, ensuring they remembered the most lethal points by heart. Is becoming stronger merely to triumph over others in fair circumstances? No, Yan Bai conveyed to them. The purpose of gaining strength is to ensure self-preservation and the protection of the innocent when confronted with vicious foes. For this seemingly noble cause, Bai and Junmaru dedicated themselves to their training with unwavering resolve. Especially Bai, whose inherent kindness would often prevent him from being ruthless even if he grew stronger. His transformation depended on himself, as others could not intervene. Yan Bai treated Bai gently each day, yet at midnight, he silently conjured nightmarish visions, ensuring Bai dreamt of 100 different deaths for Yan Bai and Junmaru, each night unique. Thus, Bai began to change. He did not believe that Yan Bai was invincible, prompting him to seek ways to grow towards invincibility himself. Bai had awakened his bloodline limit at a young age, possessing the ability to manipulate water and ice. Although he had not yet achieved the strength to form hand signs with one hand, he was already no ordinary child. Junmaru, frequently struck by Yan Bai from unexpected angles, had developed combat instincts surpassing many adult ninjas. For safety, the two children typically sparred only with Yan Bai, avoiding practice against each other, and instead, they trained against the trees in the forest. Yan Bai stood not far away, silently observing the two diligent children. From the shadows of the trees came a hoarse voice, questioning whether Yan Bai had ventured out of his secluded life in Konoha solely for these two children. Indeed, I hold great affection for them. Yan Bai replied with a slight smile. Heiju remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Since receiving your gift, I often hear a voice. At this, Yan Bai's pupils slightly constricted. Heiju's gift was filial piety. Could it be that, aside from compelling others to honor him, he had developed other abilities? Yan Bai remained silent, slowly opening a hidden panel visible only to him. If he were to become stuck here, it would signify that this test would not have traversed the entire narrative, necessitating a frustrating repeat. However, Heiju seemed indifferent to Yan Bai's actions, murmuring, "That is the voice of my mother. She provided me with a script, instructing me to act according to her directions, which led me to create the blood mist. Yan Bai, this. Before he could retort, Ju dropped another bombshell, stating that she had also said he deceived her, that he was not her son. Yan Bai looked up at the sky, feeling utterly speechless. He had already deduced the identity of the person speaking to Ju. His great-grandmother was forcibly mending the increasingly frayed narrative and, through Ju, issuing a warning to him. Ju observed Yan Bai's unperturbed demeanor, which only made her chuckle softly. Mother said you are the son of her grandson, making me your great-uncle in terms of lineage, akin to the relationship between Tsunade and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Yan Bai facepalmed, acknowledging that it was somewhat accurate. He felt apologetic. His great-grandmother had indeed created a massive pitfall by controlling Ju through filial piety. No, this was clearly Ju leveraging her filial piety as an advantage, directly seeking assistance from the old lady when needed. What the hell? How could he continue to act recklessly in the future? Yan Bai inwardly lamented that from now on, his great-grandmother could simply manipulate Ju to repair the narrative as she wished. He only hoped the old lady would not be overly mischievous. It matters not. After all, we are still family. I have grown accustomed to considering you as my brother. My mother and I will each regard our own relationships, but I still see you as my brother, Ju said wistfully. Mother said you would not hinder the Moon Eye plan, and she urged me to take good care of you. She also mentioned that in another world, sibling corruption is nearly the norm. During episodes of madness, one can simply slam the other against the wall. At other times, they continue to love each other. So I need not fear crushing you. After all, you know how to bury someone into the ground. Yan Bai covered his face, exasperated. Why did his great-grandmother have to expose him? Wasn't everything fine as it was? He decided to follow this lie further. Ju chuckled. She also told me that the grandmother in Kagayaheim who often beats you is actually her. Given that you depicted your mother as resembling her while portraying her as more beautiful, she will overlook your foolishness. Yan Bai, all right then. Thanks to my great-grandmother for covering up my lie. Yan Bai dared not speak further. He had intended to ask Ju that since she could communicate with their revered mother through the gift of filial piety, there should be no harm in not resurrecting her, right? However, he feared touching upon the taboo of restarting the world, which would be quite troublesome. After all, the testing system required Yan Bai to experience the narrative from a specific timeline as an ordinary player, engaging in controllable bizarre events to ascertain if the system contained any bugs, and only upon the conclusion of the storyline would the test be deemed complete. If there were a restart midway, it would necessitate a complete do-over, which was quite bothersome. Each time he arrived at a timeline was unpredictable. Various time periods could be involved, and the random events differed, essentially forming parallel worlds with the same background, yet different versions, without any save points. If he were to unwittingly cross over to the era of the shinobi, or even the ancient times, he would still have to wait until the Fourth Shinobi World War concluded. Of course, he could extricate himself from being stuck and try again. But that would be a hassle. Best not to repeat the experience. For now, Yan Bai could only trust that his great-grandmother had successfully deceived Ju. He would refrain from asking anything further. However, Ju continued to laugh. I went to ask Rina. She said she isn't afraid of the pain of childbirth. So you need not worry too much. She doesn't mind it herself and sees no need to go far and adopt children, although these two children are quite good. Yan Bai. Chapter 125. Short Book Street. After much coaxing, Yan Bai managed to send Ju away, feeling a headache brewing. He had not anticipated that a casual remark about the pain of childbirth would lead Ju to take it to heart, even questioning Rina about her reluctance to bear children due to fear of pain. Yan Bai genuinely wondered what wild conclusions Rina would concoct upon his return home. Regardless, he planned to take the two children out for a few days of fun before heading back to Konoha. Junmaru and Bai, who were diligently training in the woods, had a strong sense of time. When break time arrived, they would inevitably stop to rest, as Yan Bai had told them that overexertion in any activity could lead to adverse effects, and resting when needed was essential. The two children sat together to eat, their meal consisting of red bean daifuku that Yan Bai had prepared for them that morning. Junmaru's serious face regarded Bai earnestly. Bai, brother worries daily that your kindness may lead to your demise. Surely you would not allow that to happen? Bai immediately recalled the endless nightmares he experienced each night, causing him to hesitate. In his dreams, he never perished due to his kindness. Rather, it was Yan Bai and Junmaru who often met their ends because of his compassion. Thus, the term kindness had become synonymous with Bai's nightmares. Bai had once confided his nightmares to Yan Bai, who felt guilty, believing that his constant concern for Bai's safety led to the psychological pressure that manifested in those dreams. Alright, that does sound quite reasonable. However, after Yan Bai chose to remain silent on the matter, Bai continued to be tormented by those recurring nightmares. Now, confronted by Junma Lu's direct approach to the subject, Bai was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Junma Lu, being impulsive, did not wait for Bai's response before articulating his thoughts. With a serious expression, he said, "Bai, do not allow your kindness to be your downfall. Otherwise, I shall eliminate all who have harmed you." Upon hearing these words, Bai's eyes glistened with a misty sheen. That won't happen, Junma Lu, it won't. During this time, their shared experiences of living and dining together had forged a profound bond between them. Just then, Yan Bai approached from a distance and gently stated, "The notion that kindness leads to one's demise does not hold true. Death arises from a lack of strength. You must both cultivate your inner fortitude and prowess. Strive diligently, you too." Upon seeing Yan Bai, Bai nodded with clarity in her gaze, affirming, "I understand, brother." Junma Lu maintained his serious demeanor. "Before we return to Konoha, shall we take a detour to the bustling Shortbook Street? It happens to be on our route," suggested Yan Bai casually. Bai and Junma Lu responded in unison, "Sounds great." Yan Bai affectionately ruffled their hair. "Then after dinner, we shall head to Shortbook Street." The savory aroma of food wafted through the forest, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of cooking. Bai and Yan Bai dined elegantly, while Junma Lu, in stark contrast, devoured his meal ravenously as if possessed by an insatiable hunger. "Junma Lu, do slow down. We are not competing with you," Yan Bai remarked as he handed a skewer of grilled meat to Bai. "Do take care not to overindulge. I have not prepared any XXXL size clothing for you. If you were to gain that much weight, you would be left with no choice but to run." Junma Lu remained silent, feeling helpless in the face of his appetite. As they grilled meat in the forest, dusk gradually enveloped the area, with numerous animals observing them from the shadows, their eyes glowing eerily. Surrounded by a multitude of green, gleaming eyes, Junma Lu felt an urgency to finish his meal, lest the food be claimed by these creatures. In truth, those beasts dared not approach to snatch away their food. Once the meal concluded, Yan Bai led the two children to a quaint little town named Shortbook Street. This street was known in the original storyline as the place where the protagonists Naruto and Jiraiya sought Tsunade. Before the rise of the Konoha Hot Springs village, Shortbook Street was the most prosperous thoroughfare near the Hidden Leaf village. Even now, it remained a bustling hub, filled with merchants and ninjas alike. After all, one needed wealth to venture into the realm of the Konoha Hot Springs, which did not cater to the impoverished. Those without means would find themselves trapped within, forced to labor, and the powerful ninjas of Konoha would ensure no one could escape. At present, Konoha was notorious for capturing criminals for forced labor, with the Konoha police department's prison housing nearly all the con artists of the Fire Country. Thus, Shortbook Street retained its practical significance. "Here we are. This is Shortbook Street," Yan Bai announced, a gentle smile gracing his face as he reminded the two children beside him. "Wow, it's so bustling." Bai and Junma Lu beamed, their eyes glimmering with wonder at the lively scene before them, for they were still but 5 or 6 years old. Yan Bai chuckled. "Let us find a place to stay for the night. Then we shall explore at our leisure." Bai and Junma Lu replied eagerly, "All right, brother." As they traversed Shortbook Street, many passers-by cast glances at the trio, captivated by their striking appearances, yet none dared to provoke Yan Bai. Even if someone were momentarily tempted to approach, they would be swiftly deterred by their companions. During their journey back to Konoha, the tales of the dark deeds Yan Bai had committed had spread far and wide, morphing into exaggerated legends. However, it was well known that the god of wealth of Konoha was a ruthless rogue, employing cunning tactics and unorthodox methods in combat, known for targeting the vulnerable. While he was indeed a handsome figure, his fighting style was exceedingly bizarre. If an opponent guarded themselves, he would resort to targeting their eyes. In close combat, one had to be wary not only of his kicks, but also of his illusions that could lead to social demise. In ranged combat, he would not engage, instead opting to flee with the destinies of his two younger brothers in tow, leaving no chance for retaliation. His approach was a twisted application of martial arts. As a result, Shimura Danzo gained notoriety for his ferocity, leading many to believe that it was he who had shaped Yan Bai into the villain he had become. What a good child he could have been, if only it weren't for Shimura Danzo. Yan Bai checked into the most luxurious inn on Shortbook Street. treating the two children as though they were his own sons as he took them out to explore. He purchased them simple candies, 3-colored dumplings, and tempura. In addition to food, he also acquired ordinary toys such as bamboo dragonflies, windmills, dolls, and fox masks. Bai and Junma Liu, who had previously endured a tragic fate, were experiencing such delights for the first time, filling them with wonder. For ordinary individuals, these were commonplace items, yet for Bai and Junma Liu, who had known only darkness, their lives were finally graced with a hint of happiness. "Brother, what is that?" Bai inquired, pointing at a small fabric pouch that Yan Bai had just revealed. "Oh, this is the rice candy that I had Renai prepare back in Konoha." Yan Bai replied with a smile. "I suddenly remembered that we will be returning to Konoha tomorrow, and if Renai discovers that her snacks were left behind, she might feel disheartened. Why don't you both give it a try?" Yan Bai beckoned them to the shelter of a nearby building. "Is it sweet?" Bai's eyes sparkled as she received the package of candy. As she unwrapped the lightweight fabric, a delightful aroma wafted forth. The rice candy was neatly wrapped in oil paper, but the sweet scent escaped its confines. How fragrant! Both Junma Liu and Bai could not conceal their joy. Even Junma Liu, who rarely smiled, wore a warm grin. Affection level reached 60 points, becoming Junma Liu's close friend. Yin Dun's special effect triggered. Received Junma Liu's unique affection reward, bloodline limit. Chakra 01 card, and 1,000 currency. Yan Bai stood behind the two children, his hands resting on their heads, a genuine smile illuminating his face. These two children are indeed good kids, far more reliable than those in Konoha. Despite their youth, the rewards from the first phase were all related to bloodlines. Yan Bai thought to himself that he must include them in the strategy guide, urging all players to treat these pitiable yet obedient children kindly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the bustling street. "Quickly, stop her. Don't let her escape." Yan Bai, the two children, turned towards the noise, only to see a group of ronin and ninjas pursuing a young girl clutching a cotton candy. Bai and Junma Liu's expressions hardened, and as they took a step forward, Yan Bai held them back. "Do not go," he whispered. Bai, puzzled, replied, "Brother, that sister seems to be in danger. We should help her." However, Junma Liu immediately grasped Yan Bai's intent and whispered, "Bai, do you not remember? My elder brother once remarked that what our ears hear and our eyes perceive may not necessarily reflect reality. We are utterly unaware of the preceding events and their consequences. You cannot ascertain the reasons behind that sister being pursued. What if she were indeed a villain?" Bai fell into silence, recalling memories of the Water Nation, where even Junmaru was oblivious to his presence there, yet Yan Bai understood the situation. Realizing this, Bai quickly admitted his fault, saying, "I'm sorry, brother. I acted impulsively." Yan Bai gently ruffled Bai's hair and replied, "There is no need for apologies. Kindness is never a fault." At that moment, Junmaru inquired, "Brother, did that girl commit any wrongdoing?" "Well, she deceived others for money and is in debt, which is why those men are pursuing her. She has done wrong and must face the consequences," Yan Bai patiently explained. To prevent the children from inadvertently aiding those 20 men in their pursuit, Yan Bai added, "However, those chasing her are not virtuous either, making this a farcical dog-eat-dog scenario. The girl possesses her own means. Let us not meddle." Bai naturally believed Yan Bai's words, yet Junmaru remained skeptical, having not experienced Yan Bai's encounters with rare NPCs. Thus, the straightforward Junmaru remarked, "Brother, you said that everything must be substantiated by evidence. What if we are mistaken?" Yan Bai sighed in resignation. "I shall take you to observe. But we must maintain our distance. Do not approach, for that would lead to trouble." Having said this, Yan Bai held the napes of his younger brother's necks firmly. With a crash, the leader of the pursuers, upon seeing a golden-haired beauty, suddenly collapsed at her feet, convulsing as if struck by a heart attack, crying out, "Lady Tsunade, I implore you, repay the debt." Bai and Junmaru, watching from a distance as guided by Yan Bai, fell silent upon hearing the words carried by the night breeze. The burly man continued his lament, pleading, "Please, if you do not repay, my brothers will starve." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai promptly seized his two brothers and urged them to flee. There was no need to listen further. Tsunade, in matters of gambling, exhibited a complete lack of scruples. It was certain that she would demand money without regard for life, or perhaps extract a plethora of IOUs from her seemingly boundless bosom as collateral. Although the loan sharks deserved their fate, Tsunade's actions amounted to a form of blackmail. While Yan Bai took delight in Tsunade's exploitation of others, He was less than pleased at the prospect of her taking his money. Thus, Yan Bai resolved to maintain his distance. Upon returning to the inn, Bai and Junmaru appeared dazed. However, after hearing the earlier lamentations of the burly man, they understood that Yan Bai's earlier assertions were indeed correct. The sister being pursued was merely a debtor, and it seemed that those 20 men were at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the leader would not have been sobbing at the woman's legs, begging for repayment. Observing the incredulous expressions on the two children's faces, Yan Bai recalled their future encounter with Princess Tsunade, who was likely to become the 5th Hokage in Konoha. With a sigh, Yan Bai remarked, "That golden-haired beauty is named Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the 1st Hokage, and the direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage. She has a penchant for gambling and frequently incurs debts, yet her formidable power emboldens her." Bai, astonished, exclaimed, "How can such a thing be? I thought she would be bullied by so many men." Junmaru also furrowed his brows. "Thus, this is the evidence you sought," Yan Bai sighed. "The individual kneeling and crying is not typically so. The sequence of events is quite simple. Princess Tsunade visited that man's gambling den, lost everything, and refused to pay. The owner, of course, would have hired muscle. It goes without saying that they would have been overpowered by her, with her strength. She could dismantle their casino with just a few punches. What should have been her payment transformed into IOUs, and the injured henchman would require medical expenses, while the establishment became a hazard in need of repairs. The losses are substantial. Tell me, how could that man not weep?" Bai, somewhat conflicted, said. "But brother," before he could finish, Yan Bai seemed to know his thoughts and shook his head, saying, "Bai, do not pity the owner of that casino. He merely encountered Princess Tsunade and was dealt a harsh blow. While he appears pitiable now, he has undoubtedly ruined countless families through his gambling activities. Thus, this is merely poetic justice." Bai inhaled deeply and replied, "I understand, brother. I apologize for my simplistic thinking." Yan Bai smiled and gently patted the heads of Bai and Junmaru, softly saying, "It is all right. Experiencing the world will help you understand. Now, rest well. We shall return to Konoha tomorrow." Chapter 127. Call Me Grandpa. Bai and Junmaru had just emerged from a dark world, having touched upon a semblance of happiness, only to be thrust back into the harsh realities of life. That night, both children found it difficult to sleep soundly. In the dark, Yan Bai sat beside them like a sleepless father, guarding his children. Prior to their journey, Yan Bai had anticipated an encounter with Princess Tsunade. However, he could choose not to engage. Yet, each time, he hoped to provide Bai and Junmaru with a genuine experience of ordinary life. The short street was a rare bustling area in the ninja world, and since they were passing through, he thought it prudent to take a look. From the outset, Yan Bai was aware of the identity of the girl being pursued. She was Kato Shizune, Tsunade's disciple. Yan Bai had encountered this scene numerous times in various iterations of this virtual world at the same time and place. It was a fixed plot that would inevitably trigger along the same timeline. Perhaps the details varied, but the essence remained the same. When Yan Bai was still a novice, he had rushed to save Kato Shizune, much like Bai and Junmaru had just done, unceremoniously beating the poor debt collectors. At that time, he believed he had rescued her. Yet all she did was utter a brief thank you before fleeing. This was not the end. Seeing the turmoil and urgency on her face, Yan Bai anxiously followed her, only to witness her drag the inebriated Princess Tsunade out of an izakaya. The two women, walking through the deserted short street in the dead of night, soon found themselves ambushed by elite ninjas. Yan Bai, having followed, was also compelled by the testing system to intervene. The consequences of his chivalrous act led to further entanglements, as he became a perpetual source of support for Tsunade, who rarely repaid her debts. Tsunade, possessing both power and status, acted with impunity in these matters. Money was trivial, easily earned again. In truth, Yan Bai did not place much value on it. However, his earnings were not easily acquired. Why should he allow Tsunade to exploit him? Even his mother had never subjected him to such indignities. Moreover, Tsunade would go to great lengths for gambling stakes. Later, when Yan Bai encountered Kato Shizune once more during another test, he chose to observe from a distance and discovered that even without his intervention, the debt collectors did not dare to assault her. Henceforth, every time he returned, Yan Bai refrained from rescuing Kato Shizune and sought to delay any meetings with Tsunade, ensuring that if they had to meet, it would be under the guise of strangers. Yan Bai harbored no affection for her, thus severing their friendship. And when he struck at her, he did so without a shred of compassion. However, Yan Bai was acutely aware that matters were not so simple. In previous renditions, Yan Bai was a silent benefactor reaping wealth, but in this current narrative, he found himself burdened by the weight of fame as the god of wealth of the hidden leaf. In recent years, he had paid little heed to his public image. He was not only a deity of fortune, but also an embodiment of mischief. Curiosity piqued, Yan Bai wondered if Tsunade would approach him, seeking financial assistance. Yet, the night passed without her appearance. The following dawn, Yan Bai, accompanied by Haku and Kimimaro, swiftly returned to the Hidden Leaf village. However, upon reaching the outskirts, he refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he signaled for Shimura Danzo. Before long, Danzo emerged from the village, clad in a long black robe, a conical hat atop his head, and a cane in hand. "You little rascal, was this intentional?" Danzo began to berate him. "You've made quite the ruckus outside, dragging my reputation through the mud. Look at the fourth Hokage, who carved out a golden legacy during the third Great Ninja War, and here you are, playing the god of wealth while moonlighting as a trickster." The rumor of the god of wealth's penchant for mischief has spread throughout the ninja world. Danzo believed that the grudge against him merely rendered those who had labeled Yan Bai with such titles into detractors rather than outright adversaries. These individuals still possessed a semblance of decorum. Though he was scolding Yan Bai, it was evident to the latter that Danzo was largely unfazed. Over the years, Danzo had devoted himself tirelessly to the Hidden Leaf, yet he had received little in the way of a commendable reputation, while now, Yan Bai's notoriety had spread far and wide in the ninja realm. Danzo cast a glance at Haku and Kimimaro, standing beside Yan Bai. These two children? Yan Bai maintained his decorum, swiftly bowing slightly in respect to Danzo. Haku and Kimimaro mirrored the gesture, bowing to the limping elder. Following this, Yan Bai struck an elegant pose and addressed Haku and Kimimaro. "Haku, Kimimaro, come," address him as grandfather. With adorably innocent expressions, Haku and Kimimaro chorused, "Grandfather," causing Danzo to nearly choke on his breath, his body shaking in disbelief. What is this nonsense? Suddenly gaining two grandchildren? Over the past 3 years, the names on Danzo's death list had all met their social demise under Yan Bai's orchestrations. Consequently, Danzo found himself quite at ease, achieving assassinations without the need for actual assassins, all while gleaning valuable insights from the process. Understanding Yan Bai's character, Danzo noted that if he had returned to the village, it was certainly for a specific purpose. Yan Bai rarely sought Danzo's assistance, so Danzo's eager appearance was unexpected, resulting in his newfound status as a grandfather. After much internal conflict, Danzo finally stated, "I see, you wish for me to register their legal identities, correct? This complicates matters. You must inform me of their backgrounds. I cannot permit unidentified individuals to roam freely. This is a principle we must adhere to. Teacher, they are the last heirs of the Kagaya clan from the land of water and the Yuki clan from the land of snow," Yan Bai replied with a commercial smile. Moreover, the village hidden in the mist has enforced a persecution policy against bloodline limit ninjas over the years, leading to the annihilation of both their families. Just look at their plight. This is why I wish to adopt them. Danzo appeared displeased. "You want to adopt them and have them call me grandfather? You are my teacher, once a teacher, always a father. If I adopt them, that title is only fitting." Yan Bai chuckled, "Please, teacher." Seeing Yan Bai's smile, Danzo fell into contemplation. Rare bloodline limits, especially those extracted from the land of water, would not be accepted by the village hidden in the mist. For a fleeting moment, Danzo hesitated, but then he recalled Yan Bai's peculiar tendencies. Having 2 more children is neither a burden nor a blessing. Danzo's perspective shifted dramatically. The possibilities presented by Yan Bai's creation of the Hidden Leaf Hot Springs village and his methods of social demise opened up numerous avenues. With a sigh, Danzo mused that the identities of the 2 children would undoubtedly pose complications. Chapter 128. A bond forged in urgency, casting the complications upon Danzo. Yan Bai strode confidently into the village, accompanied by Haku and Kimimaro. The gatekeepers, familiar with Yan Bai, greeted him warmly as he exchanged pleasantries with acquaintances along the way. Prior to their return, Yan Bai had styled Haku and Kimimaro with matching hairstyles reminiscent of Neza, with contrasting hair colors of black and white, and identical attire. The 2 children walked alongside Yan Bai, appearing almost as if they were twin embodiments of light and shadow. Their undeniable adorableness drew the attention of the villagers, with Haku's gentle gaze and warm smiles contrasting sharply with Kimimaro's vigilant demeanor. which exuded a fierce protectiveness. Despite Yan Bai merely greeting everyone as usual without introducing the children, an odd misconception took root among the villagers, leading them to believe that Haku and Kimimaro were indeed his offspring. As they made their way home, Yan Bai suddenly halted, crouching as if to pick something up. Haku and Kimimaro stood by, puzzled. Just then, a voice emerged from the bushes. "Little brother, we kept an eye on things yesterday. Princess Tsunade intended to seek you out, but she was intercepted by a formidable ninja attempting an assassination. You should be cautious. She may return to the hidden leaf." A cold smile crept onto Yan Bai's lips as he replied, "Thank you for your efforts. Please rest well." With that, he resumed his stroll, leading the two children towards his home. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Had he ventured to save Kato Shizen with the children in tow last night, he would have undoubtedly crossed paths with Tsunade, who would subsequently have faced an assassination attempt. Nonetheless, even in his absence, Tsunade remained unharmed. As Yan Bai walked, he contemplated his next steps. Haku tugged gently at his robe. "What is it, Haku?" Yan Bai turned with a smile, inquiring. Kimimaro also looked over, attentively regarding Haku. With her head bowed, Haku seemed hesitant to meet Yan Bai's gaze, softly declaring, "Brother, I will strive diligently in my training and will no longer be soft-hearted." "That is splendid news. If so, I need not worry about you incessantly," Yan Bai responded, echoing her sentiments. Kimimaro, too, offered a faint smile. Yet, Yan Bai found himself puzzled by Haku's sudden declaration, wondering what had transpired. Unbeknownst to them, Haku had sensed an unsettling chill after observing the villagers' expressions towards Yan Bai. Though each face bore a cordial smile, she inexplicably felt an undercurrent of hostility emanating from them. Why was that? They greeted him with such warmth. Yet there seemed to be a hidden malice. If their smiles concealed such duplicity, it was truly terrifying. Amidst the hidden leaf, Yan Bai stood at the center of danger. Haku was determined to hone her skills, unaware of when the villagers' latent animosity might erupt. Should they collectively turn against Yan Bai, his situation would become perilous. Moreover, given Yan Bai's striking appearance, could he possibly become a target of jealousy from those of the same gender? Yan Bai has truly assisted Bai immensely, rescuing him from a realm of darkness and bestowing upon him a happiness he had never before experienced. Bai is profoundly grateful to him, yet his words remain unspoken. What he wishes to convey is, "I will no longer be soft-hearted. I shall protect you." Yan Bai, unaware of Bai's inner thoughts, observes the favorability rating above Bai's head reading 111111. What trials has this child endured? Yan Bai squints, reminiscing about the moment he received his first favorability reward, which was Bai's bloodline limit, and he cannot help but commend Bai for his perceptiveness. If this child were to turn dark, the abilities he would acquire would likely not be of a compassionate nature. In Yan Bai's experience, such perceptiveness often manifests as abilities akin to telepathy, or perhaps even more sinister, involving manipulation and hypnosis. With this in mind, Yan Bai gazes at Bai, who instinctively lifts his eyes to meet Yan Bai's gaze. At that moment, Yan Bai's eyes gleam a deep crimson as he softly speaks. "Bai, cherish yourself well, love yourself a little more." "All right, brother," Bai responds bashfully. Yan Bai discreetly seals Bai's favorability, just as he had done with others in Konoha, ensuring that even if it were to increase, it would be capped at 199, never to exceed 200, thus temporarily averting his descent into darkness. Yan Bai leads Bai and Jun Malu back to his grand residence in Konoha. Reina seems to have sensed his return, greeting him with a beaming smile at the door. As she opens her mouth to speak, Yan Bai swiftly interjects, "Bai, Jun Malu, this is Sister Reina," just as they had previously addressed Grandpa Shimura Danzo in unison. The two children obediently bow to Reina and call out together, "Sister Reina." As anticipated, Yan Bai notices a fleeting shadow of malice in Reina's eyes upon hearing that title. Previously, Black had remarked to Yan Bai that he had come to Konoha to question Reina about her reluctance to bear children due to a fear of pain. Reina had clarified that she never made such a statement, based on Reina's tendency to concoct her own narratives. Yan Bai predicts that she might interpret his adoption of the children as an act of compassion, a means to spare her the burdens of childbirth, thus leading him to adopt Bai and Jun Malu. It is a beautiful misunderstanding that Yan Bai has no desire to clarify. However, to prevent Reina from declaring "I am your mother" as her first words upon meeting Bai and Jun Malu, Yan Bai has preemptively defined her as their sister. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the term sister, Reina's expression darkens. Yan Bai remains indifferent to her sentiments. After all, they will soon share the same roof, and minimizing awkwardness is preferable. Reina forces a smile and invites them inside, stating, "Please come in. We have guests at home. The son of the third Hokage has come bearing gifts." Yan Bai looks at Reina in confusion. The son of the third Hokage, could it be Asuma Sarutobi? The one who urgently needed to relieve himself? He has come with gifts? Is he thanking Yan Bai for his urgent predicament? Yan Bai cannot comprehend the situation, noting the expression on Yan Bai's face. Reina gently smiles. He is here to thank you for bringing him together with his girlfriend. Yan Bai? Bringing them together? When did that happen? He recalls the last encounter with Asuma, which merely involved him needing to relieve himself. Could it be that their relationship blossomed from such an embarrassing circumstance? What an absurd tale. Chapter 129. Actual compensation received beneath the afternoon sun. A sweet aroma of pear juice lingers in the air. This fragrance is a spice that Yan Bai has concocted based on his memories, aiming to recreate the elegant essence of the hot spring village he remembers. Reina is particularly fond of the fragrant sweetness of pear, claiming it embodies a deep and meaningful confession. Thus, when Yan Bai is away, she often burns this incense. As Yan Bai enters the hall on the first floor, he encounters a poised Asuma Sarutobi and a serious Kurenai Yui. Reina apologizes to the guests, stating she must take the two children to wash up, leaving Yan Bai to entertain the visitors. Yan Bai looks at the pair, bewildered. Asuma appears hesitant, struggling to find words, ultimately saying nothing. Yan Bai perceives that the still youthful Asuma is too proud to apologize to a child younger and of lower status than himself. Even with Yan Bai's established reputation, Asuma finds it difficult to express such sentiments. Merely presenting a gift is already a significant step. He cannot bring himself to say I'm sorry. Kurenai glances at Asuma several times, and finally, with a resigned sigh, she softly states, Asuma is here to apologize for his past actions. Please forgive him. Yan Bai furrows his brow, looking at them with a mix of curiosity and perplexity. So, what exactly is going on between you? Kurenai shoots a glance at Asuma, and both lapse into silence. Yan Bai, not particularly interested in the well-known NPCs from the original storyline, does not wish to pry into their romantic escapades. In his understanding, it seems the will of the world may have played a minor role in facilitating their reconciliation. They parted ways due to the training of girls in the hot spring village, only to be brought together again by Asuma's urgent need. The process is indeed peculiar, yet the outcome remains unchanged from their original fate. Yan Bai does not delve further into their relationship, instead taking the initiative to ask, "What gifts have you brought?" Asuma, appearing as if just awakened, responds to Yan Bai's inquiry. These are some snacks from the hot spring village." Yan Bai looks at Asuma with a mischievous glint in his eye. "So this is both your gift and your apology, is it?" Asuma's face contorts with conflict, his rugged features betraying his unease. "The hot spring village is my establishment. You purchased my local specialties as a form of compensation?" Yan Bai glances sideways at Asuma, causing him to feel a chill. Asuma finally murmurs, "Yan Bai, this compensation seems inadequate." Upon hearing this, Asuma's expression darkens. "You have pursued me more than once, wasting my time and energy, and all you offer is a box of red bean daifuku? In light of my losses, this is insufficient." Yan Bai states matter-of-factly. His words ring true. Previously, Asuma had hunted him down like a vengeful spirit, causing him considerable trouble. Now, Asuma presents a beautifully packaged box of seemingly expensive treats, yet containing merely 9 red bean confections. Does he expect this to suffice? If Yan Bai had been weaker, he might not have survived their first encounter. Why should he be compelled to forgive Asuma simply because he offers an apology? Shouldn't genuine remorse come with tangible goodwill? Yan Bai's smile gradually cools, refusing to allow moral coercion to sway him, given his lack of moral obligation. Kurenai's beautiful complexion grows increasingly grave, her brows knitting together. They had long heard that the god of wealth in Konoha is not to be trifled with. As they humbly present gifts to apologize, Yan Bai bluntly declares the compensation to be insufficient. "You are not in need of money, so why this relentless pursuit of it?" This thought resonates simultaneously in Kurenai and Asuma's minds. What they were unaware of was that Yan Bai detested the notion of "I am justified in my poverty" more than anything else. Just because one is impoverished, does it absolve them from responsibility for their misdeeds? Is a mere half-hearted apology sufficient to atone for their wrongs? Should others be deemed deserving of deceit? While the words "I am sorry" can be uttered with reluctance, true reparations must be made. Moreover, Sarutobi Asuma is far from impoverished. Yan Bai had no desire to engage in a pointless debate. Instead, he casually remarked, regardless of the misunderstandings surrounding Asuma's actions, I am indifferent. What concerns me is the loss I have incurred due to his conduct. The phrase I am sorry holds no value for me. What I seek is tangible compensation. Therefore, let us agree on a price. In light of your relatively amiable acknowledgement of your fault, I propose a donation of 1 million Rio to the construction fund of the hot spring village as restitution, which I would find acceptable. As he spoke, Yan Bai turned to Sarutobi Asuma. What do you say? Once you settle the payment, we can both forget the past. Should anything arise in the future, you can compensate then. Sarutobi Asuma, visibly frustrated, retorted, what do you mean by if anything happens in the future? You'll want compensation again. Yan Bai maintained a calm demeanor, even offering a gentle smile. He calculated that the proposed amount for emotional damages was well within Sarutobi Asuma's means. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Asuma, under the watchful eye of Yuhi Kurenai, firmly agreed. All right, it's settled. With a beaming smile, Yan Bai added, I hope we can foster a friendly relationship moving forward and work together for the bright future of Konoha. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll and pen, drafting a clear and concise settlement agreement for Sarutobi Asuma to sign. This document would be delivered to Uchiha Itachi, and only upon Sarutobi Asuma's payment to the hot spring village would the agreement be deemed complete. The formalities of the apology left Sarutobi Asuma exasperated. After Yan Bai escorted Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai out, Reina descended the stairs with the newly attired Haku and Kimimaro. It struck Reina today that Yan Bai had been preparing clothing for Haku and Kimimaro for quite some time. Since the construction of the house, he had built 2 special independent rooms. Unlike guest rooms, these 2 had been meticulously decorated by Yan Bai, one themed with snowflakes and the other with bamboo. Each room featured independent wardrobes filled with garments perfectly suited for Haku and Kimimaro at this stage. Reina, perceptive as always, sensed something unusual. It was evident that from the moment she had moved in with Yan Bai, he had been preparing for Haku and Kimimaro's future stay. Years ago, Yan Bai had already calculated the current sizes and proportions of the 2 children, designing the clothing himself and instructing Reina to have them tailored according to his sketches at the Konoha tailor's shop. At the time, Reina had assumed the clothes were for herself, but upon receiving the finished garments, he merely cleaned and hung them up, leaving them untouched. Chapter 130. Can you comfort me? Reina felt an unsettling sense of wrongness, yet she did not dwell on it. Her mind was filled with the realization that Yan Bai did not adopt the children out of compassion for her pain during childbirth, but rather because he had long wished to adopt them, only postponing due to unfavorable circumstances. Although this seemed a trivial matter, it left Reina feeling profoundly saddened. She did not wish to disappoint Yan Bai or hinder his wishes. Thus, despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a gentle smile. Understanding Yan Bai's intentions, she handed Haku a set of clothing from the snowflake room and Kimimaro a set from the bamboo room. Once the 2 beautiful children donned their outfits, they stood together, a sight to behold. Had they been her children, Reina would have been overjoyed. However, she now put on a facade of routine cheerfulness as she led the children downstairs, eager to see Yan Bai smile. Upon entering the living room, Reina found Yan Bai just as he was seeing off a guest. Observing the 2 adorable children respectfully seated on the tatami mat before him, Reina masked her lingering sorrow with a smile, asking, Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Haku and Kimimaro stared at Reina, particularly Haku, whose expression turned slightly anxious. He sensed Reina's murderous intent, which felt more potent than anything he had encountered from the villagers outside, almost palpable emerging from her delicate frame. Yet, Yan Bai could coexist with Reina without issue, filling Haku with dread and concern. Kimimaro, less sensitive than Haku, politely replied, Sister, before we returned, brother mentioned he was worried you might be overburdened, so we ate first. Reina thought, so Yan Bai does care for her. Hearing Kimimaro refer to Yan Bai as brother, and his words brought Reina a strange comfort. Then let me brew some tea for you, she said with a smile, beginning to boil water for tea. During this, Haku anxiously offered to help set the tea utensils. Reina gently patted the heads of Haku and Kimimaro, thinking of them as Yan Bai's brothers, and thus also hers. They are yours and mine. By touching them, I claim them as mine, just as you will become shaped by me. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Reina's smile took on a chilling quality. Haku and Kimimaro, pale-faced, observed their sister Reina, who appeared slightly peculiar as she meticulously prepared their tea. When Yan Bai stepped into the inner room, he found the honest and earnest Reina explaining the functions and usage rules of common household switches to the two children, kindly asking, "Do you understand? If there's anything you're unsure about, don't hesitate to ask me anytime, and I will explain again." Yan Bai couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. Something felt off about Reina today, yet nothing seemed overtly wrong. That evening, as was his custom, Yan Bai reassured Haku and Kimimaro to treat this place as their home and assigned Haku to the snowflake-themed room and Kimimaro to the bamboo-themed one. After settling the children for the night, Yan Bai noticed Reina had been silently observing him the entire time. He felt he hadn't acted strangely. Yet Reina's heart confirmed her suspicions. At that moment, she thought, indeed, that snowflake room is designated for the child as pure as snow, and the other two. Her emotions quickly plummeted once again. Despite having come to terms with her feelings and having self-reassured, she still felt immense sadness. Why was that? Yan Bai had already stated the tragic backgrounds of those two children. In comparison, Reina, who had grown up alongside Yan Bai, realized she was the fortunate one, having experienced happiness that most could only dream of. During moments of melancholy, a simple stroll would often heal her self-pity. For most in the world were far worse off than she. Yet, the pain remained. Even when comparing her happiness to the suffering of others, she could not find solace. Why? Was it because she was too greedy? Because one has gained too much, does it lead to insatiable greed? This notion seems erroneous, does it not? Why must one approach relationships with a predetermined outcome? The essence of companionship itself is a result. What need is there to cling to the possession of another? Reina, what troubles you? Yan Bai's voice roused Reina from her melancholic reverie. She inadvertently lifted her gaze, meeting Yan Bai's gentle smile. He softly inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? You appear quite lonely." Reina regarded Yan Bai, recalling his earlier words. "Reina, do not love me too much. Love yourself more." She resolved not to burden Yan Bai with her sorrow, nor to impose unnecessary weight upon him. He would never intentionally harm her. He was like a gentle soul without thorns. Thus, it is imperative to voice one's troubles, perhaps. By doing so, the problems might resolve themselves. "Yan Bai, I feel a deep sadness within," Reina confessed, gazing at him with a hint of pleading. "Could you comfort me?" She did not elaborate on her reasons for sadness, merely expressing her desire for solace. The inability to fathom Yan Bai's thoughts left her feeling uneasy. When Yan Bai brought home two unfamiliar children, it prompted Reina to ponder what she had truly gained or lost. There were too many incomprehensible matters, as if she were ensnared in an abyss. The more she dwelled on the negatives, the deeper she sank into despair. Observing Reina's fluctuating demeanor and the persistent tension above her head, Yan Bai smiled softly. "Of course, let us descend to the first floor to enjoy the scenery." Reina sighed with relief and smiled. All right. It was nighttime. The moon seemed to hide among the darkened sky, casting a hazy blue light. Standing in the fragrant, quiet corridor, her eyes fell upon the vegetable patch she tended daily, bordered by a towering wall entwined with plants. The garden's foliage embraced the dim night, a serene sight. Yan Bai leaned against a pillar in the narrow corridor, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the dim sky. Reina sat at his feet, tilting her head to observe him, captivated by the angle of his neck and cheek, which exuded an indescribable allure. "Yan Bai," she suddenly called, lowering her head. "Yes?" His lips bore a perpetual smile. "Though I was taller than you in childhood, girls tend to grow faster than boys. Yet now, you have surpassed me in height," she said with a tone of delight, though her head remained bowed, concealing her expression. "Indeed," Yan Bai acknowledged calmly. "I will strive to improve." Reina whispered, "I have always thought this way. I will continually grow stronger, at least to protect you. Yet I often find myself foolish, for you never needed my protection. Your secrets are too many for me to comprehend." Yan Bai remained silent. Reina continued to speak. "You urge me to love myself more, so today I intend to make an attempt." Intrigued, Yan Bai asked, "An attempt?" "Yes. I will no longer speculate about your thoughts. I will simply pursue what I desire and express it to you. If you disagree, I lose nothing. But what if you agree?" Reina lifted her gaze to Yan Bai, her eyes shimmering with hope. Yan Bai chuckled softly. "So, have you made your decision? What do you wish for?" "I wish for you to sing a song for me. If you would," she replied softly, "just as you used to when my youthful energy overwhelmed me." I could not grasp the lyrics then, but I believe I can understand them now. As she made this request, Reina felt a flutter of anxiety. reminiscent of a time long past when she insisted on sharing a room with Yan Bai under the pretense of insomnia. Just to hear him sing those songs, she could not comprehend. His voice would lull her into peaceful slumber. Yan Bai's clear voice resonated through the courtyard shrouded in night, akin to rare and exquisite notes, conveying unspeakable secrets. Though it may seem trivial, tears still fall. It's all right, smile. If every drop is saved, it may be tucked away in a corner. Due to someone's words, the night stretches longer. How about closing your eyes? The unpleasant sounds fade. Let me savor the taste of the ring. Another fabricated tale, as usual. To leave no regrets, let me dance with you. This is the kindest intent. Listening to Yan Bai's melody, Reina suddenly smiled, even as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. What began as the whimper of a small creature escalated into a full-blown cry. Yan Bai's singing halted abruptly. He gazed at Reina with a perplexed yet gentle expression. Moments ago, she had merely displayed loneliness, and now his song had moved her to tears. He likely understood her conflicted emotions. Sometimes, crying is the only release for sorrow. Then, Reina abruptly stood, grasping Yan Bai's hand, whimsically declaring, "Why are you always so kind to me? You bad person. Return my tears from all these years. Quickly, let us cry together." Yan Bai chuckled, amused by her playful antics. As he gently patted her back and whispered, all right. Come on, let us cry together. Nonsense, I want to laugh." The moon, having slipped from behind the clouds, illuminated the garden, evoking memories of past dreams in Reina. After a hearty cry, Reina regained her composure. However, her wailing was so intense that it frightened Bai and Junru, who had just settled into this unfamiliar environment, leaving them unable to sleep. Bai quietly snuggled under the blanket with Junru throughout the night. Once Reina had released her emotions, Yan Bai solemnly informed her of Bai and Junru's situation. He had daytime responsibilities and did not wish for them to endure the rigors of school. Yet he also wanted to ensure they did not remain illiterate. Thus, he requested Reina to teach them to read and write during the day. Reina readily agreed and prepared for the task. The following day, once Yan Bai had dressed and organized himself, he stepped out the door, smiling at Reina. "Reina, I entrust Bai and Junru to you. They lack foundational knowledge, so I appreciate your efforts." Reina beamed with happiness, responding, "Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Be careful on your journey to the hot spring village." "All right." Yan Bai glanced at Bai and Junru. "Listen to your sister until I return." Bai and Junru obediently nodded. As Yan Bai turned to leave, he felt an odd sense of forgetting something as he exited his alley. However, moments later, he smiled. Whatever it was, he would address it upon his return. He confidently strode towards the hot spring village, while Reina quietly closed the gate to the courtyard behind him. She slowly turned around, her beautiful hair elegantly styled in an exquisite updo. Today, she adorned herself in a traditional hanfu, designed by Yan Bai, which was entirely different from a kimono, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. However, when Bai and Junru felt her gaze upon them, an inexplicable chill ran down their spines, causing the hairs on their bodies to stand on end. Although Reina's expression was gentle and her features strikingly beautiful, there was an eerie aura about her that instilled fear. Bai and Junru instinctively huddled together, resembling helpless little rabbits, one black, one white, drawn together by the biting cold. Despite their recent training under Yan Bai, which had granted them the prowess of a low-ranking ninja, they remained mere children. After Yan Bai departed, a sense of dread enveloped Bai and Junru, as if an ominous fog had greedily consumed their once peaceful world. Bai could not help but glance at Reina, who approached them with deliberate steps. To the astonishment of the two children, the mere utterance of the term sister caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop several degrees. Reina appeared as if she had teleported, suddenly looming over them, casting a shadow that enveloped their youthful forms. Seeing this, Bai and Junru instinctively narrowed their eyes. Was this sister even human? How could a person possess such speed? With the light behind her, Reina gazed down at them, extending her hand to rest atop their heads as if she were gently patting two melons. Her soft voice echoed, "When Yan Bai was not home, I hope you will call me Mama." Driven by an irresistible sense of pressure from her words, Bai found himself struggling to respond. "Okay-san." "Good children," Reina said, leaning slightly forward, her meticulously crafted face drawing closer to the two. "When he returns, you may continue to call me sister, but when he is not here, you must regard me as your mother. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand," came their hesitant reply. Bai gasped as he caught a whiff of a sweet, fruity fragrance that lingered around Rina. Both he and Junmaru tensed, the air thick with her enchanting scent, as dazzling colors swirled around them. The sensation of being drawn into a hellish abyss filled them with unease. "Brother, why did you leave us alone with this strange sister? It's terrifying." Yan Bai swiftly made his way to the onsen village, a place he had transformed into his personal domain. Originally intended as his new home, he had repurposed it into a vibrant street of leisure and indulgence. Over the years, the Uchiha clan had been dragged into turmoil by Yan Bai. The higher-ups in Konoha held a conflicted stance regarding the Uchiha, as the original narrative hinted at their impending doom. However, due to Yan Bai's interference, the situation had become muddled. While Konoha's leadership might still harbor intentions to eradicate the Uchiha, they would refrain from taking direct action, ensuring that Itachi Uchiha remained unharmed. According to the records of the Kaguya Syndrome investigation, it was speculated that all of Konoha's inhabitants had been affected, becoming akin to Rina. Yet they had not succumbed to the outbreak, possibly due to Yan Bai's control or the influence of Itachi's ocular techniques. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu appeared to have manipulated the emotions of the populace towards Yan Bai, thus suppressing the potential for a collective breakdown. For the sake of Konoha's stability, Itachi could not be allowed to perish, at least until the mechanisms of the Kaguya Syndrome were fully understood. Standing before the window of his exclusive office, Yan Bai surveyed the expanse of Konoha, his gaze fixed upon the Uchiha district, his brow slightly furrowed. Kaguya had provided him with a script directing his actions, which led to the blood mist incident. Hence, it was conceivable that Black Zetsu, having usurped Obito, might annihilate the Uchiha clan, orchestrating a massacre while sparing only Sasuke and Itachi. The likelihood of such an event loomed large in his mind. Yan Bai recalled Fugaku's resigned expression, Mikoto's gentle smile, and the unfortunate state of the bunnies, feeling a pang of anguish. Why did this iteration of the Uchiha's tragic night evoke such sorrow in him? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He accessed his GM backend and unearthed the testing memos. He stumbled upon a rule not of his own making. After discovering Orochimaru and Danzo exploiting a bug to create Yandere characters, Yan Bai had instituted a rule stipulating that only those who had encountered a system holder could receive blessings. Beneath this rule lay an additional one, inserted by his great-grandmother. After testing concludes, no version of Black Zetsu may receive blessings in any restarted heart world. Reason: filial piety's ability is excessively overpowered, rendering Black Zetsu invincible, with no role for protagonists. Reflecting on Black Zetsu's coercion of Obito into fulfilling filial duties, Yan Bai realized he could similarly compel the entire Uchiha clan to do the same. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Just then, a clamor erupted from outside his office door. Chapter 132, The God of Wealth and the Hound of Uchiha Itachi at the border of the onsen village. A grand edifice stood as Konoha's most iconic structure. This luxurious high-rise, sprawling in size, contrasted sharply with the architectural styles prevalent in the ninja world. Its opulence surpassed that of ordinary palaces. However, it served not as a lavish resort, but as an unconventional prison. Here, criminals skilled in deceit and fraud from the land of fire and beyond were confined. These offenders, under soft house arrest, were tasked with devising the most enticing advertising slogans and promotional tactics, enjoying far superior living conditions than most commoners in the ninja realm. Within the work area of this building, many individuals were engrossed in their documents, impeccably dressed, giving the impression of noble retainers. Some, overwhelmed by work-related stress, succumbed to the urge to smoke. Although Onsen Village did not prohibit smoking, a strict regulation within this prison forbade it in workspaces, directing offenders to designated smoking areas, where work materials were not permitted. This contradiction led to frustration for those needing a smoke for relief, as leaving to indulge often interrupted their workflow. Suddenly, someone whispered, "The Dark Lord has arrived." At this proclamation, tension gripped the room, and those disregarding the rules extinguished their half-finished cigarettes, hastily consuming the remnants. A slender beam of light pierced the dimness, growing brighter as the afternoon sun flooded in, heralding the opening of the office door. A tall figure emerged, accompanied by an icy aura that chilled to the bone. Clad in the attire of the Onsen Village's elite, a predominantly black hanfu, his raven hair framed a youthful yet austere visage, accentuated by piercing crimson eyes that captivated all who beheld him. In an instant, silence enveloped the space, with not a whisper or rustle to be heard. Uchiha Itachi, with his stoic demeanor, entered the inner chamber, his gaze swiftly surveying the state of all the employees laboring within. The moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere grew tense, and the workers became paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Itachi observed them in silence, maneuvering past their desks to scrutinize their progress. Just as they thought this encounter would pass without incident, Itachi abruptly halted beside one of the desks. His piercing crimson eyes shifted sideways, casting a lofty gaze upon the man seated with an upright posture. Have I not made it clear that smoking is prohibited in the work area? The materials here are of utmost importance, and any negligence could bear grave consequences. You ought to know what happens when one disregards this rule. His voice pierced the silence like a cold wind from a dark cave. At his words, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. The man who had just been smoking fell from his chair, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Please, spare me, my lord." Itachi's expression remained icy. The individuals present were criminals, former con artists whose appearances could be deceiving. Their tears and cries, no matter how pitiful, were of no consequence to Itachi. He had always treated them with an unyielding coldness. Without uttering a single question or casting insults, he swiftly reached out, seizing the man by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The spinning tomo in his scarlet eyes signaled the activation of the Genjutsu, Kagetsuchi, one of the Sharingan's powerful illusion techniques. It could be initiated with mere eye contact, within the mental realm constructed by the caster. The victim would feel as though their limbs were being driven by wedges, rendering them utterly powerless while experiencing a phantom physical pain. Its torturous effect was undeniable. Once the spell was lifted, Itachi unceremoniously dropped the man as if he were refused. The man's expression contorted in anguish, cold sweat drenching his body as he emitted a wailing cry, the echoes of his despair reverberating through the room, leaving others too terrified to meet his gaze. Though he bore no visible wounds, the psychological trauma was evident. If you do not adhere to my directives, prepare to face another realm. You have witnessed the fate that awaits, Itachi stated coldly. At that moment, a member of the Konoha police force entered the room with a stern expression and whispered something into Itachi's ear. Furrowing his brow, Itachi replied darkly, "I understand. I will address it personally." With that, he strode out with purpose. A few others who had been smoking, initially fearing for their fate, breathed a sigh of relief as the situation shifted unexpectedly. The air was heavy with an ominous tension. At the entrance of the Grand Konoha Special Prison, two figures stood in opposition, the winds around them growing increasingly turbulent. One of them was Itachi, who had just demonstrated his formidable presence in the studio. "Lord Jiraiya, the reputation of the Hot Spring Village must be upheld. If you wish to indulge in your voyeuristic tendencies, might you consider a different locale?" Itachi spoke icily. As his words fell, the other figure leapt into the air, disregarding the conversation, ascending 3 meters vertically while hurling a fierce flame in Itachi's direction, before dashing towards the office of the Hot Spring Village's deity. "Jiraiya, stop." Itachi's expression darkened as he pursued the fleeing figure. Yan Bai retracted the GM panel and reopened the system interface. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open from outside. "I demand to speak with the deity." A boisterous voice resonated from beyond the threshold. Yan Bai turned sharply, only to witness a colossal figure akin to a moving mountain bounding into the inner chamber. Atop this mountain sat an elderly man with long white hair and a crimson mark beneath his eyes, clad in a red robe with a brown lining. "Oh, the peeping sage Jiraiya," Yan Bai remarked lazily from his window. "Greetings, Lord Jiraiya." Itachi entered swiftly behind him, donning a dark robe similar to Yan Bai's. His demeanor serious as he addressed, "Lord Jiraiya, having recently emerged from detention, why do you seek to indulge in your voyeurism again?" This statement implied that Jiraiya was indeed at fault and behaving unreasonably. Chapter 133. The Voyeuristic Maniac. Jiraiya. Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, aware of Jiraiya's tendencies, and waved dismissively, saying, "Itachi, allow me to speak with Jiraiya privately." "Very well," Itachi replied, frowning slightly before silently exiting and closing the door behind him. Witnessing the typically fearsome Uchiha Itachi acquiesce, Jiraiya's expression transformed into one of triumph. Once the door was fully shut, Jiraiya began to grumble. "Is it truly the case that the Hot Spring Village is solely governed by Uchiha Itachi? I am a direct disciple of the third Hokage and of considerable age. He shows me no respect whatsoever." Yan Bai cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, wearing a teasing expression. Sensing something amiss, Jiraiya felt a knot in his stomach. However, before he could conjure any wild thoughts, Yan Bai shook his head and replied with a hint of resignation, "Lord Jiraiya, what is so fascinating about watching girls bathe? I still maintain that those who are clothed are far more appealing. After all, people are judged by their attire." There was no point in discussing decorum with Jiraiya, as he was as reckless as Princess Tsunade. Tsunade would gamble, accruing a mountain of debt, yet would brazenly refuse to repay it, asserting that she had lost the money in a game, and since others could not overpower her, they were powerless against her. Jiraiya, too, was fully aware that peeping was forbidden and that he risked being caught, but he was unafraid. He indulged in his voyeurism, knowing that even if caught, no one could confront him. In Jiraiya's mind, those bathing girls were mere commoners, deserving of such scrutiny. Moreover, given his immense power, he felt that sparing their lives was a show of mercy. Bah! Yan Bai had no intention of engaging in such frivolous discourse with Jiraiya. He swiftly pivoted to a subject more to Jiraiya's liking. As expected, upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted, and he chuckled heartily. "You young lad, still unseasoned. You do not comprehend. Those lacking understanding are indeed you, Lord Jiraiya," Yan Bai replied with an expression of exasperation. "If you wish to gaze upon beauties, visit a brothel, pay a few lovely ladies to entertain you, and rent a picturesque venue in the hot spring village. You can have them pose in any manner you desire, or even purchase exquisite garments for them to adorn themselves in various styles. Your artistic pursuits are merely a facade. What you truly desire is to engage in illicit activities. Is it not?" Jiraiya paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Ah, you make a valid point. However, if I were to observe without pretense, the thrill of peeping would dissipate. Our artistic endeavors must also encompass a certain mood, would you not agree?" "Indeed, you speak with wisdom," Yan Bai sighed. "But surely, when you were spying, you did not wish to be discovered, did you?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and fell into silence. Even if one engages in unlawful activities, one should not be so foolish as to be perpetually apprehended. Such a predicament puts us in a difficult position, wouldn't you agree? Yan Bai blinked innocently. From this statement, Jiraiya discerned a different implication. In essence, it suggested that one could indulge in voyeurism, provided one remained undetected. A lecherous grin spread across Jiraiya's face. It appeared that this lad was of the same ilk. He thought to himself, "Your writings surpass my own." However, he did not voice the latter part of his thought. As Yan Bai interjected, "Lord Jiraiya, you are adept at transformation techniques, are you not?" "Naturally," Jiraiya replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Yan Bai beamed with delight, suggesting, "Then transform yourself into an elderly lady or a young maiden and visit the hot spring village. You could then directly enter the women's bath. Alternatively, posing as a female employee in the hot spring village, you would certainly be privy to everything. It would be voyeurism, yet no one would be the wiser, would they? Should anyone discover you, your frequent visits would likely result in acquaintances among the women who would surely vouch for you." Yan Bai coaxed him gently. "After all, you hail from Konoha. As long as your blunders are not as glaring as before, I believe Itachi would turn a blind eye." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This idea was splendid, and he resolved to give it a try. However, he added, "You must ensure your hawks do not trouble me any further." Yan Bai smiled amiably. "Let us all be harmonious and prosperous. As long as you refrain from causing us trouble, and your voyeurism remains undetected, we shall all be content, yes?" Jiraiya, satisfied, leapt out of the window. The moment Jiraiya departed, Yan Bai's smile vanished instantly. Once he confirmed Jiraiya was a distance away, he summoned Uchiha Itachi, who had been waiting outside. Upon learning that Jiraiya had left, Itachi's face contorted with anger. "That Jiraiya is utterly outrageous." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Bai pressed a hand against him, glancing around the window. Leaning closer to Itachi's ear, he divulged the very suggestions he had just proposed to Jiraiya. Itachi gazed at Yan Bai in disbelief. "What is wrong with you? Are you not inciting him to commit wrongdoing? This is absolutely unacceptable. Do not be hasty." "I have not yet finished." Yan Bai chuckled softly. "You must swiftly convert the changing rooms and bathing areas in the hot spring village into private single-occupancy rooms. And they must have doors." Itachi looked at Yan Bai quizzically, but nonetheless retrieved paper and pen to jot down his words. What purpose would single-occupancy changing and bathing rooms serve? Jiraiya's voyeurism pertains to the hot spring locations. Yan Bai continued, "Just claim it is to provide clients with a luxurious experience. Thus, All areas that may compromise privacy should be transformed into single-occupancy rooms to ensure users' confidentiality. Itachi narrowed his eyes, silently noting this. Yan Bai then whispered, "Furthermore, initiate the sale of various swimwear for all ages and genders in the hot spring village, mandating that patrons wear swimwear while bathing. Under no circumstances should anyone bathe without clothing. Moreover, to prevent indecent behavior, we shall incorporate color-changing herbs into the waters. Should anyone relieve themselves in the springs, their garments will change color." Itachi exclaimed, "So everyone bathing will be clad in attire. And the changing rooms and bathing areas will all be single occupancy." Jiraiya, even with his transformation technique, would only be able to spy on a multitude of individuals in swimwear. Furthermore, you suggested that Jiraiya transform into a woman, pay to enter the hot spring village, and then bathe in the women's section. The moment Jiraiya leaves, Yan Bai enacts a rule that mandates swimwear for bathing. Jiraiya would essentially pay for his own disappointment. If Jiraiya opts not to spend money to enter, but instead chooses to work in the hot spring village, he could be denied wages altogether. Itachi's hand trembled inexplicably as he held the pen. Indeed, it was best for Yan Bai to handle such matters. He could never bring himself to do so. Although Lord Jiraiya had brought this upon himself, it seemed rather pitiable to be caught in such a predicament. Yan Bai smiled slightly, suggesting that to encourage mutual oversight in refraining from indecent acts in public pools, swimwear should be worn. Moreover, the hot spring village offers a plethora of beautiful swimwear styles. He instructed the sales department to brainstorm enticing promotional phrases to market various swimwear designs. Chapter 134. Itachi, how is your health? Asuma Sarutobi has delivered 1 million ryo, which is precisely allocated for the renovation of the bathing and changing facilities. Jiraiya has caused numerous disturbances and has shown no signs of reform. I have just dispatched personnel to disseminate the new regulations and prepared complimentary, standardized swimwear for all patrons. Additionally, the materials for the swimwear were provided by Lord Orochimaru. Previously, it was trialed only on a select group of female clients, but we now need to increase the order. Lord Orochimaru has indicated that he is currently facing a research plateau and cannot attend to this matter. It requires your personal attention. The monthly income from the hot spring village's biogas has been calculated, with 20% of the profits already transferred to Konoha. The villagers of Konoha have requested the establishment of a natural gas pipeline. The higher-ups have approved the project, which is expected to take 1 month to complete, with expenses split evenly between Konoha and the hot spring village. Regarding the wellness program involving the Hyuga clan, their clan leader has engaged in discussions with us, but has remained ambiguous, neither rejecting nor accepting the proposal. This matter will likely require your intervention. Concerning the expansion of the hot spring village, the horticulture department has indicated that they have successfully grafted the fruits you previously sketched and require your personal tasting. The agricultural department has implemented a plan to utilize tea seed cake in ponds and rice paddies, resulting in a significant reduction in earthworms, cutworms, and other pests. It has now been confirmed that tea seed cake can be widely used on vegetables, rice, fruit trees, tea plants, and flowers. A substantial decrease in pests has been observed. However, as per your request to preserve the ecosystem, it will only be utilized in Konoha's hot spring village agricultural base. Meanwhile, ingredients such as fish, loach, snails, and frogs will be sourced from the agricultural fields outside of Konoha that do not use tea seed cake. Uchiha Itachi sat behind the desk alongside Yan Bai, expressionless as he meticulously outlined everything Yan Bai needed to be apprised of over the past month. Yan Bai pondered to himself, managing a large enterprise is indeed exhausting. Even with a diligent individual like Uchiha Itachi at his side, it seemed impossible to simply be a hands-off manager. The personnel here lacked extensive knowledge, and each individual's perspective varied, leading to potential errors in the details. A sudden thought struck Yan Bai. Was it not more delightful to casually write novels and live as a leisurely wealthy individual? Why, in a moment of fervor, did he heed Itachi's desire to recreate scenes from Kaguya-sama, Love is War, by establishing a hot spring village? The once singularly focused Uchiha Itachi, who could only wield ninjutsu and Susanoo with unyielding resolve, had been transformed into this multifaceted figure in this narrative. Business, agriculture, management, public relations, outreach, and public safety were merely facets of civic life. Itachi was also compelled to carve out time for relentless training to strengthen himself. Itachi was truly being pushed to become a jack of all trades. Yan Bai gazed at Uchiha Itachi with a peculiar expression, wondering if this incessant toil would result in Itachi's demise occurring even earlier than in the original storyline. Rather than succumbing to illness after relinquishing the sea to Sasuke, might he collapse dead upon his desk? Yan Bai? Itachi's voice broke through Yan Bai's reverie. Are you listening? Itachi noticed Yan Bai was regarding him with an odd expression, sensing that something was amiss. Itachi, how is your health? Yan Bai could not help but inquire. Uchiha cast a sidelong glance at him, asking, what are you thinking? I'm well. Confused by Yan Bai's inquiry, Itachi reflected that ever since Yan Bai opened his eyes, he had tirelessly tailored a health regimen for him. Although it was bothersome, Itachi adhered strictly to it, recognizing that Yan Bai's intentions were genuinely for his benefit. How could there be any issues with his health? What nonsense. I just suddenly feel that you seem weary because of me, Yan Bai sighed. According to the original path, you should have attended the Ninja Academy, graduated early, become a ninja, and entered the dark department of the Leaf Village for training, thereby commencing your ninja journey. If it were like that, perhaps it wouldn't be so exhausting. And I would have become an illiterate, mediocre in strength, Itachi said softly, gazing at Yan Bai. If that were the case, the Uchiha clan's demise would be imminent. Wouldn't it? Yan Bai's expression twisted slightly, and he refrained from responding to Itachi's remark. Yan Bai, Itachi continued quietly. You are aware that there exists a significant conflict between Danzo Shimura's roots and the police department, right? Yes, Yan Bai nodded, his gaze lowered. Thus, you have mitigated their discord in your own way. Although the conflict isn't entirely resolved, everyone is now aware of the crux of the issue. Itachi spoke in a low voice. I cannot hastily draw conclusions. Danzo secretly targets certain inferior civilians and ninjas. Many of my clansmen believe he is not in the wrong. It is merely our duty to act according to regulations. Everyone strives to maintain a peaceful and happy environment. Being with you has taught me much. The more I learn, the greater my reverence for all things. I suddenly realized that my previous thoughts were too simplistic. I must continue to learn and practice relentlessly. I need to understand human nature and learn to navigate it as you do. I wish to engage with various individuals and study their hearts, as this is what I lack. Yan Bai covered his face, remaining silent for a while before saying, I did not imply that you are wrong in your actions. What I mean is that one must balance work and rest. I genuinely worry that if you continue like this, you may meet an early demise. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. You've been saying that for years. I'm quite tired of it. I'm not that fragile. All right, leave any files that require my attention to me. Yan Bai replied, nodding helplessly. You should also spend some time with Sasuke. A peculiar expression crossed Itachi's face. It seemed he did not require companionship. Yet he frequently inquired about Yan Bai. When will you visit him? If it weren't for my father's restraint, he would likely come looking for you every day. Your father has yet to comprehend his own son after all these years, Yan Bai remarked with a smirk. And then there's Shursui. Itachi hesitated, appearing conflicted for some time before stating, he said he realizes his mistakes. Please forgive him. Since returning from the land of water, Shursui Uchiha and his two companions, Mitsuki and Izumi, have suffered immensely in their daily lives. Ordinary food transformed into unpalatable forms for them, causing various troubles. Despite Shursui possessing the Sharingan, he could not fathom why regular food appeared so repulsive. At times, the food resembled excrement, and at others, corpses or entrails. Once, the trio looked at the cured meats and sausages drying in the hot springs village and felt as if they were staring at a sun-dried corpse. Unable to consume even the soldier pills, the three had ended up hospitalized, rendered incapable of fighting. The Mist Village continued to clamor for Shursui's surrender. Itachi was deeply concerned that Shursui might face the same abandonment that Hinata Hayashi had previously encountered, unless he could prove his worth. However, influenced by Yan Bai early on, Itachi insisted that Shursui, even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, must not reveal it to anyone. Shursui was an honest person, which complicated matters. Chapter 135. They chose not to. Not that I refused. In truth, Yan Bai harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Shursui. He simply forgot. Prompted by Itachi, Yan Bai visited the Leaf Hospital, where the three, relying on 4 drips to sustain their bodily functions, were discharged. After leaving the hospital, Yan Bai, adhering to his plan, paid a visit to the Hyuga clan. By the time he exited the Hyuga clan, it was already midday. Itachi followed Yan Bai like a top-tier secretary, his brows furrowed. Once they distanced themselves from the Hyuga clan, Itachi expressed his concerns, The Hyuga clan disagrees to cooperate. What shall we do? Yan Bai smiled. No matter. Even if collaboration fails, we remain good friends bound by righteousness. Hearing this, Itachi abruptly halted. Observing Yan Bai ahead, he displayed a strange expression. Yan Bai. Yan Bai continued walking. Yet, behind him, Itachi remarked softly, "Are you being intentional?" Yan Bai turned back in surprise. What do you mean by intentional? You must have known the Hyuga clan would refuse to participate in the health practitioner program, right? Itachi furrowed his brow. Or perhaps you intentionally framed the program's description in such a way as to increase the likelihood of their rejection. What do you mean by intentionally framing it? Am I not merely stating the truth? Yan Bai replied with a commercial smile. Health practitioners are fundamentally about serving clients, providing massage and wellness services, akin to serving a master. Itachi maintained a stoic demeanor, yet he pointed out, you did not inform them of the exorbitant profits involved. When Yan Bai initially devised the wellness business for the Hot Springs village, Itachi had witnessed the low-cost herbs and essential oils combined with so-called massage techniques. Priced at 200 times their cost. After deducting labor and expenses, profits could exceed 200 times. Moreover, the terrifying Yan Bai had tiered the services and paired them with promotional rhetoric, ensuring the project's profits were certainly well above that threshold. Itachi had no doubt regarding the project's profitability. However, when Yan Bai introduced the project to the Hyuga clan, he merely outlined the necessary actions and the herbs and oils to be used, failing to mention what pricing he would set for clients. He did not allude to the potential profits, stating only that it was a service derived from the Hot Springs wellness offerings. Hearing Itachi's remarks, Yan Bai smirked. I am the prosperity bringer of Konoha. Do I need to emphasize how lucrative my plans are? Very well, I understand, Itachi conceded. Yan Bai simply did not wish to share the spoils with the Hyuga clan, yet he could not outright say, I do not wish to collaborate with you. Instead, he allowed the Hyuga clan to make their own choice. If they were cunning, they would have already boarded the ship, but alas, they remained somewhat foolish. Previously, when Yan Bai was absent from Konoha, Itachi had followed Yan Bai's earlier plans and utilized the materials Yan Bai prepared to visit the Hyuga clan. At that time, Hayashi Hyuga personally received Itachi, presumably believing Itachi was not the decision-maker, thus engaging in a game of verbal sparring. He neither agreed nor refused collaboration. His reluctance stemmed from a genuine disinterest in agreeing to cooperate, while his hesitance to refuse arose from a fear of offending Yan Bai. Now that Yan Bai had personally approached them, Hayashi could only express that their clan was unwilling to join the program. The profession of a health practitioner is inherently service-oriented. The Hyuga clan, who proudly refer to themselves as a noble lineage, are decidedly reluctant to engage in such servile work. Yan Bai, exhibiting great magnanimity, remarked that he merely believed the Hyuga clan, with their innate perceptiveness, would learn the art of massage far more swiftly than the average individual. However, since they displayed no intention of collaboration, he would not press the matter. Instead, he resolved to independently undertake this venture and instruct commoners in the ways of health preservation. The Hyuga clan's repeated invitations to join their ranks suited Yan Bai's intentions perfectly. In his perspective, a lack of ambition in wealth accumulation suggested a flawed mindset, perhaps stemming from the Hyuga clan's excessive wealth, leading them to regard money as inconsequential. Yan Bai remained indifferent. His initial approach to the Hyuga clan was motivated by the prospect of substantial profit in a lucrative industry, which they, with their natural advantages, could easily dominate. Yet they were not indispensable. To preemptively address potential future conflicts with the Hyuga clan regarding this profitable endeavor, Yan Bai sought their counsel in advance. In this context, it was not Yan Bai's intent to exclude them, but rather their own forfeiture of opportunity. Over the past 3 years, Yan Bai had observed that not only did Uncle Shi exhibit a penchant for complacency, but the Hyuga clan also seemed quite enamored with it. Yan Bai refrained from imposing change upon their predilections. Continue your leisurely pursuits for better health. I shall embark on my own journey. The wealth of the ninja world remained firmly in the grasp of the daimyos and nobility, and Yan Bai's objective was to find ways to extract that wealth from their hold. Upon departing from the Hyuga clan, it was already midday. Yan Bai, akin to Uchiha Itachi in his disengagement from rigorous studies, found himself beyond the reach of Sarutobi Hiruzen's oversight. The will of fire, a belief system once robust, had significantly waned in the wake of Yan Bai's presence. Everyone lived for the glory of Konoha, pursuing their own happiness. Itachi, have you yet met Haku and Kimimaro? Yan Bai inquired with a smile as he gazed upon the bustling streets ahead. Did you specifically return from the land of water to adopt them? A flicker of emotion passed through Itachi's eyes. You haven't left Konoha since the establishment of the Hot Springs village. How could you possibly? Yan Bai, exasperated, looked at Itachi. Conversing with an astute individual often proved challenging, especially when lies piled up like burdensome weights. Therefore, with Itachi, Yan Bai generally refrained from deception. Whenever Itachi posed a question, Yan Bai would respond with honesty, indifferent to how Itachi might interpret his words. Taking a deep breath, Yan Bai gazed at Itachi, sighed, and continued observing him. Itachi's expression was one of confusion. Finally, Yan Bai blinked and asked, "What if I told you they were my children in a past life? Would you believe me?" Itachi did not express disbelief, but scrutinized Yan Bai intently for a lengthy moment. "Are you serious?" "Indeed," Yan Bai replied innocently. He had traversed this virtual realm many times before. Each time restarted the same narrative, and invariably, he sought out Haku and Kimimaro. For he cherished these two children and wished to adopt them as his sons. It was akin to journeying through multiple parallel worlds. Yet he always returned to adopt Haku and Kimimaro. Consequently, Yan Bai had even deduced the specific times and places at which these children would appear. For others, each cycle brought forth different actions and experiences, but Yan Bai did not concern himself with those, nor did he impose expectations. In this lifetime, their fated connection was the reason Yan Bai forged a friendship with Itachi. Itachi gazed at Yan Bai for an extended period before murmuring, "If reincarnation truly exists, would you, without hesitation, seek me out as you do those two children?" Chapter 136. The enigmatic fragrance. Yan Bai was about to speak when he realized, almost inadvertently, that they had distanced themselves from the bustling market and arrived at the entrance of his grand estate. An unusual sensation surged within him, momentarily rendering him speechless. "You wouldn't come looking for me. You hesitated," Itachi observed, lowering his gaze. In an instant, Itachi's luminous, deep black eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, tracing lines that would drive any artist to despair. The black tomo seemed alive, fracturing as blood-red fluid unexpectedly streamed down his cheek, the afternoon sunlight obscuring the eerie nature of his pupils. Over the years, Itachi's eyes had been evolving due to Yan Bai's influence. He suddenly covered his eyes, trembling. Yet, Yan Bai, distracted by something else, quickly steadied Itachi and whispered, "Do not think irrationally, Itachi. There seems to be something amiss at my estate." Itachi, breathless, responded, "What has happened? Can you smell that?" Yan Bai furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Itachi forced himself to regain composure. It was midday, the sunlight glaringly bright. Yet the surrounding air felt chillingly still. The entire street lay deserted, as if it had succumbed to a deep slumber. A captivating and rich fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the two of them as they stood outside Yan Bai's estate. The gate remained firmly shut, unlike previous occasions when Reina would sense Yan Bai's return, opening the door in anticipation and greeting him with a warm smile. The fragrant afternoon, devoid of life, spoke volumes of the strangeness at hand. "What is that scent?" Itachi inquired. "It is the fragrance of roses," Yan Bai replied gravely. Upon hearing the name of the flower, Itachi's brow furrowed involuntarily. Roses were a point of concern for Itachi, as during the operation of the Hot Springs village, Yan Bai would also craft fragrances to sell to the nobility. The village burned incense, and Yan Bai's estate followed suit, with the villagers of Konoha imitating the practice. Everyone adored those scents. However, Itachi knew that Yan Bai refrained from producing rose-scented incense due to its taboo. He recalled asking about it once and receiving the response that it was a scent exclusive to Yan Bai's family, and once it permeated the surroundings, it would become challenging to find one's way home. Yan Bai's family? Itachi gazed at Yan Bai in confusion. If this scent, steeped in a foreboding aura, signified Yan Bai's kin, why did he appear so troubled? Yan Bai took a deep breath and quietly said, "Itachi, your eyes are evolving and require rest. You should return home today." "No, I will accompany you inside," Itachi insisted. Even though Itachi was unclear whether Yan Bai's earlier hesitation stemmed from the notion that if reincarnation were true, he would not seek him out, or if it was due to sensing the abnormality within the estate, he could not stand by and let Yan Bai confront this peculiar situation alone. Silence hung between them. After several seconds, Yan Bai released Itachi, gently closing his eyes. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, as if the flow of his blood had quickened, akin to an eerie heartbeat. Yan Bai opened his eyes, and under Itachi's watchful gaze, he reached out to push open the tightly shut gate, a faint, shadowy aura enveloping the interior of the courtyard. In the tranquil courtyard, something akin to dust stirred, as though countless unseen eyes were fixated upon Yan Bai and Itachi. Itachi sensed the disturbance, but could not grasp the source of the anomaly. Yan Bai discerned the truth. He murmured, "Great-grandmother," and then stepped into the courtyard. Uchiha Itachi followed Yan Bai's footsteps, yet at the very moment he crossed the threshold, his pupils contracted slightly. Despite it being a sun-drenched afternoon, he felt an overwhelming darkness seep into his being as he entered the shadow of the building. How terrifying, Itachi thought to himself. The person within must be fearsome, indeed. Initially hesitant, Yan Bai's steps gradually grew more assured, and this shift influenced Itachi, who began to match Yan Bai's pace. They hastily made their way into the inner chamber. Yan Bai pushed the sliding door open to its fullest extent, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. He gazed incredulously at the silver-haired woman clad in white, seated at the center of the tatami mat in the main hall. With long silver hair, alabaster skin, and lips tinged with the hue of blossoming flowers, she possessed a beauty that rendered the world around her pale in comparison. Bai and Junmaru, their faces etched with unease, sat beside the ethereal beauty, casting pleading glances at Yan Bai as he entered, yet too fearful to utter a sound, as if speaking would invoke dire consequences. Before them, Reina knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The scene bore a striking resemblance to a wife reprimanding a concubine. Gazing at the stunning beauty, which seemed capable of extinguishing both sound and light, Yan Bai lowered his gaze and murmured, "Great-grandmother." He had intended to inquire about the situation, but understood he could not. Every action of his great-grandmother was driven by purpose, and to question her would be an act of defiance and betrayal. Upon hearing Yan Bai's call, Uchiha Itachi finally comprehended the identity of the unparalleled beauty before them. He dared not speak, simply bowing silently before her. The great-grandmother's piercing white gaze shifted toward him, and she spoke in a language, French, that none but Yan Bai could comprehend. "Bai, you are utterly remiss. It is your duty to manage all within this household, be they men or women, servants or lovers, rather than coddling them." Yan Bai furrowed his brow, but responded, "I was in the wrong. I apologize." Itachi, head bowed, furrowed his brow, sensing he might understand yet remained uncertain, as their language seemed peculiar. "I know you cherish these two children most." The great-grandmother fixed her gaze on Yan Bai, stating, "Having brought them home, you must ensure their protection." Yan Bai's brow tightened further as he glanced at the still quaking Reina on the ground. He suddenly realized he had overlooked the fact that Bai and Junmaru were too young to bear Reina's affection, having lived with her for too long. She might not have exercised proper restraint. However, Yan Bai had miscalculated. The great-grandmother's ire was not incited by Reina's actions towards Bai and Junmaru. Chastising children was trivial in her eyes. Otherwise, she would not have permitted Yan Bai to discipline his younger sister. The great-grandmother regarded Yan Bai with a melancholic gaze and remarked, "I detest despicable adults who force children to acknowledge them as parents. Even you have not compelled the children to call you father. How dare she demand they call her mother?" Chapter 137. Countermeasures. Yan Bai's heart sank as he finally grasped the source of his great-grandmother's fury. Due to his father's early experiences, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to the coercion of children into familial recognition. If Bai and Junmaru's acknowledgement was not voluntary, it would strike at the very core of her principles. Yan Bai closed his eyes and softly said, "Reina, I cautioned you yesterday. They should call you sister willingly. Why did you act thus?" "I'm sorry." Reina's voice was hoarse, seemingly unable to raise her head, her tone akin to one in agony. She lay prostrate upon the floor, her form impeccably aligned, yet her voice was laced with moans of suffering, her hands splayed against the ground, fists clenched and trembling, crimson threads pooling beneath her to form a circle of blood. Yan Bai was acutely aware that when the great-grandmother was enraged, her retribution was merciless. Just as she had shown no mercy to him during his own childhood, he still vividly remembered the agony he had endured, an ordeal he accepted as necessary. Reina's current survival was attributed to the bestowed enhancement of her constitution. Yan Bai cast a conflicted glance at the great-grandmother and whispered in French, "I apologize, great-grandmother. I was in error. I shall educate her properly henceforth." The great-grandmother's white eyes bore into Yan Bai, her exquisite features impassive, as she replied in the same language, "Bai, Do not implement the Yan Dun system you have been testing. It is far too perilous. Yan Bai frowned. Yet the great-grandmother continued, of course. You may accompany these NPCs through this storyline. I have already cleaned up after you once. You must be cautious from here on. Accompanying these NPCs through their brief existence implied witnessing their eventual demise, thus concluding the test. Yes, I understand, Yan Bai replied obediently. The great-grandmother's mention of cleaning up clearly referred to the matters concerning Kurizetsu. To restore the narrative to its proper course, the great-grandmother, embodying Kagaya, had to send dreams to Kurizetsu, compelling him to adhere to the script and forcibly redirect the unfolding events. However, much had changed. Today, the great-grandmother, who should have remained sealed away, had traversed the barrier, likely due to the narrative's unraveling. She was indifferent to the consequences. She continued in French. Do everything in your power to prevent Uchiha Itachi from activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. As she uttered these words, her gaze remained fixed upon Itachi. The intensity of her stare plunged him deeper into confusion and trepidation. He could not grasp the conversation between Yan Bai and his great-grandmother. Yet he sensed an ominous presence looming nearby. This left Itachi little room to appreciate the beauty of Yan Bai's great-grandmother. He felt that seated before him was not merely a stunning woman, but a formidable beast cloaked in beauty. Yan Bai, feeling somewhat troubled, remarked, Great-grandmother. The NPCs within all the virtual worlds you have constructed possess their own thoughts from birth. I may not be able to prevent that. The great-grandmother narrowed her eyes, stating, I overheard your earlier conversation at the door. Do you understand? He is exceedingly dangerous. You have imparted too much knowledge to him. It should not have been done. Yan Bai fell silent. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at the tatami mat before him, unable to comprehend a single word. Yet he sensed that the two generations were deliberating his fate. However, he could barely grasp the meaning. In his earlier years, Itachi had studied English with Yan Bai and had delved deeply into it. He perceived that the language employed in the dialogue between Yan Bai and his great-grandmother was neither English nor Mandarin. Otherwise, he would not be so bewildered. Yet he felt he comprehended fragments of their conversation. The result was a muddled understanding. Anxious, Itachi lowered his head, and his deep-set eyes involuntarily began to shimmer with a scarlet hue. The great-grandmother turned to Yan Bai and spoke deliberately. You have always been a clever child. This Uchiha Itachi has the potential to become a figure akin to your second sister's husband. Prepare yourself mentally and devise a strategy. With that, the great-grandmother slowly rose from her position. She embraced the trembling Bai and Junmaru as if cradling her own grandchildren, casting a sidelong glance at the still prostrate Reina, before finally articulating in a language they could comprehend. This time, I shall spare you, but do not let me witness a next time. Reina let out a few muffled sobs as a response. The great-grandmother, heedless of her surroundings, ascended the stairs with the two children in her arms. Yan Bai observed his great-grandmother's snowy silhouette with a peculiar expression, pondering whether she would forsake her return to the moon to protect the two children. Furrowing his brow, he turned his attention to Reina, who was slowly rising from the ground, her bloodied and disheveled appearance prompting him to softly say, Reina, go wash up. Then tend to your duties in the kitchen. Feeling a twinge of regret, Reina nodded, her thoughts consumed by the notion that her actions might have caused Yan Bai distress. With great difficulty, she stood and limped out. Once Reina departed, Yan Bai turned to face Uchiha Itachi, who stood behind him, desperately maintaining his composure with his head bowed, concealing his eyes and expressions. Despite his prodigious talent, Uchiha Itachi remained but a child, and the weight of confronting the formidable forces of the ninja world was overwhelming for him. I apologize, Itachi, Yan Bai sighed. I truly regret involving you in my domestic affairs. Itachi seemed to snap back to reality, taking several deep breaths before stepping toward the door, only to stumble slightly. He lost his balance, leaning to the right, but was swiftly caught by Yan Bai. I'm sorry, Yan Bai, I couldn't be of assistance, Itachi murmured, a hint of remorse in his tone. It's quite all right, Itachi. You have done your best, Yan Bai replied with a gentle laugh, guiding Itachi through a shadowy corridor before opening the courtyard gate. As they stepped outside, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's back, soaking his clothing. That woman was indeed Yan Bai's great-grandmother? How terrifying. Itachi cast a glance at Yan Bai, lowering his voice to ask, what do you plan to do? Do not worry. I will handle it, Yan Bai reassured him with a soft chuckle. He possessed a knack for soothing women, be they grandmothers or Reina. Yet, Itachi remained visibly anxious. I will manage. I'm afraid I won't be able to invite you to lunch today, Yan Bai said lightly. With that, he waved goodbye to Itachi, eager to return to the residence. However, Itachi continued to watch him, inquiring, Yan Bai, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Yan Bai stood motionless as Itachi's eyes shifted to a crimson hue. He asked slowly, answer me, Yan Bai, if there were a cycle of reincarnation. Would you? I would not, Yan Bai interjected swiftly. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly as he felt Yan Bai's grip on his shoulder. Yan Bai continued, Itachi, you are my friend, my brother. I shall not seek you out, but I will carry you with me through the cycles of reincarnation, so there will be no need to search. Chapter 138. Accepting its existence. Returning to the residence, Yan Bai found himself seated in the expansive hall. At some point, his great-grandmother had approached and sat opposite him. The two remained silent for a considerable time before she finally spoke. It seems you have made a decision. My mother once taught me that one can have both fish and bear's paw, Yan Bai replied, meeting his formidable great-grandmother's gaze. Uchiha Itachi possesses his own thoughts. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is merely a matter of time, and it is beyond my power to prevent. Since I cannot stop it, I shall accept its existence. His great-grandmother narrowed her eyes, non-committal. Yet, Yan Bai continued, you were the one who mentioned my second sister's husband. Recalling the unusual individual, Yan Bai felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. His second sister's husband was an extraordinary NPC who had managed to break free from the virtual realm. Wherever his sister ventured, he would follow her into the virtual world, entangling her with his sincere emotions, making it impossible for their family to eliminate him. Ultimately, he became a virus that his sister could not rid herself of, rendering her incapable of assisting with family system tests due to his incessant presence. His great-grandmother implied that Uchiha Itachi might possess similar potential, especially after awakening the Mangekyo, which could lead to unforeseen complications. The Sharingan, known as the eye that reflects the mind, mirrors the desires of its wielder. Yan Bai had revealed too much to Itachi, be it matters of another world, the Hot Springs Village, or the 9-year compulsory education. The more Itachi encountered, the more intricate his thoughts became. His Mangekyo might diverge from the original narrative, evolving beyond its known abilities. If Itachi's desire were to follow Yan Bai into another world, what kind of eyes would his Mangekyo become? Perhaps it would manifest abilities akin to that of Yan Bai's second sister's husband. Initially, Yan Bai's second sister's husband was merely a weak, ailing NPC in a low-fantasy ancient Otome game. If such a being could transcend boundaries and evolve into a virus without external assistance, how much more capable would Uchiha Itachi be? The meaning of his great-grandmother's warning was clear. She believed Itachi could transform into such an entity, hence her caution. However, not long after her warning, Yan Bai devised a countermeasure. Since he could not prevent Itachi from awakening the Mangekyo, he would embrace its peculiarities. Thus, he directly told Itachi, I will not seek you out. I will bring you along through reincarnation. Since the emergence of the second sister's husband, Yan Bai's understanding of viruses had shifted dramatically. Rather than seeking to eradicate them, he would seek coexistence. Transforming a virus into antivirus software, extracting an NPC from the virtual realm to create a new program, was a feasible concept. Yan Bai conveyed this idea to his great-grandmother, expressing his desire to preserve this version of Uchiha Itachi as a standalone program, ensuring that if his consciousness remained intact, Itachi's autonomous capabilities would be robust. His great-grandmother regarded Yan Bai with a peculiar expression. Are you planning to keep them as appendages? Yan Bai hesitated, recognizing that these companions might indeed prove useful in testing other worlds. Yet, his great-grandmother, seemingly unwilling to witness his smile, doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You are reminded of your own past, are you not? Prepare yourself, buyer. As she spoke, his great-grandmother suddenly appeared behind him, whispering softly in his ear, should this version of Uchiha Itachi seize your physical form, I shall have to regard him as my grandson, and you must take responsibility. His great-grandmother did not linger long, warning Reina before swiftly returning to the otherworldly realm of the moon. Before departing, she sent Yan Bai a document. The data indicates that the Yen Dun system was designed by Yan Bai's mother, intended to help him understand the actions of his two younger sisters who previously brought NPCs into the real world. This system allows Yan Bai to personally experience whether he could coldly eliminate those NPCs with whom he shares profound emotional connections. The original intention behind his mother's creation of such a perilous system was certainly not to profit from it, as it poses great danger to their entire virtual institution. Yan Bai's mother is a genius, possessing a deep understanding of human emotions, even more so than Yan Bai himself. She is acutely aware of her children's feelings and comprehends the foolishness of Yan Bai's sisters, while simultaneously hoping that Yan Bai can empathize with them. As for whether Yan Bai chooses to forgive them, that is entirely his decision. Aside from the few NPCs who are mandated to be mindless, almost everyone else holds affection for Yan Bai, treating him with kindness and generosity. Even if Yan Bai has grown accustomed to being cold-hearted, he cannot completely disregard those around him. Upon entering Bai's room, he found that his great-grandmother had placed the two children there. Seeing Yan Bai return, Bai cautiously asked, "Brother, is Sister Ling Nai all right?" Yan Bai gently patted Bai's head, replying softly, "Bai, even adults can make mistakes. I will make mistakes, and so will Ling Nai. I do not know what she has done to you, nor do I have the right to help you forgive her. Thus, I will not say that it's all right. The decision to forgive her faults rests with you." With a solemn expression, Junmaru quietly interjected, "Actually, Sister Ling Nai did not bully us. She merely wanted us to call her mother. She has prepared many delicious meals for us and taught us how to read and write." Bai, with a quiver in her voice, added, "If we had not shown such resistance, Grandma would not have misunderstood her, and Sister Ling Nai would not have faced such punishment. I am sorry. We could have protected her." Yan Bai sighed, saying, "Bai, you did nothing wrong. There is no need for self-reproach. If you feel pity for Ling Nai, comfort her in your own way. Follow your hearts and do what you wish. I will not hinder you." Bai stood up quietly, stating, "Brother, I will go to the kitchen to help Sister Ling Nai." With that, Bai opened the door and left. Junmaru said nothing but followed Bai's lead. Yan Bai trailed behind the two children, silently observing them as they entered the kitchen, watching as Ling Nai, already tidied up, began to weep anew. It was far more effective for the children to comfort Ling Nai than it would be for him. Chapter 139. The unfilial child of Torin Koharu's sunlight cascaded from the void above. The clear sunlight and pure air bestowed a delightful sensation that made travelers involuntarily smile. In the days following his great-grandmother's departure, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Uchiha Itachi and Yan Bai, both clad in dark-hued hanfu, walked along a pathway through the valley. Their destination, the Konoha Ninja Village's memorial stone. In addition to the ninjas who perished on the battlefield, the villagers of Konoha also chose to bury their deceased relatives here. Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi stood side by side, their faces set in solemn expressions. As they walked along the edge of the path, Uchiha Itachi leaned in to whisper to Yan Bai, "The hot spring village has been on the right track for many years. It is almost time to establish the Yomi village." Yan Bai, maintaining his forward gaze, responded quietly, "Itachi, the ninja world is unsettled. Now is not the time to operate Yomi village. Both Yomi village and Hot Spring village are settlements that exist within Kagayaheim, where the former is associated with the business of the deceased, while the latter caters to the living." However, Yan Bai believed that under the current conditions of the ninja world, a business focused on the dead would not thrive. With individuals like Pain capable of destroying homes at any moment, it would be unwise to establish a place for storing ashes, as the end of the war would lead families to demand compensation for their losses. It would be far simpler for them to inter their loved ones at the memorial stone. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, absorbing Yan Bai's words. Today, they had come to attend a funeral. The ceremony was held at the home of Torin Koharu, a special advisor to Konoha's higher-ups, in honor of her late husband. It was Yan Bai's first realization that, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, other advisors in Konoha also had family members. Due to his status, he had never engaged with them before. All attendees at the funeral walked with heavy steps, clad in dark robes and bearing solemn expressions. Torin Koharu stood at the front, accompanied by a few individuals, who let out muffled sobs. However, their sorrow did not resonate with the other mourners. At the forefront of the procession were 6 ninjas carrying the coffin, the oak casket firmly sealing the body within. Subsequently, the officiant began to direct the attendees according to custom for the burial. Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi stood at the rear, observing from a distance. Uchiha Itachi whispered in Yan Bai's ear, "I have heard that the advisor Torin Koharu's husband passed away quite suddenly, catching everyone off guard. He fell to his death while wearing wooden sandals and climbing stairs." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's expression briefly flickered with an enigmatic smile. Fixated on the front, He remained unaware that Uchiha Itachi had not seen his reaction and continued with. He was nearly 60 years old and had contributed to the hot spring village, even participating in our senior subsidy program. It is truly unfortunate that he did not receive his pension. Yan Bai remarked, "What a pity. Konoha has yet to implement an inheritance tax. So everything the elder leaves behind will be inherited by this advisor?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's tone shifted slightly. "In recent years, I have come to realize things I was previously unaware of regarding advisor Torin Koharu. Her family likely does not possess much wealth." Yan Bai's expression turned to one of surprise. As one of the 3 major advisors to the Hokage, combined with the profits earned over the past 3 years, how could she be impoverished? Uchiha Itachi explained, "Yan Bai, Torin Koharu has 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Only her 2 daughters and son-in-law attended the funeral." "Oh." Yan Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "Did her son not come?" "Correct, her eldest son did not attend." Uchiha Itachi glanced around cautiously, adding, "After graduating from the ninja academy, her son has remained confined to his room, incurring significant monthly expenses without contributing to the household. He has not married or had children and has wasted considerable money on luxuries. Unwilling to engage in dangerous work, even with a Genin certification, he has executed only a handful of tasks, all while considering himself an aristocrat, refusing to undertake the work of commoners. Without employment, he has no income. Yet he harbors an obsession with the luxurious goods of the hot spring village, spending heavily on them each month. With a lack of funds, the unfortunate son resorts to beseeching the family of his mother, Tsukikage Koharu, for money. When denied, he resorts to self-harm, leading him to seek treatment at the Konoha hospital on numerous occasions. The neighbors are well aware of Koharu's unfilial son. Thus, despite her seemingly affluent exterior, Koharu's household has become strained due to this son's actions. Although merely gossip among high-ranking advisors, Yan Bai harbors a subtle premonition. He is not closely acquainted with Koharu, not even considered a friend, yet she formally invites him to her husband's funeral. Is it possible that Koharu seeks his assistance, hoping he will help dispose of her troublesome son, akin to how one would clear away rubbish? Is it that she cannot take action against her own child due to the bond of motherhood? This aspect pertains to an underlying plot in the original narrative. Could it be that Shimura Danzo once aided her in ridding herself of this burden, thus explaining her political allegiance to him? As Yan Bai observes Koharu's aging silhouette in the distance, he murmurs to himself, "Is that so?" Uchiha Itachi, who has been keenly observing Yan Bai's expression, naturally overhears his words and inquires, "What did you say?" Yan Bai scoffs lightly, "Nothing of consequence. After the funeral, let us return. Would you care for some dango?" "No, I am grown now," Itachi replies. He squints, recalling the last birthday when Yan Bai and Rina gifted him 150 skewers of dango. The mere sight of it now makes him feel nauseous. Yan Bai chuckles, "Grown? You still appear to be a child." Both Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi frequently take extended leaves, with the Ninja Academy tacitly accepting their absence. The higher-ups in Konoha do not impose strict regulations on them, as their daily endeavors yield substantial profits for the village. Graduating prematurely would present its own challenges, as Konoha mandates that students graduating from the Ninja Academy become Genin, progressing through ranks methodically. Should one skip this path, they would be barred from utilizing chakra, relegated to a mundane existence akin to that of Koharu's son. Yan Bai dismisses such troublesome matters, opting for a prolonged leave, intending to address these concerns when the time for graduation arrives. Perhaps by then policies may have shifted, alleviating the complications. Chapter 140. Please help me preserve my dignity. The funeral concludes hastily in the morning. Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi, burdened with pressing matters, must return to the hot springs village to resume their work, paying a modicum of respect to Koharu as a special advisor. Itachi diligently allocates time each day to inspect the laborers in the special prison sales department, ensuring none are slacking off, while also reviewing daily reports from various departments. His exemplary diligence and innate talent leave Yan Bai in admiration. In the afternoon, Yan Bai sits in the hot springs village office, swiftly perusing documents, addressing a backlog of work, and assessing the deviations between the new agricultural and produce course outcomes and his prior conceptualizations. However, just as Itachi departs the office, an unexpected visitor arrives. The esteemed special advisor graces us with her presence. To what do we owe this honor? Yan Bai sets aside his documents and rises with a commercial smile, regarding the newly arrived Koharu. A flicker of understanding crosses his mind. It appears his previous conjectures are about to materialize. Despite his inkling of Koharu's intentions, he maintains an expression of feigned confusion. Sometimes, it is prudent not to be overly perceptive, for excessive understanding of another's intentions may lead to unnecessary complications. Unless explicitly stated, Yan Bai prefers to engage in subtle evasion, never entangling himself in issues beyond his purview, nor exhibiting undue kindness. Koharu, evidently familiar with Yan Bai, sighs and states, "Yan Bai, it is Danzo who has sent me to seek your assistance." "Ah," Yan Bai replies with a slight smile, personally pulling a chair for the elderly lady to sit. Koharu eyes him cautiously and asserts, "I am aware of the dealings you have been engaged in behind the scenes." In response, Yan Bai steps back slightly, maintaining a safe distance from her. "My son has killed my husband, his own father," Koharu states coldly. He refuses to live in the light, associating with those deemed worthless. His father discarded his cherished collectibles, novels, comics, and luxury items. Thus, when I was away from home, he pushed my husband down the stairs, resulting in his death. Upon hearing this, Yan Bai comprehends the underlying issues. Koharu's eldest son exhibits signs of social anxiety, having become increasingly detached from society. Those collectibles were his only companions. Unfortunately, such sentiments are beyond the grasp of those deemed normal. Koharu's husband discarding their son's cherished belongings equated to a metaphorical death of his friends, inevitably leading to extreme retaliation. Feigning contemplation, Yan Bai hesitantly remarks, "So a murder case? Shouldn't this be handled by the Konoha Police Department? The matter appears straightforward enough. Treat the child as a murderer, and the issue resolves itself." However, Koharu's breath quickens. "No, we cannot involve the police." "Why not?" Yan Bai feigns confusion, his expression perfectly mirroring bewilderment as he struggles to comprehend Koharu's reasoning. Koharu's demeanor darkens. "I have 2 daughters, each with children. My sons-in-law have married into my family, and those children are my grandchildren. I do not wish for anyone to learn that my son is a murderer, for what would the villagers of Konoha think? What would the ninjas under Konoha's banner think?" Yan Bai sighs softly, gently reminding her, "Koharu, your son's nature is already known to the neighbors." "Huh. They only know he is useless. They do not know he is a murderer." Koharu's voice rises slightly, her emotions becoming increasingly agitated. "I am still alive, and my status and power afford me some level of influence. But what if I were to die unexpectedly? I do not want my children, my grandchildren, to be associated with a murderer." Yan Bai responds, "So, you wish for him to assist in preserving your dignity? You desire to save face while wishing for that child to meet his end? You seek a discreet hand that will not leave traces?" Koharu's voice trembles. "Yan Bai, you are the only one who can help this old woman. I sought Danzo's aid, but he claimed to be too old, his methods too direct and clumsy, always leaving traces. You, however, can make someone vanish without harming anyone's reputation, can you not?" Yan Bai remains silent, stroking his slender chin as he weighs the pros and cons. Koharu continues, "Yan Bai, my son has already lost his mind. He was unhinged even before his father's death. He desires control, and his madness may lead to even more heinous acts. My 2 daughters, their husbands, and my grandchildren will all be affected. He may even bring calamity to those around him." Despite Koharu's implicit plea for assistance, Yan Bai remains noncommittal. "Please, Yan Bai, after his father's death, we will face a living hell." As Chuanqin Xiaochun bent her body, appearing as if she might kneel at any moment, she spoke with a heavy heart. "To temporarily stabilize him, I have already mortgaged the shops of Konoha Village. However, this path leads to an abyss. I have exhausted all my savings and implore you to assist me this once. After all, he is your blood relative, is he not?" Yan Bai remained unyielding, his expression unchanged as he replied, "I believe it would be wiser for you to disregard the opinions of the world and leave this matter to the Konoha Police Department." "Blood relative? Humph." Chuanqin Xiaochun's face contorted with rage. "That man is nothing less than a beast. Has he not committed any other heinous acts?" Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yan Bai inquired further. As Chuanqin Xiaochun spoke of her grandsons, she hesitated for a moment, then rose from her seat to whisper something to Yan Bai, audible only to the 2 of them. Hearing her gritted teeth as she recounted unspeakable family scandals, Yan Bai's expression turned to one of astonishment. "What on earth?" Yan Bai was taken aback. He had never anticipated the existence of such a beast in this virtual realm, and in that instant, his worldview shattered. If what Chuanqin Xiaochun said were true, that man must die. To say he polluted the air would be civil. Observing Yan Bai's incredulous expression, Chuanqin Xiaochun's countenance reflected her sorrow. I no longer view him as my son. I do not require a person who is even less than a beast. I understand, Yan Bai said, feeling somewhat conflicted. However, Chuanqin Xiaochun continued despondently. You know this matter poses no threat to you, for you have always left no trace. Yan Bai nodded in agreement, yet insisted that the process must be followed through. The funds will be donated to the Konoha Hot Springs Village Development Fund, citing your desire to contribute to the village's growth. How does that sound? He would accept the money, but it would be a gift from Chuanqin Xiaochun, backed by legitimate reasoning to avoid future disputes. Let it be so, thank you. Chuanqin Xiaochun sighed in relief, then added, Yan Bai, I have a request. A request? Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. The following day, under the guise of a leisurely stroll, Yan Bai took Uchiha Itachi to Hokage Rock. It was common for people to walk there, rendering their presence unremarkable. Yet, standing atop Hokage Rock, they could gaze upon all of Konoha, as well as Chuanqin Xiaochun's residence. Uchiha Itachi remained silent beside Yan Bai, who did not conceal the details of Chuanqin Xiaochun's plea. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi harbored an indescribable feeling within. Yan Bai gazed at the opulent mansion distanced from the heart of Konoha, commenting with intrigue. They have constructed such a magnificent home in prime Konoha real estate. From the top floor, one can overlook the entire village. I find myself somewhat envious. Your wealth could build hundreds of such grand houses. Uchiha Itachi retorted with an impassive expression. Moreover, what we see is merely the facade. According to my investigation, she possesses considerable assets. Yet her ambitions have led to an astonishing level of debt, borrowing significant sums from various advisors. Yan Bai chuckled lightly, non-committal in his response. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the distance, murmuring, that top-floor room with the curtains drawn belongs to him. What, then, is that old woman's request? Yan Bai wore a languid expression as he smiled and replied. She said, please let him die outside. She added that, after her husband passed away at home. Even her son had an untimely death there. The Konoha Police Department would surely suspect foul play. Uchiha Itachi's countenance grew somber. Yan Bai shrugged. Isn't it a bit audacious? Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened. This is more than mere audacity. That man scarcely leaves his home. Even if we were to drag him outside to kill him, it would attract attention. Furthermore, their residence is surrounded by the estates of Konoha's prominent families. Someone is bound to notice something amiss. Yan Bai shook his head. It is sufficient to coax him out. He will venture outside today. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. What do you plan to do? Yan Bai replied, gazing ahead with a smile. I have invited the consultant Chuanqin Xiaochun to host a modest farewell banquet in the steeply sloped Hot Springs village to commemorate her late husband. It would be ideal to invite her family and even the servants to dine. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, as if he comprehended Yan Bai's intentions. He muttered, and then, you will ensure all delivery and takeaway services in Konoha Hot Springs village malfunction. In the 3 years since the village's establishment, the delivery and takeaway business had flourished. Though lacking electronic networks, Yan Bai had set up service points throughout Konoha Village's residential areas, where residents could write down their daily meal preferences and desired purchases. Periodically, someone would transport items back and forth between the service points and the Hot Springs Village. Even items one might feel embarrassed to purchase in-store could be discreetly delivered to customers' hands. Chuanqin Xiaochun's son, Chuanqin Guangyan, could receive everything he desired without having to face the son he so despised. After the funeral banquet for Chuanqin Xiaochun's husband, she invited all her neighbors and the staff from nearby delivery points to feast. With Yan Bai's permission, these workers took a break. Thus, Chuanqin Guangyan. Uchiha Itachi suddenly chuckled coldly. I see now. No wonder you had him approve the leave requests for so many people early this morning. You have ensured that those who might assist Chuanqin Guangyan with deliveries will be absent. Chuanqin Guangyan would inevitably need to venture out himself. If he does not, Yan Bai can still offer Chuanqin Xiaochun some incentives, encouraging those attending the banquet to linger in the Hot Springs village for a few days, feasting. Before leaving home, Chuanqin Xiaochun would have already taken all the food with her. If Chuanqin Guangyan wished to avoid starvation, he would certainly have to seek sustenance. I can somewhat predict his emotional state thereafter. Uchiha Itachi, like Yan Bai, gazed at the distant mansion, saying, previously, deliveries arrived at all hours. He could procure anything he desired, and his family indulged him, even delivering messages to the service points. With such convenience, He had no reason to force himself to go outside. Today, at his father's farewell banquet, he has chosen not to attend, while everyone else has. Yan Bai smiled slightly. Isn't this rather amusing? Forcing him to step outside is akin to coaxing a non-calling cuckoo to cry out. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yan Bai with exasperation. If the people in that old woman's household were to leak this information. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile crept across Yan Bai's lips. Meanwhile, at the banquet in Hot Springs Village, Chuanqin Xiaochun's family was seated at the same table, their appetites dulled by anxiety. Despite the lavish feast before them, their spirits were as flat as stale bread. "Mother, I don't believe the situation is as dire as you think," one of Chuanqin Xiaochun's sons-in-law whispered. "Perhaps we should turn him over to the Konoha Police Department. The Uchiha clan would surely handle it fairly. It was his wrongdoing, and it should not fall back on us." Chuanqin Xiaochun glared coldly at her second son-in-law. Initially, she had perceived the man her daughter admired as handsome and dignified, only to later discover that none of them were worthy of respect. Originally, it was unremarkable to possess mediocre abilities. Merely living to an old age while bestowing happiness upon her daughter sufficed, as she was merely a vessel for procreation. However, when misfortune befell her family, the two men who had married into it simply cowered behind the women, whining. It appeared that her initial desire to find easily manipulated men as husbands for her daughter had been misguided. Yet, if given another chance, she would still seek a son-in-law willing to be adopted into the family, for her son was a calamity. Chuanqin Xiaochun scoffed coldly, reflecting on the deeds he had committed. For they were well aware of his actions, including the transgressions against your child. He must not be allowed to live. Had I known this would happen, I should have disciplined him more strictly. Your father has been too lenient. Chuanqin Xiaochun's daughter gazed sternly at her husband and lowered her voice, stating, "Mother has done nothing wrong. As a man, you lack the courage we women possess." Upon hearing this, Chuanqin Xiaochun's son-in-law fell silent. They were merely ordinary ninjas under Konoha's banner, living comfortably due to Chuanqin Xiaochun's protection. Even in times of war, they were spared from the battlefield, and their prolonged lives of happiness and peace had fostered their cowardice. "Everyone, we have no retreat," Chuanqin Xiaochun said solemnly. "The god of wealth has made his move, and he has left us a message." What did the god of wealth say? Chuanqin Xiaochun's children turned pale at once. She replied. He said, "If anyone in your family reveals a secret, I will make your entire family experience a despair so profound that you will regret ever living. I am that kind of man." Chapter 142. It turns out you are not infinitely calculative either, Yan Bai. In that space, the sound of the door hinges echoed. The shadow of the door expanded across the wall, and a sickly white, plump face emerged from the darkness. Outside, the sand and mist gently slipped through the crack of the door, drifting into the obscurity. As the rotund man shifted, more gusts of wind swept from the opening into the darkness behind him. "Big sister, please order the roasted spring chicken from the Hot Spring Village," Xuanqing Guanyan's voice, as firm as steel, resonated through the expansive mansion. Yet, silence was his only reply. Outside, the cicadas resumed their cries, while the house remained devoid of any human sound. The chirping of insects lent a tragic atmosphere to the surrounding air, as the cacophony seemed to bid farewell to something. Oh, they must have all gone to the Hot Spring Village for a feast. What a joke. The plump man muttered to himself at the entrance of his dimly lit room. He opened the door just a crack, and the stale odor of mildew, a result of prolonged exposure to darkness, wafted out. Bang! Ah, pain, 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 pain. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist against the door, only to be met with a cry of anguish. Still, no one responded to him. Outside, the world was bright, yet his room was shrouded in darkness. He stepped out, dragging his hefty frame across the gleaming wooden floor of his home. Not a single soul could be seen in the corridor. The sunlight streaming through the window filled him with disdain, prompting him to hasten downstairs. Rummaging through every possible hiding place for food, yet finding nothing. Not a single person remained, nor a morsel of food. That old hag. Those disgusting people. Do they wish to starve me? He raged. Those selfish bastards. May they all perish. What a farce, what a farce. It hurts. He sought to vent his frustration with his fists, yet felt pain each time he struck something solid. These are merely inanimate objects, mere furniture. How dare they be so insolent? Ugh, even you all treat me like a fool, don't you? Xuanqing Guanyan bellowed, suddenly flinging open the kitchen window on the first floor, pulling back the curtains, and hurling the furniture devoid of food out into the open. Ugh, go die? The cacophony of shattering dishes and furniture echoed, accompanied by Xuanqing Guangyan's frenzied screams. Without food, I cannot survive. They want to starve me, no? I must go to the hot spring village myself. I must eat roasted spring chicken. Muttering to himself, he dashed out of his house, racing towards the hot spring village nearby. However, the outlet was tightly shut, and the inside was deserted. In a fit of madness, Xuanqing Guangyan seized anything within reach, hurling it against the door of the outlet. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he trudged towards the hot spring village. Uchiha Itachi and Yan Bai observed from a distance. Perched upon a tree branch, their expressions cold and detached. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, his demeanor appearing quite fearsome. He had once been accustomed to being commanded and spoiled. Yan Bai chuckled softly, noting that now, stripped of assistance, he had no choice but to venture out to avoid starvation. It's only a missed breakfast. Yet he reacts by throwing all the furniture and dishes out of the kitchen. His mental state must be quite unstable, Uchiha Itachi remarked, unable to fathom such a person existed in this world. Let us follow him, Itachi, Yan Bai laughed lightly. The two moved silently in the shadows. Xuanqing Guangyan, unaccustomed to activity and with a disrupted rhythm of life, found his unhealthy, corpulent body hindered his movement. The sunlight was intolerable, prompting him to seek refuge in the shadows. He pressed a hand against his chest, feeling his heart flutter irregularly. Yes, every time I step outside, it is like this. I despise the sun, I even loathe it. Each encounter with sunlight reminded him of the painful memories from his time at the Ninja Academy. His mother was well known in Konoha, appearing wealthy yet weak, which led to discord. After being bullied and too afraid to voice his grievances, he knew that even if he confided in that old man at home, he would be scolded for his weakness. That old man always urged him to gather himself, to grow stronger, to become a figure of prominence in Konoha like his mother. How can I gather myself? I despise it. Do I not wish to become stronger? After that, he developed a hatred for sunlight. Only finding respite after graduating from the Ninja Academy, he discovered that remaining at home was far safer than venturing outside. Xuanqing Guangyan moved through the shadows of the buildings, deliberately slowing his pace to prevent further irregularities with his heart. The hot spring village was delightful, yet it was situated on elevated ground. To reach it from Konoha, one must ascend a steep staircase. Xuanqing Guangyan grumbled inwardly, but had no choice but to laboriously climb the long staircase. Suddenly, two young men clad in black, laughing and chatting, passed by from 100 meters away at the staircase's summit. Xuanqing Guangyan felt a surge of panic and halted abruptly. He intended to wait until the two boys had left before continuing his journey. However, he noticed one of them glance his way inadvertently. Those crimson eyes, and Uchiha? Xuanqing Guangyan's pupils constricted as he recalled the painful memories from the Ninja Academy, those cold, demonic faces. Wait, why was the staircase receding from his view? When Toko Hikaru regained his senses, he realized that he had tumbled down the stairs simply because he had gazed at the boy a moment longer than necessary. With a thud, the back of his head struck the sharp edge of the staircase, producing a loud noise. Two members of the Konoha police stationed at the village entrance noticed his fall and rushed over in alarm. "Are you all right, sir?" they asked, attempting to help the bloodied Toko Hikaru, only to be pushed away in fear. Their words, meant to be caring, instead terrified him, for he recognized the Uchiha clan's fan symbol emblazoned on their attire. It felt as though his voice had been stolen. Inside, he screamed, "Do not touch me, Uchiha scoundrels!" No, he felt nauseous at the thought of being touched by strangers. He looked up the staircase, but the beautiful boy was nowhere to be found. He pondered darkly. Who was it? That boy had surely attempted to murder him with the Sharingan. His head throbbed painfully. Indeed, it was the presence of so many vile people outside that made him detest going out. He thought to himself, I should just go home. I won't die from hunger in a day. The two Uchiha members exchanged glances, but did not insist on Toko Hikaru's staying. Yamato. He must not have died due to his bulk. Perhaps the fall was cushioned? Uchiha Itachi observed from a distance, watching Toko Hikaru flee in a panic. He murmured, "It appears you are not as all-knowing as you believed, Yamato. Not everything proceeds as you envision. What will you do now?" He has fled. Chapter 143. He detests the sun. Oh really? Yamato replied with a slight smile. That is my secret, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi regarded him with a perplexed expression, silently questioning why they wouldn't pursue Toko Hikaru. He is better off running. Yamato replied lazily, a wicked smile gracing his face. He won't die in front of us, and his departure is of no concern. Uchiha Itachi, astonished, asked, Have you done something to him? Did you cast a genjutsu? No, I didn't use the Sharingan's illusion. It would be too easily detected, Yamato replied with a malevolent grin. Then what did you do? Itachi furrowed his brows. Yamato leaned closer and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Itachi's eyes widened slightly. Toko Hikaru felt intense pain coursing through his head, warm blood trickling down. He knew he was gravely injured and ought to seek medical attention. Yet, the Konoha hospital was overcrowded, a place he despised, but for the sake of survival, he had to go. He continued to conceal himself in the shadows of the street, striving to avoid the sunlight. However, he soon discovered that the streets were teeming with patrolling Uchiha. The sight of their clan symbol tormented his heart. Dizziness enveloped him. He had lost too much blood, and his appearance was alarming. Along the way, numerous patrolling Uchiha approached him, eagerly asking if he needed assistance, but he hastily evaded them. The well-meaning villagers of Konoha faced the same fate. Toko Hikaru feared all strangers. He refused to speak with anyone. He trudged toward the Konoha hospital, his steps growing slower, his vision increasingly blurry. Hold on, he urged himself. As he walked in the shadows, he suddenly spotted a beautiful, gentle woman accompanied by two children emerging from a nearby market. The girl looked at him with surprise and softly inquired, "You appear to be seriously injured. Do you need help?" Toko Hikaru scowled in disdain, unwilling to acknowledge anyone, even a beauty, just as he was about to bypass her and move on. The woman called after him in that same caring tone, "Your family wishes for you to leave home in this manner. Lady Koharu has decided to clear out the clutter in your room to help you regain your spirits. If you don't hurry back, your room will be completely refreshed." What? Toko Hikaru spun around, wanting to confront the woman, but upon turning back, there was no sign of her or the children. It had felt like an illusion. Yet, the words spoken in that illusion rang true. If he starved himself, he would eventually be compelled to leave his home, and those loathsome individuals would invade his sanctuary. With that thought, Toko Hikaru changed his course. Instead of heading to the Konoha hospital, he dashed toward his family's mansion. His movements no longer sluggish, but rather fueled by a primal instinct to survive. "Move aside. Don't block the way," he shouted, pushing past startled pedestrians, desperate to return. Losing that room would feel like losing everything. Without it, how could he continue to live? He vowed not to let those who dared to intrude upon his sacred space go unpunished. Absolutely not. He would never forgive those who trespassed into his sanctuary. At the corner of the market, Reina held on to Shiro and Kimimaro, her expression calm. Shiro looked up at her and softly asked, "Sister, did that gentleman need treatment?" He had heard Reina ask the seemingly injured man if he needed help, but then she had uttered something unintelligible before swiftly hiding them away. Both Shiro and Kimimaro appeared bewildered, unaware that the man in need of assistance had run in the opposite direction of the Konoha hospital. Reina gently ruffled Shiro's hair and smiled. "Yes, we are almost at the hospital. He will be all right. Don't worry, Shiro. Let us go home. I'll prepare some sweet potatoes for you." Shiro and Kimimaro nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Toko Hikaru continued to run frantically, crashing into trash cans and signposts along the way, worsening his injuries. The wound on his head began to scab, and the blood loss gradually diminished. Yet, he barreled onward, his frantic demeanor visible to all passers-by, who looked on in fear and confusion, unable to comprehend the madness before them. When Toko Hikaru reached the foot of his family's South Grand estate, he stepped on the refuse he had previously scattered at the entrance of the hot spring village, stumbling once more. His hefty frame propelled forward due to inertia. Ahead lay the estate's wall, adorned with various lethal spikes to deter ordinary thieves. As the deadly points drew nearer to his line of sight, Toko Hikaru widened his eyes in horror. No, he was not afraid of death, but he refused to perish under such glaring sunlight. If he were to die, he wished it to be in the darkness of his sacred place. The sun was utterly detestable. As the sharp spikes drew ever closer, his once simple wish became unattainable. With a sickening sound, flesh was pierced. Sukin Kogen's head was violently thrust against the surrounding wall, the spikes penetrating his skull. Meanwhile, Sukin Koharu's family, who had been sitting upright in the hot spring village, suddenly received a notification from the Konoha Police Department. Koharu hastily excused herself for a time, returning with reddened eyes, as if she had been weeping. "Mom," murmured her eldest daughter, Sukin Koharu. In a soft voice, Koharu revealed, "The Konoha police informed us that Kogen met with an unfortunate accident while running home, colliding with the wall. There was a crucial detail she withheld. The Konoha police had determined that Tsukin Kogen had left home alone today, heading towards the hot spring village. In full view, he stumbled while climbing the stairs. After his fall, blood flowed profusely, and despite the concerned inquiries from both police officers and passers-by, he coldly refused assistance. As he walked towards the hospital, numerous pedestrians inquired if he needed help. However, just before reaching the hospital, he abruptly changed direction and ran frantically back towards his home. This was witnessed by all present. Shortly thereafter, Tsukin Kogen stumbled at the foot of his home, crashing into the wall, where he was fatally impaled by a security spike. The cause of his fall was an obstacle he had tripped over, debris he had carelessly left at the entrance of the Konoha hot spring village after vandalizing it. There was no perpetrator, only an unfortunate accident. Yet, Tsukin Koharu knew better. It was the doing of Yan Bai, though she lacked evidence. Indeed, he was a terrifying god of wealth. Perhaps it was for the best, Koharu thought, lowering her eyelids to conceal her sorrow. At the moment of learning of Kogen's demise, the other two couples in the room turned pale. Chapter 144, Preparation for any eventuality. In the afternoon, the wind intensified. The azure sky was filled with clouds racing by, and as the sun sank lower in the west, the earth was cast into shadow, only to gradually brighten again. The hot spring village remained as boisterous as ever. Amidst the clamor, something roared. Even on this sunlit afternoon, a layer of mist enveloped the hot spring village. The vibrant leaves and blossoms glistened, while the air bore a hint of heat. In Yan Bai's expansive office, there was a large artificial hot spring pool, adorned with decor reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. Now, this place was shrouded in mist, with the door tightly shut. Countless finer droplets, more subtle than smoke, floated in the air. Walking through this haze would instantly weigh down one's clothing with moisture. Within the mist, silhouettes of two boys were discernible above the water's surface. An unbelievable outcome. Uchiha Itachi leaned against the inner wall of the hot spring pool, cupping the warm water, his gaze directed towards the enchanting darkness ahead. He murmured, excluding the innocent infant, the Tsukin family of 5 will inevitably feel compelled to confess to the Konoha police due to their guilt, will they not? After catching a glimpse of the panicked Tsukin Kogen fleeing from the stairs, Itachi was forcibly pulled by Yan Bai to the adjacent hot spring pool. In the sweltering heat, the boys either preferred swimming by the Konoha River or sought refuge in the hot spring village. Such behavior raised no suspicions. However, Itachi understood Yan Bai's intentions. Their outfits were identical, as if they donned the same attire daily, not out of laziness, but with deliberate intent. Yan Bai frequently burned his clothing and donned an identical outfit, as though he had never changed at all. Though they had done nothing today, they had indeed loitered near Tsukin Koharu's home. After burning his clothes, he simply indulged in a soak in the hot spring. Even if they confessed, the individual involved would not survive. The notion of absolution through confession was naively optimistic. Yan Bai reclined at the opposite side, resting his neck on the edge of the hot spring pool, gazing at the ceiling as he spoke softly. That family chooses not to confront the deceased, opting instead to preserve their facade. To protect themselves, they must bear the weight of their guilt. To prevent them from escaping their burden, I warned her, should she dare to divulge anything, I would ensure that her entire family meets a gruesome fate. To personally commit murder is unnecessary. A mere Edo Tensei would expose everything. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, having been by Yan Bai's side since the latter's actions began. He knew what Yan Bai had done and what he had not done. Even when staring directly at Yan Bai, Itachi could not fathom that Tsukin Kogen was truly dead. All evidence and witnesses indicated it was an accident. Such a coincidence. Itachi recalled the new constructions in both the Hot Spring Village and Konoha Village over the past 3 years. All walls were equipped with spikes. During construction, Yan Bai had claimed it was for theft prevention against ordinary burglars, though it was clear such measures would not deter ninjas. At that time, no one took it seriously. Even now, Konoha villagers adopted this method when constructing walls, as if it had become a common practice. Was it possible that Yan Bai had prepared for potential future events with every endeavor he undertook? Moreover, the items Tsukin Kogen used to vandalize the Hot Spring Village entrance were merely old tables and chairs recently cleared from the premises. The previous day, Yan Bai had replaced all the old furniture in the outlets with new ones. Tsukin Koharu's sudden invitation to a feast left no time for disposing of the old items, which were temporarily placed outside the door to be collected after the meal. However, Itachi gazed at Yan Bai, who was less than 2 meters away, his face adorned with a smile while he played with spices. Suddenly, Itachi spoke. How did you anticipate that individual's reaction? Yan Bai's gaze shifted from the spices to Itachi. I did not anticipate anything. Itachi replied. Even on your own territory, you remain cautious in conversation? Is your reticence due to the fear of eavesdropping? Or is it simply a manifestation of paranoia, unwilling to speak candidly as a precaution? Observing Itachi's troubled expression, Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Well, I once inquired with Tsukin Koharu about her son's appearance and academic performance during his time at the Ninja Academy. Itachi furrowed his brow, questioning. Are you suggesting that Tsukin Kogen's bizarre behavior stemmed from his looks and academic results? Surely, that cannot be the case. In an instant, Itachi's mind was flooded with counterexamples of classmates who were neither academically gifted nor conventionally attractive, yet exuded optimism and positivity. Tsukin Kogen was indeed an anomaly. It seems her son may have developed a form of acquired autism. Yan Bai casually adjusted the spices in his hand, exclaiming as if by accident, Oh dear, I seem to have spilled some into the hot spring. Autism. Itachi Uchiha had been diligently studying for many years and was naturally aware of this ailment. However, when he first encountered it, Yan Bai merely mentioned it in passing without providing a detailed explanation. How could one articulate this? With a mother who is a celebrity, a prestigious family background, yet possessing an unattractive appearance and limited capabilities, one would presume that he had some knowledge, having attended school. The educational institution serves as a microcosm of society. Yan Bai wished to retrieve the spices that had submerged in the water, but they had already diffused, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the effort. This I can comprehend. It relates to his subsequent descent into madness, does it not? Itachi furrowed his brow, a vision of Sasuke's endearing demeanor flashing in his mind, and he began to worry for his younger brother's future. The world of children is, in truth, not complex. At the outset, human nature is inherently malevolent, driven by primal instincts. At such times, it is imperative for adults to guide children towards proper conduct and facilitate their growth. Yet, there will always be outliers or those with innate malice. Yan Bai continued, Thus, the son of the advisor, despite his illustrious lineage, is an easy target for bullying. If he suffers harassment at the Ninja Academy, it could cast a long shadow over him, leading him to despise social interactions and retreat into isolation. Initially, he may find solace in seclusion, but over time, he could become ensnared in a dark, independent space, unwilling to communicate with the outside world. Prolonged isolation may manifest in extreme behaviors. He might resort to temper tantrums and demands from his family, resulting in self-harm and hospitalization. Such individuals can become volatile, employing primitive violence to achieve their ends whenever their desires are thwarted, resembling petulant children who lash out destructively. Itachi, his expression solemn, nodded in understanding. Yan Bai merely sought to enhance the likelihood of the outcomes he desired, placing the tools before Tsukunomi Kohiko, leaving the decision to act entirely in Kohiko's hands. What had Yan Bai done? He had accepted a substantial sum from Tsukunomi Koharu, utilizing the funds to host a banquet and hiring Yamato Tenzo to construct new tables and chairs, replacing the old furnishings in the workplace for his subordinates. He then permitted his employees to take time off to attend the banquet, temporarily placing the old tables and chairs beside the office. Beyond that, it appeared Yan Bai's actions were limited to being an observer, requiring no ninjutsu, merely watching the unfolding drama. Ultimately, the target met his demise as Yan Bai had envisioned. Chapter 145, SHT. The SHT has escaped? As dusk fell, completely detaching himself from the Tsukunomi Kohiko incident and creating an alibi of total absence. Yan Bai donned a fresh black outfit and returned to his street with Itachi Uchiha from the hot spring village. By the time they arrived home, the sun had already set. Everyone enjoyed the hot spring village. So many lingered there, with true relaxation still a ways off. Consequently, the old street appeared deserted even in the evening. Upon returning home, Reina greeted Yan Bai and Itachi before returning to the kitchen to busily prepare dinner. With 2 additional children in the household, Reina devoted even more care to her cooking, taking longer than before. At that moment, Junmaru and Haku were sitting near the narrow corridor adjacent to the dining room, their shoulders linked, seemingly squatting at the edge of the corridor, intently observing something in the dark vegetable garden. Yan Bai and Itachi washed their hands and entered the house, catching sight of the 2 children huddled together. And Yan Bai suddenly found their plump little forms incredibly endearing. He quietly approached, casting his gaze toward the darkness they were fixated on. To his surprise, he saw a lengthy name floating in the dark vegetable patch, a nameless frog. The corners of Yan Bai's mouth twitched slightly. He cleared his throat to avoid startling the two children. Sure enough, as soon as Yan Bai made a noise, both Haku and Junmaru turned slightly and obediently greeted him. Yan Bai leaned closer and whispered, "What are you watching?" Haku softly replied, "Brother, Junmaru said he just saw a small pile of SHT moving in the garden." Yan Bai thought Junmaru must have indeed seen something. Suddenly, Junmaru emitted a terrified scream. "Ah? The SHT has escaped." Yan Bai covered his face, pondering how to explain this. Standing behind him, Itachi's crimson eyes reflected his helplessness. He had discerned that it was merely the silhouette of a small frog. The little frog had likely been frightened by the commotion and fled, which in turn had startled Junmaru. Itachi earnestly explained, "Junmaru, that was a little frog." Haku blinked, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, so it was a frog baby. It scared us." Junmaru, with a stern expression and flushed cheeks, questioned how a frog could resemble SHT so closely. "I must apologize to the little frog. I misunderstood it," he declared. "But it has already run away," Junmaru lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. "Perhaps it will visit again tomorrow," Haku suggested with a smile. "Then I shall apologize to it tomorrow," Junmaru promised solemnly. Yan Bai observed the children's innocent interactions and felt a wave of healing wash over him. However, a frog? The phrase "a nameless frog" made him ponder whether it was a spy sent by Jiraiya. Yan Bai was unconcerned. After all, he never admitted to his misdeeds, not even in solitude. Before long, Reina brought the dishes to the table, inviting everyone to dine. As she set the table for Itachi, Reina's expression shifted slightly before she quickly regained her composure and asked if Itachi needed any pickled items. Itachi, sensing a subtle change in Reina, simply replied that he did not want any, recalling Yan Bai's advice to limit his intake of preserved foods for health reasons. Reina nodded, refraining from pressing him further. That evening's dinner proceeded like any other. After the meal, Itachi bid farewell to Yan Bai and returned home alone. Reina tidied up the leftovers, then checked the children's homework, assisting them in correcting errors. After a short while, she gently encouraged both children to bathe and then retire for the night, her demeanor soft and dutiful. Haku and Junmaru complied obediently. Though being children, they occasionally exhibited mischievous tendencies, yet Reina displayed remarkable patience. Once the two children fell asleep, the entire residence plunged into darkness. Yan Bai sat in the dimly lit bedroom, presently doing nothing but quietly contemplating his plans for the coming days. Reina was at the window, cautiously folding clothes in the moonlight. As she finished folding the last piece, she casually remarked, "Yan Bai, did you enjoy the hot springs today?" "Yes," Yan Bai did not deny. "With fragrant bathing products?" Reina's tone seemed slightly peculiar. "No, I merely used the scented powder as a toy. The spices accidentally fell into the water," Yan Bai responded helplessly. "I also dislike strong scents, whether pleasant or foul. The absence of a distinct odor is preferable." Upon hearing this, Reina, sitting by the window, suddenly laughed. "Is that so? Even you have your worries. After all, I am still human, am I not?" Yan Bai realized that Reina was about to say something, but she did not know how to begin, which is why she inadvertently used these words as an opening. "Yan Bai." Reina turned away from the window, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly remarked, "I recall that when I was very young, you once told me that only by raising children can one truly understand the love of parents. At the time, I did not quite grasp its meaning, feeling it was too distant from my own experience. However, recently, while personally caring for Bai and Junmaru, I have come to feel the weight of your words. Bai and Junmaru are remarkably well-behaved and easy to care for. They remind me of my younger self, and in comparison, I was truly a handful. I was so willful and inconsiderate, yet you always showed me such tolerance and patience. Despite being younger than I, others outside mistakenly believed I was your elder sister, when in fact, you were the one who was more mature. You took me in during the turmoil of war, helped lay to rest my unfortunate parents who perished in the conflict. In my ignorance, I had no understanding of what it meant to have parents. Yet I continued to grow. You are both my father and my mother. I failed to comprehend your sacrifices and instead committed many foolish acts. I sincerely apologize. Even now, I find you utterly enchanting, captivated by your beauty, enamored with the way you walk, delighted by the manner in which you speak, and enthralled by your grace during moments of violence." As she spoke, Reina gazed out at the moon, still feeling this way. "Yet I will no longer put you in difficult positions. I am sorry, Yan Bai, for all the hardships I have caused you over the years. From now on, I will continue to love you dearly, but I will not burden you further. I shall do my utmost to handle what I can and approach all matters with the mindset of an adult. Yan Bai sat in the darkness, smiling as he looked at Reina, illuminated by moonlight. Congratulations, you have grown up, Reina. His tone resembled that of a proud father, lamenting over his prized cabbage. Finally maturing without the interference of pigs. Reina felt her spirits lift in response to his tone. Beneath the moonlight, the fear that once clouded her eyes had vanished, and she no longer displayed distress at Yan Bai's unintentional jests. Chapter 146. An unexpected visitor. The Hokage's office in Konoha was brightly lit even at midnight. The wind howled fiercely in the late hours, while four elderly men wore somber expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a cigarette, and Mito Kamen remained silent beside him. In contrast, Shimura Danzo appeared the most at ease among the four. Despite being the one most adversely affected by Yan Bai's actions, he was also closest to him. Yet, Danzo instinctively lowered his head, pretending to be in deep thought. Tono Komaru remarked lightly, I regret to say, Hiruzen, that the god of wealth possesses formidable abilities. I do not believe we should oppose him. His intentions are solely to amass wealth, bringing immense benefits to Konoha without seeking power or influence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, remaining silent. Mito Kamen frowned, acknowledging the benefits he brought, yet recognizing the inherent risks. The four of them were disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, now serving as advisors to Konoha, burdened with significant responsibilities. They were all aware of Yan Bai's dangerous nature, but after all these years, they remained powerless, constantly in a passive stance. Each time Hiruzen entertained a slight notion, Yan Bai would retaliate without hesitation. Though everyone led comfortable lives, the mental strain continued to mount. Danzo stayed quiet. Since his perspective had broadened, he adopted a more laid-back attitude, yet he knew the three stubborn old men before him would not heed his counsel. There was a strong possibility that should he voice his opinions, they would unite against him. Naturally, Komaru's recent troubles were a deliberate ploy by Danzo to prompt him to seek assistance from Yan Bai. As expected, Komaru had changed. Danzo kept his head down, having come merely to observe. Once they had finished their deliberations, he would return to sifting through documents, selecting the refuse of Konoha. Opposing Yan Bai, Danzo scoffed inwardly. It would be better to take one's own life than to pursue that course. The matter was hardly worth discussing. All notions of surveillance and checks were futile topics. Instead of wasting time on trivialities, they might as well engage in meaningful work. The old men, unable to contend with him, gathered to scheme, feeling the pressure of a non-Hokage presence looming over them. In a fleeting moment, Danzo felt he had finally triumphed over his old friend Hiruzen. Originally, it had been 3 against 1, with Hiruzen and his 2 companions against Danzo, causing him to appear stern while internally adopting a more relaxed stance. Any unpleasant matters were simply thrust upon him to bear. Now, with Komaru's betrayal, it became 2 against 2, leaving Hiruzen and Mito Kamen to wonder how long they could maintain their composure. Ultimately, after wasting an entire evening, they concluded with, continue to maintain good relations with the god of wealth. Upon returning to the route, Danzo promptly pinned a postcard to Yan Bai, containing the message, ha ha ha. After finishing the note, he contentedly retired for the night. Yan Bai sat in the office at the hot spring village, staring in disbelief at the letter Danzo had sent him. Over the past 3 years, Yan Bai had often left Danzo speechless, yet now the old man was exerting every effort to achieve the same with Yan Bai. After reading the letter, Yan Bai scrutinized it closely, finding no hidden meaning, then opened the box where he stored Danzo's correspondence, filled with the silent laughter of ha ha ha. Yan Bai had carefully studied Danzo's behavioral patterns. This ha 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 was not given lightly. Each time Danzo sent a letter, it followed a secret meeting of Konoha's upper echelons, almost always revolving around Yan Bai. Though Danzo intended to convey reassurance, Yan Bai harbored little trust for the old man. Nearby, Uchiha Itachi observed as Yan Bai organized the peculiar letters, then proceeded to report on the summary of affairs from the hot spring village he had compiled early that morning. Over the past 3 years, Itachi had grown accustomed to the odd student-teacher relationship between Yan Bai and Danzo. As Yan Bai's teacher, Danzo was unable to impart any meaningful guidance. Yet, Yan Bai earnestly regarded Danzo as a mentor, occasionally delivering a few well-placed jabs. Yan Bai did not conceal the absurd nature of Danzo's ha-ha-ha letters from Itachi, who still failed to grasp the significance of such correspondence. After summarizing all matters with Yan Bai, Itachi stepped out of the hot spring village office, returning to the daily responsibilities he must attend to. Yan Bai typically refrained from venturing beyond the confines of his office. However, today, an unexpected visitor arrived. Shui. Upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, Yan Bai was filled with confusion. Uchiha Shui appeared quite gaunt, dressed in a deep blue ninja outfit, a short blade strapped to his back. Moreover, Shusui's sudden appearance was jarring, coming without warning. Yan Bai had not sensed his arrival at all. No, it was beyond mere lack of perception. As Yan Bai beheld the sudden appearance of Uchiha Shui before him, he noticed that even the inscription Uchiha Shui had vanished from above his head. It has been a while, Shui. May I inquire what brings you here? Yan Bai's expression remained unchanged as he began to engage in a peculiar gesture with his hands, which appeared strange to onlookers. In truth, he was activating a backhand interface visible only to himself, and soon after, he swiftly closed it, maintaining a serene demeanor. Long time no see, you still possess such captivating charm, Uchiha Shui remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though it seemed to carry an inexplicable weight of exhaustion and resignation. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? Yan Bai's face broke into a commercial smile. Oh, I see, you must indeed dislike me, Uchiha Shui sighed helplessly. I had no choice. I have just been discharged from the hospital. You were rather ruthless before, and I sought an opportunity to speak with you, but it never materialized. Very well, Shui, my patience is limited. Despite the smile that lingered on Yan Bai's face, his voice grew as frigid as a winter lake. Uchiha Shui wore a wry smile. I knew you had sensed something amiss, which is why you were so irate in the land of water. The surrounding environment began to morph alongside Uchiha Shui. The simplistic yet ancient office was engulfed in an abyss of darkness, transforming it entirely into another realm. It was as if only Yan Bai and Uchiha Shui remained in existence. Uchiha Shui faced Yan Bai, his crimson eyes brimming with an otherworldly and ominous allure. Chapter 147. The textual illusion of Kodoame Tsukumi. The environment, now thoroughly tainted by darkness, began to emit a mysterious luminescence. The pitch-black expanse suddenly illuminated as if the heavens had been restored to light. A colossal blood moon materialized behind Uchiha Shui. No, it was not merely a blood moon. It was an enormous Sharingan, its center adorned with a pinwheel motif. Yan Bai, maintaining a calm countenance, addressed Uchiha Shui. My mother once showed me a tome regarding deities, wherein there exists a unique entity known as Kodoame Tsukumi, revered for its exceptional nature. As he spoke, Yan Bai accessed the backend once more, adjusting settings and toggling various options. Although the holographic game crafted by his great-grandmother felt strikingly authentic, with sensations of hunger, pain, and even a semblance of death, it remained virtual. Even if the NPCs possessed thoughts akin to real humans and could evolve independently, as the administrator, Yan Bai could always demonstrate that they were merely a collection of mutable data. Perhaps other players could not manipulate it, but as the game administrator, Yan Bai had that capability. By eliminating all simulation settings related to the manifestation of techniques, the abilities unleashed by his opponent would be rendered as mere text. Yan Bai would witness a plethora of straightforward, living code swirl around the NPC, swimming through the air and incessantly gravitating toward him. With swift maneuvers, the exquisitely ominous red moon behind Uchiha Shui morphed instantaneously into text. In the following moment, Uchiha Shui stood before Yan Bai, the surrounding office restored to its original state. However, behind Uchiha Shui, bold characters proclaimed, the enormous Kodoame Tsukumi Sharingan. As this transformation transpired, Yan Bai's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Oblivious to the situation, a flicker of resignation crossed Uchiha Shusui's face. You even know the name. I presume you are aware of how to counter this? My apologies, I am merely following orders. You know I am loyal to Konoha, and I will do my utmost to execute any command that benefits Konoha. That is quite all right. You are rather entertaining. Yan Bai replied with a warm smile, expressing his understanding of Uchiha Shusui's position, while he continued to manipulate the backend. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Uchiha Shusui's expression could only be described as one of forced cheerfulness. Having personally experienced Yan Bai's compassion, he was acutely aware of Yan Bai's formidable strength. Nonetheless, the higher-ups in Konoha considered Yan Bai a significant threat. They believed that only by controlling him with Kodoame Tsukumi could they ensure he posed no danger to Konoha. which left Uchiha Shursui feeling quite vexed, as he too could not defy orders. In a direct confrontation with you, I would stand no chance. Uchiha Shursui's voice resonated throughout the space. No sooner had he spoken than Yan Bai noticed a flurry of text encircling them, resembling bullet comments. Uchiha Shursui has employed an illusion, his body dissolving into a myriad of cawing crows that scatter into the vastness, only to reassemble his form elsewhere. Oh, he has shifted from the left to the right. Then, Yan Bai observed Uchiha Shursui leap from one spot to another. Oh dear indeed. When this technique transforms into narration, no, I mustn't laugh. Next, Yan Bai witnessed Uchiha Shursui, with a serious demeanor, commence an impressive display. But in this realm, I wield total control. Yan Bai pressed his lips together, stifling laughter. In the past, he had perceived Uchiha Shursui as rather normal. However, after recklessly altering settings, the spectacle was no longer bearable. Yet, I shall wait. Activating GM permissions effectively extricates me from the game state. After Uchiha Shursui has exhausted Kotoeme Tsukumi, I shall revert to the game state. This way, I fulfill Uchiha Shursui's desire to employ his skills without affecting myself. How benevolent of me. This ultimate illusion. No force could rival its enchanting blood-red hue that tainted Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Uchiha Shursui gazed intently at Yan Bai, whose expression remained placid, his own eyes flickering with a hint of struggle and resignation as he softly spoke. I am uncertain whether this technique will be ineffective against you. Alongside Uchiha Shursui's words, silence enveloped them, reminiscent of two souls locked in a heartfelt gaze. An awkward yet peculiar stillness spread through the atmosphere. Yan Bai then saw, Uchiha Shursui has cast Kotoeme Tsukumi, deep sea upon you. You perceive the surroundings as water, and a sensation of suffocation overwhelms you. You behold a vast, dark ocean, littered with countless human remains, instilling a profound sense of dread within you. You feel as if you have perished, yet somehow, you are alive. And it is unbearable. He wanted to laugh. Yan Bai suddenly raised his hand to cover his face, breaking the tension. Shursui, please pause for a moment. At this rate, I might burst into laughter. This was truly amusing. Simply attempting to suppress his laughter caused the corners of Yan Bai's lips to twitch. Maintaining his composure, Uchiha Shursui sat in bewildered silence. You must have already employed Kotoeme Tsukumi on me during our time in the Land of Water, had you not? Yan Bai observed the finally ceasing notifications and cleared his throat. Did you not inform them? You have indeed discovered my secret. Uchiha Shursui let out a faint, bitter smile. At that time, I used Kotoeme Tsukumi on you, thus evading your perception and appearing before you. Oh, what a waste that was. Yan Bai's demeanor remained impeccably calm as he smiled slightly. If your intentions diverge too greatly from my own will, it becomes quite easy for me to discern. Uchiha Shursui's expression grew increasingly bitter. I did not alter your other intentions or thoughts. Rather, I subtly hinted at them with my right eye's Sharingan. At the appropriate moment, you would dismiss me as a mere plaything, allowing me to evade your perception and approach without being detected. Indeed, you have succeeded. Yan Bai observed the vacant space above Uchiha Shursui's forehead, where a name should have been displayed. This truly indicated that he had evaded detection. However, it bore no significance. Uchiha Shursui forced a bitter smile and nodded, apologizing for awakening this power unexpectedly and immediately informing the third Hokage. The primary objective of the mission in the Land of Water was to utilize the Kotoeme Tsukumi on you. Yan Bai grinned mischievously at him. And what then? Is your purpose today to exhaust the ocular technique of your other eye? To conduct a final test for the higher-ups? If I do not retaliate, the upper echelons will hold you accountable, won't they? Upon hearing Yan Bai mention revenge, Uchiha Shursui's gaze turned mournful. He felt a sense of injustice that nearly brought him to tears as he recalled the days following his return from the Land of Water. Not only was he sought after as a criminal by the Mist Village, but he was also unable to eat daily. Even now, with that suggestion lifted, he still felt immense discomfort. Chapter 148. He was once an NPC with a heart as cold as ash. Uchiha Shursui emerged from the office, and Yan Bai stood motionless at the doorway. The narrative that had just appeared to deal with the Kotoeme Tsukumi reminded Yan Bai, with each word, that this was a holographic virtual world. Uchiha Shursui was a fabrication. Everything was an illusion. Itachi, Reina, Sasuke, they were all mere constructs. Why? Standing behind Yan Bai, Uchiha Shursui did not take a step forward. His face was ashen, and his demeanor was listless, as if he had just lost something of great importance. Why? Yan Bai, with his back to Uchiha Shisui, pondered the latter's question. Images of his family flashed through his mind. He recalled his childhood in the Cloud Sea City. Surrounded by the Hot Springs Village, the Underworld Village, and the Boar Village, a creation from his father bestowed upon his mother. Yes, he too was once an NPC. A simulated nurturing subject in the virtual realm experienced by his mother. Born into a wealthy family with kind parents, he was burdened with significant responsibilities. Thanks to his mother's benevolence, he learned many things. To emerge from the realm of paper figures, he ventured into the capital where his mother could not protect him. Seeking out his great-grandmother who secretly controlled the imperial palace, nearly losing his life at her hands, yet acquiring an opportunity for immortality in the process. Yan Bai slowly turned around, his gaze vacant as he regarded Uchiha Shisui, softly uttering, Shisui, sometimes. Living in ignorance according to one's own way and dying in accordance with one's own aspirations can bring a certain happiness. Uchiha Shisui gazed back at Yan Bai in confusion. In an instant, Yan Bai's expression returned to normal. He smiled again, elegantly gesturing to Uchiha Shisui, indicating that his task was complete and he could return to report. Uchiha Shisui smiled bitterly, asking whether Yan Bai wished for him to report that he had fallen under the influence of his Kodoame Tsukumi, which was perfectly safe, or to state the truth that it was ineffective against Yan Bai. Speak the truth, for I do not believe that their peace of mind would bring me any benefit. A mischievous smile appeared on Yan Bai's face. How could he allow them to feel at ease? Observing them live in fear was rather amusing, as fear would temper their actions, preventing them from committing repulsive deeds, would it not? Indeed, the guise of the innocent wolf was non-existent. Those who dared to act against him must pay the price. Death was far too easy. They should live, witnessing all that he was, shrouded in his shadow. Aware of his capabilities, Yan Bai was never a paragon of virtue. He relished in the necessary malevolence. Uchiha Shisui fell silent, departing the Hot Springs village with heavy steps. Yan Bai stood at the office door, gazing at the wide road ahead where individuals wore radiant smiles, suddenly pondering, are they fake? If these people were illusions, then he too had once been among the false. So what of it? If they found joy, that sufficed. Yan Bai composed himself, preparing to return to the office. At that moment, a somber voice echoed from nearby. It seems that Uchiha Shisui's technique is ineffective against you. Yan Bai maintained his gaze forward, replying indifferently, Teacher, you must have known this outcome long ago, haven't you? Yet, one must possess a dream, mustn't one? Shimura Danzo's aged face twisted into a sinister smile. I intended to advise you not to evade any longer and inquire about your views on the Uchiha clan, but it seems redundant now, as they cannot harm you. You must feel indifferent, correct? How could I be indifferent? I hope they bear many offspring. I've recently felt that I lack sufficient pawns. Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Teacher, since you've come today, why not join me for a cup of tea? I am quite busy. My visit is certainly not out of boredom. Shimura Danzo cast a gaze filled with both admiration and disdain toward Yan Bai, stating, the Hot Springs village and Konoha's enterprises are flourishing. The daimyo has sensed something amiss. You should prepare yourself. With that, Shimura Danzo stealthily turned to leave. The daimyo? I have been aware of that for some time. Yan Bai's face flickered with interest. He understood that Shimura Danzo had come to alert him. In recent years, the Hot Springs village's booming business had finally raised concerns with the Fire Country's daimyo. However, it mattered little. Seemingly pondering something, Yan Bai smiled benevolently. Months later, this is the order for the health management agreement from the nobles of the Fire Country. Today, Uchiha Itachi's voice trembled with a rare intensity. Yan Bai lounged lazily in his chair, toying with a pen in his hand. His eyelids lowered as if utterly disinterested in Itachi's report. Unable to contain himself, Uchiha Itachi remarked, You have left the Hyuga clan's leader waiting for 3 days. When the health management project was about to commence, Yan Bai personally approached the Hyuga clan, but Hyuga Hayashi had refused to serve others in collaboration. Yan Bai smiled at Uchiha Itachi, but remained silent. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. I have shown him the agreement he signed, voluntarily relinquishing cooperation. Yet he still wishes to meet you, to discuss matters in person. Perhaps he seeks to negotiate further. I am at a loss as to how to console him. If you do not meet him, will he kneel at the entrance of the Hot Springs village in a few days? That is a question. Ninjas in the shinobi world strive daily to grow stronger. Few dedicate themselves as thoroughly as Yan Bai does to studying the daimyo and the nobility. Unlike other shinobi clans, Uchiha Itachi, having spent extended time with Yan Bai, recognized the underlying benefits, thus dragging the Uchiha clan into this venture as the clan's junior leader. Now, the Uchiha clan's ninjas in Konoha's police department were responsible for maintaining order in both the Hot Springs Village and Konoha Ninja Village. The Uchiha clan's civilians, not involved in ninjutsu, were summoned and trained, with most eligible members becoming the first batch of health managers in the Hot Springs Village. Following Yan Bai's directives, the Uchiha clan had completely embarked on a path to immense wealth. Yan Bai had opened the eyes of various shinobi clans in Konoha. It was only recently that they truly comprehended the stark differences between the wealthy and the impoverished. The ninja village was merely a violent apparatus under the daimyo's command. Yan Bai previously established a hot spring village, allowing the feudal lords to indulge in luxury, which subsequently instilled a sense of crisis within them. The Hidden Leaf Village, possessing both military strength and complete economic independence, was certainly a cause for concern among the feudal lords. Despite their reluctance to part with the exotic fruits and luxuries offered by the Hot Spring Village for the sake of their authority, the feudal lords contemplated obstructing its development. However, after Yan Bai introduced opulent wellness services at the Hot Spring Village, the lords suddenly altered their stance and reached a new collaboration with him. In Chapter 149, The Boy Who Saves Hinata, it is acknowledged that being human entails a fear of death, particularly for wealthy lords and nobles. Yan Bai provided these nobles with experiences in comprehensive meridian therapy and full-body wellness treatments to effectively alleviate their stress. In pursuit of better health, longevity, and prolonged enjoyment of earthly riches, the feudal lords forged an agreement with Yan Bai to solidify his objectives. Yan Bai also employed subtle illusions on the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. He believed it premature to aspire to be a feudal lord himself and preferred to cultivate his own faction gradually, avoiding the pitfalls of the past in the Land of Water. As Yan Bai's enterprise and status grew increasingly stable, he recognized the necessity of intertwining his wellness business with medicinal herbs and other resources. Thus, it was only natural for him to establish a partnership with the Nara clan. Known for their herbal business, Yan Bai, well-versed in the intricacies of commercial dealings, gained the friendship of the Nara clan through the herb trade. As they shared mutual interests, Nara Shikaku, a strategist for the Hidden Leaf, would refrain from scrutinizing Yan Bai's actions in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, provided Yan Bai did not engage in any outrageous endeavors. Within a mere few months, Yan Bai's hot spring village evolved in accordance with his vision. Apart from the demand for numerous herbs for moxibustion and traditional Chinese medicine, which solidified his collaboration with the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan also entered into a supply agreement for meat products. Even clans that seemed unlikely to collaborate, such as the Yamanaka clan, found opportunities to work with Yan Bai. For instance, the Oil Woman clan provided pest control services for the Hot Spring Village's various eateries, along with supplies for their insect banquet. Herbs, ingredients, timber, everything contributed to Yan Bai's increasingly close ties with the various ninja clans within the Hidden Leaf Village. Due to business interests, Yan Bai formed alliances with numerous families. However, the Hyuga clan remained the sole clan without any collaboration with Yan Bai in the Hot Spring Village's ventures, as if everyone around them was profiting while they could only watch. In just a few months, Hyuga Hayashi realized the opportunity that had slipped from his grasp. As Yan Bai amassed benefits, he naturally shared the profits with the clans he collaborated with, fostering unity for their collective advantage. At this juncture, although Yan Bai was neither the Hokage nor frequently showcased his power, he had effectively gained control over the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village through the allure of profit. The stark contrast in fortunes between the other clans and the stagnant Hyuga clan became increasingly apparent. Unable to remain passive, Hayashi was filled with regret. He recalled how Yan Bai had elaborated on the nature of the work without specifically mentioning the potential profits. He had never anticipated that Yan Bai would collaborate with so many clans within the Hidden Leaf. While others progressed, the Hyuga clan found themselves at a standstill. Stagnation in an environment of advancement was akin to regression. The Hyuga clan, as a prestigious family in the Hidden Leaf, possessed vast lands and received substantial rental income from their shops monthly. Yet, compared to the current development of the village, even increasing the rent would yield only gradual benefits. One day, they would surely be surpassed by other clans in the Hidden Leaf. Hey, you Byakugan freak. You're from the Hyuga clan, right? Show us your Byakugan. Yan Bai stood with Hyuga Hayashi in a secluded area of the Hot Spring Village when a group of children caught his attention. Can't do it. What kind of Byakugan is that? Haha. 3 children, around 6 or 7 years old, circled around the demure Hinata, waiting for her father beneath a tree. In truth, during these days of seeking an audience with Yan Bai, Hayashi had brought his beloved daughter along each time. Initially, Hinata had been somewhat timid, but after a few days of acclimating to her surroundings, her fear had subsided. However, such brazen children exist in every era. How dare they bully a child from the noble Hyuga clan? Had they lost their minds? Aren't you going to do something about this, Hayashi? Yan Bai slightly turned to glance at Hayashi, who stood beside him with his arms crossed. The narrative of Hinata being bullied in her childhood and subsequently saved by Naruto was an inevitable plot point. While the specifics of time and place might differ, the general outcome remained constant. Yan Bai was curious as to why the Hyuga clan would allow Hinata, as the heiress, to face such encounters alone, revealing a rather unyielding mindset. Hayashi's expression was serious as he replied, "Conflicts among children are not something parents should intervene in, and besides, it's not as if she suffered any severe harm." Taken aback by these words, Yan Bai regarded Hayashi with surprise, not expecting him to hold such a perspective. Hayashi continued, "The character for parent is composed of stand, tree, eye, and child. Isn't it merely a combination of these elements? If children are overly protected, they will grow up to be ineffectual. Hinata's disposition is too weak. She needs to undergo trials." Yan Bai observed Hayashi with an expression of bemusement, having never heard such a peculiar interpretation of the character for parent before. He began to understand why any version of Hinata ultimately harbored feelings for Naruto. It seemed that Naruto's seemingly minor assistance was akin to a lifeline for her. Born into a prestigious family with a timid nature and having such a rigid father, Hinata was indeed unfortunate. Yan Bai had no intention of interfering in Naruto's fate, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Hinata's eyes began to well with tears. Suddenly, a small figure dashed out from the side. "Hey, you guys, stop it." Indeed, the striking golden hair caught everyone's attention as a little boy in a hot spring village yukata stood his ground, fists clenched, blocking the 3 bullies surrounding Hinata. "What are you doing, you little brat?" The 3 children glared at this smaller boy. This golden-haired child, dressed in a white yukata, stood resolutely like a pine tree, his blue eyes radiating a cold intensity. Most notably, perched on his shoulder was a small, orange Shiba Inu. Even adults deemed it disgraceful to bully a weaker girl. Did these children not feel ashamed of their actions? "Your behavior is shameful." Naruto's voice rang clear and steady, contrasting sharply with the familiar line, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will become the next Hokage," thus piquing Yan Bai's interest. Yan Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, to avoid being burdened with more troubles, he had deliberately distanced himself from Naruto, knowing that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen neglected to care for him, the Nine-Tails would look after him well. Having witnessed numerous beasts and experienced the world, the Nine-Tails was certainly. Yan Bai found nothing strange about the Nine-Tails manifesting itself. However, the Nine-Tails transformed itself into a youthful version of a Shiba Inu, its once menacing features completely softened. Not only that, but its 9 tails appeared short and rounded, evoking an irresistible urge in those who adore cute creatures to pinch them playfully. Yan Bai remarked, "Ah, is she unworthy? Are you foolish? Being so weak? Why meddle in others' affairs?" 3 larger children wore displeased expressions, but thankfully did not display the same arrogance as before. Yan Bai silently observed the scene, recognizing that Naruto Uzumaki had diverged significantly from his original storyline. With an air of elegance and a stern expression, this child harbored an erudite Nine-Tails within him, perhaps even dreaming of competition since his birth. The Nine-Tails had traversed 19 different fan worlds, all following a similar script, with Naruto being the sole variable. In this instance, Naruto emerged as his original self, with the Nine-Tails guiding his growth. To ensure a more dignified existence, the Nine-Tails took action. Simultaneously, its aesthetic sensibilities began to align more with those of humans, understanding that a cute appearance garners protection and affection from others. Naruto Uzumaki calmly addressed the 3 children. "The adults from the Konoha Police Department frequently patrol the village. If you go too far, they certainly will not turn a blind eye." Naruto's words rang true. The hot spring village not only hosted its own residents, but also welcomed many affluent families from neighboring villages. To maintain the reputation and image of the entire resort, instances of children fighting became increasingly rare, often relegated to minor skirmishes. Should a troublemaker emerge from a household, that child would find themselves barred from entering the hot spring village. The trio had been observing the solitary Hinata for several days. Hyuga Hizashi often left Hinata waiting outside the reception room of Yan Bai's office, never allowing her inside. Occasionally, when mealtime arrived, villagers would bring food to Hinata. This further reinforced Hizashi's neglect, as he mostly awaited Yan Bai's response while keeping a distant watch over her. Let's go. One of the children growled, and they departed together. It seemed the Uchiha clan still held a certain deterrent power over unruly children. Having chased off the bullies, Naruto did not leave, but turned to Hinata, gently asking, "Are you all right?" With tears in her eyes, Hinata pouted and softly replied, "Thank you." Naruto approached her, whispering something. In the distance, Hizashi furrowed his brow, preparing to stride toward his daughter, but Yan Bai abruptly halted him. "Lord Hizashi, when your child was being bullied, you did not intervene. Now that she has been rescued, you wish to drive away her savior. What do you think she will think?" Yan Bai said calmly. "Is she unworthy of kindness?" Hizashi's wide eyes fixed on Yan Bai, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly displeased. Yan Bai noticed Hizashi's fists clenching and relaxing beneath his sleeves, indicating his restraint. Hizashi had come for many days and did not wish for their meeting to end on a sour note. Yet, the clash of educational philosophies left him quite unsettled. He had observed the children being bullied, believing it would build resilience in them. However, he could not tolerate his daughter being alone with a strange boy. Yan Bai continued, "If you wish for your child to distance herself from him, forceful interference will only have the opposite effect. You must provide sound reasoning for her to understand that he is not good for her. Before that, you should view those who show kindness to her with benevolence, seeking to learn about their background and character." Hizashi replied, "That is the child adopted by the third Hokage, reportedly to care for a distant relative. There seems to be some familial connection with the Hokage." Implicitly, he acknowledged knowing the boy but did not wish for his daughter to associate with Naruto Uzumaki. Yan Bai sighed, "Lord Hizashi, our perspectives differ greatly. I will not allow educational philosophies to hinder our cooperation. However, I am concerned about your rigid thinking." Hizashi remained expressionless and stated, "Yan Bai, you once saved Hinata." Before he could finish, Yan Bai waved his hand. "You have already given a substantial sum as gratitude. Let us not revisit this matter." Hizashi's expression soured, feeling stifled by the realization that not owing anyone a favor could be equally suffocating. Previously, after the incident involving the Cloud Village, the Hyuga clan had settled their debts with Yan Bai, leaving both parties even. Yet, Hizashi attempted to leverage this situation to forge a connection, only to be rebuffed by Yan Bai. Yan Bai looked at Hizashi and remarked, "Without a good relationship, there can be no positive influence. Without positive influence, your child's education will be hindered, and her future growth will be left to chance. Lord Hizashi, I believe your priority should not be your child's skills, but rather your influence over her. If her autonomy is not respected, she will either shrink back or rebel vehemently, neither of which outcomes you would desire." With that, Yan Bai ceased engaging with Hizashi and walked towards Naruto, who seemed to have conversed sufficiently. Upon seeing Yan Bai's graceful approach, Hinata's pure white eyes widened in astonishment. She had once believed the figure she had seen was but a fleeting dream. As she matured, she realized that this was indeed a tangible person, a savior who had once rescued her, and an esteemed benefactor of the Hyuga clan. "What a surprise," Naruto muttered under his breath upon spotting Yan Bai. Familiar with Yan Bai from a young age, the Ninetales had instructed him to steer clear of Yan Bai, deeming him a demon. Naruto felt both curiosity and fear towards Yan Bai, typically observing from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, he found Yan Bai not only beautiful, but not particularly detestable either. Whenever Naruto felt an undeniable fondness for Yan Bai, the Ninetales would intervene, reminding him of its past encounters with Yan Bai's fierce and cruel nature, while also imparting essential lessons about the Leaf Village's ninja curriculum. This resulted in Naruto's admiration for Yan by remaining perpetually stunted, unaware of Naruto's inner turmoil. Hinata shyly smiled and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "This is the brother known as the god of wealth in Konoha. He saved me when I was little." Naruto, fully aware of this, beamed a sunny smile and replied, "Is that so? I know him too. He is indeed a good person." Chapter 151. Your dog language is what I crafted. Naruto gazed intently at Yan Bai, seemingly wishing to imprint his image deeply onto his retina. Yan Bai observed with amusement the small Ninetales perched on Naruto's shoulder. At this moment, the Ninetales, with its plump little body and round features, displayed a cheeky Shiba Inu smile. Behind it, 9 tails, nearly spherical, curved slightly at the tips, resembled petals, making its rounded form appear as if flowers were blooming from its backside. Such a rotund 9 tails, having traversed dimensions countless times, felt a sense of belonging in this journey. 20 blissful lives in the canine realm. It now resembled a fox in a dog's guise, evoking a strong desire in onlookers to pet it. Hinata Hyuga cautiously observed Hinata Hizashi, who was following Yan Bai closely as she contemplated speaking, perched on Naruto's shoulder. The little 9 tails licked its teeth with a mischievous grin, wagging its tail and barking. Woof, woof, woof. Why do you know me? Yan Bai blinked, a sly smile spreading across his face, and responded, Woof, 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 woof. If you let me pet you, I'll tell you. Hinata Hizashi, Naruto, and Hinata were taken aback. The 9 tails, puzzled, ceased wagging its tail, its squinty eyes revealing confusion. It wondered why this beautiful demon could speak its language. Was he also a dog? Surely not. He was a fox. How did one say fox language again? It was something like yip yip yip. As the 9 tails stood there, momentarily stunned into inaction, Yan Bai leaned closer to its furry little ears, declaring, Your reincarnation was orchestrated by me. All the languages you know were crafted by my hand. Now, let me give you a pat. Without waiting for the 9 tails to react, he began to affectionately stroke its head. Naruto was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, Wow. Brother, you can speak 9 tails language. Yan Bai chuckled warmly. Indeed, it's just one of the many dialects I possess. Naruto beamed. That's fantastic. Can I bring it to play with you often? This revelation jolted the 9 tails back to reality, and it began wagging its tail frantically. Woof, woof. You can't play with this demon. You'll either be stabbed by your whole family or exorcised. However, the 2 boys, both tall and small, paid no heed to the 9 tails warning. Yan Bai affectionately ruffled Naruto's golden hair. Of course, I welcome you. Naruto had matured significantly and was unlikely to reward him with a mound of trouble like Sasuke had in the past. Unbeknownst to Yan Bai, Naruto was thinking, Oh yeah, I can eat free meals every day now. Then, Naruto inquired, Brother, aside from 9 tails language, what other animal languages do you understand? Yan Bai pondered for a moment before replying. I must first hear them speak to know if I can understand. When he encountered them, he would take them through a dimension, teaching them the languages he had devised, compelling them to use it for centuries in a dreamlike state, much like the 9 tails. Thus, Yan Bai would become a figure adept in every language. Meanwhile, Hizashi Hyuga, suppressing his anger, murmured, God of Wealth. Hearing Hizashi's voice, Yan Bai seemed to recall his presence, offering a sheepish smile as he greeted Hinata. My apologies for my rudeness, he said, turning to the sparkling-eyed Hinata. Hello, princess of the Hyuga clan. Do you remember me? With a hand resting on Naruto's back, he continued, I used to hold both of you when you were little. Really? Both children exclaimed with innocent surprise. Though Naruto reacted this way, he refrained from asking if Yan Bai knew his parents. Yan Bai was aware that the 9 tails had likely shared something with Naruto. In this version, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had perished together, and the 9 tails had been a rather passive fox, having only attempted to attack Yan Bai but ended up sealed instead. Hence, there was no lingering conflict between the 9 tails and Naruto. I remember you. You are the God of Wealth. Father often speaks of you, Hinata said, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she spoke softly, making it hard to hear. Hinata, you remain as charming as ever. Be sure to get along with Naruto. Yan Bai said with a smile. I presume you both have yet to eat? How about we go for afternoon tea together? Really? That sounds wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Hinata hesitated, glancing nervously at her stern brother, Hizashi. She feared him, given the strict and myriad rules of the Hyuga clan. Since it's an invitation from the God of Wealth, we should accept, Hizashi remarked. After his acquiescence, Hinata displayed a shy smile. Yan Bai walked ahead of Hizashi and Hinata, holding Naruto's little hand, occasionally reaching out to pet the Shiba Inu version of the 9 tails. Under the protection of the 3rd Hokage, Naruto, despite being an orphan, led a relatively comfortable life. However, like in the original storyline, he still had a fondness for instant ramen, not out of poverty, but for its convenience and taste. Yet, as in the original narrative, Naruto remained solitary, devoid of friends. Nevertheless, Naruto's clothing and daily necessities were of excellent quality, a reflection of the 3rd Hokage's concern that neglecting Naruto might lead to him being swayed by Yan Bai. Thus, in this version, Naruto had not experienced the isolation and bullying depicted in the original storyline. In truth, even if he had, he would not have cared, for since birth, he had the adorable Ninetales as his companion. Every night after Naruto fell asleep, the Ninetales would visit his dreams, communicating with him across the cage and urging him to study. With so much knowledge and understanding, Naruto felt increasingly out of place among those around him. Consequently, even before entering the Shinobi Academy, he had been embroiled in a continuous cycle of self-improvement. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konoha were wary of others getting too close to the Jinchuriki. Regardless, Naruto's physique was robust, and he exuded maturity and understanding. A stark contrast to his original self, especially in terms of attire. He no longer donned the infamous orange jumpsuit, but instead wore a light-colored yukata, blending in with the villagers as if cloaked in a protective hue. Chapter 152, Naruto. Who does not wish to become Hokage? Yan Bai returned to his office building with the two children and Hisashi Hyuga, where he pinned a menu and instructed someone to fetch snacks from the cafeteria. Knowing that Hinata and Naruto had hearty appetites, he also ordered 4 servings of Ichiraku ramen. The meal consisted of 2 adults and 2 children, with the children diligently consuming food while Yan Bai and Hisashi engaged in adult conversations. Lord Hisashi, it's not that I'm unwilling to accommodate you. You were the one who chose to abandon the wellness project. To avoid the disputes we face now, we even signed an agreement, Yan Bai stated firmly, refusing to compromise simply because Hisashi's daughter was adorable. Hisashi sighed, I regret my previous oversight. Can't I be granted another chance? Yan Bai stated, at the time we embarked on this project, all my funds were allocated towards the construction of the hot spring village. The health business necessitated the procurement of herbs and equipment, and thus the Uchiha clan and certain other ninja clans pooled their resources to invest in this venture. Accordingly, we divided the profits based on the proportion of invested assets. As for your late entry into this arrangement, it has diluted the interests of others. Consequently, the other ninja clans may not be pleased, placing me in a difficult position. Yan Bai articulated his point clearly. The Hyuga clan holds no shares, while there are many astute individuals within Konoha, leading to that segment retaining the profits from the hot spring village's health business. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, sighed and inquired, is there no alternative? There is, Yan Bai replied. Lord Hayashi, you could negotiate with the other clans holding shares to acquire their portions, should you manage to persuade them. However, I shall refrain from involvement in this matter. Once a consensus is reached, you may come to my office to formalize the agreement and guarantees. As long as you secure the shares, I will oversee the income distribution each month. Hayashi understood Yan Bai's implication and contemplated the viability of this course of action. Shortly thereafter, he departed with his daughter Hinata. As they exited, Naruto Uzumaki was leisurely savoring his food while bidding farewell to his friends. Watching Hayashi and Hinata leave, Naruto lowered his head and continued to snack in silence. The room now held only Yan Bai and Naruto. Yan Bai sipped his tea while Naruto noisily consumed his food. After an indeterminate time, Yan Bai remarked, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to your father's. Indeed, you must know my father, Naruto replied with a smile. You are acquainted with Kurama, correct? Yes, Yan Bai replied with a smile, continuing to sip his tea. Naruto gazed at Yan Bai, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. If not for Kurama, I would have never known who my parents were, nor have I received affirmation from anyone. I never anticipated encountering you. Do not be disheartened. Yan Bai gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Do you have any dreams? Perhaps to become Hokage? Hokage? Naruto continued to fixate on Yan Bai, articulating each word deliberately. Absolutely not. Why not? Yan Bai inquired, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Naruto explained, the Hokage is perpetually busy, overwhelmed by endless responsibilities. It is a grueling life, having to care for me while also managing work. I do not envy that existence in the slightest. Yan Bai recalled a moment from the original storyline, where Itachi Uchiha had told Naruto, it is not the one who becomes Hokage that earns recognition, but rather those who are recognized by others that ascend to that position. It was astonishing to hear Naruto express such disinterest in becoming Hokage. Have you never considered becoming Hokage to gain recognition from others? Yan Bai asked. What others think of me is inconsequential, Naruto replied softly. I do not live for them. Then what are your aspirations? Yan Bai asked, genuinely curious about Naruto's current mindset. Even if he did not wish to pursue Hokage, surely, when the time came for the 7th Hokage, Naruto would rise to that position, wouldn't he? Aspirations? Naruto's young face contorted in thought for a considerable time. I am uncertain, or rather, I have yet to figure it out. Do not feel burdened, Yan Bai chuckled lightly, patting the nine-tailed fox, which resembled a slumbering owl on Naruto's shoulder. Your dreams are your own. They do not concern me. I merely asked out of curiosity. If you cannot answer, do not feel pressured. I understand. Thank you, brother. Naruto beamed, his smile radiating warmth. After finishing his snacks, Yan Bai escorted Naruto to the door. Naruto cheerfully declared he would return the following day. Upon returning to his office, Yan Bai discovered Itachi Uchiha seemingly waiting for him. With a puzzled expression, Yan Bai asked, "What is it, Itachi?" Taking a deep breath, Itachi replied, "Not long ago, Reina came to see you." "Oh, what was the matter?" Yan Bai responded noncommittally. "She saw that you were otherwise occupied and chose not to disturb you. The issue has since been resolved," Itachi revealed, an unusual expression crossing his face. Yan Bai regarded Itachi with surprise as he recounted the events. It turned out that Reina had taken her 2 children to play at the park in Konoha, which is located not far from the memorial stone but quite a distance from the hot spring village. During their visit, while Bai went to the restroom, several children mistakenly thought he was a girl entering the boys' restroom. Upon discovering Bai's true gender, some of the children attempted to bully him. Bai, believing that conflicts in daily life should be avoided and that fights should only occur in the face of true malice, fled the scene. The unruly children pursued him, and even after Bai exited the restroom, they continued their harassment. Bai promptly relayed his experience to Reina. Reina demanded an apology, but the children were often backed by equally unruly parents, rendering communication futile. One parent insisted that adults should not interfere in children's play. Angered, Reina felt compelled to defend her child. She hired a group of slightly older children to confront the bully, even resorting to physical confrontation if necessary. The bully had never encountered such a fearsome display and was promptly reduced to tears. At that moment, the parent who had previously advocated for non-interference could no longer stand by, as it was his son who was being beaten. When he attempted to intervene, Reina seized his hands and declared, adults should not interfere in children's play. Despite this, the parent disregarded her words and retaliated against the children who had bullied his son, resulting in his detention. Yan Bai mused, Reina has truly grown up. At the Hyuga clan's ancestral land, in the main residence, Hayashi quietly asked Hinata, "Do you enjoy being with Naruto?" "Yes," Hinata replied, her gaze cast downward, an expression of unease upon her face. As a minor, Hayashi recognized that Hinata's affections were quite ordinary, akin to those of most innocent children. With a sigh, Hayashi instructed, "You may return to your rest." "Yes, father." Hinata nodded respectfully before making her way into the inner courtyard. Hayashi then instructed the attending members of the Hyuga branch family to promptly inform the clan elders to convene at the family assembly hall. Chapter 153. Bai and Kimaru's enrollment spring arrived, the chill of early mornings still biting, yet the crisp air invigorated the lungs. Outside the window lay a verdant scene. The vegetables in the courtyard had been cultivated by Reina into towering plants, their leaves growing continuously while their roots remained firmly anchored. Though today was not a holiday, Yan Bai welcomed the 2 esteemed advisors of Konoha, Shimura Danzo and Tokakurin. With impeccable timing, Yan Bai requested Reina to prepare a hearty breakfast to entertain the unexpected guests. Reina complied and set about her tasks in the kitchen. Yan Bai, accompanied by the 2 elders, settled on the floor around a low table nestled in the narrow hallway adjoining the courtyard. Leaning against a pillar, Yan Bai gazed out at the vegetable garden, realizing that this morning's tranquility was not his to savor alone. After a moment of silence, Shimizu Tozo took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to fill his lungs with air before mustering the courage to speak to Yan Bai with a voice full of vigor. "Those 2 children should be attending school, Yan Bai," he remarked. "Oh," Yan Bai replied, his gaze still fixed on the vegetables in the courtyard, appearing indifferent. However, Toko Kabato interjected softly, "While your personal abilities are indeed remarkable, and you possess the capability to educate these children well, your strength is ultimately yours alone. The children, being independent individuals, must cultivate their own relationships." A faint smile played on Yan Bai's lips as he inquired, "Are you 2 here to persuade me to send them to the ninja academy?" His tone bore no mockery, yet it evoked memories in the 2 elders of his past reluctance to attend school. Kabato sighed. "Although they may not always need assistance from others in the face of adversity, what if they do? Perhaps the people around you may not gain much knowledge at the academy, but it serves as a vital link in fostering relationships among ninja clans." The camaraderie among the children is of utmost importance. Tozo added, Yan Bai, you once told me that forging connections is essential in times of need. Help may come from those connections. If you do not build relationships, you may find yourself with nothing when the time comes. The attitudes of Kabato and Tozo were gentle, and their visit was imbued with goodwill, perhaps tinged with a touch of desire to strengthen their ties. Yan Bai was capable of managing everything on his own, yet his children might not be able to do the same. They could perhaps benefit from the connections he had cultivated. Whether this endeavor would bear fruit remained uncertain, but they had certainly made an effort to nurture this relationship, rooted in kindness. I do not oppose their schooling, Yan Bai stated, lowering his gaze. Upon hearing this, Kabato and Tozo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Their concern lay in the possibility that Yan Bai might resist sending Baijun and Junmaru to the academy after experiencing just one semester there himself. Both Junmaru and Bai possessed the potential to become formidable ninjas. They hailed from a lineage of bloodline limits that was hard-won, and it was highly likely that Yan Bai could nurture them into the next Itachi Uchiha. Unlike Itachi, who had the Uchiha clan as a familial bond within Konoha, Junmaru and Bai were descendants of bloodline ninjas who had fled from Kirigakure, akin to rootless driftwood in Konoha. Their only connection was with Yan Bai. They were the future of Konoha. I respect their choices, and I will inform Reina. If they are unwilling, I shall not force them, Yan Bai said softly. You two are of considerable age. You should understand that sometimes a parent's wishes do not dictate a child's path. As elders, it is crucial to allow them the opportunity to develop their independence. Kabato and Tozo fell silent. Indeed, at their age, they had witnessed much of the world and many children. Early development did not guarantee future success. Life was unpredictable. However, they did not believe that the inability to guide should lead to inaction. One could not resign to fate from the outset. Effort was still necessary. Observing the demeanor of Kabato and Tozo, Yan Bai sighed. At their age, it is actually late for them to start school. I implore you to allow them to enter the same class as Hyuga Niji. After all, Junmaru was born in the same year as Niji. Although Bai is a year older, that age difference is negligible. Upon hearing this, Tozo nodded in agreement. Indeed, under your guidance, they should be able to keep pace with the academy's curriculum and adapt swiftly. However, it is not solely my guidance. These two children have been taught by Reina since their arrival in the village, Yan Bai replied with a smile. Nonetheless, Reina has indeed done an excellent job in nurturing them. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Reina busied herself while the two children tended to the aging plants outside. Itachi Uchiha had arrived early that day, as Yan Bai entertained a visitor. He refrained from joining the commotion and instead made his way to the kitchen. After years of camaraderie, the bond between Itachi and Reina resembled that of siblings. Despite their limited interactions, as Reina busily worked, she hummed a tune. Itachi leaned against the door, silently observing her. Initially, he could not comprehend the lyrics she sang. However, as she unconsciously repeated the refrain, he gradually discerned that it was a song not of this world's language. By the grace of heaven, I deeply feel the meaning of this phrase. With burdens in my heart that long to be expressed, I yield to my destiny. How many times have you cast me aside to face solitude alone? How can I traverse the snow peaks that obstruct us? You and I, coldly suspicious of one another. If I were to peer into your heart from an outsider's perspective, would I grasp the most foreign and intricate aspects of love? This absurdity makes me laugh. Our love is as fleeting as ice in the desert. Do not attempt to sever our bond to inflict harm upon yourself. In my heart, you are the most extraordinary one, provoking my wild affection. Upon grasping the meaning of the lyrics, Itachi furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Reina remained blissfully unaware, continuing her work and singing. Itachi, do you still harbor feelings for Yan Bai? He suddenly asked. Having spent considerable time with Yan Bai, Itachi understood that Yan Bai's feelings toward Reina were peculiar, as if he regarded her as a daughter older than himself. Yet Reina's emotions for Yan Bai were distinctly different, leaving Itachi uncertain about any potential ramifications for their future. At the sound of Itachi's question, Reina's motions momentarily halted but quickly resumed. She smiled gently. Ah, indeed. I have always liked him. Itachi squinted, torn between honesty and the feeling that such candor was inappropriate. With her back to him, Reina laughed lightly. Have you ever interacted with any of your female peers? You work so diligently every day that you hardly have time for leisure. And surely Yan Bai encourages you to nurture your relationship with your brother, leaving you less time to socialize with others, correct? Upon hearing this, Itachi sighed. That is true. But I have interacted with female peers, It's just. He thought of Izumi, a gentle girl from his clan who would shyly smile and often bring him small gifts. Influenced by Yan Bai, Itachi was anything but the sullen character of the original narrative. However, the moment conversations with others began to delve deeper, he felt a sense of futility in those social interactions. Regardless of gender, the topics they discussed were comprehensible to him, yet the things he casually mentioned were often lost on them. It was particularly frustrating when they seemed to be speaking the same language, yet were fundamentally miscommunicating. Such occurrences, while tolerable once or twice, became exhausting with repetition. To this day, Itachi could not fathom how Yan Bai managed to engage with everyone in a calm and unbothered manner. Perhaps it was Yan Bai's amusement. He enjoyed conversing with a group of simple-minded individuals, as he could easily discern their thoughts and shape them as he pleased. Reina chuckled lightly, feeling that they were rather foolish. Does it bother you? Uchiha Itachi wore a serious expression, nodding silently before falling into silence. Itachi, Yan Bai holds a unique position in this world, a fact we both understand, said Reina softly. We can only strive to follow in his footsteps. Let us do our best, Itachi. I understand, Uchiha Itachi replied gravely. Reina lifted the lid of the pot and extracted the steamed delicacies, casting her gaze downward as she spoke. Yan Bai often advises me against developing an unparalleled dependency on certain things. He advises against frequently using MSG derived from kelp or tenderizing powder from papaya seeds in cooking, urging me to broaden my interests and hobbies and to engage with diverse experiences so that when I inevitably lose something special, I won't be overwhelmed with sorrow. Itachi sighed. I comprehend. After breakfast, Yan Bai escorted the two elders out the door and turned to Reina to discuss the children's schooling. She did not oppose the idea, believing that Bai and Junru needed interaction with their peers. Thus, it was settled that Bai and Junru would enroll in school. Yan Bai routinely accompanied Uchiha Itachi to the hot spring village once more. Along the way, he greeted numerous individuals with a smile. Itachi observed him and silently mused that Yan Bai, who committed no wrongs, was indeed a diligent and kind-hearted person. Itachi, Yan Bai's voice broke through Itachi's thoughts. Izumi just greeted you, but you seemed lost in thought. She might think you dislike her. Ah, hello? Uchiha Itachi groaned, his expression troubled. He found social niceties rather cumbersome. Hi, Itachi, Uchiha Izumi said, her tension easing as her cheeks flushed. They bid farewell to Uchiha Izumi as she headed to school. Yan Bai looked at Itachi with a paternal gaze. Itachi, have you never read any romantic literature? Here we go again, with that look. Just because he is 2 years younger, he is treated like a son? Uchiha Itachi gazed at Yan Bai with a sense of resignation. I haven tea. It would be a waste of time. I have no leisure. I must learn new knowledge daily. Oversee all industries, and nurture my brother at home. Don't overexert yourself, Itachi. You must take breaks occasionally, Yan Bai advised. At least before I meet my demise. I wish to accomplish as much as I can, Uchiha Itachi stated solemnly, then quickly shifted the topic. By the way, last night, the Hyuga clan suddenly sent an invitation. The main family has welcomed a new child and cordially invites us to attend the celebration. Yan Bai looked puzzled. Whose child? The second daughter of the clan leader, Hizashi. Uchiha Itachi replied. The invitation states that the child's name is Hanabi. During the Yunin incident, Uchiha Itachi had rescued Hinata alongside Yan Bai, so he still remembered her. Hanabi Hyuga? That child must have just been born, right? Yan Bai tried to recall the date of Hanabi's birth. At that moment, he reflected that it had already been 53 years. Hanabi's birthday was at the end of March, a time when the weather began to warm. The name Hanabi signifies a colorful sky. It feels as though she was just born yesterday. Uchiha Itachi shared his sense of oddity. Many shinobi clans in Konoha uphold tradition, yet typically, a feast is held only when a child reaches their 100th day. Many clans refrain from hosting banquets for children, as it requires substantial financial resources, effort, and time. Moreover, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, defined shinobi as tools of assassination existing in the shadows. The birth of a child in a shinobi clan, the number of offspring, and the presence of prodigies should not be ostentatiously celebrated. Internal comparisons serve merely to motivate children toward growth. Lavishing in banquets for publicity is decidedly abnormal. It seems the Hyuga clan is more eager than I anticipated, Yan Bai mused with a slight smile. Recently, Hizashi had spoken with me, and now they are using this occasion to scout possible alliances with other shinobi clans. Over the years, Yan Bai had shed the burden of testing but still retained a sense of duty. After diligently managing Konoha, a more intricate landscape unfolded before him. Konoha was no longer solely a realm of fervor and conflict. Many mundane details of life emerged. Shinobi, once perceived as ethereal beings, also experienced the full range of human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and all basic necessities. Each individual weighs their own pros and cons, and every clan endeavors to preserve their lineage while vying for power and resources. The presence of numerous medium-sized clans under the Hokage's banner contributes to the improbability of the Uchiha clan's rebellion succeeding in the original narrative. At this point, Yan Bai recalled the efforts to mend the original storyline, and he wondered where Black Zetsu had disappeared to. Currently, most members of the Uchiha clan were preoccupied with their daily lives, busy with work, earning money, and cherishing their hard-won happiness. There was less animosity from the villagers, and Yan Bai relied on them to sustain the hot spring village, while the higher-ups in Konoha dared not act too brazenly. If not pushed to the brink, few would desire rebellion. Yet in the original tale, their fate was to face extermination. Yan Bai narrowed his eyes, suddenly gazing at the tranquil-faced Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to speak with Black Zetsu. Chapter 155. The Final Resort. It was still early April. The morning was slightly chilly, but the afternoon turned quite warm. The chirping of insects filled the air outside. In the Hokage's office, four elders sat around a table. He has agreed to allow the two children to enroll in the ninja academy, spoke Kuramasho, squinting his eyes and speaking in a calm tone. Cultivate a good relationship with these two children. However, he requests that they be placed in the same grade as Hinata Niji. The reasoning is that they have missed the enrollment age, yet their learning pace should still be adequate, so they are permitted to skip a grade. After Kuramasho's words, a silence enveloped the room. Since Uchiha Shirsue's failure, they had been engulfed in sorrow. The only strategies left to consider were convoluted ones. Yan Bai had never concealed his abilities, or rather, they had never comprehended the extent of his power. Without knowledge of Yan Bai's capabilities, Konoha's overall strength was being eroded. The longer they played with power, the more terrifying they found Yan Bai. Nevertheless, Yan Bai's agreement to let Bai and Junmaru attend the Ninja Academy marked a positive beginning. In truth, Yan Bai had countless opportunities to eliminate them, yet it seemed as though he regarded them with indifference, allowing them to survive like ants. Perhaps we shall consider him benevolent. Yet his methods are chilling, which has ensnared the upper echelons in a web of contradiction. Hopefully, through this intricate web of familial ties, we can deeply connect Yan Bai with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette. Let us make arrangements. I have observed those two children, and they appear rather innocent and kind-hearted. Previously I tested them. Reina can be somewhat overprotective, but Bai and Junmaru tend to avoid conflict with others. Mito Minyan adjusted his glasses and lowered his gaze. Let us arrange for the children of shinobi clans to interact with them, fostering bonds. They will become our most suitable tools for counterbalancing Yan Bai in the future. Upon hearing this, the other three remained silent. The expressions of Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Koharu underwent subtle transformations. Danzo, accustomed to such situations, remained composed, internally scornful of the relentless group before him, yet indifferent, for he felt no concern over matters concerning Yan Bai. Meanwhile, Koharu intertwined her fingers, alternating between tension and relaxation. As memories of her deceased son's pale, cherubic face flickered through her mind. Recalling Yan Bai's enigmatic tactics, she cast a discreet glance at Danzo. Over the years, Danzo had adopted a rather nonchalant demeanor, especially during discussions of Yan Bai. Koharu, in her earlier days, had closely observed Danzo alongside two others, given that he was ostensibly Yan Bai's mentor. Yet now, a sudden clarity enveloped her regarding Danzo's sentiments. Worry? Did that person even warrant concern? Fear? Dread? What purpose did such emotions serve? The path ahead must be traversed, albeit with a more cautious stride and amiable expressions. As they were privy to the intricacies of the situation, kindness towards Yan Bai was imperative, as long as they did not infringe upon his limits. He would discard them as obsolete toys. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hizashi murmured, Yan Bai has grown increasingly close to Fugaka's child, the Uchiha clan. Due to matters concerning the Hot Springs village, is gradually becoming Yan Bai's Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, the previously taciturn Danzo finally replied, Leave this matter to me. He recalled the new expendables he had identified. Even without this issue, he would seek out Yan Bai. In Danzo's mind, This action would not sever Yan Bai from the Uchiha clan, but it was essential to maintain appearances before their peers. At the very least, he would have made an effort, and from then on, Hisashi could no longer accuse him of favoritism towards Yan Bai. Meanwhile, within the dimly lit confines of Yan Bai's residence, Reina sat opposite two children. Moments ago, she had informed them about their schooling. Yet both Shiro and Kimimaro appeared utterly bewildered. Reina refrained from uttering any harsh words or coercing them into agreement. She merely conveyed the news in a calm manner. Unlike other days, the tea was insipid, devoid of flavor or aroma. The comforting warmth that usually enveloped the room was reduced to mere steam. Shiro quietly ventured, "Sister, does brother truly dislike the Ninja Academy?" Reina nodded. "Yet you are not him. Whether you like it or not, you must consult your own hearts. Attending school will allow you to engage with more peers and forge new friendships." Shiro's gaze was vacant, reflecting, "Even if we are given the choice, attending or not will still cause brother some trouble, right? Today, the two elders came for our sake. Have we troubled brother? No, you are never a burden to us." "I am certain he feels the same," Reina reassured, gently patting Shiro's shoulder. "Shiro, it is not your fault. Do not take upon yourself what is not your responsibility." Reina, perceptive as she was, had long recognized the reality. She was an accidental adoptive child of Yan Bai, while Shiro and Kimimaro were deliberately chosen by him. The distinction was profound. Since his arrival in Konoha, Yan Bai had been strategizing for the well-being of these two children. He would never perceive them as a source of trouble. Even if complications arose, they would be the result of others, not their doing. Shiro turned to Reina earnestly, stating, "Kimimaro and I will attend school, but please do share any precautions we should heed." Reina looked at Shiro with a sense of pride. "Trust no one, Shiro. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Observe others and study them, but remember, only you are your most trustworthy ally. The friends you can depend upon are those lifeless objects." The two children nodded, half understanding. Reina sighed, "Once your enrollment is complete, you shall commence your studies. I will prepare what you need." Even while conversing with the children, Reina's mind was occupied with numerous thoughts. In Konoha, those once deemed friends were ultimately untrustworthy. Apart from Yan Bai, there was no one they could truly count on in times of unexpected crisis. Not even Itachi Uchiha, who was bound by familial ties within Konoha. Initially, Reina had contemplated whether to reveal the entire truth of Konoha to the children. In this place, trust was a rare commodity. The only dependable figure was Yan Bai. However, articulating such sentiments would likely elude Shiro and Kimimaro's comprehension. Since their arrival in Konoha, Itachi had tirelessly pursued Yan Bai, visiting him each morning and occasionally bringing gifts. Reina could not fathom where Itachi's allegiance would lie when Yan Bai inevitably found himself at odds with Konoha. She was uncertain of Itachi's choices. She merely prepared for the worst. Chapter 156. The elderly psychopath Reina recognized that Itachi was also significant to Yan Bai. She bore no intense animosity towards him. Should Yan Bai continue to treat Itachi with kindness, even if Itachi were to turn his blades against them, Reina would not harbor unwarranted hatred. Over the years, she had encountered numerous facets of human nature, comprehending the constraints many faced, and grasping Yan Bai's compassion. Her sole objective was to safeguard the two children most cherished by Yan Bai from harm. Speculative, sorrowful thoughts remained unspoken, leaving Reina to caution the children that the only trust they could afford was in themselves. Reina had no intention of burdening the children with excessive worries. It was profoundly tragic, the extent of trust she had constructed thus far. Even the young children could grasp her intention, yet in their current state of vulnerability, what could they accomplish? They were incapable of uncovering truths or adequately protecting themselves. Perhaps, by learning too much from the adults, they would inadvertently expose themselves to danger. In Konoha, possessing knowledge beyond necessity could lead to peril, a lesson Yan Bai had imparted long ago. Gazing out at the radiant sunshine, Reina murmured, "May nothing untoward occur." In the hot springs village, Danzo once again visited Yan Bai's office. His words were as sparse as ever, his expression devoid of emotion as he delivered a dossier to Yan Bai before departing. Yan Bai cast a fleeting glance at the dossier carelessly placed before him. Instantly, a wave of revulsion surged within him. Over the years, Danzo had never concealed the myriad secrets of the root from Yan Bai, whether they be luminous or sordid. As if he were genuinely nurturing Yan Bai as an heir, imparting the light and darkness of Konoha, elucidating all responsibilities and the powers to be wielded over the root. Yet, Yan Bai had no desire to assume leadership over the route, just as he had no inclination towards the role of Hokage. Moreover, each time, Shimura Danzo solemnly delivered the dossier, which contained a list of individuals he deemed to be lethal threats. Yan Bai loathed this repugnant task, for he would not engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain. Should Danzo wish to deal with the detritus on the list, he would proceed regardless of Yan Bai's involvement, as if handing over the dossier merely served to enlighten Yan Bai regarding the grim reality. The individuals selected by Danzo, hidden within the Leaf Village, bore the weight of heinous sins that could inflict psychological harm upon those perusing the documents. Yan Bai suspected that Danzo, having long meddled in such affairs, had twisted his own psyche. Yan Bai harbored an intense aversion towards the files Danzo provided. Nevertheless, to avoid oversight, he would still peruse them. As he picked up the dossier and flipped through a few pages, his expression subtly shifted. A swift examination revealed that this time, the dossier was predominantly filled with information about the Uchiha clan's miscreants. Upon closer inspection, Yan Bai uncovered a grave issue. The awakened members of the Uchiha clan, with the passage of time, became increasingly neurotic, having lost significant people in their lives. Attached to this dossier was a specific commentary from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Regarding the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha place a greater emphasis on love than other clans. However, deep love breeds intense hatred. When Uchiha lose their loved ones, they spiral into extreme loathing, and the power of the Sharingan stems from this loss. Even if their hearts still yearn for noble aspirations, their actions become exceedingly extreme and distorted. Few Uchiha escape this curse. Senju Tobarama had continuously observed the Uchiha clan, and even after his demise, his disciples maintained vigilance over them. Due to the establishment of the Leaf Village and the imposed restrictions on the Uchiha clan, a fraction of the awakened members managed to evade the tragic average lifespan of 35 years, with some gradually approaching old age. Subsequently, the problems became apparent. Initially, fighting for survival, the drawbacks of the awakened Uchiha were not overtly pronounced. However, as they aged, their neurotic tendencies intensified. Take, for instance, the list of lethal threats provided to Yan Bai by Danzo today. The first individual, Uchiha Fuin, was already an elderly gentleman, having served in the Leaf police force for decades. Now, due to mental health issues, he was confined to his home. Fuin's mental state fluctuated. At times, he would attempt to chase his grandnephew with a kitchen knife, having lost his wife and children, which led him to awaken his three-tomo Sharingan. When not consumed by madness, he would quietly sit in his study, penning documents. Initially, everyone assumed he was writing a novel, but it was far from that. In beautiful calligraphy, he recorded, on the day of X, month X, year X, at location XX, XXX committed acts of sexual assault. On the day of X, month X, year X, at location XX, XXX perpetrated theft in the heart of the Leaf Village. His family believed he was intimately familiar with these cases due to his dedication to the police force, but upon investigation, they found none of the events he described had ever occurred, revealing that they were merely figments of his imagination. The root classified Fuin as mentally ill, posing a significant threat to the harmony of the Leaf Village. The second individual was even more absurd. Another elderly gentleman named Uchiha Takuma, also bereaved and awakened, had seen countless battlefields. Now 80 years old, he was a rarity in the Leaf Village. On the surface, Takuma appeared normal, yet he had murdered over 100 innocent women, many of whom were from neighboring villages, while others were mere civilians from the Leaf Village. Recently, he had even begun targeting guests from the Hot Springs village. However, he primarily preyed on those of lower status, whose deaths went unnoticed, allowing him to evade capture repeatedly. His reasoning for murder was peculiar. He believed his victims were spies, subjecting them to interrogation until death. Clearly, this elder named Takuma was also a patient of severe mental illness. The subsequent entries in the dossier also detailed elderly mental patients from the Uchiha clan. It was remarkable. Ordinary individuals succumb to dementia in old age, while the awakened Uchiha fall into severe mental disorders. The records indicated that these elderly Uchiha had endured profound psychological trauma in their youth. While their struggles were not apparent when they were younger, they managed to suppress their sorrow. However, in old age, these issues manifested, rendering them not only mentally ill but also aggressively so. Yan Bai suddenly realized that Danzo's dossier was subtly conveying a message to him. Just then, the office door swung open, and Uchiha Itachi entered, holding a large stack of documents. Yan Bai gestured for Itachi to approach, saying, "Itachi, come here for a moment." Upon seeing Yan Bai's gesture, Uchiha Itachi approached the desk. Placing the documents down, he noticed Yan Bai was reviewing the dossier. However, as he inadvertently glimpsed its contents, Itachi's brow furrowed. It was the root's list of lethal threats. "What?" Itachi exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Yan Bai. Yan Bai turned to Itachi and inquired, "Itachi, how well do you know your clan members?" Itachi pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a moment before responding, "I know about Grandpa Fuin. The information here is accurate. He did indeed chase his grandson with a weapon, and there were witnesses in the clan. However, I do not think I have encountered Grandpa Takuma. The dossier mentions his peculiar temperament and that he lives in seclusion outside the village, which seems true, but I cannot comment further since I rarely see him." Yan Bai regarded Itachi and stated, "I believe I need to meet your father." At the border of the land of rain, the leaden sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The clouds began to roil, and rain descended from the overcast sky. The sound of the rain harmonized with the wind, the droplets fine as needles. Although the rain was not torrential enough to muddy the roadside, it could hardly be deemed light. In late March, such rain felt both cold and painful against the skin. Orochimaru, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, stood amidst the rain, exhaling a long breath. Observing and monitoring in the rain was exceedingly exhausting. The chill of early spring combined with the moisture of the rain meant double the torment, even for Orochimaru, who had grown accustomed to such conditions. What weighed heavily on Orochimaru's mind was not the rain itself, but the anomalies he had inadvertently detected since joining the Akatsuki. The rain continued unabated. On the stone steps, dark puddles formed, rippling with each drop that fell, creating concentric circles across the surface. Amidst the tranquil yet cacophonous sound of the rain, Orochimaru, lost in thought, heard a louder noise approaching from ahead. Bang! Orochimaru sharply focused his gaze toward the source of the sound. In that place stood a figure clad in the same black and red cloud attire as Orochimaru, a masked individual who was ruthlessly trampling upon the corpses beneath him. These were the remnants of a recent conflict between Orochimaru and this group of ninjas, with approximately a dozen bodies scattered haphazardly. The rain-soaked strands of hair on the masked man's forehead gave him the appearance of having just emerged from a river. His short black hair clung to his head, and the eyes visible through the mask bore an unfocused gaze. He was a member of the Akatsuki, though Orochimaru struggled to recall his name. As Orochimaru furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the Akatsuki's situation, he prepared to flee, only to be obstructed by a cadre of rain ninjas. Just as he had dispatched his pursuers, this masked man appeared before him. Orochimaru instinctively understood that combat was inevitable. "Hey, Orochimaru, what do you mean by looking at me like that?" The masked man suddenly turned to him, his tone suggesting ignorance about the fact that it was Orochimaru who had slain these rain ninjas. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and he remained silent as the masked figure crouched down, stabbing at the corpses with a stick, behaving like a deranged individual. Orochimaru had been invited to join the Akatsuki some time ago, intrigued by Pain's Rinnegan, and had intended to investigate the organization. However, now he felt a growing weariness, especially after sensing the peculiarities of everyone within the Akatsuki, leading him to suspect that something was awry. Suddenly, the masked man abruptly lifted his head, and Orochimaru's eyes widened as he beheld a swirling vortex materializing before him, the masked man swiftly appearing at his side. "You and I share the same scent," he said, drawing closer. "Orochimaru, what do you mean by that?" "It's the scent of a hopelessly single individual, one who has squandered his youth in misfortune. Shall we have a proper conversation, Orochimaru?" The masked man's voice remained monotonous, yet his words were utterly absurd. Orochimaru, on guard, replied softly, "Apologies, but I have research to attend to, so I must take my leave." What was this guy rambling about? Single individuals? Squandering youth? What nonsense? "Oh, are you in a hurry for work? Is this a mission assigned by Kakazu? How much is he giving you as a cut?" The masked man's tone was filled with exasperation. "That's not it," Orochimaru denied. "Is that so? You always seem so busy. Well, never mind, I shall not trouble you further." With that, the masked man suddenly bent down, picked up a stick, and returned to the pile of corpses, prodding at one of the heads. Orochimaru watched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would treat unfamiliar corpses in such a manner. However, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that he needed to escape. Just as he turned to leave, he found the masked man had inexplicably reappeared in front of him. In truth, I came solely to annoy you. The masked man chuckled darkly, pulling stones from his pocket and hurling them at Orochimaru. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru deftly dodged the incoming stones, which whizzed past him, shattering the tree trunk where he had just stood. Orochimaru, do you know? In this romantic spring, you actually fled from my side, which has truly infuriated me. The masked man continued his barrage of stones, adding, why can't you just behave? Orochimaru's expression was as cold as ice. This individual before him was undeniably off, gravely so. Continuing on this path could lead to dire consequences. Ah, there's that expression again. Indeed, you are a bit too clever for your own good, the masked man grinned, suddenly appearing before Orochimaru once more. Without hesitation, Orochimaru leaped back, creating distance between them. He then whispered, though it seems improbable, you must have contracted a form of the Yandere syndrome to encounter such a patience so far from its origin. This would explain all his bizarre behaviors, as those afflicted with Yandere syndrome exhibited such traits. It was truly intriguing. Orochimaru, your expression of doubt is quite evident. Are you frightened? The masked man edged closer, prompting Orochimaru to retreat once again. Chapter 158. The Akatsuki, or the filial organization. Orochimaru's expression turned grave as he lost track of how long he had been caught in the ring. The black and red garb clung tightly to his skin, leaving him colder than ice. The rhythmic sound of footsteps crunching on the grass pierced through the rain-soaked air, approaching him. Perhaps due to his extensive battle experience, Orochimaru had no time to contemplate, yet his mind remained clear as he coolly retreated, seeking a way out. The masked man lunged forward at the moment Orochimaru stepped back, the difference in speed akin to that between man and monster. Soon, Orochimaru felt a warm, red liquid mingling at his legs, his own blood trickling down. When did this happen? A flicker of confusion crossed Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. How infuriating! Orochimaru, you wretched being! The masked man lamented. Then, Orochimaru observed the masked man, who, instead of pursuing him, had first severed his artery with a scythe, raised his finger in a peculiar gesture, and emitted a series of strange, manic murmurs. Do you find me peculiar? The masked man inquired, his eyes devoid of emotion as he leaned closer to Orochimaru, grinning. Orochimaru, the strange one is actually you. The masked man's laughter, emanating from behind the mask, was both chilling and inexplicably pitiful. Orochimaru ceased his retreat, realizing he had unwittingly become surrounded amidst the rain and mist. A group of individuals clad in the same black and red robes encircled him, moving with identical rhythmic steps, converging upon him from all directions. Their eyes, lacking any emotion, mirrored the expression of the masked man. Orochimaru's heart sank further, feeling an oppressive weight upon him, as if he could scarcely breathe. What on earth was happening? An unsettling sensation gripped him, prompting his desire to flee. This bizarre feeling was intensified by the uncanny uniformity of the figures in black and red. They seemed as if they had merged into a singular entity. Identical in their eerie movements and expressions, it was as though one soul commanded the spirits of many. Was this a power bestowed by Yandere syndrome? Or was it merely an infection? Why? Orochimaru found himself engulfed in confusion. Have you realized? Only you are different. Thus, the strange one is you, Orochimaru. The masked man continued with a playful tone. As he spoke, the surrounding figures clad in dark attire adorned with crimson clouds echoed his sentiments, uttering the same words. Have you noticed? Only you are different. Thus the peculiar one is you, Orochimaru. Their synchronized utterances resembled a chorus of formidable marionettes. What shall you do, Orochimaru? The masked man chuckled, visions of the dashing Yan Bai flashing through his mind. Truly, this era is splendid, especially with the presence of my younger brother. Even if we do not meet daily, I can still catch glimpses of him in the comics he gifted me. The brother I cherish is an outsider, a character from a comic book, and it is delightful to experience his essence through mere imagination. Though I cannot be with him in the flesh, witnessing his daily life in the comic pages brings me solace. Ah, brother, 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 each and every day. Kurojitsu immerses himself in the mundane of the comics. In that moment, the imagined brother seemed to materialize before him, not the one from Konohagakure, but a brother visible only to him, unseen by others, belonging solely to him. Even if the entire world forsakes me, even if I cannot trust a single soul, as long as I have my virtual brother by my side, that is enough. Brother is the most filial person in the world. Indeed, Those endowed with chakra are merely my juniors, and as juniors, they ought to learn to honor their elders, so they shall all dutifully show me respect. Observing the Akatsuki members, all bearing identical expressions, drawing closer, Orochimaru felt the hairs on his body stand on end, akin to worms desperate to escape their host. Is this your infection ability? Orochimaru screamed in horror. Infection? The masked man chuckled darkly. This is not infection. They are merely fulfilling their filial duties. All juniors ought to respect their elders, obediently resonating with me and satisfying my demands. Orochimaru's breath was audible amidst the rain, his frantic heartbeat betraying his terror. This was unlike the mindless patience from his previous experiments, an entirely different realm, both in strength and rationality. The Akatsuki, with so few members, seemed rather lackluster. The masked man's voice drifted through the air, lamenting that such a small number cannot satisfy him. Do you remember the solitude of thousands of years spent alone? Enveloped in darkness, unable to see, I cursed those brothers who were unfilial to our mother. The pain was unbearable, an agony that left me resentful. The masked man whispered, and the other figures in crimson and black began to echo his lamentations, murmuring, so resentful, so painful. At this moment, the masked man turned to Orochimaru. You must understand now, I am not like your amusing test subjects. Orochimaru, trembling, implored, tell me how to make this infection cease. The masked man fell silent for a moment, heavy breaths escaping from beneath his mask. It seemed he was enduring some tumultuous emotion, and soon, a heart-wrenching sob emerged from behind the mask. My brother forbids me from harming you. I thought, as fellow solitary souls, we could coexist peacefully. How could you interpret filial piety as infection? It is infuriating. The masked man's tone grew colder and more furious, his hands raised as if in fervent prayer. His voice escalating. Orochimaru, do you dare to possess the hero's mindset? Do you wish to thwart me? If you are so noble, do not seek answers from me. The villain, use your own power to stop me. Chapter 159. Skills long buried. The rain fell incessantly, the wind sharp and heavy, mingling with an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Within the misty forest, an air of foreboding permeated the surroundings. The darkening sky cast an eerie pallor over the area. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. The pursuers were numerous, shadow-level infected beings, and it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape alone. Is it truly up to him to halt this chaos? How vexing it is, Orochimaru thought. The masked man, covering his mask, spoke softly. Aren't you the coward? Why not acquiesce to me this time? Where does your confidence come from? Watch me shatter your self-assurance. No sooner had the masked man finished speaking than the figures in dark attire began to move. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide in disbelief, and immediately, countless serpents erupted from within, a massive tide of snakes surging forth, engulfing the forest and charging at all enemies, each serpent bearing a gaping maw that spat forth blades. Faced with the overwhelming wave of serpents, the figures draped in crimson and black remained expressionless. Such a grand spectacle right from the start. How marvelous. Orochimaru had anticipated a mundane farce, yet it transformed into a magnificent affair because of you, which was entirely unexpected. Standing at the back of the crowd, the masked man spoke calmly. After unleashing a widespread attack, Orochimaru tore a gap in the encircling formation and fled frantically, wary of recklessly using jutsu, striving to conserve chakra. The dark-clad figures pursued him, dodging the serpentine onslaught, while employing their unique abilities to chase down the fleeing Orochimaru. The masked man trailed behind the group, his form swaying as he raved. Do you see, brother? Just as you said, the power of filial piety allows me to effortlessly augment the strength of my juniors. I can compel all the juniors of the ninja world to honor me. My descendants are everywhere. Ahaha, you cannot escape. Summoning the 10,000 snakes? No. They could catch up the moment the seals are formed, and besides, that creature is unreliable. It always bickers before it will act, and in the meantime, it could be dismembered by the enemy. Orochimaru's mind was sharply focused, recalling Yan Bai and the dreamlike summoning abilities he had once restricted. His eyes widened. With the pursuers closing in rapidly, Orochimaru fled while swiftly forming peculiar seals, his hands displaying a technique unseen in the ninja world. Observing Orochimaru's defiance, the masked man exclaimed, Orochimaru, do you realize how much your will to survive is testing my patience? Children, seize him. Hurry, your grandfather cannot wait. At that moment, it seemed Orochimaru had unlocked some seal ahead. Yan Bai, save me! Orochimaru cried out. Suddenly, a swarm of black butterflies appeared, enveloping his shouting form in darkness. The butterflies surged from the unknown, swirling like a tempest, soon wrapping Orochimaru entirely. Why do you carry the scent of my brother? The masked man's haunting voice suddenly reached Orochimaru. I see, you intend to use your brother to escape. The remaining gaze of Orochimaru fixed upon the frenzied crowd rushing towards him. He inhaled sharply, having merely unsealed the summoning technique initially invoked by Yan Bai. At that time, Orochimaru had resisted Yan Bai's call, sealing the technique away. Now, by voluntarily unsealing it, he was responding to Yan Bai's summons. However, he did not anticipate the heightened excitement of the masked man upon discovering his actions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The long-dormant reverse pathfinding of Yan Bai was activated. In the office of Yan Bai in the Hot Springs village, a tranquil silence enveloped the space after discussing the eccentricities of the elder Uchiha clan with Fugaku. In the serene afternoon, apart from the presence of Uchiha Itachi beside him, it felt as though everyone else had vanished. The tranquility, akin to gentle ripples, lulled Yan Bai into a state of forgetfulness. Seated in his chair, he listened to the melodious chirping of birds outside and basked in the warmth of the vibrant sunlight. The scenery here was truly exquisite. Yet, Yan Bai felt no joy. Surrounded by all this leisure, he ought to have felt happiness. Humans exist in solitude. Alone is the safest state, yet they are inherently social creatures, unable to endure a life of isolation. Yan Bai pondered, having long since overcome loneliness in his past. Being alone was sufficient for him. He required no one. But why did it feel different now? Was this the intention behind the system bestowed upon him by his mother? To perpetually evoke a sense of something missing, awaiting the emergence of that elusive part of himself? What was he truly waiting for? The questions eluded his understanding. Uchiha Itachi, seated nearby, wore an expression of deep contemplation, lost in thought. Yan Bai felt weary, longing to lay his head upon the desk and drift into slumber. With this thought, he reclined in his chair and closed his eyes. Occasionally, the sound of Itachi turning pages would reach his ears, a reminder that he was indeed awake. As he succumbed to darkness, he realized that he was already enveloped in an obscurity unknown to others. In that moment of closure, Yan Bai experienced a peculiar sensation of detachment from the game, as if awakening anew within the confines of the game chamber. In this sightless state, he felt an acute sense of loneliness. It was a strange void, merely a hint of emotion, yet his heart, devoid of feeling, remained unchanged. Was it an inexplicable phenomenon? This was abnormal. The presence of such odd sensations indicated that something significant was unfolding. How long had it been since he felt this way? Yan Bai mused. Who was he? He did not belong to this world. This body was but a vessel, a hollow shell named Yan Bai. Within this shell, it seemed something had entered. Yan Bai-kun, save me, save me. Suddenly, he heard that voice. The office window creaked open as if pushed by a powerful gust. It was the sound of Uchiha Itachi's puzzled inquiry. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached. Itachi was moving towards the window. A breeze swept through the room. And Itachi closed the window. Yan Bai kept his eyes shut, sensing that something had entered. Had he become overly suspicious? With his eyes still closed, he turned towards the sensed presence. Was there someone there? Chapter 160. The soft body transformation of Orochimaru. No, that was not a person. It was a swirling mist. An amorphous entity gently undulating by the wall. Though his eyes were closed, Yan Bai could discern the outline of the mist. It bore a strangely familiar essence, reminiscent of Yan Bai himself, yet tinged with something else, evoking the semblance of humanity. No, how could a human flow like a mass of slime? A fluid imbued with trepidation drifted towards Yan Bai. Despite his reluctance to open his eyes, he felt an inexplicable anticipation. Even in the presence of an entity that eluded Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, he felt no fear. Indeed, although Yan Bai often professed his fright, he in truth did not experience such emotions. Years of testing had conditioned him to welcome the appearance of the peculiar. The more bizarre, the better, as repairing the odd had long since become part of his daily existence. If what intruded upon the room was a specter, as he contemplated, the entity gradually brushed against Yan Bai's cheek. He felt his body temperature plummet, and not far off, Uchiha Itachi gasped, "Yan Bai?" A subtle smile graced Yan Bai's lips. So, something had indeed manifested, hadn't it? A chilling sensation akin to countless needles pricked his spine. Despite the discomfort, He remained motionless, gazing at it. He gently lifted his hand to touch the entity that had come near, and in that instant, it began to dissolve like a snail sprinkled with salt. Yan Bai? Itachi's anxious voice echoed once more. Slowly, Yan Bai opened his eyes to witness an expanding mass of darkness before him. It grew larger, encircling him without inflicting harm, eventually coalescing into a massive black sphere. Soon, a myriad of beautiful butterflies of varying sizes emerged from the sphere, swirling gracefully in the space around them. An invisible force gathered within the room. Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into a crimson hue as he swiftly approached Yen by using the body flicker technique. His Sharingan darted about, scrutinizing the sudden appearance of the pitch-black butterflies. The butterflies shimmered, their wings and bodies adorned with a silvery glow, intertwining in a mesmerizing vortex. Within a 3-meter radius, the butterflies dispersed and danced about before gradually reforming into a tall humanoid figure. Before long, the black butterflies dissipated into black smoke, vanishing like bubbles in the air. Uchiha Itachi positioned himself protectively in front of Yan Bai, his Sharingan fixed on the rigid figure emerging from the cluster of black butterflies, Orochimaru, whose expression was as stony as the stones themselves. Orochimaru, wide-eyed and immobile, had barely made his entrance when he locked gazes with the blood-red orbs of Itachi. With his Sharingan activated, Itachi met the gaze of the paralyzed Orochimaru, illusionary binding technique. Orochimaru, emerging from the wolf's den, he found himself trapped within the tiger's lair. Awakening from his stupor, Orochimaru felt as though his limbs were being driven into the ground, his freedom utterly stripped away. Pain surged through him. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and, upon raising his gaze, was met once again with the horrifying sight of blood red. He understood all too well. Those eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The boy clad in black, his countenance stern, was none other than Yan Bai's closest ally, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru's expression shifted in alarm. This was dire. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Itachi stood tall before Yan Bai, his long blade aimed menacingly at Orochimaru's neck. The wind generated by the blade swept past Orochimaru's frozen face. It was indeed Uncle Snake, wasn't he it? A clear voice emanated from behind Uchiha Itachi. Oh, thank you for saving me, Orochimaru rasped in response. Yen Bojun observed as Itachi squinted, his blade unwavering. With a swift motion, he raised his long knife, striking mercilessly and decisively at Orochimaru's head. The sound of flesh being severed echoed in the air. Vivid crimson strands began to materialize, cascading from Orochimaru's body to the ground. After expressing his gratitude, it was time to bid farewell. Yen Bojun. Orochimaru's form began to dissolve. His voice intermingled with agonized groans. Itachi, with his crimson Sharingan fixed upon him, showed no signs of retreat. However, Yen Bojun grasped his shoulder from behind, halting his onslaught against Orochimaru. Itachi, despite being able to see through Orochimaru's moves, hesitated momentarily and refrained from further action. Orochimaru-sama, you always seem to flee from my side, which puts me in an awkward position, for I am not a devil, Yen Bojun said, his smile warm as he leaned in closer to Itachi. Your body must have undergone numerous transformations. There are few things in this world that can kill you now, so fear not, Uncle Snake. Upon hearing Yen Bojun's words, Orochimaru's lips twitched. Why did that statement sound so familiar? It seemed as though the masked man had uttered it before. Yet, the attitudes of the masked man and Yen Bojun were starkly contrasting. Regardless of their differences, their desired outcome remained the same. Orochimaru, stay by my side. Orochimaru privately scoffed. Feeling embarrassed, he had never felt such awkwardness before. He realized that the brother the masked man referred to was Yen Bojun, which explained the madness. If these two were indeed siblings, they were perfectly matched. Both were utterly deranged. Both desired his form. They had lost their minds. Were it not for necessity, it would be preferable not to die, Yen Bojun. As these words left his mouth, Orochimaru's entire being had completely dissolved, his flesh rapidly turning to dust upon the ground. Moments later, a grotesque puddle resembling a mixture of meat and dirt lay on the earth, scattered by the wind. Itachi lowered his weapon, and Yen Bojun withdrew his hand from Itachi's shoulder. With his back to Yen Bojun, Itachi inquired in a flat tone, Yen Bojun, that person just now, was he the traitor Orochimaru who has been gone for several years? Indeed, Yen Bojun replied with a slight smile, offering no denial. You certainly possess a heartless disposition, Itachi remarked as he returned to his seat, criticizing, "You even entice such a repulsive individual." Yin Bojun, taken aback, could only blink in confusion as Itachi, with a gracefulness about him, resumed his reading of the documents, his expression cold and serious. After a prolonged silence, Yin Bojun hesitated before stating, "Uncle Snake has become quite valuable. Look at the resources from our hot springs village. They were all made possible with his assistance. Itachi, you ought to treat Uncle Snake with a bit more courtesy. He has contributed significantly." Upon hearing this, Itachi's gaze remained fixed ahead, his hands pausing. He replied coolly, "And our Uchiha clan has also contributed greatly to you. Will you show us leniency?" Before Yin Bojun could respond, Itachi raised his eyes to meet his. "If Shimura Danzo's assassination list includes our entire clan, will you assist me or your teacher?" Chapter 161. Do you dislike Shui? Itachi spoke cautiously, employing the Mandarin he had learned from Yin Bojun. In this world, few could comprehend it apart from those specifically connected to Yin Bojun. What sort of question is that? Yin Bojun glanced casually at the small toad perched on the windowsill and replied in the same language, "If he were to make such a demand, I would undoubtedly choose to strike for your teacher." Jiraiya's travel toad had returned to eavesdrop today. Unfortunately, neither the toad nor Jiraiya likely understood Mandarin. So let them listen. Clearly, Itachi had also noticed the toad, prompting him to switch languages. Itachi furrowed his brow, recalling their experiences together over the years. Whether through his flawless crimes or other means, Itachi believed Yin Bojun always managed to find a way to have it both ways. However, Itachi remained troubled. Following the Nine Tails incident, he had mentioned that he should investigate the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, identifying, analyzing, and resolving issues. "I have contemplated this for quite some time," he said. "Oh, have you reached any conclusions?" Yin Bojun raised an eyebrow, internally relieved to have diverted the conversation. Itachi spoke quietly, "I want to take control of the entire Uchiha clan and become the clan leader." "Oh, does a man's growth begin with patricide?" Yin Bojun responded with a wicked grin. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression stiffened as he stared at Yin Bojun. Yin Bojun smiled gently, "I was merely jesting. That notion is commendable, and I support you. However, seizing the position of clan leader should not follow the same tragic path as the original storyline, right?" Yet Itachi appeared troubled. "I have discussed this with Shui, but he does not support my idea." Yin Bojun replied, "Goodness, Itachi wants to become clan leader. And he needs Shui's consent?" Yin Bojun maintained a neutral expression. In the original storyline, Uchiha Shui was unjustly punished for possessing the Kodoame Tsukumi, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Shimura Danzo. Analyzing their personalities, it was evident that a technique like Kodoame Tsukumi would provoke wariness, making Danzo's actions entirely predictable. Additionally, Yin Bojun possessed the ability to nullify Kodoame Tsukumi, which allowed Shui to survive. Based on previous players' experiences, in this virtual world, Uchiha Shui was destined to perish. Kodoame Tsukumi was the nemesis of players and reincarnators, making Shui one of the most sought-after targets for elimination. Players entered the virtual game to enjoy their preferred virtual lives, and Shui's Kodoame Tsukumi would be particularly repugnant to them. After all, they were not game administrators and could not simply disable special effects. Yin Bojun recalled the absurdity of the narration that went, "Do you feel as though you have died? Do you feel as though you have come back to life?" The narrative version of Kodoame Tsukumi was indeed comical, yet the actual experience was far from amusing. Yin Bojun had little regard for Shui's thoughts. However, he feigned a serious demeanor, listening intently. As Itachi spoke, his expression was filled with uncertainty. He turned to Yin Bojun and said, "It seems you harbor a dislike for Shui." From the moment Uchiha Shui had met Yin Bojun, each encounter had been a saga of Shui's misadventures. Their first meeting, the infamous cabbage incident, saw Shui welcomed warmly by Yin Bojun, but relentlessly pursued by a deranged version of Reina, nearly leading to disfigurement. Following that, Shui's Sharingan had advanced significantly. Their second encounter was indirect, involving the root ninjas in a collective fiasco at a sewage pool, leaving Shui tragically ill for days, further enhancing his Sharingan. Numerous other minor incidents had occurred, each etching lasting scars into Shui's memory. As Shui endured humiliation, he concurrently experienced rapid growth. The most recent event was in the Land of Water, where Shui still struggled with his meals. After finally managing to eat normally, he was once again painfully expelled from the office by Yin Bojun. Itachi remained oblivious to what transpired that day and asked Yin Bojan, who suggested he inquire directly with Uchiha Shursui. As a result, Uchiha Itachi sought out Uchiha Shursui, who was weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate his words. Itachi immediately grasped that Yan Bai had once again tormented Shursui. However, the specifics of Yan Bai's torment were beyond Itachi's inquiry, for he had no doubt regarding Yan Bai's capacity for bullying or the extent to which his malevolence could affect others. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for Uchiha Shursui to be rendered speechless by tears. Consequently, Itachi concluded that Yan Bai harbored an aversion towards Shursui. Upon hearing Itachi's assessment, Yan Bai blinked, pondering dislike him. How could that be? He possesses a pleasing appearance and a gentle disposition. Why would I not like him? In truth, Yan Bai did have a fondness for Shursui, particularly when Shursui was brought to tears, for it was rather amusing. He even hoped for Shursui to cry a bit harder next time. With a peculiar expression, Itachi observed Yan Bai, suspecting that after uttering those words, Yan Bai was conjuring some bizarre notions in his mind, as his laughter seemed somewhat unhinged. An awkward and eerie silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Itachi finally recovered and murmured, "Nevertheless, I have conveyed my thoughts to him. Regardless, I still hope Shursui will support me. It's simple, just call him over, and the three of us can have a discussion." Yan Bai spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Itachi felt an unsettling notion that Yan Bai intended to coerce Shursui into submission. Despite this, Itachi still went to fetch Shursui. Each time Yan Bai had bullied Shursui, Itachi had been absent, and he was genuinely curious about the nature of Yan Bai's torment. Half an hour later, Uchiha Shursui, bewildered, found himself at the hot spring beside Yan Bai's office. Pulled there by Itachi, the trio convened at the hot spring while discussing matters. During this time, Shursui subtly distanced himself from Yan Bai, who, even in disrobing, exuded an aura that made others feel inadequate. Itachi noted this and became more convinced that Yan Bai had indeed crossed a line with Shursui. However, the immediate concern was to resolve the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan. The three young men sat around the hot spring, reflecting on their purpose for gathering. Shursui finally spoke up. "Itachi has shared the specific plan with me. Yan Bai, do you support Itachi?" "Yes, indeed," Yan Bai nodded. Shursui furrowed his brow, adding, "But I do not believe this is a sound solution. Should there be any deviation in the details, the consequences for Itachi would be akin to hell." Chapter 162. How could the deity of the other heavens compare to the tongue of the other heavens? Yan Bai regarded Shursui with a perplexed expression. Itachi is merely inheriting the position of clan leader from his father. What is the issue here? Moreover, in recent years, Itachi's achievements have been evident to all, bringing immense wealth to your Uchiha clan and strengthening your ties with the villagers of Konoha. As for strength, how many of your peers can rival him? Is that not sufficient qualification for the role of clan leader? Shursui gazed at Yan Bai, sighing. "Yan Bai, you must realize that the clan members harbor a deep-seated fear of you. Itachi's closeness to you is troubling." With an innocent demeanor, Yan Bai played with the teacup in his hand, chuckling. "So your clan members are wary of me? Just one person, and they all fear me? Am I to devour you all?" A complex expression crossed Shursui's face. Over the years, Yan Bai had often ensnared Shimura Danzo, yet he had also provided considerable assistance to the Uchiha clan. Under normal circumstances, there should be no issues with Yan Bai's relationship with the Uchiha. However, the reality was absurd. While Yan Bai had often outsmarted Danzo, their relationship grew closer, whereas the Uchiha clan grew increasingly apprehensive of Yan Bai. The Uchiha clan operated the Konoha police force, making them natural adversaries of someone like Yan Bai, who engaged in high-intellect criminal activities. Danzo frequently sought Yan Bai's counsel on social manipulation, and the more he learned, the more he appreciated Yan Bai's cunning, believing it suited him well for leadership. The younger generation of the Uchiha clan recognized Yan Bai and were acutely aware of the methods employed by the so-called god of wealth of Konoha, making their wariness entirely justified. What the Uchiha clan feared was that Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader, might be led astray by Yan Bai while unwittingly aiding him. Although they did not entirely reject Itachi, their doubts were difficult to dispel. The silence lingered for an extended period, and just as Itachi was about to speak, Yan Bai remarked, "To be feared by your entire clan is quite an honor." He continued pouring tea for himself. "However, are we not discussing whether Itachi is fit for the position of your clan leader? Why do you keep steering the conversation back to me? It is of no concern to me. I am friends with Itachi, but I am busy, as long as I am not provoked. I truly have no time to harm your Uchiha clan. Shursui forced a smile. You are aware of the true power of the Sharingan, are you not? I once believed my eyes could alter everything, but in your presence, they are utterly ineffective. Yan Bai looked at Shursui with a knowing gaze. This fellow remained adorably naive. As Shursui expressed his capabilities regarding the Sharingan, he simultaneously critiqued Yan Bai. Itachi, on the side, appeared astonished. Shursui had yet to disclose his abilities to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, so Itachi was naturally unaware. At that moment, Itachi realized why Shursui had emerged from Yan Bai's office in tears earlier. Despite possessing the ability to permanently alter others' wills, he had felt utterly impotent in Yan Bai's presence. After employing that skill, the cooldown period was excruciatingly lengthy, rendering him almost incapacitated. Shursui had merely cried a great deal, indicating he was still a mentally stable child. Should the power of the deity of the other heavens still be available, Shursui could wield it against anyone but Yan Bai, granting him control over their will and transforming them into Shursui's puppet. It was indeed worthy of being called the most formidable illusion. However, as this thought blossomed in Itachi's mind, an odd notion suddenly surged forth. In his youth, Yan Bai often recounted a skill known as the deity of the other heavens, possessed by a figure named Ashura. It was a peculiar and even outrageous tale, initially perceived by Itachi as a child's play. Little did he know, this was knowledge gleaned by Yan Bai while secluded in the mountains with Zetsu, directly from him regarding the various reincarnations of Ashura and the proud, pretentious lives of Indra. Interestingly, during that time, Yan Bai's stories also intertwined with the long-standing will of fire from Konoha. Yan Bai claimed that the will of fire was a unique form of pyramid scheme. As a child, Itachi had been oblivious to the concept of such schemes. But as his studies progressed, he began to grasp the fundamental principles. With more knowledge acquired, Itachi's perspective shifted. He now recognized the brainwashing implications inherent in the will of fire. Amidst the chaotic influx of thoughts, Itachi suddenly perceived that Shursui's deity of the other heavens was not as formidable as he once believed. The deity of the other heavens merely functioned as a single-target illusion with an extensive cooldown period, while the will of fire operated as a group-target rhetoric, devoid of any cooldown, capable of repeatedly washing one's brain, intensifying the fervor with each iteration. In moments of impulsiveness, one might act recklessly, and such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. How does one compare a collective to an individual? Consequently, the abilities of Uchiha Shursui appear rather unconventional. Furthermore, aside from the will of fire and the mysterious reincarnation of the enigmatic Kaguya, the very person standing before us, Yan Bai, is also a master at altering the will of others. Contemplating this, Uchiha Itachi's expression towards Uchiha Shursui grew somewhat peculiar, leaving Shursui, who was attempting to persuade Yan Bai to consider an alternative plan, utterly baffled. Uchiha Shursui had just suggested that he could originally use the Kodoame Tsukumi to alter the will of the higher-ups in Konoha or even Fugaku. This could potentially resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership, and it might have enabled Fugaku to directly pass the role of clan leader to Itachi without opposition. Upon hearing such absurdly naive remarks from Shursui, Yan Bai finally comprehended Itachi's inner turmoil. Moreover, Itachi had privately lamented to Yan Bai, "Conversing with fools is utterly exasperating." It appears that Itachi's disdain for foolishness was largely directed at the naivete of Shursui. This is intolerable. His foolishness must be addressed, lest it impede his intellect. Shursui, do you intend to induce my demise merely to inherit my estate? Rising from the hot spring, Yan Bai draped a towel over his shoulder and remarked, "I do not hold your Kodoame Tsukumi in contempt. If it were employed on those you mentioned instead of being squandered on me, it would surely succeed. However, since your ability has been wasted on me, it is too late to discuss improbable events. If you possess a more viable plan, both Itachi and I are willing to listen." After a profound discussion with Uchiha Shursui, Yan Bai suddenly sensed that he was subtly altering the original narrative of this virtual world, akin to a frog being slowly boiled. Yet, the world would inevitably engage in repair. Even if Kaguya's influence were curtailed and she did not act immediately, the Uchiha clan would still face annihilation. In recent years, the aging of the Uchiha clan had accelerated. Despite Konoha entering an era of peace and prosperity, the birth rate had plummeted. This was not due to the reluctance of the youth to procreate, but rather a lack of opportunities bestowed by fate. According to the regulations of Konoha, individuals aged 15 or 16 are deemed of marriageable age, and even if the renowned children like Naruto and Sasuke opt for later marriages and parenthood. Nameless NPCs would establish families at an early age based on practical circumstances. They marry, establish families, and engage in marital life. Yet pregnancy eludes them. What can others do? Take Uchiha Fugaku as an example. After the births of Itachi and Sasuke, did he transform into a sage, devoid of desires? Certainly not, especially with Yan Bai, this second father, imparting considerable psychological pressure upon Fugaku. Although Fugaku limited Sasuke's interactions with Yan Bai, he understood that he could not control both of his sons. He wished to father more children, yet Mikoto had not conceived again, which troubled Fugaku. Many within the Uchiha clan shared similar concerns. In a few short years, the Uchiha clan would be compelled to decline due to a drastic reduction in population. Recently, the Uchiha clan had begun to adopt measures reminiscent of the Senju clan, encouraging intermarriage with Konoha's commoners. This shift was also influenced by Itachi's studies with Yan Bai, during which he gleaned some rudimentary biological insights and recognized the pitfalls of consanguineous marriages. Yan Bai was uncertain how Itachi had navigated this. Yet the Uchiha clan's marriage traditions underwent transformation as a result. In addition to the concerns regarding newborns, the issue of elderly individuals within the Uchiha clan was also worsening. Here, the elderly referred to middle-aged individuals, a significant portion of whom began exhibiting signs of mental illness by their 40s or 50s. The Uchiha clan, having endured psychological trauma in their youth, had not been healed in this peaceful environment. They believed they were unaffected, attributing issues to those around them. When Shimura Danzo handed Yan Bai the files on the problematic elderly within the Uchiha clan, Yan Bai promptly contacted the clan leader, Fugaku. Fugaku did not conceal from Yan Bai that the problematic elderly were not considered a major concern within the Uchiha clan. Having a few elderly individuals with dementia or exhibiting peculiar behavior seemed quite normal, especially since their influence did not pose a threat to the clan's survival. Moreover, Yan Bai himself had a mentally ill family member, Rina, yet he continued to thrive. It is indeed unjust to discard the elderly solely due to their aberrations. They were once valuable members of the Uchiha clan. However, while the Uchiha clan may tolerate the transformations of their own, what about outsiders? Individuals like Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and other ninja clans. Would they accept the eccentric elderly of the Uchiha clan? Humanity is inherently selfish. They can endure their own family's flaws as long as there is someone strong enough to safeguard them. Yet they may view potential threats from others as intolerable. A weaker clan will inevitably be bullied. This is an immutable truth. Thus, Yan Bai believes that to ensure survival, one cannot rely on the tolerance of others, but must instead find ways to render them powerless to act against you. So what if the Uchiha clan has a group of problematic elderly individuals? The clan can regulate their behavior to prevent any adverse impact on themselves or the outside world, which is of no concern to Konoha's leadership. Uchiha Itachi must maintain control over the entire clan. Political games must be played within the confines of rules. Physical strength serves as a means to protect one's speech and actions. However, resorting to overturning the table in protest is clearly a desperate strategy born from a lack of alternatives. Yan Bai refrained from divulging too much to Uchiha Shisui, as he would not comprehend it. The disparity in perspective was evident. Excessive discourse on incomprehensible matters could strain relations. Yan Bai could only communicate with Shisui in a manner he could grasp. Discussing grand strategies is akin to mere theoretical discourse. Actual implementation must stem from the realities on the ground. Uchiha Shisui is not an ordinary fool. After all, the education he received since childhood diverged significantly from Yan Bai's thoughts. In resignation, Yan Bai resorted to using the genjutsu of his Sharingan, resulting in Shisui breaking down in tears. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Shisui's ocular techniques may very well enhance further due to this incident. Witnessing Shisui, clad in a yukata and weeping inconsolably in Yan Bai's office after emerging from the hot spring, Uchiha Itachi appeared conflicted, uncertain of how to comfort Shisui, and could only look on helplessly. Uchiha Itachi directed his gaze towards Yan Bai, who was leisurely seated behind his desk, sipping tea. "Yan Bai, what have you done to Shisui?" Itachi inquired, still conversing with Yan Bai in Mandarin, even with Shisui present, oblivious to their exchange. Yan Bai responded in kind. "I employed my ocular technique on him." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, recalling numerous events, including the incident when the Cloud Village abducted Hinata and the ensuing madness of the shinobi Kazi, driven to insanity by Yan Bai's illusion. Uchiha Itachi began to feel a sense of concern for Uchiha Shisui, murmuring softly, "Please spare Shisui. While he can indeed be infuriatingly foolish, his transgressions do not warrant a death sentence." With a chuckle, Yan Bai set down his teacup and replied, "Itachi, do bear in mind that I am not a devil." Stunned into silence for a moment by these words, Uchiha Itachi finally managed to ask, "What kind of illusion did you bestow upon him?" "I," Yan Bai answered with a grin, "used Jinjutsu to simulate his own Kodoame Tsukumi." Itachi recognized the truth in Yan Bai's statement. He had shown Uchiha Shisui a multitude of potential outcomes. Yan Bai first resurrected Shisui to his childhood, revealing the fate of the Uchiha clan in the original narrative devoid of Yan Bai's influence. After Shisui had perished once within the illusion, Yan Bai resurrected him again, allowing Shisui to attempt to alter history according to his own will. Yet, despite his efforts, this reincarnation resulted in Shisui's defection from Konoha, leading to a tragic conclusion. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan remained unchanged. Chapter 164. The simulation of clan annihilation in the mind having faced death twice within the illusion. Uchiha Shisui continued to be reborn under Yan Bai's orchestration. Thus, Shisui found himself trapped in Yan Bai's ocular technique, experiencing continuous rebirth and demise. Much like the Nine Tails of yore, he endured countless cycles of reincarnation. However, compared to the Nine Tails, Shisui's plight was far more tragic. Throughout his 59 reincarnations, the Nine Tails encountered moments of joy and sorrow, yet ultimately enjoyed a life filled with happiness, a carefree existence akin to that of a wandering fox. Intertwined with the fervent narratives of the Hokage, Uchiha Shisui, however, faced tragedy at every turn. Regardless of his resistance, fate relentlessly struck him down, and each experience was strikingly logical and reasonable. These were not memories imposed upon Shisui by Yan Bai. Rather, Yan Bai merely provided a simulated environment based on the settings and characters of this virtual world. It was as if Uchiha Shisui were engaged in a never-ending simulation of life within his consciousness. Moreover, this simulated game featured characters native to the Naruto universe. Devoid of Yan Bai or any other players, it was purely a showcase of the original world to Uchiha Shisui. While the characters and backgrounds remained fixed, their reactions were influenced by Shisui's actions, reflecting their inherent beliefs. For instance, Shimura Danzo harbored an irreconcilable conflict with the Konoha police force. It was only after experiencing everything within this simulated realm that Uchiha Shisui grasped the extraordinary value of Yan Bai's efforts for the Uchiha clan. Even when Shisui attempted to emulate Yan Bai within the illusion, he could only achieve a fraction of the desired effect. The reason for his incomplete imitation stemmed largely from Shisui's insufficient resources. For example, when it came time for him to replicate the flourishing onsen village, he discovered the complexities of a sewage recycling system. He could not comprehend why the hot springs elsewhere lacked the comfort that Yan Bai had constructed. The myriad delicacies, vegetables, and fruits of onsen village were foreign to Shisui. He understood nothing and could produce nothing. Furthermore, he was hindered from the start. The neglected cesspools outside Konoha, under Yan Bai's care, transformed waste into treasure, providing onsen village with a continuous supply of biogas and fertilizer. Yet, in Shisui's hands, they remained mere refuse. In the illusion, Shisui tirelessly sought to enhance his strength, undergoing rebirth repeatedly, striving for self-improvement. As he experienced life anew, his growth accelerated, even impacting his present self. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui realized that Uchiha Itachi, having been alongside Yan Bai since childhood, possessed a perspective vastly different from his own. Itachi had learned numerous lessons from Yan Bai, a stark contrast to the Itachi Shisui had known within the illusion. The sole distinction between this reality and the experiences within the illusion was Yan Bai's presence. Within the illusion, Shisui finally began to appreciate the significance of technology, yet he uncovered further blind spots. For instance, Orochimaru, a representation of technology, proved to be a formidable adversary. Shisui found himself utterly incapable of engaging with Orochimaru on equal terms as Yan Bai had. He had nothing to offer Orochimaru and could not compel him through sheer force. Later, during one of his reincarnations, Shisui employed his Kodoame Tsukumi on Orochimaru, resulting in a slight improvement, albeit marginal. After enduring numerous cycles of reincarnation, Shui gained profound insights into the significant figures of Konoha and other ninja villages. The higher-ups of Konoha each held their own stances. As they were not members of the Uchiha clan, they would inevitably oppose the Uchiha when their interests were insufficient. Turning to the Uchiha clan itself, while Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, it was impossible for one individual to be universally beloved. Dissenting voices existed within the Uchiha as well. Furthermore, Fugaku was not averse to peace. As the clan leader, he had to weigh numerous factors. Regardless of how many times he reincarnated, Uchiha Shui concluded that they were truly fortunate during Yan Bai's presence. Yet, such is human nature. In times of abundance, one often fails to appreciate what they possess, yearning for more and becoming increasingly greedy. Only in loss do they come to understand the importance of certain things. Uchiha Shui had shed much of his naivety. Just as Yan Bai had previously stated, how naive he had been to hold Kotoeme Tsukumi in such high regard. Altering the will of a significant figure might yield some short-term benefits, but the capabilities of any individual are ultimately limited, even if they wield immense power. Kotoeme Tsukumi merely alters certain aspects of an individual's will. How that person subsequently chooses to act is beyond control, as they will execute that will according to their own thoughts. However, their thoughts and actions may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes, and could even backfire. This was something Shui could not control. Emerging from the illusion, the first figure Uchiha Shui beheld was Yan Bai, and he could not contain his negative emotions, bursting into tears. Even knowing that the previous cycle had been an illusion, the weight of what felt like centuries of repeated tragedy spiraled within him, akin to a top that perpetually returned to its starting point, driving Uchiha Shui to the brink of despair. Finally, he had returned. He finally understood. I am sorry, it has always been my fault. Uchiha Shui would no longer oppose Uchiha Itachi's pursuit of the Uchiha clan leadership, but the cost he had paid was monumental. He endured suffering that most could scarcely imagine. During dinner, Yan Bai informed Reina that the circumstances of the day were somewhat exceptional, and he would not be returning home for dinner, opting instead to dine with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shui in Onsen Village. Reina understood and did not press further. Yan Bai dined with the two Uchihas. After a difficult struggle to cease his tears, upon seeing Yan Bai, Shui could not restrain himself and wept anew. Yan Bai's visage seemed to serve as a switch for Shui's tears. Uchiha Shui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his gaze fixated on Yan Bai's face, which startled him to the point of tears. As he wept, he consumed his meal, as if attempting to shed centuries of accumulated sorrow in a single outburst. Uchiha Itachi, observing the prolonged display of emotion, noted the swelling around Shui's eyes with a sense of helplessness. After dinner, Itachi, unable to shake off his concern for Shui, set aside his duties to apologize to Yan Bai and escort Shui back to their clan's compound. Chapter 165. Reality and Illusion. Upon their return, Uchiha Shui spoke softly. This afternoon, after the hot spring, what language were you speaking with Yan Bai? I feel as if I have never heard it before. Is there a place in the ninja world that uses such a dialect? Itachi understood Shui's feelings. He too would be unsettled in Shui's position. He replied truthfully. That is a dialect spoken by Yan Bai's family. He taught it to me when we were very young, so sometimes we inadvertently slip into that language during our conversations. In reality, Itachi was not entirely honest. The use of that language was not involuntary. It was specifically employed when there was something to conceal. However, Itachi chose not to delve into this matter further, wishing to spare Shui additional distress. Thank you, Shui murmured despondently as he walked towards his home, turning his back to Itachi. Be cautious of Danzo and the people of Konoha, both within and outside the clan. Itachi watched Shui's retreating figure with concern, sensing the depth of his despair. After Shui entered his dark dwelling, Itachi hesitated, ultimately refraining from following him inside. Yan Bai had not concealed anything. Itachi was fully aware of the trials Shui had endured, having faced the cycle of clan extermination countless times, something that no ordinary person could withstand. Itachi could not hold Yan Bai accountable, as he had only provided Shui with an opportunity to seek a path forward within the simulation of his clan's destruction, encouraging him to refine his approach and continue searching for solutions. Yet, despite experiencing numerous lifetimes, Shui remained unable to alter any outcomes, a cruel reality for him. In essence, Shui had resigned himself to despair, leading to his current compromise. After much contemplation, Itachi recognized that such a state was perhaps unavoidable. After all, he had spent many years with Yan Bai, and from the moment they met, his worldview had been in a constant state of upheaval and reconstruction. Shui had been raised on the traditional teachings of Konoha, deeply ingrained with the will of fire. Now, at his age, witnessing the collapse of those beliefs was an immense blow. Itachi held deep concern for Shui, but he understood that Shui was no longer a child. He possessed his own thoughts, and Itachi felt it inappropriate to impose his will upon him. After observing for a moment longer, Itachi turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Shui remained expressionless in the shadows, watching Itachi's silhouette vanish. The contrast between the Itachi of his dreams and the real Itachi was striking. Even his gait had changed. Just how profound was this transformation? Shui furrowed his brow, the clarity of his thoughts sharpening. When had things begun to change? This world. When had it started to feel different? It all began with Yan Bai's arrival. Although the illusion was provided by Yan Bai, after multiple cycles, Shui realized it was far more complex than a mere mirage. To validate his suspicions, Shui sought evidence during the final rounds of reincarnation. Each rebirth led him to adapt his actions based on previous failures, allowing him to uncover numerous secrets within those illusions. He recognized that without Yan Bai, everything he experienced within the illusions would have come to pass. Now, Shui needed to confirm the secrets he had gleaned. For instance, the stele at Nana's shrine. Members of the Uchiha clan lived in blissful tranquility, their lives devoid of the intensity found in the illusions. In this environment, any clan member exhibiting signs of mental instability became conspicuous. Yet, out of a desire to protect their hard-won happiness, family members took it upon themselves to care for the elderly with mental issues. To maintain productivity, the Uchiha clan rarely convened, holding a monthly meeting solely to organize work assignments in the hot spring village in Konoha, which was not a clandestine affair. They rented facilities in the hot spring village for their gatherings, avoiding Nanha Shrine. At this time, Nanha Shrine was likely deserted. In the darkness, Shui stealthily exited his dwelling and made his way to Nanha Shrine. Following the route he had learned in the illusion, he quickly located the stele he sought, along with many hidden secrets. Upon finding the stele, Shui felt a heavy weight upon him. He embarked on a quest for further evidence. Throughout one night, Shui scoured countless potential pieces of evidence he had seen in the illusion. As dawn broke, he returned to his abode, his expression grave, except for the places touched by Yan Bai. The majority of what he had discovered confirmed that the illusions provided by Yan Bai were indeed rooted in reality, save for Yan Bai himself and anything associated with him. Seated in his dimly lit chamber, Shui's mind raced with memories. He had undergone countless cycles within the illusion, yet his recollections of this world remained remarkably vivid. Was his mental acuity, or perhaps his ocular prowess, enhancing? Shui could not be certain, but he endeavored to remember everything about Yan Bai. When had it all begun? At the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, when Minato Namikaze ascended to the position of Hokage, Konoha began to take in war orphans. Yan Bai, under the guise of a wealthy individual, paid a bond to seek refuge in Konoha, settling there as a commoner. Subsequently, Yan Bai tirelessly flaunted his wealth and did not shy away from his identity, which incited wariness among Konoha's higher-ups, prompting them to send agents to probe his intentions. The first test of Yan Bai involved the use of conventional methods, disguising themselves as rogue ninjas to demand protection fees. As a result of that incident, Yan Bai established a connection with the Uchiha clan, who were tasked with maintaining order in Konoha. While this may have seemed trivial, the villagers of Konoha had typically regarded the Uchiha's actions as mere duty, unworthy of gratitude. However, Yan Bai was different. He ensured that Reina braved the elements to deliver delicacies to the Uchiha on their daily patrols. Initially, the Uchiha were somewhat resistant, but gradually, they accepted Yan Bai's goodwill. Then came the fateful meeting between Yan Bai and Itachi, sparked by Itachi's favorite snacks, leading to their first conversation. From that point onward, events seemed to unfold as if preordained. Chapter 166. I hate you, yet thank you. Uchiha Shui strove to recall the events of that initial encounter. At first, Konoha's attitude towards Yan Bai had not been particularly wary. The war has temporarily abated, and the village of Konoha is in dire need of financial support for its revival. The funds allocated by the daimyo of the Fire Country are insufficient to facilitate rapid progress. If affluent civilians were to offer construction funds, it would be most advantageous. However, Konoha is not one to allow unrestricted access. The upper echelons must scrutinize these wealthy newcomers for any ulterior motives. Initially, they observed Yan Bai and, upon detecting anomalies, proceeded to test him. Eventually, Yan Bai voluntarily visited the interrogation department to prove his innocence. As Uchiha Shisui grew older, he reviewed the case files and now reflects that Yan Bai was not merely there to vindicate himself. He sought to showcase his prowess. Yan Bai possesses an exceptional ability to amass wealth, shows no interest in Konoha's power, and, with divine lineage, conveys a singular message. I am formidable. You require my presence. And you need not fear me. Shisui wonders how the leadership of Konoha perceived Yan Bai's presence. Undoubtedly, they recognized the potential threat he posed, yet they found themselves powerless to counteract it. From the moment Yan Bai set foot in Konoha, they lost control. This predicament stems from the rare condition known as the Yan Bai syndrome. The upper echelons have yet to conceive a solution, and it is conceivable that, should the syndrome manifest, Konoha would descend into a nightmarish abyss. To date, Yan Bai has not engaged in any actions detrimental to Konoha, yet the higher-ups remain uneasy, even contemplating employing Shisui's strongest genjutsu to alter Yan Bai's will. Yan Bai, however, remains unperturbed, stating, I am aware of your fears. I know you intend to undermine me. And I invite you to do so you may witness my invincibility, despair in the shadow of my supremacy. After several days of contemplation, Shisui finally knocked on Yan Bai's office door. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi was inspecting various departments, leaving Yan Bai alone in the office. Yan Bai was engaged in processing materials that Itachi had entrusted to him. He lifted his gaze, smiling at the person who had restored Uchiha Shisui above him. I see you have returned to seek me out, Shisui remarked softly. No, I am uncertain, Yan Bai replied gently. Shisui approached Yan Bai, inquiring, that illusion was indeed real? Yes, it was the original fate, Yan Bai did not deny. Thank you, Shisui sighed. You ought to harbor resentment towards me for the tragedies you have endured, Yan Bai said as he slowly rose from his chair, gesturing for Shisui to join him at the tea table. Yan Bai began the customary act of pouring tea for Shisui. Shisui grasped the cup Yan Bai had pushed towards him, gazing at him with a melancholic expression, saying, Indeed. I resent you, yet I also thank you. Yan Bai beamed. So what brings you here today? You have revealed the truth to me. You wish for me to act. Do you not? Shisui inhaled deeply, alluding to the elders of the Uchiha clan. Shisui, do not force yourself, Yan Bai chuckled lightly. I have not hinted at anything. It is merely that communication with you is challenging, hence the need for you to experience it firsthand. Shisui sighed deeply. The two sat across from one another in silence, enveloped by an atmosphere of contemplation. In that moment, Shisui pondered many things. After an indeterminate time, he quietly asked, Can the fate of our clan's annihilation be altered? Throughout countless simulated lives, Shisui had exhausted every possible means, even attempting to encourage Itachi to assume the role of clan leader. Ultimately, he discovered that the political landscape was far more intricate than he had imagined, with human hearts proving to be equally complex. Living was an arduous endeavor. From a young age, they were indoctrinated with the will of fire, taught to love Konoha and to dedicate themselves wholly to its preservation. This doctrine constituted their sole moral education. They were conditioned to grow stronger relentlessly, defending what they cherished. Yet, strength devoid of intellect inevitably leads to tragedy. In those virtual lives, Shisui surrendered to the reality that the Uchiha clan was cursed. Their power was purchased at the cost of blood, and their spirits would invariably be affected. Even if they appeared normal on the surface, their behaviors would become increasingly extreme. When Yan Bai employed his ocular techniques, Itachi was often present, thus bearing the brunt of the repercussions. However, after the mission in the Land of Water, Shisui began to harbor doubts about Yan Bai. Following the failure of the Koto Amatsukami, his suspicions reached a zenith. It was only after the simulation of the clan's destruction that Shisui became certain. Yan Bai possessed the Sharingan as well. This led Shisui to believe that Yan Bai's arrival might be destined to save the Uchiha clan. He could very well be their divine savior. How else could one explain the myriad of blessings he had brought to Konoha? Yet, Yan Bai gazed earnestly at Shisui, stating, The annihilation of your clan is nearly unavoidable. It is merely a matter of time. Shisui's eyes dimmed. So even you cannot prevent it? Yan Bai nodded, Indeed. Even if I were to avert the dire situations you envision, I cannot control your procreation. Your birth rates cannot keep pace with mortality. Perhaps Orochimaru possesses a solution, but I would still advise allowing nature to take its course. It will preserve some of your bloodline. Shursui exhaled in relief. As long as it is not through violent extermination, I can emotionally reconcile with the kind of decline you described. Yan Bai sighed. You celebrate too soon. Your clan, with its multitude of troubled souls, will inevitably explode. The upper echelons of Konoha are already aware. Shursui's hollow pupils gleamed with an unusual light. Leave it to me to handle. Chapter 167. The reclusive elder in the forest Uchiha Shursui transformed himself into a young girl using a transformation technique. Garbed in the traditional attire of the hot spring village, devoid of any ninja tools or weaponry. His eyes, now a deep black, cautiously traversed the mountain path bordering Konoha. The time was dusk, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. Shursui felt as though the sky mirrored his own emotions. As he replayed Yan Bai's earlier words in his mind, causing his steps to lighten. Strictly speaking, Shursui disliked overcast weather. The deeper he ventured, the scarcer the light became. With only shadows cast by the trees, even sunlight struggled to penetrate the forest, which lay in a profound silence akin to an abyss. The area was devoid of human presence. In such a forest, even during daylight, one would expect little company. A realization dawned upon Shursui. He recognized this place. Shortly thereafter, he paused before a house nestled amongst the trees. There exists a solitary house, modest in size and confined to a single floor. The entrance bears the marks of age, while the courtyard lies in desolation, overrun by weeds, with verdant vines creeping up the walls. Uchiha Shursui gazes silently ahead, and as he approaches the dwelling, a flicker of sorrow crosses his visage. Suddenly, a beam of light bursts forth from within as someone pushes open the door. This unexpected illumination in the darkness momentarily disorients Uchiha Shursui. His voice fails him, and he can only fixate on the light as it gently draws nearer. The dim glow penetrates his eyes, and before he realizes it, tears begin to flow. Prior to this moment, Yan Bai had seduced him with enticing words, proclaiming, "Do not think that the divine is rendered useless by its cooling. However, Shursui, crying is indeed a form of talent. Yes, there is no sorrow, no regret. Yet the tears flow unceasingly. This has become a peculiar skill that Uchiha Shursui has honed under Yan Bai's tutelage. He has never visited this place, unfamiliar with the identity of its owner, and has never laid eyes upon him. At this juncture, there is no recourse but to continue onward. What troubles you?" A voice emanates from the source of the light, an elderly tone both frail and benevolent. Uchiha Shursui raises his gaze and sees a slightly hunched figure clad in a neatly arranged male kimono. He lowers his eyes, as if embarrassed, and wipes away the cascade of tears. The elder's expression remains unchanged. "Are you lost?" As they draw closer, Uchiha Shursui notices the elder's eyes, clouded and opaque. He realizes that the elder must have overexerted his Sharingan in his youth, and coupled with age, has likely succumbed to ailments of the eyes. I truly apologize. The trees here all appear identical." Uchiha Shursui, in the guise of a young woman, manages a bitter smile. "As it is late and the forest is dark, I inadvertently wandered here. Elder, may I find refuge in your home for the night? I assure you, I will not be a burden." "Certainly, follow me," the elder replies, leaning on his cane with one hand and holding an oil lamp in the other, leading the way. Uchiha Shursui bows his head, a shadow of gloom briefly crossing his features before he regains his composure. Upon entering the house, the elder lights the lamp and begins to boil water, intending to quietly prepare a cup of warm tea for Uchiha Shursui. The young man appears timid, hesitant to speak. "If my wife and children were still alive, my grandson would be your age now. There are numerous rooms here. If you do not mind, you may stay for the night," the elder states softly. Uchiha Shursui remains silent, prompting the elder to continue. "I was once a member of the Konoha police force, and at my advanced age, I harbor no ill intentions toward you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui curls his legs, portraying a demeanor of fear that renders him mute. As the water reaches a boil, he hears the elder mutter, "It's time for my medication." At these words, Uchiha Shursui squints. Since Yan Bai began managing the hot spring village, he has relentlessly promoted health and wellness services, including the production of remedies commonly used by the elderly. This elder's longevity can be attributed to such medicines, and thus, he has adopted a routine of taking his medication at fixed times. As the elder ambles into the kitchen, he continues to murmur, "Once one reaches 80, The body begins to manifest various ailments. Heart and lung functions, legs, waist, and back all begin to rebel against one's will. His voice gradually fades as he speaks. Uchiha Shursui scans his surroundings, still able to hear the elder's words from a distance. What he does not know is that as the elder enters the adjoining room to take his medicine, he trembles with anticipation, not from an ailment, but from excitement. Stay calm, Takuma, the elder mentally admonishes himself. It has taken so long for prey to arrive. I must proceed with caution. This elder is none other than Takuma, one of the venerable members of the Uchiha clan. After taking his medication, the elder returns to Uchiha Shursui with a cup of tea. 15 minutes later, Uchiha Shursui, maintaining a serene demeanor, inquires, "Elder, did you pick this tea yourself?" "It is quite delightful. It is merely ordinary tea sold in the hot spring village," Takuma responds with a warm smile. "Tea is quite inexpensive, perhaps due to the quality of the water." Uchiha Shursui, disguised as a woman, feels a sense of trepidation that the elder might see through his ruse. Once a member of the Konoha police force and former wielder of the Sharingan, the elder is now in his twilight years, his eyesight likely compromised, rendering him incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Uchiha Shursui is uncertain whether Takuma is genuinely oblivious to his disguise or is intentionally feigning ignorance. With a gentle smile, Takuma continues, "It has been quite some time since I conversed with a young woman. Would you permit me to share some of my old tales?" "Of course, I would be delighted." "Thank you for your kindness," Uchiha Shursui replies, embodying the demeanor of a bashful maiden, appearing fragile as though she might shatter with a mere touch. Takuma smiles. "I wish to share my confessions with you." A peculiar expression crosses Uchiha Shursui's face at this declaration. "Confessions?" "Yes, I have taken lives," Takuma states, his gaze falling. Uchiha Shursui bows his head, remaining silent. "Oh, I have never encountered a child like you, who remains unfazed upon hearing such words," Takuma exclaims, his murky eyes suddenly lifting to meet Uchiha Shursui's gaze. "Could it be that you too have taken a life?" Chapter 168. A Madman's Justice. Uchiha Shursui displays signs of anxiety, his guise as a girl now evident, with tears welling in his eyes and his voice trembling. Upon hearing Takuma's question, "Could it be that you too have taken a life?" the response that escapes Uchiha Shursui is laden with fear. "Yes, I have killed. I do not even recall how many lives I have taken." This admission elicits a gentle chuckle from Takuma. "Ha ha ha. You need not jest, young lady. I assured you of my benign intentions. There is no need for you to fabricate such tales." Uchiha Shursui remains silent, head bowed, offering no rebuttal or defense. Then Takuma, with his aged voice, continues, "From the establishment of Konoha until now, I have lost count of how many battlefields I have traversed. In the throes of war, I have slain countless foes. The thrill of extinguishing an enemy's life lingers in my heart. The so-called war is but a sanctioned form of murder cloaked in justice. And we, the Uchiha clan, have transformed into a different kind of justice following the founding of Konoha, becoming the police force, and in pursuit of this justice, I became a member of the police department." Uchiha Shursui listens in silence to the distorted confessions of a madman, immersing himself in the elder's recounting of his harrowing battles amidst the strife between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Gradually, his narrative shifted to the early days of Konoha, detailing the disputes that arose during the family's adjustment period, culminating with the ascension of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the establishment of the Konoha police force, which finally provided Lord Takuma the opportunity to realize his concept of justice. Initially, his justice was executed with trepidation, as he dared not disclose a whisper to others. His subjects for interrogation were all women. Some were mere civilians lost near Konoha, others were visitors from neighboring villages, and some were indeed ninjas from foreign clans. All these individuals were branded as spies by Lord Takuma. In an effort to ascertain the identity of these supposed spies, Lord Takuma meticulously recorded the appearances of every inhabitant of the Hidden Leaf Village, laboring diligently each day, employing his Sharingan to unveil the disguises of all who attempted to conceal their identities. Uchiha Shursui bowed his head, listening to Lord Takuma's account. Aside from the term spy, none of the individuals described bore any traits of espionage. Then came Lord Takuma's descent into a split personality, as he alternated between various brutal methods to interrogate the so-called spies. Ultimately, a clan member killed one of them, though I have since forgotten her name. The emptiness I felt was profound, as villains are inherently deserving of death. Lord Takuma recounted in a steady tone that from that moment on, he had embraced the apprehension of wrongdoers as his mission, working with grave seriousness. He subjected every alleged spy arriving from foreign villages to severe torture, striving to maintain public order. In doing so, he arrested dozens of spies, employing humane methods to dispose of them, thereby bringing enduring peace to Konoha. At this juncture, Lord Takuma finally paused his narration, lifting his teacup for a sip. Uchiha Shursui could no longer contain his dark thoughts, exclaiming, to put it plainly, you, with your deranged mind, have violated dozens of individuals and murdered them. If this is indeed the tale you have concocted, it is a grotesque and bloody story fit for a horror novel. However, I regret to say, it is impossible for me to maintain a smile after hearing it. In response, Uchiha Takuma widened his eyes, seemingly attempting to discern Uchiha Shursui's features in the dim room with his nearly blind gaze. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, "You do not believe my words?" Uchiha Shursui softly replied, "Of course not." "Why?" Uchiha Takuma's tone was laced with incredulity. Uchiha Shursui, as if unintentionally distancing himself from the elderly man, murmured, "If you were indeed legally interrogating spies, their bodies would need to be dealt with, would they not? Even in times of war, could you have killed dozens without leaving their remains to be discovered in Konoha?" This reasoning caused Uchiha Takuma to exclaim, "Are you a fool? To send the bodies to the battlefield? What a ridiculous notion. I am a ninja. I incinerated them to ashes using fire release techniques. Furthermore, I only targeted women who were lost from foreign villages." Uchiha Shursui remained impassive, presenting another point of contention. "If you truly did kill those individuals, why confess your sins to me?" Even in retirement, I continue my previous work, as the enemies conveniently come to me," Uchiha Takuma replied with a smug smile. "Building my residence here makes it easy to ensnare lost spies. They lower their guard around an old man like me, thinking themselves clever, are they not? They all sit just like you, sipping tea while I confess, and then—" Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened as he suddenly grasped his chest, both astonished and enraged, exclaiming, "He did not truly drink the tea." Moments ago, Uchiha Shursui had feigned drinking, pouring the tea into his sleeve instead. However, Uchiha Takuma suddenly swept his cane, spilling the cup of tea before Uchiha Shursui. I am still sprightly in my old age, capturing yet another spy. This may very well be my last interrogation." Uchiha Takuma's face finally broke into an evil grin. The tea was the antidote. The aroma filling the room was a concoction infused with the spices from the hot spring village. As he spoke, Uchiha Takuma leaned on his cane and slowly rose, laboriously making his way toward Uchiha Shursui. He then swung his cane at Uchiha Shursui, blending physical prowess with technique, each strike inflicting pain. Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth, stifling any cries of anguish. In the past, he would have fought back fiercely, but recalling Yan Bai's words, he endured, remaining silent and resolute. Chapter 169. Delivering oneself. Uchiha Shursui neither cried out nor begged for mercy, much to Uchiha Takuma's displeasure, spurring him to strike harder. The result was that despite the prolonged beating, Uchiha Shursui remained conscious. While Uchiha Shursui appeared unable to retaliate, his resilience was remarkable. Uchiha Takuma, however, found himself breathless from exertion. Eventually, the old man clutched his chest, as if suffering from a heart ailment. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Takuma looked at the convulsing silhouette on the tatami mat, muttering, "It has been too long since I exerted myself, so my heart is acting up. I will take my medication before continuing the interrogation. It is your fault for underestimating me simply because I am an old man. Tonight will be an enjoyable night of questioning." Uchiha Shursui thought, just as the records indicated, this old man Takuma has indeed lost his mind. Until now, Uchiha Shursui had not dispelled his transformation technique. The airborne agents did not hinder his mobility. Instead, Uchiha Shursui sought to resolve the issue at hand without resorting to conventional ninja methods, employing Yan Bai's approach instead. Just as Uchiha Takuma turned to retrieve his medication, Uchiha Shursui slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the frail, stooped figure before him. The elderly man moved at a painfully slow pace, likely accustomed to solitary existence, having long since grown accustomed to talking to himself. At that moment, Lord Takuma was contemplating how to sever the most exquisite parts of the young woman on the floor to dry and preserve. As he spoke, Lord Takuma raised his trembling hand to grasp the prominently placed medicine bottle. However, Uchiha Shursui suddenly utilized the body flicker technique, snatching the medicine before Takuma's hand could reach it, and then swiftly hooking Takuma's ankle from behind. With a resounding crash, Lord Takuma fell flat on his face. An elderly man's tumble is a significant affair. Uchiha Shursui could even hear the sound of bones cracking as if stepping on dry twigs, revealing his true form. Uchiha Shursui bore the bruises inflicted by Lord Takuma's cane, appearing quite disheveled. He did not bother to wipe the blood trickling from his lips, softly stating, "Years ago, you suffered a myocardial infarction and were taken to the hot spring village, where you received timely treatment. Since then, your demeanor has grown increasingly eccentric. You no longer wish to reside among your clan, instead retreating to this desolate wilderness. To ensure your comfort, your kin equipped this house with running water, gas, and drainage systems, adequately meeting your daily needs for solitude. Every 3 days, a clan member would deliver daily necessities and food to you, replenishing your dwindling supply of medication. Your peculiar disposition led you to strike even the most amiable visitors with your cane, demanding they leave their offerings and depart. However, your demeanor shifted remarkably when encountering unfamiliar girls. 3 months prior, a maid from a noble family in the Land of Fire lost her way while playing and met her demise at your hands, did she not? Following her disappearance, her master created quite a stir, prompting the hot spring village to provide some moral compensation to the noble, thereby settling the matter. Now, without your narrow-minded medication, you would surely perish, correct? Though today was not a designated delivery day, Uchiha Shursui had come to bring supplies under the arrangement of Uchiha Fugaku, citing a valid reason. A significant clan event was scheduled for tomorrow, necessitating an early delivery to the reclusive elder with his eccentric temperament. Uchiha Takujin was taken aback. Uchiha Shursui nonchalantly kicked Takujin's cane aside, standing tall and looking down at the trembling elder with cloudy eyes. With an expressionless face, Uchiha Shursui calmly stated, "I have come to deliver supplies, Grandfather Takujin. I merely jested, as you exhibit a certain fondness for girls, so I transformed into a girl myself. To my surprise, your keen perception penetrated my disguise, and you expressed your anger at my audacious masquerade by striking me. I dared not retaliate, allowing you to beat me, unaware that in the midst of it all, your old ailments resurfaced. Given your advanced age, the medicine proved ineffective, and as I am neither a doctor nor a medical ninja, I could only watch helplessly as you succumbed to fate. Why? Uchiha Takujin was far too aged. Though he still possessed some chakra, in his current state, and with his eyes burdened from years of strain, he could not hope to target the sprightly Uchiha Shursui. Adept in the art of body flicker, Uchiha Shursui retreated a couple of steps, crouching in the dim corner, his expression serene as he regarded the seemingly pitiful old man. Grandfather Takujin, at your age, you ought not to be so agitated. Uchiha Shursui's voice trembled, as though he were on the verge of tears. Uchiha Shursui refrained from explaining why he sought Takujin's end. In truth, since entering, he had merely conformed to the narrative of Uchiha Takujin, offering commentary without transgressing any boundaries or uttering particularly egregious statements. It was Uchiha Takujin who initiated the violence, and the threats to kill were his own words. The tainted spices within the room had been burned by Uchiha Takujin himself. The problematic tea served was also brewed by his own hand. Not a single item had been handled by Uchiha Shursui. Only Uchiha Takujin himself understood that Uchiha Shursui was indeed there to end his life. While Uchiha Shursui spoke words of concern, his voice laced with sorrow, he had also endured a thorough beating at the hands of Uchiha Takujin. Yet he was actively orchestrating the elder's demise. As he wept, Uchiha Shursui murmured, "What should I do, Grandfather Takujin? How can I save you? Is there still time to take you to the hot spring village? What? You refuse? Why? Grandfather Takujin, allow me to take you to the hot spring village. You must hold on." Despite his words, Uchiha Shursui did not approach Uchiha Takujin. Instead, he raised his palm and struck his own face, the sharp sound echoing through the air. The slap was forceful enough to leave his face swollen, yet through choked sobs he implored, "Grandfather Takujin, I beg you. Seek treatment at the hot spring village. Even if you were to strike me dead, I would still take you there." Lying on the ground, Uchiha Takujin found even speech a laborious task, watching as Uchiha Shursui performed his charade, feeling his heart twitch in anger. Chapter 170. Do not hold grudges against the living for the dead. Uchiha Shursui remained impassive, silently observing Uchiha Takujin, who was now too enraged to speak. his eyes beginning to roll back. Recalling the information provided exclusively by Yan Bai, Uchiha Shisui felt a surge of shock and anger. Uchiha might not trust anyone in Konoha, save for Yan Bai, who offered insights that others could not fathom. Uchiha Takujin was born during the late Warring States period, a time when the average lifespan was merely 35 years, leading most clan members to marry and bear children early. In pursuit of power, some Uchiha had descended into madness. Even after the establishment of Konoha, many had yet to recover from the traumas of war. Uchiha Takujin, before reaching 20, had killed his wife, who bore him a son, unlocking his Sharingan, his mental state already beginning to fray. His rationale for murder was absurd. He believed his wife had attempted to poison him due to the overly salty miso soup she prepared. Influenced by a wartime mentality, Uchiha Takujin clung to the idea of eliminating threats before being eliminated himself, sentencing his wife to death for her culinary misstep, framing her demise on rival ninja clans. A decade later, when his own son washed his clothes separately, Uchiha Takujin deemed this a failure in parenting and resolved to end his son's life. As was customary, he subjected his son to brutal interrogation in their home, coercing him to pen a farewell letter before the boy met his end. And none among the clan suspected foul play. Remarkably, Takujin did not awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan upon his son's death. Yet, Uchiha Takujin had lived a long life, relishing the benefits of the Uchiha clan with moderate strength. Was he not a beast? Uchiha Shisui mused, refraining from physically assaulting the elder. He merely nudged him. It was not unusual for an elderly recluse to stumble, especially one as irascible as grandfather Takujin. His pre-existing heart condition had rendered him reliant on medication for years. But due to his advanced age, the remedies had ceased to be effective, which was entirely normal. Alternatively, Uchiha Shisui could simply wait until grandfather Takujin breathed his last, and then force the medication down his throat. Who on earth are you? Uchiha Takujin managed to utter with great difficulty. All my actions over the years were for the sake of justice. If you do not express gratitude, that is one thing. But to harbor resentment against me is beyond reason. Grandfather Takujin, as for justice, I cannot say I know, but I have certainly dealt with the aftermath. Uchiha Shisui spoke gently. Please, just take your medicine. Despite his words, Uchiha Shisui did not present the medication to Uchiha Takujin, observing Shisui's continued performance. Uchiha Takujin could no longer contain himself. Please, just give me the medicine. As Uchiha Takujin spoke, Uchiha Shisui raised his voice, drowning out Takujin's pleas. Grandfather Takujin, hurry, the medicine is here. Take your time. While speaking, Uchiha Shisui moved slowly toward Uchiha Takujin, leisurely opening the medicine bottle. Just as he was about to hand the medication to Uchiha Takujin, the bottle accidentally spilled. Uchiha Shisui clumsily crushed several pills underfoot, extracting a single intact capsule from the debris. With deliberate slowness, he reached out towards the increasingly unfocused eyes of Uchiha Takuma. Once again at Takuma's side, Shisui bent down, whispering softly in a voice audible only to the two of them. It is your fault, Grandfather Takuma. Who told you to let your guard down? Thinking I was a woman? Subsequently, as he inserted the pill into the old man's nostril, a sorrowful expression enveloped his face. Unlike in the original narrative, Uchiha Shisui refrained from activating his Sharingan, his profound gaze gazing compassionately upon the motionless elder lying on the ground. Before long, tears streamed down Shisui's face, dripping onto the tatami beside Takuma. Do not frighten me, Grandfather Takuma. You have taken the medicine. Please recover quickly. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. That of Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui, are you in there? What has happened? Why is it taking so long to deliver the items today? Filled with urgency, Shisui called out, Patriarch. Please hurry. It seems Grandfather Takuma is not well. Upon hearing Shisui's plea, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by several others, exchanged glances and replied, Do not panic. We are coming in. With that, Fugaku and his companions pushed open the door to Takuma's room. In a flurry reminiscent of Shisui's earlier actions, they confirmed Takuma's death and began the solemn task of preparing for his burial. The responsibility of handling the body was entrusted to the Uchiha clansman who accompanied Fugaku. With tears streaming down his face, Shisui was inconsolable, while Fugaku gently placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder, offering quiet solace. Among the Uchiha clansmen tending to the body, one narrowed his eyes and whispered to a companion, Isn't Shisui's grief a bit unusual? What do you mean? The companion responded, puzzled. We are all ninjas. We have witnessed countless deaths. What is there to cry about that seems out of place? The expression of the first man turned grave. You might not know, but lately Shui has been inexplicably weeping incessantly. I heard it started after he returned from the land of water, where he fell under some strange jinjutsu that made everything he saw look repulsive. Even after the jinjutsu faded, he continued to cry daily. Our clan leader, unable to bear it any longer, assigned him to deliver supplies to grandfather Takuma. I still feel something is off. Do you think Shui intentionally provoked grandfather Takuma, perhaps leading to his demise? The first man ventured. You're overthinking. His companion scoffed. Everyone knows Takuma was irascible. He would always lash out whenever someone brought him supplies. Who knows where he got all that anger? Look at Shui, covered in bruises. He likely just suffered for nothing. It was Takuma who wore himself out. The first man remained unconvinced, but Shui has been frequenting the god of wealth lately. You know what he has been up to these years. The companion chuckled. The young master is still a disciple of the god of wealth. Everything he brings to our Uchiha clan is a benefit. What could possibly be wrong? We cannot let the death of one man come between us and the living, can we? Chapter 171. Hanging the problematic individuals on the wall this year. The business at the Konoha hot spring village flourished spectacularly, akin to striking gold daily. As autumn gave way to winter, the first batch of elderly survivors from Konoha, having endured numerous wars, gradually passed away, each from various clans, meeting their ends in seemingly normal circumstances. However, at the year's end, a significant event transpired. Uchiha Shui encountered the rogue Orochimaru while on a mission, engaging him in combat. The intelligence he returned with revealed that Orochimaru had further perfected the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei, originally developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Furious, the third Hokage convened a meeting with the various clans of Konoha, ultimately deciding to cremate the deceased as a unit, based on volunteers, aiming to ensure that the graves would merely serve as memorials, preventing any potential grave robbers. Some clans complied, while others partially implemented the measure. As respect for the deceased still held sway, few were willing to disturb the resting places of their kin for cremation. In truth, Shui's encounter with Orochimaru was fabricated. He merely adeptly utilized the information he had acquired, indifferent to its veracity. After all, Orochimaru would never return to clarify, and even if he did, the paranoid leaders of Konoha would likely dismiss his words. Shui was merely striving to avert the dire circumstances that might arise from the illusions he had witnessed. Most importantly, a significant portion of the deceased Uchiha had known Shui. It was best if they did not fall victim to Edo Tensei. The experiences of the clan's annihilation simulation left Shui in a state of bewilderment, entangled in dilemmas that he could not alter. Even Yan Bai candidly stated that he could not prevent the Uchiha clan's extinction. He could only delay it indefinitely. Over the course of several months, Shui personally hung the elderly members of the Uchiha clan on the wall. Though the population of Konoha dwindled sharply, the losses were primarily non-combatants who had already lost their fighting prowess. As the new year dawned, Yan Bai encountered the anticipated issue. Sarutobi Hisashi urged him to finalize his graduation procedures. Regarding graduation, Yan Bai had procrastinated for an extensive period. Not only that, he had even delayed Uchiha Itachi's graduation. This was something Shui was acutely aware of. In that genuine illusion, without Yan Bai, Itachi would soon eliminate him and awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Without Yan Bai, Itachi would have graduated from the Ninja Academy 4 years ago. Without Yan Bai, Hyuga Hisashi would have perished 3 years ago. Without Yan Bai, Itachi would have been promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. Without Yan Bai, Itachi would now be a member of the Akatsuki. Without Yan Bai, Itachi would become the Dark Squad leader next year and annihilate the entire Uchiha clan before leaving Konoha. Yet now, everything had changed. The originally destined path for Itachi, from enrollment to the night of the clan's massacre, spanned 7 years. Now, however, Itachi had known Yan Bai even before his enrollment, and they had been friends for 6 years. Presently, Itachi concealed his full strength from others. Yet he was not even a genin. While Itachi lacked the title of a genius ninja, the reputation of the chief overseer of the hot spring village held more sway than that of the originally fated genius ninja. A genius would instill fear in other ninja villages and draw the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. But ultimately, they remained within the hierarchy of Konoha. Now, however, Itachi was different. He was recognized by nobles and feudal lords across nations. It could be said that his influence surpassed that of Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi. As various Kage bowed to the lords for funding, while Itachi's projects in the hot spring village directly affected the quality of life for the nobles, making them eager to form alliances with him. The mere thought of politics made Shirsui's head ache. He preferred a direct confrontation over such scheming. Yet this world was one where powerful ninjas bowed to wealthy weaklings. Uchiha Itachi has followed Yan Bai for many years, engaging in political machinations that have likely sullied his heart in a manner akin to Yan Bai's. Despite not frequently attending the Ninja Academy, Itachi has not graduated early. It seems he has been burdened by Yan Bai. The Academy remains unaware of Itachi's current strength, as he busies himself daily with matters unrelated to enhancing his abilities in the hot spring village. However, he often intervenes when Yan Bai is targeted, showcasing his formidable prowess. Yet the extent of his abilities remains shrouded in mystery. For both Yan Bai and Itachi, the graduation exam is merely a tedious farce. The higher-ups in Konoha are well aware that the examination presents no challenge for them. Over the years, assassins from other villages have undoubtedly attempted to take down Yan Bai. But Itachi has thwarted these attempts, and Yan Bai's capabilities are beyond reproach, reminiscent of a collective effort from the roots. No one wishes to serve as their examiner. Supervising these two titans of the hot spring village feels like a recipe for disaster. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen raises this issue is merely to compel Yan Bai to make a choice. He must either graduate through conventional means and become a genin or a civilian, the latter forbidding the use of ninjutsu. Becoming a genin would grant him a place within the ranks of the Konoha ninja village. In truth, given the current circumstances, Yan Bai is indifferent to such classifications. The more the Konoha elite know, the less they dare to act against him. Hence he accepted the graduation procedures. This was merely a formality. Both Yan Bai and Itachi were exempted from the examination, with Sarutobi Hiruzen stating it was to prevent the examiner from being driven to despair by Yan Bai's antics. Having closely followed Yan Bai for years and imbibing his teachings, Itachi was also granted exemption, as Hiruzen aimed to preserve the strength within his ranks, avoiding unnecessary expenditure. To maintain appearances, Itachi deliberately reserved a private room at a restaurant in the hot spring village to celebrate their successful graduation with Yan Bai. Just as the dishes were served, Itachi began to voice his grievances. However, midway through, he faltered, unsure how to continue. "Isn't this quite good?" Yan Bai replied with a smile, elegantly pouring himself a cup of oolong tea. Oolong tea, a semi-fermented brew situated between black and green tea, had only recently been perfected by the village's brewing department. Uchiha Shirsui, who had been invited to dine with them, still bore his recent solemn demeanor. He cautiously cast a glance at Yan Bai and posed a pointed question. "Yan Bai, your presence has brought Itachi great happiness. You must understand what I mean." To prevent eavesdropping, Shirsui refrained from elaborating, yet he was confident Yan Bai would comprehend. Since Yan Bai's arrival, Shirsui had sensed a diminishing importance in his own standing. And as long as he remained cautious, he felt no reason to face impending doom. In this world, Yan Bai has bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi a blissful childhood. Yet he is simultaneously delaying Itachi's awakening. Upon hearing Shirsui's inquiry, Yan Bai's hands suddenly stilled. At that moment, the three of them were arranged in a triangular formation, with Yan Bai seated opposite Shirsui, separated by Itachi. Itachi looked curiously between Shirsui and Yan Bai. In front of Shirsui, Itachi quietly asked in English, "What?" Shirsui's brow furrowed. Yan Bai understood why Itachi switched languages. Recently, they had been conversing in Mandarin, while Shirsui had listened in silence. Itachi had even mentioned that Shirsui seemed unusually diligent lately, often wandering around the hot spring village to seek answers. Occasionally, Shirsui would inadvertently inquire about what Itachi had discussed with Yan Bai in Mandarin. Itachi sensed Shirsui was harboring something and seemed eager to uncover the secrets between him and Yan Bai. Aware of the difficulty of learning Mandarin, Itachi doubted Shirsui could comprehend it. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate Shirsui, who also possessed the Sharingan, so he switched to the less frequently used English. This left Shirsui somewhat perplexed. Yan Bai responded in Mandarin, stating calmly, "The conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan are exceedingly harsh. Typically, one awakens it only after enduring the loss of a dear friend or loved one, triggered by intense emotional turmoil. Shirsui believes I have granted you too much happiness, and since I remain alive, you are unable to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately recalled Yan Bai had awakened his Sharingan at an early age and could not help but ask, "So, Yan Bai, did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan so early because you endured such pain?" As soon as he spoke, the image of Obito's aged face flashed through Yan Bai's mind. He replied somberly, "You could say that." Yan Bai turned to Shui, and as Shui's expression grew increasingly somber, Yan Bai solemnly declared, "Shui, in truth, I do not wish for Itachi to awaken the Mangekyo." Hearing this, Shui's voice dropped. "Why? You are fully aware that the ninja world remains unstable. Having greater strength increases the chances of survival. The stronger, the better. Why would you delay his growth?" Itachi remained silent, cautiously observing Yan Bai. He recalled Yan Bai's earlier statement regarding the stringent requirements for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, which likely necessitated the loss of close friends or family, inflicting profound emotional trauma. Why, then, was Yan Bai reluctant for him to awaken it? Itachi felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping to hear an answer he could accept. Yan Bai's thoughts drifted to his great-grandmother's advice, urging him to prevent Itachi from awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, as Itachi, like Kaguya, was a potential anomaly. Moreover, had he not used ocular techniques to temper Itachi's affections, he would have already succumbed to darkness. Yan Bai had completely forgotten the compliments he had paid Itachi over the years. He should have exited this world long ago, but due to his obsessive tendencies, he intended to wait for his loved ones to pass before concluding this cycle. However, now Shui had brought the matter of Itachi's awakening to the forefront. How could he navigate this? Yan Bai lowered his gaze, allowing a hint of sorrow to grace his features. "I feel that enduring decades of pain is less desirable than living a decade in joy. I indeed harbor intentions to prevent him from awakening the Mangekyo. I do not wish to witness his untimely demise." Upon hearing this, Itachi bit his lip in silence, his expression stern yet slightly flushed. Shui, however, appeared conflicted. He had fought for his life in the simulation of existence, and thus was aware of the subsequent developments in the ninja world. He understood all too well what Yan Bai meant by Itachi's potential early death. Shui reluctantly accepted Yan Bai's explanation but remained unconvinced. After a prolonged silence, he finally could not restrain himself and said, "So, you must have a way to enable him to awaken the Mangekyo, right?" As he uttered these words, Uchiha Shui's tears flowed uncontrollably, recalling the countless cycles of suffering he endured in the clan extermination simulator. What agony it is to live for decades in anguish, rather than revel in a mere decade of joy. Thus, he mused, he cannot be considered human, can he? The more he pondered, the more his heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. Yan Bai, so considerate, feared that Itachi might suffer and therefore shielded him from an unhappy childhood. In stark contrast, Shui endured numerous lifetimes of pain in the simulator. From their very first encounter, he was relentlessly pursued by the deranged Reina, only to later find himself swimming in a cesspool, followed by countless other tormenting experiences, each leaving an indelible shadow upon his soul, ultimately refining his strength. Why must Yan Bai be so cruel to him? The disparity was too vast, was it not? Shui yearned to roar. Did he deserve to be bullied? Yet, he could not deny the benefits he had received. However, a profound discomfort lingered in his heart. The fact that the favored one was Itachi, whom he regarded as a brother, filled him with guilt for harboring such thoughts. The tragedies he wished to avoid for himself certainly should not befall Itachi. Indeed, as an elder brother, he ought to stand as a shield before his younger sibling, striving to protect him rather than leaving everything to the more innocent Itachi while seeking a swift end to his own suffering. This sentiment was a reflection of his true emotions. Having endured a prolonged period of torment, he foolishly believed it was unfair for him to bear the pain alone. When Itachi was such a good child, how could he overlook the brilliance of the world, instead isolating his kin as hopeless, ignoring their cries for help, and ultimately delivering the final blow to his clan through Itachi's hands? In his moment of selective amnesia, Shui unwittingly cast the true victims as perpetrators. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps Yan Bai was merely avenging Itachi, compelling him to endure so much. Reflecting on all he had faced over the years, Shui felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Even the thought of rising in anger seemed impossible. Memories of the past flooded his mind, rendering his body immobile. How foolish I am! Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he once again covered his visage in despair. Chapter 173. Shirsui's dirge of graduation, what was meant to be a celebratory feast for graduation, was instead overshadowed by Shirsui's weeping. As dinner progressed, the only accompaniment was the sound of his sobs, creating an unbearable atmosphere. Yan Bai, clearly distressed, could not comprehend what was amiss with his responses. In his view, Shirsui was merely seeking self-destruction in his original fate. Though powerful, his naivete warranted a few harsh lessons to sharpen his intellect, while simultaneously enhancing his strength. Itachi, however, was different. He lacked Shirsui's innocence, having witnessed the complexities of humanity alongside Yan Bai throughout the years. Itachi's relentless pursuit of excellence meant his strength could rival that of Shirsui. And while the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, he could afford to refrain from its use for the time being. Instead, Itachi focused on the study of human nature, amplifying his psychological prowess. Yan Bai was taken aback by the magnitude of Shirsui's reaction, having only sought to explain things logically. What was happening? Did Shirsui not consider Itachi as a beloved younger brother? Should he not be pleased that his brother was treated well? Why then? Was he crying so profoundly? Yan Bai mused that perhaps he could interpret Shirsui's tears as those of overwhelming joy. Indeed, that must be it. Thus, the song Shirsui sang, a unique dirge for graduation, was fittingly somber. After dinner, Itachi, concerned for Shirsui, bid farewell to Yan Bai and assisted Shirsui back to their clan. Watching their retreating figures, Yan Bai furrowed his brow. Should he awaken Itachi's Mangekyo? Was there a necessity for that? Yan Bai remained uncertain about what kind of psychological reflection Itachi's eye might reveal, or what abilities might manifest based on the emotional stimuli he would encounter. Additionally, Itachi's genetic inheritance could play a significant role. Perhaps Itachi's powers were predetermined as Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Yan Bai had never contemplated this in depth. What kind of emotional stimuli could he possibly concoct for Itachi? Should he simulate the extermination night as he did for Shirsui? That would be futile. This version of Itachi had diligently pursued education from the age of 5, continuing to refine himself afterward, differing greatly from Shirsui. Now, Itachi could independently tackle numerous challenges, having transcended the narrow-mindedness of his clan and the indoctrination of the Leaf Village. He possessed his own thoughts and convictions, impervious to external influences. If Itachi were to experience perpetual rebirth, he would not succumb to the same helplessness as Shirsui, as their paths diverged significantly. Thus, creating simulations of clan extermination was impractical. With that avenue closed, Yan Bai would need to fabricate a scenario to provoke Itachi's emotions. Given Itachi's vast experiences and composed demeanor, his emotional fluctuations would be minimal, making it challenging for him to awaken the Mangekyo. If Itachi perceived the fabricated scenario as false, he would likely remain calm and unaffected. If Yan Bai were to orchestrate a scene of his own demise, Itachi might embark on a quest across realms to seek him out, potentially awakening abilities of interdimensional travel. That was unthinkable, as it was precisely what his great-grandmother feared. Conversely, if the illusion depicted a romantic relationship with Itachi for a decade, only to be discovered before marriage, would Itachi then unleash the Mangekyo in anger? Would that grant him the ability to alter others' genders? Yan Bai pondered this, realizing he had never considered such a possibility before. How perilous it felt. He mused that he should refrain from any reckless actions that might lead Itachi to acquire abilities detrimental to himself. Would it be possible to set parameters to nullify Itachi instead? After some contemplation, Yan Bai dismissed the idea. Having cultivated an elite NPC, it would be absurd to discard him for such an inconsequential reason. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of melancholy, deciding to let things unfold naturally. The world, after all, was not so easily dismantled. Many players had traversed it, and altering the main narrative was no simple feat. Reality would find a way to mend itself. Indeed, if all else failed, the world might simply abandon the endeavor, much like the years prior when Yan Bai rescued Hinata from her abduction. Although Hinata Hizashi is still alive, he has suddenly developed symptoms akin to autism in recent years. He seldom ventures out, and though he breathes, it is as if he has succumbed to death. Furthermore, the current Uchiha clan faces a drastic decline in newborns, and the elderly are descending into madness. Even if they are not exterminated, they will inevitably encounter a series of unfortunate events leading to their demise. Yan Bai contemplates that according to the original fate, Uchiha Shirsui is destined to perish next year. If Uchiha Shirsui manages to survive the year, what consequences might arise? Will his propensity for tears lead him to withdraw from the narrative stage, much like Hizashi? Yan Bai can only watch the unraveling of the plot in the world of Naruto. Presently, Black Zetsu is constrained by his great-grandmother and is likely wandering in the land of rain with the Akatsuki. After a millennium of endeavor, Black Zetsu has come to the disheartening realization that his mother does not require saving. All his efforts have been in vain, leading to a collapse of his mindset. With this thought, a peculiar expression crosses Yan Bai's face. Ever since he gifted Black Zetsu with the brotherly love manga from ages 4 to 10, as well as the Kagaya's memories from ages 1 to 14, he has not provided any new manga, believing that it suffices. Black Zetsu's interest in the manga was never for the sake of ongoing series. It was to understand his mother's circumstances in another world and reminisce about the days of brotherly affection. Yet, the prolonged silence has left Yan Bai somewhat anxious about Black Zetsu's well-being. He feels the need to convey some messages from time to time. With this in mind, Yan Bai heads toward his residence in Konoha, intending to summon White Zetsu from his garden to inquire about Black Zetsu's recent condition. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, the rain continues to pour, saturating the air with its damp scent. The room is perpetually enveloped in an unshakable mustiness. In the center of the inner chamber, Black Zetsu, donning Uchiha Obito's visage, meticulously prepares the dishes on the table, surrounded by fresh ingredients and a metal pot of flame at its base, with boiling soup bubbling within. The cold weather causes steam to rise, filling the room with warmth. Black Zetsu carefully observes the striking woman seated across from him, her silver hair and white eyes rendering her almost unapproachable. His voice trembles as he speaks. "Mother, this dish is inspired by my little brother's manga. It seems to be called Hot Pot. You often enjoyed this in another world, didn't you?" If Yan Bai were present, he would surely reflect on how, following the plot's degeneration, even his great-grandmother has become rather unruly. She has already been resurrected. What purpose does the Eye of the Moon plan serve now? Chapter 174. Teacher, do you also wish to weep for joy? Winter sunlight cascades into the courtyard, casting clear rays that create a mosaic of shadows. On the rooftops of wooden and stone dwellings, as well as in the areas shielded from sunlight, remnants of snow remain scattered. Shimura Danzo traverses a narrow shadowed path, arriving at a gentle clearing adorned with verdant flora, once again standing before Yan Bai's grand estate. Yan Bai seems to have sensed Danzo's arrival, eagerly awaiting at the entrance. Danzo's expression is rigid and mask-like. After inviting him inside, Yan Bai instructs Reina to prepare some snacks. Bai and Kinshiki have already left for school, taking the meals prepared by Reina with them. Yan Bai and Danzo sit across from each other in the cold, narrow corridor. "You rushed to see me early in the morning, teacher. Is there something urgent?" Yan Bai is well aware of the events that unfold in this timeline. Aside from some hidden plots, there is little of great significance. Danzo watches Yan Bai elegantly brew tea, then states nonchalantly, "Recently, Uchiha Shursui has been quite active. Although I lack evidence, it appears that the list I provided you previously has been resolved." "Oh, is that so?" Yan Bai lowers his gaze, continuing his tea preparation. "You did not take action this time, yet Shursui's behavior has diverged from the norm. I am curious about what you have done to him. Why does he cry so often?" Danzo regards Yan Bai with a knowing look, as if to say, "I have caught you." Yan Bai wears an innocent smile, embarking on a journey of playful banter. "Ah, I have recently learned a rather powerful genjutsu." Danzo, observing Yan Bai's smile, feels a sense of foreboding. Due to the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit, they possess a profound understanding of genjutsu. Thus, I consulted Shursui. He requested that I use the genjutsu I developed on him. And the crying is a side effect. Side effect? Danzo's expression is one of confusion. What exactly did you do to him with this genjutsu? Shursui was overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. He simply could not stop. Yan Bai pours a cup of red tea for Danzo, still smiling as he explains. "How should I put it? I used the genjutsu to show him the scene he yearned to see most." Danzo retorts, "I hardly believe that. To show someone their most cherished scene?" This absurd response has left Uchiha Shursui in a state of perpetual weeping. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo incredulously remarks, "If it is truly the scene he cherishes most, why is he crying so?" Danzo's expression reveals his disbelief. Over the years, he has often found himself outwitted by Yan Bai. Yet, many times, Yan Bai's words have proven true, much like the time he suggested profiting from waste. Had Danzo taken charge of that situation, he might have divided the profits with Yan Bai and achieved considerable wealth. However, the thought of dealing with Yan Bai makes Danzo adopt a more zen approach. Having the other high-ranking shinobi face Yan Bai together is far preferable to confronting him alone. Danzo is genuinely curious about how Uchiha Shursui was transformed by Yan Bai, and he seeks to gather more intelligence. Yan Bai typically refrains from lying, but it depends on how one interprets his words. Thus, Danzo has come seeking answers. Yan Bai smiles, after witnessing the scene he longs for. Returning to reality reveals its harshness. Do you think he can refrain from crying? Danzo pauses for a moment before agreeing. You make a valid point. Yan Bai sighs, teacher. The brilliance of this genjutsu lies in its ability to ensnare the victim, making them reluctant to awaken and return to reality. Danzo nods. That makes perfect sense. The forced return to reality is why he weeps so. This logic is indeed sound, yet something still feels amiss. After a lengthy silence, Danzo finally proposes. Perhaps I should witness the power of this technique for myself. Seeing one's most desired scene, only to return to reality, would result in nothing more than a desire to weep, he muses. At his age, he has encountered countless storms and should not be so petty. Yan Bai's expression remains unchanged, but internally he muses. Ah, teacher, after all these years, you still fall for it so easily. Yan Bai furrows his brow. Alas, teacher. I am genuinely concerned that you may become ensnared like Shursui. What shall we do then? If you encounter difficulties, the other high-ranking officials in Konoha will surely trouble me. Although I could easily eliminate them, I would prefer not to. Danzo ponders, what is this young man saying? Why can I not comprehend him? After a moment's pause, Shimura Danzo's lips twitched slightly before he sighed. Uchiha Shursui was in good health, so he was certain he would be fine too. Being able to witness the scenes he longed for was not a loss at all. Come on, he muttered. Yan Bai looked at Shimura Danzo with a peculiar expression, sensing that his teacher had a penchant for self-inflicted hardship. Initially, he had taken him on as a disciple after a rather unfortunate swimming incident in a cesspool, and now he was willingly seeking out suffering. After a moment of hesitation, Yan Bai nodded. All right, teacher, I am ready. With that, he locked eyes with Shimura Danzo. Eye technique. Mirage. In an instant, Shimura Danzo felt the world around him whirl into a vortex centered on himself, distorting everything in sight. Gradually, the whirlpool subsided, revealing a lush forest before him. Had the genjutsu begun so swiftly? Was that whirlpool a kind-hearted reminder that the illusion had commenced? Shimura Danzo squinted and formed a hand seal, closing his eyes. Release. However, upon opening his eyes again, he found himself still within the confines of that illusory forest. His pupils constricted slightly. He had not broken free. Upon reflection, it was clear that his prodigious disciple had constructed a genjutsu that was not easily dispelled by others. Was he truly unable to escape? He resolved to try again, but then a distant and unfamiliar voice reached his ears. Danzo, hurry. Following the voice, he was met with a head of naturally curly hair, a Konoha forehead protector, and a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Could it be Uchiha Shursui? No. Uchiha Shursui would never dare to address him so casually. Even if he felt discontent, he would not call out to him like that. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was not Uchiha Shursui, but rather Uchiha Kagami. What was happening? Chapter 175. To seize. One must first engage a wave of fear washed over Shimura Danzo as he became engulfed in anxiety and confusion. Just then, another voice jolted him awake. Danzo, why are you dazed? We need to run. The Cloud Ninja are pursuing us. Shimura Danzo turned towards the voice and was astonished to see his younger teammates. The youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen, the young Yuzuki Akatsuki, the young Mito Gate, and the young Akimichi Torafu. Was this during the Second Shinobi World War? Involuntarily, he glanced at his own hands. No bandages, and his face was unscathed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing that Shimura Danzo remained frozen, tugged at his arm, urging him to flee. Danzo, let's go. Unable to resist, Shimura Danzo was dragged along by Sarutobi Hiruzen as they ran a distance together, following the instincts of their past. They soon arrived at a familiar place, where they encountered the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. His beloved teacher was alive. Was this an illusion? It felt too real. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. As he realized he could not break the genjutsu, he had no choice but to comply with the narrative it presented, seeking a way to navigate through it. Teacher. At the sight of Senju Tobarama, he could not help but shed tears. In that moment, he understood the meaning of joy leading to tears as Yan Bai had described, and he faintly sensed the plight of Uchiha Shursui. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became ragged. Despite continually reminding himself that this was merely an illusion, he could not suppress the torrent of emotions surging within him. Senju Tobarama was the person he had revered most in his life. No one else held a candle to him, not even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Aware that he was ensnared in a Jinjutsu, he could not contain his excitement. Seeing Shimura Danzo's agitation, Senju Tobarama assumed the children were regaining their sense of security after encountering him amidst the crisis. With that thought, Senju Tobarama nodded at him with a smile. Yet, the harsh reality soon compelled him to rein in his smile. Everyone, listen closely. We are currently facing the forces under the command of Kin and Jin. We are surrounded. And the situation is dire. If anyone has thoughts to share, please speak up. This scene was one Shimura Danzo had experienced firsthand. Although this was an illusion, he felt an overwhelming desire to amend the past. Thus, upon witnessing the familiar scene from his memories, he spoke before any of his teammates could, given the current situation. We must designate one person as bait to lead the enemy while the rest of us make our escape. This suggestion, which should have been proposed by Yuzuki Akatsuki, was voiced by Shimura Danzo first. Becoming bait meant facing the elite forces of the Cloud Village, a choice that guaranteed death. Shimura Danzo, striving to suppress his overwhelming emotions, declared resolutely, "I will be that bait. I will buy you all time to escape." This was the greatest regret of his life, since this was merely an illusion. He could charge in without hesitation. Indeed, it was the very scene he most wished to witness, a chance to rectify his regret. Shimura Danzo was filled with hope, speaking with a sense of righteous valor, as if he were heroically sacrificing himself for the sake of others. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence. Without any hesitation, he felt liberated from the fear of death. After all, this was just an illusion. This was Shimura Danzo's lifelong regret. He had hesitated once before, losing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he had made a decision. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen had acted first. Therefore, this time, even knowing it was false, he was determined to make amends. Yes, this was his wish, the scene he yearned to see. Yan Bai had fulfilled his dream. In that instant, Shimura Danzo felt tears welling up, emotions surging within him. Even if the outcome diverged from history, should Senju Tobarama truly assign him as bait, he would harbor no resentment. Although it was merely an illusion, it finally resolved the obsession that had haunted him throughout his life. He would think of a way to dispel the Jinjutsu once everything settled. And so it was decided. Shimura Danzo spoke earnestly, releasing the burden he had carried for so long, entering a sage-like state, radiating an ethereal glow. The sensation was exhilarating. He finally understood what Yan Bai meant by being lost in the experience. Even in the face of self-sacrifice, it brought him a euphoric high, an experience beyond the realm of ordinary Jinjutsu. His teammates and teacher, Senju Tobarama, looked at him in bewilderment. What had come over Danzo? He had not touched a drop of alcohol, yet he appeared as if intoxicated. After a time, Senju Tobarama remarked calmly, "Danzo's suggestion is indeed correct." Shimura Danzo emerged from his sage-like state, gazing at Senju Tobarama with unwavering resolve. "Therefore, teacher, you all should retreat. I will hold them back." His words were devoid of pretense. He understood that this was an illusion and had long since shed the fears and anxieties of his past. Fully aware that he was trapped in a dream, how could he possibly fear death? Gazing at the radiant figure of Shimura Danzo, Senju Tobarama could not help but chuckle heartily. "Danzo, you are indeed my disciple. You shall be the most fitting bearer of the will of fire. However, the bait, naturally, will be provided by me, your teacher." Danzo, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "But teacher, I want to die. Let me go." The others echoed his plea. "Teacher, allow Danzo to go." Before they could finish, Tobarama waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of your words. Protect the village and nurture the next generation who can inherit the will of fire. Danzo, starting tomorrow, you shall be the third Hokage. The village of Konoha will be entrusted to you. Do not betray my expectations." Danzo interjected, "Wait, teacher. I merely wish to gallantly embrace death and then break this illusion." Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Tobarama vanished with a flying thunder god technique. Danzo was left bewildered, thinking, "What is this? If I cannot die, how can I break this illusion? And why is he entrusting Konoha and the position of Hokage to me?" Indeed, he had long harbored dreams of ascending to the Hokage's seat, but not in this manner. The very reason he sought that position was due to the current scenario in which he had lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, with his worries resolved, He pondered the Hokage position. Danzo wrestled with his thoughts, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen and muttering, "Monkey, I am unworthy of the Hokage. This position should be yours." To his surprise, the earnest Sarutobi gazed at Danzo with admiration. "Danzo, if you are not worthy, who else can be? You are the teacher's chosen third Hokage, and we will all pledge to follow and support you." Danzo thought to himself, "Damn it, this is an illusion. My previous worries have been resolved. I must break this illusion and return home. Danzo, return and inherit the Hokage title. We need you. Konoha needs you. Do not disappoint the teacher's expectations." Chapter 176. The Green Hat of Danzo. This is an illusion. Everything is false. Quickly recognize the reality and find a way to break this illusion. Yet, another voice within him roared, "Danzo, do you not desire to be Hokage? This is an illusion. Since it cannot be realized in reality, achieve it in the dream instead. Return to inherit the Hokage title, and you will better understand Hiruzen's difficulties. Thinking from the Hokage's perspective will benefit you greatly in the future. After you have obtained everything you desire, then break the illusion." Torn between his inner struggle and the pressure from his teammates, Danzo mulled over his options. Since it was merely an illusion and he had no immediate means of breaking it, he decided to embrace the situation. Ultimately, he waved farewell to his comrades, declaring, "Let us break through. We cannot waste the time the teacher has fought for us." Unable to dispel the illusion, he could only act from the heart. Following this decision, events unfolded smoothly. No, Danzo, familiar with the outcome, knew how to navigate through the challenges. Successfully breaking through, he led his companions back to Konoha, overcoming obstacles and ultimately inheriting the Hokage title. Due to Danzo's familiarity with everything, he earned the trust of all in Konoha. Adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, he gazed down at the cheering villagers and mused, "Having achieved my dream, why has the illusion not yet been dispelled?" Could Yan Bai truly wish for him to be so enamored with this dream that he could not escape? No, Danzo reassured himself. He would not be ensnared. He remained conscious, recognizing it as a dream. No matter how beautiful or resplendent, it was but a distant fantasy. He had weathered many storms and was not to be swayed by this beguiling dreamscape. Yet, finding no exit, he was at a loss for how to dispel this illusion. Was it possible that becoming Hokage was not his true desire? Doubt began to creep in. Is becoming Hokage not enough? Yes, it is not enough. From the very beginning, I believed myself superior to Hiruzen. Now that I have become Hokage, I must prove that I am indeed stronger than him. This is an illusion, even in death. There is no real consequence. Why not simulate life? Even if I err, I shall bear no responsibility. Let us see if I am truly stronger than Hiruzen. This conclusion followed a period of self-reflection for Danzo. Simply becoming Hokage had not fulfilled his aspirations. It was insufficient. Indeed, Danzo was well versed in the history of the shinobi world. He possessed a unique advantage as a reincarnated individual. Upon his ascension, he had access to invaluable information, akin to a protagonist in a tale of rebirth and vengeance, preemptively eliminating those who would become his adversaries. Danzo emulated Yan Bai's strategies, conducting research on waste management, creating systems for biogas production, and leveraging his abilities to advance agriculture, all while reintegrating Orochimaru to foster technological development. Danzo possessed foresight regarding the trajectory of future conflicts, skillfully addressing the issues wrought by war, thus making significant contributions to Konoha's strength and prosperity. Lord Danzo, we take great pride in you. Lord Danzo, you are our idol. Lord Danzo, you are the greatest Hokage. You are the strongest Hokage. The accolades were ceaseless, yet Danzo knew this was but an illusion. Though he felt joy, the realization that it was an illusion brought him back to reality with the chill of winter lake waters. Ignoring the flowers and applause, Danzo continued his quest for a means to dispel the illusion, yet all efforts proved futile. With no method to escape the illusion, life in this world persisted. Danzo found himself questioning whether this was indeed an illusion or reality, for he could feel the sting of injury and the pangs of hunger. He could sense the wind's caress and the warmth of sunlight. Everything felt so real, it hardly resembled an illusion. Nevertheless, Danzo refrained from losing himself in this experience. He began to develop Konoha while simultaneously testing the authenticity of this world. Thus, Danzo chose the path of marriage and parenthood. To diminish the influence of two ineffectual advisors within the Hokage's council, he sacrificed his desires and wed Tsunade, hoping that after marriage, she would withdraw from the political arena to focus on nurturing their family. This decision only deepened Danzo's suspicions that this was not an illusion, but rather reality. The domestic life with Tsunade felt incredibly vivid. So this was how women were? No wonder Hiruzen and Jiraiya reveled in it. Yet, Danzo ultimately abandoned his quest to break the illusion. He had tried for so long without finding a solution. What troubled him most was that whenever he sought evidence to prove the world was illusory, it would immediately provide him with irrefutable proof of its reality. Tsunade was a strong-willed woman. She refused to become a mere housewife after marriage, unwilling to relinquish her power and status as a Hokage advisor. Thus, Danzo's plan to weaken Tsunade through marriage had failed. He remained undeterred. At the very least, she still leaned towards him during high-level meetings. Shortly after their marriage, Tsunade became pregnant, continuing to work diligently until the birth of Hiroki, after which she entrusted their child to a nanny, insisting on returning to work immediately. Ji Village Toanzo understood that the child Guanyan had become the way he was due to bullying he suffered at the hands of the ninja school during his childhood. Consequently, amidst his myriad responsibilities, he devoted both love and time to his son, Guanyan. The boy was no longer the introverted, chubby child Toanzo had once known. Instead, he had blossomed into a graceful youth who inherited the virtues of his parents. Regrettably, the child possessed no notable ninja talents. Yet, Toanzo bore no resentment. Influenced as he was by Yan Bai's philosophy, which led him to believe that a wealthy civilian life was more fulfilling than the tumultuous existence of a wandering ninja. However, Toanzo was utterly unprepared for the shocking revelation that his wife, Xiaochun, had been unfaithful. The object of her infidelity was none other than his contemporary, Sarutobi Hisashi. Toanzo was beside himself with rage. He had worked diligently for the village of Konoha, striving to ensure that his son did not become a burden, all while finding moments to care for him. Konoha was flourishing, and he had raised his son to be humble, polite, and cultured. Yet, Toanzo harbored a desire to diminish Xiaochun's influence, which ultimately led to a rift in their marriage, driving the lonely and formidable Xiaochun to seek solace in Hisashi's arms. Both of these individuals had been Toanzo's classmates, and the betrayal left him seething with fury. How could you both betray me? What have I done wrong? Toanzo believed himself to be blameless, having never wronged his wife, family, or Konoha, nor Sarutobi Hisashi. Why had events unfolded in such a manner? Chapter 177. Toanzo wept bitterly confronted by Toanzo's accusations. His wife Xiaochun cast a somber gaze upon him and said, "You are so consumed by your work that you fail to appreciate the struggles I face as your wife. You are a good Hokage, but a poor husband. Furthermore, you have deliberately undermined my rights, which I cannot tolerate." Toanzo's anger flared, and in a moment of clarity, he realized, this is a dream, an illusion. Wake up! Wake up! This was not the reality he wished to see. This Jinjutsu had failed. Initially, Toanzo thought he would once again be powerless in his rage. However, as he bellowed, the scene before him shifted to a vortex that represented the activation of the illusion, swirling around him. Just when Toanzo believed he had finally escaped the world of Jinjutsu, he was struck dumb by the scene unfolding before him. He had never missed Yan Bai as acutely as he did today. The surroundings clearly reflected the moment he ascended to the position of Hokage within the illusion. Before he had married, before he had a son, when he was still the most powerful Hokage, sought after by many a maiden. Goodness, Toanzo mused. I've received two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that this is indeed an illusion. The bad news is that I have been reborn. Still mired in the resentment of being cuckolded, Toanzo found himself unable to break free from this illusion. Since he had been granted another chance at life, he resolved to play this game to its conclusion. This time, Toanzo chose not to marry Zhuangqi Xiaochun. He had come to understand that even if they married and had children, Xiaochun would never relinquish her rights. Attempting to diminish her power through marriage would be futile. Marrying her would not only fail to weaken her influence, but would also create an adversary in the form of a wronged wife. Maintaining a distance and remaining classmates, working together as high-ranking members of Konoha, seemed the wiser course. Yet, reflecting on his previous cycle, Toanzo felt a sense of unwillingness. Casting a glance at Sarutobi Hisashi, who wore an endearingly vacant expression, Toanzo suddenly grasped something profound. Whether in reality or in the previous illusion, Hisashi had consistently chosen to marry Biwa Lake. Toanzo mused internally. Hisashi possesses remarkable taste. Biwa Lake is not only attractive, but also possesses traditional values. After marrying and having children, she has diligently managed their household, excelling in her role as a wife and mother. Such a woman is truly worthy of being a good homemaker. Women like Xuanqi Xiaochun were not fit for marriage. They belonged with dependent men. Resolute, Tuanzou decided that since he could not escape the Jinjutsu, he would seize this second chance to marry Biwa Lake. Hizashi, I will exact my vengeance for the betrayal of the previous cycle in this one. Emulating some of Yan Bai's charming mannerisms and speech patterns, Tuanzou easily won Biwa Lake's heart. From that moment on, the future Sarutobi Biwa Lake transformed into Shimura Biwa Lake. In this iteration, Tuanzou determined not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life by focusing solely on his child. Rather, he would balance his busy work life with nurturing his relationship with Biwa Lake. He resolved to leave the upbringing of their child to his wife, while he concentrated on his career and maintaining his wife's affection. Surely, there would be no further missteps this time, would there? However, after many years of marriage, Biwa Lake remained unable to conceive, and only after much effort did she finally give birth to a son. She named the child Asuma, who was thus known as Shimura Asuma. Tuanzou harbored a strong dislike for the name Asuma and contemplated changing it multiple times. Yet, to his astonishment, Biwa Lake firmly rejected his suggestions, chastising him for having promised that all matters concerning their child would be decided by her. Having endured the hardships of pregnancy for 10 long months, she had invested immense thought and care into this child. With this realization, Tuanzou ceased his insistence. After all, it was merely a name. Perhaps, when Biwa Lake was still Sarutobi Biwa Lake, she had chosen the name Sarutobi Asuma, and it had nothing to do with Sarutobi Hizashi. With this in mind, Tuanzou found peace. Names were trivial matters, unworthy of concern. With the experience of his rebirth, Tuanzou once again led the village of Konoha to prosperity. At last, it seemed that he had achieved a harmonious balance of love, career, and family. Yet, perfection remained elusive. Unlike Guangyan from the previous cycle, Shimura Asuma bore none of his parents' virtues, resembling neither Tuanzou nor Biwa Lake. Nevertheless, the fact that this child was born of Biwa Lake, his biological mother, was indisputable. Drawing from his experiences in the previous cycle, Tuanzou became increasingly paranoid. It was then that he noticed the overt intimacy between Biwa Lake and Sarutobi Hizashi. Far too blatant to overlook. Once again, Tuanzou found himself betrayed. Armed with the cunning and experience he had gained in his previous life from outsmarting Xuanqi Xiaochun, he caught Sarutobi Hizashi in the act of infidelity. This time, Tuanzou sat coldly in a chair at the scene of the betrayal, gazing at the two naked figures on the bed. This was not his first encounter with such a sight, yet he felt an inability to adapt. His heart felt cold, and blood surged within him, preventing him from maintaining a calm demeanor. He longed to shout, "How could you betray me?" But the familiarity of the sentiment left him feeling hollow. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. Tuanzou was enveloped in confusion, pondering where he had gone astray. What had he done wrong? Why did Sarutobi Hizashi not betray him when he was Hokage, yet felt entitled to do so now that he held the position himself? Tuanzou remained silent, but the two figures on the bed were clearly terrified. Lake Biwa embraced Sarutobi Hizashi, his face somber. "Danzo, I have failed you. You are exceptional in every way, and I am unworthy of you. I have long desired a child, yet you cannot provide me with one. You are too preoccupied to comprehend my suffering. It was only after encountering him that I realized my love lay with him. Forgive me, Asuma is not your son. He should be called Sarutobi Asuma." At that moment, Shimura Danzo found himself devoid of the desire to berate Lake Biwa or Sarutobi Hizashi, for he understood that this was an illusion, a vivid and authentic illusion. He could not suppress the tumult within him as he recalled the curiosity that had led him into this realm years prior, intrigued by the transformation of Uchiha Shursui, perplexed as to why a seemingly fine man wept incessantly. Now, Danzo comprehended. Do men bleed without shedding tears? How can one dispel an illusion without tears? So that was it. With a sharp exhalation, Danzo expelled a mouthful of blood, tears streaming uncontrollably. As the tears flowed, he noticed everything around him melting. The room, the bed, and the couple upon it dissolved without a sound. The air turned frigid, and the scent of red tea lingered, revealing a beautiful disciple before him, smiling. The illusion had been lifted. The old man had finally returned. Danzo reflected on this moment, then burst into a loud wail, sobbing profoundly. Chapter 178. Uchiha Hikaru emerging from the illusion, Danzo no longer exchanged a word with Yan Bai. He could only weep. Indeed, within that illusory space, he beheld the scenes he yearned for most: his departed mentor, his ascension to Hokage, the accolades he had achieved, the flourishing Hidden Leaf Village, and the opulent commercial empire he had built. Yet, with these accomplishments came profound losses: his family, his wife, and Hikaru, his beloved child, who became a casualty of parental political strife. Despite having gained so much, his heart was torn asunder. This anguish felt more excruciating than any physical pain. Why did it hurt so terribly? The heartache was inescapable. That child was but a figment. He indeed lacked the aptitude and fortune to become Hokage. He had sensed this long ago, and even now, Danzo was acutely aware that he merely did not wish to deny his dreams. Yan Bai's actions seemed to urge him to confront reality. Danzo buried his face in his hands, listening to the sound of his own weeping, aware that he resembled a fool. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and even as he clumsily attempted to wipe them away, he could not cease. Yan Bai silently observed Danzo, quietly preparing fresh tea, replacing the cold cup before him. Danzo had much to express, yet found himself incapable of articulating his thoughts to Yan Bai. Perhaps this was the outcome Yan Bai desired? Danzo mused, noting how his nominal disciple remained as beautiful as ever, exuding an air of nonchalance, delighting in the manipulation of others' emotions. Yan Bai, ever the smiling observer, remained untouched by tears, while others wept profusely. Danzo chastised himself for his foolishness, having suffered numerous lessons yet failing to glean wisdom from them. Enough was enough, he resolved. As he watched the despondent Danzo depart, Yan Bai stood at the door alongside Reina, bowing slightly as Danzo leaned on his cane and walked away, gradually disappearing into the morning mist. The gentle smile on Yan Bai's face resembled a fractured mask. He averted his gaze and softly spoke, "Reina, let Hikaru begin singing that song from today onward." Reina lifted her eyes, not questioning the reason, and nodded obediently, saying, "Yes, I shall find him immediately." Though Danzo had said nothing, it was Yan Bai who had orchestrated the illusion. The narrative may have been somewhat melodramatic, yet he had endeavored to capture all the critical elements. A faint smile graced Yan Bai's lips. The game was far from over. Once the hot spring village began to flourish, Yan Bai turned his attention to all the children with unconventional interests, among whom he discovered one remarkable child. This child, an orphan from the Uchiha clan, possessed excellent genes and a striking appearance, coupled with an extraordinary talent for language. Most importantly, a hint of Danzo's youthful visage and a semblance to Tsunade's Karin were evident. This child was more handsome than Danzo, yet possessed a beauty that surpassed Tsunade's Karin. Though not an exact likeness to either Danzo or Tsunade's Karin, a slight resemblance sufficed. He was Yan Bai's chosen one. This child was named Uchiha Kanon. Thus, Yan Bai, through Uchiha Itachi, connected with Uchiha Kanon, personally instructing him in Russian and some English, grooming him to become a pillar of the hot spring village. Uchiha Kanon possessed a voice as pure as a celestial being, his linguistic talent accompanied by an unparalleled gift for singing. Long ago, Yan Bai had gathered the singing children of the Hidden Leaf Village, encouraging them to sing daily at fixed times in the hot spring village. Perched upon high ground, the angelic voices of the children brought joy to the guests. Uchiha Kanon was among these gifted singers. When Tsunade's son, Tsunade Hikaru, passed away, Yan Bai had Kanon change his name to Uchiha Hikaru. Now, after many years of solitude, Uchiha Hikaru was finally to be graced with the affection of a loving father. Yan Bai returned to his residence, speaking to himself with a serene demeanor. "I merely sought to ensure my mentor finds happiness, to spare him the loneliness of old age. I also wish to restore a father's love to a child who has lost both parents, despite my mentor's past misdeeds. Am I not benevolent?" Danzo wandered aimlessly through the Hidden Leaf Village. After leaving Yan Bai's home, he did not return to the root base, but instead meandered within the village. Many years ago, the streets were vibrant, yet following the establishment of the hot spring village, they had gradually declined, becoming merely residential areas rather than bustling thoroughfares. The hot spring village thrived, evolving into a sanctuary for tourism and commerce. Walking through this tranquil environment in the early morning, both body and soul felt renewed. Danzo sensed his heart had endured sufficient pain. He was lost, feeling remiss as the leader of Root, the dark underbelly of the Hidden Leaf, yet unable to relinquish his sorrow. If only he could cast aside this anguish, perhaps his heart would find solace. Yet, he stubbornly clung to it. At that moment, Danzo suddenly felt an understanding of Uchiha Shursui. This hardship was something only they, the solitary souls, could truly comprehend, devoid of comfort from others. Unintentionally, he found himself drawn to the hot spring village. Danzo pondered why he felt so unfocused today, attributing it to that absurd illusion. The feelings are genuine. A surreal tale filled with absurdity and heartbreak. Is everything merely an illusion? Why can he not let go? Shimura Tozo pondered deeply, questioning why he could not relinquish it. It was merely a dream to forsake, to set it aside and depart, akin to laying a bouquet upon a teacher's grave. The daily melodious sounds of the hot spring village resonated from afar. Shimura Tozo reflected on this. The enchanting melodies were a trick employed by Yan Bai to attract visitors to the hot spring village. Like the celestial voices of children from Konoha, accompanied by the enchanting music from another realm, they offered passers-by a refreshing auditory experience. In this shinobi world, such a delight was exclusive. To hear it, one had to pay to stay in Konoha. However, as Shimura Tozo drew closer to the hot spring village, the song became increasingly distinct. Upon hearing it, his expression shifted dramatically. He leaned on his cane, but suddenly quickened his pace toward the source of that song. Chapter 179. My Hikaru, why? Why does this song exist in the hot spring village? Why? If he merely took a stroll through the familiar yet strange Konoha, everything would dissipate. The bouquet Yan Bai gifted him, he clutched tightly, a bouquet that was both his first and last. If he were to release that bouquet, he would attain complete liberation. Yet, why? This song was unlike any he had heard before, its uplifting melody evidently foreign to the hot spring village until now. As Shimura Tozo listened, his once lonely heart inexplicably found solace. He realized this was yet another of Yan Bai's tricks. He could not escape Yan Bai's clutches, that wretched disciple. Despite his intent to cast it aside, he found himself unable to do so. Childish, heartless, yet so beautiful, the song echoed from the hot spring village. A profound whisper from a child. Shimura Tozo quickened his steps. Indeed, it was that song. Indeed, within the illusion, it was the lyrics crafted by his beloved son, Hikaru. We are not suited. Mere words cannot encapsulate it. The child had once said this song was sung for his father and mother. A subtle hint regarding his mother's infidelity. The lyrics hinted at a devoted father and a domineering mother. A harrowing love story revealing the father's image in the eyes of a strong mother. If only spoken, progress would ensue. Father, you and mother are wholly mismatched. It is not merely a clash of personalities, but a vast chasm in ideologies and values. Material, money, love, sweet nothings. Father, your marriage with mother is riddled with political undertones, a complete partnership of interests. Tired of your self-assertion, why do you cause trouble everywhere? Father, mother despises your suppression of her rights. Hikaru, with his talent, composed this piece, articulating line after line, imparting messages with each phrase. The child merely wished to convey to Shimura Tozo, Father, since you are incompatible, do not force it. Mother loathes you. Deeply, profoundly. When a strong woman relinquishes her love, you shall face a tempest of retribution. As Shimura Tozo absorbed the poignant song, his thoughts drifted further. What more do you desire? I detest this about you. Enough. I have grown weary of your words. I desire power, not love. I have had my fill. Wishing for your love, yet question why. If it is merely a game, then let it be simpler. Do not cause a scene during serious negotiations. How many times must you utter those insincere words? Regardless, whether it is the long-anticipated destined conclusion or your veiled expressions, I have deemed your vexing sweet nothings forbidden. I loathe those indirect conversations. Please respond to my inquiries with brevity. I am lost. If you cannot reciprocate, then ignore me. It is better to leave than to waver. Treat the crucial parts as mere whispers. If you seek comfort, you ought to trust me, don't you? Just as one needs an umbrella in the rain. Come, let us harm each other. Once lost, it cannot return. Inhale, exhale, repeat endlessly. Thus, even if it is so, it matters not. My heart is in torment. I have had enough. Speaking contradictorily during serious discussions, those unexpectedly heavy lies, and your bureaucratic rhetoric, I have deemed them all forbidden, akin to your sweet nothings. It is time to cast aside those habits that unsettle you. Today is also a rainy day. Do not take an umbrella. Let us return home drenched. The song grew nearer, the melody clearer. Though it was not the deep voice of a grown Hikaru from the illusion, but rather the unchanged voice of a child. Shimura Tozo felt a familiar sensation. Despite the vast difference in timbre from Hikaru in his youth, the tone, the rhythm, and the manner of singing were strikingly similar, eerily reminiscent of Hikaru. As he drew closer, Shimura Tozo's breath quickened, and his steps gradually slowed. He was filled with fear. Was it truly his child, Shimura Hikaru? How could this be? Was he not a mere apparition? How could he manifest in reality? How could he appear in this world? Shimura Tozo gritted his teeth, cursing Yan Bai in his heart for being despicable and cruel. How could he treat him this way? How could he be so merciless? He had offered hope only to snatch it away. Just as he began to accept the disheartening reality, hope reemerged. This relentless cycle seemed intent on driving him to despair. Though he understood this was Yan Bai's scheme, Shimura Tozo could not resist the pull to draw closer. At this moment, a tinge of regret lingered within him. During his initial experience in the illusion, he had firmly believed it to be just that and actively sought ways to escape. Unable to find a remedy, he gradually felt that this was the true reality. Shimura Tozo abandoned his search for a solution, resigning himself to the flow, weary. Yet, during that cycle, as the line between reality and illusion blurred, his feelings for Shimura Hikaru remained genuine. The more he invested, the greater his hatred grew. The more he sacrificed, the stronger his unwillingness became. The more he gave, the harder it was to let go. Even knowing it was false, he could not help but yearn for it. Yan Bai truly was a dutiful disciple, was he not? Presenting Hikaru to him, from dream to reality. Hikaru was a good child, always had been. Approaching the crowd, he gazed longingly at the children on stage, observing the confident lead singer with the same features, voice, and mannerisms as young Hikaru. Shimura Tozo felt a chill wash over him, and before he knew it, uncontrollable tears streamed down his face once more. Unforgivable, irredeemable, the noise was unbearable. Why was it unforgivable? What irretrievable mistake had Yan Bai committed? Trichen Tong reminisced about the words spoken to him long ago by Yan Bai. People are utterly unaware of what they truly desire. My purpose is simply to create things and deliver them into the hands of the people, transforming their needs from non-existent to indispensable. How infuriating. Before accepting Yan Bai's illusion, Trichen Tunsang had lived his life unmarried and childless. Yan Bai fulfilled his dream of becoming Hokage, and within the illusion, he experienced marriage and parenthood, decisions that were undeniably his own. Unrelated to Yan Bai, but were they truly unrelated? His inner obsession was to become Hokage, yet what followed? The people yearned for their esteemed Hokage to have a blissful family, for the Hokage is a role model. Thus, Trichen Tunsang married and had children, even after considering numerous factors. He ventured into a realm he had never explored in reality. Yan Bai handed him the concepts of family and responsibility, manifesting a child that had previously existed only in the realm of imagination, transforming Trichen Tunsang from someone who never needed a child into someone who could not envision life without that obedient, remarkable child. Trichen Tunsang forced a bitter smile and, with unyielding determination, turned to a passerby who was also admiring the singing youths and softly inquired, "What is the name of that child singing up there?" The passerby, smiling, replied, "That child is named Hikaru Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Trichen Tunsang's pupils constricted slightly. Uchiha clan. He gazed longingly at the child on stage, filled with pride. Yet he fully grasped Yan Bai's intent. Was he being persuaded to cease his antagonism toward the Uchiha? It was too much. Yet, why could he not stop the tears from flowing? Trichen Tunsang stared blankly at the child still singing on stage, and tears streamed forth once more. Chapter 180. Shadows of Betrayal. Leisurely passing the morning, Yan Bai stood atop his office roof, enjoying the melodic performances of the Uchiha children alongside Itachi Uchiha. Itachi had only recently arrived, having been assigned a peculiar task by Yan Bai. As they both gazed toward the distant stage, Itachi spoke in a calm voice. "Yan Bai, as per your instructions, I have signed a 1-year delivery contract with Asuma Saratobi." "Oh, well done, Itachi," Yan Bai replied with a warm smile. Itachi furrowed his brow, pondering. Why did you suddenly think of switching to Asuma Saratobi? He raised the price, and the previous ninja was quite capable. Yan Bai chuckled softly. "It's nothing, after all. I had past grievances with Asuma Saratobi. A pleasant collaboration could mend our relationship, don't you think?" Itachi cast a discerning glance at Yan Bai, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. However, since Yan Bai was unwilling to divulge reasons, Itachi refrained from pressing further. He knew Yan Bai must have undisclosed motives. For quite some time, Yan Bai had consistently sent fresh flowers and fruits to Druthanantang. Due to his busy schedule, he typically hired ninjas at the Konoha Mission Hall to deliver these items. Later, as the Hot Springs village flourished, the delivery system became streamlined, and Yan Bai no longer needed to go through the Konoha Mission Hall, allowing him to arrange for gifts to be sent directly from his office in Hot Springs Village. At that time, Yan Bai explained that Zhang was a solitary elder. Despite appearing strong as a disciple, Yan Bai felt it was his duty to ensure he experienced the familial warmth that a student could provide. Flowers and fresh fruits posed no danger and were not particularly costly. They were merely tokens of goodwill. Drichin Tansang had grown accustomed to this, and whether or not he consumed the gifts was entirely his choice. However, Yan Bai's ostentatious way of gifting garnered praise from the villagers of Konoha. Everyone had become accustomed to Yan Bai's generosity toward his teacher, so it appeared entirely natural and reasonable for him to employ a regular delivery person. Yet Itachi, who had always been by Yan Bai's side, noticed something amiss. Regardless of who delivered the gifts, why must it be Asuma Sarutobi? Moreover, when he raised the question, Itachi observed that particular smile on Yan Bai's face. For a moment, he was uncertain about who was truly being pranked this time, Asuma Sarutobi, Kyung-ah, or perhaps both were targets of Yan Bai's machinations. To have both fish and bear's paw, achieving a win-win situation, was precisely the state Yan Bai often sought. Furthermore, Yan Bai instructed Asuma Sarutobi to personally deliver the items to Drichin Tansang, conveying the message, "Father, I've come to see you again. Please accept this gift." Of course, this was standard protocol. Previous delivery ninjas had conveyed similar messages to Drichin, and he had likely grown accustomed to it. The phrase held no particular significance. However, the fact that Asuma Sarutobi was the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen made Itachi find it exceedingly peculiar that he should relay such words to Jang. What puzzled Itachi most was how Yan Bai believed that merely having Asuma Sarutobi deliver a meal or package could yield any meaningful impact. Little did Itachi know that the wounds of the flesh pale in comparison to the torment of the spirit. This was a scenario Yan Bai had contemplated after researching Uchiha Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi. Aside from utilizing Kotoame Tsukumi, could other illusions also alter a person's will? Yan Bai was deeply intrigued by Drichin Tansang's seemingly resolute conviction. Drichin Tansang, an NPC that could never be redeemed in any version, was one of the most reviled and often fatalistic figures in the game. An NPC who claimed everything was for the sake of Konoha. An NPC who identified as the dark side of Konoha. In the face of current circumstances, how steadfast could his will be? Could Drichin Tansang continue to traverse the path of his predetermined fate without faltering? Could he still ruthlessly eliminate the Uchiha clan? Could he comfortably adorn his arm with the eyes of the Uchiha? Today, Hikaru Uchiha would serve as the redemption of Drichin Tansang's soul. Today, Asuma Sarutobi would cast an unspoken shadow. The shadow of betrayal by a classmate. The beloved son of the Uchiha clan, intertwined with the resentful offspring of the Hokage? Even though the Asuma Sarutobi of reality was merely the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Bawako, having no connection to Jang, memories are not so easily erased. Suppressing his shadows and stifling the anguish of being unable to confront the Sarutobi father and son, how much longer could Yang endure? Surely, he must feel immense regret now. Yan Bai mused delightfully, recalling how Jang had once confidently declared that due to his age and experience in politics, unlike the naive Uchiha Shirsue, he would not weep upon exiting the illusion, despite the harshness of reality. Reality always seems to deliver a fatal blow to Drichin Tansang. With a smile on his face, Yan Bai slowly descended from the rooftop, humming a gentle tune as he commenced a new day of work. Itachi, unable to fathom the situation with Asuma Sarutobi, resolved to set it aside for now, deciding to address any issues that arose when they occurred. Thus, lost in thought, Itachi followed Yan Bai into the office, preoccupied with his busy schedule, leaving no room to waste on trivial matters. On the other side, the children's stage performance continued. The melody shifted, ushering in a new song. With Uchiha Hikaru as the lead vocalist. How many losses must one endure? The fervent heartbeat within shall be embraced. My yearning for you makes tears flow like a fountain. All of this is the key to connecting with the future. Feeling the bonds within this crumbling body, I vow once more to protect you. If one fears death, there shall be no future. I live solely to safeguard. I wish to express but one thought. My love for you remains unwavering until death. All of this is to return to your side. The anxious and suffering heart is already filled with benevolent lies and cries. Shizune Danzo stood in a daze, staring blankly at the child on stage, singing with a powerful voice and tone. Is all of this truly to return to him? Yan Bai, you scoundrel! Shizune Danzo silently roared within, unable to stop the tears that blurred his vision. He was not such a fragile person, no. This bond is a fabrication, forced upon him by Yan Bai, which he must sever himself. He is the dark root of Konoha, and he shall never compromise. With such thoughts, Shizune Danzo closed his eyes, resolutely turned away, and departed this place, step by step, beneath the resonating song that shook his very soul. Chapter 181. What did Shizune discover? On the misty rooftops of the hot spring village, numerous ninjas gathered atop various buildings to bask in the healing sounds of the morning, eager to listen to the children's soothing voices and cleanse their restless souls. Among them was Uchiha Shursui, dressed in the hot spring village's yukata, blending into the crowd inconspicuously. As he listened to the morning music, Uchiha Shursui keenly spotted Shizune Danzo, tear-streaked and reminiscent of his former self. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow. After decades of cyclical trials, his attitude towards Shizune Danzo was far from friendly, and he knew everything about him, including the possibility that the Sharingan of his ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, resided within Shizune Danzo. Due to various objective factors, Uchiha Shursui could not directly confront Shizune Danzo to verify the information he possessed. However, through indirect evidence, he could infer a semblance of the truth. Having stabilized the unsettling factors within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui began to investigate the sordid affairs of the root. With purpose and leads, he acted swiftly. However, upon witnessing Shizune Danzo's state today, a youthful and gentle smile from a certain boy flashed through his mind. Surely, Yan Bai had done something to Shizune Danzo, or perhaps Yan Bai had simulated a life for Shizune Danzo that diverged from his current existence. Why such speculation? Because Uchiha Shursui distinctly remembered that in all the simulated lives he had experienced, he had encountered the ruthless, sinister, and vile Shizune Danzo. Yet never had he seen the fragile, weeping child that stood before him now. What had transpired? Uchiha Shursui murmured, lifting his gaze towards the boy on stage, who had finished today's performance and was bowing to the audience. The children on that stage seemed to all belong to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui's brows furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he hesitantly remarked, "Perhaps I should simply ask him directly." With that thought, Uchiha Shursui suddenly turned and sprinted towards Yan Bai's office. Having experienced the simulated destruction of his clan, Uchiha Shursui had recently hung a portrait of the Uchiha elder on the wall, his gaze no longer exuding the righteousness of his former self, but rather a shadowy countenance. Uchiha Shursui's demeanor had begun to shift, and he found himself weeping at the slightest provocation, causing the members of the Uchiha clan to avoid him, fearing his emotional outbursts. Now more isolated than ever, Uchiha Shursui returned to Yan Bai's office, knocking on the door as usual. Upon receiving permission from within, he entered. Uchiha Itachi was once again inspecting the clan's affairs, leaving only Yan Bai in the office, engrossed in reviewing documents. "Ah, Shursui, good morning. What brings you here?" Yan Bai greeted with a gentle smile. Gazing at Yan Bai's warm expression, Uchiha Shursui felt his eyes redden once more, recalling the endless fate of his clan's annihilation. Unlike before, Uchiha Shursui did not beat around the bush. He entered and locked the door behind him, flatly asking, "Yan Bai, what have you done to Shizune Danzo?" Without looking up, Yan Bai casually replied, "Oh, early this morning. The teacher came to my home, inquiring about the method I used to turn you into someone who cries easily. He simply cannot believe that he too is capable of such tears. Is that why?" Uchiha Shursui sighed. "Because some time ago, I provided you with a list of elders from the Uchiha clan suffering from mental issues, allowing you to make decisions, which angered him." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai's movements faltered for a moment, before he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have done much for him over the years. He knows of my good relationship with you all, and still resorts to such divisive tactics. Even if I comply with his requests, I shall not allow him to simply carry on as if nothing has happened. I am quite a petty and willful man." Uchiha Shursui frowned, forcing a bitter smile. "I see." As they spoke, Yan Bai set aside the documents and turned to face Uchiha Shursui. "You likely did not come solely to inquire about the teacher, did you? Do not be so troubled. You may speak freely." Uchiha Shursui slowly raised his head to meet Yan Bai's gaze. Yan Bai smiled, his usual commercial demeanor intact, yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Uchiha Shursui felt an inexplicable fear, unable to affirm or deny anything. Even the simple act of swallowing felt daunting, as if any movement would be magnified and detected by Yan Bai. "You are afraid of me, Shursui," Yan Bai stated with certainty, rising from his seat. "To alleviate your anxiety, why not accompany me for a walk?" Yan Bai flashed another smile, as though nothing had occurred moments prior. He circled around the desk and approached Uchiha Shursui, nodding in acknowledgement before stepping forward. With Yan Bai's back turned to him, Uchiha Shursui felt liberated from Yan Bai's gaze. His knees weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Before Yan Bai's line of sight departed, Uchiha Shursui dared not move a single hair. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Shursui followed Yan Bai out of the office, stepping into the bustling streets. The vibrant surroundings and warm daily life offered Uchiha Shursui a semblance of safety. He walked almost shoulder to shoulder with Yan Bai, yet always dared to lag just behind. "Yan Bai, you once told me, sometimes, living in ignorance and dying according to one's own wishes can bring greater happiness. Is that not so?" Uchiha Shursui spoke softly. Yan Bai paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning to inquire, "Have you discovered something?" Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback, finally managing to utter a single word, "Yes." Yan Bai, with an expression of keen interest, responded, "Oh, do elaborate, perhaps I can assist you." Uchiha Shursui hesitated, voicing his concern. "Is it appropriate to discuss such matters in the busiest part of the street?" Upon hearing this, Yan Bai merely stood still, gazing at Uchiha Shursui. He slightly raised his hand, initiating the back-end process, selecting edit. After a series of operations, the surrounding environment came to a halt, as if transitioning from a three-dimensional realm to a two-dimensional tableau. In this altered scene, only Yan Bai and Uchiha Shursui remained animated. This transformation caused Uchiha Shursui to break into a cold sweat, which rapidly chilled against his skin. He attempted to clear his mind entirely, lest confusion overwhelm him further. Yan Bai gently encouraged, "You may speak now, Shursui." For a moment, Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss for words. Yan Bai's demeanor seemed almost mocking. After a lengthy pause, Uchiha Shursui mustered the courage to say, "I have reincarnated dozens of times in the illusion you created for me. If what transpired within is indeed real, then this year, if I survive, I may end up like Hinata Hizashi, correct?" Chapter 182. Shursui. "You must be tired." Yan Bai looked at Uchiha Shursui with astonishment, asking, "What happened to Hinata Hizashi?" Several years prior, after the incident in the Land of Clouds, when he rescued Hinata Hizashi, Yan Bai had hardly given the matter a second thought, allowing it to drift into the realm of forgetfulness. Had it not been for Uchiha Shursui's mention, Yan Bai might have entirely forgotten about Hinata Hizashi. Uchiha Shursui, struggling to articulate, confessed, "He died just yesterday. Unlike my experiences in the illusion, where he perished in the events surrounding the Land of Clouds, he survived here, because of you. Yet now he is still dead." Yan Bai appeared bemused, stating, "Everyone must face death eventually. Even if Hinata Hizashi had not succumbed to the incident in the Land of Clouds, he would have met his end under other circumstances. Is that not a natural course?" "No, Yan Bai," Uchiha Shursui replied in a subdued tone. "Since the incident in the Land of Clouds, Hinata Hizashi faded from the public eye, forced into seclusion." "Oh," Yan Bai feigned indifference. However, Uchiha Shursui, with a troubled expression, recounted how Hinata Hizashi, who should have perished in the grand incident, had instead narrowly escaped death. It was as if he had offended fate itself. Though he never uttered anything offensive, he easily drew the ire of others. Furthermore, Hinata Hizashi was perpetually unlucky, frequently falling into deep pits, only to emerge with severed arteries. Even drinking water became a perilous endeavor. His misfortunes were so profound that even the most mundane occurrences could spell his doom, as if a grim specter followed him relentlessly. Just yesterday, in a fit of melancholy, Hinata Hizashi ventured alone to fish by the river adjacent to Konoha village, inadvertently caught in the crossfire of sparring ninjas. Though their training had not aimed at him, the ensuing chaos sent debris crashing onto his carotid artery. While this incident did not claim his life, the two ninjas, realizing their blunder, rushed to provide aid, and he did not perish then. However, out of guilt, they invited him to dinner as an apology. Tragically, while consuming octopus sashimi, he choked on a suction cup and suffocated, a most absurd fate. Had Hinata Hizashi died during the Land of Clouds incident, he might have garnered some recognition. People would remember his name, and even if they did not, His name would be recorded in the annals of Konoha's significant events. But now, the narrative was different. Surviving the Land of Clouds incident, he remained largely unknown, and his family, in a desperate bid to protect him from further misfortunes, found themselves shunned even by distant relatives. Due to his ill fortune, Hinata Hisashi was compelled to withdraw from society, and over time, his family relied on their ancestral business for sustenance. This version of Hinata Niji, though not deprived of paternal affection in his youth, lived a life far more dismal than that of his deceased father. In the original tale, Hinata Hisashi's death had prompted the main family to care for Hinata Niji, yet with Hisashi still alive, the main family's regard remained unchanged, and the bonds of gratitude faded, along with the resources for training. Uchiha Shursui meticulously observed every detail during each reincarnation simulation. He did not merely focus on information pertaining to himself. He was vigilant about all information available for collection. In that simulated life of clan extermination, he discovered that in every cycle, Hinata Hisashi was dead, living only in the memories of others. With each subsequent rebirth, Uchiha Shursui endeavored to save himself. Yet he found his circumstances eerily reminiscent of the current Hinata Hisashi's plight. Survival was excruciatingly arduous. Even the simplest acts of eating and drinking posed grave risks to his life, leaving him in a state of perpetual anxiety. Now, Uchiha Shursui comprehended that he was meant to perish this year. He had defied fate and survived, yet this meant he would endure all that Hinata Hisashi had faced. Rather than live in such agony, it seemed preferable to simply embrace death. Uchiha Shursui conveyed his concerns to Yan Bai, expressing that after dozens of reincarnations in the simulated life of clan extermination, he had lost all motivation to continue living. Yan Bai did not mock Uchiha Shursui for the fear evident in his words. Instead, he expressed concern, asking, "Shursui, you must be weary, yes?" Uchiha Shursui's body tensed, uncertain if revealing his discoveries to Yan Bai would precipitate his own downfall. In truth, he sought the motivation to live, wishing to gamble on a chance, either to derive meaning from Yan Bai or to quietly fade away at his hands. Yan Bai gestured strangely in the void. Uchiha Shursui could not decipher the meaning behind the gesture, yet such actions were common for Yan Bai, leading him to interpret it as a peculiar sign of Yan Bai forming a seal. When Yan Bai ceased his movements, the surrounding scenery sprang back to life. With a smile, Yan Bai regarded Uchiha Shursui, pleased that he had chosen to confide in him. "So, you are here seeking my assistance, are you?" Uchiha Shursui nodded apprehensively. Yan Bai turned and began to walk back, speaking as he went. "I can offer you an opportunity, Shursui. Initially, I had intended to approach Orochimaru, yet he steadfastly refused to meet with me, so I abandoned that course." "An opportunity?" Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow. "Yes," Yan Bai replied leisurely, "a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." From that moment onward, silence enveloped them as they walked together. Yan Bai led Uchiha Shursui back to his office, where Uchiha Itachi had yet to return. After closing the door, Yan Bai stated coolly, "Since you have sought me out, you must understand that I am not an ordinary person, correct?" Uchiha Shursui's voice trembled as he began. "You are." Before he could finish, Yan Bai made a gesture for silence. "I wish to avoid any awkward conversations. Let me be direct. You may sign a contract with me and assist me in my endeavors, akin to the other employees in the Hot Springs village." Uchiha Shursui felt a slight sense of relief. In Konoha village, nearly all civilians had entered into contracts with Yan Bai, leading to an improvement in their quality of life. However, what Uchiha Shursui did not anticipate was Yan Bai's subsequent words. "Upon signing this contract, you shall depart from this world. Once you are detached from this realm, the world will deem you deceased, and the harrowing specter of death will no longer pursue you." Observing Uchiha Shursui's increasingly pallid complexion, Yan Bai smiled and added, "Of course, I would not allow you to truly perish. Rather, I shall merely facilitate your death-like escape. Afterward, I shall assign you tasks that I require to be fulfilled. However, prior to the signing of this contract, I hope you will bid farewell to Itachi according to my wishes." Chapter 183, Which is the Illusion? A throbbing headache and a sense of fatigue gnawed at his nerves. This sensation often led to a morning irritability upon awakening. "Itachi, are you all right? It's quite late. You might miss school." His mother's voice echoed in his ears, and Uchiha Itachi abruptly sat up from the tatami mat. The sound of the sliding door opening reached his ears, followed by a tall shadow enveloping him. Uchiha Itachi raised his gaze. and what met his eyes was an image of his mother resembling her appearance from years past. "What is the matter, Itachi? You look unwell. Did you stay up too late last night?" Uchiha Mikoto cautiously squatted down, placing her hand on Itachi's forehead. With a stoic expression, Uchiha Itachi regarded his mother, who appeared significantly younger, his gaze fixating on her noticeably rounded belly. Is mother pregnant again? When did this happen? How could her belly have grown so large overnight? At this rate, it seems she is due to give birth any day now. According to the usual gestation period, such a rapid change was utterly impossible. No, Uchiha Itachi silently raised his hands. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly, his hands appeared smaller, and the emblem of the hot spring village he had tattooed for Yan Bai was gone. Faced with this peculiar environment and extraordinary scene, Uchiha Itachi remained composed, as years of self-discipline had instilled in him the ability to maintain calm under any circumstance. Anxiety and fear would not resolve problems, they would only complicate matters. Feeling a wave of weariness, he gently pressed his forehead and spoke softly. "Mother, I feel rather unwell. May I sleep a little longer?" Then, he suddenly added, "Can I skip school today?" Mikoto seemed unconvinced, yet her concern was evident as she responded, "Itachi, if you're feeling unwell, do not force yourself. You need not worry about school, I will inform them of your absence." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and slightly narrowed his eyes. Realizing that he had indeed not misheard, his mother had mentioned that he might be late for school. Had he not already graduated? No. Since he had reverted to his younger self, he had not yet completed his studies. The current situation indicated that he had been reborn, yet to graduate, and his younger brother Sasuke had yet to be born. Was this truly Yan Bai's sinister illusion? Throughout Konoha, besides Yan Bai, Itachi could not fathom who else would orchestrate such a terrifying scenario. Thus, Yan Bai's intention to revert him to the age of 5 must carry a veiled implication. Or perhaps Yan Bai wished for him to experience a life akin to Shusui's, one marked by the simulation of familial annihilation. After awakening from countless cycles of simulated existence, Shursui had not concealed from Itachi the grim realities he had witnessed within the illusion. It was a world devoid of Yan Bai, a harsh world, a ruthless Konoha, and the cruel nature of humanity. Returning to his bedding, Uchiha Itachi stared at the ceiling, murmuring expressionlessly, "A simulated rebirth? Starting from zero? What purpose does this serve?" Before long, he began to rise and tidy his surroundings. Everything in the house felt achingly familiar, reminiscent of years gone by. Exiting his home, Uchiha Itachi beheld scenes from years past, a time before Yan Bai had transformed Konoha. Subsequently, Itachi seamlessly resumed his daily routine. His father remained as stern as ever, while the Uchiha clan members displayed a warm camaraderie amongst themselves but maintained a distant demeanor towards the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, the activities of the root organization persisted unchanged. Their relations with the Konoha police department strained, and the upper echelons of Konoha exhibited a vague attitude. These were matters that the young Uchiha Itachi could not comprehend years ago, yet now, it was different. Any slight indication would immediately lead Itachi to the underlying truth. In this world, Yan Bai was absent. Yet, whether it was the whisper of the wind or the gnawing pangs of hunger, all felt strikingly real. As time passed, Itachi found himself increasingly uncertain if Yan Bai was merely a beautiful dream or if this world was his nightmare. The knowledge of quicklime igniting, the combustible nature of flour leading to explosions, these truths still manifested in this realm, and Itachi silently tested all that he had learned. The villagers of Konoha differed from those of the other world, and even the menu of the ramen shop run by the elderly man had changed. With his prior training experience, Itachi found that both his cultivation and studies required little time. Now, he was akin to Uchiha Shursui, who had fallen into a cycle, activating the button of rebirth. Even without Yan Bai, Itachi was capable of standing on his own, yet he lacked the overwhelming strength that Yan Bai possessed. Uchiha Itachi did not have sufficient funds, and thus, establishing a hot spring village proved challenging. Nevertheless, creating a septic system for his family was feasible, for he had loving parents, albeit that was the extent of his resources. As a member of the Uchiha clan, aside from dutifully attending the ninja academy, any other suggestions or opinions were unlikely to be heeded by Konoha's upper echelons. Just as Yan Bai had remarked, the higher-ups of Konoha were akin to a group of paranoid old villains. No matter the proposal, it would be met with refusal. To carve out an independent path, one first needed the strength to intimidate them and subsequently achieve financial autonomy, amassing sufficient wealth. Uchiha Itachi was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He chose not to emulate Yan Bai, for various objective factors rendered it impossible. Setting aside the upper echelons of Konoha, his father was a monumental obstacle in his path. Gradually, Uchiha Itachi began to grasp the sense of powerlessness that Uchiha Shisui had once articulated. Attempting to control the hearts of others proved an arduous task, for one could only ever speculate on another's thoughts, and people often behaved in illogical ways. Itachi chose not to apply for early graduation. Instead, he opted to spend time at the academy, utilizing shadow clones to meet the school's attendance requirements while dedicating the saved time to other pursuits. Foolish clan members, the irritable Konoha elite, and a brother akin to Shisui. Subsequently, the Ninetales incident re-emerged, igniting the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi knew the identity of the masked man, yet in his youth, he could not reveal what he knew. Even if others might believe him, the masked man would undoubtedly pursue him at the first opportunity. The longer he remained in this world, the more Uchiha Itachi struggled to ascertain its authenticity. Perhaps this was the true world, or perhaps it was a fabrication. However, without certainty, he could not act recklessly. Yet, this cautious approach bred a prolonged sense of oppression and melancholy. Chapter 184. Shisui's Foolish Remarks. Even though Uchiha Itachi wished to delay his graduation and avoid joining the Yambu, he found himself compelled by his father, Uchiha Fugaku, to graduate ahead of schedule. In truth, Uchiha Itachi's prowess was not lacking. However, Uchiha Fugaku concealed his own strength. Ultimately, in a situation of unequal intelligence, Itachi was suppressed by his father's force and compelled to acquiesce, reluctantly joining the Yambu, becoming the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, Itachi realized he had become the three-faced spy that Uchiha Shisui once spoke of. He felt the suffocating machinations of Konoha, leading him into a deep melancholy. Each day, Itachi pondered two questions. First, if this were an illusion, what must he do to awaken from it? Second, if the world where Yan Bai appeared were the true dream, how could he effectively apply what he had learned to prevent reaching the tragic night of the clan's demise? What Itachi did not foresee was that before the fateful night could arrive, he would be confronted with Shisui's death. Despite having heard countless accounts of Shisui's demise, this time it was all too real. The whispers of the wind in the forest and Shisui's last words echoed in Itachi's mind, attempting to disturb his thoughts. Before him lay a precipice, the trees became sparse, and the view widened. In that fleeting moment, Itachi felt disoriented by the scene that seemed both familiar and devoid of memory. This was the site of Uchiha Shisui's suicide. In a state of turmoil, Itachi outwardly maintained his composure, urging Shisui not to take his life. However, Shisui insisted that if the Uchiha clan learned of his assault, the tensions that had accumulated over time would erupt immediately. Itachi countered that even if the conflict was delayed, it was bound to explode eventually. A swift end was preferable to prolonged suffering. Better to perish than to succumb without resistance. Konoha did not require justification to act against the Uchiha. As long as the Uchiha were weak, their actions would be inevitable. Thus, the moment that Shisui, who had prepared to commit suicide, had just finished rubbing his eyes, a philosophical dispute regarding life and death ensued between him and Itachi. Itachi was filled with Yan Bai's ideals, which starkly contrasted with Shisui's. The two were on entirely different wavelengths, unable to persuade one another. In the end, Itachi attempted to incapacitate Shisui to prevent his suicide. While striving to achieve his own objectives, he also had to evade the remaining eye of Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi. Yet, in an unforeseen turn, Shisui successfully took his own life by evading Itachi's attack, even leaving behind his remaining eye. Itachi found the situation utterly absurd. A wave of discomfort washed over him, as he felt that the developments were following a script penned by someone, perhaps Yan Bai. Contemplating this, Itachi's heart nearly shattered, and his mental state crumbled. Every cell in his body seemed to weep, leading him into an emotional breakdown. Despite the likelihood that this world was an illusion and Shisui's death could be fabricated, Itachi succumbed to despair. What exactly did that scoundrel Yan Bai intend? Forcing him to waste years in a cycle of growth, while confronting daily bouts of depression, left Itachi utterly exhausted. Moreover, in this world, Shisui's death rendered Itachi profoundly powerless. He felt incapable of effecting any change. Even when he sought to alter his circumstances, he found it exceedingly difficult. He could only change himself, standing alone and isolated. In this realm, he was merely a solitary overachiever, devoid of any like-minded companions. Even Shui, in this world, could not comprehend his thoughts. Ultimately, Shui lost one of his Sharingan due to carelessness, and before his demise, forcibly bequeathed his remaining eye to Itachi. In his emotional turmoil, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, the cliff and the night dissolved before his eyes. Bewildered, he gazed ahead. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, brushing against his face. He felt himself seated on a bed, a damp chill on his cheek, the fluid spilling forth. Whether blood or tears, he could not discern. Observing the bed and the surrounding objects, he realized he was in the rest area beneath the office of the hot spring village. Itachi extended his hand, focusing intently. A small whirlpool entwined with thorns appeared as a tattoo on his wrist, the emblem of Konoha's hot spring village. Indeed, the years of torment that had driven him to madness were mere illusions conjured by Yan Bai, and he had returned. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi sensed a shift in his vision. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. He quickly rose, adjusted his appearance, and hastily exited, rushing toward the office above. Soon, Itachi burst through the door of Yan Bai's office to find Yan Bai seated across from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shui at a tea table. All three engaged in a serious discussion. Upon noticing Itachi's entrance, Yan Bai donned a commercial smile, greeting him. "Ah, Itachi, you're awake. How do you feel?" Itachi, exuding an aura of menace, replied darkly, "You two scoundrels." Yan Bai feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. "What can I say? Shui was quite worried about your abilities. After all, you've spent too much time with me, your perspective has broadened, and you hardly exhibit emotional fluctuations. If you're not stirred, how can you awaken your eyes?" Itachi remained silent, reflecting on the years of torturous existence following his rebirth. Even the most composed individual would struggle under prolonged depression, which only intensified amidst the stifling environment surrounding him. Despite knowing it was wrong, he could not help but succumb to despair. Itachi's emotional turmoil erupted during the argument with the foolish Shui over the matter of suicide. With a deep breath, Itachi approached Yan Bai, standing beside him as they faced Fugaku and Shui. Yan Bai smiled knowingly. "Well, Itachi has arrived. Shui, you may bid farewell in your own manner." "Farewell?" Itachi looked at Fugaku and Shui, confusion etched upon his face. Shui, with a serious expression, gazed at Itachi and solemnly declared, "Yes, it is indeed a farewell, Itachi. I am going to die." Is he still not awake? Why is the Shui in reality echoing the foolish rhetoric of the Shui from the illusion? Chapter 185. Antivirus Shui. Just before Itachi could erupt, Yan Bai quietly explained the current circumstances. So Shui had signed a pact with Yan Bai to embark on a journey to distant lands? Yet, fearing complications for Konoha, he planned to feign his own death? Itachi's brow furrowed, grappling with the perplexing logic behind Shui's earlier statements. The terms of the pact and the nature of the work were undoubtedly dictated by Yan Bai. Summoning Fugaku was a sign of respect, as he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. As for the specifics of the work and its location, those remained confidential. In the realm of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the cooldown time of Shui's ocular power is excessively prolonged. Fugaku Uchiha is aware of the preceding events. Despite Shui's diminished strength, he remains a formidable force. Thus, Fugaku harbors dissatisfaction towards Yan Bai's request for Shui's demise. However, recognizing the undeniable reality of strength, he understands that Yan Bai is merely here to inform him, not to engage in deliberation. Unlike Itachi Uchiha, who has been closely associated with Yan Bai in recent years, Fugaku is cognizant that the contents of the contract and the location of work are to be kept confidential. All contracts from the residents of Konoha Hot Springs had previously passed through Itachi's hands. Itachi realizes that Yan Bai wishes to keep his father, an antiquated figure, in the dark to avoid an avalanche of questions. With a perplexed expression, Itachi addressed Yan Bai in fluent Mandarin. "Why the suddenness? What is going on?" Yan Bai shrugged, explaining that the events transpired during his absence. According to the original fate, Shui was destined to perish this year, should he escape death. One might reference the demise of Hinata Hayashi a few days prior. Upon hearing this, Itachi's brow furrowed in realization. In that disconcerting nightmare, he understood that Hayashi was supposed to die in the cloud-hidden incident, yet Yan Bai's intervention allowed him to survive. Although alive, Hayashi's existence is fraught with suffering. enduring various accidents and calamities daily, leaving him in a perpetual state of half-life, aged beyond his years with hair turned white. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi inquired, "Are you suggesting that if Shisui does not die this year, he will endure a fate akin to Haishi's?" Yan Bai confirmed, stating he initially wished to let things unfold naturally, not wanting to meddle. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued, "However, Shisui sought my assistance directly. Given our acquaintance, I decided to lend a hand. Of course, he must bear the consequences as this transaction is mutually consensual, albeit my first attempt at such a venture." Itachi regarded Yan Bai with confusion, asking, "Your first attempt?" Yan Bai affirmed, explaining that he intended to transport individuals from this world to others, acknowledging the possibility of failure. Despite being aware of the outcome, he imposed certain limitations, extracting NPCs from their native realms and integrating them into a virtual program, devoid of physical forms, thereby establishing regulations for them to monitor all virtual realms and rectify anomalies. This approach would save Yan Bai considerable time and effort, provided the NPC is trustworthy and reports periodically. Itachi was being groomed in this manner. Yet it was not yet time for him to meet his end, while Shisui had already taken the initiative to seek out Yan Bai before his fateful day arrived. Reflecting on this, Yan Bai was intrigued to experience what it would be like to extract NPCs from the virtual world, akin to his two sisters. Their motives were to pursue romantic relationships with favored NPCs, while his own intentions were still unclear. "Yan Bai?" Itachi's voice roused Yan Bai from his reverie. Yan Bai gazed back at him. What is it?" At this moment, Itachi continued conversing in Mandarin, leaving Fugaku and Shisui seated across from him, in silent astonishment. "Are you sending Shisui to another world for him to live there, or to work for you?" Itachi queried, sensing an unsettling anxiety within him at the thought of Yan Bai owning enterprises in another realm. Indeed, he had forgotten that the world depicted in Kaguya-sama was Yan Bai's birthplace. He was never a denizen of this world. Contemplating this, Itachi felt a wave of melancholy, realizing that despite years of following Yan Bai, he still did not fully comprehend him. Was Yan Bai's purpose in this world for those two children? Itachi pondered. He had inadvertently learned from Reina that Yan Bai chose to reside in Konoha because it was the most stable location in the ninja world, where wealth could facilitate the issuance of tasks conveniently. However, since his arrival, Yan Bai had been preparing accommodations for the two children, meticulously designing their rooms and gathering their belongings, having posted multiple construction tasks in the Konoha task hall. Thus, it became evident that Yan Bai came for the sake of the two children. Itachi confirmed in his heart that Yan Bai had indeed mentioned that they were his children in a previous life. This reflection led Itachi to recall his impulsive inquiries to Yan Bai about whether he would seek him out in a cycle of reincarnation, to which Yan Bai had responded that he would take him away. At this moment, Itachi finally grasped Yan Bai's intentions regarding Shisui. Unbeknownst to Yan Bai, Itachi's internal turmoil was profound. Yet Yan Bai candidly stated, "Oh, of course, he will work for me, helping to eliminate some unreasonable entities." Eliminate unreasonable entities? Itachi questioned, bewildered. Such as individuals who should not exist in a state of rebirth, or those who traverse from their own worlds into realms not belonging to them, along with other beings that defy the rules. A subtle smile played at Yan Bai's lips, as these entities were deemed as bugs in the eyes of a virtual world administrator, necessitating eradication and repair, much like the troublesome existence of his sister's husband. In essence, Shisui would be officially granted the authority of antivirus software to hunt down the viruses plaguing the virtual multiverse. It raised the question of who was stronger between Shisui and his sister's husband, both having transcended their original worlds. Yan Bai found himself intrigued. Itachi silently observed Yan Bai, a smile re-emerging on his face, realizing that he could no longer press for further details. Chapter 186, Dog Brother Beneath the Frigid Sky. Shisui Uchiha found himself in an unfamiliar world, standing bewildered on a small platform barely 10 square meters in size. He gazed upon a sprawling landscape of buildings that appeared as diminutive as ants, interspersed with towering structures that reached into the heavens. Such grandeur was non-existent in the ninja realm. The diminutive size of the buildings below was accentuated by the height of his vantage point. As he looked up, Shisui was struck by an unprecedented sensation of proximity to the sky, estimating the height of his position relative to the surrounding skyscrapers. He surmised he must be several hundred meters above the ground. Uchiha Shisui pondered inwardly. Is this what Yan Bai referred to as another world? The grandeur of this architectural complex is truly astonishing. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding. New world arrival detected. Ding. Loading language and data. Please wait. Ding. The data is extensive. Complete loading will take approximately 72 hours. Initial loading of local language and data will require only 30 minutes. Please be patient. Uchiha Shursui remained vigilant. Recognizing this as the apparatus Yan Bai had entrusted to him before sending him to this realm, referred to as an auxiliary tool by Yan Bai. This system would provide him with essential assistance in this foreign world, possessing but 4 functions. 1. A spatial backpack for convenient storage, though limited in capacity. 2. A feature that offers biographies and information on local figures, as well as the ability to locate specific individuals. 3. The capacity to receive a list of targets for elimination, those marked for eradication. 4. The ability to summon Yan Bai in this alternate realm. Beyond these, it bore no additional capabilities. With this system in tow, Uchiha Shursui had become a being traversing myriad worlds, armed with a system and a mission. As long as he did not perish or succumb to starvation, he could attain immortality, living much like an ordinary person otherwise. As for the evolution of his strength, that lay solely in his own training. Navigating and adapting to this world would require his own insight and management. As Uchiha Shursui awaited the system's updates, he gazed down upon the world, murmuring to himself, "It is indeed quite frigid here. Perhaps a change of location is in order?" He surveyed his surroundings and, seeking shelter from the chill, found a spot against the wall on the platform below. He began contemplating his next course of action. Yan Bai had mentioned that many worlds were far grander than the ninja realm, and with vast territories came diverse languages. For Uchiha Shursui to evolve, continuous learning was imperative. Evolution had become his driving force. As he contemplated, the surrounding data completed its loading. Uchiha Shursui accessed the system, and a semi-manifest panel materialized before him, its sparse functions rendering the interface simple. He began to inquire about the local languages. This area belonged to a place called Huadu, and the building he occupied was named the Kongdi Hotel, where the spoken language was Mandarin. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow. Apart from the 2 characters for Mandarin, the others were vaguely familiar, yet incomprehensible. Mandarin? Wasn't that the language frequently employed by Uchiha Itachi and Yan Bai? But he did not know Mandarin. Uchiha Shursui felt utterly bewildered. However, being an optimistic soul, he resolved to learn. The situation dictated that the weather was unbearably cold. As time passed, he witnessed snowflakes gently descending. No wonder Yan Bai had thoughtfully packed warm clothing into Shursui's backpack. It seemed he was aware of the local temperatures. Swiftly, Uchiha Shursui retrieved the somewhat peculiar garments from his pack, a long coat, trousers, and an overcoat, and donned them. With a short sword slung over his shoulder, his demeanor transformed entirely. Just as he reopened the system's semi-manifest panel to review the list of targets in this world, an instinctive awareness struck him. He glanced around, his expression serious, and vanished in a blur. Seconds later, a resounding crash echoed as the rooftop door swung open. Uchiha Shursui stood quietly behind his makeshift cover, his eyes shifting in hue with growing alertness. He remained still, wary of making any hasty movements. Before long, he heard a series of soft thuds, akin to delicate footsteps, yet distinctly different. The sound was deliberate, echoing in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Then, a gentle breeze from the rooftop carried with it a faint, fragrant aroma. The scent was elusive, and Uchiha Shursui struggled to identify it. The footsteps ceased abruptly, replaced by a melodious voice belonging to a woman with a sweet timbre. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shursui could not comprehend her words. Surely, she was speaking Mandarin? He mused, silently activating his system panel, which displayed that it was still loading data about this world and translating the recent utterance. The result revealed that the woman had called out dog brother. Uchiha Shursui thought, dog brother? Has this woman lost her dog? He concluded that she likely had not come in search of him, but rather for her lost canine companion. If she could not find the individual she sought, she would probably depart. Yet, despite this reasoning, he remained on high alert. He was unfamiliar with this world, and unforeseen dangers lurked around every corner. Until he grasped the language and cultural context, he needed to find a safer place to take refuge. This location was clearly unsuitable for concealment. It was not only too cold, but also devoid of any cover. Uchiha Shursui listened intently for the sounds outside his shelter, waiting for the woman to leave. However, as he cautiously peered around the wall, he suddenly spotted a pale-faced girl standing silently at the corner. The two exchanged silent glances for what felt like an eternity. Cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Shirsue's forehead. He had assumed that the girl would remain stationary after the footsteps had ceased, as the thuds still echoed in his ears. To his dismay, he realized that she had somehow moved to the corner and had evidently noticed his presence, quietly observing him. This was quite unsettling. Uchiha Shirsue felt his face grow pale, but he stifled the urge to scream. In that moment, he was able to scrutinize her features clearly. She was a young girl clad in a red dress. Her hair styled in twin ponytails, with porcelain skin and delicate features resembling that of a beautiful doll. A beautiful doll? The thought crossed his mind, and he involuntarily recalled Yan Bai. Indeed, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Yan Bai, though she lacked the latter's captivating allure. Her presence was almost ethereal, as if she stood less than a meter away yet emitted an inconspicuous aura. Having just arrived in this world, Uchiha Shirsue was overwhelmed by this eerie encounter. Feeling the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Was she Yan Bai's sister? Surely, she could not be human. Uchiha Shirsue contemplated whether he should attempt to communicate with her in his native tongue. Perhaps she would understand. Summoning his courage, Uchiha Shirsue spoke hesitantly. At the sound of his voice, the girl raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, her expression radiant as the moon. Uchiha Shirsue, the girl, with a playful smile, spoke to Uchiha Shirsue using words that seemed innocent yet imparted a sense of danger. Uchiha Shirsue involuntarily shuddered. The cold sweat on his body had cooled, replaced by an overwhelming chill as if he had been drenched in icy water. How could she know his name after just 2 words? What was the reason behind this? You carry his aura, she remarked, her lips curling into a smile that, while beautiful, held no warmth in her striking eyes. What did he send you here for? In that moment, numerous thoughts flashed through Uchiha Shirsue's mind. Eventually, he cautiously replied, "He sent me to protect you." Upon hearing this, he noticed the girl's smile morphing into something darker and more menacing. Instinctively, Uchiha Shirsue distanced himself from her. Yet, this wariness only made her smile more radiant. "If you lack the confidence to defeat me, how can you claim to protect me?" she challenged. Before he could react, she had closed the distance, her delicate hand gripping his throat and forcefully pinning him against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the impact jolted Uchiha Shirsue into a peculiar calmness born from pain. "I demand the truth," she insisted. He recalled the words of Yan Bai before his departure. "I have 2 younger sisters. My elder sister is usually accompanied by her husband and seldom ventures alone, so you need not worry about her. However, if you encounter my younger sister, be aware that a relentless troublemaker is always by her side. Should you find her, eliminate that persistent nuisance. But ensure she remains oblivious to the fact that this is my directive. Otherwise, your demise will be most rhythmic." Uchiha Shirsue, with vacant eyes, replied, "It is because I wish to live that I sought his assistance." The girl, taken aback, exclaimed, "So, he transported you from that world to here?" "Indeed," Uchiha Shirsue affirmed. "This year marks my demise. If I remain there, I will be killed by that world. Hence, I appealed to him for help. Initially, that was the case. But now the task has evolved." Killed by the world? What a fitting description, she mused, tightening her grip on him. Their current stance appeared as though the girl was teasing Uchiha Shirsue. He continued, "I still vacant. I apologize, I lied earlier. He did not instruct me to protect you. He merely offered me a chance at survival, and I am terrified of my present circumstances." Before his arrival in this realm, Yan Bai had elaborated on the situation. The troublesome entity surrounding his younger sister was an exceedingly peculiar human, mentally unstable, and she herself was not fond of him. Yet, for various reasons, she had not disposed of him. Thus, Uchiha Shirsue's first task after making a pact with Yan Bai was to eliminate the virus afflicting Yan Bai's younger sister. "May I leave now?" Uchiha Shirsue asked with difficulty. "I am still unfamiliar with this environment and must learn." He attempted to convey that his arrival in this world bore no relation to anyone else. He was merely seeking refuge, striving to exist beyond the world's grasp. Listening to his words, the girl suddenly stated, "Assist me, and I shall personally guide you in acclimating to this environment." Uchiha Shirsue narrowed his eyes. "What do you require of me?" Meanwhile, after successfully sending Uchiha Shirsue away, Yan Bai joined the Uchiha clan in attending his funeral. Due to the recent uproar surrounding the forbidden resurrection of corpses, Uchiha Shirsue's funeral was conducted through cremation. The higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan would not permit Shirsue, who possessed the power of the Kodo Amatsukami to be resurrected in such a manner, thus opting for a complete cremation. After the funeral, Yan Bai began his journey back when Uchiha Itachi quietly remarked, "The crows have relayed information indicating that Asuma Sarutobi is waiting at the office. Should we still proceed?" "Asuma Sarutobi?" Yan Bai replied, puzzled, as the recent oddities had involved Shimura Danzo, while Sarutobi had merely delivered items. Uchiha Itachi surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before he whispered, "You have been consistently instructing Asuma Sarutobi to deliver goods to Shimura Danzo's residence punctually and have spoken to Danzo in such a manner." And then, Yan Bai feigned innocence. "I heard that this morning, Shimura Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, loudly shouting and stamping his feet, appearing quite furious," Uchiha Itachi said uncertainly. Lord Hokage is unaware of why Danzo has suddenly developed a dislike for Asuma Sarutobi, and since Danzo has not provided a reason, the Hokage has sent word today, wishing to terminate your contract and replace you. Aside from the fact that Asuma Sarutobi often elicited Danzo's ire, another matter weighed heavily on Danzo, as he frequently visited the hot springs to hear Uchiha Cookie's enchanting voice. Each day, upon receiving packages from Asuma Sarutobi, he found it hard to swallow. Last night, Danzo unexpectedly approached Uchiha Cookie, inquiring if she would be willing to live with him, expressing a desire to adopt the child, a matter that requires your confirmation. Chapter 188. I shall deliver it personally. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's swift report, Yan Bai remained composed, smiling lightly as he said, "Inform Asuma Sarutobi that the contract may be terminated, but he must adhere to the stipulated terms and pay the penalty for breach of contract." At the mention of the penalty, Uchiha Itachi halted abruptly. At that moment, he recalled the contract with Asuma Sarutobi, which he had personally overseen and delivered to him. Yan Bai had insisted that Uchiha Itachi thoroughly explain the contract, particularly emphasizing that the penalty for breach was 5 times the total annual remuneration. He had cautioned against breaching the contract unless due to natural disasters or calamities, as it would be a significant loss. At the time, Asuma Sarutobi had believed that Uchiha Itachi's actions were superfluous. He understood the contract to merely involve delivering goods to Shimura Danzo, which did not seem significant. Furthermore, given their past camaraderie, Asuma Sarutobi had not anticipated any reason for breaching the contract. Yet now, it seemed he wished to do just that. Uchiha Itachi wanted to say to Yan Bai, "You did this intentionally, didn't you?" However, he swallowed those words back. Over the years, he had found himself repeating such sentiments often. From the moment Asuma Sarutobi signed the contract, Uchiha Itachi had sensed something amiss. Lacking evidence, he had been unable to substantiate his suspicions. Now it was evident that Yan Bai was indeed setting traps. Naturally, Yan Bai typically targeted specific individuals. After all, most villagers in Konoha had contracts with him, and he treated his subordinates generously, offering substantial rewards and excellent benefits. In the public's perception, Yan Bai was regarded as an exceptionally benevolent employer. Even now, should Asuma Sarutobi unilaterally seek to terminate the contract, it would undoubtedly not be Yan Bai's fault, but rather a misstep on Asuma's part. To entice Asuma, Yan Bai intentionally raised the remuneration. Typically, a contract devoid of peril, particularly one with a mere year of delivery obligations, would seldom encounter termination. Yet, reality often unfolds in perplexing ways. Yan Bai strode ahead, donning a gentle and serene smile. At present, his meticulously devised plans progressed along the trajectory he envisioned. By elevating the compensation and enlisting Asuma to deliver gifts to Danzo Shimura, he compelled Asuma to refer to Danzo as father. This incensed Danzo to no end. While throwing a tantrum in the Hokage's office, Danzo was compelled to maintain composure. Should he accuse Hiruzen Sarutobi of cuckolding him, Hiruzen would surely label Danzo as senile. The position of special advisor and even the leadership role itself could be jeopardized. To avert conflict, the cunning Hiruzen discerned the dilemma and had Asuma attempt to dissolve the contract. However, the breach penalty amounted to 5 times Asuma's annual remuneration for deliveries. Yan Bai stood to profit handsomely, having forewarned Asuma about the potential penalty from the outset. Now, Asuma faced 2 choices: pay the hefty fee or stubbornly continue his duties. The spirit of the contract must be upheld. To desire breach without compensation? If they wish to proceed in such a manner, let them attempt it. Yan Bai hastened back to the hot spring village. Asuma awaited him there, and with a gentle demeanor, Yan Bai urged him not to dissolve the contract. as the penalty was considerable. Yan Bai's approach was amiable and mild, and Asuma, having suffered indignities from Danzo, could hardly blame Yan Bai. Ultimately, he paid the exorbitant breach fee as a means of averting disaster. After bidding Asuma farewell, Itachi Uchiha joined Yan Bai in observing Asuma's receding figure and softly inquired, "Shall we find someone else to deliver the items?" "No, I shall handle it myself," Yan Bai replied with a smile, forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Yan Bai, rarely taking action, had Itachi forgotten his ability to perform the basic age-appropriate ninjutsu, the body replacement technique. Utilizing the shadow clone technique for deliveries seemed devoid of issues. Hiring another and drafting a new contract would be cumbersome. Moreover, Danzo had been unusually agitated lately, making the task of finding a suitable replacement challenging, possibly even encountering someone who would inflate the price. However, just as Itachi believed the matter had concluded flawlessly, he witnessed Yan Bai's clone forming hand seals once more. Transformation technique. With a puff of smoke, Yan Bai's clone morphed into the likeness of Asuma Sarutobi. Itachi stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. Yan Bai paid no mind to Itachi, whispering a few words to his transformed clone resembling Asuma. The clone bore an identical smile to Yan Bai's before swiftly adopting Asuma's cold demeanor, departing on its own. Yan Bai watched his clone leave, chuckling. "Sending my clone is optimal. I needn't even select a gift. He will manage it himself. When the teacher becomes enraged, my clone knows how to flee. Look at me. So clever," Itachi remarked. "The higher-ups of Konoha must be experiencing an unprecedented stroke of bad luck encountering you." This time, the typically reserved Itachi could no longer suppress his curiosity regarding the illusion Yan Bai had conjured for Danzo. Observing Yan Bai's mischievous demeanor, Itachi suddenly lost his desire to inquire further, suspecting it to be a tale of utter despair. Yan Bai's genjutsu was astoundingly realistic, for he was indeed the game master. The memories he imparted to Danzo were far from mere game cutscenes. They constituted a genuine holographic simulation of life, so vivid that even a seasoned schemer like Danzo found himself ensnared within it. First, he satisfied Danzo's fantasies, earning admiration through self-sacrifice and ascending to the position of Hokage, only to follow a logical path of marriage and fatherhood. Subsequently, due to relentless work and a focus on education, he was compelled to forego time with his wife, leading to familial disintegration. When granted another chance, Danzo, consumed by resentment, married the woman who should have been Asuma's wife, only to discover that even love could not bridge their biological incompatibility, resulting in years of infertility and ultimately another shattered family. By first granting him his most coveted desires, Yan Bai then seized what Danzo mistakenly deemed trivial. At this juncture, Danzo bore significant psychological scars, nurturing love for the son within the illusion while harboring animosity toward the Sarutobi duo. Even with the knowledge that it was mere illusion deep within, Danzo could not suppress his hatred for the father and son. Yan Bai grinned darkly, realizing that after having utilized him as a pawn for so long, Danzo was due for a reckoning. Chapter 189. You are too devious. I yield. Yan Bai's clone, adorned in Asuma's visage, strolled to the fruit and flower shop in Hot Spring Village to collect the gifts Yan Bai had long ordered and proceeded toward Danzo's residence. Unlike Asuma, he moved stealthily, navigating shadows and avoiding pedestrian encounters. As he neared Danzo's abode, he could hear Danzo's furious roars from afar. When Asuma arrives, tell him I wish to avoid him, and have him discard everything. I want nothing. Ah, still in a fit, is he? Yan Bai's clone's eyes shifted, setting down the gifts to form hand seals once more. Transformation technique, release. With a resounding pop, he transformed back into Yan Bai's form, carrying the gifts toward Danzo's dwelling. Since the delivery person was no longer Asuma, the root members stationed at the door merely nodded at Yan Bai, allowing him passage without obstruction. Upon entering, Yan Bai ascended the stairs with his gifts. As he made his entrance, Danzo, observing from a window above, recognized the peculiar circumstances surrounding Asuma's recent ejections, prompting his hurried search for Yan Bai to dissolve the contract. Today, Asuma's absence meant Yan Bai's presence. Danzo understood that his current predicament was orchestrated by Yan Bai, yet he dared not fully offend him. Thus, when he saw Yan Bai personally delivering gifts, Danzo refrained from interference. However, as Yan Bai entered, holding the gifts, he placed them beside Danzo. Just as Danzo was about to speak, the Yan Bai before him began forming hand seals, and with a loud pop, It was as if the transformation technique had been undone, revealing Asuma Sarutobi's likeness. Danzo stared at the transformed Asuma, eyes widening in shock, and inhaled sharply before exclaiming, "Ah!" Just as Danzo clutched his head in panic, the Asuma before him swiftly produced a kunai from his pocket, slashing his throat before collapsing with a resounding thud, vanishing entirely. The kunai clattered to the ground. Shimura Tozo's terrified screams persisted, echoing through the air. Recently, his roars had become a regular occurrence, honed by his formidable lung capacity. The cacophony startled the birds perched on branches and eaves, sending them fleeing, and sent the root ninjas stationed below scurrying upstairs in fright. Shimura Tozo sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, repeatedly pounding his fist against the ground, each strike accompanied by a furious roar. For over 10 minutes, the ninjas who had come to investigate dared not breathe a word. Eventually, with the aid of his cane, Shimura Tozo rose unsteadily from the tatami and stormed towards the Hokage's office with renewed fervor. Upon his arrival at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in a serious discussion with Asuma Sarutobi regarding the termination of the contract with Yan Bai. Without warning, Shimura Tozo burst through the door, striking the floor thrice with his cane, then stamping his foot in agitation. After this display, he unleashed a primal scream, then turned on his heel and departed. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma Sarutobi were left utterly bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Asuma, glancing at the open office door, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Father, Yan Bai must have done something." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, "But if my old friend won't speak, how am I to know?" Reflecting on the hefty penalty he had paid earlier that day, Asuma's heart bled. He promptly placed Yan Bai on his blacklist, vowing never to engage in any business related to him again. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Shimura Tozo finally set his sights on the direction of the hot spring village. He had reached his limit. Pushing open the door to Yan Bai's office, he confronted his beautiful and smiling disciple, gritting his teeth. "You've achieved your objective." Yan Bai, observing the pale and contorted expression on Shimura Tozo's face, feigned confusion. "Teacher, what are you talking about?" Taking a deep breath, Shimura Tozo's lone eye darted toward the distant figure of Itachi Uchiha. Itachi narrowed his eyes and quietly stated, "Yan Bai, I must go inspect something. I'll see you later." With that, he gracefully maneuvered past Shimura Tozo, leaving the office without a glance back, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Once Itachi had departed, Shimura Tozo surveyed the room, disregarding all decorum, and made his way to the tea table, seating himself without invitation. "I was wrong, I concede. Will you spare me?" he lamented, staring despondently at the ceiling. "Teacher, what are you saying?" Yan Bai sighed, feeling compelled to set aside his work to comfort the obstinate elder. Rising from behind his desk, Yan Bai moved to prepare tea for Shimura Tozo. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Shimura Tozo remarked, "You always do this." Refusing to admit your misdeeds, Yan Bai, focusing on boiling water, replied softly, "Teacher, I cannot accept that. I have never committed any wrongdoing. I am innocent of all accusations." Shimura Tozo scoffed, shaking his head once more, extending a trembling finger toward Yan Bai, his expression one of defeat. "You are always like this, never taking responsibility. It was precisely this characteristic that drew me to you, outwardly impeccable, yet harboring darkness within, as deep as an abyss." With a sigh, Shimura Tozo continued, "Your darkness, when directed at me, brings both solace and anguish. This time, I have truly faltered. You may deny it, and I possess no evidence, but I am genuinely pained. Far more than during those days when I swam in the root's collective cesspool." As he reminisced about those days of retching into a bucket, the current agony felt infinitely worse. "Please, teacher, don't be like this," Yan Bai chuckled lightly. "Gifts may be given, and I shall continue to accept them. Refusing would be foolish, wouldn't it? You command agricultural technology, and the vegetables and fruits you cultivate are sought after by all the nobles in the ninja world." Shimura Tozo replied wistfully, "However, do not use Asuma to provoke me any further. No matter how much you incite me, I can merely storm into Hiruzen's office and roar in frustration. I would never actually harm Asuma. Even though I suffered greatly in that illusion, you know full well it was of your making. I have invested little in Asuma. Hence my hatred is not profound. I merely feel discomfort at his presence. Do you see me as someone who disregards Konoha's future to satisfy my own desires? Perhaps I am, perhaps I am not. Regardless, you would never admit it. Yet, I shall remain resolute. Should the day come when I lose my sanity, Becoming like the deranged elders of the Uchiha clan, I would not require your hand to take my life. I would willingly end it myself, departing this world with dignity. But as long as I retain my faculties, I shall show no mercy to anything that threatens the peace of Konoha, even if it is cold and arduous. Even if it pierces my heart, I shall never compromise. This is the essence of who I am. Chapter 190. Itachi. When will I die? As Yan Bai escorted Shimura Tozo to the door, he silently observed the elder's increasingly hunched figure retreating into the distance. Previously, Yan Bai had never paid much attention to Shimura Tozo, focusing solely on testing the system's functionalities and playability. This cycle had brought them closer for various reasons. At times, Yan Bai felt a twinge of pity for the old man. As the dark root of Konoha, Shimura Tozo had endured countless hardships, sacrificing much to sustain Konoha's prosperity. Striving to eliminate the blights and pests infesting the great tree of Konoha, thereby securing the regime of Sarutobi Hiruzen, basking in the sunlight. From the perspective of the protagonists, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Shimura Tozo was utterly despicable, cunning, and malevolent. He was no hero. The majority of Konoha's inhabitants harbored animosity toward him. Nevertheless, this loathsome old villain retained numerous followers, and not all members of Root were devoid of intellect. Before departing, Shimura Tozo expressed a desire to adopt Uchiha Hikaru. Yan Bai suggested he inquire directly with Uchiha Fugaku, as he was an outsider and lacked the authority to decide Hikaru's fate. However, Yan Bai was certain that Uchiha Fugaku would refuse. Shimura Tozo's animosity toward the Uchiha clan was not a recent development. Furthermore, Uchiha Hikaru was not the son of Shimura Tozo's dreams. Yan Bai understood Shimura Tozo's intentions. He wished to live with the real Uchiha Hikaru, to use the minutiae of daily life to negate the reality of the child who resembled his dream son. Once it was established that Uchiha Hikaru bore no resemblance to Shimura Hikaru apart from his appearance, Shimura Tozo would undoubtedly raise his metaphorical blade against the Uchiha clan, declaring it a noble act for the sake of Konoha, severing his bonds. Ah, how hypocritical. He must have thoroughly prepared himself psychologically to dare such a thing. Thus, even if Uchiha Fugaku wavered and was willing to entrust his child to Shimura Tozo, Yan Bai would subtly suggest to Itachi that Uchiha Hikaru should not be entirely surrendered to Shimura Tozo. What one can never possess is the most desirable. In this manner, Shimura Tozo's interactions with Uchiha Hikaru would remain clouded in ambiguity, with distance fostering beauty. His obsession would compel him to seek out Uchiha Hikaru, gradually leading him to invest more and more effort in reality. The more he invested, the harder it would become to let go. By that time, the reality of Uchiha Kakashi would transform into the dreamlike version of Shimizu Kakashi. In Yan Bai's view, Shimizu Danzo's declaration, akin to a vow, that as long as I still possess my sanity, I shall never show mercy to anything that threatens the peace of Konoha, even if it is cold and unbearable. Even if it rends my heart, I shall never compromise, for that is who I am, seemed utterly unattainable. At least, it could not be realized by Shimizu Danzo. If the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation could not be avoided, would they not meet the same fate as Hyuga Hizashi, perishing collectively due to misfortune? Contemplating this, Yan Bai gazed pensively at the bustling streets in the distance, silently pondering, perhaps it is time to test this. Previously, Yan Bai regarded the premise of the world automatically mending its main storyline as quite reasonable. However, he now felt that it was unnecessary to eradicate everything entirely. Perhaps some players arriving in this virtual realm sought to rectify regrets. Was it truly justifiable for the system to tightly control the lifespan of NPCs? Originally, saving lives was intended to mend regrets, yet it seemed that saving lives had become a source of sin. What kind of values were being propagated? At worst, allowing a few inconsequential NPCs to bear fewer children could maintain balance. With these thoughts in mind, a gentle smile appeared on Yan Bai's face. He took a moment to appreciate the vibrant beauty of the hot spring village before preparing to return to the office to continue his busy work. As the affairs of the hot spring village multiplied, he found himself with little time to write those quaint little stories. Today, he was determined to finish his tasks promptly and then write a bit. Additionally, he felt overwhelmed by the demands of this cycle. He had entrusted both Bai and Junmaru to take care of Reina, which felt rather inappropriate. The parent-child relationship needed to remain in its optimal state for him to wield influence over his children. If things continued this way, Reina would truly become like a mother to Bai and Junmaru. His mind was cluttered with chaotic thoughts when unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi emerged from an unforeseen place. Yan Bai, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor, "You're back. How was your day?" I surveyed the surroundings. "Everything appears normal," Uchiha Itachi replied, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. "Yan Bai, there is something I wish to inquire about." Yan Bai observed Uchiha Itachi, sensing the boy's hesitance, as if he were caught between speaking and holding his tongue. What did he wish to say? Noticing Yan Bai's curious expression, Uchiha Itachi finally mustered the courage to speak. "We have been preoccupied with Shirsui's farewell." This referred to the time before Uchiha Shirsui transitioned to another world, during which Yan Bai had been assisting him in preparations, arranging the system, clothing, and essential emergency supplies. It was then that Uchiha Itachi had something he wanted to ask. However, it was only now that he remembered. "Yan Bai, when will I die?" Uchiha Itachi asked, his voice laden with trepidation. Yan Bai regarded Uchiha Itachi with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly, "It seems it will happen when you are 21. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's face contorted into a bittersweet smile. "So, I have only a few years left then?" "Indeed," Yan Bai nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Uchiha Itachi had been by Yan Bai's side for many years, privy to numerous secrets about him, many of which lacked evidence, but evidence was of little importance. Uchiha Shirsui's actions had opened another door for Uchiha Itachi. After a brief silence, Uchiha Itachi inquired, "How do I die?" According to his original fate, Uchiha Shirsui had committed suicide. As long as Itachi did not seek a tragic end, he could survive. He had a nagging feeling that his own fate might be similarly dire. Yan Bai, looking into Itachi's eyes, spoke in a calm tone, "You succumbed to illness." At Yan Bai's words, memories of Yan Bai's concern for his health flooded Itachi's mind. It was at this moment that Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized that Yan Bai's care was not without reason. "Illness?" he murmured to himself. "Yes, due to a condition akin to a bloodline disease," Yan Bai sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, offering him an embrace akin to that of a parent comforting a child. "But you need not worry. We are well acquainted, and I will assist you." Chapter 191. "I await your departure." Uchiha Itachi, looking bewildered, remarked, "I am not like Shirsui. Will the illness heal itself upon arriving in another world?" "Oh, I actually do not possess the authority to cure you," Yan Bai replied, his smile unwavering. He patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, comforting him as one would a child, and gently added, "To ensure that our beloved yet contentious siblings remain connected, my sisters and I wield different powers." At this, Yan Bai leaned closer to Uchiha Itachi's ear and whispered, "Whether your illness can be treated depends entirely on Shirsui's capabilities." "Shirsui?" Uchiha Itachi responded, perplexed by Yan Bai's words. It had not been long since Uchiha Shirsui was sent away. The funeral had recently occurred. Uchiha Itachi, lacking information, was not fully aware of Shirsui's mission. For now, all he could do was place his trust in Yan Bai. In another modern metropolis, Uchiha Shirsui sat rigidly at a restaurant table, gripping a knife and fork, striving to suppress something within him while obediently mimicking the dining actions of the girl opposite him. After descending from the hotel rooftop, the girl had taken Uchiha Shirsui to the most bustling district, purchasing various styles of men's clothing, which undoubtedly were intended for him. This world felt exceedingly unfamiliar to Uchiha Shirsui, and he found himself unable to resist the girl dressed in a dark-themed Lolita dress. He could only comply with her requests. She initially explained to him which clothes were suitable for which occasions, and the myriad of etiquette left Uchiha Shirsui feeling overwhelmed. It was then that he began to comprehend why Yan Bai exuded an air of nobility. It was a result of long-standing traditions. As lunch commenced, the girl patiently taught Uchiha Shirsui the intricacies of Western dining etiquette. Even now, Uchiha Shirsui remained unaware of her name. With each glance exchanged, he felt an immense pressure. Was it due to his awkwardness in conversing with women that he felt so tense? He lamented to himself that he should have chosen to flee from the rooftop at the outset. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Shirsui inwardly chided himself, recalling that upon entering this world, he had stood atop the city's tallest landmark. In the world of Naruto, a leap from a cliff could have claimed his life. In this world, jumping from such a height would surely lead to his demise, especially in such an alien environment where he did not know where to find support. Having arrived in this realm to embark on a new life, he now found himself desiring to escape due to encountering an extraordinary girl. Uchiha Shursui felt a twinge of fear deep within his heart directed toward her. You are not accustomed to this, are you? The girl's cool voice broke through his thoughts. Indeed, I am not. Uchiha Shursui nodded in honesty, finding the reasoning reasonable and not denying it. You are eating foie gras. Your customs seem rather peculiar as well. Konoha only established its barbecue tradition after many years, right? The girl casually sliced the foie gras and kindly offered a piece from her plate to Uchiha Shursui's lips. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow, clearly unable to accept such intimate behavior. In his heart, he was puzzled. This young girl seemed remarkably familiar with Konoha. Was it due to Yan Bai, or some other reason? This woman recognized him as Uchiha Shursui at first glance. Why? Shursui wondered, certain he had never encountered this girl before. The girl, not pressing the matter further, placed her fork, still laden with food, back onto her plate. She gazed at Uchiha Shursui and said, You claim he saved you. That he transported you to another world to spare you from being killed in that realm, correct? Yes, Shursui replied, his expression calm, finding no fault in her words. The girl picked up a napkin and wiped her hands, casually remarking, I don't believe you. Upon hearing this, Shursui frowned. I did not deceive you regarding this. Oh, I believe you didn't lie. She giggled, picking up her utensils once more to continue eating. Shursui was bewildered by her contradictory statements. Yet, the girl, with a fork in one hand and her chin resting in the other, spoke while eating. What I mean is, you've been deceived too. You think you're speaking the truth. Shursui reflected. It seemed Yan Bai's reputation in his sister's eyes was rather poor. To her, Yan Bai was perhaps a deceitful brother, a habitual liar. The girl continued. My brother is a demon. He bears no semblance of kindness. His decision to send you here must harbor some hidden agenda. Shursui chuckled bitterly. But he truly didn't mention anything else to me. As he pondered, Shursui lowered his gaze, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. He felt no hostility towards this world or the girl before him, and the so-called followers of Yan Bai had yet to appear. The girl observed Shursui's conflicted expression and could not help but exclaim, The Uchiha clan's genes are remarkable. Just gazing at your face makes my heart flutter. What a pity. Shursui retorted, Why are you suddenly flirting? What is this? At that moment, he involuntarily recalled his first encounter with Yan Bai, who had earnestly explained the utility of physical techniques to prevent an imbalance in his physique. He had thought the topic rather lewd at the time. Ultimately, it turned out he was the one with impure thoughts. Yan Bai had been entirely innocent. Thus, this girl too must be devoid of ulterior motives, right? That statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. Shursui felt slightly unhinged. The fear of being trapped and unable to escape was daunting. It seemed as though some invisible force was aggressively closing in on him, and he felt powerless against such direct terror. I thought he would have you use the Kodo Amatsukami to alter my will. The girl complained. I brought you down from the rooftop, helped you dress up, took you out to eat, and have been waiting for you to change my will. Yet, I still cannot fathom my brother's intentions. Shursui regarded her with a peculiar expression. Alter your will. If you have your own thoughts, why rely on external forces to change it? Moreover, does the Kodo Amatsukami hold any efficacy against Yan Bai? I may not be particularly clever, but I am not foolish enough to repeat a fruitless endeavor. Chapter 192. I can help you restore your vision. I do not wish to alter my own will. My brother desires to change it because I cannot bring myself to harm something wicked. I merely wish to see if you would employ that technique on me. You seem to have come here seeking refuge, and your arrival appears unrelated to me. The girl prodded at the foie gras on her plate, fixing her gaze on Shursui as she smiled. But your disposition is quite gentle. Despite my incessant teasing, you remain considerate of my feelings and do not explode in anger. Shursui chose to disregard the latter part of her statement, forcing a smile as he replied, Apologies, but I cannot currently use the Kodo Amatsukami. It requires years, even decades, to replenish my ocular power. When the girl mentioned something wicked, a pang of alarm struck Shursui's heart. To conceal his unease, he merely smiled wryly and lowered his gaze to mask his emotions. Shursui was unsure whether the girl was attempting to draw him out with her words. He dared not trust anyone, including her. Yan Bai's actions over the years had honed his vigilance. He would not reveal everything to this seemingly amiable girl. To do so would be akin to walking the path to his demise, as Yan Bai had warned. One must be sincere, but one must also discern whom to be sincere with. Shursui hung his head, appearing forlorn. The girl raised an eyebrow, observing him for a moment before tentatively inquiring, How did you know you would die this year? Did my brother tell you? She softened her tone, though it lacked gentleness. Just as Shui was about to respond, his voice faltered. How could he explain? Should he reveal to this girl that he had experienced the genocide simulation in Yan Bai's illusion countless times? Witnessing the fate of the surviving Hinata? Once spoken, many truths would unravel. Each response required careful consideration. With this in mind, Shui closed his eyes in anguish and whispered, I had initially wished to end my own life. The girl looked startled. Shui composed himself, raising his gaze, which now bore no trace of emotion. I used the Kodo Amatsukami on Yan Bai. Before he could finish, the girl burst into laughter. You used that technique on my brother? You've effectively rendered yourself powerless. At her words, Shui's expression darkened. Do you require my assistance in replenishing your ocular power? Her voice held a hint of something unusual, slightly distant and cold. Shui yearned to agree, but he held back. He did not refuse either. He genuinely desired to enhance his strength rather than remain weakened. However, he could not afford to show any vulnerability. No need. Shui averted his gaze. I merely came to embark on a new life. Whether the Kodo Amatsukami exists or not is of no concern to me. Is that so? But I need your Kodo Amatsukami, the girl replied wistfully. Shall we make a deal? I will help you replenish your ocular power, and you will assist me. Shui gazed at her in confusion. What exactly do you intend to do? I was raised by my brother. I do not relish the thought of personally eliminating someone, as it makes my hands feel soiled. The girl exuded a sense of urgency, driven by a relentless desire. Thus, I need your technique to alter its will, to make it less fond of me. Upon hearing this, Shui narrowed his eyes. Now he understood. At lunchtime, Reina hastily prepared the meal and swiftly lifted the enormous food container, rushing towards the direction of the ninja school. The two children were in their growth phase, requiring supplementary meals, and the excess delicacies could also be shared with classmates, thereby nurturing camaraderie. Uchiha Itachi stood there, holding a bowl, looking bewildered at Reina's hurried departure. In the past, Reina's thoughts were consumed by Yan Bai, her gaze solely fixed on him. However, things had changed. Upon Yan Bai's arrival, she merely greeted him with a casual "you're back," before immersing herself in other tasks. For instance, just moments ago, when Yan Bai returned with Uchiha Itachi, Reina promptly instructed them to wash their hands and eat, placing everything on the dining table before swiftly exiting without casting a single glance back at Yan Bai. Itachi redirected his gaze towards Yan Bai, who remained calm. His eyes lowered as he diligently ate, seemingly unaffected by Reina's peculiar behavior. Itachi raised an eyebrow, sensing that Reina had transformed into someone different from before. Wasn't this a positive change? She now had her own aspirations and life goals. Yan Bai chuckled lightly, recalling how she used to focus all her attention on him. A situation that was uncomfortable for both parties. Is that so? Itachi queried, puzzled, staring at the rice in his bowl, which he could not bring himself to consume. Yan Bai shook his head. When did you revert to your childhood self? Is there anything you cannot articulate? Itachi inhaled deeply, unable to restrain himself any longer. I don't understand. You previously mentioned that my future illness would depend on Shui's capabilities. So why did you send Shui to another world? Upon uttering these words, Yan Bai's hand, which was holding the chopsticks, abruptly halted. Then, with a subtle smile, as if reminiscing, he replied, I wanted him to get close to my second sister, who possesses the ability to eliminate the negative states of beings such as yourselves. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. So, she can eradicate my afflictions, including my illness? Yan Bai nodded, explaining, yes, however, after the negative states are eliminated, you will still remain susceptible to illness. In other words, she can restore you to a healthy state. But the underlying causes of your ailments will still exist, and over time, you may fall ill once more. But what does Shui need to do? Itachi asked, his expression filled with uncertainty. What does he need to do? Yan Bai responded pensively, Shui's appearance aligns with my sister's aesthetic, he possesses sufficient strength. And he is also adequately naive. Itachi interjected, what do you mean by adequately naive? This sister of mine was raised by me. She is inherently a cunning human. Yan Bai smiled, seemingly lost in thought, reflecting on Shui's innocence and strength, which suited his sister's preferences and desires. As the conversation progressed to this point, Itachi finally grasped the underlying implications, gazing at Yan Bai with a complex expression. Yan Bai's eyes flickered as he smiled. If I were to approach her, she would inevitably suspect my intentions. However, if Shui were to ask her, she would likely assist him, provided their relationship is sufficiently strong. Chapter 193. Your kin shall also perish. After soothing Uchiha Itachi, Yan Bai took over Reina's duties, clearing away the remnants of the meal. While tending to the dishes, Yan Bai's expression grew exceedingly serious. Since his arrival in this reincarnation, he had maintained a playful demeanor, honing his skills while presenting himself as an ordinary individual, seldom revealing his true strength. The reason for this was the presence of a character he both despised and feared, the Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Aside from the virtual world's will, which automatically restored the narrative, there was also the disruptive presence of Kagaya and the ever-watchful Sage of the Six Paths, who refused to let go of the world. With the reanimation technique yet to be activated, the sage's gaze was not easily directed towards him. Yan Bai had cultivated his image for a full decade. To most, he appeared as a harmless, affluent individual, while to a select few in Konoha, he was viewed as a devil-wielding beauty as his weapon. It had been quite some time since he had received any favorable rewards, all due to the actions of Konoha's higher-ups. The only individual who had maintained a respectful distance from him was Mito Gate Kurenai. This faction, having received research materials from Orochimaru, had conditioned all active ninjas to suppress their emotions and prepare mentally, and Yan Bai made no effort to entice them. Over the years, the only favor he could garner came from the common folk, free from the entanglements of the major clans. He was indeed grateful, after years of accumulating mundane necessities. As long as he did not deliberately starve himself, he would never again experience the pangs of hunger. The same applied to tea. Despite his continuous consumption, he seemed to have an endless supply. Nowadays, the majority of the goodwill rewards from Konoha's commoners had been accrued by Yan Bai, and even the newer generation of commoners, no matter how much they amassed, could only provide him with attributes related to stamina and basic necessities. The stamina attributes were quite useful, as there were few capable of forcing Yan Bai to utilize ninjutsu. Yet, it was dreadfully mundane. In the past, had life reached such a tedious state, he would have long concluded the testing and exited the virtual world. But now, what should have been an exhilarating time had been reduced to a farming simulation. Managing a hot spring village and nurturing a multitude of subroutines, alongside a plethora of maintenance requirements. For this reason, Yan Bai had taken the time to modify his back-end system during his leisure. Now, upon accessing the system panel, a new section for subordinates had appeared. Opening it revealed detailed profiles. Subordinate 1, Uchiha Itachi. Subordinate 2, Reina. Subordinate 3, Uchiha Shisui. Yan Bai had already devised plans for their assignments. Currently, Uchiha Shisui was stationed abroad. Observing Shisui's real-time attributes, a wicked smile crept upon Yan Bai's face. He hoped that the naive Uchiha could bring a semblance of redemption to his love-stricken sister's heart and decisively sever ties with the repulsive entity that clung to her. For years, his family had refrained from intervening in her affairs, but Yan Bai found it intolerable. In his view, allowing his sister to languish in a toxic relationship with a loathsome virus was far worse than pairing her with a simple-minded antivirus software. Viruses were uncontrollable, frequently engaging in revolting antics, and continuously evolving, a significant risk. To avoid excessively damaging their sibling bond, Yan Bai deemed it necessary to implement some strategic mischief. Thus, he remarked that it all depended on Shisui's efficacy. Setting aside Shisui, who had ventured into another realm, Yan Bai himself encountered a bottleneck. The nobles who had once visited the hot spring village had their goodwill maxed out at a stable 150 points, preventing any further darkening. These nobles were better off as weaklings. They were already affluent, and Yan Bai had no desire to bestow them with additional capabilities. Presently, aside from first-time visitors to the hot spring village, he had nearly exhausted all potential goodwill targets. The hot spring village's operations had become self-sustaining, with Uchiha Itachi serving as a formidable manager. Yan Bai had contemplated whether to venture into other villages. However, recalling his considerable notoriety, he realized that he would be as conspicuous as a 1,000-watt light bulb, requiring the use of ocular techniques to procure identification. In the realm of shinobi, there is little that poses a threat to him. What entertainment could be found in the impoverished corners of other ninja villages? Is it merely a waste of time seeking suffering? The sand of the land of wind, the water of the land of water, the stones of the land of earth, the clouds of the land of lightning, what beauty do they hold? Such thoughts unexpectedly stirred a sense of existential despair within Yan Bai. Yan Bai? The voice of Uchiha Itachi drifted in from the kitchen, abruptly interrupting Yan Bai's contemplations. What is it, Itachi? Yan Bai, with his back turned to Uchiha Itachi. Swiftly utilized a basic water technique to clean the bowls and chopsticks in his hands. Although Reina prepared a traditional Japanese meal, Yan Bai was not particularly fond of it. Moreover, the sheer number of utensils to wash after the meal was quite bothersome. "Ah, Reina, please return quickly." Yan Bai silently wished in his mind for Reina to come back and take care of the dishes. Uchiha Itachi, having approached without Yan Bai noticing, remarked, "You often say I keep my burdens to myself, reluctant to share my troubles and confusions. You seem to be in a similar state now. What troubles you?" "I am indeed somewhat troubled, but it feels pointless to voice it," Yan Bai casually replied while picking up a dry cloth to wipe the already clean bowls. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. "You can speak. Perhaps I can assist you." "My trouble is simply that I find life rather dull," Yan Bai sighed, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart, as the original plot of this virtual world had yet to commence. Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words before saying, "Haven't you been quite active recently? You made Shimura Danzo weep and even secured a penalty fee from Saratobi Asuma. Yet it remains exceedingly dull." Yan Bai shook his head, quickly placing the dried bowls and chopsticks in their rightful places before turning around. "It's all as you previously mentioned. The quest to seize your father's position as clan leader has shown no signs of progress." Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed. "Because of you, my father refuses to pass the clan leader position to me peacefully. The opposition within the clan is strong. They believe I have become your subordinate. The Uchiha clan prides itself on its independence, and, although they maintain amicable relations with you, they do not wish to be under your control." "Did they express their sentiments in unkind terms?" Yan Bai asked with a smile. "Perhaps they likened you to my hound?" At this remark, Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted slightly, and his silence spoke volumes. The moniker of Loyal Hound, Genius Youth had evidently spread even to other villages. The Uchiha clan members were indeed displeased deep down. "Ah, Itachi, there's no need to exert yourself unnecessarily. Have you forgotten? After Shursui's demise, your clan members are likely to treat you the same way. There's no need to rescue them, is there?" Chapter 194. Brother-in-law Mr. Paraquat Yan Bai expressed his discontent and the need for solitude. Uchiha Itachi, burdened with his own thoughts, took his leave after lunch. Yan Bai sat alone in the living room of his abode, still awaiting Reina's return. He pondered the circumstances surrounding Hinata Hizashi's encounter with the Grim Reaper, as well as Uchiha Shursui's experiences within the virtual environment he had crafted for him. The illusion Yan Bai had created for Uchiha Shursui was a fixed program, a narrative already scripted, with Yan Bai having intervened little. It was essentially a replica of this virtual world. However, for reasons unknown, Yan Bai sensed something amiss. Should an NPC that was destined to die somehow survive? Must they then be eliminated by the world? Was this for real? Previously, Yan Bai had only tested the system, knowing that when NPCs were meant to die, they could not be saved. Initially, he had attempted to intervene, but upon realizing it was futile, he had given up. It was only this time that he unexpectedly saved Hinata Hizashi. Yan Bai came to realize that it was indeed possible to alter the narrative, albeit requiring greater effort and a comprehensive approach. Nevertheless, with Hinata Hizashi surviving when he should have perished, complications still arose. "No, this is wrong." Yan Bai narrowed his eyes. A change in the narrative was still a change. The issue lay with the Grim Reaper's arrival. Was this entity a natural phenomenon of the virtual world, or was it artificially induced? He couldn't help but recall the incident involving Reina's great-grandmother punishing her for the sake of the two children, as well as the enigmatic Kaguya, who had long hidden in the Land of Rain. Kaguya had taken over Uchiha Ibido, moving about without a trace. After emerging from the moon, would she willingly retreat once more? Was the Akatsuki organization of today still the same as in the original narrative? Yan Bai furrowed his brow, sensing that the current situation was dire and the unfolding events were beyond his foresight. In the Land of Rain, vibrant lichens cloaked the damp earth, with fungi proliferating at an astonishing rate. Following the emergence of the Konoha Hot Springs village, the Land of Rain had established long-term business ties with the village, particularly in the realm of culinary delights featuring the fungi from their lands. The Land of Rain was now entirely under the control of Kaguya, or rather, under the dominion of Yan Bai's great-grandmother, the Ten-Tails Kaguya Otsutsuki. In essence, this world had two game masters, one who was idle and another who was a workaholic. The elderly lady had long ceased to expect her carefree great-grandson to work earnestly, having never displayed the demeanor of a child. She did not impede her grandson's indulgence and leisure. Yet, the crucial elements that must be managed could not be allowed to collapse. In a world where the narrative had begun to unravel, peculiar anomalies could easily arise. Thus, the elderly lady took it upon herself to oversee matters. At the pinnacle of the tower, the elderly lady sat with her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, clad in white garments, poised gracefully upon her designated soft couch. Her alabaster hands made intricate gestures in the air, as if she were conjuring a silent symphony from nothingness. During this time, her pure white eyes gradually emitted a radiant glow, rising into the air like a miasma, swirling eerily around her. Her pristine pupils scanned the surroundings while she continually edited her back end. This semi-manifested panel was visible only to Yan Bai, who, as a fellow game master, could perceive it. The ever-watchful Kurizetsu remained oblivious to his mother's actions. Merely standing by her side brought him satisfaction. Suddenly, the elderly lady's hands froze mid-motion. What in the world? She muttered coldly, her lips curling in disdain. Kurizetsu, noticing her abrupt change, asked, "Mother, what is it?" "Zetsu, go prepare a meal. I am famished," she replied, maintaining her composure as she resumed her actions. With a mischievous grin, Kurizetsu respectfully exited the room, leaving the elderly lady alone. At that moment, the information she had accessed displayed a series of notifications. Hinata Hizashi, abnormal NPC successfully eliminated. Uchiha Shursui, status abnormal. What does status abnormal signify? The elderly lady squinted, pressing on the notification pertaining to Uchiha Shursui. The feedback revealed that the realm of the shinobi had not registered Uchiha Shursui's soul, nor had the earth of the shinobi world received any remnants of his flesh. The elderly lady's mind immediately conjured the image of Yan Bai's leg accessory. So, he did not utilize Uchiha Itachi, but instead chose Uchiha Shursui? But where had Uchiha Shursui vanished to? The elderly lady murmured to herself as she closed this back end and opened another, activating the omniscient eye of the creator. She began searching for Uchiha Shursui marked by Yan Bai. In no time, the elderly lady successfully located the position of Uchiha Shursui. As she read the textual description transmitted by the system, her expression darkened progressively. Uchiha Shursui has become a subordinate of Yan Bai and has received a new mission to descend into the world of blood and mirror. Uchiha Shursui encounters the target. And the text depicted Uchiha Shursui accepting a task from Yan Bai and being transported away from this world to the parallel realm where the mission's target resided. Upon entering the realm of blood and mirror, Uchiha Shursui immediately encountered Yan Bai's second sister and struck a deal. The elderly lady understood Yan Bai's intentions upon witnessing this. Yan Bai's second sister harbored a relentless virus, which the family, in a civilized manner, referred to as her husband, though in less flattering terms, they called it paraquat. For wherever it ventured in the virtual worlds, it would wreak havoc, leading to significant economic and various other losses for the Yan Bai family. The world of blood and mirror was a virtual domain specifically devised by the elderly lady to contain the paraquat virus. Unlike Yan Bai, his second sister could not engage in work. She was confined to the virtual realm of blood and mirror to prevent the virus from contaminating other virtual worlds. Initially, Yan Bai had advised his sister to eliminate paraquat, yet she shockingly commenced a twisted romantic entanglement with it. Yan Bai's sister's predicament resembled that of a cherished family member, ensnared by an obsessive and unstable love, feeling indebted and unable to sever the bond, yet unwilling to repulse herself, thus leading to a state of tenuous coexistence. Her temperament left Yan Bai utterly speechless. In any relationship, the person who blocks others is never her. She would never take the initiative to sever ties, perpetually waiting for others to abandon her so she could leave guilt-free, or else she would be burdened by a sense of remorse. Furthermore, she forbade Yan Bai and the others from assisting in eliminating paraquat, as it would become a haunting specter for her. The only solution was to make paraquat cease its affection for her, allowing her to act without psychological encumbrance. Paraquat's character flaws, combined with its formidable evolutionary abilities, remained a lurking threat. Thus, Yan Bai sent Uchiha Shursui there, uncertain of the divine intervention's efficacy, yet willing to experiment. The elderly lady observed the system prompt she had inscribed. Abnormal NPC Uchiha Shursui has been marked. Should it be purged? Yes or ignore? Her finger quivered slightly, eyebrows raised. And ultimately, she selected ignore. Chapter 195. The Uchiha clan pressured into marriage. The elderly lady closed her eyes, promptly disabling the system notifications of the blood and mirror realm and reopening the messages from various virtual worlds, activating the rules of purging for all identified abnormal NPCs. In essence, if any NPC who was meant to perish survived, they would soon encounter calamity, leading to their demise. After addressing these matters, the elderly lady reactivated the back end of the current virtual world. This time, she perused the fundamental state of the world. Year 54 of Konoha. Major events that should occur. Uchiha Itachi engages in a duel with Orochimaru, severing his arm, and joins the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi's identity as a spy is discovered by Uchiha Shisui, leading Itachi to kill Shisui and unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi conflicts with his clan members. Uchiha Sasuke enrolls in school. Gaara is assassinated by agents sent by his father, leading to the death of Yashimaru. The 5-year-old Kirigakure Suigetsu becomes a demon, succeeding Zabuza. Upon witnessing these events, the elderly lady's white eyes brimmed with despair. In the year 53 of Konoha, Orochimaru, following his internal inquiries, defected from the Akatsuki organization and was pursued by Kaguya, subsequently retreating to recuperate, achieving the outcome desired by the elderly lady. However, year 53 of Konoha should have been the year Uchiha Itachi ascended to the rank of Chunin. Yet, due to Yan Bai's influence, Itachi had not even become a genin at that time. After contemplating for a prolonged period, the elderly lady surrendered to the circumstances. Now, seeing the major event that indicated Uchiha Itachi kills Uchiha Shisui to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, she squinted her eyes, finally grasping why Yan Bai's previous plan regarding leg ornaments had not come to fruition. It was caught in a bug. To prevent Uchiha Shisui from being annihilated by the world, he had been dispatched prematurely in the year of his destined death. Moreover, Yan Bai's actions had reasons that even the elderly lady could not dismiss. It seemed she had been ensnared in his schemes. Upon examining the events that should transpire this year, the elderly lady felt a throbbing headache. For Uchiha Itachi to battle Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki? No, that rogue had already defected, and Uchiha Itachi's storyline had collapsed. The elderly lady felt exhausted and ceased her efforts to remedy the situation. Whatever plot could be salvaged would have to suffice. Let the unfortunate NPCs meet their demise. The ensuing major event would be the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. To perish or not to perish. The elderly lady's snow-white eyes gazed out the window. As if summoned by an ominous gaze, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the distance. Rain began to tap against the window pane, gradually transforming into a torrential downpour. In the slightly altered land of rain, the cacophony of raindrops echoed incessantly. The elderly lady's crimson lips moved slightly, her self-talk drowned by the sound of the rain. Yan Bai sat in the office of the Hot Springs village, once again receiving visitors from the Uchiha clan. While discussing with Uchiha Itachi earlier, he had pondered how the Uchiha clan would meet their demise in the coming years and whether he should intervene. Observing Uchiha Itachi's demeanor, Yan Bai contemplated adopting a passive stance, waiting for their demise before encouraging the still surviving Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke to inherit the Uchiha estate. However, not even half a day had passed when this group of solemn-faced Uchiha clan members arrived at his door, recounting their grievances. Since the establishment of Hot Springs Village, the administrative responsibilities of the Uchiha clan had intensified. They were tasked not only with managing affairs within the Hidden Leaf Village, but also with serving Hot Springs Village. Moreover, those Uchiha members who had not become ninjas, under Uchiha Itachi's direction, had also joined the Wellness Program initiative. Everyone was striving for a better life. Yan Bai was acutely aware of their reluctance to be wholly dependent on him and did not impose. Currently, the situation was that Hot Springs Village's reputation was expanding, with an increasing number of nobles visiting for tourism. Despite Yan Bai's numerous preventative measures, he could only minimize the chances of unforeseen incidents. Yet, in this world, there always exist one or two anomalies that defy the rules. Just like the Uchiha clan members who had come today, they had fallen victim to a scam. The victims were primarily the young male Uchihas of Shisui's generation, youngsters of marriageable age. In this world, it is quite common for individuals to marry at the age of 15 or 16. Previously, the Hidden Leaf Village was regarded as a violent, autonomous ninja community. While they were willing to accept commoners, the ninja clans predominantly engaged in intra-clan marriages, with the most they would do being to marry commoners. Nobles and feudal lords seldom ventured into the impoverished and remote ninja villages for years. However, the situation had changed as Hot Springs Village's business flourished. An increasing number of nobles visited for leisure, with some even spending substantial sums to stay long-term, treating the Hidden Leaf as a cradle of luxury and enjoyment. Due to this, the responsibilities of Konoha have grown immensely, and the maintenance of public order by the Uchiha clan has become exceedingly crucial. Simultaneously, other ninja villages cannot instigate war against Konoha, for once hostilities commence, the majority of personnel would transform into fierce combatants on the battlefield, significantly impacting the services of Konoha's hot spring village. This is something the affluent nobles and daimyos, who control the world's wealth, would never permit. Having spent considerable time in Konoha, the nobles have observed one striking detail. Wow, the members of the Konoha Police Department are remarkably handsome. Consequently, the proud, aloof, yet diligent Uchiha clan found themselves in an unexpected predicament. Within the past half-month, 3 incidents of indecency have occurred, all involving Uchiha youths engaging in peculiar acts with noble young ladies. The inevitable outcome has been forced engagements with the noble girls who were touched. What should the Uchiha clan do when the wealthy patrons come knocking? They were utterly flustered. The 3 Uchiha youths, bewildered by their sudden predicament, still wear expressions of confusion. The noble young ladies, before taking action, had conducted thorough investigations and preparations, selecting inconspicuous youths from the Uchiha clan and ensuring ample witnesses were present. In this age devoid of surveillance, such matters are nearly indefensible, even if the youths assert their innocence. The act of their hands having been forced into the girls' garments cannot be denied. If the other party were merely commoners, the Uchiha clan could easily dismiss the matter. However, these were nobles, endowed with power and wealth, and the higher-ups in Konoha are hesitant to oppose them, let alone the Uchiha clan itself. It is akin to the previous Hyuga incident. If the Konoha leadership had decided to eliminate Hinata Hizashi, would the Hyuga clan have dared to resist? Currently, the Konoha high-ranking officials are mere spectators. The nobles, unlike the earlier conflict with the Cloud Village, do not seek the demise of the Uchiha clan. They merely wish for the clan to assist in arranging marriages. What could be so grave about that? Upon the occurrence of the first incident, Uchiha Fugaku noted the irregularity and contemplated seeking assistance from Yan Bai. Yet, at that time, Uchiha Itachi was adamant about claiming the position of clan leader. This left the Uchiha clan in a quandary. They were reluctant to let Yan Bai intrude upon their affairs. Yet they found themselves facing a diplomatic crisis linked to the nobles that they could not resolve. As the situation escalated, they ultimately turned to Yan Bai for help. Chapter 196. The foolishly handsome Uchiha. The office was filled with Yan Bai's infectious laughter. Uchiha Fugaku had just solemnly described the difficulties he faced to Yan Bai, and upon hearing that maniacal laughter, his expression darkened like a pot's bottom. Taking a deep breath, he was about to chastise Yan Bai when he noticed that Yan Bai's smiling visage had shattered like a broken mask, instantly transforming into a look of deep lament. Yan Bai sighed. Why has no girl ever tried to frame me? I'm quite charming, and although I am still young, I am nearing the age of marriage and can be reserved. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, observing his father's bewildered expression, could not help but whisper, Yan Bai, please stop joking. Father is quite anxious. Yan Bai shrugged and fell silent. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku had an epiphany, his eyes widening. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father. Father, do you now comprehend why Yan Bai engaged in that endeavor at the outset? It ensured that neither of us encountered any troublesome romantic entanglements over the years. Having spent so much time with Yan Bai, Uchiha Itachi understood well why they had never been subjected to such frivolities. This was no longer their first year at the Ninja Academy. Yan Bai had once shared with Uchiha Itachi that in his childhood, he silently trailed behind his mother, observing the intricate dance of social maneuvering. Reputation is an exceedingly important asset that must be managed with care. Merely maintaining a pristine reputation is not always advantageous. Should one commit a misdeed, one's carefully constructed persona could collapse entirely. It is better to embrace a blend of virtues and flaws, appearing more human and relatable, yet still surpassing the average individual in some respects. This philosophy gave rise to Yan Bai's infamous remark, "Your beloved idols are still capable of making mistakes." This statement indeed awakened many irrational young ladies, leading them to adopt a more rational perspective, except for a few particularly peculiar individuals. Since the emergence of the hot spring village, Yan Bai had undertaken a rather peculiar endeavor in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. It was this very act that had spared Yan Bai from any romantic troubles aside from the troublesome Renai. There are countless legends surrounding Konoha's hot spring village. Nearly every specialty and key staff member possesses their own tales, some favorable, others unfavorable, and some downright bizarre. In essence, there is an overwhelming amount of gossip. Yan Bai has taken the adage rumors cease with the wise and turned it on its head. He has orchestrated a scenario where everyone is led to believe that those who heed rumors are foolish. Through his direct intervention, he has created an environment where believing in rumors is deemed absurd. Having participated in this firsthand, Uchiha Itachi learned a valuable lesson from Yan Bai and recognized the benefits of rumor propagation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot. This principle, derived from the book of Deuteronomy in the Old Testament, was Yan Bai's response when Uchiha Itachi inquired about the matter. Only by sharing each other's misfortunes can lasting bonds be forged. Once a person rises to prominence, envy and resentment will inevitably increase. If one wishes to avoid being burdened by fame, one must be prepared to tarnish their own reputation when the time is right. Rumors and lies serve as a vile strategy. While rumors are easy to wield, they are difficult to guard against. It is impossible to silence the entire world. Hence the saying, 3 men make a tiger, and the voice of the people can erode gold. The notion that rumors cease with the wise is merely a futile self-comfort for some. Many believe that time will naturally dispel rumors. Yet, rumors often resurface at critical moments, and the individuals targeted may never live to witness their own vindication. Words are potent weapons that can kill without a trace. The case of Konoha's White Fang stands as a living testament. The tactic of spreading negative rumors has proven effective for Shimura Danzo time and again. Such methods resemble modern commercial warfare through public opinion attacks, malicious and cunning strategies that seek to ruin reputations. Even if one knows that Shimura Danzo is the originator of the rumors, they might still fabricate stories against him. The ultimate outcome is that both Konoha's White Fang and Shimura Danzo find their reputations tarnished, cast into the depths of disgrace, yielding no benefit to either party nor aiding in the restoration of their honor. Yan Bai's actions appear quite absurd in Uchiha Itachi's view. Yan Bai has concocted a plethora of bizarre rumors about himself, creating an extensive array of versions and tales. Each rumor is so outrageous and implausible that it has effectively buried the truth about Yan Bai beneath a mountain of fabrications. Shocking. The Konoha god of wealth and the Uchiha prodigy they are both male. The Konoha god of wealth has such a peculiar flaw. His legs are too slender. The secrets shared by a commoner lad and a wealthy young master. They became friends. The Konoha god of wealth is constantly courting women. What warped values does he hold regarding marriage and relationships? He delivers collective lessons to the employees of the hot spring village daily, most of whom are women. The notion that women require 3 hours to be satisfied is swiftly dismissed by the deity of Konoha, who claims to accomplish the task in a mere 6 minutes. He arranges for exquisite garments at the hot spring festival, merely needing to provide his measurements. Under the glaring sun, he instructs the youth in the vigorous massage of sensitive areas, while ostensibly teaching them eye care exercises. Rumors abound that the Konoha deity possesses the ability to perform wood release. Ridiculous. Others claim he wields the Sharingan. Absurd. Some even assert that his mother resides on the moon. Preposterous. Furthermore, he has solicited consent from his fellow employees to craft a myriad of outrageous rumors designed to capture public attention, involving tales of young men and women, commoners, elites, and eccentric relationships that stretch the bounds of normalcy. Yan Bai, with his acerbic wit and eloquent prose, penned these sharp and vivid narratives, compiling them into the Hot Spring Village Rumor Weekly, which he distributed in public restrooms and communal areas for all to peruse. Nobles found amusement in these tales and often purchased copies as light reading during their visits to the lavatory. These rumors not only generated value for Yan Bai, but also diverted everyone's attention, causing noble maidens to regard both him and Uchiha Itachi with trepidation. For instance, a rumor spread that the Konoha deity bore a flaw in his lower limbs. His legs were too slender. Who knows what the truth is? Perhaps it is not merely due to the thinness of his legs. The robust young men of the Konoha Police Department are quite admirable, are they not? Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Uchiha Fugaka broke into a cold sweat. The audacity of Yan Bai to speak ill of himself for self-preservation is a testament to his uniqueness. It is indeed commonplace for the villagers of Konoha to either praise or criticize Yan Bai and Uchiha Itachi. Previously, it was Shimura Danzo who excelled at fabricating rumors. But upon encountering Yan Bai, he found himself utterly bewildered. Since meeting Yan Bai, Danzo has spent years in frustration. Initially, he meticulously prepared thousands of negative rumors about Yan Bai for potential use. But within days, he was overwhelmed by the flood of absurd tales sweeping through Konoha. What are these rumors but stories? Just tales to be heard. No one would take them seriously. Yan Bai's transgressions extended to crafting numerous fanfictions featuring Danzo as the protagonist, depicting various versions of him, which were then published under the title Konoha Story Collection. Alongside the Hot Spring Village Rumor Weekly, both of which became infamous restroom reads in Konoha, a new issue was released every week. And even without Danzo's malcontents creating rumors, Yan Bai would concoct new tales for the Rumor Weekly, even fabricating bizarre fan stories about those who had offended him, providing entertainment for the employees and patrons of the Hot Spring Village. He also organized the collection of rumors from across the ninja world, documenting them all in the Rumor Weekly. The nature of these publications is akin to that of Crayon Shinchan, Detective Conan, or Old Master Q. Villagers could alleviate their boredom while attending to nature's call. Every restroom in Konoha is lavishly appointed, equipped with bookshelves stocked with either the Rumor Weekly or the Konoha Story Collection. As for the novels previously penned by Yan Bai or Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection, such esteemed works are not provided for free. Those interested must purchase them from bookstores. However, both the Hot Spring Village Rumor Weekly and the Konoha Story Collection are freely available in the restrooms. Some rumors target individuals, others collectives, while some cast aspersions on products from the Hot Spring Village or various attractions throughout Konoha. In essence, they are written in a manner that is both plausible and entertaining, with covers boldly proclaiming, "This story is entirely fictional. Any resemblance to real persons is purely coincidental." Anyone using the restroom is bound to become acquainted with these two magazines. The content published in these magazines is guaranteed to sweep through Konoha within 2 days. Thus, Lord Fugaku, Yan Bai smiled warmly. You shall be the protagonist in the upcoming edition of the Rumor Weekly and Story Collection. Rest assured, within half a month, those young ladies will regard you with a healthy distance. Uchiha Fugaku felt an ominous premonition lingering, yet at this juncture, there was no choice but to trust Yan Bai. Reflecting on the years, he acknowledged that despite Yan Bai's constant self-deprecation, he remained in good standing. Moreover, due to Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku had come to understand Yan Bai more deeply than others over the years. After the establishment of the Hot Spring Village, Yan Bai managed to sell excrement, urine, refuse, and even rumors, all at no cost, a concept utterly unfathomable. Who would have thought one could profit from such things? If it exists in the realm of possibility, Yan Bai dares to sell it. Furthermore, the items he packages and offers for sale are met with enthusiasm from the public. After careful consideration, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude to Yan Bai before taking his leave. Uchiha Itachi quietly remarked, "I initially thought marriage was a simple matter. They would eventually tie the knot. However, upon learning the details, I now understand the source of their suffering." "Oh?" Yan Bai inquired with curiosity. "Those noble maidens are exceedingly unattractive." Uchiha Itachi mused as he recalled his encounters with the aristocracy. Take the nobles of the Land of Fire, for instance. They often apply powder to their faces, rendering their complexions ghostly pale, and adorn themselves with lip makeup, while blackening their teeth. The latter practice is particularly perplexing. Why do they believe a mouthful of blackened teeth is appealing? Uchiha Itachi was left with a myriad of questions. Imagine waking up beside such a woman in the middle of the night, greeted by a ghastly pale visage smiling at you, revealing a mouth full of darkness. Good heavens! Uchiha Itachi hastily banished that image from his mind. The following day, the Uchiha clan graced the pages of the Hot Spring Village Rumor Weekly and the Konoha Story Collection. The latest edition of the Rumor Weekly featured not only the Uchiha clan, but also a special headline: The Mysterious Family of Hereditary Mental Illness, the obvious lunacy of the Kagaya clan, and the subtle madness of the Uchiha clan. This was a scientific article detailing the remarkable brain circuitry and combat styles inherent to the Kagaya clan. It further elucidated the secrets behind the awakening of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. The clan's bloodline must be offered to the heavens. The article emphasized that the Uchiha, devoid of love in their hearts, are unworthy of awakening their eyes. To unlock the Sharingan, One must be a person filled with passion and love, requiring the lives of many beloved friends and family in exchange for power. The genealogy may not guarantee the opening of the eyes, yet it does present a certain probability of such an occurrence. However, at the conclusion of this seemingly earnest scientific article, the author remarks, "This is merely my wild conjecture. Should anyone have differing opinions, feel free to correspond with the publisher for discussion." Accompanied by seemingly plausible rumors, the latest edition of the Konoha Storytelling Club features fanfiction tales of the Hokage. These narratives center around the tragic stories of young members from the Uchiha clan, portrayed with varying versions, genders, and personalities. Within these tales, 5 short stories spotlight the Uchiha clan, set against a backdrop identical to the current ninja world, with familiar supporting characters, albeit with different protagonists. The contents of the 5 books diverge significantly in their secondary settings and methods of awakening, contrasting starkly with the omnipotent genealogy rituals depicted in the rumor magazines. These fanfictions intertwine their depictions of the Sharingan with the scientific accounts in the rumor periodicals, culminating in 6 distinct rumors surrounding the Sharingan. Nonetheless, these 5 rumors share a commonality. They convey the message that the Uchiha are strikingly beautiful yet tragically powerful. To marry them, one must wager their very life. Yan Bai portrays the Uchiha clan in a profoundly poignant manner, eliciting tears from noble maidens. Chapter 198. The rumors escalate naturally. The noble young ladies enamored with the Uchiha clan eagerly follow stories related to them, even if they are aware of their fictitious nature. Akin to how modern young girls idolize handsome celebrities, keen to learn every detail of their private lives, even if merely legendary. Consequently, after absorbing the lore surrounding the Uchiha clan, a phrase suddenly gained popularity among the populace. Experiencing the love of a yandere in a novel is a story. Being loved by one in reality is an accident. The 3 noble maidens chose to let the 3 Uchiha youths be, but it was not so simple. Being of noble lineage, they were keen on preserving their dignity. Having been touched by the boys, the situation could not simply end in silence. If marriage was off the table, then compensation for emotional distress would have to suffice. The Uchiha clan certainly had no shortage of funds. Compensation was not an issue. Yet, it was a source of resentment. Furthermore, this would adversely affect the reputations of the 3 youths, who, at such a tender age, faced such an unjust calamity. Since the maidens were nobles, they had to endure in silence, yet discontent lingered. To escape the marriage, they tarnished their own reputations, leaving them feeling disadvantaged despite their innocence. Desperate to resolve the dilemma, Uchiha Fugaku sought out Yan Bai once more. How could it be that merely wishing to annul these 3 engagements came at such a steep price? Uchiha Fugaku appeared troubled. His children felt deeply aggrieved. Yan Bai's tales in the rumor magazines and storytelling club painted a rather grim picture of the Uchiha clan. Employing the most exquisite and melancholic prose, Yan Bai described the Uchiha's beauty and strength, drawing tears from many naive maidens. However, this was the extent of it. Presently, the perception of the Uchiha clan is as follows. They are handsome, powerful, and harbor a latent madness that manifests in obsessive and extreme behaviors. This hidden madness is perilous. To be loved by them is a blissful yet dangerous affair, as no one knows whether they might sacrifice their beloved in their quest for power. Unless one is willing to risk their life for love, no one would dare to gamble on such a relationship. The most egregious act by Yan Bai was the inclusion of numerous tragic love stories featuring early awakening elderly Uchihas in the subsequent issues of the Rumor Magazine and Storytelling Club. No one would wish to marry a man who might concoct a miso soup too salty with intentions of poisoning them. The Uchiha clan became a ninja clan that could be admired from afar, but not trifled with, strikingly handsome, yet alas, a pervert. Thus, it sufficed for people to admire the Uchiha clan from a distance. Those reckless enough might attempt to pursue them, while the cautious should remain at a safe distance, allowing the Uchiha to exist in their fantasies, with their tragic love stories being sufficient. Being compelled to pay emotional damages was bearable, but it left them unable to hold their heads high within their clan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, acknowledging the situation. This was simply unacceptable. The 3 youths could not even work within the Konoha police department, as the nobles insisted on preserving their pride, shifting all blame onto the Uchiha clan, claiming that the male youths had initially acted upon their desire for the maiden's beauty, resulting in a slew of uninformed commoners cursing them as lecherous. They were good boys. and Fugaku was deeply concerned for their futures, yet felt utterly powerless. It was not merely that they could not accept the situation. He himself could not come to terms with it. In the past, the Uchiha clan would have swallowed their pride regardless of the circumstances. In earlier times, the three young men would have been compelled into a marriage, facing a lifetime of discontent with a wife lacking in charm. Now, even if they wished to retract their commitment for the sake of reputation, the noble maidens would not acquiesce. Yan Bai blinked, studying Uchiha Fugaku for a considerable duration until Fugaku felt a chill. Only then did Yan Bai speak again. Uchiha clan leader, what outcome do you desire? Yan Bai surveyed the three Uchiha youths standing behind Fugaku. They were relatively unknown within the clan, yet oddly familiar. Uchiha Fugaku, do you wish for those three noble maidens to receive their just deserts, thereby granting you some peace of mind? Yan Bai furrowed his brow, sensing that the three youths behind Fugaku might be the very individuals who had once pressured Itachi to kneel, believing him to be responsible for Shirsue's death, and had gone to Itachi's home to confront him. In the original timeline, Itachi, in a bid to placate Sasuke, had indeed knelt. Yan Bai pinched his brow, struggling to recall the details, as he had never paid much attention to such matters. However, what discerning eyes did those noble maidens possess? Yan Bai silently criticized while maintaining a neutral expression, softly stating, I believe you seek to resolve the issue of your tarnished reputation, do you not? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and the youths behind him nodded solemnly. Yan Bai's voice was gentle as he continued, if your goal is merely to see those three maidens punished, it would not significantly aid in restoring your honor. Even if those who once insulted you come to recognize your innocence, they will still distance themselves out of guilt for their past transgressions. At this, the expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and the three youths grew grim. Having long overseen the Konoha Police Department, they were acutely aware of the villagers' nature. Commendable deeds often went unrecognized, while failures were met with scorn. Even if some kind-hearted individuals offered apologies upon realizing their mistake, it would not change the villagers' aversion to them, leading to further estrangement. Before they could respond, Yan Bai continued, however, there exists a potential solution that may require some compromise on your part, yet it would undoubtedly be an improvement over your current predicament. Would you be willing to consider it? Upon hearing this, the four individuals before him regarded Yan Bai with hopeful expressions. Perhaps even Uchiha Fugaku himself had not realized that they had come to perceive Yan Bai as an omnipotent figure. The predicament that had left Uchiha Fugaku in despair was resolved within just a few days after he sought help from Yan Bai. However, a new issue soon emerged. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the expressions of the three young boys before turning back to Yan Bai, softly inquiring, Yan Bai, what is your method? With a benign smile gracing his face, Yan Bai stood up and approached Uchiha Fugaku, whispering something in his ear. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils quivered slightly. Chapter 199. Cosmetic Surgery. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow in disbelief and murmured, I will communicate thoroughly with the three children. I believe they will not object. Yan Bai's expression radiated a spring-like warmth, suggesting that if that were the case, it would be a win-win situation. However, it was not without cost. According to the value of the service, the price was reasonable, and he would provide a quote based on the actual circumstances. He then escorted Uchiha Fugaku and the three timid Uchiha youths out of the door, standing outside his office in the hot spring village. Yan Bai silently watched the four depart. Uchiha Itachi stood behind him, remaining silent throughout. It was only after his father and the others had left that Uchiha Itachi took a step forward to stand beside Yan Bai. Observing Yan Bai's smile, he couldn't help but say, Yan Bai, after all, he is my father. I implore you to be gentle. In response, Yan Bai looked at Uchiha Itachi with a puzzled expression. Are you concerned that my fees might be excessive? Fear not. This is a legitimate business transaction. Unlike my teacher's situation, where he often demands that I do this and that without compensation. Hence, I have to let him enjoy some passive entertainment as a form of payment. Uchiha Itachi regarded him with skepticism, remaining silent for a moment before reluctantly asking, how do you intend to assist them? Yan Bai turned, his gaze complex as he looked at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had grown accustomed to Yan Bai's peculiar expressions and behaviors, often feeling as if Yan Bai saw through him to another person or to matters that seemed connected yet distant. At that moment, Yan Bai contemplated Uchiha Itachi speaking on behalf of the three Uchiha youths. He then naturally recalled a few instances of humiliation that Uchiha Itachi had faced in the original narrative. Following this, He realized that such occurrences did not seem to exist in this version. Uchiha Itachi had little interaction with the three youths, merely sharing a clan connection. Uchiha Shisui had already passed away, and everyone had attended his funeral. The circumstances surrounding Uchiha Shisui's death were unrelated to Uchiha Itachi. A small number of informed individuals knew that Uchiha Shisui had succumbed to death by deception, which was now inconsequential. Thus, Uchiha Itachi bore no animosity towards the three youths. It was simply Yan Bai's preconceived notions that led him to believe so. Yan Bai tapped his forehead in exasperation and said, my apologies, Itachi. I was lost in thought again. What was it you just asked me? What are you planning to do? Uchiha Itachi cautiously regarded Yan Bai. I told your father to discuss with those three children about undergoing cosmetic surgery to completely alter their appearances, and then to change their names. They would train in the clan's territory for 3 months before re-emerging with new identities, rendering them unrecognizable. Yan Bai explained candidly. Cosmetic surgery? Uchiha Itachi looked at Yan Bai in confusion. You mean transformation techniques? Yan Bai shook his head and replied, No, I mean a complete alteration of their usual appearances. Your father should understand what I mean. How would that be accomplished? Uchiha Itachi felt intrigued. In other worlds, such procedures might involve surgical alterations, reshaping bones, augmenting noses, and defining chins. However, the potential consequences of failure could be severe. Fortunately, in this world, I have a novel idea. Yan Bai's eyes glimmered. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Uchiha Itachi. He gazed at Yan Bai in disbelief. So, this is merely a concept? Yes, I have yet to conduct any experiments. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Yan Bai chuckled lightly. Let them be the first clients for this cosmetic endeavor. Uchiha Itachi responded. Theoretically, you say? That implies there may still be practical issues. He racked his brain, pondering if the three had ever offended Yan Bai, and when that might have occurred. Unbeknownst to Yan Bai, this sudden inspiration stemmed from Uchiha Itachi's previous comments about those Uchiha youths refusing to marry into noble families, citing that the noble maidens were simply too unsettling in appearance and possessed peculiar tastes in aesthetics. This inadvertently led Yan Bai to contemplate beauty, which in turn conjured thoughts of cosmetic enhancements. With a warm smile, Yan Bai remarked, Itachi, I have been preoccupied with crafting stories for the Uchiha clan and have neglected the two children. Today, I find myself with some free time. I shall visit the Ninja Academy. If you are available, accompany me. If not, feel free to attend to your own matters. Uchiha Itachi observed Yan Bai's smile. Sensing something amiss, I have already inspected the enterprises. With your assistance, there is little to attend to today. Then let us go together, Yan Bai replied nonchalantly. Very well. They concluded, setting off together towards the Ninja Academy. Before long, Yan Bai followed the proper procedures to retrieve Haku and Kimimaro from the academy, bringing them home to collect Rina as well. The five then sought out a private dining room in a restaurant within the hot spring village for a gathering meal. It was lunchtime, and every restaurant in the village was bustling with patrons. Nobles typically placed their orders and sent their servants to collect the meals, while some would dine in person, filling the private rooms to capacity. Listening to the commotion outside the door, Yan Bai gathered everyone around the table. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head, feeling an odd sensation akin to a family meeting about to commence. Initially, Yan Bai refrained from broaching any serious topics, allowing everyone to eat first. After the meal, he began inquiring about Haku and Kimimaro's studies. Yan Bai did not ask about the academy's courses, but rather about the personalized lessons he had arranged for Haku and Kimimaro. Uchiha Itachi and Rina sat nearby, with Rina's expression calm as she gazed at the two boys with a look of affection. Uchiha Itachi listened intently to Yan Bai's detailed explanations to the children. Sensing something was amiss, Uchiha Itachi was aware of the subjects the children were studying at the academy, which encompassed literacy and the skills required to be a competent ninja, leaving the rest to the will of fire. The topics Yan Bai was teaching seemed quite peculiar, seemingly unrelated to enhancing their abilities. However, Uchiha Itachi would never question Yan Bai's actions. His sense of strangeness arose solely from his inability to comprehend them. Once the academic review concluded, Yan Bai suddenly addressed Haku and Kimimaro, stating, There may be a task soon requiring the two of you to cooperate. I will arrange for you to take leave from the academy. This is a very meticulous job. Upon hearing Yan Bai's words, Uchiha Itachi suddenly had a revelation. Looking at Haku and Kimimaro with disbelief, Uchiha Itachi gazed intently, his heart silently pondering. Could it be? Chapter 200. The artistic corpse bone pulse and ice release cosmetic surgery Yan Bai did not broach the subject of work immediately. However, after expressing his concern for the two children and apologizing for his recent neglect due to work commitments, the children's pale faces flushed with warmth, and they eagerly agreed to whatever Yan Bai suggested thereafter. Each time Uchiha Itachi witnessed such a scene, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Observing as an outsider, he could not shake the feeling that he too had once experienced similar moments. Was Yan Bai employing the same tactics on him? No. Uchiha Itachi dismissed that notion in his mind. Currently, during their journey home from school, Reina personally instructed Bai and Junmaru on certain aspects of the 9-year compulsory education. Yet, Yan Bai was teaching these children not the core subjects, but the unrelated elective of art. This was a discipline Uchiha Itachi had never encountered throughout his life. Although Yan Bai had once introduced him to art, music, and other electives, he felt devoid of talent in these realms and chose to forego them. Why was Yan Bai encouraging Bai and Junmaru to study art? Was it due to some lingering obsession from a past life? Or was it because these children truly possessed artistic talent? Uchiha Itachi fell into contemplation. After their meal, the 5 of them returned to Yan Bai's residence in Konoha. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Itachi observed Yan Bai's actions with a mix of understanding and confusion. Yan Bai ventured into the garden to catch a few birds, instructing Bai and Junmaru to experiment with their corpse bone pulse to perform cosmetic surgery on the birds. Cosmetic surgery? Uchiha Itachi watched in shock. The birds had fallen under Yan Bai's jinjutsu, standing dazedly in a row on the windowsill. Yan Bai then began explaining to Bai and Junmaru, guiding them to observe the first bird's form and discern the skeletal structure beneath its feathers and skin. Next, Junmaru meticulously used his bloodline limit to modify the bird. Uchiha Itachi observed with a serious demeanor, fully aware that both Bai and Junmaru possessed bloodline limits. Bai's was ice release, while Junmaru's was the corpse bone pulse. Uchiha Itachi endeavored to recall the characteristics of these two bloodlines. Junmaru's corpse bone pulse was a hereditary ability of the Kagaya clan, granting the freedom to manipulate one's bones, generating protruding bones for defense or attack. Any aspect associated with bones, such as osteoblasts, osteoclasts, and calcium concentrations, could be controlled without limitation, allowing for the generation, decomposition, or hardening of bones. Junmaru's skeletal structure was the hardest material in existence, serving as the most formidable spear in offense and the most resilient shield in defense. Moreover, extracting bones from the body would rupture tendons and skin, yet heal at an astonishing rate, thus granting the corpse bone pulse a rapid self-healing capability. Yan Bai had once remarked that bloodline limits were akin to hereditary diseases, abilities inherited from ancestors that came with flaws, bestowing longevity while simultaneously shortening their lifespan. Uchiha Itachi was aware that Yan Bai generally did not permit Junmaru to use this ability excessively. When he did, Yan Bai insisted on a sterile environment for safety and data collection. Furthermore, during Junmaru's training, Uchiha Itachi was often absent. Having become a disciple of Shimura Danzo and engaging in clandestine technological research with Orochimaru, Yan Bai could also acquire Hashirama cells through Danzo. While not omnipotent, these cells possessed remarkable vitality and could help mitigate Junmaru's bloodline ailment. In countless cycles of reincarnation, Yan Bai had tirelessly sought remedies for Junmaru's affliction. Although complex, Yan Bai had gained some insights into the intricacies of Junmaru's bloodline disease. In the current environment, the availability of various ninja clan cells was abundant. Even diluted Otsutsuki cells could be provided by Yan Bai himself. Thus, there was no immediate concern regarding Junmaru's condition. Junmaru's abilities allowed for limitless control over anything related to bones. Yan Bai had once encouraged him to manipulate the calcium elements in the backyard garden. Junmaru successfully created small toys from the calcium he controlled, proving his capability to manipulate elements beyond his body. However, he could not control them from a distance. He needed to infuse external calcium with his own bone cells to assimilate and subsequently control them as he would his own. The peculiar application of the corpse bone pulse in combat was rather unsettling. Junmaru merely had to make contact with an opponent during taijutsu, using weapons formed from his bones to penetrate flesh and invade the opponent's bone cells, causing them to grow explosively within the adversary's body, effectively replicating the wood release sapling technique. Yan Bai, who facilitated this peculiar ability for Junmaru, could not help but internally scoff. No wonder the Kagaya clan faced their doom. Much like the Uzumaki clan, Their powers were simply too overpowered. From that point on, Yan Bai had Junmaru supplement his studies in written language and mathematics with knowledge of art and anatomy. Bai generally accompanied Junmaru, thus to ensure they interacted. Bai also studied the same subjects. Bai primarily focused on human meridian studies, which were to be complemented by art and human anatomy knowledge. Consequently, Bai could create ice needles for acupuncture or silently eliminate targets. The ice needles would dissolve into water post-use, leaving no trace behind, an invaluable skill for assassination. As Yan Bai earnestly implored the two children to study diligently, Bai and Junmaru approached their learning with utmost seriousness. Now, the opportunity to apply this knowledge and skill had arrived. Yan Bai instructed Bai to anesthetize the birds with ice needles, then directed Junmaru to perform skeletal modifications on them. Initially, Junmaru, lacking proficiency, added too many bone cells, causing the bird's flesh to rupture and bleed. He quickly adjusted the concentration of bone cells to the appropriate size. Bai assisted nearby, responsible for stopping the bleeding and ensuring anesthesia, and once Junmaru completed the skeletal modifications, Bai used ice needles to stitch the ruptured flesh, employing rudimentary medical ninjutsu to promote healing. Thus, Junmaru and Bai grew increasingly adept at their surgical techniques. After performing cosmetic procedures on several birds, Yan Bai had Reina procure various animal species for Junmaru and Bai to familiarize themselves with the surgical process. Soon, these young animal cosmetic surgeons prepared to officially attempt cosmetic surgery on the Uchiha clan. Despite observing the two children executing the procedures flawlessly under Yan Bai's guidance, Uchiha Itachi was drenched in cold sweat. The three members of the Uchiha clan must have offended Yan Bai in some way. Chapter 201. Transforming them into handsome beings in light of the unpredictable side effects associated with such peculiar surgeries, the entire endeavor seemed frivolous. Uchiha Itachi's brows furrowed in contemplation. Although he was not well acquainted with the three members of the Uchiha clan, they were nonetheless kin. Yan Bai smiled as he suggested that Itachi return to inquire whether Uchiha Fugaku had prepared everything. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Itachi posed a question. Will the fusion of Kimimaro-S bone cells with the Uchiha clan pose any issues? Yan Bai stroked his slender chin, pondering for a moment before responding. Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they will develop a unique bloodline limit that combines the Uchiha-S Kekkei Genkai with the Shikatsu Miyaku. Wouldn't that be intriguing? Yan Bai's mind began to envision what a hybrid Uchiha utilizing the Shikatsu Miyaku might look like, finding the prospect rather amusing. Moreover, the complications arising from the fusion of bone cells would likely not manifest immediately. At worst, it might lead the three individuals to suffer from Kimimaro's bloodline disease. In the current world, those who undergo extensive cosmetic procedures by slicing their faces and incorporating foreign materials do not seem to face significant issues. Furthermore, Kimimaro's method of cosmetic alteration involves reshaping the bone structure directly, making it appear as though the individual's natural bones had always been thus, eliminating any awkwardness associated with implants. Yan Bai mused that this method was an ideal form of cosmetic enhancement, suddenly feeling a renewed sense of entertainment. Itachi, observing Yan Bai's inexplicable yet radiant smile, fell silent, realizing that further discussion could lead to dire consequences for the three Uchiha youths. He sighed internally, aware that Yan Bai had not coerced the three young Uchiha into undergoing surgery, having previously urged Uchiha Fugaku to deliberate on the matter. Currently, allowing Kimimaro and Haku to practice surgical procedures was merely preparatory. Even if the three decided against cosmetic surgery, Yan Bai would incur no loss. However, should they choose to proceed, Yan Bai would likely charge a fee, allowing them to take their place on the operating table. Yes, the three Uchiha would undergo surgery, with Kimimaro and Haku performing the operations. With a heavy heart, Itachi bid farewell to Yan Bai and hurried back to the clan's territory, intending to persuade the three unfamiliar clansmen to reconsider their decision regarding cosmetic surgery. The embarrassing incidents they recently encountered were merely minor misfortunes, and in a few months, people would forget and they could re-emerge without concern. However, unbeknownst to Itachi, after he departed from Yan Bai's residence, Yan Bai closed the courtyard gate and swiftly returned to his study. Reina and the two children were already waiting there. Reina spoke softly. While the children and you were occupied, I followed your instructions and obtained photographs of the three individuals from Mr. Fugaku. Yan Bai nodded in approval, acknowledging Reina's excellent work. Let us examine how we might enhance their appearances. I shall sketch the final designs. As he spoke, Yan Bai's smile took on an eerie quality, and he lightly remarked, "This is merely a business venture. Let us endeavor to create visages that the clients cannot refuse." His serious tone transformed Reina's and the children's expressions into ones of solemnity. They were all determined to produce results that would render the impending three clients utterly captivated by their creations. According to the photographs, the three Uchiha were relatively obscure within their clan. Their features were rather unremarkable, but when compared to other villagers and shinobi, they were indeed quite handsome. Thanks to their rigorous training and physical techniques, which endowed them with a tangible allure, Yan Bai's aim was to refine their already superior looks, identifying and correcting any flaws in their features, ultimately sculpting them into figures of undeniable male beauty. He envisioned that those noble maidens, deterred by the Uchiha's intense aura, would once again be emboldened by their charm. Yan Bai planned to meticulously transform these three Uchiha youths into the most beautiful representatives of their clan, making it so that even if it might lead to peril, the noble ladies would find it impossible to let go of them. Even if it might lead to danger, they would still wish to marry them. How delightful that would be. With this in mind, Yan Bai felt a surge of determination. Surely, to please these three most attractive Uchihas, the noble maidens would become new clients. With this thought, Yan Bai's spirit brimmed with ambition. Together, the family, immersed in Yan Bai's Genjutsu, conducted extensive research, ultimately devising three distinct, yet strikingly handsome faces for the three Uchiha. These new visages were crafted based on simulations of the individual's real appearances, meticulously refined by Haku and Kimimaro through repeated realistic practices, culminating in stunning results. Once all four confirmed that the faces were flawless, Yan Bai recorded their details, emerging from the Genjutsu. Upon awakening from this dreamlike state, he promptly utilized his artistic tools to render the three faces onto canvas. In unison, they completed three portrait paintings in rapid succession. The three subjects appeared as if bestowed with divine beauty, akin to the most perfect visages synthesized by contemporary AI, meticulously refining their original features into something entirely new. Upon completion of the artworks, Yan Bai did not rush. Instead, he left them to dry in the study. It mattered not if the three individuals did not come. Yan Bai intended to frame these three paintings and display them in the hot spring village as decoration, anticipating that noble maidens would be willing to pay a hefty sum for them. After accomplishing this, the four members of the Yan Bai household dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Haku and Kimimaro, who had experienced countless surgical collaborations in the illusion, were now as composed as seasoned veterans, ready for surgery at any moment. Yan Bai returned to his office in the hot spring village, where Uchiha Itachi had long been waiting. Itachi observed Yan Bai's perpetual smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Itachi had sought out the three youths, but they seemed unappreciative, responding to him with cold remarks. Itachi had suggested that transforming their faces into unfamiliar visages was rather peculiar. Could they truly accept such a change? Moreover, all this fuss was over a trivial matter. The situation had already calmed down, and it wasn't as though they faced severe disfigurement. Why go to such lengths with their own faces? One of the youths indignantly accused Itachi of speaking from a position of privilege, claiming he had not experienced their plight, hence his carefree remarks. Ultimately, Itachi left them in discontent. Chapter 202. Itachi's Divine Assistance. Uchiha Itachi regarded Yan Bai, hesitating to speak. Yan Bai, wearing a puzzled expression, wondered if there was something on Itachi's mind. Itachi pressed his lips together and said, "It is not about the hot spring village. I attempted to persuade the three clan brothers earlier today, hoping they would reconsider the surgery. However, he hesitated again, adding, "I apologize. I do not mean to doubt you. I simply believe that natural beauty is quite commendable, and their troubles are not as grave as they perceive." "They must have berated you then?" Yan Bai chuckled lightly. "Natural beauty is commendable, is it?" He stifled a laugh, not wanting to openly express his amusement. Itachi had been so busy over the years that perhaps he had not engaged sufficiently with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is characterized by their pride and stubbornness. Among them, Uchiha Itachi possesses an exceptionally striking appearance. If such a person were to stand before three ordinary Uchiha members and casually remark that he finds his natural looks quite agreeable, what thoughts might cross their minds? One could only wonder if this is a display of ostentation or something else entirely. Despite the fact that, in this version, those individuals have no direct conflict with Itachi and the death of Uchiha Shursui is unrelated to him, it is clear that they would harbor no fondness for Itachi. Much like a group of mindless NPCs acting on command, there exists an innate aversion towards him. Yan Bai, observing Itachi's conflicted expression, found himself inexplicably amused. It was clear that he had meant well in offering advice for their benefit, yet he ended up receiving a tirade of insults in return, causing even Itachi to question his life's choices. Moreover, incited by Itachi, the repercussions for those three would be significant. Yan Bai felt confident that this business venture was assuredly secure, all thanks to Itachi's unwitting assistance. Should those three from the Uchiha clan fall into the trap, they would inevitably bring a steady stream of business. With an unchanging demeanor, Yan Bai regarded the silent Itachi and said, "You should refrain from getting involved. This is a path they have chosen for themselves. I merely presented them with a solution. Whether to implement it is entirely their decision. Itachi, you have the power to determine your own life, but it is best not to interfere in the lives of others, especially not those individuals." Itachi, feeling a sense of loss, nodded and murmured, "I understand, my apologies." After Yan Bai's counsel, Itachi ceased to dwell on the matters concerning the three Uchiha members, as the issue was not his to begin with. During dinner, having promised Sasuke he would return home, Itachi bid farewell to Yan Bai. With a smile, Yan Bai watched as Itachi departed. 100 meters away, Itachi felt an inexplicable urge to look back, only to find Yan Bai still standing in place, smiling and waving. A twitch of discomfort crossed Itachi's lips, prompting him to turn away hastily, feeling that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. After all, Sasuke was waiting for him. Over the years, Uchiha Fugaku had strongly insisted that Sasuke refrain from seeing Yan Bai, leaving Sasuke to hear about Yan Bai solely through his brother's accounts. Reflecting on his younger brother's adorable demeanor softened Itachi's heart, causing him to disregard the earlier oddity. He quickened his pace, vanishing into the fading light of dusk. At this moment, Yan Bai stood amidst the wind, while three tall Uchiha youths within the building gazed at him with blank expressions. Yan Bai's gaze swept across their faces as he cheerfully inquired, "Shall I interpret your answer as a desire to agree to the proposed transformation?" The leader of the Uchiha youths, his expression cold, replied flatly, "We are eager to know what you intend to change us into." Yan Bai wore a commercial smile, stating, "Today, I have devised suitable appearances for the three of you. Please follow me, and I will present them to you. If you find any aspect lacking, we can make adjustments. Once you are satisfied, we can proceed with the surgery after the payment. And to avoid complications, it is essential for clan leader Fugaku to be present during the procedure. Otherwise, it would be rather problematic if you return to the clan and no one recognizes you. Wouldn't it? Now, let us proceed to take a look, and if you find it agreeable, we can schedule the surgery promptly." Yan Bai remained impeccably composed, despite having spent considerable time collaborating with the three youths' families to finalize the cosmetic procedures. Although they adjusted the boys' basic appearances according to their own aesthetic preferences, it was crucial to first gauge the youths' reactions. After agreeing to Yan Bai's proposal, the three youths moved with a stoic demeanor, their expressions icy as they navigated through the shadows towards Yan Bai's residence. As they entered the study, a sudden tempest unleashed outside, with wind and rain raging fiercely. The three large portraits of the youths hung prominently in the dimly lit room, casting elongated shadows across the floor. Each portrait depicted the youths with the same ebony hair, adorned with the most fitting hairstyles, creating an ineffable masculine beauty. Even the most beautiful woman would pale in comparison to the boys captured in these paintings. The three Uchiha youths gazed at the portraits, entranced. The leader of the group, astonished, exclaimed, "You wish to transform us into the likeness of those in the paintings?" "Indeed," Yan Bai replied, observing the surprise etched on their faces. In the animal kingdom, it is often the case that males are far more attractive than females, as they need to entice the opposite sex for reproduction. I digress. So what do you think? His tone was dispassionate, yet it lent an eerie quality to the atmosphere. In the dim study, the four remained motionless, the three youths fixated on their respective portraits, each radiating an unusual aura. The room was steeped in an atmosphere of the uncanny. The lighting was dim, and the boys displayed signs of hesitation, their nerves palpable as cold sweat trickled down their brows, yet they were undeniably captivated by their personalized portraits. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the Uchiha youths stated, "You mentioned to Lord Fugaku that cosmetic surgery would have potential side effects. Let us begin with me to save time. Please allow my companions to return and inform Lord Fugaku." Yan Bai raised an eyebrow, noting the eagerness of the Uchiha youths to transform into the figures from the paintings. The youth's proposals aligned favorably with Yan Bai's interests, and he did not oppose the swift resolution. Ultimately, the outcome did not deviate from Yan Bai's expectations. The cosmetic surgery was approved. Uchiha Fugaku would witness the miraculous transformation firsthand. Chapter 203, Uchiha Tongli as night fell. In order to ensure the utmost care during the gradual transformation of the three Uchiha youths, Yan Bai advised them to rest adequately, ensuring their bodies were in optimal healing condition while also allowing the surgeon to be in peak form. On the agreed-upon day, the three youths arrived at Yan Bai's residence accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku. The first to undergo the procedure was a youth named Uchiha Tongli. Yan Bai had perused Tongli's detailed profile. He was the most resistant to the idea of marrying into the noble family among the three, even rallying the others to seek assistance from clan leader Fugaku. Now, Uchiha Tongli was the most eager for transformation, seemingly desperate to shed his former self. Initially, Yan Bai had thought that if the youths did not wish for cosmetic surgery, there would be no need for interaction. Thus, he had not made an effort to learn more about them. Prior to the procedure, Yan Bai needed to understand every detail about the patient to avoid any oversights that could lead to unforeseen complications. Uchiha Fugaku provided Yan Bai with comprehensive information on Uchiha Tongli. Although Yan Bai had intended to inquire verbally, he sensed a subtle animosity emanating from Uchiha Tongli towards him. This brought Yan Bai's mind to the brainless NPCs, and upon observing the affection level of Uchiha Tongli, which hovered around 0, he noted its erratic fluctuations. It oscillated between 5 in one moment and dropped back to 0 the next, indicating a profound internal conflict regarding his feelings toward Yan Bai. Why was that? Yan Bai had ceased attempting to communicate with him. Even if he were to inquire, Uchiha Tongli would undoubtedly conceal something. Yan Bai instructed Uchiha Tongli to lie on the operating table to calm his nerves, while he had Bai and Junmaru stand by, prepared for any eventuality. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, had pulled up a chair and sat about 3 meters away from the operating table, ready to intervene should anything unusual occur. As Yan Bai perused the materials brought by Uchiha Fugaku, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle yet enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Tongli had previously declined the offer to join the noble clan, citing a beloved as his reason. Yan Bai felt a strange premonition wash over him, nonetheless. It mattered little now. Setting the documents aside, he raised his gaze and softly called, "Bai, we may begin." Bai, donned in a mask and gloves, nodded in affirmation. In swift succession, ice needles materialized from the void and plunged into Uchiha Tongli's body. Uchiha Tongli widened his eyes in surprise before succumbing to slumber. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, yet Yan Bai quickly reassured him, "Lord Fugaku, this is merely an anesthetic technique. No drugs are required. He has been rendered unconscious through appropriate disruption of his meridians. Furthermore, the sense of pain has been obstructed, ensuring that even in the event of an unforeseen complication, he will not awaken midway. Your presence, Lord Fugaku, is to safeguard the site during the procedure and to witness his transformation," thus affirming that he belongs to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly. "I understand. Please execute this surgery with utmost precision. I entrust this child to you." Yan Bai nodded gravely before proceeding to the operating table. The equipment had been prepared in advance, ensuring that Junmaru and Bai could clearly see the face of the patient. Yan Bai began issuing instructions for the surgery. First, remove the hair to avoid obstructing our view. Junmaru, refine his brow bone. Do not make it too prominent. And be mindful of the sharp angles. The surgical procedure in reality diverged somewhat from that in the illusionary space. Junmaru placed his hands on either side of Uchiha Tongli's head, analyzing the condition of his bones through invasive cellular examination. Junmaru's expression was serious as he remarked, "The asymmetry of the skull must be corrected. We need to fill in the bone. Although both sides have been made as symmetrical as possible, one side has been severely flattened over time, posing a risk of the flesh breaking through the bone. Bai, take note, the right side is slightly concave, and there is a risk of rupture in the flesh at the back of the head." Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Junmaru quietly added, "His teeth are misaligned. All the teeth on the right side fail to occlude, leading to a long-term reliance on the left side for chewing. The bone has begun to deform, and the facial nerves are likely affected, with 3 minor cavities. Brother, how shall we address this?" Yan Bai replied calmly. "Extract the old cavities and replace them with new ones. ensure to mimic the shape and bone cell density of the removed teeth, and rearrange them according to the planned dental structure. Junmaru continued, "Brother, his wisdom teeth have partially erupted, with one tooth horizontally embedded in the mandible, seemingly contributing to the occlusion issue on the right side." Yan Bai instructed, "Remove the existing wisdom teeth. Bai, ensure to apply a cold compress." Uchiha Fugaku remained vigilant, observing intently with his Sharingan activated. Aside from the initial moment when Junmaru used a razor crafted from sharp bone to shave Uchiha Tang Li's head, he did not comprehend the subsequent procedures. Moreover, Yan Bai's unreserved terminology likely eluded Uchiha Fugaku's understanding. Nevertheless, he seemed to grasp the essence of their actions. The asymmetry of Uchiha Tang Li's occipital bone was being rectified, as the protruding bone affected the cerebral space inside. Junmaru was not leaving it empty. Instead, he was augmenting the deficient bone structure based on the original shape, while by monitored potential issues arising from the increased bone mass, such as skin tearing. Additionally, Uchiha Tang Li's dental misalignment required correction, with certain teeth needing extraction. Following the alteration of the skeletal structure, there was an excess of soft tissue on the face. The three of them, including Bai, were profoundly serious about how to trim and excise this tissue, ensuring minimal scarring to preserve facial aesthetics. Junmaru's bloodline limit proved exceedingly effective, and Uchiha Tang Li's cosmetic surgery extended over several hours, striving to minimize trauma. Inevitably, some tissue damage led to the accumulation of fluids, but it was not a significant concern. With adequate rest, recovery was assured. When Uchiha Tang Li awakened, he was met with the bewildered expression of Uchiha Fugaku and the relieved smiles of Yan Bai and the beautiful child. As Uchiha Tang Li attempted to speak, he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. "Do not speak for now. I have adjusted your teeth. To allow your gums to heal, you must consume soft, mushy food for the time being." Yan Bai handed a prepared mirror to Uchiha Tang Li. The once unremarkable Uchiha youth had transformed under Yan Bai's skillful hands into a handsome figure. Despite some lingering swelling from the procedure, it was evident to all that once these minor injuries healed, his true beauty would emerge. The successful surgery on Uchiha Tang Li instilled immense confidence in the two other youths awaiting their transformations, prompting a shift in their demeanor toward positivity. Yan Bai beamed with satisfaction, and having gained experience from performing Uchiha Tang Li's surgery, the pace of the remaining two youths' operations quickened. In just one day, the Uchiha clan welcomed 3 handsome young men, and Uchiha Fugaku personally escorted them back to the Leaf Police Department, casually altering their names. From this day forth, they would embark on new lives. Chapter 204. The Kaleidoscope unleashed after being abandoned by his beloved Uchiha Tang Li, now renamed Uchiha Tang, had undergone a change in name, while the other 2 youths had also been renamed. However, unlike Uchiha Tang Li, they paid Yan Bai for their cosmetic procedures and vanished thereafter. Uchiha Tang Li, post-surgery, requested a leave of absence from Uchiha Fugaku, unlike the other 2 who resumed their duties at the Leaf Police Department. Days passed, and as the scars from the surgery healed, the beauty of the 3 transformed youths became apparent. The 2 who returned to their roles at the Leaf Police Department began to attract the attention of villagers and visitors from the Hot Spring Village, with young women starting to approach and follow them. Their beauty was impossible to ignore, and the situation now was even more precarious than before. The previous incident of forced harassment had left deep psychological scars on the 2 boys, rendering them hypervigilant. Upon detecting any young woman approaching, regardless of her intentions, they would flee in panic using the body flicker technique. One day, Yan Bai sat by the window in his office, observing the bustling scene below, where a bald and handsome man clad in Leaf Police Department attire was being pursued down the street by a throng of young women. It was evident that there existed a kind of beauty that even the worst hairstyle could not obscure. Even a bald individual, devoid of any hairstyle, can incite fervent screams from the beauty aficionados among the ladies. Remarkably, despite the recent healing of his facial injuries and the absence of any hair growth, his reputation has already spread far and wide. In Yan Bai's eyes, he has fulfilled their desires, extricating them from the notorious mire and elevating them to the pinnacle of renown in an instant. The individual encircled by the ladies is none other than one of the Uchiha youths who recently underwent cosmetic surgery. A rather amusing smile graced Yan Bai's face as he poured tea for the person seated across from him. His gaze lingered on the window, yet he casually remarked to his companion, "You must have anticipated this situation, which is why you requested a leave of absence from clan leader Fugaku. You had depleted your savings for the surgery, and yet you ought to be working instead. The person opposite him, with hair yet to sprout, emanated a peculiar dark beauty precisely because of it, even in the oblique sunlight filtering through the window. His exquisite features appeared as if sculpted by the hands of a nocturnal elf. At this moment, Uchiha Tangli fixed a brooding gaze upon the cheerful Yan Bai and said softly, "To any woman, you are a perilous man. Upon seeing your visage, they inevitably fall head over heels. Even I, transformed by your handiwork, cannot be compared to you, though the negative information surrounding you is far too abundant." Uchiha Tangli lowered his head, cognizant that any praise in this realm holds no significance for the illustrious figure before him. Only the deceased can appreciate his beauty without reservations. Your sweet words could rival Itachi's. Yan Bai chuckled lightly, though his smile gradually faded. He continued in a subdued tone, "I recall signing the cosmetic contract for you, and once the procedure was completed and the transaction settled, our paths diverged. So, what brings you back? Speak." Uchiha Tangli met Yan Bai's gaze and replied gently, "I apologize. I am aware that seeking your assistance comes at a cost. These past few days, I borrowed some money from my clan, hoping to use it to plead for your help. If you find it insufficient, I will find a way to make up the difference." Yan Bai displayed a perplexed expression. "Didn't you just complete your surgery? I can't assist you in becoming more handsome." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tangli forced a wry smile. "No, you misunderstand." Yan Bai scrutinized Uchiha Tangli closely, pondering that indeed, utilizing Kimimaro-s bloodline limit for cosmetic enhancement is the most natural approach. Uchiha Tangli's face is undeniably perfect, even his wry smile appears effortless. Uchiha Tangli then quietly stated, "I have repeatedly read your published tales in Konoha Chronicles regarding the tragic stories of the Uchiha youth. The tales of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan are particularly striking. For reasons unknown, as Uchiha Tangli spoke these words, he felt an odd sensation surge from his lower body. He understood that the melancholic legends surrounding the Uchiha clan were pinned by the illustrious figure before him, and it was only natural for him to feel displeasure at the questioning of his narratives. With no other option, Uchiha Tangli hastened his words to clarify his intent. Initially, Yan Bai assumed that Uchiha Tangli sought additional enhancements due to dissatisfaction with his appearance post-surgery, akin to those addicted to cosmetic procedures in reality. However, after Uchiha Tangli's denial, Yan Bai involuntarily speculated whether it was due to Uchiha Tangli's inability to confront his beloved after his transformation that prompted his plea for help. Ultimately, Yan Bai was regaled with an extraordinary tale. Uchiha Tangli endeavored to recount his experiences in a quick yet clear voice. "When I recently endured a harrowing incident, my beloved rejected me. She claimed I must rise to nobility and urged me to forget her, to live well with a noble lady." Upon hearing this, Yan Bai furrowed his brow at the strong aroma of tea emanating from the words. Uchiha Tangli seemed oblivious to Yan Bai's shifting expression, continuing sorrowfully, "I could not bear such a separation. In a bid for one last chance, I sought assistance from the clan leader, who in turn directed me to you. Thanks to your aid, I was able to avoid marrying into the nobility. I was elated to seek my beloved once more. But she informed me that even after breaking the engagement, my reputation had become irreparably tarnished. Being of a prestigious lineage from Konoha, her family would never allow her to unite with me. Thus, we remain apart. She urged me to forget everything and never seek her again. She cast me aside once more." Yan Bai stared at Uchiha Tangli in silence, wanting to assert, "My friend, your beloved is nothing but a scheming vixen." The girl hailed from a prominent lineage in Konoha. Given the disdain the higher-ups hold for the Uchiha clan, no esteemed family would ever consider an alliance with them. However, Yan Bai refrained from voicing his thoughts, sensing that Uchiha Tangli's story was far from over. With a sorrowful expression, Uchiha Tangli continued, "Her reaction plunged me into profound anguish, a pain surpassing death. In that state, I awakened my Kaleidoscope Sharingan." His somber words melted away in the sunlight. Yan Bai gazed, bewildered, at the flawless visage before him. So, Uchiha Tangli awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan due to being forsaken by his beloved? Chapter 205, The Former Classmate. The Queen Bee Yan Bai refrained from commenting, his eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity. Thus, it was perplexing that Uchiha Obito did not awaken his kaleidoscope until after Rin Noira's demise. What a weakness. Yan Bai assumed the role of a competent therapist. Listening intently to his patient's woes, it became evident that Uchiha Tang Li was no ordinary individual. His plight was indeed tragic. His beloved was a schemer, and the implications for the Uchiha clan remained uncertain. The awakening of Uchiha Tang Li's kaleidoscope Sharingan was not solely due to the rejection by that girl. He had been cast aside multiple times. Uchiha Tang Li elaborated on his history of awakening from the single Tomo Sharingan. His demeanor mirrored that of the typical Uchiha, reserved yet proud, projecting an air of aloofness while possessing a fundamentally simple heart. It all began when the girl first pursued Uchiha Tang Li. She was a classmate of Yan Bai, known for her unscrupulous behavior, a hallmark of the most notorious class in the history of the Ninja Academy. Thus, she shamelessly sought Uchiha Tang Li, employing despicable tactics. Uchiha Tang Li, in his youth and naivety, fell into the queen bee's trap. When Uchiha Tang Li's heart began to waver and he found himself unable to detach from the girl, she abruptly vanished. In his innocence, Uchiha Tang Li initially believed she had encountered danger or some unfortunate event. Consequently, he took the initiative to seek her out, only to discover she had moved on to another. Uchiha Tang Li described his feelings at that moment as akin to a devoted husband discovering his beloved wife's infidelity. His emotions shattered. Realizing he had been deceived, Uchiha Tang Li's agitation led to the awakening of his single Tomo Sharingan. This Sharingan became a source of psychological solace for him, as he silently thanked the deceitful girl for facilitating his awakening. However, just as Uchiha Tang Li was gracefully departing with the bestowed Sharingan, a gift from a girl who had wronged him, she unexpectedly reappeared. Uchiha Tang Li witnessed her in the company of another, and his heart grew cold. He had no desire to see her or to engage with her any further. This girl had perfected her despicable and shameless demeanor, showcasing her formidable yet cunning abilities. Uchiha Tang Li, not one to be easily deceived by mere sweet words, found himself ensnared once more as she exerted considerable effort to win him over, even resorting to intimate advances. Having never encountered such experiences before, Uchiha Tang Li was left bewildered. Her willingness to surrender herself seemed to signify her sincerity, prompting him to grant her another chance and forgive her. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. After breaking through the facade, the girl tirelessly honed her skills to please men, employing tricks and manipulation to ensnare Uchiha Tang Li further. She treated him as a mere tool, alternately provoking and soothing him, which led Uchiha Tang Li to become mentally ensnared, spiraling into feelings of inferiority and self-deprecation. Due to the private nature of their relationship, Uchiha Tang Li could not confide in anyone, enduring his turmoil alone in the dark abyss of his emotions, which accelerated the evolution of his Sharingan to the 3-Tomo level. Yet, he retained a glimmer of rationality. His affection for the wretched girl remained steadfast, and as long as she did not abandon him, he would maintain a forgiving disposition towards her. This continued until the incident in the hot spring village, which served as the final straw. Yan Bai initially believed the tale to have reached its conclusion, only to discover it was far from over. Uchiha Tang Li's beloved had further schemes in play. Continuing his narrative, he recounted, as inscribed in the annals of lore, that the Sharingan is also known as the eye of the mind's reflection. Those devoid of love are unworthy of awakening the Sharingan. It can be activated through intense emotional stimuli and may evolve into the kaleidoscope Sharingan following the anguish of losing a dear one. My emotions have been persistently influenced by her, leading to the continuous evolution of my ocular power. When I truly lost her, though she was not dead, I felt as though she had perished, at least within my realm. She was lost to me. The absence of profound love transformed into vehement hatred, fundamentally altering my disposition. I now loathe her with an intensity that is difficult to articulate. Before awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, my heart was filled with confusion. I came to realize that I had never truly understood the depths of her heart, igniting a fervent desire to fathom her thoughts. My kaleidoscope Sharingan granted me this insight, allowing me to perceive others' intentions. After she proposed our separation, I activated the kaleidoscope that very night, overwhelmed by my anguish. I wished to avoid all company and kept the matter of my eyes to myself, burdened by an existential weariness, contemplating death. Yet, she returned, re-entering my life. At this juncture, Yan Bai was left utterly speechless. As Uchiha Tang Li recounted this episode, he covered his mouth with one hand, his expression revealing a sense of nausea as if he were on the verge of retching from the recollection. She returned, as before, apologizing and lamenting. She claimed her elders had arranged a match with a boy from the Tsunade clan, expressing her entrapment by him, only to declare that she still loved me. She wept as she begged me to eliminate her suitor, professing her desire to return to my side. Yan Bai, unable to suppress his concern, gazed at his unfortunate companion with trepidation. Uchiha Tongli's emotions surged, his eyes shifting colors as the kaleidoscope patterns began to emerge. He stared intently, articulating, "This time, I forcefully expelled her from my abode, denying her entry. She stood outside, weeping softly, claiming she was with child. If I did not assist in eliminating that man, she would marry him, bearing my child." Yan Bai winced slightly, discreetly pouring tea for Uchiha Tongli to help him regain his composure. The narrative was indeed revolting. Uchiha Tongli gazed vacantly ahead, continuing, "She remains unaware that since she so callously abandoned me, I awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. And she has no inkling that my ocular prowess allows me to discern her true intentions." At this moment, Yan Bai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Her intentions?" Uchiha Tongli closed his eyes, concealing his extraordinary gaze, and replied softly, "She does not favor the boy from the Tsunade clan. Their families had already consented to the marriage, yet she yearns for the wealth that the Tsunade family offers while being unwilling to share a bed with the mediocre boy. Thus, she devised a treacherous plan." "A treacherous plan?" Yan Bai pondered the term. Uchiha Tongli's voice quivered slightly as he continued, "Indeed. She aims to incite me to murder her fiancé, subsequently feigning devastation, portraying herself as a widow destined to mourn for the Tsunade boy, all while carrying a child of unknown parentage, thus becoming the daughter-in-law of the Tsunade family before her marriage, inheriting her deceased husband's wealth. Moreover, she intends that once I am apprehended, she will visit me, tearfully assuring me to die in peace, as she will care for my child. And I, once the deed is done, will be branded the murderer and face execution. I am merely a powerless member of the Uchiha clan, lacking status and talent. Due to her actions, I feel devalued and dare not disclose the existence of my Sharingan. No one values me. Once the truth emerges, to avoid offending the higher-ups in Konoha, the clan leader will not spare my life, and the Tsunade family will not rest until I am dealt with. The outcome is invariably fatal. In a bid for self-preservation, I sought the clan leader's aid and subsequently turned to you. I have meticulously safeguarded my secret, carefully observing everyone in Konoha, only to humorously realize that apart from my Uchiha brethren, you, the god of wealth, harbor no malice toward us." Yan Bai responded. Chapter 206, A Sudden Inspiration. After hearing Uchiha Tongli's tumultuous experiences and requests, Yan Bai deemed the matter exceedingly complex and required contemplation, thus escorting Uchiha Tongli from the office in the hot spring village. Uchiha Tongli remained vigilant. Before exiting, he transformed himself into the guise of an unremarkable, portly individual. Bowing to Yan Bai at the door, he softly stated, "Lord of Wealth, I fear returning to my clan. Please allow me to seek ordinary employment in the hot spring village in this form." It was indeed tragic that someone so handsome felt compelled to hide his true self. And though he possessed a home and a new identity, he lacked the courage to return. Despite wielding the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he dared not reveal its existence. Is this truly merely a reflection of his timid character? Are all members of the Uchiha clan not meant to embody the spirit of the dragon? This is rather peculiar. Yan Bai sighed and said, "You should check into a standard room at the hot spring village for the time being. I will inform them on your behalf. So do not worry, you won't have to wait long." Filled with gratitude, Uchiha Tongli, transformed into a plump figure, bowed solemnly to Yan Bai. After seeing Uchiha Tongli off, Yan Bai furrowed his brow. If Uchiha Tongli's words were indeed true, and this matter was not handled properly, it could lead to dire consequences. Either Uchiha Tongli would kill that girl and then defect from Konoha, or he would be killed, escalating the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tongli did not appear to be entirely devoid of intellect, so despite his intense hatred for that girl, he had yet to take lethal action. The ex-girlfriend Uchiha Tongli spoke of was named Midoriya. Midoriya, the legitimate granddaughter of Mido Menin, was Yan Bai's classmate when he first entered the ninja academy. After graduating, Mido Menin placed her in the roots for training. Though termed training, it was essentially gilding. Mido Menin had secretly made arrangements with Shimura Danzo, ensuring that Midoriya did not have to engage in any significant tasks or access critical information, merely serving to build her credentials while being listed among some formidable root ninja teams. drawing a salary without actual work. When war broke out, Midoriya would not be sent to the battlefield but would remain in Konoha, living comfortably under its protection. Midoriya was not particularly weak, yet she was not among the elite. She devoted all her energy and intellect to scheming and internal strife, much like her grandfather. If Uchiha Tongli were to kill Midoriya, he would simultaneously offend both Mido Menin and Shimura Danzo, plunging the Uchiha clan into peril. In fact, before Uchiha Shisui departed from this world, he had already transformed the afflicted members of the Uchiha clan into portraits hanging on the wall. The fact that Uchiha Tongli still thrived suggested he belonged to the more rational faction of the Uchiha clan, possibly due to his deep-seated concealment. Undoubtedly, the surviving Uchiha were well aware that the clan's transition from a state of turmoil to their current peaceful existence was no small feat. None wished to disrupt this tranquility. Thus, even if Uchiha Tongli desired to take Midoriya's life, various objective reasons prevented him from doing so. Uchiha Tongli confided in Yan Bai that he believed his intellect was insufficient to contend with Midoriya, and relying solely on brute force would not resolve the issue. He indeed had the capability to kill Midoriya, but what would follow? Even if he succeeded, the matter would remain unresolved, likely leading to the Mido clan and Danzo's roots pursuing retribution. Killing Midoriya was, by any means, not a viable solution. Upon returning to his office, Yan Bai encountered Uchiha Itachi just as he was entering. Without delay, Yan Bai grasped Itachi's arm and recounted Uchiha Tongli's predicament. Misery loves company. Such a nauseating affair could not be borne alone, and Yan Bai felt compelled to involve Uchiha Itachi. After all, good brothers should share in the discomfort. Indeed, after hearing the account, Uchiha Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. The matter he had shared was deeply personal, making verification exceedingly difficult. Uchiha Itachi spoke uneasily. Moreover, from what I gather, this couple was quite discreet in their rendezvous. It is improbable that anyone observed them. The specifics of their interactions are thus unattainable. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Yan Bai mused, his expression contemplative. It was merely his singular narrative. There was a chance the truth was in stark contrast to what had been asserted. Uchiha Itachi looked conflicted. However, if what Uchiha Tongli said was indeed true, his concerns were valid. Oh, Yan Bai remained non-committal, yet Uchiha Itachi continued. The reason you suggested cosmetic surgery was due to their reluctance to marry into the nobility. After the engagement was dissolved, they bore the blame for the noblewoman. If the intention was merely to discard their infamous past and assume new identities, that could have sufficed. Yet now, with Midoriya involved, the situation has grown complex. Oh, pray tell, Yan Bai's interest was piqued. He had already begun to clarify his thoughts and discern the appropriate course of action. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi's serious demeanor also intrigued Yan Bai regarding his perspective. Uchiha Itachi whispered, even though he has changed his name and appearance, there are still those who recognize him. For instance, your entire family, my father, and Uchiha Baichie and Uchiha Huangshu, who underwent surgery with him. Midoriya must be quite astute. She will undoubtedly trace the threads leading back to Uchiha Tongli, and he cannot evade her. Ah, that is indeed a valid point. Yan Bai maintained a composed expression, perhaps already plotting Midoriya's demise. Yet in his quest to extricate himself from the situation, he was preparing a scapegoat, potentially himself, potentially Uchiha Itachi, or any individual privy to Uchiha Tongli's original identity. Uchiha Itachi's face displayed concern. This was merely conjecture. Have you decided how to proceed? Will you assist him, or should I involve my father? The situation has not escalated to that extent yet. Yan Bai snorted dismissively. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. Do you already have a plan? I merely had a sudden burst of inspiration, Yan Bai replied with a slight smile. Do you recall what Shisui mentioned to you? The fateful night of the clan's massacre is approaching. How do you think the Uchiha who were meant to perish will meet their end? Uchiha Itachi felt a jolt of apprehension. What are you planning? A wicked smile spread across Yan Bai's face. I wish to embark on a rather intriguing experiment. Chapter 207. A different path to confront the night of annihilation. Uchiha Tongli was presently in a state of unease. Just as he had followed Yan Bai's instructions to book a standard room in the hot spring village and was lying in bed unable to sleep, Yan Bai swiftly sought him out. Yan Bai arrived alone and, in the dim light, discussed a rather peculiar solution with Uchiha Tongli. To Uchiha Tongli, it seemed an odd remedy, and before Yan Bai broached the subject of the solution, He had already engaged in several rather bizarre behaviors, as perceived by Uchiha Tongli. Yan Bai began by casually inquiring about Uchiha Tongli's understanding of women. Uchiha Tongli responded with a bewildered expression, although he found the question strange. He answered truthfully regarding his knowledge. Upon articulating what he knew about women, Uchiha Tongli suddenly felt as though he had amassed an excessive amount of insight. All because of Midoriya, who had seemingly molded him into an exemplary husband. Now, even without being with Midoriya, Uchiha Tongli could ensure the happiness of any woman he chose to marry. Yan Bai was quite pleased with Uchiha Tongli's reservoir of knowledge. He then probed further, asking how much Uchiha Tongli understood about matters of gender. Uchiha Tongli appeared equally perplexed. As Yan Bai discussed this topic, which others might deem inappropriate, with such earnest seriousness, Uchiha Tongli eventually disclosed his knowledge to Yan Bai, albeit with a sense of trepidation. However, Uchiha Tongli was unprepared for what lay ahead. Yan Bai continued to inquire about how many stances Uchiha Tongli was familiar with, and how many he had attempted. Uchiha Tongli, taken aback, chose to remain silent on the matter, suspecting that Yan Bai might be unhinged. Although he could have employed his mind-reading ocular technique, he refrained from doing so, perceiving it as disrespectful to pry into someone's thoughts when he himself had needs. Thus, Uchiha Tongli declined to answer, opting not to use his ocular prowess to delve into Yan Bai's mind. Yan Bai gave Uchiha Tongli an approving nod before stating, "I now believe what you have said to be true." Uchiha Tongli remained in a state of confusion. It was at that moment he realized that Yan Bai had not entirely believed his words from the outset, which was somewhat disheartening. However, it mattered little, as the outcome was, after all, what Uchiha Tongli had hoped for. Subsequently, Yan Bai began to instruct Uchiha Tongli on the arts of seduction, specifically the red card techniques for enchanting women and the Mama-san's eloquence. Uchiha Tongli was utterly bewildered throughout the process. Yet the Uchiha clan was renowned for their prodigious learning abilities. Yan Bai first explained that Uchiha Tongli's initial resistance to marrying a noble woman stemmed from his unresolved feelings for his beloved Midoriya. Now that Uchiha Tongli had parted ways with Midoriya, he should consider exploring the luxurious offerings of the hot spring village and engaging with the noble women of high status in the land of fire. The mere thought of those pale-faced maidens with ghastly blackened teeth caused Uchiha Tongli to blanch. Nevertheless, Yan Bai asserted, "You possess a captivating beauty that can enchant them. All you need to do is beckon them, and they will offer you everything, even undergoing cosmetic procedures to rid themselves of their dreadful appearances. You have once been consumed by love. You should understand that when one is in love, whether man or woman, they are willing to make sacrifices and strive to become the person their beloved desires. Do you think they will not exert themselves? Your only task is to make them fall in love with you." Yan Bai informed Uchiha Tongli that while the higher-ups in Konoha may exhibit a hard stance towards outsiders, they are sycophantic towards the nobility and feudal lords of the land of fire, as these nobles wield considerable wealth and are the financiers of the ninja. The second Hokage himself categorized ninjas as mere tools, a notion enshrined in the educational texts of the Ninja Academy. Why could they not adopt a different perspective? Given Uchiha Tongli's undeniable handsome visage, he should fully exploit it. After Yan Bai departed, Uchiha Tongli found himself in a quandary. He pondered for an extended period before ultimately deciding to heed Yan Bai's counsel. In the office of the hot spring village, Uchiha Itachi sat across from Yan Bai, his demeanor grave, while Yan Bai gazed out the window at the street scene beyond. Uchiha Itachi could not help but ask, "Did you really persuade Uchiha Tongli to undertake that endeavor?" "Indeed," Yan Bai replied, his gaze still fixed outside. "I find it exceedingly dangerous," Uchiha Itachi murmured. "Yan Bai, are you aware of the Bloodpool clan? The clan possessing the blood dragon eye, correct?" "I am well aware," Yan Bai chuckled lightly. "What? Are you concerned that the Uchiha clan might share their fate?" The Bloodpool clan possessed the blood dragon eye, capable of rivaling the Uchiha clan. And once ensnared by their genjutsu, escape was impossible. They could employ blood to execute a variety of techniques, even creating human bombs by inflicting wounds on their adversaries. How did the Bloodpool clan meet their demise? According to the original storyline, a certain feudal lord from the Land of Thunder took a woman from the Bloodpool clan as a concubine. This woman, young and beautiful, was gentle and not adept at domestic strife, leading to jealousy from the primary wife. Not long after, the lord unexpectedly passed away, and the woman was framed by the primary wife, ultimately leading to the exile of the entire clan to a cursed valley. At that time, The keepers of the Blood Pool clan were none other than the Uchiha clan. Behold, another living testament to how ninjas are subjugated beneath the nobility and feudal lords. The current leadership of Konoha is not Senju Hashirama. They dare not offend the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. And Uchiha Tongli is certainly not as naive as that young woman from the Blood Pool clan. Should he truly marry into the nobility, he would be the primary spouse. Would he not? Before Uchiha Itachi could respond, Yan Bai nonchalantly continued, remaining in Konoha, your clan will meet their end in due time. Why not take a chance? If the Uchiha clan becomes relatives of the nobility in the Land of Fire, even if ordered by the feudal lord to relocate as a whole, would the Konoha higher-ups dare to intervene? Yan Bai pondered, feeling a nagging sense of inadequacy. Having only Uchiha Tongli would not suffice. Should all suitable bachelors of the Uchiha clan be transformed into noble sons-in-law? No, perhaps there existed another avenue. With this thought, Yan Bai gazed out at the bustling streets, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Uchiha Itachi observed the shift in Yan Bai's expression, and upon witnessing the emergence of a smile that hinted at impending dread, he realized that something incomprehensible was likely about to unfold. Chapter 208. Obito's Despair in the Evening City. The sky above was a dim hue, a soft orange canopy where tiny stars could be faintly discerned. The sea breeze caressed the face, bringing with it a hint of saltiness. The cobblestone road was adorned with flowers sprouting from the cracks. Lush oleanders stood on the other side of the road, their sturdy branches adorned with clusters of pink, peach, and white blossoms, forming a neat thicket. A modernly dressed couple strolled hand in hand along a tranquil path, making their way to the seaside promenade. The man sported short, tousled hair and wore simple dark casual attire, while the woman donned a beige dress. Their expressions were serene, exchanging silent glances. Their footsteps were drowned out by the rhythmic sound of the waves, and throughout, Obito did not slow his pace. Eventually, they transitioned from the expansive coastal park into a wide, yet dimly lit street lined with greenery. This scene was unlike anything seen in Konoha or the entire ninja world. Suddenly, the man, feeling a sense of foreboding, turned to the woman beside him and said, "Lin, you should head back. I want to pick up something." The woman, named Lin, broke into a warm smile. "Obito, you're not thinking of sneaking off to eat spicy strips again, are you? I want to stop you." Obito sighed, "No. I just never mind. Let us go back." As he spoke, Lin released his hand, playfully saying, "Go on, Obito, I was just teasing." She took a few steps forward, her gait light and cheerful, turning back to flash him a charming smile before waving goodbye, saying, "Come back soon." Obito stood there, his expression softening as he quietly responded, "Mm." He remained in place until Lin's figure faded from view, after which his gentle demeanor shattered, replaced by a somber countenance. The night breeze rustled through the surrounding foliage, creating a soft, whispering sound. Everything felt so vivid, so blissful and tranquil. Yet Obito knew that this illusion of happiness was nothing but a facade. This world is an illusion. The sea is a mirage. The parks are mere figments. The streets are fabricated, and all pathways and flora are but falsehoods. The winds and rains are deceptive. Even the sensations of harsh winters and sweltering summers are illusory. Home is a facade, and Rin is a mere construct. Have you succumbed to this illusion? Not quite. Obito gazes up at the increasingly dim sky, where the moon begins to rise. It is a blood moon adorned with a black swirl. Just as he teeters on the brink of surrendering to this dream-spun world, the moon above relentlessly reminds him that all of this is but a charade. Wasn't this the dream he had always pursued? A realm where Rin would not meet her demise, where they could lead their own lives, hold ordinary jobs, live among indifferent neighbors, and reside in spacious, comfortable homes. Standing alone on the desolate road, the towering buildings nearly obscure the heavens. A few passers-by stroll by, and Obito, seemingly fatigued, gradually takes a seat on a public bench by the roadside. Behind him lies a lush green belt, populated with various species of ixora and spider lilies. Above, a solitary street lamp emits a dim glow. Obito softly muses, is something amiss? No. Here, happiness is palpable, yet an inexplicable pain lingers. A pain that defies articulation. Though the surroundings are devoid of company, Obito senses the icy gaze of Zetsu and the alienation reflected within it. Is this elaborate illusion a fulfillment of my fantasies regarding the moon's plan? Yet, something feels amiss. Obito continues to converse with himself. Obito, Zetsu's voice resonates. This is not the illusion I crafted for you, but rather a gift from Mother, who believes I have usurped your body. This world exists apart from the infinite Tsukuyami. Do you not find the basics of life, eating, drinking, and relieving oneself, remarkably real? Ha. You truly have a mother? Obito's face conveys a sense of despair. Recalling the time he tormented Black Zetsu, merging sealing techniques with illusions, using the beautiful head of Uchiha Rin as a soccer ball, even taunting Black Zetsu to catch his brother's head lest Mother be sorrowful. Goodness, now Zetsu's real mother has indeed appeared. Obito had never encountered nor communicated with that elderly lady. However, he must concede that she is quite thoughtful for sending him to this world inhabited only by him and Rin. In this realm, Rin's character mirrors that of the original. Yet their environment is indeed a far cry from the shinobi world. This world is larger, more intricate, more peaceful, and far more blissful. Here, even the traditional culture diverges significantly from the shinobi realm. Furthermore, the transformation of the environment has been monumental. When Obito first arrived, he spent considerable time acclimating, but fortunately, Rin was there. Obito, Zetsu's voice once more permeates the air. Mother inquires whether you are satisfied with your current life and surroundings. Would you prefer to return to your previous world? Obito presses his fingers to his temples, pondering the meaning behind these words. Are they questioning whether he has become enraptured? No, Mother asserts this is merely a client survey. Zetsu continues, so, do you prefer this world or your former one? Obito's eyes widen. He cannot locate Zetsu but can only hear his voice. Yet, it matters little now. Unable to resist, he resolves to abandon himself to the moment. Obito replies, contentment lies in simplicity. I am quite pleased with this world. Rin resembles the true Rin. Yet, for reasons unknown, my heart is perpetually tormented. I constantly remind myself that all of this is a facade. Zetsu, I feel as though Rin and I have arrived in a foreign realm where no one knows us. Your understanding is not misplaced, Zetsu's voice chortles. Mother wields dominion over myriad worlds, granting you a convenient pass to a realm safer and more comfortable than the shinobi world. If you so desire. Obito falls silent. Time seems to freeze. At that moment, a gentle sea breeze sweeps along the tranquil road. Obito suddenly chuckles to himself. Realizing the irony, this is the conclusion of a free trial, and now they inquire about his experience, perhaps preparing to initiate charges? In this world, Obito is a diligent game developer, and this realm is akin to a version of Naruto. Were it not for the nightly appearances of the Sharingan moon, he might have thought his past experiences were merely a lengthy nightmare born from excessive comic reading. At this juncture, the knowledge he has gained in this world has altered his perspectives. Obito, let us reconcile. Zetsu's voice floats lightly. Human hearts are prone to change. In an instant, distinctions between right and wrong, black and white, blur beyond recognition. Become one of us. Work diligently, and Rin will find happiness through you. Chapter 209. The outcome is favorable. Hence, not a calamity. The sky over Konoha is tinged with the first light of dawn. The stars continue to twinkle. Upon the rooftop of the tallest structure in the hot spring village, one can feel the cool breeze wafting in from the banks of the Konoha River, accompanied by a light drizzle that gently adorns the smooth tiles of the rooftop like ornamental embellishments. Two youthful figures stand atop the roof. Yan Bai holds a red umbrella, shielding the melancholic Uchiha Tang Li standing before him from the rain. Uchiha Tang Li is likely of similar age to Uchiha Shursui, his height slightly surpassing Yan Bai's. He stands with his back to Yan Bai, gazing at the Konoha scenery yet to awaken from its slumber. Yan Bai softly remarks, Tang Li, I have investigated the matter for you. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire has several daughters residing in the hot spring village for health treatments. One princess, named Xiao Ji, stands out for her beauty compared to other noble maidens. However, it is rumored that she bears a curse, leading to the demise of many suitors. Now past the appropriate age for marriage, no noble family dares to propose, making her the most suitable choice for you. Yan Bai quietly introduces the task's objective to Uchiha Tang Li. Of course, Yan Bai asserts that this selection has been meticulously curated and will not tarnish Uchiha Tang Li's reputation. The young woman's character is commendable. Xiao Ji possesses a better disposition than those who resort to deceitful tactics for marriage. She is sufficiently reserved and has not succumbed to superficiality. In terms of both character and appearance, she is far superior to those who resort to coercive marriage tactics. Xiao Ji is remarkably low-key and likely recuperates in Konoha's hot spring village due to her melancholic disposition, enjoying the affection of her parents because of her beauty. Yan Bai has discovered that Chao Ji's family is quite concerned about her marital prospects. Marriages serve to solidify their power, and through such unions, they can bolster their family's standing. Thus, even a son-in-law entering the noble family is not seen in the same light as an ordinary son-in-law. It operates under a system of son-in-law adoption. The daughter's offspring also retain their own bloodline, ensuring the lineage of exceptional heirs. Nurturing an heir does not guarantee success, but assimilating talented individuals from outside into their lineage and perpetuating their family name can yield positive growth for their clan. There are no mother-in-law issues. The treatment is satisfactory. Financial worries are absent, and they also enjoy inheritance rights. Although the son-in-law may face certain restrictions to safeguard the daughter's dignity, it ultimately depends on individual perception. In any case, having more daughters would enable the nobles to acquire greater talents. Yan Bai murmured softly, the process of dyeing one's teeth is exceedingly painful. Most nobles only resort to it after childbirth, while some do so out of vanity. This lady of the tide has come here for recuperation and seldom appears in public. I will create opportunities for you, Uchiha Tongli said with a hint of melancholy. Does this mean you wish for me to harm innocent young women? If you all find happiness, how could it be considered harm? Yan Bai replied with a slight smile. In a sense, you ought to be grateful to Mito Mayo for imparting skills that many may never possess in their lifetimes. You can refine her techniques, removing the harmful elements, and apply them to the Lady of the Tide. I believe she will feel happiness. Uchiha Tongli chuckled lightly. You are right. Eliminating the harmful parts would indeed be much better. You must act swiftly, before Mito Mayo realizes anything, Yan Bai continued. Remember, you are not only doing this for yourself, but also for your Uchiha clan. Do not engage in foolish actions. During your free time, I will summon you back for training. There remains much for you to learn. I understand. Thank you for everything you have done for me and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tongli said, turning to give a slight bow to Yan Bai. You are among the few who can perceive my goodwill, Yan Bai remarked quietly. I do not wish to pry into your thoughts, as I find it impolite. However, the ocular techniques grant me insight into your genuine intentions, Uchiha Tongli said, lowering her gaze. I now comprehend why the young clan leader has always kept your company. I will follow your plan and act accordingly, ensuring not to disappoint your expectations. Yan Bai beamed warmly. Then let us wish for success in our endeavors. Uchiha Tongli nodded, and then took her leave to prepare. Today, she would encounter the Lady of the Tide. After Uchiha Tongli departed, another figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Itachi, his expression grave. It was hard to believe. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Do you think he will seek revenge against the Mito family after his success? I cannot say for certain, Yan Bai replied with a playful smile. In defense of dignity, one may sometimes transform into a devil, irrespective of gender. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Yan Bai with a look of resentment. You dragged me out of bed in the middle of the night just to hear this? He had expected to hear some sensational information, but instead found himself eavesdropping on Yan by teaching Uchiha Tongli how to seduce women. Uchiha Itachi felt exceedingly awkward. He could not fathom how, having grown up together, Yan Bai seemed to possess such extensive knowledge about women, despite appearing indifferent to them. Or was it that Yan Bai had once been a notorious charmer? Yan Bai gazed at Uchiha Itachi with feigned astonishment and said earnestly, Itachi, it seems you have also reached the age of restlessness. Humph, Uchiha Itachi retorted, be quiet. All right, are you cold? Your voice seems to tremble, Yan Bai observed. His tone unchanged. It's because of what you just said. It sends chills down my spine, Uchiha Itachi replied, wearing a look of resignation. Oh, is that so? Yan Bai murmured, suddenly falling silent under the rain. Uchiha Itachi spoke softly. You seem to stand on rooftops often. The view here is indeed expansive. What do you think makes me enjoy standing on rooftops? Yan Bai countered with a smile. Uchiha Itachi cautiously studied Yan Bai's profile, murmuring, Yan Bai, you give me the impression that you yearn for the sky, yet you seem to harbor disdain for the world outside. Disdain for the outside world? I wouldn't say that. I simply find it uninteresting, Yan Bai mused, raising his gaze to the darkened sky. Perhaps it is because I can always find a world that I do not despise. Have you found it? Uchiha Itachi inquired, looking intently at Yan Bai. Chapter 210, Itachi. Do not be too grateful to me. Yan Bai turned, puzzled, to face Uchiha Itachi. Raindrops clung to Uchiha Itachi's dark hair, and his clothes felt heavy from the rain, lacking any sense of grace in the cold morning breeze. His wide sleeves hung down like heavy black metal. "Have you discovered a world that you do not despise?" Uchiha Itachi asked again, seeming unable to shake off the chill, his body trembling slightly. "For the most part, I do not harbor feelings of dislike towards most of the world," Yan Bai smiled gently. "As a child, I would fear not waking up the next morning. Terrified of falling into an eternal slumber, in the tightrope of life, I was consumed by the fear of death." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head. "So, you too have feared death?" Yan Bai smiled, turning to face Uchiha Itachi beneath the red umbrella, and said, "How foolish I was back then. Only when confronted with death did I truly feel alive. Death, to me, is not an end but rather another beginning. When I fade from one world, I can transition to another, continuing this game called life." Uchiha Itachi, standing beneath the same red umbrella, met Yan Bai's gaze and quietly asked, "So, taking Shursui away from here was to have him accompany you on your journey?" "No, at that moment, I did not think so much. It was merely a sudden inspiration that if it were Shursui, he surely could achieve it," Yan Bai said with a subtle smile. "Nevertheless, I do not regret it." Uchiha Itachi wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. Why had he mentioned Shursui? Uchiha Itachi himself was unsure. As a child, whenever there was an opportunity, Yan Bai would gaze at the sky, always able to resolve problems from peculiar perspectives, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, Uchiha Itachi felt an odd sense that Yan Bai could accomplish anything, as if it were a form of faith, akin to the will of fire within the hearts of the students at the Leaf Ninja Academy. He wished for Yan Bai to lead him toward that unclear future. Although he did not fully understand, Uchiha Itachi believed he might be on the verge of tears, not from sadness but from a strange emotion. The unattainable, the unachievable dreams appeared so beautiful that they brought forth tears. This was Uchiha Itachi's only fantasy over the years. Uchiha Itachi murmured, "Shursui once told me that without you, I would be a sinner in the Uchiha clan, and the night of our clan's demise is not far off, is it?" Yan Bai replied, appearing to frown slightly. "I do not wish to engage in such actions now, yet your recent behavior indeed suggests you are trying to save us, am I correct? Solving this issue from a perspective we have never considered before." Uchiha Itachi inhaled deeply. "I apologize, this is my last question." "Itachi, what significance does the answer to this question hold?" Yan Bai said with a light-hearted laugh. Uchiha Itachi maintained a serious expression, silent, as the fear that had frozen his spine continued to spread within his heart. Yan Bai spoke softly, "The path I choose is taken at my discretion. I do not walk this life burdened by sins, but rather choose to bear the sins that arise on the path I have selected." The sun gradually unveiled its true form, bestowing its golden light upon the faces of the two young men. "Itachi, do not feel overly grateful. I did not intentionally assist you," Yan Bai stated plainly, before suddenly breaking into a smile. "It is a new day, time to have breakfast." With that, Yan Bai tucked away his umbrella. The rain that had fallen at dawn had ceased, and Yan Bai leaped towards his next destination. Uchiha Itachi followed silently. Perhaps due to lack of sleep or other reasons, Itachi's steps were slightly unsteady. Nevertheless, he managed to walk alongside Yan Bai. The two youths finally departed from the rooftop of the landmark building in Konoha's hot spring village. Not far away, masked Umbu operatives silently exchanged information, relaying the gathered intelligence to the Hokage's office. Over the years, every detail of Yan Bai's daily life in Konoha had been meticulously documented and sent to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen had long since grown apathetic. He was unable to fully relax, yet the intelligence, regardless of its utility, was essential to collect. That day, due to a fateful choice, Uchiha Tongli had seen through Mito Maki's true nature, which led to a plethora of negative repercussions. Now, Uchiha Tongli had chosen the path that Yan Bai had laid out for him, adorned in a specially tailored hanfu from the hot spring village, his head crowned with a conical hat draped in sheer fabric. He maintained the poise he had spent days cultivating as he silently walked along the streets of the hot spring area. His hair had just begun to grow out, rendering him a strikingly beautiful figure akin to a celestial being. Uchiha Tongli appeared to be wandering aimlessly, yet the translucent fabric subtly revealed his undeniable beauty. Many passers-by could not help but steal glances, hoping to catch a clearer view. Ignoring the gathering crowd, Uchiha Tongli continued on his way, though his pace seemed leisurely. He moved with surprising speed, and the large fan insignia on the back of his attire caused many who glimpsed his beauty to hesitate. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Ah, it seems so. The ambiguous tone and hesitant replies indicated that the villagers of Konoha had slightly altered their perceptions of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps in this monotonous era, the written word held significant sway over the common folk. Upon realizing that such beauty and grace originated from the Uchiha clan, many collectively deemed it a natural occurrence, as they were a clan revered from afar, yet not to be trifled with. Of course, this was only because these individuals were relatively rational, not part of the reckless girls who would risk their lives for beauty. Reflecting on Uchiha Tonglei's contemporaries, Uchiha Hakai and Uchiha Araki, they had recently been chased by a group of reckless girls from the hot spring village, leaving them with both physical and psychological scars. People merely wished to gaze upon them, to touch them, to objectify them, not seeking their love, but simply appreciating them as art. Thus, the buttons on their clothing and accessories became the obsession of fervent young women. Uchiha Tonglei had always remained low profile, but today he ventured out, ready to unveil his true self in the hot spring village and craft a stunning love story. Having lost all illusions about love after a deeply painful romance, he understood that dreams must eventually return to reality. Now, Uchiha Tonglei was to become the architect of romance, his target being the young woman within the building ahead. Chapter 211. A deliberate encounter. The sky was draped in rain, the droplets fine and frigid. The plum rain season had yet to conclude, and the chilling wind hinted at the approach of autumn. Uchiha Tonglei traversed through an open gate in the hot spring village, enveloped by the scent of damp herbs. The surrounding greenery, washed clean by the rain, radiated a vibrant glow. The lush vegetation flourished in the courtyard, creating an atmosphere of serene delight. This was the most opulent area of Konoha's hot spring village, where guests of wealth and status resided. In contemporary terms, it could be likened to a luxurious hot spring resort. Guests enjoyed independent courtyards while being able to communicate their needs directly to the service desk of the hot spring village. To prevent the rainwater or morning dew from soaking the travelers' garments, the wild grass along the paths had been trimmed. The pathway was paved with smooth stone bricks. The fine rain, akin to silk, fell silently, forming an ethereal mist around. Uchiha Tonglei appeared lost in the rain-soaked haze, inadvertently arriving at an unfamiliar place. He stood beneath an eave, casually removing his conical hat to shake off the rainwater. He did not peer into the courtyard, but merely adhered to etiquette, seeking temporary shelter from the rain until it ceased. The dampness of his clothing made them seem heavier, and without any attendants by his side. His newly grown hair lent him an unconventional appearance. After lingering momentarily under the eave, Uchiha Tonglei prepared to replace his hat and leave. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard behind him. It was a young woman clad in a pale purple garment, adorned with an elegant hairpiece. Beneath her lustrous black hair were delicate brows, bright eyes, a refined nose, and cherry-red lips, the hue resembling petals kissed by dew. Light from outside cascaded upon her shoulders, chest, and skirt, dissolving into the vibrant fabric of her attire. "Are you a monk?" The young woman's slightly youthful face broke into a gentle smile, her lips glistening like dewdrops. Uchiha Tonglei's expression remained indifferent. He lowered his gaze and politely responded, "No, I apologize for the intrusion." The young woman did not press further about why he bore such a hairstyle if he was not a monk. Instead, she smiled kindly and suggested, "The rain outside is quite heavy. Perhaps it would be best for you to wait until it lightens before departing. This rain is unlikely to cease anytime soon. Thank you for your concern." As he spoke, Uchiha Tonglei donned his hat once more. In truth, the rain was quite light, barely qualifying as rain. Akin to the softest feathers, merely chilling to the touch. Just as he turned to leave, the young woman in the courtyard suddenly spoke, "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" With his hat now on, Uchiha Tonglei turned back, responding with a respectful demeanor, "Yes." His courteous and graceful manner, combined with his breathtakingly handsome face and melancholic gaze, stirred a flutter of admiration in the heart of the young woman. She observed Uchiha Tonglei with caution before softly proposing, "Since we are fortunate to meet, would you care to come in for a cup of tea?" The rain shows no sign of stopping. Before she could finish, voices from within the house exclaimed, "Princess!" Silence. As if reprimanding children for their noise, the young woman commanded her nearby attendants, who promptly fell silent. "I apologize. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." The young woman inclined her head slightly, gracefully approaching Uchiha Tonglei's position. Soon, she stood before him and continued, "I have heard that the Uchiha clan is a cursed ninja clan, and I, too, am an ill-fated woman. In the past, I would dissuade passers-by from visiting here. But if it is an Uchiha, I believe we may find common ground. Uchiha Tongli found himself enveloped in a myriad of schemes crafted by Yan Bai. Yet he was taken aback when the woman before him took the initiative to retain him. An overwhelming sense of aversion surged within him, for he was reminded of Mido Mai, that audacious and despicable woman. However, he quickly subdued this emotion, hesitating for a moment before responding, I appreciate your kindness, but I regret to inform you that such an action may tarnish your reputation. The woman's bright eyes brimmed with unmasked disappointment as she parted her lips, seemingly intent on persuading him further. Yet, Uchiha Tongli withdrew a serpent fruit, newly cultivated from the hot spring village, from his sleeve and offered it to her. The woman gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes widening as she processed his gesture. I apologize for not bringing anything else as a token of goodwill. Please accept this. Uchiha Tongli maintained a cool demeanor, keeping a respectful distance from her. The way he extended the fruit was undeniably alluring, prompting her to instinctively reach out and accept it. In an instant, her bright eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, her beautiful face blossoming into a radiant smile, exuding pure happiness. A faint smile emerged on Uchiha Tongli's face as he slightly bowed, bidding her farewell before turning to depart. As he gradually faded into the misty rain, the woman called out, My name is Chaoji, may I ask for yours? Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Tongli paused, turning back to face her. Standing amidst the rain and fog, he appeared strikingly tall, and his seemingly casual movement exuded an inexplicable charm. Chaoji's eyes widened, her heart racing unexpectedly. Then, she heard Uchiha Tongli's cool voice, I am Tongli, Uchiha Tongli. With that, he turned away without a glance back. Chaoji stood beneath the eaves, gazing forlornly in the direction he had gone, murmuring to herself, Tang? Meanwhile, Uchiha Tongli, with his meticulously honed stride, vanished from Chaoji's sight. His pace quickened, and soon he followed the predetermined path, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Moments later, he utilized a transformation technique to morph into the rotund figure he had encountered days prior, stepping into Yan Bai's office at the hot spring village. As soon as he entered, Yan Bai voiced his confusion. You're back so soon? I thought you would engage in some back and forth. Uchiha Tongli dispelled the transformation technique, not concealing his disdain as he replied, I merely stood there, and she invited me in. There was no opportunity for any back and forth. A teasing expression crossed Yan Bai's face. Look at you. It seems you're reminded of that vixen. Yet, given your current appearance, is it any wonder she would find you appealing? Chaoji should not be the type to cling desperately, no? At these words, Uchiha Tongli's slightly troubled mood lightened, for he recognized the truth in Yan Bai's observation.